Gazing at the elderly man before him, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Why was it not Tao Ge who awakened his martial spirit? Without Tao Ge, how could he possess innate full soul power? How could he have a dual martial spirit? Without these extraordinary gifts, how could he maintain his façade of superiority? How could he attract the attention of the ladies? It was utterly infuriating. His joy was snatched away. Testing concluded. Bai Chen, your martial spirit is the Gale Demon Wolf, with innate soul power at level 5. Bai Chen exclaimed, damn. Ding. The martial spirit evolution system has been bound. Name, Bai Chen. Level 5. Martial spirit, Gale Demon Wolf. Martial spirit quality, intermediate. Chapter 1. The awakening of the martial spirit. In the Tiando Empire, within the city of Tiando, in the sub-branch of the martial spirit hall, a rather greasy old man was conducting martial spirit awakenings for a group of children. Next, Bai Chen. Upon hearing his name, Bai Chen looked at the old man with a face full of despair, his mood exceedingly poor. Having traversed to the Dua continent 6 years prior, he had yearned for this day, the day of martial spirit awakening every single moment. 6 long years. And now, the day had finally arrived. Yet, why was it not Tao Ge who was conducting his awakening? Without Tao Ge, how could he possess innate full soul power or a dual martial spirit? Without these remarkable attributes, how could he maintain his pretense of grandeur? How could he woo the fairer sex? This was intolerable. His happiness seemed utterly out of reach. What are you dawdling for? Come here, the old man said impatiently. He had already tested over 10 children that day, all of whom possessed 0 innate soul power. He couldn't help but think that testing these common children was a waste of time among hundreds. There might not be a single soul master. And when one did emerge, it was either a useless martial spirit or possessed too low an innate soul power. His irritation was mounting. I'm coming, Bai Chen replied hastily. Upon seeing Bai Chen, the old man was somewhat taken aback. This child was unlike the others. His attire was more splendid than that of the common folk, and he bore a fair and charming appearance, exuding an air of refinement. Just his presence inspired a sense of fondness. With this thought, the old man's tone softened. Place your hand on the crystal ball, relax, and clear your mind. Bai Chen replied, all right, thank you, Grandpa. The old man felt his spirits lift slightly. Such obedient and understanding children always had a way of brightening one's mood. If he could encounter such children daily, perhaps his temperament would improve. Soon, a faint glow appeared on the crystal ball, and 2 white wolf ears sprouted from Bai Chen's head, accompanied by a green mark on his forehead. Observing the spectacle, the old man nodded and smiled, saying, child, you are quite remarkable. Innate soul power at level 5, with the martial spirit of the Gale Demon Wolf. In response to the old man's words, Bai Chen smiled and said, thank you, Grandpa. Yet internally he thought, damn, I knew it. If it wasn't Tao Ge testing, the results would never be favorable. This old man surely had a knack for testing poorly. The old man gently patted Bai Chen's wolf ears, saying, very well, child, you may return. Bai Chen, all right, goodbye, Grandpa. Upon finishing his words, Bai Chen departed, letting out a sigh as he stepped outside. However, he soon regained his spirits. To be honest, possessing an innate soul power of level 5 was quite decent, certainly better than having none at all. With soul power, he could cultivate at worst. He could live the life of a carefree slacker. With diligent effort, achieving the rank of Soul King should not pose a significant challenge. Perhaps even a Soul Emperor was within reach, and who knows, possibly even a Soul Saint. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the corners of Bai Chen's lips curled upward. Yes, with hard work, he could certainly accomplish something in the future. If traversing this world did not grant him any extraordinary advantages, it might be wiser to keep his distance from the protagonist and simply enjoy a leisurely existence. Just as Bai Chen was lost in his daydreams, a sudden voice shattered his reverie. Chunner, how did the test turn out? Hearing this familiar voice pulled Bai Chen back to reality. He looked up to see a middle-aged couple standing before him. These were Bai Chen's parents in this life. His father, Bai Luo, and his mother, Milan. The words he had just heard had come from his mother. The martial soul is the Gale Demon Wolf, with an innate soul power of level 5, Bai Chen replied. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Luo patted his head and said, not bad, my little rascal. Your old man only had an innate soul power of level 3 back in the day. Level 5 is already quite impressive. Bai Chen nodded. Let's go celebrate. We'll head to your favorite restaurant, the Falling Blossom Pavilion. Bai Chen's eyes lit up at his father's words, and he eagerly replied, sure. With that, the trio set off. Falling Blossom Pavilion was a relatively upscale restaurant in Tiando City, known for its exquisite cuisine, which Bai Chen particularly adored. Moreover, since Bai Chen's father had attained level 46 and held a minor and noble title in the Tiando Empire, their family's income was sufficient to indulge in such luxuries without concern. Upon arriving at Falling Blossom Pavilion, a waiter immediately spotted them and exclaimed, "Young master, Bai Chen has arrived, everyone. Prepare yourselves." At the sound of the waiter's announcement, a beautiful woman descended from the upper floor and greeted Bai Chen at the entrance, saying, "Bai Luo, Milan, and little Bai Chen, welcome." Hastily, Bai Chen responded, "Hello, Aunt Moxin. Hello, little Bai Chen. Did you awaken your martial soul today? Can you share the results with Aunt?" Aunt, my martial soul is the Gale Demon Wolf, with an innate soul power of level 5. Is that so? Just like your father's martial soul. Chinner, you are truly remarkable. This meal is on me. Feel free to order whatever you like. Really? Absolutely. With that, Bai Chen hurried off to place his order, feeling an insatiable appetite, perhaps due to his current youthful form. Moxin, the proprietress of Falling Blossom Pavilion, was an old acquaintance of Bai Chen's parents, which fostered a sense of familiarity between her and Bai Chen. Bai Luo remarked, "Is this really appropriate?" Moxin replied, "What's inappropriate about it? It's only right for me, as aunt, to treat him to a meal after he awakened his martial soul." Upon hearing Moxin's words, Bai Luo nodded in silence. Subsequently, Moxin took her dear friend Milan by the hand and entered, leaving Bai Luo to follow behind. At the dining table, the family gazed at the eating Bai Chen, their faces adorned with smiles. To speak of it, ever since his arrival in the Dolua continent, Bai Chen has been remarkably fortunate. He has not endured any form of discrimination, nor has he faced the heartbreak of a broken engagement or the plight of a worthless, innate martial soul. From the moment of his birth, he has been regarded as the most cherished treasure of the Bai family. Among both the Bai and Mi families, Bai Chen is the youngest child and, notably, the only boy capable of inheriting the family legacy. It is evident that there exists a certain preference for sons in their households. Consequently, both families hold him in high esteem, and he has never tasted hardship. His desires are almost always fulfilled. Had Bai Chen not been a transmigrator, he might have been spoiled rotten by now. Fortunately, his unique circumstances have allowed him to enjoy these privileges without developing a spoiled demeanor. With an eloquent tongue and handsome appearance, he is adored by all his relatives. Thus, after awakening his martial soul, Bai Chen was able to swiftly adjust his mindset. After all, he harbors no enemies and finds solace in living a carefree life. Chapter 2. System Binding, Main Quest 1. Halfway through the meal, Bai Luo suddenly announced, "Chinner, I have already sent someone to pre-register you at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Tomorrow, you shall go for the assessment, and if you pass, you can commence your studies." Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Bai Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Long ago, he had aspired to attend the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. During his reading of novels, he often felt that Shrek's methods were somewhat lacking, merely running and engaging in combat training, with the only exception being the master's teachings on soul power control. However, Bai Chen firmly believed that the Tiando Royal Junior Academy would certainly impart similar techniques. The Shrek 7 monsters rose to prominence solely due to the divine herbs from Dugu Bo's medicinal garden, their innate talents, and the inheritance that followed. Of course, Tang San might not require such advantages, especially considering he possesses a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Hence, Bai Chen had no intention of attending Shrek Academy. It was not suited for him, and he had no desire to befriend Tang San and the others. After all, he did not wish to oppose the Spirit Hall, and prior to his transmigration, the anime of Dolua continent had already been released. Having met the Pope, he resolved that if he were to join any faction, it would be to defect. Long live the Spirit Hall. Yes, indeed, that is the way of it. Seeing Bai Chen's beaming face, Bai Luo affectionately ruffled his hair. After finishing the meal and returning home, Bai Chen could hardly contain his eagerness to begin his training. Yet, just as he commenced, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The martial soul evolution system has been bound. Startled by the voice in his head, Bai Chen took a moment to gather himself. After a while, he confirmed that the virtual interface before him was not a figment of his imagination. Hiss! Bai Chen inhaled sharply, astonished by the terrifying reality of being a transmigrator. Is this truly the legendary system? Am I genuinely the protagonist? While pondering, Bai Chen attempted to call out, "System, are you there?" After a while, there was no response. Well, this was a system devoid of artificial intelligence. Subsequently, Bai Chen endeavored to exert mental control, and soon, a character interface sprang into existence success. He immediately began to scrutinize the character interface. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 6 years. Innate soul power, level 5. Cultivation aptitude, 5 generally. An innate full soul power is 30, meaning 1 day of cultivation equates to 30 days for a person with level 1 innate soul power. Martial spirit, swift wind, demon wolf. Martial spirit quality, average. Soul rings, none. Points, none. Special skill, appraisal technique. This allows the user to assess the compatibility and age of target soul beasts with themselves, as well as the levels of other soul masters. Upon viewing his character panel, Bai Chen nodded. It was a rather ordinary display, lacking comprehensive attributes, which left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The most useful elements seemed to be the points and the appraisal technique. However, he currently possessed no points, and he surmised that points could be utilized to purchase items in the shop. The appraisal technique, on the other hand, appeared quite beneficial, enabling him to ascertain compatibility with target soul beasts, their age, and the levels of soul masters. Next, Bai Chen exited the character interface and noticed beneath it there were a shop interface and a quest interface, with a golden exclamation mark on the quest interface. Having been deeply immersed in various games for years, Bai Chen instantly understood. Upon opening the quest interface, he spotted the task. Main quest 1. Reach level 10 and acquire the first soul ring. Reward, beginner's gift pack. Upon seeing this task, Bai Chen murmured, reach level 10? That seems manageable. Or is it? According to his father, Bai Luo, his innate soul power was level 3 and his talent was rather poor. It took him 4 years to reach level 10 due to his mischievous nature. When Bai Chen first learned of this from Bai Luo, he was quite taken aback. He never expected it would take his father so long to merely reach level 10. However, upon further reflection, Bai Chen found this rather normal, as geniuses like the Shrek 7 Devils and the Golden Generation were exceedingly rare. His father was more representative of the average individual. Yet, it seemed his own talent was not particularly remarkable either, with an innate soul power of only level 5. With this thought, Bai Chen sighed, feeling a twinge of curiosity about the contents of the beginner's gift pack. Subsequently, Bai Chen exited the quest interface and accessed the shop interface. Upon entering the shop, he discovered only 2 items. The first was a double-speed cultivation card priced at 100 points, and the second was an attribute pill costing 200 points. The double-speed cultivation card simply doubled the cultivation speed, lasting for 3 days. As for the attribute pill, its effect was to enhance all attributes by 10% for 1 hour after consumption, with a limit of 1 pill per day, regardless of level. After reviewing the attributes of the 2 items, Bai Chen nodded. Although the mall had a limited selection, the offerings were satisfactory. At this stage, the double-speed training card was undoubtedly more beneficial for him, as he needed to complete the task of leveling up to 10 in order to receive his rewards. As for the attribute potion, it held little value for him at present with his attributes so low, a 10% increase wouldn't make much difference. However, once he progressed to a higher level, a 10% boost to all attributes would be formidable. Moreover, later on, 200 points should not be excessively expensive. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, realizing that contemplating these matters was less productive than taking action. Thus, Bai Chen promptly commenced his training, striving to elevate his level to 10 as soon as possible. The following day, early in the morning, Milan arrived at Bai Chen's room. Observing him still nestled in bed, she shook her head and remarked, "This child, he has to go to the Tiando Academy for testing today, yet he remains so lazy." "Xiao Chen, it's time to rise," Milan gently nudged him. Upon hearing someone calling his name, Bai Chen sleepily opened his eyes. He hadn't stayed up all night training. Rather, at just 6 years old and still in the midst of growth, he was merely beginning his training and was not quite acclimated to it. Training could not fully substitute for sleep. Feeling someone beckoning him, Bai Chen squinted his eyes slightly, recognizing Milan before burying his head back into the covers. 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. Seeing his demeanor, Milan could only sigh in resignation. "Just remember to get up after 5 minutes. "All right." 5 minutes later, Bai Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide and, with a quick motion, sprang from the bed like a carp leaping from the water. Bai Chen was a man of his word. When he promised 5 minutes, he meant it. Chapter 3. Side Quest Passing the Academy Test. After rising, Bai Chen quickly washed up and then approached the dining table. Upon seeing Bai Luo and Milan seated at the table, he momentarily froze. "What's wrong, Chainer? Are you still half asleep?" Milan inquired. Nodding in response, Bai Chen replied, As he rubbed his eyes and confirmed his perception, he made his way to the table. In his view, numbers appeared above Bai Luo and Milan's heads, showing 46 and 43. Respectively, these indicated his parents' soul power levels. He immediately recalled the identification skill he possessed, realizing that this was indeed its function. After finishing breakfast, he followed Bai Luo towards the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Coming from a minor noble family with some wealth, Bai Luo ordered carriage. Similarly, numbers also appeared above the horse pulling the carriage. Age, 7 years. Compatibility, 5. Upon witnessing this, Bai Chen understood the utility of the identification skill. It was quite practical. Once aboard, Bai Luo said, "Xiao Chun, this is for you. If you pass the assessment, you will need to stay at the school. This is your allowance for the month." Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Bai Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly opened his pouch, immediately discovering 30 gold coins within. The sight of this brought him immense joy. After all, it represented the annual expenditure of an ordinary family. Truly, he was fortunate to have such a wealthy father. Bai Luo remarked, "Remember to return once a month to collect your funds." Bai Chen replied eagerly, "Yes, yes." A quarter of an hour later, Bai Chen arrived at the grand entrance of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Gazing at the imposing gates before him, he felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Side quest activated. Successfully joined the Tiando Royal Junior Academy by passing the test. Quest reward: 1 point increase in cultivation aptitude and 100 points. Upon hearing the voice resound in his mind, Bai Chen's heart raced with exhilaration. There was indeed a side quest, and the rewards were substantial, seemingly without any penalties for failure. Though there were no repercussions for non-completion, Bai Chen resolved to succeed in this side quest. After all, the rewards were quite appealing. Completing it would significantly accelerate his progress to level 10 in cultivation. Upon entering the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, he was greeted by a rather stern-looking young man, level 13, accompanied by several children of similar age to Bai Chen. As they approached, Bai Luo walked over to the young man and stated, "Bai Chen has come to report." Hearing Bai Luo's words, the young man nodded, then took a plaque inscribed with the number 31 and handed it to Bai Chen. Subsequently, Bai Chen joined the group of children. It was likely that he would report alongside them. As Bai Chen surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the children's levels ranged approximately from 3 to 7. He felt he was relatively competent, though not exceptional. After a short wait, more than 10 parents arrived with their children to report. The young man counted the attendees and, upon confirming that everyone was present, announced, "We will now begin the test. Please follow me." With that, he led them in a specific direction, and Bai Chen promptly followed suit. Observing the behavior of the surrounding children, Bai Chen was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated a cacophony of noise from such a gathering, yet everyone remained obedient. It appeared they had all received proper education at home, unlike the unruly children of his previous life. They arrived at a space resembling a playground, where the young man addressed the group. "Greetings, everyone. I am your mentor for the next 6 years, Chun Yi, a level 13 sensitive attack soul master. We will commence the entrance test now. There are 40 of you in total, and you will draw lots to form pairs for combat. The final 20 victors will remain, while the other 20 will undergo an additional assessment. Those who pass will be admitted. Those who do not may return next year." Upon hearing Chun Ye's words, Bai Chen shook his head, having expected a more formidable entrance examination for the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Was this truly all there was? However, what about the support-type food soul masters? Never mind, that is not his concern. It seems those support-type soul masters have other methods of assessment, which is not his worry. Although they're all 6-year-old children, most of these youngsters appear delicate and tender, clearly having not engaged in much physical exercise. Bai Chen, however, is different. Although he is also a child, he partakes in regular exercise each day. Moreover, due to both of his parents possessing agility attack-type martial souls, Bai Chen has acquired some agility techniques and basic assassination skills. Unless these little ones possess memories from a previous life like Tang San and Xiao Wu, or have experienced the lives of Tenthasanier soul beasts, it is improbable they could rival Bai Chen. Soon, Chun Yi brought over a wooden box to commence the drawing of lots. Bai Chen drew number 31, meaning he would be the 31st to compete. Holding a small orb marked with the number 2, he glanced around, pondering who his opponent might be. A few minutes later, the drawing concluded. Chun Yi announced, "Students who drew number 1, please come to the stage." Upon hearing Chun Ye's words, 2 chubby little boys sauntered up. Bai Chen was taken aback for a moment. Was it merely a coincidence? These 2 chubby boys bore the numbers 3 and 7 atop their heads, representing the strongest and weakest among the children. Begin. With that, the two boys quickly engaged in a scuffle. Despite their apparent lack of combat experience, the level 7 boy outmatched the level 3 boy in strength and attributes, leading to a swift conclusion of the bout, with the level 7 boy emerging victorious, as expected. Following this match, Bai Chen soon took the stage. Facing a fellow child with the same third-level soul power, Bai Chen suddenly sensed that his earlier feelings might not have been mere illusions. It seemed that the drawing was not random at all, but rather orchestrated by Chun Yi, aimed at eliminating those with inherently low soul power. This thought filled Bai Chen with rage, causing him to tremble. On such a hot day, his hands and feet felt icy. If there is such corruption even in the preliminary soul power assessment, when would the less talented soul masters ever rise? After calming his agitation, Bai Chen assumed his stance. He had merely been reflecting, and in truth, Chun Ye's actions were not entirely unjustifiable. The world of Diluo continent is indeed one where the weak are devoured by the strong. Why would one nurture those with poor talent at the expense of those with great potential? Moreover, Chun Yi had not denied them opportunities. Victory was all that was required. As Bai Chen prepared himself, the little girl opposite him was taken aback by his stance. Initially, she had felt delighted to see him, for Bai Chen was quite adorable. However, upon witnessing his serious demeanor, he appeared somewhat intimidating, leaving her a bit frightened. Chapter 4. Completing Side Quests. Level 6 begins. With a command from Chun Yi, Bai Chen swiftly charged towards the girl, delivering a knee strike that impacted her abdomen, thus concluding the skirmish. Observing the girl on the ground, Bai Chen refrained from offering assistance. He had not exerted much force, merely toppling her over. He harbored no notions that a boy should yield to a girl, as they were all soul masters, and equality prevailed between genders. Chun Yi, witnessing Bai Chen's crisp and efficient execution, felt a twinge of surprise. Upon seeing Bai Chen's slight physique, he had anticipated a more drawn-out encounter. However, the encounter was executed with such swiftness that he circled Bai Chen's name in his notes, acknowledging his foundational combat skills. Chun Yi declared, "Zhou Yu has lost her combat ability. Bai Chen wins." As Bai Chen passed the assessment, a prompt resonated in his mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the side quest and passing the Academy's evaluation. Reward, 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Zhou Yu. Reward, 5 additional points. With that, his points tally escalated to 105, while his cultivation aptitude rose from 5 to 6. Bai Chen was somewhat astonished. He had assumed only specific tasks yielded rewards, not realizing that simply besting a girl in combat could also grant points. This revelation suggested a significant acceleration in his potential to accumulate points. Shortly thereafter, the girl staggered to her feet, casting an indignant glance at Bai Chen. She had not been prepared when he launched his attack. The more Zhou Yu reflected on the incident, the angrier she became, ultimately huffing in frustration before departing. Throughout this exchange, Bai Chen remained oblivious to Zhou Yu's demeanor. He was already engrossed in purchasing a double-speed cultivation card, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test its effects upon his return. As half a day passed, the testing finally concluded. As Bai Chen had surmised, Chun Yi had indeed manipulated the draw. It was improbable that each match would consistently feature a strong contender against a weaker one. The final 20 individuals remaining boasted innate soul power levels above 4. Observing the group, Chun Yi announced, "Follow me. I will escort you to your dormitories." "Yes," they responded, though their voices lacked vigor. Furrowing his brow at their response, Chun Yi admonished, "Speak louder. I can hardly hear you. If you wish to learn about soul beasts at the Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy, you must project your voices." Again, "Yes," they echoed, this time with more enthusiasm. "Good. Much more spirited. Follow me," Chun Yi declared, leading Bai Chen and the others to the dormitory area. Upon entering the dormitory, Bai Chen meticulously surveyed the premises, ultimately nodding in satisfaction. It was evident that this was indeed the Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy. The accommodations were single-occupancy rooms, designed in a residential style. Each individual possessed their own private chamber, approximately 60 square meters in size, adorned with opulent decor and embellished with the emblem of the Heaven Do Empire's Royal Martial Soul, the Swan. Moreover, dedicated personnel attended to the students' laundry and sanitation needs daily, allowing them to focus entirely on their cultivation. This was undoubtedly a marked improvement over the modest dormitories found in the small village of Shrek. Consequently, the tuition fees here are undoubtedly exorbitant. However, his father has never broached the subject, presumably to spare him any worry. Moreover, it stands to reason that their family would not be lacking in funds. After all, his father, As a baron, though lacking his own territory, possesses a shop of his own, suggesting a modicum of wealth. Setting aside these trifling matters, Bai Chen, although eager to immediately test the double-speed cultivation card, restrained himself and first explored the academy. Otherwise, he would struggle to locate his classes the following day. After spending 2 hours surveying the institution, he procured some food before promptly returning to his cultivation. To be frank, after his tour of the school, Bai Chen felt somewhat disappointed, for the Royal Academy of Tiando did not possess a simulated training ground. It appeared that only the Royal Advanced Academy of Tiando had such facilities. He resolved to study diligently henceforth and strive for advancement. Subsequently, he activated the double-speed cultivation card, intending to commence his training. However, he soon discovered that the cultivation time on the card had not diminished by a single second. As he began to cultivate, the time started to decrease. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in Bai Chen. It meant that if he abstained from regular cultivation, the time on the double-speed card would remain intact. He could cultivate for a maximum of 8 hours a day, implying that a single double-speed cultivation card could extend his training period over 9 days. Honestly, this card was quite exhilarating. Upon realizing this, Bai Chen delved back into his cultivation. This time, he distinctly sensed that his practice had become remarkably smoother compared to before, as the surrounding soul power converged into his body at an astonishing pace. Before long, he unexpectedly broke through to level 6. The sudden breakthrough took Bai Chen by surprise. He could recall experiencing a sensation akin to a bottleneck during his cultivation the previous day, to ascend from level 5 to level 6. He believed he needed to persist before achieving a breakthrough. Yet, upon utilizing the double-speed cultivation card, he transcended effortlessly. It appeared that the card's efficacy extended beyond merely accelerating cultivation speed. It also facilitated breakthroughs and mitigated their difficulty. Opening his eyes, Bai Chen glanced outside and was startled to find that the sky had completely darkened without his notice, the joy of his cultivation having rendered him oblivious to the passage of time. After consuming a modest meal, he took a rest. The following day, Bai Chen awoke early and, guided by the memories from the previous day, made his way to the classroom. Upon arrival, he discovered that, aside from the teacher, he was the only student present. How diligent these little ones are. Bai Chen observed an empty seat in the corner and proceeded to take his place. As Bai Chen entered, he attracted the attention of 3 individuals, all of whom had reached a natural soul power level of 7. They had all noted Bai Chen's combat prowess the day prior and were now eager to recruit him into their teams. Before their arrival, their parents had already informed them that the competition at the Heavenly Royal Academy of Junior Studies is exceedingly fierce. Each semester, individual and team battles are held, and those who emerge victorious in either category are awarded prizes by the Academy. Conversely, those who finish at the bottom not only forfeit any rewards but also have their holidays revoked to attend remedial classes at the school, rendering the situation quite harsh. Bai Chen was well aware of this, which is why he desired to form a team of his own. After all, he is the protagonist, and it would be inconceivable for him to join someone else's team. Chapter 5. The Class Before Long. Chen Yi entered the classroom, glancing around to confirm the attendance. Once he deemed everyone present, he declared, "Let us commence the lesson." He then proceeded to engage the students in 2 morning sessions focused on fundamental knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts. To be candid, despite Chen Yi's seemingly serious demeanor, his teaching left much to be desired. Apart from Bai Chen, the other students struggled to keep their eyes open. At last, the tedious morning concluded. Although it was rather monotonous, Bai Chen still managed to glean a wealth of useful information. After enjoying lunch and a brief respite, the afternoon courses began. Unlike the morning, the afternoon was dedicated entirely to training sessions. Accompanying Chen Yi to the training ground, Bai Chen felt a surge of curiosity about the unique nature of the training program at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Once a sufficient number of students had arrived, Chen Yi addressed them. "Starting today, except on weekends, you are required to attend physical training here every afternoon, and we will conduct a practical assessment weekly. I will be calculating your performance points for both training and practical courses. The student with the highest score each week will earn the opportunity to train at the Tiando Royal Senior Academy's simulation facility over the weekend." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew somewhat raucous. However, the students were not discussing their excitement for the simulation facility, but rather their displeasure at the prospect of attending classes on the weekends. Bai Chen, in stark contrast, felt a surge of exhilaration at the mention of the simulation facility. If given the chance to train there, he might just catch up to those possessing innate full soul power. Today marks the first day, so the physical training will be relatively simple. Everyone is to run 3 laps around the field. Those who complete it faster will earn more performance points. Now, gather at the starting line, Chen Yi instructed. Obeying his command, the students promptly assembled at the starting point. To be honest, the training ground was quite expansive. likely due to the significant noise generated during battles involving soul masters. 1 lap measured a full kilometer. Thus, 3 laps amounted to 3 kilometers. In the context of Blue Star, such a task would be nearly insurmountable for 6-year-old children. However, on the Doloa continent, while equally challenging for these young ones, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, having awakened their martial souls significantly enhanced their attributes. With determination, they could surmount this challenge. Meanwhile, a notification sound resonated in Bai Chen's mind. Daily task activated. Each time a training competition of this nature occurs, this task may be triggered. The requirements are as follows. Achieve first place to earn 30 points. Second place earns 20 points. Third place earns 10 points. Failing to secure a position within the top 3 results in task failure, with no points awarded. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Chen's spirit soared. He had already intended to secure first place, and now he had an even greater incentive. 30 points. Ready, go. With a commanding shout from Chen Yi, 20 students simultaneously summoned their martial spirits and surged forward. Although they were reluctant to train over the weekend, the desire to vie for first place was undeniable. After all, pride is a natural trait of youth. Soon, the group was divided into 4 tiers. The foremost tier consisted of Bai Chen and the trio at level 7. The second tier included 4 individuals with innate soul power at level 6 and 2 agility-type soul masters at level 5, while the remaining level 5 and level 4 soul masters formed the last 2 tiers. Surprised to see Bai Chen in the lead tier, Chen Yi noted that this seemingly weak child, with only level 5 innate soul power, had already impressed him on the first day. It was unexpected that, despite being 2 levels behind, he could keep pace with the leading group. However, Chen Yi refrained from immediately categorizing Bai Chen as a key student, for it was possible that he was merely putting on a brave front. A comprehensive assessment of Bai Chen's physical capabilities was necessary before considering his full inclusion among the distinguished students. Approximately 8 minutes later, those in the leading tier had completed 2 laps, achieving a time of 4 minutes per kilometer, a speed that could hardly be deemed rapid. Nevertheless, they were still children, and even with the enhancement of their martial spirits, surpassing adults in speed was a tall order. Gradually, the pace began to falter. Yet, Bai Chen maintained his rhythm, steadily pushing himself to the forefront of the group. Having been reborn with memories intact, he had consciously engaged in appropriate training since gaining mobility. He could easily manage distances of 5,000 meters, not just 3,000. As he observed Bai Chen dashing ahead with his short legs, Chen Yi found himself increasingly intrigued by the young boy. 3 minutes and 30 seconds later, Bai Chen crossed the finish line first. A notification of task completion echoed in his mind, and his score swiftly escalated from 5 to 35. Chen Yi noted an additional point for Bai Chen in his ledger. Before long, the second runner arrived, a girl with an endearing appearance. Bai Chen's mind instinctively registered her name, Yu Tianyu, a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Like Yu Tianhing, this young girl was also enrolled in the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, boasting an impressive starting level of 7. However, she seemed to be rather average, as her absence in the original narrative suggested. Nevertheless, Bai Chen regarded her with considerable respect. She was likely the strongest in their class aside from him. If he could recruit her into his team, along with a couple of others, they would almost assuredly secure first place in the class team battles. After completing the run, Yu Tianyu approached Bai Chen and said, "Bai Chen, you are quite remarkable. I would like to invite you to join my team, if that is agreeable." Taken aback by her proposal, Bai Chen quickly replied, "I'm sorry, but I must decline." He was determined to be the captain. How could he join another's team when being a captain came with additional rewards? Surprised by Bai Chen's refusal, Yu Tianyu inquired, "Why?" Bai Chen replied, "I aspire to be the captain, and if possible, I would like you to join my team." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianyu gazed at him in disbelief, feeling that Bai Chen's words were rather presumptuous, given that his innate soul power was only at level 5, while she possessed an innate soul power of level 7. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Tianyu proposed, "Very well, Bai Chen. During the combat class on Friday, I shall challenge you. If I emerge victorious, you will join my team. If you win, I will join yours." Chapter 6. Chain Quest. Dominate the Academy. Upon hearing Yu Tianyu's words, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. This method could indeed be considered a viable approach. After all, this is the Dolua continent, a realm where strength reigns supreme, and subduing one's adversary is the most effective means of asserting dominance. Ding. Chain Quest activated. Dominate the Academy. Objective: defeat the strongest individuals in the class, including Yu Tianyu, and become the class leader. Reward: Cultivation Aptitude 1, points 500. Time frame: 1 year. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback by the voice echoing in his mind. A chain quest, how intriguing. A year's time seemed surprisingly manageable. Thus far, This soul ring evolution system appeared to be quite impressive, devoid of any particularly outrageous tasks, with the objectives remaining fairly straightforward. It was indeed a commendable system. Noticing Bai Chen lost in thought, Yu Tianyu felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, she considered herself a budding genius, and Bai Chen's nonchalant demeanor struck her as rather impolite. She resolved to teach him a lesson come Friday. Gradually, all the students completed their run, aligning with Bai Chen's expectations. Essentially, those with greater soul power finished first, as their stamina was rather limited. Once the final student's record was logged, Chen Yi gained a clearer understanding of the students' abilities and discerned the appropriate training intensity suited to them. Everyone assemble, he called out. The recently finished students sluggishly gathered together. Observing their lethargic demeanor, Chen Yi refrained from commenting and stated, "That will be all for today. We shall commence formal training tomorrow." Dismissed. With that, the group dispersed, and Bai Chen looked at his classmates, who had just appeared on the verge of exhaustion, with a bemused expression. Indeed, they were but children. Returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen immediately commenced his routine training. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Tianyu was a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. And the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was a top-tier martial soul, whereas his Wind Demon Wolf was merely intermediate. During his run today, he had indeed been influenced by the powerful martial souls of those around him, particularly Yu Tianyu's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Otherwise, he could have completed the day's test at a much swifter pace. Thus, he needed to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming battle on Friday. Before long, the night passed swiftly. Although the double-speed cultivation card had enhanced his training, Bai Chen had only just broken through to level 6, making a rapid ascent to level 7 virtually impossible. On his way to class, Bai Chen fortuitously encountered several upperclassmen, a rare occurrence, as he typically trained late into the night and, in a bid for extra rest, tended to arrive just in time for class. Hence, he seldom crossed paths with others at this hour. Had this individual been a mere passerby, Bai Chen might have walked past without a second thought, but prominently displayed above their head were 3 striking characters, Dugu Yin. Bai Chen found himself puzzled. Unlike others whose names were not visible, hers appeared so conspicuously. Was it perhaps due to her being a character previously known in the Doloa continent? Gazing at the green font, Bai Chen felt a strong likelihood that engaging with the other party might trigger some side quest. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin had also noticed a cute little boy discreetly observing her from behind, yet she chose not to expose Bai Chen. Children, after all, often harbor a hint of fantasy towards charming older sisters. Furthermore, her purpose for being here was to visit her teacher, and it was unlikely she would see this little fellow again. Thus, showing him a glimpse of her presence seemed harmless. Bai Chen followed her to the classroom, and only then did he divert his gaze from Dugu Yin. He noticed she was heading toward the teacher's office. Although he was unaware of her intentions for visiting the school, he found her intriguing, especially since her grandfather owned a vast medicinal garden filled with numerous celestial herbs. If he could acquire just one celestial herb, his growth would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Subsequently, Bai Chen stepped into the classroom. After a considerable wait, Chen Yi had yet to arrive for class, causing Bai Chen to furrow his brow in confusion. What could be the matter with Chen Yi? Was it typical for teachers at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy to be so lax? Did they even care about their duties? Approximately 15 minutes into class, Chen Yi finally sauntered in from outside. Upon his entrance, Bai Chen immediately sensed a remarkable shift in Chen Yi's demeanor. The usually stern-faced teacher was now beaming with a smile that seemed to split his face. After clearing his throat twice upon entering and observing the students, Chen Yi announced, "Classmates, today I would like to introduce a new student. Please treat her kindly." The students exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what could have transpired to elicit such joy from Chen Yi. "Princess Shueku, please enter," he called out. At that moment, a delicate girl, resembling a figure carved from jade, stepped into the classroom. Upon seeing her, Bai Chen suddenly understood the reason behind Chen Yi's exuberance. It was indeed a princess attending their class. Notably, Shueku sported a prominent grade 8 atop her head, indicating her current level. Although it was said that the White Swan martial soul was merely ornamental, Bai Chen remained skeptical. After all, it was a royal exclusive martial soul and should possess a certain degree of combat prowess. Not to mention, the advantage of her soul power far exceeded that of her classmates. "Hello everyone, I am Shueku," she sweetly introduced herself. Instantly, several young boys in the class shyly averted their gazes. Bai Chen, however, felt indifferent. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he harbored no particular feelings towards such lowly figures. At most, he found her rather adorable and would be content with merely ruffling her hair without any peculiar thoughts crossing his mind. After completing her introduction, Shueku casually chose a seat, avoiding the trope of sitting next to Bai Chen as often depicted in light novels or anime. Bai Chen felt no sense of loss. He was here to study, not to engage in romantic pursuits. After experiencing these two minor episodes, Bai Chen swiftly returned to his routine, which mirrored that of the previous day. Although Shueku had joined the class, the afternoon training session proceeded as usual, with Bai Chen emerging victorious once more. At last, Friday afternoon arrived, a day that promised to be unlike any other, as the practical combat test rankings were set to take place. This was also the day when Bai Chen would engage in his wager with Yu Tianyu. Observing Yu Tianyu beside him, eagerly rubbing his fists together, Bai Chen shook his head, harboring the hope that he might encounter everyone, including Shueku, during today's assessment. Should that be the case, he could potentially accomplish the chain task directly. Chapter 7. Mysterious Drop? Xingyang's skill Bai Chen glanced over at Yu Tianyu, only to find her gaze fixed upon him. Their eyes met briefly, and Yu Tianyu made a gesture across her throat. Bai Chen shook his head, bemused by her confidence. It was as if she believed that victory was assured, yet upon reflection, her self-assurance was not entirely unfounded. After all, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul was among the most formidable beast martial souls in the Dolua continent. In contrast, Bai Chen's Gale Demon Wolf martial soul was merely ordinary, significantly overshadowed by the might of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fortunately, Bai Chen possessed a martial soul evolution system. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. Although he was uncertain of the rewards that this system might bestow to enhance the quality of his martial soul, he was confident that diligently completing the tasks assigned by the system would eventually lead to his soul's evolution. Before long, Chen Yu began announcing the list of combatants. To Bai Chen's surprise, he found himself matched against Fan Yi in the first bout. This revelation caught him off guard, particularly since Fan Yi was a rank 6 innate soul master. Bai Chen had anticipated that Chen Yi would pit stronger opponents against weaker ones, aiming to eliminate the less capable fighters first. It seemed he had underestimated the Academy's fairness. As Bai Chen and Fan Yi stood in the center of the arena, their eyes locked. Unlike Bai Chen, Fan Yi wielded a high-level martial soul known as the Thousand Shadow Panther, granting him a slight advantage in this regard. Despite this, Fan Yi regarded Bai Chen with a hint of apprehension, fully aware that Bai Chen consistently ranked first in their assessments. He felt uncertain about his ability to defeat him. As both combatants prepared, Chen Yu declared, "Begin. Demon Wolf. Manifest. Shadow Panther. Manifest." With those words, they both summoned their martial souls and charged at each other, embodying the essence of agile attackers. This battle was destined to be a clash of assassins. As the duel commenced, Bai Chen quickly discerned that Fan Yi's speed and explosiveness surpassed his own, placing him at a disadvantage from the outset. Watching Fan Yi's aggressive approach, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This was the advantage conferred by the quality of their martial souls. Nevertheless, Bai Chen remained patient. Fan Yi displayed a lack of experience in combat, wildly throwing punches that were rife with openings. Within mere minutes, Fan Yi began to tire, his breath coming in labored gasps. Observing this, a spark of insight flickered in Bai Chen's eyes. He defined himself as an assassin, a figure who seizes opportunities for lethal strikes. This moment presented such an opportunity. As Fan Yi's punch whiffed again, Bai Chen executed a knee strike, propelling Fan Yi several centimeters into the air, bending his body into a U-shape. With both hands clasped into a fist, Bai Chen raised them high above his head and struck downwards forcefully onto Fan Yi's back. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Fan Yi collapsed, unable to rise. Chen Yi glanced at Fan Yi and announced, "Fan Yi has lost the ability to fight. Bai Chen is the victor." Simultaneously, a prompt resonated in Bai Chen's mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Fan Yi. Rewarded with 10 points and 1 mysterious drop item. Chen Yi. In the next match, Yu Tianyu will battle Yu Kong. Bai Chen, however, was not attentive to Chen Yi's words. Instead, his focus was drawn to the recent announcement from the system, a mysterious drop item. What could it be? Is it possible to obtain other items upon defeating an opponent? After stepping off the stage, Bai Chen began to investigate this mysterious drop item. Mysterious drop item. There exists a minuscule chance of acquiring this item upon vanquishing an enemy. During the first 3 defeats, the drop rate is doubled. Upon utilizing the mysterious drop item, one randomly receives a certain number of points or specific item. Without hesitation, Bai Chen clicked to use the mysterious drop item. Ding! The use of the mysterious drop item was successful. He acquired Qingyang Gong X1. A chilling notification echoed in his mind. Qingyang Gong? What is this? Is it a technique akin to Shantian Gong? Bai Chen scrutinized the details of Qingyang Gong. Qingyang Gong. Effect. Cultivation aptitude 2. Enhances cultivation speed by 30%. And increases the total amount of soul power by 30%, rendering the soul power permeable. Upon reading the description of Qingyang Gong, Bai Chen's gaze instantly ignited with fervor. This Qingyong Gong would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon for him, greatly accelerating his cultivation speed and combat prowess. Having just concluded her battle, Yu Tianyu was taken aback by the intensity in Bai Chen's eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure, reflecting, Finally noticed my prowess, have you? Quite discerning. Meanwhile, Bai Chen activated Qingyong Gong, and his attributes underwent a transformation. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 6 soul power, level 6 cultivation aptitude, 8, including Qingyong Gong 2, martial soul, Swift Wind Demon Wolf martial soul quality, medium soul rings, none points, 135 special skills, appraisal technique. Qingyong Gong first layer. Pleased with his attributes, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 135 points were accumulated from consistently placing first in daily physical tests. Upon reviewing his attributes, Bai Chen noticed that the combat evaluations were already well underway, with just a few matches remaining. The next contender to take the stage was the highest-ranked individual in their class, Xueke. Bai Chen was exceedingly curious about Xueke's battle. Although the White Swan was described as a decorative martial soul, the performance of this princess from the Tiando royal family should not be underestimated. Soon, Xueke stood alongside a male student, both calling forth their martial souls. Instantly, a white swan and a python materialized on the arena. The male student took the initiative, striking with the python's tail towards Xueke. Observing this, Xueke effortlessly evaded the attack, then unfurled her wings and delivered a palm strike to her opponent. However, she did not send him flying. Instead, he was merely pushed back a few steps, with a thin layer of frost settling upon him. Bai Chen immediately noted this frost. What could it be? A characteristic of the martial soul? The battle of Xueke unfolded with exquisite elegance. Each of her strikes lacked weight, yet her opponent found it impossible to land a blow upon her. Gradually, the adversary's movements grew increasingly sluggish. It was as though the roles had reversed, with Xueke embodying the venomous serpent, cunningly leading her foe into a meticulously crafted snare, slowly consuming them. A minute later, with the adversary collapsing to the ground, Xueke emerged victorious from the confrontation. Bai Chen etched Xueke's combat style firmly into his memory. One must never engage in a protracted battle. To do so would be to invite one's own demise. Chapter 8. Soul Power Penetration and Paralysis. Before long, the first round of testing concluded in just over an hour. The 10 eliminated participants each had 5 merit points deducted. Conversely, the 10 who passed did not gain any merit points, nor did they lose any. It appeared that only the top contenders would earn additional points. Among the eliminated, aside from a few at level 7 and Xueke, participants of various levels were present. Some casting envious glances at Bai Chen and the victors. Chen Yi glanced at his notebook, hesitated for a moment, and then arranged a comparison chart. Next match, Zhong Yong versus Qi Yun. Upon hearing Chen Yi's announcement, Bai Chen paused momentarily. Zhong Yong and Qi Yun were the other 2 level 7 powerhouses in their class, aside from Yu Tianyu. Their martial spirits were the black-armored crocodile and the heavy-sword tiger, both considered top-tier martial spirits. Although they fell slightly short compared to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, they undoubtedly surpassed Bai Chen's Gale Magic Wolf by a significant margin. Soon, their battle commenced, with the black crocodile and sword tiger manifesting simultaneously. Despite their mediocre soul power, the quality of their martial spirits exerted a slight pressure on Bai Chen and the others. However, as the fight unfolded, Bai Chen lost interest. The two were merely engaging in a fruitless exchange of blows, lacking any semblance of technique, truly tedious. After a quarter of an hour, Zhong Yong narrowly triumphed over Qi Yun, thanks to the formidable defense of the black-armored crocodile. Though victorious, Zhong Yong bore bruises that rivaled those of the fallen Qi Yun. Bai Chen watched in disbelief. If these contenders were of such caliber, he could easily dominate them. Was this truly the level of a genius with innate soul power at level 7? How amusing. Next up was Bai Chen versus Xueke. Upon hearing his name, Bai Chen was taken aback. Was it not customary to face lesser opponents first? Was he to confront a boss directly? It seemed rather excessive. Xueke glanced at her opponent, having witnessed Bai Chen's previous battle and recognizing him as a formidable opponent. As they took to the stage, Xueke initiated the conversation. Hello, Bai Chen. I have seen your fight. You are quite strong. I hope you will not hold back due to my princess status, and will fight with all your might. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen nodded, his impression of Xueke rising. This princess was not overly delicate and lacked the condescension typical of nobility. With the match commencing, both participants summoned their martial spirits. Swan. Manifest. Magic Wolf. Manifest. In that instant, Bai Chen charged toward Xueke. Thanks to his Qingyong technique, his total soul power had increased by 30%. Bolstering his confidence against Xueke. Caught off guard by Bai Chen's sudden advance, Xueke found herself momentarily unprepared. Unlike his previous opponents, Bai Chen's movements were swift and precise, entirely incongruous with those expected from a 6-year-old child. Smack! Bai Chen struck Xueku's abdomen with a palm, causing her body to bend slightly. It was evident that although Xueku appeared graceful in her previous match, she was not a frequent combatant. Her earlier ease was primarily due to the suppression of soul power and martial spirit. As a result of Qingyang Gong, a trace of soul power infiltrated Xueku's body. To be frank, Bai Chen was unsure of the purpose of this soul power penetration, but after receiving his blow, Xueku's expression changed noticeably. His strike was not particularly forceful. It seemed the effect was due to the soul power's infiltration. Subsequently, Bai Chen unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks upon Xueku. Each strike lacked significant force, yet the angles of his attacks were exceptionally cunning, despite being the most skilled in their class. Xueku found herself utterly unable to resist Bai Chen's onslaught. A few minutes later, she fell backward, feeling an overwhelming numbness throughout her body. For reasons unknown, the area struck by Bai Chen began to tingle, and any movement brought forth a painful sensation of paralysis, forcing her to endure the entire bout under Bai Chen's pressure. Chen Yi, witnessing the outcome of the battle, could hardly believe his eyes. He had assumed that although Bai Chen was formidable, he should not be a match for Xueku. With Xueku incapacitated, Bai Chen emerged victorious. Afterward, he instructed others to assist Xueku, while also placing Bai Chen on the list of students for focused training. Yu Tianyu's gaze towards Bai Chen grew considerably more serious. Meanwhile, Bai Chen received a reward of 20 points from the system. Was there no mysterious drop? Upon seeing the points awarded, Bai Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, it was still commendable. Had he defeated Yu Tianyu today and claimed the top spot, it would have marked the completion of the first phase of his campus domination task. After all, since Xueku joined their class, his task had updated, shifting the target from Yu Tianyu and his companions to Xueku, necessitating victory in this practical test. After a brief rest, Xueku approached Bai Chen and asked, "What did you do to me? Why did my body feel numb when you attacked?" Bai Chen paused, realizing that the infiltration of soul power caused his opponent to feel numb. No wonder Xueku had refrained from countering. He had initially thought it was because she felt too shy to retaliate against his striking good looks. Bai Chen replied simply, "A secret." Naturally, he would not divulge the secrets of Qingyang Gong to her. With Bai Chen's silence, Xueku found herself at a loss. She could leverage her status to pressure him, but she had no desire to resort to such tactics. After dismissing Xueku, the second round of battles concluded swiftly, leaving 5 contenders, Bai Chen, Zhong Yong, Yu Tianyu, and 2 students possessing innate soul power at level 5. After a brief intermission of 15 minutes, Qinyu promptly gathered everyone to commence the third and final round. Aptly named the Challenge Tournament, the remaining 5 individuals are ranked from 1 to 5 based on their academic performance. Those with lower ranks may challenge those ranked higher, and upon a successful challenge, they ascend to the position of the defeated. Each individual is permitted 2 chances to challenge, while any single person may only be challenged twice. Ultimately, the top 3 victors will earn the opportunity to train at the simulated training grounds of the prestigious Heavenly Do Royal Academy. As it stands, based on academic performance, Bai Chen holds the first position, followed by Yu Tianyu in second, and Zhong Yong in third, with the remaining 2 in fourth and fifth. Upon comprehending the rules, Bai Chen sighed, realizing that he would likely face consecutive challenges from both Zhong Yong and Yu Tianyu. Indeed, scarcely had this thought crossed his mind when Yu Tianyu declared, "Teacher, I wish to challenge Bai Chen." Chapter 9, Securing Victory and proceeding to the mimetic training grounds. Upon hearing Yu Tianyu's challenge, Bai Chen felt no surprise, for it was evident that the girl's initial objective was none other than himself. The 2 ascended the stage, and Bai Chen gazed at Yu Tianyu before remarking, "I did not expect that after witnessing the recent battle, you would still dare to challenge me. Yu Tianyu, it seems you possess quite a bit of spirit." Yu Tianyu retorted, "You just faced numerous formidable opponents. Now you are up against me. I refuse to believe you still have ample stamina." Bai Chen replied, "That remains uncertain. One's physical constitution cannot be generalized. I once sprinted 10,000 meters in a fit of extreme rage without a trace of fatigue. These battles are but trifles for me." Smirks Yu Tianyu. "Chunyi, are you ready?" "Ready. Begin." Magic Wolf. Manifest. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Manifest. As both combatants activated their forms, Yu Tianyu seized the initiative. Having just observed the clash between Xueku and Bai Chen, she understood that to confront Bai Chen, she must strike first. Otherwise, she might not even secure a chance to retaliate. Noticing Yu Tianyu's assault, Bai Chen opted not to confront it head-on, as he detected a hint of electricity emanating from her. If he was not mistaken, even without the enhancement of a soul ring, her attack bore an electrical component. Though its potency might not be substantial, Bai Chen resolved against taking unnecessary risks. Evading was the wiser choice. After dodging several of Yu Tianyu's strikes, She furrowed her brow in frustration. Have you lost your manhood? If you have the guts, face me head on. Bai Chen, unfazed by her taunt, retorted, I am a boy. How I choose to engage in battle is my prerogative. Yu Tianyu was left somewhat speechless, finding the individual before her rather shameless. A minute later, still having failed to land a single blow, Yu Tianyu became incensed, leading to a critical lapse in her attack. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen delivered an uppercut that rendered her momentarily blind. Yu Tianyu fell incapacitated, and with her defeat, Bai Chen received a notification from the system, awarding him 15 points. Shueku, at level 8, earned 20 points, while Yu Tianyu, at level 7, received a commendable 15 points. Observing Bai Chen's effortless victory over both Yu Tianyu and Shueku, Zhong Yong hesitated, casting a conflicted glance before ultimately deciding against challenging Bai Chen. Instead, he turned his attention to the fatigued Yu Tianyu, declaring with conviction, Yu Tianyu, I challenge you. Bai Chen, having just taken a sip of water after descending from the stage, glanced at the stout boy with a bemused expression, thinking him rather despicable. Qinyi, equally astonished, had never encountered such shamelessness before. Challenging someone while they were weakened was a new low. Qinyi, Zongyong, are you certain you wish to challenge Yu Tianyu? Noticing the curious gazes from those around him, Zongyong felt no shame whatsoever. Instead, he spoke with unwavering resolve. Teacher, I assure you, there is no need for concern on my behalf. Although Yu Tianyu possesses the formidable blue electric Tyrannosaurus Wuhuan, I am confident in my ability to triumph over her. Upon hearing Zongyong's words, Chunye's lips twitched slightly. Had this individual not been his student, he would have felt compelled to slap him twice for his utter lack of shame. Very well, the challenge between Yu Tianyu and Zongyong will commence in 15 minutes. Zongyong, upon hearing Chunye's announcement, expressed dissatisfaction. How could he allow Yu Tianyu a quarter of an hour to recuperate? What if she regained her strength? However, as Zongyong glanced toward Chunyi, he noticed the disdainful look directed at him, and he realized he could not push his luck further. Should Chunyi truly become irate, he would be unable to withstand the consequences. Before long, the 15 minutes elapsed, and ultimately, Zongyong emerged victorious over Yu Tianyu. It must be said that the black-armored crocodile Wuhuan excels at overpowering women, particularly injured ones. Such a lack of decency. As Yu Tianyu succumbed to defeat, she cast a resentful glance at Zongyong. Her animosity toward him had now eclipsed that she felt for Bai Chen. Had she been in her prime, she was certain she could have bested him, infuriating. Meanwhile, Bai Chen found himself intrigued by Zongyong. This individual was sufficiently despicable yet possessed undeniable strength. Soon, the day's assessments drew to a close, and the class gained a clearer understanding of each other's capabilities. Not far from them, in another class on the playground, a small boy observed them intently, murmuring, has he truly secured first place with the Gale Demon Wolf Wuhuan? This individual is rather interesting. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the chain task 1, reward, cultivation aptitude 1, points 500. Upon hearing the reward echo in his mind, Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He had finally obtained the points in cultivation aptitude. Consequently, his cultivation aptitude reached 9, enhancing his double-speed training card in Qingyong Gong, along with the simulated training ground for tomorrow. He pondered whether he could match the training pace of those with innate full soul power. As he mused, Bai Chen made his way back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, at Nodding Academy, an ordinary-looking child arrived with an elder. The night passed silently. The following day, Bai Chen awoke early, clutching the white card that Chunyi had given him the previous day. He soon found himself at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Advanced Academy. A vigilant guard spotted Bai Chen and inquired, Child, are you here for the simulated training ground? Recognizing Bai Chen's attire as that of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, the guard deduced his purpose. Yes, uncle, could you guide me there? Bai Chen tilted his head playfully, appealing for sympathy. Certainly, follow me. Although this task fell outside the guard's official duties, Bai Chen's seemingly obedient demeanor endeared him to the guard, prompting him to lend a helping hand. Furthermore, with other guards stationed at the entrance, and as the head of the guard team, he felt secure in his decision to assist Bai Chen without fear of reprimand. Thank you, uncle, Bai Chen said as he followed the seemingly stern guard on their journey. The gatekeeper said, Young one, may I kindly examine your access card? I need to ascertain which venue you intend to visit. Certainly, replied Bai Chen, handing over his card. Oh, you are headed to the junction between the Wind Arena and the Grassland venue? It lies just ahead. After returning the card to Bai Chen, he added, Be sure to exit before the sun sets. Understood, Bai Chen acknowledged. Soon after, the two arrived at the mimetic training ground. Bai Chen bid farewell to the gatekeeper and, after presenting his entry card for the mimetic training ground, proceeded inside. Chapter 10, The Simulation Training Ground. Level 10. Upon entering the simulation training ground, Bai Chen gazed at the gently swaying grasslands, feeling an unparalleled sense of tranquility. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed his martial soul stirring within him, as if he were intrinsically connected to this place. Looking around, Bai Chen noted that only a handful of individuals were engaged in cultivation. In such a vast institution as the Tiando Royal Academy, it seemed improbable that only a few were present. These noble offspring truly exhibited a lack of diligence. Bai Chen sighed. He then set his small bundle aside and settled down to commence his training. Due to his practice of the Qingyang technique, his soul power began to automatically align with its operational trajectory during cultivation. Moreover, as he progressed, the proficiency of his Qingyang technique would naturally increase. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, it would elevate to a higher tier. As he understood, the Qingyang technique comprised 3 levels, and attaining the 3rd level allegedly doubled the cultivation speed. Subsequently, Bai Chen activated a double-speed cultivation card, swiftly escalating his training pace from a mere 9 to over 20. With the support of the Qingyang technique, the simulation training ground, and the double-speed cultivation card, his cultivation velocity had become remarkably swift. Bai Chen felt akin to a river on the brink of desiccation, suddenly blessed by a deluge of rain, filling him with immense joy. However, alas, joyous moments are fleeting. 2 days swiftly elapsed. In that brief span, Bai Chen had successfully advanced to level 7, leaving only 3 levels to reach the coveted level 10. Yet, upon exiting the simulation training ground, Bai Chen noticed a slight decline in his pace. Although significantly faster than before, he still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is challenging. Bai Chen yearned for every day to be a weekend, but regrettably, such musings were futile. On Monday, he would dutifully attend classes. Thus, Bai Chen navigated through a period of serene existence. For months later, Bai Chen gradually opened his eyes, level 10. He had never anticipated achieving this milestone so swiftly. After leaving the simulation training ground, he requested a leave of absence from Chen Yi. Upon learning the reason for Bai Chen's absence, Chen Yi was taken aback. He had never imagined that among his students, it would be Bai Chen who first broke through to level 10. Considering Bai Chen's innate soul power was merely level 5, his cultivation speed should have been rather slow. According to previous records, a breakthrough typically required 1 to 2 years. However, Bai Chen had accomplished this feat in less than 5 months, which he found extraordinary. Even though Bai Chen was the most diligent student in class, Chen Yi still regarded this rapid progression as remarkable. He was eager to uncover the secrets hidden within Bai Chen. At this moment, Bai Chen remained oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of his homeroom teacher. Upon returning home, Bai Chen knocked on the door. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Hearing the call from outside, Milan hurriedly set down the kitchen knife and opened the door, only to be greeted by Bai Chen at the threshold. "Mom, I'm back. It is good to be back. I was just about to finish preparing dinner. Come in and eat." Upon returning home, Bai Chen skillfully reclined on the sofa, picking up a novel purchased outside to read, while Milan placed a box of snack-like biscuits on the coffee table. As Bai Chen lay there, engrossed in his book and munching on snacks, he relished the comfort of home, relishing the freedom to do as he pleased. Before long, Milan completed the meal, and Bai Luo returned at just the right moment. Seeing Bai Chen lounging on the sofa, Bai Luo was somewhat taken aback. If memory served correctly, today was not supposed to be Bai Chen's return day. "Chener, why are you back today? Is there something going on?" Upon hearing Bai Luo's inquiry, Bai Chen replied, "Dad, I have reached the 10th level. Can you help me obtain my first soul ring?" Initially, Bai Luo was taken aback by Bai Chen's words, but upon confirming the news, a look of surprise spread across his face. After all, as a grown man, he couldn't afford to react too dramatically. "All right, it's a bit late today. Let's rest for the day. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Sunset Forest." The following day, early in the morning, Bai Chen boarded Bai Luo's carriage, setting off towards the Sunset Forest. The distance from Tiando City to the Sunset Forest was quite considerable, taking 3 full days for Bai Chen and Bai Luo to finally arrive at the outskirts of the forest. After securing the carriage in a designated area, Bai Luo advised Bai Chen, "Chener, once we enter the forest, you must stay close to me and never wander off. The dangers within are exceedingly numerous. A moment of carelessness could lead to peril, even for me. Do you understand?" Bai Chen solemnly nodded in response. He was well aware of the dangers lurking in the Sunset Forest and would never recklessly gamble with his life. Observing Bai Chen's serious demeanor, Bai Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. Bai Chen had always been obedient, and he trusted that Bai Chen would not engage in foolishness. With that, the two approached the entrance of the Sunset Forest. As they gazed at the dense trees before them, Bai Chen felt a twinge of nervousness. They were finally about to enter the Sunset Forest. "Let us go," Bai Luo said. Upon entering the forest, due to his identification skills, Bai Chen immediately detected numerous small animals hidden within. Their ages and compatibility with him were clearly marked. Bamboo Rat, 13 years, compatibility 11%. Luring Wolf, 15 years. Compatibility 35%. Songfing Mongoose, 44 years, compatibility 23%. Bai Chen examined each creature, discovering that most were merely 10-year soul beasts, none of which seemed suitable for him, as their compatibility was dismally low. Despite this, Bai Chen did not feel particularly disheartened. After all, they had only just entered the outermost part of the Sunset Forest, and encountering a suitable soul beast so soon would indeed be too fortuitous. While contemplating, Bai Chen continued to follow Bai Luo, keeping an eye out for any soul beasts that might be exceptionally fitting for him. At noon, Bai Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. It must be said that although he possessed considerable stamina, he was still merely a child. And after walking for such an extended period, he was undeniably fatigued. Bai Luo noticed the beads of sweat on Bai Chen's brow and suggested, "Let us take a moment to rest. It would be wiser to seek a safe place to spend the night rather than continue our search this afternoon." Bai Chen, acknowledging his weariness, refrained from putting on a brave face, realizing that displaying bravado in the Soul Beast Forest would yield no favorable outcome. Chapter 11. The Setting Sun Forest. The 100-year assault wolves. The process unfolded quite smoothly, as the two individuals swiftly discovered a relatively secure location to set up camp. Throughout this period, Bai Chen consistently utilized his identification technique to assess the surrounding environment. However, he did not encounter many suitable soul beasts for himself. Occasionally, a few soul beasts appeared to be appropriate, yet their spirit ring ages were too low to warrant Bai Chen's consideration. After resting for a while, twilight gradually descended, and Bai Luo checked the surroundings while sprinkling a special powder around the campsite. "You rest, I will keep watch." In response to Bai Luo's words, Bai Chen did not protest. Considering his current strength, he would likely be unable to react in time to any potential ambush. So it was prudent to remain quietly in place. Night fell. Lying in the tent, Bai Chen found it difficult to sleep, although Bai Luo suggested he rest. The precarious environment made it nearly impossible to do so. Around midnight, Bai Chen was suddenly alerted by a rustling noise outside. He quickly opened his eyes and exited the tent, discovering a few words not far from their location. Assault Wolf, 221 years, compatibility 89%. Assault Wolf, 321 years, compatibility 94%. Assault Wolf, 420 years, compatibility 96%. Upon reading these lines, Bai Chen glanced downward and noticed several nearly imperceptible crimson eyes fixated upon them. Furthermore, it appeared that Bai Luo had not yet detected the presence of these assault wolves. Seeing Bai Chen's startled expression, Bai Luo paused momentarily and inquired, "What is wrong, Chener? Why are you awake?" "Father, I heard some noise coming from that direction." Bai Chen indicated towards the assault wolves. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Luo instinctively turned his gaze, and instantly, he too noticed the pairs of blood-red eyes. He quickly urged, "Chener, come to me." Acknowledging Bai Luo's command, Bai Chen nodded and obediently moved behind his father. The assault wolves seemed to realize they had been spotted and ceased their concealment, emerging from the underbrush. Observing the three large assault wolves, Bai Luo's expression brightened. "Assault wolves. And they are of 100-year age. Chener, these three are perfect for you." Bai Luo was not intimidated by the trio of assault wolves. After all, he was a level 46 soul master, and dealing with soul beasts under 500 years of age posed little trouble, provided he exercised caution. However, Bai Luo refrained from launching a preemptive strike, for there were 3 assault wolves, and he was alone. Should he attack while 2 of the wolves targeted Bai Chen, he would be unable to assist in time. Thus, he opted to remain vigilant, waiting for the assault wolves to make their move before retaliating. Fortunately, the assault wolves seemed oblivious to Bai Chen's presence behind Bai Luo, charging directly towards Bai Luo. "Come at me." A glimmer of brilliance flashed through Bai Luo's gaze, and in an instant, his martial spirit manifested, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, encircling him. Shortly thereafter, the 3rd soul ring illuminated, activating his 3rd soul skill, Demonic Wolf Embodiment. In a heartbeat, Bai Luo's physique expanded, emanating an aura of sheer terror, as he unleashed a powerful claw strike that sent the formidable 420-year-old assault wolf flying, though the wolf was not gravely harmed. The ferocity in Bai Luo's eyes instilled a newfound wariness within it. The remaining 2 assault wolves immediately ceased their advance, startled by the unexpected display of strength from their strongest companion. Once they confirmed that their ally was unharmed, the trio resumed their assault, albeit with a marked caution. Observing the shift in the wolves' tactics, Bai Luo remained unperturbed, steadfastly positioning himself in front of Bai Chen. As the wolves hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon their intended prey, the leader's gaze shifted towards Bai Chen, igniting an inexplicable fury within Bai Luo's heart. Seeking death, indeed, he activated his 4th soul skill, demonic wolf shadow kill. Instantly, a surge of purple light enveloped him, transforming him into a shadowy figure. The three assault wolves were caught off guard, left powerless as Bai Luo swiftly incapacitated them. The most severely injured being the 420-year-old wolf, whose limbs were ruthlessly severed. Following this devastating attack, Bai Luo relinquished his martial spirit embodiment, having initially hesitated to employ such a technique. However, the wolf's gaze had provoked him beyond endurance, compelling him to unleash his ultimate move. This technique, akin in power to a typical 10,000-year soul skill, bore tremendous lethality, yet equally exorbitant was its energy consumption, using it rendered Bai Luo nearly devoid of combat capability. With a finely crafted dagger drawn from his chest, he weakly addressed Bai Chen. "Chener, slay the largest assault wolf. It is the most suitable for your soul ring." Upon hearing his father's words, Bai Chen responded, "Father, you appear quite weak. Are you all right?" Bai Luo reassured him, "You little rascal, what could possibly be wrong with me? I merely require a moment's rest to recuperate. Go ahead and absorb the soul ring. I shall guard you." "Understood." With that, Bai Chen approached the ailing assault wolf. Upon noticing Bai Chen's approach, the wolf's pupils dilated in fear, instinctively attempting to struggle. Yet, with its limbs severed and numerous wounds afflicting its body, it was left gasping for breath, entirely devoid of the ability to resist, and could only submit to Bai Chen's will. Gazing at the immense wolf before him, Bai Chen felt a tinge of reluctance. After all, he was not accustomed to taking lives. In his previous life, he had scarcely harmed even a chicken. And now he was expected to slay such a colossal beast. How could he not feel conflicted? Gazing at the soon-to-be lifeless body of the ferocious wolf, Bai Chen shook his head, pondering his own sentimentality. After all, this was the Dolua continent, where even soul beasts were treated with reverence. How could he hope to carve out a name for himself in such a realm? With these thoughts, Bai Chen raised the dagger in his hand, eyes wide open, and struck down decisively. A splash of crimson blood stained his figure, evoking a sense of discomfort within him, yet he accomplished the kill nonetheless. Observing this scene, Bai Luo nodded in satisfaction, recalling the long deliberation he had endured before. Soon, a yellow soul ring materialized above the head of the ferocious wolf. Chapter 12. The Novice Gift Pack. Soul Evolution. Upon confirming the demise of the rampaging wolf, a notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have slain the 420-year-old soul beast, rampaging wolf, and earned 150 points. Momentarily taken aback by the voice in his mind, Bai Chen pondered whether slaying soul beast brought rewards. He glanced at the other two rampaging wolves, noting that they now bore two yellow soul rings atop their heads. It seemed those two were weaker, and without Bai Chen delivering the final blow, they would not endure. With no alternative, Bai Chen settled down to commence absorbing the soul ring. Initially, Bai Chen anticipated that absorbing the soul ring would be fraught with challenges, akin to the trials Tang San faced during his own absorption. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The entire process unfolded with remarkable ease. Within a mere half hour, he fully absorbed the soul ring. As he opened his eyes, Bai Luo let out a sigh of relief and promptly approached him, asking, "How do you feel, Chener? Any discomfort?" Shaking his head, Bai Chen replied, "No, father, I feel splendid. Moreover, my soul power has seen a breakthrough. It appears I have ascended to level 12. Is that so? Excellent. Truly, my son. By the way, what skill have you acquired?" "The skill? I obtained one called Frenzy Assault, which doubles my attack power for the next strike. Following that, my attack, strength, speed, and constitution will all increase by 40%. Bai Luo gasped in astonishment. The skill Bai Chen acquired was remarkably formidable. For a first soul skill to possess such potency was extraordinary, especially when his own second soul skill lacked such enhancement. "Very well, Chener. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart this forest and inform your mother, so she is also aware." Bai Chen obediently responded. Afterward, Bai Chen returned to the tent to rest, while Bai Luo remained outside, gradually recovering his soul power. Inside the tent, Bai Chen accessed the novice gift pack in his backpack. Having just completed a task, he finally fulfilled his primary mission and reaped its rewards. However, the subsequent primary mission, which required him to surpass level 20, left him feeling somewhat exasperated. The reward for this mission was a level 20 gift pack, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this system bore a striking resemblance to a certain frustrating domestic fantasy online game. The reason for his frustration lay in the fact that the newly acquired novice gift pack required points to unlock. Yes, it was indeed necessary to expend points to access the novice gift pack, and not just any amount. A staggering 1,000 points were required. With the accumulation over the past months, combined with the recently earned 150 points, Bai Chen found himself with a total of only 1,100 points. He could hardly believe that simply opening a novice gift pack would necessitate such an expenditure. To think that I have squandered all the hard-earned points I accumulated over such a long time. Although it pains me to part with them. Points are meant to be utilized. Thus, I spent 1,000 points to unveil this novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, on utilizing the points gift pack. You have obtained the Soul Guide Artifact, the Songlong Ring 1, the Martial Soul Evolution Potion 1, and the Cultivation Aptitude Enhancement Pill 3. Upon hearing the voice resounding in my mind, Bai Chen finally exhaled in relief. This novice gift pack seems rather promising, as the items bestowed appear to be quite valuable. He proceeded to examine each item one by one. Songlong Ring Function possesses 2 storage spaces, one designated for inanimate objects and the other for living beings, each with a storage capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. The space will expand in accordance with the host's rising strength. Upon discovering the function of the Songlong Ring, Bai Chen's expression brightened. Setting aside other considerations, the mere existence of this Songlong Ring makes the expenditure worthwhile. It is indeed a splendid item for which I spent 1,000 points. Next, Bai Chen scrutinized the other items. Martial Soul Evolution Potion Function enhances the quality of the martial soul. Cultivation Aptitude Enhancement Pill Function increases cultivation aptitude by a small margin. After reviewing the functions of these 2 items, Bai Chen nearly burst into laughter. Both of these items are exceptionally beneficial and hold great significance for him. The 1,000 points spent were undeniably worth it. Without any hesitation, Bai Chen promptly utilized the 2 items. Instantly, he felt a chilling sensation emanating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his entire being. Initially, the sensation was bearable, merely a feeling of coldness. However, mere minutes later, the chill intensified rapidly, nearly rendering Bai Chen immobile. The extreme cold was an experience he had never encountered in his 2 lifetimes, and he found himself unable to endure it. Most despairing was the fact that the relentless cold rendered him incapable of even moving an inch. Outside, Bai Luo, standing watch, suddenly felt a chill as well. Silently, he enveloped himself in soul energy for warmth and glanced towards Bai Chen's tent. Chen must be warm inside the tent. With that thought, he refrained from entering to find Bai Chen, not wishing to disturb his rest. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was on the brink of losing consciousness due to the cold. It was not until half an hour later that he heard a voice in his mind. Congratulations, host, your martial soul has evolved successfully. Upon hearing this proclamation, Bai Chen immediately fainted. The following day, early in the morning, Bai Luo lifted the tent flap and entered, discovering Bai Chen still deep in slumber. He sighed, marveling at how soundly this child could sleep even in the sunset forest. Chenner, wake up. Hearing someone call his name, Bai Chen finally stirred from his drowsiness. Upon recognizing Bai Luo before him and recalling the events of the previous night, he couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation. That sensation from last night was something he never wished to experience again. Chenner, it's time to go. We must depart. All right. As he spoke, Bai Chen rose and took a moment to check his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 6 years. Soul power, level 12. Cultivation aptitude, 12, including Qingyang skill 2, martial soul. Gale Demon Wolf martial soul quality, superior soul rings, 1 points, 100 special skills. Identification technique. Qingyang skill, first layer. Upon reviewing his attributes, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. Compared to before, his attributes had indeed improved significantly. If he continued his training at this pace, it was likely that his growth rate would surpass that of the main protagonist group. Chapter 13. Return to the Academy. Resuming the duel with Xueku a few days later, Bai Chen returned to the Academy. The moment he entered the classroom, he was met with the eager gazes of his classmates. After all, he was the first in the class to possess a soul ring, and who could resist such curiosity? However, due to Bai Chen's formidable strength, most students hesitated to approach him, for they had all suffered at his hands during previous battles. Only his teammates, Yu Tianyu and Zhong Yong, dared to inquire about his circumstances. Indeed, Zhong Yong had recently been subdued by Bai Chen and had officially joined his team, while Yu Tianyu was a girl who understood the consequences of her bets. Zhong Yong, boss, what is your soul skill? Can we see it? Bai Chen, patience. Today is Friday, and during the training test later, you will have the opportunity to witness my soul skill. As he scanned the classroom, Bai Chen noticed something amiss and asked, where is Xueku? Where has she gone? Hearing his query, Yu Tianyu replied, Chen. Princess Xueku also broke through to level 10 yesterday, so she took a day off to select a soul beast. She should still be choosing one now. Upon hearing Yu Tianyu's words, Bai Chen nodded and returned to his seat, settling down to attend class. In truth, he felt a twinge of envy towards royal offspring like Xueku, who had the privilege of selecting any soul beast without the need for hunting. Seeing that Bai Chen had nothing further to say, the group of classmates eager for gossip returned to their seats, knowing that the afternoon would bring practical combat lessons where Bai Chen's prowess would surely be revealed. The morning's academic classes swiftly passed, as per usual, with only Bai Chen and a handful of others truly paying attention. In the afternoon, upon arriving at the training ground, Bai Chen spotted a familiar figure. He approached and greeted her. "Shueku, it has been a while." Turning at the sound of his voice, Shueku responded, "Chun, it has indeed been a while. Congratulations on acquiring your first soul ring. I eagerly anticipate our duel later." Bai Chen replied, "Very well, but do be cautious, Princess Shueku, as I shall show no mercy." Shueku nodded, affirming, "Naturally, I shall give it my all." A sudden cough from the side interrupted their exchange, and both Bai Chen and Shueku fell silent. "All right, we shall now commence the testing. The first pair I call to the stage is Bai Chen and Zhong Yong." At Chen Ye's announcement, Bai Chen approached with a stoic expression, while Zhong Yong wore a look of distress, never anticipating that his first opponent would be Bai Chen. Trembling as he stood before Bai Chen, Zhong Yong said, "Brother Chen, please go easy on me." Bai Chen replied, "That is impossible." Zhong Yong. He felt a sense of despair, as this test was designed to assess their strengths, and surrender was not permitted. Seeing that they were ready, Chen Yi declared, "Begin." Black armored crocodile. Possession. Demon wolf. Possession. As they spoke, the two simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. However, Bai Chen had undergone some changes compared to before. His white wolf ears and tail remained unchanged, but the mark on his forehead had transformed from green to a crescent moon of white. Furthermore, those with heightened perception could sense an invisible breeze swirling around him, seemingly providing protection. Yet, the most striking feature of Bai Chen was undoubtedly the radiant century-old soul ring adorning him. Zhong Yong recognized his current disadvantage. If he did not strike first, he would undoubtedly fall short against Bai Chen. Thus, he swung his crocodile tail towards Bai Chen. To Bai Chen, Zhong Yong's speed appeared sluggish, even slower than before. A mere shift was sufficient for him to effortlessly evade the assault. Nevertheless, this time, Bai Chen did not choose to dodge. Instead, he extended his hand to block Zhong Yong's attack. Previously, he had refrained from directly confronting Zhong Yong's strikes, acknowledging the formidable strength of Zhong Yong's black-armored crocodile martial spirit. Engaging directly with his prior intermediate spirit would have been folly. Now, however, while there remained some risk in withstanding the blow, Bai Chen felt confident. He was certain he could not be bested by Zhong Yong. He yearned to test his newfound strength. With a resounding clash, their wolf claw and crocodile tail collided, causing Bai Chen to retreat only slightly. Witnessing this, Zhong Yong's expression shifted. The hallmark of his black-armored crocodile spirit was its brute strength and defense. In the past, these attributes allowed him to hold his ground against Bai Chen. But now Bai Chen's power was nearly equal, supplemented by the advantage of his soul skill. Zhong Yong was beginning to contemplate surrender. Bai Chen glanced at Zhong Yong, then seized his tail and yanked him towards himself. Before Zhong Yong could react, Bai Chen unleashed 3 successive strikes to his abdomen, chin, and chest, rendering him unconscious. Staring at the fallen Zhong Yong, Bai Chen gazed at his wolf claw in disbelief. Was this the prowess of an advanced martial spirit? How formidable! He had defeated Zhong Yong in just 3 punches. Meanwhile, Shueku watched with a grave expression, initially believing that after acquiring her first soul ring, she would surpass Bai Chen in strength. As a royal princess, she assumed her access to soul beast resources was unparalleled. However, after witnessing the battle, she realized her error. Bai Chen had become exponentially stronger, far beyond her expectations. Soon, it was Shueku's turn to compete, facing a formidable opponent, Yu Tianyu. Unlike Bai Chen, Shueku took longer to overcome Yu Tianyu, yet she too refrained from employing her soul skill. In the subsequent matches, the two never crossed paths until only 5 competitors remained. Taking a deep breath, Shueku declared to Bai Chen, "Chen, I wish to challenge you." Bai Chen nodded, eager to witness the nature of Shueku's soul skill. As they stepped into the arena, both spoke in unison, "Martial spirit. Engage." Subsequently, Shueku's first spirit skill was instantly activated. The first spirit skill, Extreme Ice Arrow. Upon uttering these words, a translucent arrow swiftly soared towards Bai Chen. Its speed so astounding that even Bai Chen could not evade it in time. He could only raise his wolf claws to shield himself. Bang! The arrow collided forcefully with Bai Chen's arms, an overwhelming chill rapidly enveloping him. Shueku's Extreme Ice Arrow not only unleashed threefold power and velocity, but also bestowed a frost effect, diminishing the opponent's speed by 20%. A debuff that could stack with subsequent strikes. Chapter 14. Chain Task 2. Immediately, Shueku advanced, leaving Bai Chen no time to react. Bai Chen sensed the shift in his body and, naturally, would not remain idle. First soul skill. Frenzy, he declared, launching a powerful punch that collided with Shueku's fist, forcing her back. Subsequently, the amplification from Frenzy completely negated the negative effects of the Extreme Ice Arrow, allowing Bai Chen to press the attack against Shueku. To the onlookers, the skills exhibited by Xueku and Bai Chen appeared trivial, merely an ice arrow and a punch with doubled force, yet they were oblivious to the profound impact of these attacks. Only Qinyi, present among them, discerned the formidable nature of their soul skills. After exchanging 3 strikes with Bai Chen, Xueku felt an unbearable pain in her arm, as if it might snap, leaving her somewhat dazed. At this juncture, the negative effects of the extreme ice arrow had dissipated, yet the amplification from frenzy remained. Xueku, witnessing Bai Chen charge towards her, stood frozen in place, failing to retaliate. Noticing that something was amiss with Xueku's condition, Bai Chen wisely moderated his strength, halting his fist just before her, though the force behind it was still considerable. A metallic, sweet taste surged from his chest. And upon seeing the fist that had suddenly appeared and halted, Xueku finally reacted, murmuring, "I concede." Qinyi, who had been poised to intervene, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bai Chen's timely withdrawal. Had he not, Xueku would have been in peril. Bai Chen emerged victorious. With that, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Xueku. You have earned 30 points. Note, the number of times Xueku has been defeated by the host has reached its limit. Future victories will not yield any points. While suppressing the discomfort in his throat, Bai Chen sighed. Had Xueku also reached her limit? It seemed he would need to engage in more battles with others in the future. Following the conclusion of the duel, the class came to an end, and Bai Chen hurriedly sought a secluded place, feeling increasingly unwell. Noticing Bai Chen's hurried departure, Xueku promptly followed. She was a sensible girl. Had Bai Chen not held back, she could have been injured. Upon reaching a deserted corner, Bai Chen suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. After doing so, he felt a sense of relief, realizing that he could no longer endure such situations. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable and detrimental to his health. Having caught up, Xueku witnessed Bai Chen spitting blood and froze in shock. Why was he bleeding? The answer was evident. His abrupt moderation of strength during their recent combat had clearly taken a toll. Moreover, it seemed he had withheld this until now to spare her feelings. Once Bai Chen recovered from his bout of blood, he noticed Xueku standing nearby, and they found themselves in an awkward silence. Ultimately, it was Xueku who broke the ice. Are you all right? Ah, I'm fine, Bai Chen replied. Indeed, I possess the heavenly dough pills from our royal palace, which are exceedingly beneficial for treating injuries. Here, take this. As she spoke, Xueku presented a small vial of pills to Bai Chen. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately acquiesced. He had previously heard of these heavenly dough pills, renowned for being an extraordinary healing remedy exclusively utilized by the royal family, with a few esteemed nobles also partaking in their use. In essence, this healing elixir was remarkably precious, and to utilize it for his minor ailment would be an extravagant waste. Nevertheless, should he decline, it was likely that Xueku would feel guilty for quite some time. Weighing all considerations, he resolved to accept her offering. Observing Bai Chen accept her healing medicine, Xueku's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a crescent moon. She extracted one pill from the vial, and Bai Chen swallowed it whole, instantly experiencing a wave of relief as the discomfort in his throat dissipated. Subsequently, he returned the remaining heavenly dough pills to Xueku. Oh, there's no need to return it. Consider it a gift, my token of gratitude, she insisted. Hearing her words, Bai Chen hesitated momentarily, but then nodded in agreement. He then retrieved a crystal from his storage ring and said, "This is for you." This sapphire had been acquired by Bai Chen in the Sunset Forest from a century-old crystal beast. Initially, he had no intention of provoking the creature, but it had approached him uninvited. In a fit of anger, he had defeated it and claimed the most valuable crystal from its forehead. This gem was quite valuable, and considering Bai Chen's future expenses as a soul master, he decided to gift it to her. He recalled his father advising him to present such a crystal to a girl, as it might win her heart. Although Bai Chen had never contemplated using it for that purpose, he found himself unexpectedly bestowing it upon a girl. Upon seeing the crystal, Xueku was taken aback. After all, crystal beasts were exceedingly rare, and thus the crystals they produced were immensely valuable, each worth a fortune. She could hardly believe Bai Chen would part with such a precious gem for her. This led her to ponder whether Bai Chen harbored feelings for her. "Thank you," Xueku said as she accepted the crystal. Seeing her accept the gift, Bai Chen exhaled in relief, realizing that this crystal was indeed comparable to the vial of heavenly dough pills. With this, he felt he owed her nothing. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," Bai Chen stated. Upon hearing his words, Xueku quickly replied, "Wait, there is more. In 2 weeks, the final assessments will take place. The 7 students with the highest grade points from each class will form a battle team to compete in a school-wide tournament, where rankings will be established. Therefore, I would like to invite you to practice for the ranking battles." As soon as Xueku finished speaking, a notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a chain quest, Dominate the Campus 2. Lead your team to secure first place in the ranking battles. Task rewards, Cultivation Aptitude X3, 1,000 points. Upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Bai Chen nodded and replied, certainly. When shall we commence? Upon receiving Bai Chen's consent, Shueku suggested, let us begin tomorrow, right after our classes. Very well, Bai Chen responded before departing. The following day, upon returning to the simulated training ground, Bai Chen's pace of cultivation had surged significantly. His current training speed surpassed that of many innate talents endowed with full soul power. Chapter 15. Team Battle Practice. However, unlike usual, Bai Chen left the simulated training ground shortly after noon today. The guard at the entrance was taken aback by this unexpected departure. What is the matter, Xiao Chen? Why are you leaving so early today? Uncle, I have an appointment with friends, so I'm heading out, Bai Chen replied. The guard was momentarily stunned. He never imagined that this earnest young cultivator could actually make friends. For some reason, he felt a sense of paternal pride, akin to a father witnessing his child grow up. Then I won't bring you lunch today. All right, thank you. Indeed, Bai Chen's endearing disposition and maturity, along with his lack of the typical arrogance displayed by noble children, endeared him to the kind-hearted guards who often brought him snacks during his training sessions. Upon arriving at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, Bai Chen noticed that Shueku, along with Zhong Yong and others, was already waiting for him at the entrance. He hurried over to them. Seeing Bai Chen, Shueku waved cheerfully. As he approached, Bai Chen immediately spotted the crystal necklace adorning her neck. If he was not mistaken, the central crystal was the very one he had gifted her the previous day. He was pleasantly surprised by her swift transformation of the crystal into a necklace. Her efficiency was commendable. Shueku noticed the admiration in Bai Chen's gaze and playfully twirled around, puffing out her little chest. Does it look good? Bai Chen nodded. It looks lovely. Hearing his words, Shueku blushed slightly and murmured, thank you. How are we going to practice team battles? Bai Chen inquired. I've arranged for the second class to spar with us. We'll just fight against them. By the way, Bai Chen, can you give commands? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen shook his head. While he had decent combat awareness, he lacked the experience in commanding others. After all, he was merely an ordinary person in his past life. It's all right, Shueku reassured him. Our team consists of you and one other agile attacker. The rest are all powerful assault-type soul masters. We can simply overpower them. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, as first-year students, it was best not to incorporate control or support-type soul masters. Considering none in their class had even broken through the first ring, they would only serve as decoration. To put it simply, it's just a brawl, which I am quite familiar with. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a daily mission. Lead the third class in defeating the second class in the practice match. Requirement: you must defeat at least 3 out of 7 opponents. Mission rewards will be determined based on the host's performance. Upon hearing the voice of the system echo in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to trigger a daily task. Moreover, the rewards for this task would be contingent upon his performance, suggesting that the more adversaries he vanquished, the greater his rewards would be. With this contemplation, Bai Chen resolved to put forth an admirable display. Let us proceed. They should have already arrived at the playground, Shueku remarked, tugging at Bai Chen's hand. Suddenly grasped by Shueku, Bai Chen paused, pondering, what does this mean? Is this the onset of affection? He quickly dismissed the notion, realizing that Shueku was merely a 6-year-old girl, a princess no less, while he was merely the son of a minor noble. The disparity in their social standings was simply too vast. It seemed plausible that Shueku regarded him as a dear friend, and he resolved not to overthink the situation. Shueku, noticing that Bai Chen showed no resistance, felt a twinge of delight. His assumptions were indeed correct. Shueku harbored feelings for him, though it was not love at first sight. Initially, upon meeting Bai Chen, Shueku merely found him to be a fair-skinned boy with 2 charming white wolf ears when he manifested his martial spirit, which struck her as quite endearing. His polite demeanor left a favorable impression, yet it did not evolve into genuine affection at that time. It was only after engaging in practical combat and cultural assessments in class that she began to grow more acquainted with Bai Chen. Despite possessing only a 5th-level innate soul power and coming from a rather ordinary background, Bai Chen consistently achieved the highest scores in both the practical and cultural tests. Even Shueku found herself unable to surpass him, leading to a period of intense curiosity about him, during which she even sent someone to follow his activities. What she discovered was that Bai Chen's life was surprisingly monotonous. His days were marked by punctual attendance in classes, diligent study, and training, with weekends dedicated to the same pursuits, returning home only once a month, and his routine remained unchanged except for the 2 weeks he spent obtaining soul rings. She had never encountered anyone like him before. The children around her, including herself, generally lacked such fervor for study and training. Having recently indulged in romantic fairy tales like Princess Tiendo and the Black Girl, she found herself developing a faint yearning for love, especially with a peer like Bai Chen in her vicinity, which felt entirely natural. However, her feelings for him were not yet profound. She simply liked him. Being at the tender age of budding affection, content with merely spending time in his company. Lost in her thoughts, Xueku felt her body temperature rise slightly, her palms growing clammy. Noticing the dampness in her hand, Bai Chen inquired with curiosity, "Is something wrong? Are you feeling hot?" No, not at all," Xueku replied, flustered. As they conversed, Zhong Yong, Yu Qianyu, Qi Yun, and the others cast discontented glances at the pair, their hands intertwined. For reasons unknown, the simple act of holding hands evoked feelings of indignation within them, as if they had been insulted. Upon reaching the playground, Bai Chen's gaze fell upon several children of similar age engaged in conversation, their soul power levels apparent above their heads. 12, 11, 9, 9, 8, 8, 8. Are they perhaps weaker than us? Upon witnessing the opponent's strength, Bai Chen felt a sense of surprise. It appeared that this task would be quite manageable. The opposing team waved upon seeing Bai Chen and his companions. Xueku said, "Let us proceed." After the two parties made contact, a leading young man from the opposing side remarked, "Princess Xueku, we are prepared. Shall we commence?" Hearing his words, Xueku nodded. "Let us begin at once." "Excellent." With that, both teams swiftly adjusted their formations. On Bai Chen's side, Zhong Yong and Qi Yunding took the forefront, while Xueku and two other powerful assault-type soul masters positioned themselves slightly behind. Bai Chen, alongside another agile attack-type soul master, stood on the flanks. Chapter 16. Victory in team combat. The opposing formation was positioned in a direct line. On the way here, Xueku had already briefed Bai Chen about the enemy's lineup, which was even more extreme than theirs, consisting solely of 7 assault-type soul masters. Thus, their positioning was somewhat acceptable. One of Xueku's guards, noticing that both sides were nearly ready, declared, "Begin. Martial souls. Manifest." In an instant, as both teams activated their martial souls, they surged forward and collided into a chaotic melee. Due to being positioned farther from the battlefield, Bai Chen shook his head, realizing it resembled nothing more than a brawl. Indeed, children often lack strategic foresight. He mused that perhaps his own leadership might yield better results. Although the soul power levels of both sides were comparable, the quality of Bai Chen's team's martial souls was evidently superior. Zhong Yong and Qi Yun, with their robust physiques, managed to hold off 2 opponents each, albeit without much capability to counterattack. However, witnessing this unfold sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Bai Chen. This scenario allowed him to exploit the greatest advantage of an agile assault-type soul master: ambush. He could target the weakest link and, with his formidable attack power, deliver potentially lethal strikes with precision. This approach promised him a high evaluation for the task at hand. Before long, Bai Chen identified his first target, a soul master with a giant python martial soul, whose innate soul power was a mere 8th level. In the midst of the fray, this individual found himself consistently suppressed. Yukong launched a punch forward, sensing that his opponent was slightly weaker. He believed victory was imminent. However, before his fist could connect, a pale fist suddenly struck his opponent's face, sending him flying. The assailant was none other than Bai Chen. As Yukong stood bewildered, he heard Bai Chen command, "Go assist Qi Yun." Without delay, Bai Chen began scouting for his next target. Yukong quickly regained his composure, following Bai Chen's directive to relieve Qi Yun of one adversary. Meanwhile, Bai Chen suddenly realized that Xueku's battlefield had inexplicably fallen into a disadvantageous position. He glanced at Xueku's opponent, a formidable adversary with a 12th level soul power and a saber-toothed dragon martial soul, indeed a top-tier martial soul, naturally overpowering Xueku. Xueku was struggling. She had not anticipated such strength from the second-class's team. The male opponent before her was firmly maintaining dominance. Just as his fist was about to strike her abdomen, she found herself fatigued from their earlier exchange, unable to retaliate in time. Frenzied assault. A voice suddenly rang in her ears, prompting the male adversary to react swiftly. First soul skill. Sword thrust. Bang. The 2 attacks collided, causing the saber-toothed dragon's soul master to stagger back, while Bai Chen, owing to his ambush, remained firmly planted. Although Bai Chen's martial soul had improved, it still fell short against a top-tier martial soul like the saber-toothed dragon, especially considering that despite his young age, the opponent appeared to surpass his peers in strength. "Are you all right?" Bai Chen inquired of Xueku. "I'm fine," she replied. "Handle the others. Leave this to me." With that, Xueku withdrew. After being struck back by Bai Chen's punch, the male adversary glared at him before charging forward, thrusting his sword toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen deftly evaded the attack while occasionally countering. Observing Bai Chen being pressured, another agile soul master, Fan Yi, swiftly rushed to provide assistance. With Bai Chen's formidable strength, his opponent found it impossible to retaliate against Fan Yi's assault, resulting in a claw striking him on the back. Although he sustained no significant injury, the blow caused him to stagger. Witnessing this, Bai Chen's eyes brightened, while the young man inwardly thought, "This is bad." Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen delivered a knee strike to the opponent's abdomen, propelling him several centimeters off the ground. The immense pain caused the young man's stomach to churn. Bai Chen then raised both hands into a hammer form and struck down fiercely on the opponent's back. Bang! The force rendered his adversary incapable of continuing the fight. After defeating him, Bai Chen patted Fan Yi on the shoulder and remarked, "Well done." Taken aback by Bai Chen's compliment, Fan Yi responded, "Of course. I'm incredibly brave." Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already begun searching for his next target. With the strongest enemy vanquished, Bai Chen's side emerged victorious, having taken down 6 of the 7 opponents himself. 2 voices echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Your team has achieved victory. You have earned 70 points. Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task with a performance score of 90. Reward, 300 gold soul coins and 400 points." Upon hearing these voices, Bai Chen quickly realized the first was akin to the usual rewards for defeating an opponent, while the second pertained to the task completion. Not bad. The rewards are quite generous, including gold soul coins. This adds another avenue for my future points income. After the victory, the sword-toothed dragon soul master approached Bai Chen. Introducing himself, "You are quite strong. I am Gong Cheng. Let us be acquainted." "Bai Chen," he replied. "Ah, Bai Chen, I will remember that. I hope we can face each other in the ranking battle." Bai Chen nodded in agreement. "Certainly." With that, they parted ways, and Bai Chen prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to depart, Xueku suddenly caught up to him, saying, "Bai Chen, thank you for saving me earlier." Bai Chen shook his head, replying, "We are teammates. It is only natural. There is no need for thanks." "No, I must express my gratitude," Xueku insisted firmly. Bai Chen, unsure how to respond, thought that she seemed to be someone who could not owe anyone a favor. "What do you wish?" he asked. Bai Chen, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you to a place," Xueku softly suggested. Upon hearing Xueku's words, Bai Chen pondered over the training scheduled for the morrow. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. That's splendid. Let us meet at the school gate in the morning." "Until then," Xueku exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Indeed, until tomorrow," Bai Chen replied. With that, Xueku departed. Observing Xueku's retreating figure, Bai Chen found himself deep in thought, contemplating the notion that Xueku may indeed harbor feelings for him, as the earlier sensations he experienced appeared to be more than mere figments of his imagination. Chapter 17, Moon Pavilion, Side Quest. The following day, as per Xueku's instructions, Bai Chen arrived at the academy's entrance early in the morning. To his surprise, he discovered that Xueku had already arrived. "Good morning," Bai Chen greeted. "Good morning," Xueku replied sweetly. "Why are you here so early?" Bai Chen inquired, noting that there was still at least a quarter of an hour until their agreed-upon meeting time. Judging by Xueku's demeanor, she had likely been waiting for a while. "No, I just happened to wake up early today and arrived just now," she explained. "Oh, so where are we going today?" Bai Chen asked, genuinely curious about the purpose of Xueku's invitation. "I want to take you to a place," she said. "What place?" "Just follow me," she replied. With that, Xueku took his hand and led him away from the academy. Observing her delicate, fair hand, Bai Chen felt a strange sensation but dismissed it, choosing to simply follow her. As they walked, Bai Chen found himself at the Moon Pavilion. He could hardly believe that Xueku had brought him to the legendary place. However, he was puzzled about the reason for her visit. After all, the Moon Pavilion was known as a venue for learning etiquette. It seemed unlikely that Xueku intended for him to study there, especially since his own training was already quite time-consuming. Continuing his studies at the academy would feel like a waste of valuable time. While he was lost in thought, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a chain side quest, Moon Pavilion. Quest 1, meet Tang Yuehua. Reward, 100 points, basic music theory knowledge." Startled by the voice in his mind, Bai Chen realized that he could trigger side quests. This was quite intriguing. "Chen, let us go inside. I want you to meet someone," Xueku said. "Oh," Bai Chen replied, guessing who she intended for him to meet. As they approached the entrance, the guards promptly stepped aside. "Princess Xueku, the esteemed master is waiting for you," one of them announced. "Yes, I understand. Let us proceed," Chen, she said, pulling Bai Chen inside. Bai Chen was genuinely astonished that Xueku was already acquainted with Tang Yuehua, and their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. However, There was a reason behind Shueika bringing Bai Chen here. She had come to realize her feelings for him, yet she felt that, in terms of status and identity, he was not worthy of her. Shueika believed that, given Bai Chen's current trajectory, he would undoubtedly become formidable in the future and could surpass her suitors, beyond strength. However, he needed connections and social standing to match. By introducing Bai Chen to Master Yuehua, she hoped that Tang Yuehua might facilitate introductions to her own network, thereby broadening Bai Chen's connections and enhancing his reputation. Furthermore, at the Yuexian, Bai Chen could also conveniently learn the etiquette of the nobility. This way, it is conceivable that Bai Chen might one day be worthy of her. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, the little girl Shueika harbored plans that would surely astonish him with her clever ideas. Before long, the two entered the Yuexian building. Bai Chen marveled at the interiors. Although he was an outsider and lacked understanding of artistic essence, the decor and ambience indeed created a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. Inside the Yuexian, several young nobles were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Shueika and Bai Chen enter, their eyes brightened. Princess Shueika frequently visited the Yuexian, and they all wished to cultivate a good relationship with her. As for Bai Chen, he appeared quite refined, likely a scion of a prominent family, and they appeared young enough that approaching them would not pose much difficulty. However, despite their intentions, they remained inactive, primarily due to the owner's decree that warned against disturbing Princess Shueika. Otherwise, one would be asked to leave the Yuexian. Thus, they chose to wait until Princess Shueika departed before attempting to engage her in conversation outside, where Tang Yuehua's authority would no longer apply. Soon, Bai Chen followed Shueika into a room adorned with an understated elegance. He surveyed the space and quickly noticed a woman in exquisite attire, gracefully playing a harpsichord at the center. Above her head were the characters for Tang Yuehua, accompanied by the number 9. To be honest, Bai Chen was not well acquainted with Tang Yuehua. He had skipped the chapter on etiquette during his reading, thus remaining largely ignorant of her character, only knowing that she was Tang San's aunt. "Kuer, you have arrived," a cultured voice echoed from the front. "Teacher Yuehua, I am here. By the way, I have brought along that friend I mentioned last time," Shueika replied. Upon hearing Shueika's words, Tang Yuehua lifted her gaze and regarded Bai Chen, who was still in a state of bewilderment, smiling softly. As she looked up, Bai Chen finally caught a glimpse of her face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Tang Yuehua appeared far younger than he had anticipated. She resembled a refined young lady in her 20s rather than a woman in her 30s or 40s. Her every gesture exuded grace, evoking an involuntary sense of admiration. "Kuer, bring your friend closer. Let me have a look," she requested. "Certainly, teacher," Shueika responded obediently, taking Bai Chen's hand and leading him forward. "Teacher, this is Bai Chen, whom I previously introduced to you." After Shueika spoke, Tang Yuehua scrutinized Bai Chen carefully. While his appearance was indeed striking, it did not particularly astonish her, for she frequently interacted with many nobles within the palace, many of whom surpassed Bai Chen in looks. Nevertheless, Bai Chen possessed his own unique qualities. His eyes sparkled brightly, conveying a sense of sincerity that irresistibly drew attention. "Your name is Bai Chen, is it?" "I am Tang Yuehua, and you may address me as Aunt Yuehua," Tang Yuehua began. Aunt Yuehua," Bai Chen replied hesitantly. Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, Tang Yuehua responded, "What is it, Bai Chen? Your tone seems rather peculiar. Is there something you wish to inquire about?" Bai Chen nodded and said, "Yes. Is there something you can share with me?" Chapter 18. An Evolving Soulbone? Why is she addressed as Aunt Yuehua? My mother said young girls should be called sister. Shouldn't I refer to her as Sister Yuehua? Bai Chen pretended to be oblivious to Tang Yuehua's true age, subtly flattering her. After all, it seemed that the side quest involving Yuexian would require frequent interactions with Tang Yuehua, so it was prudent to establish a good rapport with this formidable figure in advance. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua chuckled softly. Evidently, Bai Chen's compliment was well received. Regardless of age, women appreciate praise for their appearance, and it brings them joy. Tang Yuehua gently patted Bai Chen's little head and said, "Little Bai Chen, you certainly know how to speak. However, I am indeed an aunt. If you wish to learn etiquette with me, you may also call me Teacher Yuehua. Would you like to study with me, little Bai Chen?" As Tang Yuehua finished speaking, a notification chimed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the first side quest of Yuexian, making the acquaintance of Tang Yuehua. Reward, 100 points. Basic music theory knowledge. Ding! Triggered the second side quest of Yuexian. Follow Tang Yuehua to learn etiquette. Task reward, 300 points. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, could Bai Chen possibly refuse? Well, technically, he could refuse, as the tasks were not mandatory. Moreover, he genuinely wished to learn some etiquette. After all, he was a noble, and it would be quite embarrassing to attend upper-class events without any knowledge of proper decorum. The etiquette lessons provided in Yuexian were likely the finest in the entirety of Dolua continent. Although Bai Chen possessed a system and felt like the protagonist, he never envisioned that reaching a certain level of power would grant him the liberty to act without restraint. Overall, he remained a rather humble individual, disinclined to cause unnecessary trouble. Of course, teacher Yue, but I still have school, so I may not be able to come often. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Tang Yue patted his head and replied, "That's all right. In the future, little Bai Chen can come to study for an hour after school, just like Kur." Bai Chen nodded in agreement. The school day typically ended early, so setting aside an hour each day was manageable. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the second side quest of Yuexin. Reward, 300 points. Hearing the notification in his mind greatly improved Bai Chen's mood. He had effortlessly earned 400 points today, which felt quite gratifying. Are you both free now? Shall we begin our studies? Tang Yue suggested. Both Shueku and Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Bai Chen's acceptance stemmed from the possibility of triggering another task, while Shueku simply felt joy at being with Bai Chen. True to his expectations, a notification rang in his mind, indicating the triggering of yet another task. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering side quest 3, achieve a perfect score in Tang Yuehua's etiquette test at the end of the year. Reward, 1,000 points, 1 evolving soul bone. Upon hearing the voice resonating within his mind, Bai Chen momentarily froze. The notion of an evolving soul bone, what could it possibly signify? Was it not true that not all soul bones possess the capacity for evolution? Nevertheless, he decided to cast aside such musings. After all, there remained ample time until the end of the year, and this task would undoubtedly remain incomplete in the short term. Soon after, Bai Chen accompanied Tang Yue to a classroom. Since it was not yet class time, the room lay desolate, devoid of students. As Bai Chen peered inside, he discovered the classroom adorned with an array of organs. Was Tang Yue intending to impart knowledge related to the organ? Owing to his foundational understanding of music theory, Bai Chen was no longer entirely unfamiliar with the instrument. Tang Yue retrieved a music score and remarked, "Little Bai Chen, I presume you have yet to delve into these concepts. Let us begin from the basics today. I shall first teach you the melodies." An hour later, Tang Yue gazed at Bai Chen with astonishment. This was her first encounter with such an astute child. After just a single lesson, Bai Chen had managed to grasp the essentials with remarkable clarity. Although his playing was somewhat halting, it was undoubtedly superior to that of the average individual. Seeing Tang Yuehua's astonished expression, Shueku chuckled and said, "Teacher Yuehua, I told you, Chen is truly gifted. He can retain everything the teacher mentions in class after just one explanation." "Is that so?" Tang Yuehua replied, somewhat taken aback. If Bai Chen was indeed as Shueku described, then his learning process would likely prove far more effortless than that of his peers. After bidding farewell to Tang Yuehua, Shueku swiftly departed from Yuxian, eager to avoid the entanglements of the noble class. 2 weeks later, within the classroom of Class 3, Year 1. At the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, a group of students furrowed their brows as they grappled with their examination papers. Indeed, the Tiando Royal Junior Academy imposed not only practical assessments, but also cultural tests as part of the final evaluations. Even if one succeeded in the practical component, failure to pass the cultural test would necessitate supplementary classes during the summer break. Bai Chen glanced at his examination paper and smiled. The questions posed were exceedingly simple for someone who consistently paid attention in class. 3 hours later, the examination concluded, and Bai Chen, Shueku, and Zhong Yong gathered to converse. Zhong Yong declared, "This exam was a breeze. I felt as though divine intervention guided my hand. Not only did I expect to pass, but achieving a score of 70 was also within reach." Bai Chen, Shueku, and Qi Yin responded in unison, "Impressive, impressive. By the way, how did you all fare?" Zhong Yong inquired. "Qi Yin, how did you do?" Qi Yin replied, "It was passable, though I felt my performance was slightly below par." "What a pity." Zhong Yong reassured him. "No worries. You'll do better next time." "And what of Princess Shueku?" Shueku lamented, "Do not even mention it. I failed to perform well this time. It's so frustrating." Zhong Yong comforted her. "It's all right. Just focus on doing well next time." "What about our leader?" Bai Chen sighed deeply, alas. "Did our leader not do well either?" Zhong Yong asked. Bai Chen replied, "Indeed. Not to worry, as long as you pass. We shall all strive harder next time." In the afternoon, the results were released. The grading speed at the Heavenly Fighting Royal Junior Academy is remarkably swift. Zhong Yong glanced at his paper and saw a mere 47 points. What a disappointment. Soon, a few of his companions gathered around him. Zhong Yong lamented, "Brothers, I have failed miserably with only 47 points, but I suppose we are all in the same boat." "Qi Yin, you would agree, wouldn't you?" Qi Yin responded. "I scored 80. Zhong Yong was taken aback. His gaze shifted to Shueku, who sighed, "I only managed a 95. Zhong Yong's astonishment deepened. He then turned his attention to Bai Chen, who, upon noticing Zhong Yong's eager gaze, let out a resigned sigh. A glimmer of hope sparked in Zhong Yong's eyes. Bai Chen silently revealed a paper adorned with a perfect score of 100. Zhong Yong exclaimed, "Ha ha, I am such a fool." Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving first place in the final cultural assessment. Reward, 500 points and an increase in cultivation aptitude by 1. Chapter 19. The draw in summary. Zhong Yong has decided to stay at school during the summer break for supplementary lessons. Following the conclusion of the cultural examination, the Soul Master assessment is set for tomorrow, and the holidays will commence the day after. During this break, students from each class who are willing may form teams to participate in the school's organized ranking battles, with the ultimate victors receiving accolades from the academy. Currently, Bai Chen's team has confirmed its members: Captain Bai Chen, Vice Captain Xue Ke, and team members Yu Tianyu, Zhong Yong, Qi Yun, Fan Yi, and Yu Kong. The composition features 5 strong attackers and 2 agile ones, creating a formidable lineup. At this moment, Bai Chen is seeking to enlist Chen Ye's participation. Upon reviewing the list presented by Bai Chen, Chen Yi inquired, "Are you certain these are the individuals you wish to include? No further additions?" "Yes, teacher. These are the team members," Bai Chen affirmed. "Very well, I understand. I shall proceed with the registration, and you may return now," Chen Yi replied gently. With that, Bai Chen exited the classroom, and in the instant he turned away, Chen Ye's expression shifted dramatically. After considerable contemplation, Chen Yi arrived at a conclusion regarding Bai Chen's rapid growth and strength: soul bones. He speculated that Bai Chen had undoubtedly acquired a soul bone, otherwise it would be inconceivable for him, possessing innate soul power of merely level 5, to triumph over talents like Xue Ke and Yu Qianyu, or to ascend to level 10 in such a brief span. With this thought, a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes. After all, a soul bone could propel one's power to unprecedented heights, and who would suspect that it was his own student who had achieved this? He contemplated that if he were to eliminate Bai Chen, he could then flee the Tiando Empire, for Bai Chen's parents were not of significant nobility. Once he departed, they would have no means to pursue him. Silently, Chen Yi devised a scheme to murder and seize the coveted soul bone, reasoning that the risk was worthwhile for such a prize. After Bai Chen's departure, he cast a lingering glance back at the classroom. For reasons unknown, Chen Yi had been observing him with an intense longing lately, which instilled a sense of unease within him. However, he refrained from confronting Chen Yi, unaware that his own expression had already betrayed him to Bai Chen. He resolved to avoid solitary ventures in the future and to seek companionship instead, reflecting silently. The following day, for the Soul Master Strength Assessment, students gathered early on the playground. The day's evaluation consisted of 3 straightforward components: a soul power level test, a practical combat test, and a physical fitness test. Students at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy are required to advance at least 1 level each semester. Failure to do so would result in relegation to a remedial class, and a complete lack of progress over a year would lead to expulsion. Aside from the necessity of advancing soul power, there were no other rigorous assessments. Upon arriving at the playground, Chen Yi awaited them, holding a crystal ball capable of testing soul power. Bai Chen, akin to queuing for a health examination, silently lined up behind his classmates, and soon it was his turn. As Bai Chen stepped forward, he immediately captured the attention of his classmates, for he had risen to be the foremost champion of their class. Curiosity swirled among them regarding his current level. Placing his hand upon the crystal orb, Bai Chen infused it with a surge of soul power, and in an instant, the orb radiated a dazzling brilliance. Chen Yi, witnessing this spectacle, announced, "Bai Chen, level 13. Bai Chen harbored no intentions of concealing his level. At the Heaven-Do Royal Junior Academy, one must exhibit remarkable prowess to secure the most resources. Should his performance draw the attention of the Academy's higher-ups, he might even gain the opportunity to enter the simulated training grounds at will." The moment Bai Chen's soul power was assessed, astonishment rippled through the crowd. To elevate 8 levels within a single semester was an extraordinary feat, bordering on the impossible. "All right, next," Chen Yi called, his gaze toward Bai Chen now ablaze with fervor. He speculated that Bai Chen must possess a soul bone, for such a significant advancement could not occur without it. Subsequently, the test results for Zhong Yong and the others were revealed, and, as before, there were no notable changes. Following this, Bai Chen and his peers engaged in practical and physical tests, and as expected, Bai Chen claimed the top position. Regrettably, the system did not confer any tasks to reward him. That night, the principal of the Heaven-Do Royal Junior Academy surveyed several sheets of paper before him. Chuckling as he remarked, "It seems we have discovered some promising talents today, particularly this Bai Chen, who has surged 8 levels within a year. Perhaps I should arrange for him to undergo an accelerated examination." Hearing the principal's words, the vice principal suggested, Let us wait a while longer. If he ascends 25 levels within these 6 years, we shall consider placing him in the Heaven Do Royal Senior Academy. It is still too early. Indeed, that is a valid point. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, he had already attracted the attention of 2 significant figures within the academy. The following day, the ranking battle commenced in earnest, with Bai Chen and his classmates arriving at the academy early. This year's ranking battle featured 8 classes from the first year, forming 8 teams to compete. If Bai Chen could lead Class 3 to victory among these 8 classes, they would be rewarded with a special accolade from the academy. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the levels were quite similar across the board. Each class had 1 or 2 individuals who had broken through level 10, yet none had achieved level 13. Before long, the homeroom teachers had organized their respective teams. The principal then took the stage to announce, "I hereby declare the 49th ranking battle officially open. I hope all participating students will give their utmost effort to secure commendable standings." He continued with an extensive address, and just as the audience began to nod off, he finally concluded. With the principal's pause, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. He was eagerly looking forward to the ranking battle. The principal then declared, "Next is the drawing of lots, where the initial combat teams for each class will be determined by chance." As the principal spoke, he presented a box labeled First Grade Lottery Box. Instantly, the atmosphere became charged with tension, as everyone present yearned for a favorable position. Thus, drawing a good lot assumed paramount significance. With the principal's hand delving into the lottery box, the hearts of all were suspended in anticipation. In the inaugural match, Class 3 of the first grade was to compete against Class 5. Upon hearing the mention of his class, Bai Chen instinctively glanced towards Class 5, assessing their capabilities. He shook his head. Class 5 was not formidable. Aside from 1 student at level 11, they had no one even at level 9, which would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. Chapter 20. The ranking battle. The students of Class 5 were nearly overwhelmed upon learning of their opponent. It had long been established that Class 3 ranked as the strongest among all classes, and to their dismay, they had drawn them as their first adversary. The atmosphere was one of despair. Upon seeing the opposing team, Zhong Yong scoffed derisively, exclaiming, "Is this really our first opponent? How utterly laughable." With 2 seasoned veterans in their ranks, Zhong Yong unleashed a wave of merciless mockery towards Class 5, his voice unabashedly loud, drawing the attention of those around them. Bai Chen, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, pondering whether Zhong Yong was truly a native of Dolua continent, given his knack for flamboyant banter. After a lengthy half-hour, all the lots were finally drawn, and teams from various grades were escorted to their respective competition venues. Aware of the students' eagerness for an early holiday, the principal decided to commence the competition that day. The quarterfinals were to be held today, the semifinals tomorrow, followed by the finals the day after, and the awards ceremony the subsequent day. The intention was to conclude swiftly and allow everyone to return home sooner. Regarding the tightly packed schedule and whether the contestants could recuperate adequately, the principal dismissed such concerns, noting that few first-year students had surpassed level 10, resulting in limited soul power. He asserted that a single night was ample for recovery, thus the arrangement posed no issues. When questioned about fairness, given that some teams would be eliminated without fully showcasing their abilities, the principal maintained that as rewards were only granted to the top team, this would effectively identify the strongest contenders. Upon arriving at the venue, Bai Chen and his teammates began their warm-up, while the members of Class 5 trembled in trepidation as they observed them. The captain of Class 5 lamented, "It's over for us. We've drawn Class 3. There's no need to compete. Let us all wash up and go to bed. I suggest we surrender. What do you all think?" The vice captain replied, "I think that's a reasonable idea." The teammates echoed in agreement. Agreed. 1. Witnessing his students' readiness to concede before the match had even commenced, the teacher of Class 5 wore an expression of dismay. What on earth is wrong with these kids? Are they really so unwilling to fight? However, he could not chastise them at that moment. Their despair was palpable, and further discouragement might lead them to surrender for real. Contemplating this, he resolved to take action. He stepped forward and cleared his throat, instantly garnering the attention of the group. With all eyes upon him, he boldly declared, "My dear students, while it is true that our opponents are formidable, we are not without merit ourselves. Remember, you are students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Each of you is a rare talent, and there is no reason we must inevitably lose. I believe that as long as you strive to showcase your true capabilities, there remains a chance to triumph over our rivals." His impassioned speech left the instructor of Class 3 feeling quite pleased with himself, convinced that his words would inspire his students to rally their spirits. However, the students of Class 5 gazed at him in utter bewilderment, until the class leader suddenly exclaimed, "We are doomed. The instructor has stated that even with our exceptional performance, we merely stand a chance against them. Let us surrender." "I second that." Class 5's instructor? Ultimately, surrender was not an option in the competition. After all, it was merely a single match. And the principal was eager to witness their true strength. Once both sides had completed their warm-ups, they took to the field. Upon entering the arena, the atmosphere around Class 5 transformed instantly. Although they had been clamoring for surrender just moments before, in truth, they were merely jesting. They understood that they were not the equals of Bai Chen and his companions, yet they were curious to ascertain the extent of the disparity between the two teams. As both sides assumed their formations, the referee noted that they were ready, and with a commanding voice, declared, "Begin. Spirit. Manifest." In an instant, 14 figures surged forward simultaneously. Bai Chen and his comrades employed the same strategy as before, with 5 powerful assault-type soul masters leading the charge, while Bai Chen and Fan Yi, the 2 agile attack-type soul masters, prepared to reap the rewards. However, this match unfolded differently than their previous encounter against Class 2. Bai Chen and Fan Yi had yet to make a move, yet Xueku and her 4 companions managed to subdue their 7 opponents. Bai Chen was initially taken aback. But upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. Compared to the students of Class 3, Class 5's members, aside from their deficit in soul power, possessed inferior quality spirits. Whereas Bai Chen's team boasted top-tier spirits across the board. The principal, observing the battlefield, turned to the young man beside him and remarked, "Prince Qing He, that over there is your sister's class." Upon hearing the principal's words, Xue Qing He nodded and shifted his gaze. As he was well known for his fondness for his younger sister, Xueku, thus taking an interest in her match was only natural. The principal, despite having heard of Class 3's formidable strength and their status as likely champions of this cohort, was nonetheless astonished by their prowess. Just 5 individuals had managed to dominate 7 opponents, and he found it difficult to tear his eyes away, eager to witness the entirety of the contest. Observing the developments in the arena, Bai Chen discerned that victory was likely assured without his intervention. Nevertheless, he resolved to participate, for it seemed that the team battle rewards were contingent upon individual performance. The better Bai Chen performed, the greater his rewards would be. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen surged forward. Frenzied assault, he declared, landing 2 decisive punches that incapacitated 2 adversaries. Zhong Yong, who had been under duress from 2 opponents, suddenly found himself, without challengers, momentarily disoriented. Redirecting his focus to Bai Chen, he witnessed Bai Chen wreaking havoc upon the enemy. Realizing that his task was complete, he opted to refrain from further involvement and instead spectate like a mere bystander, shouting 666. In excitement, with each strike delivered by Bai Chen, an opponent fell, and before long, Class 5's team was left with only their captain remaining. Observing the 7 individuals before him, who appeared to be devoid of any concern, he offered a wry smile, realizing the overwhelming disparity. Indeed, the 3rd class was beyond their capacity to contend with. Contemplating this, he addressed Bai Chen, saying, "We have been defeated, yet I refuse to concede. Bai Chen, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Might you grant me the opportunity for a one-on-one duel? Naturally, your teammates need not vacate the stage, regardless of the outcome, or a class shall accept defeat." Upon hearing his proposition, Bai Chen nodded in agreement, stating, "That is a reasonable request." After consulting with his teammates, Bai Chen consented to the challenge. Chapter 21, The Soul-Breaking Talisman. The other 6 retreated to the sidelines, allowing Bai Chen and the captain of Class 5 to face each other. However, they did not leave the stage, as a loss for Bai Chen would directly translate to their defeat as well. Though the likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly negligible, caution was indeed prudent. Observing Bai Chen's stance, the captain of Class 5 chose not to comment. After all, they were not well acquainted, and it was unlikely that the members of Class 3 would suddenly place their faith in him. On the platform, Xue Qinghe and the principal were taken aback by the unfolding scene. Was this a challenge to a duel? Were they intending to toy with their opponent? Or was this a request from the adversary? Although they were uncertain of Bai Chen's intentions, Xueku had always held Bai Chen in high esteem, and he was eager to discern what qualities made Bai Chen so captivating to Xueku. In the arena, the captain of Class 5 lunged toward Bai Chen. Like Bai Chen, his martial spirit was that of a wolf, also possessing a high-grade quality, albeit with a different elemental attribute, ice. First soul skill, Ice Wolf Armor, he declared, as a thin layer of frost enveloped him. Noticing his opponent's maneuvers, Bai Chen contemplated, so it is ice-based. If I attack him, it may result in a slowing effect. With this realization, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. It appeared this adversary had a considerable counter to his abilities. A strong offense against a fragile defense was one thing, but the elemental advantage could complicate matters. Perhaps this opponent was not as easily dispatched as he had initially assumed. First soul skill, Frenzied Assault. At the moment of their collision, Bai Chen activated his own first soul skill. His fist connected with the captain, causing a fissure to form in the ice wolf armor. Simultaneously, Bai Chen felt a chilling sensation seep into his body, confirming his suspicions that his movements had indeed become somewhat sluggish. However, this was inconsequential. The enhancements from his frenzied assault, which bolstered his soul power, largely mitigated the icy effects, even resulting in a slight increase in his speed. With the two engaged in a one-on-one confrontation in the open, they stood in the center, exchanging blows. Despite the simplicity of their chosen combat style, the spectacle was undeniably captivating, as each strike landed with palpable force. Bang! After delivering several punches, Bai Chen shattered the captain's armor, causing the latter to spit blood. Due to the Qingyang technique, each of Bai Chen's attacks had inflicted a degree of soul power into his opponent's body, accumulating to significant damage. As the captain coughed up blood, Bai Chen landed a decisive kick to his chin, rendering him unconscious. The first battle concluded with Class 3 emerging victorious. The onlookers were not surprised by this outcome. Prior to the match, everyone had anticipated that Class 5 stood no chance against Class 3. However, they had not expected Bai Chen to engage in a duel with the captain and subsequently overpower him so decisively. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving victory in the team battle. Reward: 50 points and a mysterious drop item. Hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Chen's eyes brightened. He had unexpectedly obtained another mysterious drop. Wasn't it said that such occurrences were exceedingly rare? It seemed his fortune was quite commendable. If there were attributes associated with luck, Bai Chen felt his might be around 10 points. However, unbeknownst to him, the chances of receiving mysterious drops were significantly enhanced during the first 3 solo battles and the first 3 team battles. For an average individual, a drop would likely have occurred in the very first fight. His delay in receiving one could be deemed rather unfortunate. After achieving victory, Bai Chen initially intended to return immediately, but Xueke suddenly took hold of his hand and said, "Bai Chen, my elder brother has arrived. Let me introduce you to him." Upon hearing Xueke's words, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was he Xueke's older brother Xue Qinghe? And Xue Qinghe was none other than Qian Renxue, the heir of the angel god. The prospect of meeting such a prominent figure stirred a sense of excitement within Bai Chen. Ding! A side quest has been triggered. Meet Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue. Reward: 100 points. Bai Chen was astonished to learn that Qian Renxue could also initiate side quests. It appeared that many significant supporting characters from the original narrative were capable of triggering tasks. All right, Bai Chen replied. Seeing his affirmation, Xueke cheerfully led him to stand before Xue Qinghe. At that moment, Xue Qinghe, who was disguised as Xue Qinghe, had just finished watching their match and was preparing to leave. However, upon noticing Xueke approaching with Bai Chen, he decided to stay. Brother Qinghe, you came to watch my match, Xueke exclaimed sweetly. Hearing her, Xue Qinghe gently patted Xueke's head and replied, after all, this was a promise made by your brother. The person beside you must be the Bai Chen you often mention. Yes, that's right, Brother Qinghe. Bai Chen. This is my elder brother, Xue Qinghe. You two can get acquainted. Upon hearing Xueke's introduction, Bai Chen nodded and said, Greetings, Prince Qinghe. In response, Xue Qinghe affectionately touched his head, saying, Little Bai Chen, just like Xueke, you can call me Brother Qinghe. There's no need for formality. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before replying, all right, Brother Qinghe. Once the two were acquainted, Xueke immediately interjected, Brother Qinghe, I would like to invite Bai Chen to the ball the day after tomorrow. Is that all right? Of course, but have you asked Bai Chen about this? Xue Qinghe inquired. At that moment, Xueke turned to glance at Bai Chen. Noticing the look in her eyes, Bai Chen promptly nodded, having no objections whatsoever. As for the possibility of being ridiculed at the ball, Bai Chen was not particularly concerned. Who would take the time to mock a mere child like him? Especially one brought by Xueke? Having agreed to attend the ball, Bai Chen hurried back to his dormitory. He was eager to use the mysterious drop he had just acquired. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a consumable item, Soul Extinguishing Talisman. Upon seeing the item acquired, Bai Chen quickly examined its effects. Annihilation Talisman, a consumable item that unleashes a devastating strike equivalent to the full power of a rank 91 assault de law. Astonished by the talisman's effect, Bai Chen could not suppress an exclamation. A full-force attack from a rank 91 assault Dolua could effortlessly obliterate a soul Dolua. However, it is unfortunate that this item can only be utilized once. Bai Chen carefully placed it into his Song Wolf ring, recognizing its potential to save his life in a critical moment and resolved to preserve it with great care. Chapter 22. The Heavenly Palace. The night passed in silence, and soon the dawn of the following day arrived. Yesterday, 4 matches were contested, with the advancing teams being Class 2, Class 3, Class 6, and Class 8. Bai Chen meticulously observed the surrounding teams, ultimately directing his gaze toward Class 8. Unlike the other classes, Class 8 boasted 4 members whose levels had reached the 11th tier, making them the most formidable team in the entire first year. Even Bai Chen did not possess absolute confidence in overcoming Class 8. However, relief washed over Bai Chen as the results of the draw were announced. Their opponent for today was none other than their familiar rivals, Class 2. Upon seeing the draw, Class 2's captain, Gong Qing, cast a glance at Bai Chen, perceiving him as the greatest adversary in this match. Throughout the preceding weeks of training matches, they had not managed to secure a single victory against Class 3, routinely dominated by Class 3 and being inherently competitive. Gong Qing was particularly eager to triumph over Bai Chen this time. As the two entered the arena, Gong Qing remarked to Bai Chen, "Be cautious. Today I am not the same as usual. I will undoubtedly emerge victorious." Bai Chen found himself somewhat speechless at Gong Qing's words, for he had heard this declaration before each encounter. Yet, it was true that Gong Qing's abilities seemed to improve with each confrontation. Perhaps he had even broken through to the 12th tier this time. Nevertheless, even with such advancements, he remained no match for Bai Chen, the sole 13th tier prodigy on the field. Once the referee confirmed that both teams were prepared, he announced, "Begin." Following this, Bai Chen adhered to their customary strategy. 5 assault-type soul masters surged forward, while Bai Chen and Fan Yu stood ready to provide support. However, to Bai Chen's surprise, Gong Qing's team adopted the same strategy. 5 members advanced boldly, with Gong Qing and another teammate closely monitoring Bai Chen and Fan Yi. Noticing the unexpected expression in Bai Chen's eyes, a smirk crept onto Gong Qing's lips. This tactic was the result of extensive analysis conducted by their 7 members. They had discerned that their frequent defeats at the hands of Class 3 stemmed from their chaotic charges, whereas Class 3 operated with organization. Each time, their most vulnerable point was swiftly targeted, resulting in a 7-against-6 scenario that rendered victory unattainable. Therefore, they devised this strategy to counter Bai Chen and his team. By restraining Bai Chen and Fan Yi's ambushes, they believed they could seize the opportunity to win. Observing Gong Qing's actions, Bai Chen shook his head. His confidence was misplaced. How could they possibly defeat them with their own tactics? Indeed, as the match commenced, Class 2 soon found themselves in dire straits. Class 3's average strength surpassed that of Class 2, allowing 5 members to barely withstand the onslaught of 7. Now, in a 5-on-5 scenario, Class 3 dominated the battlefield, particularly with Qi Yun and Zhong Yong. Typically, these robust individuals would contend with 2 opponents each. Now, facing a single adversary, they relished the chance to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Gong Qing, witnessing this scene, was left in a state of shock. It was not at all what he had envisioned. Although he did not intend to dominate, at least he hoped for a fair competition. However, it became evident that sometimes, without exerting oneself, one cannot grasp the essence of despair. The tactics employed by Bai Chen's team were not universally applicable. This time, Gong Qing's team lost the match at double the usual speed. Soon, the competition concluded, and Bai Chen was awarded 60 points. Gong Qing approached Bai Chen, questioning him. "Why is it that, despite our adoption of your strategy, you remained completely unfazed, as if you anticipated our every move? Was this part of your plan?" Bai Chen replied, "Gong Qing, it seems you still do not understand. Each team possesses its own unique characteristics. Our tactics can only be effectively executed by us. Others will naturally fail to achieve the same results." "Is that so?" Gong Qing inquired. "Indeed," Bai Chen affirmed, patting Gong Qing on the shoulder and sending him on his way. After the match, Bai Chen intended to return to the dormitory swiftly, but he was intercepted by Xueku. Confused, he looked at her and asked, "What is it, Xueku? Is something the matter?" "Of course there is, Qin. Do you have formal attire for the banquet?" Bai Chen paused momentarily, then replied, "It seems I do not." Upon hearing his answer, Xueku wore a knowing expression. "I have prepared an outfit for you. Come and try it on." "Oh," Bai Chen responded, somewhat dazed by her words. Although he was reluctant to accept something from Xueku without reason, he realized that attending the royal banquet in such shabby attire would not be appropriate. He resolved to repay her kindness by returning the favor in the future. As they walked toward the royal palace, Xueku leading the way, Yu Tianyu and Zhong Yong observed the departing pair with contemplative expressions. Zhong Yong remarked, "I am full. Thank you for the hospitality." Yu Tianyu added, "May all lovers in the world become siblings." Qian interjected, "That is impossible. Princess Xueku is a member of the royal family. Surely, the royalty cannot mistake their own child." Yu Tianyu exclaimed, "Ah, I don't care. They flaunt their affection daily, and I am still just a child. How can they treat me this way?" Fan Yi consoled, "You will get used to it. It will get better." Meanwhile, Bai Chen accompanied Xueku to the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. It was his first time entering such a grand establishment, and he felt quite nervous. The guards at the entrance recognized Xueku and promptly allowed them entry. Inside the palace, he was reminded not to gawk like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Yet he could not help but cast curious glances around. This was Bai Chen's first visit to such a place. Although his family was also noble and their home was exquisitely decorated, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the palace. Though Bai Chen did not fully comprehend the nuances of such decor, the royal architecture imparted an atmosphere of tranquility and sanctity. Even walking along the pathways felt remarkably comfortable. Shueka observed Bai Chen discreetly surveying her surroundings, her eyes transforming into crescent moons of delight. It was the first time she had witnessed such an expression on Bai Chen's face, and it was undeniably endearing. After a considerable hour of walking, Bai Chen finally arrived at Shueka's palace. Gazing at the edifice before her, she found herself questioning her existence. The distance from the palace gate to Shueka's residence seemed excessively far. Did she truly have to traverse such a distance every day for her studies? Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, Shueka had intentionally chosen the longest route, solely to indulge in their time together a little longer. Chapter 23, Battle Against Class 8. Upon entering Shueka's chamber, Bai Chen nodded. Unlike the typical room of a young girl, Shueka's quarters bore a resemblance to the opulence of the imperial palace. Yet it was still quite aesthetically pleasing. Shueka said, "Please take a seat over there. I shall fetch some clothing." "All right," Bai Chen replied. As she returned with a beautifully wrapped gift box, she added, "You can change over there. Do try it on." Accepting the gift box from Shueka, Bai Chen felt somewhat like a young prince. "I will go change now." "Yes, do go ahead." With that, Bai Chen entered the bathroom and donned the exquisite attire Shueka had prepared for him. The bathroom in Shueka's chamber was quite spacious and featured a full-length mirror, allowing Bai Chen to admire his reflection after changing. Clad in the new outfit, Bai Chen assessed his appearance. It was decent, evoking a somewhat child star vibe. Yet it was merely that. After all, he was still just a 6-year-old boy, and wearing such formal attire made it challenging to exude an aura of awe. Stepping out of the bathroom, Bai Chen caught Shueka's attention. Her eyes brightened at the sight of him, although Bai Chen felt indifferent to Shueka. His transformation was significant, far surpassing his previous attire. "Not bad at all. Remember to wear this outfit to the gathering in a few days," Shueka remarked. Hearing her words, Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He refrained from expressing gratitude. They were now quite familiar, and saying thank you felt somewhat distant. Subsequently, Shueka arranged for a carriage to take Bai Chen home. Initially, he intended to decline, but Shueka's admonition, "Boys must take good care of themselves out there," effectively persuaded him to accept. Upon returning, Bai Chen carefully removed the formal attire and stored it in his wardrobe, intending to wear it again on the day of the banquet. The moment Bai Chen entered his room, Chen Yi cast a resentful glance at Bai Chen's quarters. For days, Bai Chen had managed to avoid being alone, and Chen Yi had yet to seize an opportunity to eliminate him and acquire his soul bone. This perplexed Chen Yi. Could it be that Bai Chen was aware of his intentions and had taken precautions? Chen Yi contemplated, yet he soon shook his head. Regardless of Bai Chen's intelligence, he remained merely a 6-year-old child. However, one should always be wary of the unforeseen. If Bai Chen were to truly discern his intentions, it would spell danger for him. Realizing this, Chen Yi understood that he could no longer afford to remain passive. Bai Chen's abilities were escalating rapidly as his level increased. The likelihood of a successful ambush diminished. Thus, it was imperative for Chen Yi to exercise utmost caution. Acknowledging this, he resolved to take action without further delay, and he departed from the location. Unbeknownst to Chen Yi, at that very moment, Bai Chen was observing his every move through the peephole in the door. Upon witnessing Chen Yi's exit, Bai Chen's expression turned grave. If he had previously only speculated that Chen Yi intended to confront him, it was now a certainty. Though the motives behind Chen Yi's actions remained unclear to him, in his recollection, it seemed that he had never offended Chen Yi, and his class had produced such an outstanding student, who was also eligible for a reward. Could jealousy be the motive? Observing Chen Yi's demeanor, Bai Chen was uncertain if that could indeed be the reason. For now, he could only regard it as the cause of Chen Yi's animosity towards him. Contemplating this, he touched the Songlong ring, assuring himself that if danger truly arose, he could always resort to using the soul-extinguishing talisman. Swiftly defeating Chen Yi and seeing if he would still be so arrogant. A night passed without incident, and soon the third day of the points competition arrived. Today marked the decisive battle for the first-year students, where victory would bring accolades from the school. Upon arriving at the playground, Bai Chen discovered that Shueku and the others had already gathered. "Good morning, boss," exclaimed Zhong Yong. "Morning," Bai Chen replied. "Today, our opponents are Class 8. Do you feel confident?" Shueku inquired. Hearing her words, Bai Chen shook his head and said, "I cannot guarantee a complete victory over them. We shall do our utmost." Though he spoke modestly, deep down, Bai Chen had resolved to conquer Class 8. Failing to do so would jeopardize his secondary quest of dominating the campus, and he feared the inability to trigger subsequent tasks. As for tactics, Bai Chen had pondered for quite some time yesterday, but could not devise a single strategy. It was not due to a lack of intelligence. Rather, their lineup did not lend itself to much creativity. Without control or support roles, a straightforward confrontation seemed the best approach. After warming up for a while, the teams from Class 3 and Class 8 ascended to the competition stage. The principal, along with Xue Qinghe, and even Xue Bang, who was still studying at the Tiando Royal Intermediate Academy, had come to witness this match. After all, this was the final for Xue Ku, and such attention was only to be expected. A quarter of an hour before the match commenced, Bai Chen addressed the crowd. "Everyone, hold your ground. Once I defeat my opponent, I will rush to support you." "Yes, boss," they replied in unison. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Class 8 was markedly different. Their aim was to swiftly defeat their rivals and demonstrate that Class 8 possessed the greatest strength. The principal gazed down at the two teams and asked, "Prince Qinghe, which team do you believe is stronger?" "Class 3, Xue Qinghe answered without hesitation. "Oh, is that so? Class 8 has 4 members who have surpassed level 10. Do you truly believe Class 3 is superior?" "Indeed," was his succinct response. After that, Xue Qinghe fell silent, focusing intently on the match. Observing his demeanor, the principal refrained from probing further, yet he remained more optimistic about Class 8. Once both sides were prepared, the referee declared, "Begin. Martial soul and body." With that, both teams surged towards one another. This time, Bai Chen faced the captain of Class 8, a level 11 soul master with a lion martial soul. Although Bai Chen had initially considered battling the weakest opponent to quickly eliminate one combatant, he realized that this would still leave his teammates to confront foes of higher levels. At that moment, it was quite possible that our side might falter first. Thus, it would be more prudent to engage with opponents who matched our own strength. As Bai Chen charged towards him, the captain of Team 8 bellowed fiercely. "First soul skill. Beast form." With that, his physique expanded dramatically. Bai Chen was equally undeterred. First soul skill. Frenzied assault. Bang. The two collided with a resounding thud, subsequently grappling with one another, while chaos erupted all around them, enveloping the scene in tumult. Chapter 24. Engaged in a bitter struggle in the course of several encounters, the captain of Class 8, facing Bai Chen, exhibited an unusual calmness. Quite unlike his previous opponents, it was Bai Chen's first experience against such an adversary. It seemed as if each of his attacks had been anticipated by the opponent, rendering him unable to secure a victory within a short span of time. Should he fail to defeat this rival now, the prospect of his teammates being defeated beforehand could result in a failure of their mission, forcing him to wait an entire semester before he could participate in the point battles again. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency surged within Bai Chen, causing his attacks to become somewhat erratic. Etiquette, observing Bai Chen's anxious demeanor, chuckled softly. The overall strength of their team far surpassed that of Class 3. And as long as he could hold Bai Chen at bay, it was only a matter of time before Class 3 succumbed to them. Xue Qinghe, witnessing the scene on stage, expressed some surprise, inquiring, "Principal, who is the student engaged with Bai Chen?" The principal promptly replied, "That is Etiquette, the son of General Yexin." Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe realized, "No wonder, I was wondering why this child's attack patterns felt so familiar. He must be employing the unique fist techniques of the Yexin family." "Indeed, Your Highness," affirmed the principal. With the principal's confirmation, Xue Qinghe sighed. "In that case, Class 3 may indeed be unable to secure victory. Although the Yexin family's martial arts do not enhance their soul power, they are remarkably intricate, representing a highly refined combat skill. Despite Etiquette only grasping the fundamentals, he possesses a considerable advantage over Bai Chen and his companions, who rely solely on brute force." The principal nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Xue Qinghe's words. Although Bai Chen had a higher level and greater strength, the battles among soul masters often transcended mere soul power for victory. Minutes passed, and rather than overcoming Etiquette, Bai Chen found himself at a disadvantage. In previous encounters, Bai Chen relied upon his extraordinary agility to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities before they could mount a defense, swiftly overwhelming them. However, today was different. For reasons unknown, Etiquette, despite not being particularly swift, managed to defend against Bai Chen's assaults consistently and even counterattack at times. Moreover, it appeared that due to the peculiar nature of Etiquette's beast form, Bai Chen's soul power was consistently repelled, unable to penetrate the opponent's defenses. It seemed as though Etiquette had mastered a certain special technique, rendering Bai Chen helpless. Bai Chen found it hard to believe that Etiquette had grasped such skills at such a young age. It was highly likely that they had been imparted by his parents. With this thought, Bai Chen felt a yearning for such combat techniques himself. He wondered if the system might reward him with a special battle skill upon completing his tasks. Otherwise, relying solely on his rudimentary fist techniques seemed rather inadequate. As time elapses, due to the lack of progress on Bai Chen's side, Class 3 has now fallen into a disadvantageous position. If this continues, defeat is inevitable for them. With a sigh, Bai Chen realizes that it is time to employ a certain strategy. Bai's attack suddenly slowed down, leaving Yi Zicheng puzzled. Is he fatigued? That shouldn't be the case. This individual had previously exhibited the stamina of a bull and should not tire so swiftly. Is he intentionally luring me into a trap? Encouraging me to attack him only to exploit my weaknesses? Humph. As expected of you, Bai Chen. However, I shall not fall for your ruse, Yi Zicheng silently muses. Meanwhile, Bai Chen is engaged in combat while simultaneously shopping in the system's marketplace. Ding. Congratulations, host. Attribute pill purchased successfully, 200 points deducted. Ding. Attribute pill used successfully. All attributes increased by 10%. After consuming the attribute pill, Bai Chen distinctly feels a significant enhancement in his overall capabilities, a sensation particularly exhilarating. Opposite him, Yi Zicheng's expression suddenly shifts. As Bai Chen's adversary, he is acutely aware of the changes in his opponent. In an instant, Bai Chen's speed and strength noticeably accelerate, catching him off guard, almost leading to a lapse in defense. Beyond the increase in speed and strength, what troubles Yi Zicheng even more is that Bai Chen's hands have unexpectedly become more formidable. As their hands collide, Yi Zicheng experiences a tingling sensation in his arm. What is happening with this guy? Why is he suddenly so ferocious, as if he has taken some sort of enhancement? Bai Chen is equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the 10% boost from the attribute pill would be so potent, even enhancing the power of his soul skills by the same margin. First soul skill, Frenzy Assault. With this thought, Bai Chen unleashes another Frenzy Assault. Bang! Due to the sudden increase in speed, Yi Zicheng is unable to defend in time and is struck directly in the abdomen. A pained grunt escapes Yi Zicheng's lips. Naturally, Bai Chen seizes this opportunity. As Yi Zicheng falters, Bai Chen launches a series of combination punches, culminating in a knee strike that sends Yi Zicheng flying out of the arena. With Yi Zicheng eliminated, Fan Yi and Yu Kong are also simultaneously disqualified. The situation on stage shifts dramatically, leaving both the principal and Xue Qinghe astonished. Yi Zicheng has been eliminated so swiftly. If that is the case, the chances of victory for Bai Chen's team have significantly increased. Hearing the principal's words, Xue Qinghe nods in agreement. Although Bai Chen's side has also lost 2 level 8 members, resulting in a current score of 6-5. They do not believe that the addition of 2 level 9 students can sufficiently restrict Bai Chen. After all, he has just eliminated Yi Zicheng in such a short span of time. Indeed, within mere minutes, the 2 level 9 students are also dispatched by Bai Chen. Although at the same time, Qi Yun and Zhong Yang are also eliminated. Bai Chen? At this moment, a myriad of questions race through Bai Chen's mind. What on earth was happening? Did his teammates perceive him as a mere beast of burden? He was, after all, a human with finite stamina. Engaging head-on against both agility-oriented and strength-oriented soul masters was inherently challenging, and facing 2 opponents simultaneously was proving to be quite overwhelming for him. Nevertheless, upon casting a glance at the platform below, where Fei Zongyong and Qi Yun lay battered and bruised, he found it difficult to truly blame them. After all, it was indeed a considerable challenge to expect them to contend with soul masters of the 11th rank. Chapter 25, Chain Quest 3. At this moment, the defeated Zongyong and Qi Yun lay on the ground, expending their last ounce of strength to shout in a low voice, "Keep going, keep going." Then, they succumbed to unconsciousness. They truly exerted themselves to the fullest in this battle. However, their adversaries' power proved overwhelmingly formidable. It was indeed a remarkable feat that they managed to endure until this point before being cast down. Bang! Simultaneously, Yu Tianyu, wielding his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, triumphed over a level 9 assault-type soul master. Upon witnessing Yu Tianyu's victory, Bai Chen let out a sigh of relief. The numbers were still even, a testament to the prowess of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bai Chen and Yu Tianyu were matched against the 2 level 11 soul masters who had bested Qi Yun and Zhong Yong. However, Bai Chen found himself facing not an assault-type soul master, but a fellow agility-type soul master. The opponent's face lit up upon recognizing Bai Chen as his opponent. Although they had little interaction in the past, Bai Chen had gained a modicum of fame at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. This recognition did not stem from his prowess being the highest among his peers, but rather from his close association with Xue Ku, as the two were frequently seen together. Gradually, others began to acknowledge Bai Chen's strength, and unbeknownst to many, he had become the most formidable among the first-year students. Now, after a prolonged struggle against Yi Zicheng, he surmised that Bai Chen's stamina must be waning. It was time for him to defeat Bai Chen and make a name for himself. In his eagerness, he charged forward. Perceiving Bai Chen is rife with vulnerabilities, initially, Bai Chen suspected a hidden strategy, only to discover that his opponent was merely a reckless brawler. Berserk Strike, Bai Chen declared as he lashed out with a claw, striking his opponent squarely in the chest. The level 11 student felt as though his chest had been struck by a hammer, and his body crumpled under the impact. Shui Qinghe and the principal gasped at this scene. Such ferocity was unprecedented. This young man showed no regard for martial ethics. Yi Ziqing and the audience nearly spat blood at this turn of events. He had hoped for his opponent to hold on a little longer, allowing his teammates to gain an advantage. What was the meaning of such a swift defeat? Once Bai Chen vanquished his opponent, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. It was now 5 against 4. This was a scenario in which Bai Chen thrived. Yi Ziqing felt a sense of despair. As long as someone could hold back their opponents, Bai Chen would undoubtedly replicate his previous performance, sweeping away all their teammates, as anticipated by Yi Ziqing. Once the situation devolved into a numbers disadvantage, Class 8 was soon defeated by Class 3. Upon witnessing the outcome, the referee promptly declared, "Class 8 has lost all combat capability. This battle is won by Class 3. At the instant the referee announced the result, a notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the chain quest, Dominance on Campus 2. Leading your team to secure first place in the ranking battle has earned you the reward, Training Aptitude X3. And 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading the team to victory in the team battle, earning a reward of 130 points. Congratulations to the player for triggering a chain quest, Dominate the Campus 3. The task requires becoming the Academy's top student, with rewards including 5-fold cultivation aptitude, 3,000 points, and 1 soul evolution potion." Upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had finally completed this task and triggered the 3rd chain quest. If he succeeded in this system mission, his soul would evolve into a supreme one. Bai Chen glanced at his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 6 years. Soul power, level 13. Cultivation aptitude, 16, including Qingyang skill 2, martial soul, Gale Demon Wolf. Martial soul quality, high soul rings, 1 points, 1750. Special skills, appraisal technique, Qingyang skill, first layer. His cultivation aptitude had now risen to 16, and with the double speed cultivation card and Qingyang skill, his progress was significantly swifter than that of ordinary innate soul power geniuses. Not to mention, he had 2 days each week to train in the simulated training grounds. After their victory, Bai Chen and his companions prepared to host a celebration banquet, planning to collect their rewards the following day. Half an hour later, Zhong Yong turned to Bai Chen, his head wrapped in bandages, and said, "Boss, where is that place you mentioned? When will we arrive? I'm starving." "Soon. We'll be there shortly," Bai Chen replied, leading them to the entrance of the Falling Flower Pavilion, where Moxin had been waiting. Upon their arrival, Moxin eagerly waved. Bai Chen hurried over and greeted, "Hello," and Moxin. Moxin patted Bai Chen's head and said, "Little Bai Chen, I heard your academy won the ranking battle. That is wonderful. I've prepared a feast for you. Bring your friends over." "Thank you, Aunt Moxin," Bai Chen replied. And as he spoke, Shueko and the others arrived at the pavilion. Moxin smiled and said, "You must be little Bai Chen's classmates. Greetings. You can just call me Aunt Moxin." "Hello, Aunt Moxin," they chorused. Seeing their reaction, Bai Chen sighed in relief. These mischievous fellows were surprisingly obedient in front of an elder. Were these his teammates? They wouldn't he dare act up in front of an elder, would they? Meanwhile, Zhong Yong and the others were far more astonished than Bai Chen. Typically, Bai Chen exuded a cool demeanor, and they had assumed he was always like that. They were taken aback to witness him acting like a child in front of an elder. In truth, Zhong Yong and his friends were intimidated by Bai Chen, resulting in their unusual behavior. Upon entering the private room, the sight of a table laden with dishes ignited everyone's appetite. Moxin said, "Please enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you further." "Okay, thank you, Aunt Moxin. Goodbye," Bai Chen sweetly replied. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Zhong Yong felt goosebumps rise on his skin. What he had just witnessed couldn't be real. His boss wasn't like this. However, given Bai Chen's prowess, he dared not voice his thoughts. Soon after, a table full of people joyously began their meal. Given their youthful age, none could indulge in alcoholic beverages. However, for reasons unknown, Zhong Yong and Qian suddenly found themselves embroiled in a dispute. Yet, the atmosphere at the dining table was too convivial for physical confrontation, prompting these two to settle their rivalry through a contest of who could consume the most food. Upon hearing their proposal, Bai Chen was rendered speechless. It was his first experience witnessing a competitive eating contest during a celebratory gathering. Ultimately, when the results were announced, everyone was taken aback to discover that the slender Qi Yun had narrowly triumphed over Zhong Yong, the stoutest individual in the class, by a mere half bowl of rice. Chapter 26. A night stay. After dinner, everyone returned home, while Bai Chen took a leisurely stroll with Shueko. Moxin sat in the attic. her face adorned with a knowing smile as she watched Bai Chen and Xueku depart hand in hand, pondering whether Milan and the others were aware of this development. Meanwhile, Bai Chen and Xueku walked side by side, their camaraderie natural and unforced. Xueku, with her generous and assertive demeanor, exhibited no shyness, allowing Bai Chen to feel remarkably at ease in her company. He mused that being with Xueku was indeed pleasant. As they continued their walk in silence, they eventually reached the palace. Xueku turned to him and said, "All right, I have arrived. Chen, see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow," Bai Chen replied, watching as she made her way inside. Just before entering, Xueku glanced back and noticed Bai Chen still watching her, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly hurried inside. Observing her reaction, Bai Chen couldn't help but smile. She truly was endearing. It was only after Xueku vanished from his sight that Bai Chen turned to leave. However, the moment he did, his expression darkened as he spotted a peculiar figure nearby. While he would typically dismiss such oddities, this individual bore the number 39 atop his head. If his assumptions were correct, this must be Qinyi. Bai Chen furrowed his brow, noting the late hour and the sparse foot traffic in the streets. If he returned now, Qinyi might very well take action against him. Although he possessed a soul exterminating talisman, using it against a level 39 soul master would be an excessive waste. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen addressed the gatekeeper. "Good sir, could you kindly summon Princess Xueku for me? I just remembered something important that I forgot to mention to her." The gatekeeper paused, taken aback by Bai Chen's request, then hesitantly replied, "Is it something of great importance? Must it be addressed today?" Bai Chen nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is indeed very important." Considering Bai Chen's earnestness, the gatekeeper decided to relay the message, recognizing the close rapport between the young boy and their princess, whom he dared not offend. Moments later, Xueku came running towards him, exclaiming, "Chen, what is the matter? Do you have something to tell me?" Her excitement was palpable. As she speculated whether Bai Chen was about to confess his feelings, her heart racing at the thought of this being her first experience with love. Bai Chen glanced around and said, "It's not a suitable place for discussion. May I come inside?" "Of course," Xueku eagerly replied, leading Bai Chen into the palace and guiding him to a garden. In the distance, Qinye's face flushed with anger at the sight. What was happening? Why had this brat entered? Did he discover me? After a moment's thought, Qinye reassured himself that such a scenario was unlikely. Bai Chen must have merely had something to discuss. He decided to wait a little longer. After all, he had already been patient for so long. A little more waiting was insignificant, especially for a piece of soul bone. It was worth it. Upon contemplating this, Qinye concealed himself in the shadows, patiently awaiting Bai Chen's emergence. Meanwhile, in the rear garden, Bai Chen spoke gravely to Xueku. "Xueku, every word I utter from this point forward is the absolute truth. You may find it hard to believe, but I assure you, I will not deceive you." Hearing Bai Chen's declaration, Xueku's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, as she stammered, You. Go ahead, I believe you." With anticipation gleaming in her eyes, she gazed at Bai Chen. Bai Chen replied, "Very well, here it is. Xueku, I am being pursued by someone, and that individual is currently outside the palace. I cannot leave. May I seek refuge within the palace for the night?" Upon hearing this, Xueku's expression shifted dramatically. "What? Chen, someone is trying to kill you? Who is this person? I shall have him apprehended." Xueku was incensed, enraged that someone would dare to threaten the one she cared for. Noticing Xueku's reaction, Bai Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated her to believe him so readily. "Please remain calm," he urged. "It may not be wise for you to confront him." "What do you mean it's not wise? Chen, who is he?" Xueku pressed. "That individual is Qinyi," Bai Chen stated. Xueku paused, stunned. "Qinyi? Are you certain?" "He is a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. He would not resort to such actions. I can only speculate, yet Qinyi has been shadowing me, waiting for a moment when I am alone. I do not understand his motives, which is why I have been traveling in groups recently. I just noticed him lurking not far from the palace, likely waiting for an opportunity to strike when I am isolated. He may still be there now." Xueku found it hard to believe, but after a moment's hesitation, she said, "Uncle He, did you hear what Chen said? Can you scout the area around the palace?" At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, startling Bai Chen. However, he could not discern the man's rank, as a question mark hovered above his head. Bai Chen surmised that the man's rank must be exceedingly high for such an anomaly to occur. The middle-aged man responded, "Yes, Your Highness." With that, he vanished in an instant. Observing Bai Chen's bewildered expression, Xueku chuckled. "Chen, were you startled? Fear not. That is my bodyguard, Uncle He. He is quite formidable." Nodding in acknowledgement, Bai Chen refrained from inquiring further about the man's rank. Moments later, Uncle He returned. "Your Highness, Bai Chen Gongzi's words ring true." With this revelation, it became increasingly difficult for Xueku to doubt. "Chen, would you like me to assist in capturing him?" being a young girl and well protected by the royal family. Shueka had never entertained the notion of killing Xinyi. Bai Chen shook his head, saying, "No, that won't be necessary. I merely need to exercise caution. After all, we lack evidence, and it would not be prudent to apprehend him without cause." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Shueka promptly shook her head. "However, that would be far too perilous. Perhaps I should arrange for a bodyguard for you." Upon hearing Shueka's words, Bai Chen replied earnestly, "There is truly no need. Shueka, trust me, I will be perfectly safe." Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Shueka felt compelled to acquiesce. Yet she resolved to discreetly assign a few individuals to ensure Bai Chen's safety. "Then, you shall stay with me tonight." Bai Chen responded, slightly embarrassed. Chapter 27 Grandfather. Bai Yi Shueku inquired, "What do you think, Chen? Would you like to come to my room to sleep tonight?" Bai Chen promptly shook his head in refusal. "Why not? You were quite startled today. It would be much better for someone to keep you company through the night. We could even enjoy some playtime before sleeping." Despite Shueku's invitation, Bai Chen remained resolute, convinced that the mysterious figure known as Black Uncle was still lurking in the shadows. Should he acquiesce to Shueku's suggestion, and should news of their shared slumber reach Shui Yi, it would spell disaster for him. "Are you truly certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well," Shueku replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. The next morning, Bai Chen and Shueku rose early, planning to head to the academy together to collect their awards. In contrast, Chen Yi had spent the previous night waiting outside, only to be left disappointed as Bai Chen did not emerge. As he observed a carriage exiting the palace, he hesitated before deciding to depart. The dawn light was not conducive to his plans, and it was likely Bai Chen had exited through another gate, for the palace had multiple exits. On their way to the academy, Bai Chen lifted the curtain of the carriage to glance outside, noticing Chen Yi turning to leave. He exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not returned home the previous evening. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a precarious situation. Upon arriving at the academy, Bai Chen and Shueku leisurely disembarked and made their way toward the playground. It was still early, and the awards ceremony had yet to commence. After approximately 15 minutes, Qi Yun and the others began to arrive. Bai Chen took note of the fatigue evident on Zhong Yong and Qi Yun's faces and shook his head, wondering how much they had consumed the previous day to feel so unwell. "Good morning, boss," Zhong Yong and Qi Yun greeted, their voices barely above a whisper. "Good morning," Bai Chen replied. Once everyone had gathered, the time for the awards arrived. The principal, aware of the children's vanity, had organized a ceremony to cater to their egos. Before long, Bai Chen and his companions ascended the stage, where the principal presented them with their rewards. Given that this was merely a first-year competition among students, even at a prestigious academy, the prizes were not overly extravagant. Each member of Class 3 received 500 gold coins, while Bai Chen, as the captain, was awarded 1,000 gold coins. Additionally, they all gained access to the simulated training grounds at any time. After receiving their rewards, Bai Chen felt no sense of disappointment. After all, this was not a grand competition. With the newfound wealth, he could finally purchase many items he had long desired yet could not afford. Once the awards were collected, Bai Chen bid farewell to Shueku and the others. Although students of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy could choose to remain at the academy, Bai Chen intended to return home for a visit. After all, his home was not too far from the academy. Returning home would not require much effort. It was indeed beneficial to visit his parents, especially since his father had insisted that he return home at least once after reaching level 10. An hour later, Bai Chen jumped off the carriage arranged by the school for students heading home and made his way toward his house. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar figure. "Grandfather." Upon hearing the sounds approaching from behind, Bai Yi turned around and immediately spotted Bai Chen leaping towards him. Without hesitation, Bai Yi crouched down into a horse stance, arms outstretched, adopting a posture as if to embrace. Thud. Bai Chen landed on Bai Yi. Despite her innate resistance to such childish antics, Bai Yi relished the moment. After all, it is essential to bring joy to the elder, isn't it? A bit of childishness, Bai Chen could accept. "Little Bai Chen, have you missed your grandfather?" "Yes." Bai Chen nodded vigorously. At the same time, she noticed the large number 68 hovering above Bai Yi's head. This indicated his rank. Indeed, her grandfather was a formidable soul emperor. Moreover, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to ascend to the rank of soul sage within his lifetime, for he was still in his 60s. However, upon observing Bai Yi's level, Bai Chen felt an increased trepidation towards the dark uncle beside Shueku. If he could perceive Bai Yi's soul emperor rank, then the dark uncle must be at least above level 70. "By the way, grandfather, what brings you here so unexpectedly today?" "Grandfather has certainly come to see you. By the way, Chinner, do you have any other plans for this summer vacation?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Bai Chen shook his head and replied, "No, grandfather." "Is there something on your mind?" "Is there none?" That's good. Grandfather intends to take you to a certain place this month. A place? What place? You will understand in due time. It is indeed a splendid place. Without a definitive answer from Bai Chen, Bai Yi led him into the house. Although Bai Chen remained perplexed, he had no recourse as his grandfather delighted in playing the enigmatic. Upon returning home, Milan prepared a sumptuous feast for him. And after a period of rest, dawn arrived. Early in the morning, Bai Chen intended to rise for exercise, but upon glancing out the window, he noticed a carriage gathering at the entrance, which appeared to be his grandfather's Viscount carriage. Stepping outside, Bai Chen inquired with a hint of confusion, "Grandfather, are you about to depart?" Upon hearing Bai Tian's words, Bai chuckled and replied, "It is not that I am departing, but rather that we are leaving." "We? Am I to accompany you as well?" "Indeed, my dear Chen, today I shall take you to a remarkable place. After you finish your breakfast, we shall set forth." "Very well." Bai Chen readily agreed, although his grandfather had not specified their destination. Surely, his grandfather would not wish him any harm. Bai Luo and Milan also noticed the carriage at the entrance. Bai Luo, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Father, it has only been a few days. Must Xiao Chen already visit that place? Would it not be better for him to rest a bit longer during the holiday?" Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Bai Yi lowered his head and spoke to Bai Chen, "Little Chen, the place I am taking you to is home to many formidable soul masters. There is even a chance to meet a titled Dolua. Learning from them will be immensely beneficial for you. Would you like to accompany me?" Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Bai Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I want to go. Yes, I absolutely want to go." With a chuckle at Bai Chen's enthusiastic response, Bai Yi felt proud, for his grandson certainly exhibited a commendable drive. Observing Bai Chen's eagerness, Bai Luo shook his head. Since Bai Chen had expressed his desire, he naturally would not impede him and would let Bai Chen pursue his aspirations. Chapter 28. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. After breakfast, Bai Chen set off with Bai Yi. "Grandfather, is the place we are heading to near Heaven Do City?" "Indeed, it is quite near. We shall arrive shortly," Bai Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen paused for a moment, realizing that the proximity to Heaven Do City meant a congregation of formidable soul masters, and perhaps even an encounter with the title Dolua. An epiphany struck him. "Grandfather, is the place you were taking me a sect?" Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback by Bai Chen's inquiry. "Little Bai Chen, how did you know that the destination is a sect?" "Well, then, grandfather, it wouldn't happen to be the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, would it?" Bai Chen articulated. And Bai Yi fell silent. Noticing Bai Ye's reaction, Bai Chen understood he had not erred in his assumption. "How did you discern that?" "Quite simply. It seems that the only sects meeting your criteria are the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. However, the latter is not particularly welcoming to external soul masters. Thus, the only plausible option is the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. But grandfather, why are you taking me there?" "We are not members of the sect." With a smile, Bai Yi responded, "Chinner, that remains to be seen. I shall not reveal anything until we arrive." "Another mystery." "Humph." Bai Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. After a while, they arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. As Bai Chen dismounted the carriage, he observed numerous other carriages around, from which emerged several children of similar age to his own. This sight ignited a flurry of thoughts in Bai Chen's mind. What day could it be that so many peers had come to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? This isn't a celestial gate of sorts. Could it be that they are recruiting external disciples? Suddenly, Bai Chen halted abruptly. Wait, external disciples? If his memory served him right, major sects do indeed recruit soul masters with different martial spirits as external disciples, especially for a support-type sect like the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. There would be a significant intake of battle soul masters to serve as external disciples, safeguarding the sect. Moreover, being an external disciple at the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect seemingly presented opportunities to take his wives soul masters possessing the sect's direct martial spirits. Of course, marrying one would necessitate joining the sect, and any offspring would also be considered members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The more he contemplated, the more convinced Bai Chen became of his hypothesis. In a moment of resolute thought, he considered turning back. After all, he was the man who had ignited a spark of romance with Xueku. Setting aside her royal lineage and innate talent, her gentle, gracious, and unpretentious demeanor was already immensely captivating, not to mention her striking beauty. If it were not for his current system, Bai Chen would never dare to approach a girl of such caliber. Of course, even with the system, he would not act on his own accord. It was Xueku who had taken the initiative to seek him out. As Bai Chen contemplated this, Bai Yi beside him spoke up, "Chinner, today marks the annual selection of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which occurs once every 4 years. They will choose a select group of talented children for cultivation. These exceptional children are granted the opportunity to study at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School during each holiday, depending on their progress. The school may consider allowing them to join the sect as outer disciples. Cheater, if you can become a disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, your life will truly be smooth sailing. Even if you do not qualify as an outer disciple, participating in this training will still be immensely beneficial, as it will allow you to learn a great deal. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Bai Chen hesitated momentarily. Indeed, merely participating in the training posed no risk to him. Rather, it promised valuable learning experiences. However, just as Bai Chen grappled with his indecision, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Boss. Bai Chen instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover that Zhong Yong and Qi Yun had unexpectedly appeared nearby. As he pondered this, the group rushed over. Boss, are you here for the selection too? Zhong Yong inquired. Yes, Bai Chen replied, somewhat dazed. That's wonderful. Let's go together. Oh, all right. Before he could finish speaking, Zhong Yong noticed Bai Yi standing beside Bai Chen. Boss, who is this? Oh, this is my grandfather, Bai Yi. Greetings, grandfather Bai. Hello. Little one, Bai Yi responded amicably to Bai Chen's friend. Meanwhile, Zhong Yong was accompanied not by a family member, but rather by a steward in his 40s. Qi Yun and the others shared a similar situation. Thus, Bai Chen was drawn into the registration area. The registration desk was manned by an elderly man. Name? Bai Chen. Gender? Male. Age? 6.5. Martial soul? Azure Wind Demon Wolf. Level? 13th. Upon hearing 13th, the elder paused momentarily. Extend your hand, please. Sure. Bai Chen complied without hesitation. The elder examined his hand and remarked, Indeed, you are 6.5. Now, place your hand on the crystal ball. Following the elder's instructions, Bai Chen did so, and the crystal ball immediately emitted a dazzling light. After confirming the result, the elder stated, Little one, you possess great talent. There is no need for further assessment. You pass directly. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Chen smiled and expressed his gratitude before departing. Bai Yi, upon receiving this news, praised, No doubt, he is my grandson. All right, Chener, take this money. I will come to fetch you after the holiday ends. Okay, goodbye, grandfather. With that, Bai Yi left. Subsequently, Bai Chen followed a young man who appeared to be in his 20s to his dormitory. Youth, little friend, this is your dormitory. It is a shared room, so you will have a roommate. I wonder if you will adapt well. Hearing the words, Bai Chen shook his head and replied, It's fine. A shared room is quite nice. That's good to hear. We have assessments today, so you won't have much to do. The sect is vast, and you can explore at your leisure. All right, thank you. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Oh, I am called Gong Yin. You may refer to me as Brother Gong Yin. Upon hearing the name, a vague recollection surfaced in Bai Chen's mind. Could he be related to that person? Okay. Brother Gong Yin. Thank you. You're welcome. With that, Gong Yin departed. As he watched the other leave, Bai Chen quickly began to organize his belongings. Chapter 29. The first encounter with Ning Rongrong soon. Bai Chen had organized all his belongings. He then resolved to stroll around the 7-treasure glazed tile school, not only to familiarize himself with the surroundings, but also in hopes of encountering Ning Rongrong or Ning Fengji, possibly triggering a side quest. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen stepped out of his dormitory and began to meander outside. The place where he resided was in close proximity to the main entrance, with the dining hall not far off, seemingly established specifically for those participating in the assessment. Meanwhile, a little girl, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, was sneaking around the assessment site for reasons unknown. As Bai Chen walked, he noticed the girl observing from the shadows. Above her head was the number 11, along with the name Ning Rongrong. Surprised to have encountered Ning Rongrong so soon, Bai Chen's mind was swiftly flooded with the system's prompt. Ding. Side quest triggered. Make acquaintance with Ning Rongrong. Reward, 300 points. Taken aback by the announcement, Bai Chen pondered the implications of the 300 points. It seemed that the rewards varied according to the significance of the characters involved. He wondered what special rewards might be bestowed for fostering a good relationship with Ning Rongrong. With this in mind, he approached her direction, where Ning Rongrong remained unaware, still peering at something. Bai Chen called out, Hey, what are you doing? Startled by Bai Chen's sudden voice, Ning Rongrong let out a scream that was almost impossible for an ordinary person to withstand. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Ning Rongrong glared at him, saying, What are you doing? You know that suddenly speaking can scare someone to death? Oh, Bai Chen replied instinctively, still not fully recovered from her earlier shriek. Seeing Bai Chen's dazed expression, Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and asked, Hey, what is your name? Why did you suddenly scare me? I am Bai Chen, one of the candidates for this assessment. But I haven't asked you yet. What are you sneaking around for? Are you up to something mischievous? Mischievous? Let me tell you, I am. Midway through her retort, Ning Rongrong suddenly fell silent. Bai Chen feigned ignorance and pressed, But what? Who are you? Speak. If you don't, I'll report you. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong replied, I am a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you offend me, you will regret it. As she spoke, she revealed her martial soul. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Feigning confusion at her actions, Bai Chen remarked, a member of the school? Then why are you sneaking around? Is that any of your business? I can do whatever I want. Ning Rongrong retorted, annoyed. By the way, you still haven't explained why you were here. If you're a candidate, shouldn't you be undergoing the assessment first? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Bai Chen calmly replied, I am unaware. The elderly gentleman at the entrance inquired about my rank and age, and then I was granted immediate passage. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, immediate passage? No examination required? Indeed, he affirmed. Oh, I see. That indicates your talent is quite commendable. I shall extend to you an opportunity to be my subordinate. With that, Ning Rongrong puffed out her non-existent chest, resembling a proud hen, as if Bai Chen would undoubtedly acquiesce. I refuse. Well, since you have consented. Ning Rongrong's voice abruptly halted mid-sentence. What did you just say? Did you not hear me clearly? I said I refuse. You are truly peculiar. Furthermore, you appear younger than I. I shall not be a subordinate to one so juvenile. Confirming Bai Chen's statement, Ning Rongrong inhaled deeply. You are the child. Are you a fool? Within the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, how many have aspired to be my subordinate yet could not? Have you waterlogged your brain? Ning Rongrong unleashed her lifelong learning in a fervent tirade against Bai Chen. However, her remarks held little weight in Bai Chen's ears. This young one's vocabulary was still too limited. Her insults lacked potency. After a considerable pause, observing Ning Rongrong's flushed countenance, Bai Chen coldly stated, rebound. You. Though it was merely a pair of simple words, Ning Rongrong nearly lost her ability to respond. Her ire not solely stemming from those two syllables, but also from Bai Chen's nonchalant demeanor. In all her years, it was the first time someone had regarded her with such indifference. What do you mean by you? You lack basic courtesy. To forge friendships, one must start as equals. Not immediately demand to be the leader. Bai Chen refrained from further provoking Ning Rongrong. After all, it seemed she could offer numerous tasks, and it would be prudent not to sour their relationship. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Ning Rongrong's demeanor softened slightly. This individual did not appear to intentionally vex her. Despite her barrage of insults, he merely responded with rebound. Her father had advised her to practice empathy and consider matters from another's perspective. All right, Ning Rongrong. Do not be angered. With a sigh, she conceded, very well, I am Ning Rongrong. We may commence our acquaintance as friends, but let it be known, I shall one day ensure you become my subordinate. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in Bai Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing Ning Rongrong's side quest. Reward, 300 points. Following this, the system did not immediately dispense subsequent rewards, but instead issued another notification. Due to the host's cumulative points exceeding 3,000 in successfully unlocking a member of the protagonist group, the system mall is undergoing an update. Update duration, 1 hour. Taken aback by the voice in his mind, Bai Chen mused, 1 hour? The system operates with remarkable efficiency. Well then, Ning Rongrong. Could you show me around the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I'm not very familiar with this place. Of course, Ning Rongrong readily agreed. Having received the response from the other party, Bai Chen had nearly discerned Ning Rongrong's character. Presently, Ning Rongrong seemed far less willful than when she first entered Shrek Academy. This young girl was not inherently bad. Rather, she possessed a playful spirit. It should not be much of a problem to interact with her amicably. Subsequently, Bai Chen casually cast a glance at the nearby thicket, where 2 crimson question marks hovered above. Bai Chen surmised that these 2 question marks were likely to be Chen Xin and Gu Rong, but this remained merely a conjecture. After all, Chen Xin and Gu Rong were the personal bodyguards of Ning Fengji, and it was conceivable that they could also be other soul Duluos. Chapter 30, Dust Heart and the Ancient Banyan Dust Heart. It seems that the little fellow has discovered us. Upon hearing Ancient Banyan's words, Dust Heart nodded. Although White Dust had merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction, a being of his caliber could perceive even the slightest disturbance. When White Dust's gaze lingered upon them, there was a distinct pause, yet Dust Heart could not fathom how a mere child of not more than a dozen levels could detect their presence. Despite their lack of intentional concealment, could it truly be a mere figment of his imagination? At that moment, while strolling with Ning Rongrong, White Dust suddenly inquired, Are the 2 individuals concealed in the thicket your protectors? The 2 in the thicket? What are you talking about? Ning Rongrong responded, her face a portrait of confusion. White Dust's assertion stemmed from his absence of any overconfidence. He was acutely aware that if those 2 were indeed Ancient Banyan and Dust Heart, they would have already realized that he was aware of their presence. After all, they were titled Dolua, and White Dust had already formulated a rationale for his discovery. The higher the status of the individuals, the fewer lies one ought to weave, for deception could not remain concealed. There are indeed two individuals. I can feel their presence trailing behind you. Upon hearing White Dust's words, not only was Ning Rongrong astonished, but Dustheart and Ancient Banyan were equally taken aback. This little one has truly discerned our presence and can accurately state that there are two of us. He is indeed remarkable. Having been discovered, they no longer felt the need to remain hidden and stepped forth. To their arrival, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa Jian. Grandpa Gu, what brings you here?" Well? Rongrong, we just happened to pass by," Ancient Banyan hastily explained, not wishing for their little princess to know that these two old men were shadowing her. Lest she become upset, White Dust interjected, "They have been hiding in that thicket all along." Dustheart and Ancient Banyan. Upon hearing White Dust's statement, Ning Rongrong was about to speak when Ancient Banyan quickly interjected, "Rongrong, the reason we have come is to find this little fellow. We have some matters to discuss with him. We must take our leave." With that, Ancient Banyan and Dustheart swiftly seized White Dust and fled, leaving a bewildered Ning Rongrong in their wake. A few minutes later, White Dust was brought to a secluded corner by Ancient Banyan and Dustheart. Before they could utter a word, White Dust remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be protecting Ning Rongrong? Why can't she know that you are safeguarding her?" Just as Ancient Banyan and Dustheart were about to question how White Dust had perceived them, they paused momentarily, then quickly regained their composure. "You little rascal. This is none of your concern. Tell us, how did you discover us?" Ancient Banyan inquired, while Dustheart looked on with curiosity. "It's quite simple. It is a natural gift of mine. As long as someone enters my designated vicinity, I can sense their presence. I noticed you both from the very beginning." Upon hearing White Dust's explanation, a term immediately sprang to the minds of Dustheart and Ancient Banyan: innate domain. Before me stands a child whose declarations resonate with an innate talent, seemingly unaware of the nature of this gift. Observing the astonishment etched on the faces of the two individuals, I surmise that I have successfully enticed them into my narrative. While it is true that domain abilities are exceedingly rare, typically emerging only from ancestral inheritance, serendipitous circumstances, or during the ascension to the title of Dolua with a mere 10% chance of manifestation in the ninth spirit ring, such occurrences are not entirely impossible. In instances of spirit mutation, the likelihood of such abilities surfacing increases significantly. My own spirit, that Songfeng Demon Wolf, is indeed a mutated variant. Thus I have meticulously prepared my responses, ready to address any inquiries posed by Qinshin and Gu Rong. After the initial shock subsided, Gu Rong inquired, "Young one, do the adults in your family possess such abilities, or is it solely your own?" I shook my head and replied, "It is only me." Gu Rong pressed further. "What is your spirit?" "Songfeng Demon Wolf," I answered. "A mutated spirit, I see. It makes sense that there exists a minuscule possibility for the emergence of a domain." Gu Rong murmured thoughtfully. Subsequently, he exchanged a glance with Qinshin and reached a decision. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Gu Rong smiled and asked, "Are you an outer disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or have you come to participate in the selection process?" "Have you passed?" I retorted. "Didn't you hear me speaking with Rongrong just now? Honestly, and by the way, uncle, your manner of speaking is a bit off-putting. Can't you be like before?" "Off-putting, uncle?" At the mention of these words, Gu Rong's smile froze instantly. However, as a distinguished Dolaw, he refrained from retaliating against a mere child, especially one with such potential. He could only remark, "Young one, oh no, you are Bai Chen, correct?" Little Bai Chen certainly speaks without reservations. "All right, uncle. What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" After I spoke, Gu Rong glanced at Qinshin, who hesitated before asking, "Young one, would you consider joining our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Upon hearing Qinshin's proposal, I shook my head. Noticing my refusal, Qinshin expressed no anger but instead questioned, "Why not? You came to the selection of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to become an outer disciple, with the intention of courting an inner disciple, did you not?" I clarified. "That may be true for others, but I am here to train, and besides, I already have a girlfriend." My assertion caught both of them by surprise. This little fellow, nearly 6 years of age, already had a girlfriend. I continued, "Uncle, you wouldn't happen to be single, would you? If so, you should really make an effort. At your age, finding a partner is becoming increasingly challenging. If you delay any longer, you might remain single for life." My words pierced through Qinshin and Gu Rong like sharp blades, for indeed, they were both still unpartnered. Yet, their singleness stemmed from their devotion to cultivation, should they desire. Countless women would readily seek their affections. Bai Chen cast a glance at the expressions of the two individuals and remarked, "It seems my conjecture was indeed correct." With a crack, Chen Xian felt as though the swordsmanship he had not practiced for decades was stirred by the presence of this young child, who seemed to strike precisely where it hurt. Having sufficiently teased Gu Rong and Chen Xin, Bai Chen contemplated making his exit. Believing he had left a lasting impression on these two formidable figures, and thought they would not soon forget him. Uncle, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Yet, just as Bai Chen was about to depart, Gu Rong seized him firmly. Chapter 31. Mall Update, Mysterious Lottery. Gu Rong, Young One. My name is Gu Rong, and this is Chen Xin. Should you change your mind and wish to join our 7-treasure glazed tile school, feel free to seek us out with this jade. With that, Gu Rong produced an ancient jade inscribed with the image of a 7-treasure glazed tower and handed it to Bai Chen. I understand, Bai Chen replied. As he felt a surge of 200 points in his mind, a reward for meeting Gu Rong and Chen Xin, as announced when the two appeared. All right, young one. Off you go now. Goodbye, uncle. With that, Bai Chen departed. Gu Rong and Chen Xin watched Bai Chen's retreating figure, feeling no particular regret. They believed that if Bai Chen were to discover their true identities one day, he would certainly choose to join their esteemed sect. Talents gifted with innate abilities such as his were exceedingly rare, and they would not let him slip away easily. Meanwhile, Bai Chen discovered that Ning Rong was still waiting for him, which brought a smile to his face. You're still here? Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, Ning Rong turned around and retorted, Who is waiting for you? I merely wish to know what Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu spoke of with you. Isn't that tantamount to waiting for me? Bai Chen thought to himself, but refrained from voicing it. Let me around. I'll share what they told me as we walk. Ning Rong pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right. Thus, they strolled and conversed. Your two grandfathers brought me over mainly to persuade me to join your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Bai Chen had no reason to conceal this from Ning Rong. After a while, a notification sound echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system mall has been successfully updated. Please check it at your convenience. Though he heard the notification, Bai Chen maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. After some time, Ning Rong guided Bai Chen through all the accessible areas of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Thank you, Ning Rong. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. He said. No need for thanks. It's my duty as the leader, she replied. Well, goodbye then. Goodbye. Ning Rong glanced at the sun still hanging in the sky. Was it not merely the afternoon? Did they have to part ways so soon? Nevertheless, Ning Rong was resolute and would not voice her desire to spend more time together. Goodbye, she said, somewhat irritably. Oh, she is upset, Bai Chen thought, somewhat perplexed. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen immediately began to inspect the updates in the system mall. Upon entering, he shook his head. There were not many new items, only a low-grade level-up pill, a low-grade soul ring duration pill, and a mysterious lottery button. Bai Chen examined the effects of these items. Low-grade level-up pill, effect, for soul masters below level 30. Consuming one will raise their level by 1, with a limit of 3 per individual. Price, 5,000 points. Low-level soul ring age enhancement pill, effect, increases the age of the first 3 soul rings by 100 years, can be used indefinitely. Price, 3,000 points. Mysterious lottery, effect, can draw a mysterious item. Price, 1,000 points. After reviewing these items, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment. Glancing at his remaining points. Remaining points, 3050. This was the accumulation of points he had earned from completing various daily tasks during this time. The points were insufficient to purchase the low-level age enhancement pill, and he was reluctant to buy the low-level soul ring age enhancement pill, especially since he currently possessed only 1 soul ring. It simply wasn't worth it. Thus, he was left with the option of the mysterious lottery. Bai Chen felt a twinge of unease regarding the lottery, as in his past life, he had rarely won anything from such draws. After some contemplation, he opted to participate in the lottery, deciding to make 2 attempts and reserving 1,000 points to purchase a double-speed training card. In no time, he conducted the first mysterious draw, his points balance swiftly diminishing by 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the mysterious lottery. You have obtained a secret recipe for a medicinal bath. Upon hearing the system's notification, a prescription appeared in Bai Chen's hands. Mysterious prescription, effect. By following the prescription to prepare the medicine and taking a medicinal bath, one can quickly recover from injuries and damage sustained during training. Prolonged use can enhance one's talent and physique. Note: to initially enhance talent and physique, continuous use for 1 month is required. Upon seeing this prescription, Bai Chen's pupils dilated. What a remarkable item. This could enhance his innate abilities, and most importantly, he recognized all the medicinal ingredients listed, although they were relatively expensive in the Dolua continent. His current financial resources could allow him to procure some without consuming points. The first lottery draw left Bai Chen feeling quite pleased, and he promptly proceeded to conduct a second draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, the mysterious lottery was successful. You have obtained the body refining technique, Heavenly Demon Body. Heavenly Demon Body Effect. By training according to the methods recorded in the Heavenly Demon Body, one can significantly enhance their physique, unblock meridians, and upon mastering it, their body can rival that of a heavenly demon. Note, this body refining technique is extremely challenging to cultivate. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Upon reading the introduction of Heavenly Demon Body, Bai Chen nearly burst into laughter. His luck seemed quite favorable. If he could cultivate this Heavenly Demon Body to perfection, it was likely that no title Dolua in this world would pose a threat to him. However, after examining the requirements for the Heavenly Demon Body, he closed the information. The minimum cultivation level was 20. He was currently unable to train in it. Once the lottery concluded, Bai Chen resumed his training as usual. Although he had the assistance of the system to stand at the pinnacle of the continent without any restrictions, Bai Chen knew he had to exert considerable effort. Moreover, he was still a child and had no other forms of entertainment. It would be unwise to engage in play acting with peers or to partake in mischief with adults. It was best to focus on diligent training. The following day, early morning. Today, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is still conducting auditions. Originally, the event was set to conclude yesterday, but due to the unexpectedly large number of participants this year, the auditions have been extended by a day. Furthermore, Bai Chen's roommate had yet to arrive yesterday, leaving him to reside alone. As he stepped out of his room, he spotted Ning Rongrong not far away. The young girl was squatting there, occasionally glancing around as if she were waiting for someone. Observing this scene, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she was waiting for him? They had only just made each other's acquaintance. What merit did he possess that would warrant the attention of such a distinguished young lady? Could it be that his distinct demeanor yesterday had captured her interest? Chapter 32 Sui, hey, Ning Rongrong, were you waiting for me? Bai Chen suddenly spoke, causing Ning Rongrong to startle visibly. After taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, "You insufferable Bai Chen, do you intend to scare me to death? Must you always speak so suddenly?" "Oh, my apologies," Bai Chen replied. "You have yet to answer my question. Were you waiting for me?" "Humph. Absolutely not. I would never wait here for you. I merely wished to see if there were any intriguing individuals among this year's candidates for the selection." "Oh, would you accompany me to purchase a few items?" "Fine." Her eager agreement belied her earlier claim of not waiting for him, though Bai Chen refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Ning Rongrong, does your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possess any apothecaries?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's inquiry, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. "Could you refrain from calling me by my full name? Like everyone else, you may call me Rongrong or Sister Rongrong. Do you understand? Calling me Ning Rongrong feels quite peculiar." "Very well, Rongrong." Bai Chen had no intention of aggravating her, especially since he sought her assistance. He had not encountered any apothecaries the previous day. Ning Rongrong, satisfied with his response, continued. "Although there is a medical facility within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School that treats disciples' injuries and stocks numerous medicinal herbs, those herbs are not available for outsiders. However, fortuitously, you encountered me. I can escort you to the nearest apothecary. You should express gratitude." "Thank you." For reasons unknown, Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of disappointment. This peculiar fellow remained rather aloof despite her efforts to engage him in conversation, even as the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. "Is your manner of speaking always like this?" Upon hearing her question, Bai Chen shook his head. "Not with elders." "Oh, how do you speak to elders?" "Do share." Bai Chen recalled the tone he adopted when conversing with his parents, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. You probably wouldn't want to know. Let us hasten to the apothecary." "Very well." However, midway through their journey, they were suddenly interrupted by some peculiar noises nearby. Bai Chen glanced in that direction and shook his head in resignation. Not far off, a group of children surrounded a golden-haired boy, delivering punches and kicks, while a charming girl stood nearby, observing the scene with a cool gaze. Bullying? Quite common. It seems even the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is not immune to such occurrences. Nevertheless, Bai Chen had no intention of intervening this time with Ning Rongrong. The young lady, beside him, he felt it was her responsibility to aid the boy. To his surprise, however, Ning Rongrong did not even cast a glance in that direction. Continuing onward with Bai Chen paused, momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing she had not noticed. "Hey, aren't you going to do something?" At the sound of Bai Chen's voice, Ning Rongrong halted for a moment and replied, "Do what?" Upon witnessing the perplexed expression on the other party's face, Bai Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Was it truly impossible for him to see? They were so close. Over there, Bai Chen pointed towards the small boy. Hearing his words, Ning Rongrong glanced curiously in that direction, then turned her head away, stating, "What does it matter? I'm not intimately acquainted with him. And his mother is a traitor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Why should I concern myself with him?" Bai Chen quickly seized upon the critical keywords in Ning Rongrong's statement. "Mother? Traitor? What did that mean?" Just as Bai Chen deliberated whether to intervene, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the chain side quest. Rescue Sui. Reward, 100 points. Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback by the revelation that the small boy was named Sui. He had initially intended to rescue him, though not a self-proclaimed hero. He possessed a rational modern mindset, and under his ability, he could not simply stand by and watch. Moreover, the system had issued him a task. At that moment, Sui was crouched down, cradling his head, enduring the brutal blows from those surrounding him. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong. From the moment he could remember, he had been called a bastard, the son of a traitor. He had done nothing to deserve such torment. Please, someone save me. Sui silently pleaded. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated nearby, and Sui felt the assailant striking him had vanished. In disbelief, he looked up to see a boy of similar age, clad in noble attire, having chased off his attackers. Who are you? Why are you hitting us? Bai Chen did not respond, but instead delivered an uppercut to the chin of the boy who spoke. The sudden impact caused the boy to lose consciousness. The others, witnessing this scene, were startled. Without a second thought for their fallen companion, they fled, though one girl, who had been observing silently, cast a deep glance at Bai Chen as if to remember him. Seeing this unfold, Bai Chen shook his head, remarking, "These people are truly pathetic, abandoning even the lives of their own." Sui stared blankly at the scene, and then Bai Chen approached him, asking, "Hey, are you all right?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Sui dazedly shook his head, responding, "Thank you, but I'm fine." Bai Chen glanced at the bruises adorning Sui's arms and said, "Don't be stubborn. I happen to be heading to the apothecary. Come with me." Sui quickly shook his head in response. "I truly appreciate your help, but you should leave quickly. They will call for help soon, and if you stay with me, you will also become a target." Surprised by the boy's unexpected maturity, Bai Chen reassured him, "It's all right. I'm not afraid of them. Just come with me." He then took Sui's hand and led him towards Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong observed the scene without offering any commentary. In the past, there had been individuals who extended their assistance to Sui. Yet those who had aided him soon found themselves subjected to the same bullying as he was. Eventually, those who had once supported Sui could no longer endure the situation and chose to distance themselves from him. Some even allied themselves with his tormentors. As for her, she had no desire to involve herself in such matters, as they bore no relevance to her. Witnessing Ning Rongrong's indifferent demeanor, Bai Chen felt a profound sense of disappointment. However, he recognized that he could not impose expectations upon others. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong's image in his mind had undoubtedly diminished. Chapter 33. The new roommate, Sui, instantly recognized Ning Rongrong, and a wave of nervousness washed over him. He stammered, "Rongrong, good day." However, Ning Rongrong disregarded his greeting, merely turning her head aside with a dismissive huff. Observing her reaction, Bai Chen sighed. According to Ning Rongrong's previous remarks, only her mother had betrayed their sect, which had no bearing on Sui himself. Yet, the prejudice from those around him was nearly suffocating this innocent boy who had committed no wrong. "Let us proceed to the apothecary," Bai Chen suggested. "All right," Sui replied, his voice trembling. Despite his fear of Ning Rongrong, he felt no such trepidation towards Bai Chen. Instead, he harbored a deep sense of gratitude. He vowed to repay Bai Chen's kindness manifold in the future. Of course, he wished to leave this place, for when he was injured, he typically foraged for herbs on the ground to treat himself. Bai Chen had not only rescued him, but also incurred expenses on his behalf, which made Sui feel rather uncomfortable. As they walked, Bai Chen observed the expressions of Ning Rongrong and Sui. Ning Rongrong did not regard Sui with hatred. Perhaps, as she had said, she truly did not care much for him. Before long, they arrived at the apothecary Ning Rongrong had mentioned. "You too may enter. If I go in, that shopkeeper will surely pester me with flattery, and it's quite annoying," Ning Rongrong said. "Very well," Bai Chen responded, gently leading the slightly apprehensive Sui inside the shop. The shopkeeper, noticing the young visitors, did not look down upon them. "Children, what brings you here today?" he asked in a tone meant to be endearing. Bai Chen, undeterred by the shopkeeper's condescending demeanor, stated, "Sir, I would like these herbs, 2 portions, and also a set of ointment for treating external injuries." "Certainly," the shopkeeper replied, taking the prescription from Bai Chen's hand. After glancing at the list of requested herbs, the shopkeeper paused, saying, "Young lad, some of these ingredients are rather expensive. Do you have sufficient funds?" "How much for 2 sets?" Bai Chen inquired. "Each set cost 150 gold coins," the shopkeeper informed him. Nodding, Bai Chen produced a pouch of gold coins. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened at the sight of the money. "Please hold on a moment." Before long, the shopkeeper prepared the 2 sets of herbs and included a set of ointment as well. "Children, you only need to pay for the 2 sets of herbs. Consider the ointment a gift from me," he said. "Thank you, kind sir," Bai Chen replied, taking the ointment in hand. He refrained from placing it within the Songlong ring, as revealing its existence was ill-advised given his current limitations. Here, take this. When you return, brew the herbs, and it should suffice for your recovery. Thank you. Sui stammered. Not at all. Have you eaten? If not, let us share a meal, Bai Chen suggested, pulling Sui along before he could respond. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong at the entrance, Bai Chen remarked, let us go. Did we not agree that I would treat you to a meal? Today shall be the day. You may choose the place. Taken aback by Bai Chen's sudden invitation, Ning Rongrong was momentarily flustered but quickly regained her composure. Is that so? Then you must be prepared to spend extravagantly, she replied with a hint of mischief. Noticing her peculiar smile, Bai Chen felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet he nodded in agreement, reasoning that even if he incurred expenses, he could always earn more later. Before long, Ning Rongrong led Bai Chen to a delicately elegant restaurant. Upon arrival, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Ning Rongrong had spared him from a more extravagant venue. Shall we proceed? She prompted. Oh, Bai Chen responded, hastily following her lead while also pulling Sui into their midst. Observing Sui's expression of palpable anxiety, Bai Chen reassured him, do not be so tense. Your nerves are making me uneasy. Oh, right, I apologize, Sui stammered. No need for apologies, you have done nothing wrong. Unsure how to respond, Sui found himself at a loss for words, as he seldom engaged with others. Bai Chen, too, was uncertain of how to converse with someone who had been bullied. After being seated, a charming young waitress approached, warmly inquiring, what would you children like to order? Bai Chen replied, Miss, please hand the menu to her. She will choose the dishes. Certainly, young ones, the waitress responded. Ning Rongrong glanced at the menu and promptly exclaimed, this one, and this one. With a swift succession, she ordered over 10 dishes before finally pausing. Bai Chen discreetly checked the prices, feeling relieved that the dishes were reasonably priced. This meal would certainly not exceed 20 gold coins. The service was swift, and after tasting a dish, Bai Chen nodded in approval, finding it comparable to the offerings at the Falling Flowers Pavilion. Meanwhile, Sui limited himself to the dishes directly in front of him. However, Bai Chen chose not to intervene this time, having already offered ample guidance. He felt that further interference might render Sui uncomfortable, and besides, there was plenty of food to enjoy at a leisurely pace. After their meal, Bai Chen parted ways with Sui, saying, I reside in the dormitory area for the selection. Should they continue to bully you, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Sui replied as they exchanged farewells. Though Bai Chen recognized that his concern might be seen as meddlesome, he felt compelled to act, unable to simply stand by when he had the means to assist. Ning Rongrong commented, by helping him, you may attract considerable trouble. I am unafraid, Bai Chen replied resolutely. Indeed? I hope that when next we meet, you will still possess such composure. With that, Bai Chen returned home, carrying the herbs he had purchased. Upon entering the dormitory, Bai Chen was surprised to find an unfamiliar presence, apparently a new roommate. Just as he prepared to greet this individual, they abruptly spoke, name your price. Bai Chen, taken aback, responded with confusion. Noticing Bai Chen's bewilderment, Lumu frowned and stated, I will offer you 500 gold coins to vacate. I wish to reside here alone. Upon hearing Lumu's words, Bai Chen finally comprehended his intent. Ignoring Lumu, Bai Chen reclined on his bed. Observing Bai Chen's reaction, Lumu's expression darkened. Hey, did you not hear what I said? Bai Chen continued to disregard him, finding little motivation to engage with such a brazen young brat. Witnessing Bai Chen's persistent indifference, Lumu truly became enraged. Without any forewarning, he seized a nearby chair and hurled it toward Bai Chen. Chapter 34. Medicinal Bath. As Bai Chen grasped the chair hurled towards him, his expression darkened. This little rascal before him was due for a lesson. Dare to obstruct me? Who gave you the right? Lumu declared with unyielding arrogance. Upon hearing these words, Bai Chen realized that this little scoundrel's audacity had surpassed his expectations. With a resounding slap, a sharp sound echoed off Lumu's face. Stunned by the sudden sting, Lumu could hardly believe what had just transpired. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a searing pain struck his abdomen. Bai Chen had delivered a powerful kick. Subsequently, Bai Chen unleashed a merciless barrage upon the still-dazed Lumu. When dealing with someone like Lumu, it was imperative to instill a fear so profound that he would never dare to provoke you again, thus preventing future troubles. 15 minutes later, as he gazed at Lumu, who lay groaning on the floor, Bai Chen paid him no mind and began his own cultivation. He was exhilarated at the thought of indulging in a medicinal bath later that evening. Meanwhile, after a bout of groaning, Lumu's gaze towards Bai Chen transformed into one of trepidation. It was the first time someone had treated him in such a manner. After some contemplation, he gathered his belongings and departed the dormitory. Once Lumu had left, Bai Chen glanced at the door. He has gone. Good. Living alone is quite comfortable. I hope the 7 treasures Liuli Sect 1T assign me any more roommates. With that thought, Bai Chen retrieved the medicinal herbs he had purchased that day. Each set of herbs could be used 5 times, and he possessed 2 sets, allowing for 10 applications in total. Following the instructions on the prescription, Bai Chen boiled a large vat of water and proceeded to toss in the herbs one by one. Half an hour later, observing the concoction in the tub, he noted that it had turned black, just as the list had indicated. He promptly extracted the juice from a herb known as blackwood grass and evenly applied it over his entire body. According to the prescription, the efficacy of this medicinal bath was exceptionally potent. Applying the juice from blackwood grass would not only effectively safeguard his physique, but also neutralize the medicinal bath, thereby enhancing the absorption of its beneficial properties. Once finished, Bai Chen dipped one leg into the medicinal bath and was immediately met with an exhilarating sensation. If one were to describe this feeling, it would be akin to indulging in a mouthful of peppermint candy on a winter's day, followed by a breath of frosty air. However, rather than a chill, Bai Chen experienced a wave of warmth. Having barely submerged one leg, Bai Chen felt as though he might perish. Resolutely, he decided to plunge fully into the bath. Instantly, a surge of heat rushed to his head, compelling him to channel his soul energy for protection. After a quarter of an hour, he sensed every cell within his body awakening, pulsating vigorously. This sensation was challenging for Bai Chen to articulate, if pressed. He would describe it as a blend of agony and ecstasy. Despite the peculiarity of the experience, Bai Chen persevered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shui Ke, upon hearing the report from the dark-skinned man, scowled and remarked, "Are you telling me that Bai Chen has gone to the 7 treasures Liuli Sect to participate in the selection?" Upon hearing Shui Ke's words, Uncle He nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Your Highness." With Uncle He's confirmation, Shui Ke's expression darkened further. She was acutely aware of the true purpose of this selection. It was merely a means to become a child bride or husband for someone. "Uncle He, let us tidy our belongings, for we are bound for the Qibao glazed tile temple." "Yes, Your Highness." With a sigh, Uncle He remarked that Shui Ke's possessiveness was quite intense. And considering Bai Chen's actions, it seemed that Shui Ke was likely feeling more sorrow than anything else. The following day, Bai Chen awoke and gazed at the potion beside him, which had now lightened in color. He nodded in satisfaction. The previous night, with the assistance of this medicinal bath, he had surprisingly broken through to the 14th level. Moreover, he could distinctly sense certain changes within his body. After rinsing himself with a bucket of clean water, Bai Chen approached the mirror. According to the prescription, it appeared to possess some properties for cleansing the marrow and refining the channels. So he anticipated that his appearance would have undergone some transformation. Standing before the mirror, Bai Chen scrutinized himself and nodded in approval. Indeed, he looked somewhat more handsome than before. His complexion was rosy and vibrant, exuding health. If he persisted in this manner, his attractiveness was bound to soar. Although Bai Chen was a male, he still cared about his appearance, as first impressions are often shaped by one's looks. This holds true for both genders. Those who are pleasing to the eye tend to enjoy various advantages in life. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Bai Chen donned the attire provided by the 7 treasures glazed tile school and ventured out for breakfast. It was still early, and classes had not yet commenced, allowing him ample time to enjoy his meal before heading to class. Soon, Bai Chen finished his breakfast and proceeded to the designated location for his lesson. Ning Rongrong had been waiting eagerly at the student area, hoping to catch a glimpse of any intriguing individuals. However, she was taken aback when the first person to arrive for class turned out to be Bai Chen. After a moment of surprise, she scrutinized him closely, wondering if he might indeed be a tad more handsome than he was the day before. "It is undoubtedly due to the attire of our 7 treasure glazed sect that this fellow appears more handsome. Indeed, it must be so." Soon, individuals began to enter the classroom one after another. Among them were some familiar faces, such as the disciples Zhong Yong and Qi Yun, as well as Lu Mu, who bore the bruises from yesterday's confrontation. To be frank, Bai Chen was more inclined to learn combat skills at the 7 treasure glazed sect rather than this cultural knowledge. Gradually, when the final person entered the classroom, Bai Chen was taken aback to find it was Shui Ke. However, upon noticing Bai Chen, Shui Ke paused momentarily, then huffed and took a seat beside Zhong Yong. Observing Shui Ke's demeanor, Bai Chen understood the source of her irritation. After all, most participants in this selection were here to form connections with the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed sect. It was no wonder Shui Ke felt upset, especially since she likely learned of his attendance at the selection. Zhong Yong, surprised to see Shui Ke sitting beside him, shared in the astonishment. Subsequently, Bai Chen approached Zhong Yong and said, "Step aside." "All right." Zhong Yong hurriedly moved away, for he dared not provoke Bai Chen's ire. Bai Chen then addressed Shui Ke. "You may find it hard to believe, but I came here solely for the purpose of training. I have no intention of marrying a disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Please do not be angry. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Shueku was taken aback, surprised that he had so swiftly discerned the reason for her displeasure. In that moment, she felt a tinge of happiness. Meanwhile, Uncle He, who was secretly observing, shook his head in disbelief, wondering why his princess seemed ready to forgive without even the prelude of coaxing. Chapter 35. The First Training Shueku. How do you intend to prove that? Upon hearing Shueku's words, Bai Chen paused for a moment and replied, How would you like me to provide proof? Shueku paused for a moment, then reached out her right hand, saying, Let us make a pact. If you harbor any interest in the female disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you must swallow 1,000 needles. Upon hearing Shueku's words, Bai Chen swallowed hard. What a cruel curse it was. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. Subsequently, he and Shueku established a vicious oath to consume 1,000 needles. Bai Chen remarked, Well, do you believe me now? Shueku replied, for the time being, Yes. Just don't go back on your word, or you'll have to swallow those needles. Beside them, Ning Rongrong observed this exchange and felt inexplicably discontent. This fellow, despite having a girlfriend, still chose to participate in the selection. What a cad. Before long, their instructor approached, and the process unfolded as before, with the teacher first asking everyone to introduce themselves. As Bai Chen listened to the self-introductions, he found most of them acceptable. However, when he heard that one person's martial soul was a trident and the next claimed theirs was a weasel, his expression shifted slightly. Goodness, it seemed both the trident and the weasel had made an appearance. Soon, a series of peculiar names emerged, Yushi, Audi, and Ta, and others, almost causing Bai Chen to laugh aloud. Shueku, sitting beside him, noticed his expression and felt puzzled. What was going on? Is Bai Chen trembling incessantly? Is there an issue with his health? Subsequently, the teacher on stage suddenly spoke up. All right, now that everyone is present, let us proceed to the playground. I trust that your coming here is not solely for academic pursuits. Prepare yourselves, and let us head to the training grounds. Upon hearing these words, Bai Chen's eyes brightened. He wondered how the training regimen of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School compared to that of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Perhaps it held some unique aspects. Upon arriving at the playground, the teacher produced several weighted vests and stated, Each of you will take a weighted vest. For Assault-type Soul Masters, 15 kilograms. For Agility and Control-type Soul Masters, 12 kilograms. And for Support-type Soul Masters, 10 kilograms each. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Although all were Soul Masters, they were still children. And such weights seemed quite reasonable, considering that the burden would only grow heavier over time. The teacher continued, after a period of standard training. Once your stamina reaches a certain level, I will impart to you a unique set of combat techniques exclusive to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hearing this, Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement. What he currently lacked was precisely a comprehensive combat technique. After all, without the use of soul skills, he could only engage in aimless attacks like any ordinary soul master. Lacking a proper combat technique meant he could not achieve the correct posture for exerting force, thereby failing to unleash his full potential. However, now it seemed promising, as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would teach him a set of techniques that were said to be unique to their institution, which should not be of inferior quality. While lost in thought, the teacher announced, All right, everyone, come forward to collect your weighted vests. Soon, the distribution of the vest was completed. The other party continued. Today's test is remarkably simple. Dressed in weighted clothing, we are to run 10 laps around the training ground without utilizing soul power. It is not a concern if one cannot complete the task. Today primarily serves to assess everyone's physical endurance. Upon hearing these words, Bai Chen nodded. The circumference of the training ground measures at least 500 meters, thus 10 laps equate to 5 kilometers. To run such a distance while burdened with weight, very few among the gathered could manage it. Indeed, today is merely a test of their stamina, aimed at determining a reasonable training approach. Ning Rongrong glanced at the weighted clothing before her and frowned. She abhorred this type of physical training. Although the stamina of a support-type soul master is undeniably crucial, she, as the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect's leader, had been indulged since childhood and would not conform to rigorous training. With that thought, she departed without hesitation. The teacher, observing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, did not intervene, as if accustomed to such scenes. Chun, let us race and see who is faster. Shueku suddenly proposed. Very well, Bai Chen replied. The loser shall treat the winner to a meal. Agreed. As they spoke, the teacher announced, Begin. Whoosh. Over 50 figures immediately surged forward, creating a chaotic scene. Bai Chen did not rush to the front. He maintained his usual pace, unwilling to show off for the sake of fleeting glory. Observing the numerous figures ahead of him, he felt no disdain. After all, it is natural for children to possess vanity, and perhaps some might indeed sustain this speed until the end. Shweka, like Bai Chen, positioned herself towards the front of the group without accelerating significantly. Soon, 10 minutes had passed, and unbeknownst to him, only one person remained ahead. This individual's breathing had become erratic, indicating exhaustion, while Bai Chen remained remarkably steady, with only a light sheen of sweat adorning his forehead. The disparity was evident. The observing teacher quietly marked a check next to Bai Chen's name, anticipating that he would likely complete the course. At the rear of the group, Lumu glowered at Bai Chen, who was on the verge of claiming first place, filled with resentment and a desire to usurp his position. The youth at the forefront, sensing Bai Chen closing in, felt a surge of unwillingness. He had always been first in everything throughout his life. With effort, he believed no one could surpass him. With this thought, his already heavy legs forced themselves to accelerate once more. Witnessing this, both Bai Chen and the teacher were taken aback. This boy possessed remarkable willpower. If he could maintain such determination, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Reflecting on this, the teacher discreetly marked a check next to the name of the boy, Jiang Chan, adding him to a list of key subjects for observation. Despite Jiang Chan's acceleration, Bai Chen did not feel the need to chase him down just yet. They were only on the 7th lap, and there remained ample time for him to conserve his energy. Gradually, some of the soul masters trailing behind the group succumbed to fatigue. They were still mere children, and there were no stringent rules mandating them to complete the run. The challenge of perseverance was truly formidable. Once the first individual surrendered, it was not long before a second followed suit. By the time Bai Chen completed his 9th lap, the majority had already conceded. Most of them lagged a full lap behind Bai Chen, yet they bore no sense of defeat. After all, there were others who had yielded even sooner. And the prevailing sentiment among them was merely that as long as they were not the worst, they were content. Chapter 36, The Hidden Task. 2 minutes elapsed, and Jiang Chan, along with Bai Chen and others, finally arrived at the 10th circle. The moment the 10th circle commenced, Bai Chen abruptly altered his previous demeanor, suddenly accelerating like a wild stallion freed from restraint, unstoppable in his momentum. In an instant, he surpassed the leading Jiang Chan, closely followed by Shui Ke, who similarly surged ahead with remarkable speed. Overtaken by both individuals, Jiang Chan found himself momentarily at a loss. He yearned to pursue them, however, his legs refused to comply. And despite his efforts, he could not increase his pace. Helplessly, he watched as the distance between himself and the advancing Bai Chen and Shui Ke widened. With a swift whoosh, Bai Chen crossed the finish line, glancing back at Shui Ke, who trailed just behind. Aha! I won. Upon completing her run, Shui Ke leaned on her knees, panting heavily. You won. Dinner is on me tonight. Unlike many girls, she did not sulk over her defeat to Bai Chen. Instead, she was a remarkably rational individual. If Bai Chen had intentionally let her win, that would have truly upset her. Thud. Just as Bai Chen and Shui Ke were engaged in conversation, Jiang Chan finally crossed the finish line. However, as he broke through, he could no longer hold himself up and collapsed. As he fell, Jiang Chan, in a daze, noticed the boy who had finished first approaching him. The teacher addressed Bai Chen, saying, "Quickly take him to the infirmary to rest." Bai Chen replied, "Yes, teacher." Subsequently, Bai Chen carried Jiang Chan on his back, while he and Shui Ke chatted cheerfully on their way to the infirmary. "Ah, Shui, what do you think of this person?" Bai Chen inquired, gesturing to Jiang Chan on his back. Shui Ke responded, "Impressive. His willpower is remarkable. If all goes well, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. I just wonder about his innate talent." Upon hearing Shui Ke's words, Bai Chen nodded, his mind already formulating a plan. He aspired to establish a sect and elevate it to the status of one of the 7 major sects. Only then would he, as the sect leader, be worthy of Shui Ke's stature. As for why he chose not to be a noble, it was primarily due to his desire for freedom, preferring to be the master of his own fate. Establishing a sect meant that talents like Jiang Chan should not be overlooked. As if sensing Bai Chen's thoughts, a prompt echoed within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden task. Establish a sect and elevate it to the status of one of the 7 major sections. Among these requirements, there must be at least 3 titled Dolua, a minimum of 10 soul Dolua, and no fewer than 500 disciples. Reward, cultivation aptitude x10. A second martial spirit, no time limit. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily astonished. If he had not misheard, it seemed that the reward included a second martial spirit. Could such a thing truly be granted as a reward? Confirming that he had not been mistaken, Bai Chen's thirst for power intensified. However, the task's requirements were quite formidable. If he were to meet these conditions, he could indeed contend for a position among the top 3 sections. However, the allure of the reward for the second martial soul was simply too enticing. Even if the bestowed martial soul was deemed inferior, Bai Chen held confidence in his ability to evolve it into a divine-grade soul. After all, the system was known to provide evolution potions for martial souls. With the completion of certain side quests, it was likely that such a potion would be awarded. Before long, Jiang Chan awoke, his first sight being the mahogany ceiling above him. Where am I? You're awake. This is the infirmary. Are you feeling all right? Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, Jiang Chan instinctively turned to look at him and was surprised to find that the two individuals before him were the very ones who had just bested him. Was it you who brought me here? Indeed, they replied. Thank you. Although he had lost to Bai Chen and Shueku, Jiang Chan bore no ill will. It was simply a matter of skill, and he resolved to train harder to surpass them in the future. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Chen inquired, Have you eaten? Would you care to join us for a meal? Taken aback by Bai Chen's invitation, Jiang Chan hesitated before asking, Is that all right? Of course, Shueku interjected, recognizing Bai Chen's desire to befriend Jiang Chan and deciding to lend a hand. After a brief pause, Jiang Chan responded, Thank you. To be honest, this was the first time someone had invited him to dine, as he had always been the top student since enrolling. In the eyes of others, he was like a monster. Moreover, his reserved nature had hindered him from initiating conversations, resulting in a lack of friendships. Thus, this invitation brought him genuine joy, although his expression remained notably subdued. Bai Chen led Shueku and Jiang Chan to the restaurant that Ning Rongrong had taken him to the previous day. Having dined there before, he found the flavors quite pleasing. Shueku surveyed the surroundings and appeared satisfied as well. Soon, they placed their orders, and while awaiting their meals, Bai Chen struck up a conversation with Jiang Chan. Your name is Jiang Chan, correct? I am Bai Chen. Do you also reside in Heaven Do City? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Jiang Chan shook his head, replying, I hail from the Ballot Kingdom. Bai Chen paused, taken aback. The Ballot Kingdom sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the location of Shrek Academy. Reflecting on his memories, Bai Chen was not entirely certain. But it appeared that Ballot Kingdom was indeed where Shrek was situated. That means your journey to Heaven Do City is quite a distance, Bai Chen remarked. No matter. If one can become an outer disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it would be worth the trek. Nodding in agreement, Bai Chen acknowledged Jiang Chan's statement. Indeed. For someone of modest means, gaining entry into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would be akin to reaching for the stars. Before long, their meals arrived. As they dined, Bai Chen sought to deepen his rapport with Jiang Chan, clarifying that Jiang Chan possessed an innate soul power of 8, which marked him as quite the talent. According to the system's classification, soul masters with innate soul power ranging from 1 to 5 had corresponding cultivation potential of 1 to 5. However, significant changes began to manifest starting from a soul power of 6. The innate soul power of 6 corresponds to a training aptitude ranging from 6 to 8. An innate soul power of 7 boasts a training aptitude of 9 to 13. With an innate soul power of 8, the aptitude ascends to 14 to 19. An innate soul power of 9 allows for a training aptitude between 20 and 29, while an innate soul power of 10 exceeds 30. An innate soul power of 8 is already quite commendable, and I aspire to recruit this individual into my sect in the future. Thus, it is only natural to cultivate a closer rapport. Of course, Bai Chen did not neglect Shueku. He devoted a significant portion of his time to engaging in intimate interactions with her, for one must not forget their partner amidst the camaraderie of brotherhood. Upon parting, Jiang Chan and Bai Chen exchanged dormitory numbers, allowing for casual visits, while Bai Chen also embarked on his talent acquisition initiative. Chapter 37, The Test Competition. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Chen noted that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had yet to assign him a new roommate. He exhaled with relief at this sight, and subsequently devoted himself to cultivation until evening. After preparing a medicinal bath, he peacefully concluded the day. The following morning, as Bai Chen strolled toward the dining hall, he pondered means of earning money. Although his grandfather had left him a sum before departing, he currently possessed a mere 1,800 gold coins. In truth, this amount was insufficient. A single set of medicine cost 150 gold coins and could only be utilized 5 times. Over the course of a month, he would require 900 gold coins, and in 2 months, he would be penniless, just as school commenced. Once classes began, he would have little time to earn money. He could hardly ask his parents for such a sum. If Bai Luo inquired about his need for so much money, how could he possibly explain? Upon arriving at the dining hall, Bai Chen found himself at a loss for a solution, largely due to his youth, which limited his employment opportunities. With this thought in mind, he angrily bit into the bun in his hand, transforming his frustration into appetite. Hey, have you heard? It seems the sect is organizing a competition for those who participated in the preliminary selection. This event will comprehensively test the abilities of those disciples, and the top 100 will receive rewards. I've heard that even the 100th place will receive 500 gold coins. Upon overhearing the conversation between 2 individuals nearby, Bai Chen perked up, sensing an opportunity to earn money through this test competition. He wondered when it would take place. speculating it would likely occur before the end of the holiday. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Achieve a top 10 ranking in the test competition held by the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Specific rewards will be determined based on your performance. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. This was excellent news. He would not only secure funds but could also earn points. The timing of this competition from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was quite fortuitous. After breakfast, Bai Chen attended class. Similar to the previous day, the morning was filled with rigorous physical training. However, following this training, the instructor called Bai Chen and Jiang Chan aside, stating, "Bai Chen, Jiang Chan, starting this afternoon, you will join me for combat training." Bai Chen's eyes brightened at the instructor's words, and he promptly replied, "Yes, teacher." As for why the instructor had only summoned the two of them and not Xueku, it was simple. Being a princess, Xueku undoubtedly possessed her own combat techniques, likely superior to what they would be taught. After the lunch break, Bai Chen quickly made his way to the training grounds. The instructor acknowledged their punctuality with a nod, appreciating those who valued time. "Now that you are both here, I shall begin teaching you the combat techniques." Bai Chen and Jiang Chan nodded eagerly in response. Observing their enthusiasm, the instructor commenced. "The combat style we practice at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is known as the Seven Treasures Fist. Although its name may sound gentle, it was actually created by a powerful assault-type title Dolua and possesses formidable strength, making it ideally suited for combat-oriented soul masters." Upon hearing the words of his companion, Bai Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Was he truly best suited for a brute force approach? It seemed his agile and sensitive soul master abilities were more aligned with lethal strikes. Nevertheless, having something is better than nothing. He resolved to learn, at least for now. Noticing the shift in Bai Chen's expression, the instructor spoke up, assuring him, "Bai Chen, rest assured. Several agile soul masters with remarkable explosive power are also well suited for this set of martial arts." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's countenance brightened somewhat. The instructor, having observed this exchange, smiled knowingly. Indeed, he was but a child, with emotions plainly etched upon his face. He appreciated such students, as their innocence often translated to a swift progression in their training. "All right, Bai Chen, Jiang Chan. I would like to inquire if either of you possesses a foundation in martial arts. If not, we must begin from the basics." After this statement, Jiang Chan nodded affirmatively, while Bai Chen shook his head in negation. This surprised the instructor, as he had presumed Bai Chen to be the one with prior knowledge based on their earlier assessments. It turned out Jiang Chan was the one with a foundation. "Very well, Jiang Chan. I shall teach you the Seven Treasure Fist technique shortly, while Bai Chen, you will start with the fundamentals." Bai Chen had no objections. Indeed, starting from the basics was the wisest course if he had no prior experience. Thus, in the afternoon training grounds, a new figure could be seen diligently practicing foundational punching techniques. The instructor had already conveyed the key points and methods of exertion to him. While it appeared to outsiders as mere ordinary punches, for Bai Chen, it was immensely beneficial. Half an hour later, 776, 777, 778. With each punch, Bai Chen followed the instructor's guidance fervently. Ning Zhan, who was instructing Jiang Chan in the Seven Treasure Fist, was at a loss for words upon witnessing Bai Chen's astounding performance. He had never encountered a child so intensely focused on training, visibly progressing at an astonishing rate. Initially, Bai Chen had seemed like a novice without a foundation, yet in just half an hour, he was already exhibiting considerable skill. Of course, this was not an exceptionally difficult endeavor. If others possessed his level of focus and determination, they too could achieve similar results. Before long, the afternoon had slipped away. "All right, today's training will conclude here. You may return and rest," Ningzhen announced. "Yes, teacher," both replied in unison before departing. Ning Zhan watched Bai Chen and Jiang Chan's retreating figures, nodding with a sense of reflection. Given time, these two youngsters would undoubtedly achieve greatness, particularly Bai Chen. Provided he did not falter along the way, he had the potential to aspire to the rank of a title Dolua in the future. As for Jiang Chan, she lacked some of Bai Chen's flair but was still a rare talent in her own right. After dragging his weary body to the dining hall for an evening meal, Bai Chen staggered back, utterly exhausted. Today's training had proven far more taxing than any prior sessions, primarily because his eagerness to master the Seven Treasure Fist had led him to exceed the tasks assigned by Ningzhen. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen removed his clothing and wrung it out. His garments, akin to towels saturated with water, released an abundance of sweat. He tossed them into the laundry basket, knowing that someone would come to collect them later in the evening. He then promptly commenced preparing a medicinal bath. Given the intensity of today's training and the absence of protein powder for recovery, it was prudent to indulge in the bath sooner rather than later. Otherwise, He feared he would be utterly incapacitated by morning. Before long, the medicinal bath was ready, and he smeared the essence of blackwood herb all over his body before plunging into the warm water with a splash. Chapter 38. Alas, this young man. Hiss. Upon descending, Bai Chen took a sharp breath, perhaps due to the excessive physical exertion from the day's training. The stimulation from the medicinal bath was even more intense than the first time. To describe it, it felt akin to inadvertently plunging into a tub brimming with boiling water. Indeed, he had immersed himself in a bath filled with hot water. Every cell in his body experienced an unprecedented surge of sensation, and he could distinctly feel the restoration of his physique. The following morning, Bai Chen rose early and glanced at the medicinal bath beside him, resembling clear water. Feeling quite satisfied, it was his first time fully absorbing the medicinal bath. Previously, he had never managed to absorb it completely. After cleansing himself, Bai Chen looked into the mirror and couldn't help but marvel at his own reflection, thinking how handsome he had become. If he were to sell this medicinal bath to those beauty-obsessed noblewomen, he wondered how much profit he could garner, for women certainly cherished beauty far more than he did. However, Bai Chen refrained from such endeavors, as patents could not be secured in the Dolo continent. Should he sell it, the masters of pharmacology would likely decipher it in no time. To be frank, Bai Chen preferred to keep his secret to himself. Savoring the fruit of his labor was far more gratifying. After a remarkably swift breakfast, Bai Chen hurried to the classroom, perhaps due to yesterday's training. He had risen later than usual, leaving him with a sense of urgency. Nevertheless, upon his timely arrival, Ningxuan looked at him with incredulity. He had expected Bai Chen to struggle to rise after yesterday's training. Yet here he was, seemingly unfazed, completely shattering Ningxuan's expectations. Nonetheless, Ningxuan did not inquire about the reason behind Bai Chen's resilience. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. And perhaps Bai Chen's family's exclusive formula was responsible for his rapid recovery. However, there was one peculiar observation that lingered in Ningxuan's mind. For some reason, Bai Chen appeared increasingly handsome. Shaking his head, he dismissed it as a mere illusion, perhaps a consequence of growing fond of Bai Chen after several days of training, causing him to appear more agreeable. Thus, after a week of continuous training, in the afternoon, Ningxuan suddenly addressed Bai Chen. Bai Chen, starting today, you can join us in learning the 7 treasure fist. Bai Chen, initially puzzled about Ningxuan's purpose in summoning him, felt a surge of joy upon hearing these words. He had recently sensed that he was nearing the limits of his foundational martial arts practice. Further training might require considerable time for a breakthrough. Learning the 7 treasure fist at this juncture was indeed fortuitous. After speaking, Ningxuan instructed Jiang Chan to practice separately while he began teaching Bai Chen the 7 treasure fist. Bai Chen, pay close attention. I will demonstrate the 7 treasure fist for you first. After watching, practice on your own today, and I will assess your comprehension. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Upon hearing Ningxuan's words, Bai Chen nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, Ningxuan was a reasonable teacher, not the type to demonstrate only once. In truth, Bai Chen had always detested those who claimed, I will only demonstrate once, while watching novels and television shows. Such individuals, who believed they could master something with a single demonstration, were a source of frustration for him. Rather, it was the methodical teaching of Ningxuan that resonated as truly effective. Following Ningxuan's guidance, he began to focus intently on the demonstration of the 7 treasures fist. With a sudden roar, Ningxuan commenced the formal demonstration, startling Bai Chen momentarily. However, the martial arts displayed were so captivating that Bai Chen could not divert his gaze. Just as Ningxuan had described, the 7 treasures fist was expansive and potent, exhibiting a remarkable lethality, making it especially suited for soul masters of considerable explosive power. Bai Chen quickly grasped the essence of this technique. While traditional martial arts often emphasize the coordination of body movements and leg strength in conjunction with the punch, the 7 treasures fist prioritized the power generated from the legs and the rotation of the body. This technique harnessed the practitioner's physical strength to unleash power beyond their own, implying that the more robust the individual, the more formidable the technique. After a quarter of an hour, as Ningxuan concluded his demonstration, Bai Chen finally emerged from his rapture. Did you see my demonstration? Ningxuan inquired. Bai Chen nodded eagerly, affirming, I truly understood it. Ningxuan was somewhat perplexed. The 7 treasures fist was significantly more complex than basic techniques, and Bai Chen's assertion of comprehension raised his suspicions. He had encountered many students in the past who, despite lacking understanding, insisted they grasp the material, only to waste time practicing incorrectly. Then, demonstrate it to me, Ningxuan commanded. All right, Bai Chen responded promptly, launching into the practice of the 7 treasures fist as demonstrated earlier. Several minutes later, Ningxuan nodded approvingly. Although Bai Chen's movements appeared somewhat clumsy, there were no significant errors. It seemed he had indeed retained what had been taught. As Bai Chen grew increasingly proficient over the next quarter of an hour, Ningxuan's expression gradually shifted. At last, Bai Chen executed a final punch, which bore a striking resemblance, about 50%, to Ningxuan's original demonstration. Well, this young man is quite impressive. Despite his inner astonishment, Ningxuan suppressed the urge to comment, wishing to maintain his image as a stern teacher. After completing the sequence, Bai Chen looked nervously at Ningxuan, feeling dissatisfied with his performance. Aside from the last punch, the earlier movements seemed rather lackluster. He had not anticipated such a result, as his mental comprehension did not translate into physical execution. Very good, Ningxuan suddenly remarked. Bai Chen was taken aback. Could he genuinely receive praise for his efforts? Was Ningxuan being overly lenient, given how inadequate he felt? Yet, observing Ningxuan's demeanor suggested sincerity. At this thought, Bai Chen discreetly glanced towards Jiang Chan, and upon doing so, found himself momentarily entranced. My goodness, what kind of practice is this? I could perform better even with my feet. After a week of training, this is not satisfactory. Jiang Chan's efforts are lacking. Observing Bai Chen's lowered head, Ningxuan remarked, Bai Chen, I assure you that I am not dismissing your efforts. Achieving this level in your first practice is commendable. The Seven Treasure Fist inherently demands a high degree of bodily coordination, and you have grasped the fundamentals. All that remains is for you to practice diligently. Upon hearing Ningxuan's words, Bai Chen nodded and replied, I understand, Teacher Ning. Chapter 39, Rumors Subsequently. Ningxuan imparted to Bai Chen several crucial details regarding the practice of the Seven Treasures Fist before allowing him to commence his training. The entirety of the afternoon was spent by Bai Chen immersed in the rigorous practice of the martial art. In comparison to the basic boxing techniques, the training of the Seven Treasures Fist proved to be considerably more physically demanding. By the conclusion of this session, the ground Bai Chen traversed resembled that of a rain-soaked terrain. Observing Bai Chen's silhouette, Ningxuan pondered whether Bai Chen was exerting himself excessively. If this continued, it could potentially jeopardize his health. After some contemplation, he resolved to assess Bai Chen's condition the following day. Should Bai Chen appear invigorated once more, he decided it was best to remain silent. Shui Ku, witnessing Bai Chen's disheveled state post-training, felt a pang of sympathy. At times, she even wished for him to cease his relentless practice. Yet, Bai Chen remained steadfast, engulfed in his training day after day, earning him the monikers of martial arts enthusiast and martial demon among his classmates. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, a group of Bai Chen's classmates engaged in discussion about him, with Lu Mu notably among them. A chubby boy remarked, Do you think Bai Chen is perhaps trying too hard? At this rate, I believe he could very well become a title Dolua in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu frowned and replied, What title Dolua? I see him merely attempting to impress the female disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If he were to win her over, would he still exert himself so fervently? That remains uncertain. The others paused momentarily at Lu Mu's words, then nodded in agreement. Truth be told, they too suspected that Bai Chen was merely putting on a show. People often perceive others with the utmost suspicion. And given that Lu Mu was the wealthiest and most influential among them, it was only natural for them to align with his sentiments. Satisfied with their responses, Lu Mu nodded approvingly and declared, Let us devise a plan to expose him. Though reluctant, the others felt compelled to acquiesce due to Lu Mu's family's considerable influence. A few days later, as Bai Chen savored his breakfast, he contemplated the impending test competition set to commence next week. Having reviewed the competition rules the previous day, he noted that it diverged from typical assessments of combat prowess. The initial phase of the competition involved a multifaceted obstacle course, from which the top 100 would emerge. These 100 would then participate in a melee, grouped into teams of 10, with only one member from each team allowed to compete at a time. Ultimately, the last 10 standing would engage in a point-based battle, ranked according to their scores. To ensure ample rest for all participants, the entire competition would span a month. After reviewing the competition's regulations, Bai Chen felt a surge of anticipation, eager to discover his ranking among the selected candidates. He did not harbor high hopes for the championship, as he belonged to the youngest cohort, with the oldest participants seemingly reaching the age of 9. Thus, he did not possess unwavering confidence in fulfilling the task assigned by the system. The day before the competition commenced, Bai Chen had just finished his training when Ningxuan approached him. Observing the sweat-drenched Bai Chen, he hesitated momentarily. Bai Chen, have you completed your training? Yes, teacher. I have finished, Bai Chen replied. Since the competition is tomorrow, would you like to come over today? I could give you a massage to help restore your energy. Upon hearing Ningxuan's suggestion, Bai Chen shook his head and said, No need, teacher. I will just rest at home tonight. Goodbye for now. With that, Bai Chen departed, intending to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Sighing as he watched Bai Chen's retreating figure, Ningxuan reflected on some disconcerting rumors he had heard that day. He hoped Bai Chen would not encounter these whispers in the cafeteria. However, as soon as Bai Chen exited the training ground, he encountered Xue Ku, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. "Chen, look over here. Let us go eat at that restaurant outside we visited last time." Ordinarily, Bai Chen would have readily accepted the invitation, but with the competition looming tomorrow, he felt it prudent to return home early to soak in a medicinal bath and rest. "No, Xue Ku, I'll just go to the cafeteria," he replied. "Not a chance," Xue Ku exclaimed, her excitement peaked. Bai Chen found her reaction peculiar. Even Ningxin had been acting strangely today. "What is wrong, Xue Ku? Is something the matter?" "No, nothing at all," she stammered in response. "What is going on?" Bai Chen perceived her tone and realized that both Xue Ku and Ningxin were concealing something from him. "Really, there is nothing wrong. Are you sure you don't want to come with me?" "I truly must go to the cafeteria," he insisted, striding determinedly in that direction. If Xue Ku was trying to deter him, it was likely that the answers he sought lay within the cafeteria. Seeing Bai Chen's resolve, Xue Ku suddenly became anxious and hurriedly followed him. However, as they stepped outside, Bai Chen overheard a group of individuals nearby discussing him. "Look, that is Bai Chen." Trying to ingratiate himself with the disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, hoping to rise to prominence in one fell swoop. "So this is the person mentioned in the rumors. He seems rather handsome. He looks decent, but his actions are disgraceful. A person who resorts to underhanded means and neglects his training will inevitably be exposed for who he truly is." The group did not bother to lower their voices, and Bai Chen heard every word, finally understanding why Xue Ku had advised against going to such a crowded place. Xue Ku also caught wind of their conversation, and her expression changed in an instant as she quickly turned her gaze towards Bai Chen. Yet, the moment she did, she felt a sudden embrace. Bai Chen leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "Thank you, Xue, but you needn't worry about me. I am fine. I will prove to them that I am not the person they think I am." Initially concerned for Bai Chen, Xue Ku found herself blushing fiercely at his words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Who is worried about you?" "Certainly not I." Upon witnessing Xue Ku's evasive demeanor, Bai Chen smiled, feeling fortunate to have encountered her. "Let us adhere to your suggestion and dine outside today," Bai Chen softly proposed. "Very well, let us depart," she replied. "Do not rush away. I am not one to take offense so easily when spoken to directly." With that, Bai Chen released Xue Ku and approached the group of gossiping individuals. Chapter 40. The test match commences as Bai Chen approached. The group of boys engaged in idle chatter did not flee. They were all around 7 or 8 years old, slightly older than Bai Chen, which afforded them a year or two more of training. Naturally, they held no fear of him. When Bai Chen stood before them, the leader among them stepped forward and remarked, "What is the matter? Do you have something to say?" In response, Bai Chen calmly stated, "You all are participating in the test match as well, correct? Tomorrow, I shall demonstrate the true strength of the so-called pretty boy you speak of." With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. It was not that he lacked the courage to engage. After a day of rigorous training, he found himself depleted of energy, uncertain if he would prevail in a confrontation with them. He was not the type to lose his composure over mere words. "Let us go, Xue," he concluded, departing the scene. The boys, watching Bai Chen's retreating figure, jeered, "Ha, a pretty boy relying on women, unaware of what he is angry about." As they walked along the path, Xue Ku cast a worried glance at Bai Chen and asked, "Chen, are you not upset?" "Upset? They are merely children. It is not worth my anger," he replied. "Oh," she thought, internally critiquing, "but you are a child as well." However, she refrained from voicing this, acknowledging that Bai Chen often exhibited a maturity beyond his years. After dinner, Bai Chen returned to soak in a medicinal bath. Despite the arduous training, he had yet to break through to level 15, remaining at level 14. The following day, Bai Chen followed his usual routine, washing up and enjoying breakfast before heading to the classroom. Since they were unaware of the test venue, the teacher would guide them. Initially, due to the overwhelming number of participants, the preliminary match site was divided into 4 groups: A, B, C, and D, with the top 25 from each group advancing. Bai Chen was in Group A, while the remaining groups were scheduled for the subsequent 3 days. Ningxin observed Bai Chen's nonchalant demeanor and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Bai Chen was still oblivious to certain matters. Of course, it was also possible he had heard but chose to disregard them. Regardless of which was true, Ningxin found solace in Bai Chen's calmness. He had witnessed Bai Chen's training and understood that the external rumors of him seeking connections with the Seven Treasures glazed sect were unfounded. Even if he did wish to establish such connections, was that not the aim of all who came here? Besides, Bai Chen was merely a 6.5-year-old child. Where could such deep scheming come from? It was merely the proclivity of some to spread rumors. Ultimately, it was a relief that Bai Chen was unharmed. After a while, Once all the members of Group A had gathered, Ningjin announced, "All right, everyone is here, we can set off now." With that, he led Bai Chen and the others on their way. However, on the road, many individuals cast peculiar glances at Bai Chen. The classmates in his class felt a sense of indignation at this spectacle, having spent daily interactions with Bai Chen. They were well aware that he was not the kind of person that others spoke of. Meanwhile, in the stands of the competition venue, Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji, and others were observing the events unfold. Each year, Ning Fengji would attend these selection matches to see if any exceptionally gifted youths emerged, with the intention of inviting them into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the head of the sect, he understood all too well the vital importance of infusing fresh blood into the organization. Watching the composed Ning Fengji beside him, Gu Rong and Chen Xian understood well the depth of anticipation within their leader's heart. Ning Fengji inquired, "Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian, do you think there will be any outstanding young talents this year?" Upon hearing Ning Fengji's question, both Gu Rong and Chen Xian nodded in agreement. Gu Rong replied, "Sect Master, Chen Xian and I actually have high hopes for a child named Bai Chen." The mention of Bai Chen's name surprised both Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong. Recently, Ning Rongrong had heard rumors circulating within the sect, but she did not believe Bai Chen was that kind of person, after all. He had always expressed disdain towards her during their encounters. How could he possibly be the conniving individual described in the rumors? Yet, she was taken aback to hear his name from Gu Rong. Ning Fengji, much like Ning Rongrong, had been closely monitoring the rumors within the sect. However, he had not anticipated that experts like Gu Rong and Chen Xian would recommend Bai Chen. It now appeared that Bai Chen's talent was indeed remarkable. Those rumors were likely the result of jealousy, aimed at undermining Bai Chen's standing. While pondering this, Gu Rong suddenly remarked, "Sect Master, the child behind Ning Jun is Bai Chen." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji immediately turned his head and nodded, commenting, "Bai Chen possesses quite an aura." Ning Rongrong, upon seeing Bai Chen, was momentarily taken aback. It had not been long since their last meeting, yet Bai Chen had undergone such a dramatic transformation. It was as if he had become a different person entirely. Once Bai Chen and the others entered the arena, Ning Fengji personally explained the rules of the competition. In the Group A where Bai Chen was situated, there were a total of 100 students. All 100 students would start simultaneously, facing not only the various traps set by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also potential ambushes from one another. The only restriction was that competitors were not permitted to severely injure or kill their opponents. Otherwise, there were few limitations. Ultimately, the first 25 individuals to reach the finish line would be declared the victors. After hearing the rules, Bai Chen shook his head. Was this not merely a chaotic battle? However, to be candid, such rules held a significant advantage for their agile attack-type soul masters. In general circumstances, participants would not betray one another at the onset, as ambushing others would also hinder their own progress. Typically, only after some time had passed, when competitors realized they needed to resort to tactics to secure a spot among the top 25, would they begin to employ underhanded strategies. The agility-focused soul masters possess an inherent advantage in speed, allowing them to swiftly extricate themselves from the realm of conflict right from the outset, absent any unforeseen circumstances. They typically secure a position within the top 25. Nevertheless, Bai Chen remained vigilant. For Ning Fengji had forewarned of certain pitfalls along the way, obstacles that could prove detrimental to their agility-centric kin, potentially enabling soul masters of other attributes to catch up. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Ning Fengji suddenly proclaimed, "Begin." With that declaration, all participants summoned their martial spirits. A multitude of white and yellow soul rings materializing in unison. In an instant, they surged forward, and due to the enhancement provided by their martial spirits, Bai Chen's speed surged dramatically, propelling him into the top 5. Chapter 41. Gravity Trap. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Fengji's gaze lingered momentarily on Bai Chen. He had just reviewed Bai Chen's profile, 6 years of age, ranked 14th, possessing a mutated martial soul, suspected to have an innate domain, and demonstrating a level of diligence and training that far surpassed his peers. While these credentials appeared impressive, Ning Fengji remained uncertain about Bai Chen's practical combat abilities. At present, it was evident that Bai Chen's explosive power was commendable, positioning him among the top 5 contenders amidst such a plethora of talented youths. For someone of Bai Chen's age, he was indeed remarkable. This child shows great promise. His age is also suitable. Ning Fengji mused silently, contemplating Bai Chen as a potential candidate for Rongrong's future fiancé. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was fixated on Bai Chen, silently cheering him on. "Bai Chen, do your best. Show those fellows that your arrival at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not merely to bask in its prosperity." Though she wished to vocally support Bai Chen, she refrained from doing so, mindful of her father's presence. The source of her sudden encouragement stemmed not only from their acquaintance but also from the awe she felt upon witnessing Bai Chen's entrance. Unlike others, whose attractiveness gradually became commonplace, Bai Chen's transformation was striking. Having previously seen him, she was taken aback by his newfound handsomeness. Unbeknownst to Rongrong, Bai Chen had already been considered for the son-in-law candidate list by Ning Fengji. Of course, this was merely a preliminary consideration. Ning Fengji assessed potential son-in-laws based on 3 criteria: innate talent, character, and ultimately, Rongrong's feelings. The last criterion held paramount importance. Despite being the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was also an enlightened father who prioritized his daughter's wishes. Conversely, Shui Ke, who was also observing the competition, harbored no such reservations. She had abstained from participating in the test, having come solely to cheer for Bai Chen. Bai Chen, go for it. Bai Chen, you can do it. Shui Ke unabashedly cast aside her royal demeanor, fervently rallying for Bai Chen, her enthusiasm commanding attention from those around her. She remained indifferent to their gazes, focused solely on uplifting Bai Chen's spirit. As Bai Chen ran, he felt a sudden itch in his nose, an urge to sneeze rising within him, yet he suppressed it. Turning to glance at Shui Ke in the audience, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Minutes later, Bai Chen maintained his position within the top 5, and they were soon approaching the first assessment point. Observing the testing ground before him, Bai Chen discerned no apparent issues. It appeared akin to a standard pathway, yet he remained vigilant. Soon, as the agile attack-type Soul Masters entered the examination site, Bai Chen instantly comprehended what the first challenge entailed: gravity. The moment he stepped into this segment, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. Upon entering this stretch, Bai Chen's speed diminished significantly. After all, as an agile attack-type Soul Master, his physical strength paled in comparison to that of the power-type or defense-type Soul Masters. Nevertheless, within the realm of agile attack-type Soul Masters, his velocity was remarkably exceptional, allowing him to surge to the forefront of his peers. However, it would not be long before the power-type Soul Masters also burst into this segment, at which point it remained uncertain whether Bai Chen could retain his leading position. 2 minutes later, the first power-type Soul Master charged into the segment. This was an 8-year-old, level 16 power-type Soul Master, whose martial spirit was the Ironclad Bear, a formidable embodiment of strength. Unlike Bai Chen and his fellow agile Soul Masters, this individual's speed had not noticeably diminished, and he swiftly surpassed a considerable number of competitors ahead of him. Bai Chen struggled to advance, oblivious to the length of this segment. However, it was only a matter of time before he would be overtaken. A minute later, Bai Chen was indeed surpassed by the power-type Soul Master. 3 minutes later, his ranking plummeted to 13th place. However, at that moment, they finally exited the gravity segment, entering a stretch devoid of any traps, providing the contestants a brief respite. Ning Fengji observed this scene from the stands, nodding in approval. For an agile attack-type Soul Master, maintaining such a high ranking after the first challenge was no small feat. Conversely, the group of Soul Masters behind had begun to engage in mutual sabotage, realizing their chances of entering the top 25 were exceedingly slim. They resorted to dragging others down in this weighted course, hoping to eliminate those nearby, thus enabling themselves to strive for a better position. Unperturbed by the commotion behind him, Bai Chen focused solely on securing a spot in the top 25. Thanks to the ordinary nature of the course, Bai Chen's advantages became apparent as he consistently surpassed multiple opponents. The leader, Lu Yin, noticed Bai Chen closing in and his expression darkened. This was the same individual who had previously bested Lu Mu. Indeed, Lu Yin was Lu Mu's elder brother. Just as Bai Chen was on the verge of overtaking the leading position, an ominous premonition washed over him. His instincts had always served him well, prompting him to instinctively dodge backward. At that very moment, a bare paw appeared where he had just been standing. Witnessing this, Bai Chen's countenance soured considerably. While the ambush fell within the permissible boundaries of the competition rules, being attacked unexpectedly was discomforting for anyone. He shot a glare at Lu Yin, firmly etching this adversary into his memory. Before long, they entered the second segment, and Bai Chen still maintained his position in second place. The moment he entered the second segment, Bai Chen immediately glanced back. Subsequently, a small stone materialized at the very spot he had just occupied. The traps in this second stage consisted of concealed mechanisms. However, the inhabitants of Dolua continent were unfamiliar with the concept of hidden weapons. In their terminology, this stage was referred to as a mechanical trap. This level favored defense-type Soul Masters, whose formidable protective abilities rendered these perils nearly negligible. Conversely, Assault-type and Agility-type Soul Masters faced similar challenges, while Control-type Soul Masters found themselves in a state of utter despair in this section. Chapter 42. The first breakthrough. The physical prowess of Assault-type Soul Masters is notably superior, allowing them to endure blows if evasion proves impossible, albeit at the cost of some speed. In contrast, Agility-type Soul Masters must maintain acute focus to dodge each attack. For their physical capabilities are only marginally stronger than those of Control-type Soul Masters. A hit would have far graver consequences than mere inconvenience. After successfully evading several projectiles, Bai Chen cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yin, who was struggling to evade the onslaught. It was time to settle the score. Due to his lack of agility, Lu Yin was entirely absorbed in dodging the flying stones, oblivious to Bai Chen's gradual approach. Moments later, Bai Chen's first soul ring illuminated. First soul skill, Rampage. With that declaration, he struck Lu Yin's leg with a powerful punch, intent on injuring his opponent to hinder his performance in the ongoing competition. As Lu Yin dodged the projectiles, an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his calf, causing his right leg to buckle involuntarily, distorting his movements. Subsequently, several stones struck him, prompting him to turn in anger, only to find a towering leg before him. Boom! Lu Yin felt momentarily dazed. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Chen swiftly departed, continuing his advance. On the viewing platform, Ning Fengji observed the scene with a smile, reflecting, "This young lad certainly has not suffered for nothing. He has directly eliminated his opponent." Despite Bai Chen's ruthless tactics, Ning Fengji appreciated such individuals. Once an adversary is identified, one should strike decisively, leaving no room for a comeback. Lu Yin's failure to press the attack after his ambush had granted Bai Chen the chance to turn the tide. Due to his downfall, passers-by were merciless, each stepping on Lu Yin as they passed, exacerbating his injuries and forcing him to remain trapped, fending off the relentless stone barrage. In the audience, Lu Mu's face contorted with rage at the sight. "What a useless fool Lu Yin is," he exclaimed, his ire palpable, as if Lu Yin were not his elder brother. Lu Mu, endowed with innate soul power of 8 from birth, had been excessively pampered, with people always cushioning his endeavors, fostering his arrogant demeanor. He bore little affection for family. Despite Lu Yin being his elder brother, he only feigned respect, harboring disdain behind a façade, calling him brother only when in need of assistance. Having successfully evaded Lu Yin, Bai Chen proceeded with unwavering determination. Though this arena favored defensive soul masters, the distance between them and him remained considerable. Upon exiting this trap, Bai Chen retained his lead, if his instincts were correct. Further ahead lay terrain suited for control-type and agility-type soul masters. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, victory was within his grasp. Once again, an extensive journey devoid of pitfalls lay ahead. If Bai Chen's memory served him correctly, this competition spanned a total of 10 kilometers, equating to 10,000 meters. Although they could utilize their martial soul abilities, traversing such a distance was nonetheless arduous, especially for children. Furthermore, with the presence of these traps, it seemed that few would manage to reach the finish line, particularly as they had to remain vigilant against one another. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen slightly reduced his pace, deciding that maintaining his lead was sufficient. There was no need to push beyond that, as conserving some stamina would be prudent. Approximately 5 minutes later, Bai Chen finally arrived at the third trap. Upon entering this treacherous zone, he experienced an unusual sensation, akin to the gravitational force of the first round, yet distinctly different. It felt as though an unseen force impeded his progress. Observing the barren surroundings, Bai Chen could hardly believe this was a suitable arena for agility-based soul masters. If he were not mistaken, this locale appeared to favor control-type soul masters. Yet, with nothing present, what could they possibly manipulate? Perhaps, he pondered, it was the soul power itself. Upon contemplating this possibility, Bai Chen felt it was indeed plausible. He gradually enveloped his body with soul power, attempting to counteract the resistance stifling his advancement. To his surprise, he succeeded. However, he soon realized he had applied an excessive amount of soul power to his surface. Should he continue in this manner, he risked depleting his reserves before escaping this area. Therefore, he endeavored to incrementally reduce his output, being cautious not to diminish it too much, for if he did, he would be unable to fully withstand the peculiar resistance. If his conjecture held true, this trial was testing the soul master's mastery over their soul power. But could control-type soul masters at their age truly excel in this regard? It seemed rather unlikely, as those of their age typically had not reached level 10 and had yet to commence their training in controlling soul power. From the outset, control-type soul masters appeared to be at a significant disadvantage in this competition. The intricacies of manipulating soul power were particularly challenging. Bai Chen had yet to master them, which resulted in his progress being less than optimal. Fortunately, he maintained a reasonable gap from the second-place contender. They would not reach this point for at least another 10 seconds, allowing him to retain a strong chance of victory. Gradually, others began to arrive at this challenge. And unlike Bai Chen, they had not considered using their soul power to mitigate the resistance. As more competitors gathered, the distance between them and Bai Chen only widened. After approximately 15 minutes, Bai Chen finally broke free from the obstruction. As he completed the segment, he exhaled in relief. Although he was uncertain of what the next trap entailed, he had established a substantial lead over the others. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should remain unchallenged. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen pressed onward toward the finish line. 5 minutes later, as he dashed across the endpoint, he found himself momentarily stunned. Was that it? Only 3 traps. Where, he wondered, was the arena suited for agility-based soul masters? Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the final stretch of the route, devoid of any traps, indeed provided a significant advantage to their agile spirit masters. Meanwhile, the spectators, witnessing Bai Chen's triumph, were left in a state of astonishment. Just yesterday, they had been discussing how Bai Chen was merely a well-connected pretty boy, yet today, he had secured the top position in Group A. The abruptness of this reversal left them somewhat disoriented. Chapter 43. Ning Fengji. At this moment, no one was discussing Bai Chen anymore. During the recent competition, numerous spectators had been speculating about him, but he chose to disregard their chatter. Regardless, their opinions held little significance. His performance was solely his own affair. After securing his position, Xueku rushed over to extend her heartfelt congratulations to Bai Chen. On the stands, Ning Rongrong's gaze darkened as she observed the girl beside Bai Chen, Xueku. It had not been long since the competition began. Yet Bai Chen had already attracted a companion whose beauty rivaled her own. How infuriating! Ning Fengji expressed his satisfaction with Bai Chen's performance. Gu Rong, he remarked. It appears this young lad nearly shattered the record for the first round of our sect's preliminary trials. Surprised by Gu Rong's words, Ning Fengji considered the implications. The highest record had been set by a prodigious soul master who had ascended to level 24 by the age of 10. Now, Bai Chen, at merely level 14, was on the verge of surpassing that milestone. Master, he was just 11 seconds shy of the record. This lad possesses a remarkably agile mind. Swiftly realizing he could use soul power to counteract resistance in the final round. Thus, he saved a considerable amount of time. What do you think, Master? Should we meet this child? Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Very well, let us meet this child. Meanwhile, having emerged victorious, Bai Chen went to claim the rewards bestowed by the sect. Every Group South first place was entitled to an additional 1,000 gold soul coins. Upon receiving his coins, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he would not face financial difficulties for the foreseeable future. Let us go. Today, I shall treat you, Bai Chen declared. Upon hearing his words, Xueku eagerly clasped his arm, exclaiming, all right. Bai Chen felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks. Such an intimate gesture was unprecedented for him in such a public setting, and almost all eyes in the arena were upon him. However, he understood that should he possess a girlfriend, any rumors regarding his motives for connections would be swiftly dispelled. Xueku was indeed assisting him in this regard. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, Sui was observing them from the crowd, wishing to approach and offer his blessings, but the throngs of people deterred him from doing so. As Bai Chen neared the entrance of the sect, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Rongrong? What brings you here? Well, this is my home. I could be anywhere within the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, she replied nonchalantly. Quite right. I mustn't linger, as Xue and I are off to dine. Until next time. With that, Bai Chen turned to leave, while Xueku exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon meeting Ning Rongrong, she had been taken aback. For it was her first encounter with such an angelic girl. The beauty had left her astonished, especially since Bai Chen knew her. Thankfully, it seemed Bai Chen held no particular interest in Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, however, could not mask her displeasure. Bai Chen, who is that girl to you? Initially in good spirits, her mood soured entirely upon seeing Xueku. She is someone to me, which should have nothing to do with you, right? Is she your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Xueku looked at Bai Chen with eager anticipation, to which Bai Chen simply shook his head. Observing his reaction, Xueku's expression dimmed. It seemed she had not yet reached the status of girlfriend in Bai Chen's eyes. Ning Rongrong, however, appeared delighted, sensing that she still had a chance. She is not my girlfriend, but my fiancée. To prevent Ning Rongrong from misunderstanding, Bai Chen felt it prudent to clarify. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong trembled with indignation in the sweltering heat. Xueku, momentarily stunned, soon found her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Chen, what are you saying? Bai Chen replied, what's wrong? Are you unwilling? Xueku stammered, I want to talk to you anymore. Witnessing their playful banter, Ning Rongrong's voice quivered as she remarked, you truly possess remarkable talent. In less than 10 days, you have acquired a fiancée. And Xueku and I have only known each other for a little over 10 days, while we have been acquainted for more than half a year. Bai Chen offered no room for Ning Rongrong to retort. He was not particularly fond of such a headstrong girl, finding Xueku's understanding nature far more endearing. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Ning Rongrong was indeed at a loss for a comeback. Taking a deep breath, she said, regardless, congratulations on your first breakthrough. And just now, I was merely taken aback by how quickly you have a fiancé. Please do not be angry. After regaining her composure, Ning Rongrong opted not to confront Bai Chen, realizing that engaging with him might lead to her own vexation. Bai Chen, observing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, nodded in agreement. After all, how could this young lady of privilege suddenly develop feelings for him? He had been overthinking it. Let us go. I shall take you to a delightful place for a meal, and you can also meet my father. The purpose of my visit was for him to get to know you after watching your recent match. After saying this, Bai Chen nodded and inquired, May I bring Shuek along? He did not refuse, as it was Ning Fengji's invitation. Ning Rongrong responded nonchalantly, as you wish. Despite her words, she was seething within. Bai Chen then took Shuek's hand and followed Ning Rongrong into the reception hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Upon entering, Bai Chen observed that Ning Rongrong had indeed spoken the truth. Ning Fengji had prepared a meal, awaiting their arrival. The moment Ning Fengji spotted Bai Chen and Shueko, he paused, exclaiming, Princess Shueko? Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, wondering if she had misheard her father address Shueku as a princess. Long time no see, Uncle Ning, Shueka greeted. Ning Fengji replied, Yes, it has been a while, little Ku. How is it that you were with Bai Chen? After a brief hesitation, Shuek answered, Bai Chen and I are in a relationship. Ning Fengji was taken aback, staring at these two youngsters, who were even shorter than his thigh, with a head full of questions. Have children today matured so early? Oh, so that is the case. Perhaps Uncle overthought it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ning Fengji turned to Bai Chen and remarked, You must be Bai Chen. I watched your match, and I must say, you performed admirably. Thank you, Master Ning, Bai Chen replied. With a wave of his hand, Ning Fengji continued, Let us not linger on our feet. I have prepared some food. We shall dine while we converse. Very well, Bai Chen said as he picked up a piece of rice cake. Upon tasting it, his eyes lit up with delight. Perhaps it was due to Bai Chen's youth, but the dishes prepared by Ning Fengji were indeed tailored to a child's palate. Chapter 44. The second round of the test draw. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Ning Fengji smiled gently. Bai Chen was utterly engrossed in his food, as if his eyes were solely focused on the delicacies before him. Most of the dishes on the table were snacks, catering to a child's palate, and to be honest, Bai Chen relished them. Since his previous life, he had always favored such youthful tastes, particularly enjoying pastries and confections. Ning Fengji refrained from rushing into conversation, patiently waiting for Bai Chen to finish his meal. He could discern that Bai Chen was rather carefree, embodying a certain innocence. However, Ning Fengji did not entirely trust that Bai Chen was as simple as he appeared. After all, many individuals who seemed unpretentious often harbored profound depths. Nevertheless, considering that Bai Chen was merely a 6-year-old child, his personality was likely genuine. After a quarter of an hour, as Bai Chen neared the end of his meal, Ning Fengji suddenly inquired, Bai Chen, I have heard that Gu Rong and Chen Xian previously invited you to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, yet you declined. Might you share the reason for your refusal? Taken aback by Ning Fengji's directness, Bai Chen was momentarily at a loss. He had not anticipated that the leader of the Ning clan would confront him about declining the invitation. No matter how he responded, it seemed unfavorable. To express a desire to join would imply hypocrisy, as it would appear he only wished to join because of Ning Fengji's influence, rather than through his own volition. Conversely, to assert his disinterest would raise questions regarding his participation in the current selection, suggesting he sought to exploit the resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School without merit. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen resolved to speak candidly. Well, to be honest, I came here for the trials. Trials? What do you mean? Ning Fengji inquired, intrigued by Bai Chen's words. Ning Zhongzhu, my grandfather informed me that there are titled duos and many formidable soul masters here who can guide me in my cultivation. Since I have some free time during my vacation, I decided to come. Ning Fengji was momentarily stunned by Bai Chen's sincerity. It was evident that Bai Chen was not fabricating his response. Yet it was astonishingly straightforward. He was indeed seeking to benefit from the resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, seeing Bai Chen's Navi expression, Ning Fengji felt a sense of exasperation. Bai Chen's candor was almost disarming. As the leader of a sect, he could hardly begrudge such resources. After some contemplation, Ning Fengji resolved to cultivate a rapport with this talent. Given Bai Chen's connection to Shueku and the favorable relations between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the royal family, it would be advantageous to befriend someone of Bai Chen's caliber. Is that so? Little Chen, you are truly diligent. May I call you Little Chen? Ning Zhongzhu. Please feel free. There's no need for such formality. Just call me Uncle Ning. If only Rongrong were as industrious as you, I would not worry about her reaching level 70 in the future. Dad, what are you talking about? Upon hearing Ning Fengji speak of her shortcomings, Ning Rongrong was infuriated, her anger palpable. Am I mistaken? Rongrong, You really ought to take a page from Little Chen's book. Ning Fingji displayed the authority of a father. And upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, hesitant to retort. Subsequently, Ning Fingji turned to Bai Chen and inquired, Xiao Chun, if time permits, would you kindly take Rongrong along for training? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen readily nodded, finding it a trivial matter to agree. As long as Ning Fingji refrained from further questioning him, I shall not intrude any longer. Rongrong, please see our guest off. Oh, with that, Ning Rongrong led Bai Chen and Xueku away. Ning Fengji cast a glance at Bai Chen's retreating figure and sighed, pondering how wonderful it would be if such a talent as Bai Chen could join their 7-treasure glazed tile school. Once outside, Bai Chen promptly addressed Ning Rongrong, a Schwelth? Rongrong, I shall take my leave today. We shall meet again another time. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Ning Rongrong was about to respond when Xueku interjected, Yes. You must be tired after today's competition. It would be best for you to return and rest. Indeed, farewell. After saying this, Ning Rongrong paused for a moment, as if she had come to realize the disparity between herself and Xueku. She had intended to mention that Ning Fingji had just suggested Bai Chen take her for training, yet he had chosen to leave immediately. Meanwhile, Xueku prioritized Bai Chen's well-being, which explained their companionship. Bai Chen, oblivious to Ning Rongrong's expression, felt utterly exhausted and yearned for a medicinal bath. After parting ways, Ning Rongrong returned to her room, reflecting on her behaviors and actions over the past while. On the other hand, Bai Chen, back in his room, commenced his daily medicinal bath. 3 days later, the first round of the competition had concluded, and the second round of mixed battles was about to commence. This round was of utmost importance. Should Bai Chen succeed in advancing, it would signify the completion of his task, for merely advancing would place him among the top 10. Presently, the draw was underway, and to Bai Chen's surprise, it was Ning Rongrong who was conducting the draw. Spotting her amidst the crowd, Bai Chen was taken aback. As her presence was unmistakable, Bai Chen's brilliance made him stand out remarkably. An hour later, the draw concluded, and Bai Chen squeezed through the crowd to check his grouping. Bai Chen, Group Assignment, Group 7, with fellow members, Zhong Yong, Jiang Chan. Upon seeing his group, Bai Chen was surprised to find himself paired with 2 acquaintances. Zhong Yong, upon seeing his grouping, wore a gloomy expression, realizing that with Bai Chen in the mix, his chances of advancing were slim. Boss, during the competition, could you perhaps go easy on me? Zhong Yong, recalling past experiences of being thoroughly defeated by Bai Chen, had already resigned himself. However, Bai Chen resolutely shook his head. A competition was a competition, and he would not relent. Soon after, Jiang Chan approached, declaring, Brother Chen, we have the opportunity to face each other again. This time, I shall emerge victorious. Bai Chen replied, Oh, I await your challenge. Upon finishing his words, Bai Chen swiftly returned to continue his practice of the 7 treasures fist. During these few days, he had no aspirations of advancing to level 15. Rather, he aimed to complete his daily tasks and accumulate a few reward points. Once his points exceeded 2,000, he intended to partake in another lottery. He had been quite satisfied with the items he had received from the previous 2 draws. Thus his perception of the lottery remained favorable. On the eve of the competition, gazing at the figure of Lu Yin before him, Bai Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, What do you intend to do? Do not obstruct my path. I am headed to the cafeteria. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Lu Yin's expression darkened. You wish to go to the cafeteria? Very well, you may proceed, provided you defeat me first. Chapter 45. The Lottery and Vision Potion. Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, Bai Chen's expression darkened, clearly indicating that trouble was brewing. Although Bai Chen did not seek conflict, it did not imply that he was afraid of it. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in his mind from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a daily quest. Teach Lu Yin a lesson. Quest details. Teach a lesson to Lu Yin, who has provoked you. Quest reward, 200 points. The unexpected notification brightened Bai Chen's countenance. Points were being offered, which was quite favorable. With the accumulation he had previously, upon defeating this individual, his points would soar to 2,001, allowing him to draw once more and subsequently reserve 1,001 points. Let us proceed to the duel platform. It would be unwise to engage in conflict here. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression brightened. It was widely known that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School prohibited their disciples from engaging in private conflicts, with severe penalties for those caught. Lu Yin had prepared himself to face the consequences of confronting Bai Chen, but he was pleasantly surprised that Bai Chen suggested the duel platform. The platform served as a designated arena for disciples to resolve irreconcilable disputes. While one could injure their opponent, causing death or permanent disability was strictly forbidden. This arrangement allowed Lu Yin to chastise Bai Chen without fear of punishment, truly perfect. Of course, Let us go to the dual platform. With the agreement. Bai Chen stretched his neck. It was an opportune moment as he had been practicing the seven treasures fist for quite some time without testing its might on another. Soon, the two arrived at the dual platform, which, perhaps due to the long absence of duels, had attracted a crowd eager for entertainment, despite the numerous onlookers. Both Bai Chen and Lu Yin remained relatively unfazed. After they ascended the platform, neither chose to launch a surprise attack. Lu Yin, feeling disdainful, deemed it unnecessary as he already held a superior rank over Bai Chen. Bai Chen, on his part, refrained from ambushing to maintain his persona. Aware that the likes of Gu Rong might be watching, in unison, they proclaimed, "Martial Soul, manifest." A robust ironclad bear and a fierce azure wind demon wolf emerged in the center of the arena. As their martial souls were unleashed, Bai Chen immediately felt an overwhelming pressure from Lu Yin's ferocious martial soul. The ironclad bear was among the top-tier martial souls, while Bai Chen's azure wind demon wolf, albeit a mutated soul, was merely of high-tier caliber. Given the disparity in soul power, being suppressed was only to be expected. Noticing this, a smirk played at the corner of Lu Yin's mouth. First soul skill, iron armor. With that declaration, a metallic sheen enveloped Lu Yin, forming an energy armor around him. His first soul skill, iron armor, could enhance his defense by 100% and his strength by 40%, although it would reduce his speed by 20%. First soul skill, frenzied assault. After both individuals employed their initial soul skills, their fists collided simultaneously. In that instant, Bai Chen felt as though he had struck an iron block. His hand was jolted painfully. Lu Yin grinned, extending his other hand towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen sidestepped, then swiftly landed 3 consecutive punches to Lu Yin's abdomen. Despite feeling Bai Chen's onslaught, Lu Yin merely experienced a slight discomfort without sustaining any significant injury. Is this your strength? You lack the power to land a hit, yet dare to challenge me? Bai Chen remained unfazed by Lu Yin's taunts. He quickly identified a flaw in Lu Yin's defense and unleashed another 5 punches to the previously targeted area. Due to his training in the Seven Treasures Fist, Bai Chen was now able to exert 100% of his strength with every blow. Moreover, he had noticed during their initial exchange that although Lu Yin's defenses and power far surpassed his own, his speed was surprisingly lacking, barely befitting a soul master of level 16. If Bai Chen were to be vigilant, he could almost effortlessly evade Lu Yin's attacks. With a resounding thud, Bai Chen struck Lu Yin's abdomen once more, causing Lu Yin to bend slightly at the waist. Witnessing this, Bai Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he unleashed a flurry of punches to Lu Yin's face, leaving it swollen and bruised. The audience below observed the scene with a mix of disbelief and sympathy. Goodness, this agile attack-type Soul Master is somewhat frightening. After suffering in their first encounter, he retaliated with over 50 strikes without being hit once. Indeed, and have you noticed? He consistently targets the same spot. Not even a power-type Soul Master could withstand such an assault, let alone a pure defense type. At that moment, Lu Yin on stage appeared increasingly disoriented. "Ah!" Lu Yin roared, throwing a punch forward. Bai Chen bent low, evading Lu Yin's attack, and seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to Lu Yin's abdomen. With a resounding impact, Lu Yin's eyes rolled back, and darkness enveloped him as he slowly collapsed. Bai Chen, observing Lu Yin's state, refrained from pursuing further. His final punch was delivered with 200% of his strength, likely causing a minor fracture in Lu Yin's ribs. Continuing would have been perilous. He had already accomplished his objective of imparting a lesson. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task of teaching Lu Yin a lesson and have been rewarded with 200 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. Finally having completed the task, he then descended from the stage and made his way towards the cafeteria, recalling that he had yet to eat. As Bai Chen approached, the crowd parted to grant him passage. They had all witnessed his remarkable performance and realized that this seemingly young and frail boy was far from weak. After satisfying his hunger in the cafeteria, Bai Chen promptly returned to his dormitory, eager to partake in a round of lottery draws. Anxiously, he accessed the store and purchased a chance for a mysterious draw, reducing his points balance by 1,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for utilizing a mysterious lottery, resulting in a reward, Vision Elixir. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Bai Chen paused momentarily. Vision Elixir? What could that possibly be? With curiosity piqued, he examined the attributes of the Vision Elixir. Vision Elixir, effect. Upon consumption, it permanently enhances the user's vision. The description of the Vision Elixir was quite straightforward, yet its impact was evidently significant. Enhancing vision seemed rather impressive. However, the true efficacy would only be revealed upon ingestion. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen swiftly consumed the Vision Elixir, only to experience a sudden sharpness in his eyes, causing him to collapse immediately. Chapter 46. The second round begins when Bai Chen awoke. The clock had already struck midnight. At that very moment, he sensed a distinct alteration in the world before his eyes, as if it had transformed in some profound way. He turned his gaze towards the window, where he could even discern the subtle flapping of a mosquito's wings outside. This revelation left Bai Chen utterly astonished. The vision-enhancing elixir appeared to be far more potent than he had anticipated. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The hour was late, and he promptly prepared a medicinal bath, immersing himself within it. With the competition looming the next day, he knew he must optimize his condition. The following day, Bai Chen awoke from the wooden tub, glancing at the still murky medicinal liquid within. With a sigh, he realized that such a brief period was insufficient to fully absorb the effects of the elixir. After cleansing himself, he stood before the mirror and immediately noticed a change in his eyes. Previously, they bore a hint of brown amidst the black. Now, they had transformed into an entirely obsidian hue, reminiscent of black pearls, captivating enough to ensnare anyone's attention. After a brief moment of admiration, he decided to look away. After all, an enhancement in appearance was merely to be expected. In the dining hall, Bai Chen occasionally surveyed his surroundings, and he could not help but marvel at how much more fascinating his world had become with his enhanced vision. To him, everything seemed to slow down. He could even observe the distant movements of a classmate's lips, discerning their speech through the subtle motions. As he entered the dining hall, he drew the attention of many, particularly from the female students. It was undeniable that Bai Chen had become strikingly noticeable, making it difficult for anyone to overlook his presence. After enjoying a light-hearted gaze around the room, he finished his breakfast and proceeded to the competition venue. Upon arrival, Bai Chen was the 8th contestant to arrive, neither too early nor too late. "Hey, boss, you made it," exclaimed Zhong Yong. Bai Chen responded with a silent nod. After a brief wait, the referee approached and announced, "Are you all ready? The competition is about to commence." With that, everyone nodded in agreement, and the 10 participants simultaneously entered the arena. Once inside, Bai Chen could clearly see that Zhong Yong, Jiang Chan, and several unfamiliar faces had fixed their gazes upon him, evidently intending to target him first. Upon realizing this, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. Even he found it daunting to contend with 4 or 5 opponents simultaneously. Begin the match. With the referee's command, the 10 individuals instantly summoned their martial spirits. Among them, 8 were power-type soul masters, while 2 were agility-type soul masters. It was evident that in such a confrontation, the agility-type soul masters held a distinct advantage due to their speed and flexibility, allowing them to swiftly evade the main battlefield and seize opportunities as they arose. As the competition commenced, without any forewarning, 5 individuals simultaneously charged towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen swiftly retreated, evading the encirclement formed by Zhong Yong and his companions. The other 4 engaged in a fierce skirmish. Jiang Chan, observing the actions of those around him, abruptly halted. He desired a one-on-one fair confrontation with Bai Chen and had no inclination to join others in a surprise attack. Thus, he resolutely redirected his focus, alleviating one of Bai Chen's adversaries. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 relentlessly advanced towards Bai Chen, particularly Zhong Yong, who appeared to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Witnessing Zhong Yong's fervor, Bai Chen felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. True to form, Zhong Yong exhibited a brazen disregard for brotherhood in the face of potential victory. Above in the stands, Shueke watched the unfolding scene with an anxious expression. However, Bai Chen remained unperturbed. To be candid, the prowess of these 3 opponents was rather mediocre. Although Zhong Yong had recently achieved a breakthrough to the 10th level, his strength was still lackluster. Bai Chen's gaze remained fixed on the trio, missing not a single movement. Minutes passed, and despite their relentless efforts, Zhong Yong and his companions failed to land a single blow on Bai Chen, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as if they had encountered a specter. This should not have been the case. It was as though Bai Chen possessed foreknowledge of their every move, effortlessly evading their strikes, a feat that, by all accounts, seemed nearly impossible. In a moment of distraction for the trio, Bai Chen seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Zhong Yong. Truthfully, targeting Zhong Yong was not the most strategic choice. It would have been wiser to first neutralize the agile assault-type soul master. Yet, Bai Chen's frustration with Zhong Yong compelled him to act. With a fierce onslaught, he struck. Bang! The disparity in their strengths was palpable. And as Bai Chen's fist connected with Zhong Yong's head, the latter felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, leaving him dazed and disoriented. This condition would take more than 10 seconds to recover from. Upon witnessing this, Bai Chen flashed a grin, and the other 2 soul masters suddenly sensed an ominous foreboding. Subsequently, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. Bai Chen, an agile assault-type soul master, relentlessly pummeled the 2 formidable attack-type soul masters. Having mastered the 7 treasures fist, Bai Chen's strikes fell like a torrential storm, overwhelming his opponents who were unable to withstand his ferocity. Below, Qiyun and Shueku were left in a state of astonishment. Shueku, that technique our leader is using is the Seven Treasures Fist, right? Qiyun inquired. Indeed. Shueku replied affirmatively. With this confirmation, Qiyun swallowed hard. It had been less than half a month since they began learning the Seven Treasures Fist, and he still struggled to execute a complete set. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already mastered its application in combat. Such a disparity between individuals was staggering. In a mere 10 seconds, Bai Chen unleashed over 20 punches, incapacitating one of the attack-type soul masters with 10 consecutive blows to the head, while the other fared little better. Beside him, Zongyong finally regained consciousness, only to witness the alarming sight of Bai Chen kicking a soul master into the air. Gradually, Bai Chen turned his head, directing his gaze towards Zongyong. In Zongyong's line of sight, Bai Chen's eyes appeared to have transformed into a striking crimson hue. Zongyong, Bai Chen suddenly uttered. Yes, boss. Did you enjoy the fight alongside them just now? And no, I was just. A whirlwind of words flashed through Zongyong's mind. Yet none could alleviate the looming crisis before him. With a resounding crash echoing above his head, Zongyong collapsed. Chapter 47, Victory in the Banquet. Meanwhile, Jiang Chan had also eliminated his opponent. As he did so, he cast a glance at Bai Chen, and at last, they could engage in a fair contest. Although Jiang Chan was acutely aware that he might not be a match for Bai Chen, he understood that if he did not attempt to challenge his limitations, he would never become his rival. With determination, Jiang Chan launched himself toward Bai Chen, employing the same Seven Treasures Fist. However, in comparison to Bai Chen's mastery, Jiang Chan's execution was markedly less refined. As the two clashed, Jiang Chan found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, unlike his previous encounter with Zongyong, Bai Chen chose to temper his strength, ultimately defeating Jiang Chan in a more measured manner. With Jiang Chan's defeat, only 3 individuals remained on the field, including Bai Chen. The other 2 exchanged glances before charging toward him simultaneously. Observing this spectacle, Bai Chen shook his head. One must not be too ostentatious in life. After all, he had merely secured first place in the A group, yet nearly everyone had made him their target. Fortunately, there were no formidable opponents in his group, apart from him. None exceeded the 13th level. Otherwise, he doubted he would have made it this far. In the end, Bai Chen triumphed over the 2 remaining opponents without difficulty, successfully advancing from the 7th group and claiming a spot in the top 10. After the competition concluded, Bai Chen descended from the stage, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace from Shueku. Chen, you were incredible, Shueku exclaimed. In response, Bai Chen smiled and said, let us go, today. I shall treat you. With his task now completely fulfilled, he felt a sense of relief wash over him as he aimed to further enhance his rankings. Today? Shueku inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity. What is the matter? Is there something special today? Bai Chen asked. Well, actually, today is my birthday, and I need to return to the palace. Come with me, and we can celebrate tomorrow, she replied. Just as Bai Chen was about to respond, Shueku interjected. You mustn't tea refuse. Last time I invited you, you promised, but didn't tea come. Bai Chen felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, he had forgotten to attend Shueku's birthday celebration last time. It would be quite impolite to decline again. Then I shall return to prepare and join you shortly. He conceded. Upon hearing Bai Chen's agreement, Shueku beamed and replied, wonderful. I will wait for you here. With that, Bai Chen hurried back to freshen up and don the elegant attire Shueku had gifted him previously before stepping outside. At that moment, Shueku's carriage had already arrived at Bai Chen's dormitory. She leaned out the window, and, upon catching sight of Bai Chen, her eyes sparkled with delight. Bai Chen, over here. Hurry up. Feeling a bit flustered by the attention, Bai Chen approached her. The carriage bore the distinctive emblem of a white swan, a symbol of royalty, which had drawn a crowd of onlookers. Coupled with Bai Chen's own fame, all eyes were now fixed upon him, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Is that Bai Chen? Indeed. It was previously suggested that he was merely associated with the Seven Treasures glazed sect. However, it now appears that his connections extend even to the royal family. Is there truly any need to cling to the Seven Treasures glazed sect? Moreover, did you witness his recent match? It was nothing short of impressive, as he nearly single-handedly overcame 5 opponents to advance. Surrounded by a cacophony of discussions regarding Bai Chen, the subject of their chatter felt somewhat helpless, unable to silence them with a simple outburst. Once he finally settled into the carriage, he was greeted by the radiant smile of Shueku. A barely perceptible frown creased his forehead. It was evident that she was being deliberately teasing. Nevertheless, Bai Chen was not one to harbor resentment for long, forgiving her mere moments after feeling slighted. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Shueku inquired with a smile, Chen, do you know who spread the previous rumors? Perhaps it was one of those 2, Lumu or Luin, Bai Chen hypothesized. Taken aback by his insight, Shueka stammered. How do you know? It's quite simple. In this academy, I've only had conflicts with those two. The rumors surfaced before the match, at that time. I was unfamiliar with Luin but had encountered Lumu. It stands to reason that he is the likely culprit. Realizing this, Shueka felt surprised. She had foolishly taken it upon herself to investigate the perpetrator, only to find that Bai Chen had already deduced the truth. Thank you, Shui, Bai Chen responded graciously. Oh, it's nothing, Shueku replied, slightly flustered. By the way, happy birthday, she added. Yes, thank you, he replied, and the carriage soon fell into an awkward silence, both unsure of what to say next. After a while, they surprisingly began to practice their skills within the carriage. The royal carriage was swift yet remarkably stable, allowing them to train without interruption. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the gates of the palace. As Bai Chen and Shueku disembarked, he surveyed the familiar surroundings of the palace, feeling little trepidation as he had visited once before. Today, as attendees are primarily peers or older siblings. There won't be any elderly nobles, so there is no need to be nervous, Shueku reassured him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Bai Chen replied, Yes, I understand. With that, they entered, and Shueku guided Bai Chen to the banquet venue. The moment they appeared at the entrance, they captured the attention of all present. As Shueku had mentioned, the crowd consisted largely of individuals of similar age, with the eldest being Xue Qinghe. Bai Chen also spotted a few familiar faces, such as Yu Tianhing and Dugu Yan. As the crowd greeted Shueku, they couldn't help but notice the striking presence of Bai Chen at her side. Yet, none recognized him until Xue Qinghe approached, playfully pinching Bai Chen's cheek, exclaiming, Little Bai Chen, you've become quite handsome in just a few days. Struggling to escape Xue Qinghe's playful grasp, Bai Chen replied, Brother Qinghe, could you please be a bit gentler? As they conversed, others began to realize Bai Chen's identity. It turned out he was the much-discussed young boyfriend of Shueku. However, most of them, including Yu Tianhing and Dugu Yin, were not particularly concerned. The relationship with Shueku was merely one of acquaintance. Their presence this time was primarily for the sake of the royal family's reputation. Yet, upon discovering Bai Chen's true identity, not everyone could maintain such a nonchalant demeanor. A slightly older boy, who appeared somewhat aloof, approached and said, I am Gaka, the son of Duke Galet. May I inquire what title your father holds? Chapter 48, The Stirring Snow Qinghe, Qian Rinxue. Upon hearing the other party's words, Bai Chen found himself at a loss for words. Who is this fellow, and does he have a penchant for Shueku? What a nuisance. Nevertheless, he replied, I am the son of Baron Bai Luo. The moment Garka heard the title of Baron, his expression shifted to one of disdain. A Baron? Is that all? What gives you the audacity to associate with Princess Shueku? At last, Bai Chen had encountered a self-important noble second generation. He regarded Garka with a condescending gaze and retorted, What of it? At least I am far superior to you. The likes of you, who rely solely on family connections and possess nothing of your own, are the very essence of uselessness. At best, you are merely a lowly soul master, perhaps even a soul scholar, incapable of surpassing the 10th level. What right do you have to mock me? Do you believe you can defeat me? Allow me to assure you, I could easily subdue you with one hand. After Bai Chen's outburst, it took Garka a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. The bystanders all regarded him with expressions of amusement. While they were somewhat surprised to learn that Bai Chen's father was merely a baron, they held no peculiar notions, for this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Given Bai Chen's current demeanor, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly rise to become at least a Sol de Law in the future. In stark contrast, Garka was notorious within noble circles for his ineptitude, having squandered his family's influence. Many who had suffered under Garka's bullying felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Bai Chen admonish him. Garka retorted, If you have the audacity, say that again. Do you believe I won't make it impossible for your father to survive in Tiando City? Before Garka could finish his threat, Shueku stepped forward and interjected, Garka, this is the princess's residence, not your duke's estate. You have displeased me, so I ask you to leave and never seek me out again. Garka froze momentarily, unable to believe his ears. Princess, are you truly expelling me for this fellow? His tone was incredulous, as though Shueku had uttered something utterly unreasonable. Upon hearing his words, Shueku's expression darkened. Guards, remove him from this place. With that command, Garka was unceremoniously thrown out by 2 attendants. Before his departure, he shot an angry glare at Bai Chen. Once Garka left, the atmosphere gradually lightened. Chen, that fellow harbors a deep-seated desire for revenge. You should accompany me from now on, Shueku suggested. Bai Chen shook his head in response, saying, Thank you. He did not wish to appear overly proud, for his father was indeed just a baron. Should the Duke Galet truly decide to target his father, there would be little he could do. At his tender age, Even with the assistance of the system, he could not instantaneously elevate his rank to that of a titled Olua. For now, it was wise to bide his time. Later, Vivian approached Bai Chen and remarked, "Junior, we meet again." Surprised, Bai Chen replied, "Senior, do you know me?" "Of course, I remember you. Were you not stealthily trailing behind me for quite some time that day?" "Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last met, and I must say, you have become remarkably handsome." Upon uttering these words, Bai Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had been caught off guard. Thank you for the compliment, Senior," he stammered. "There is no need to be so tense. Whenever you have the time, feel free to visit me at the Tian-Do Royal Intermediate Academy. Just mention my name upon your arrival." At the sound of Du Guyan's words, Bai Chen nodded in agreement. "Yes, certainly." After exchanging pleasantries with some nearby nobles, Shui Qinghe pulled Bai Chen aside, playfully pinching his face as she spoke. "Little Bai Chen, if that Jaka truly does anything to you, be sure to come to the palace and seek her help. Do not bear it alone." "I understand. Now please let go of me," Bai Chen replied, straining to free himself from Shui Qinghe's grasp. With a hint of exasperation, he continued, "Qinghe, please stop pinching my face. It hurts." "Haha, my apologies. It's just that little Bai Chen is simply too adorable," she teased. Despite her playful tone, Bai Chen's displeasure was clearly written across his face. Nevertheless, it seemed that Shui Qinghe genuinely cherished him. But wait, was it not Qian Rinxue who had taken precedence in her affections? With a huff, Bai Chen turned away to seek out Shui Qinghe. Observing his retreating figure, Shui Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, what a delightful child. But alas, he is with little Shui Qinghe now. Meanwhile, after finishing his conversations with others, Bai Chen approached the dining table and took a slice of cake, savoring each bite. Shui Qinghe's south eyes transformed into crescent moons of delight at this sight. However, the other guests remained oblivious. Assuming that Shui Qinghe's joy stemmed from Shui Qinghe's presence, only Shui Qinghe noticed the peculiar glint in Shui Qinghe's eyes when she looked at Bai Chen, yet dismissed it, as Shui Qinghe was a male and therefore not a cause for concern. The banquet soon concluded, leaving Bai Chen with little more than having offended a duke's son and having made the acquaintance of numerous nobles. Due to the late hour, he decided to stay overnight at the palace. Lying in the room arranged for him by Shui Qinghe, Bai Chen gazed at the crescent moon outside, finding it difficult to slumber. Ever since the onset of the banquet, he had felt an unsettling sensation as though someone were watching him. Initially, he dismissed it as mere illusion, yet the feeling persisted, causing him considerable discomfort. Realizing this was untenable, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before opting to practice his cultivation instead. As he began his training, Shui Qinghe stealthily approached him. Captivated by Bai Chen's visage, she momentarily lost her composure. The instant she laid eyes on him that day, an inexplicable attraction enveloped her, leaving her bewildered. Why did she feel this way towards someone so young, with whom she had only met a handful of times? During their last encounter, she had felt nothing of the sort. Why was it different now? Placing her hand upon her chest, she sensed her heart racing more fervently than usual. Why did she experience such a strange sensation? For the first time, she found herself loathing her identity as an undercover agent. Why must she encounter Bai Chen under such circumstances? Approaching him, she whispered, "I never anticipated that there could truly exist someone in this world who could stir one's heart with just a single meeting." Upon finishing her words, Bai Chen's eyelashes fluttered, and in an instant, Shui Qinghe vanished from his room. Bai Chen opened his eyes, glancing at the spot where Shui Qinghe had just stood, filled with confusion. Who was it? Someone had indeed come close, uttering words that lingered in the air, likely the very person who had been covertly observing him. Who could it be? This thought left Bai Chen in a state of distress. Chapter 49. The point competition. The following day, Bai Chen rose early and, after indulging in a sumptuous royal breakfast, returned with Shui Qinghe. As they were heading back, Shui Qinghe had dashed over to bid them farewell. While pinching Bai Chen's cheek, Shui Qinghe had cheerfully exclaimed, "Goodbye, little Bai Chen. Do come over to play next time." Upon hearing Shui Qinghe's words, Bai Chen rolled his eyes, having completely surrendered to the playful antics. Whatever Shui Qinghe wished to do was of no consequence to him. With a mocking grin, Bai Chen remained unfazed. Noticing Bai Chen's expression, Shui Qinghe tightened his grip, teasingly saying, "Feeling quite pleased with yourself, aren't you?" "My apologies, I stand corrected." After a playful exchange, Shui Qinghe finally released him. Bai Chen rubbed his reddened cheek, inhaling sharply. That woman was truly fierce. "Farewell, little Bai Chen." Shui Qinghe waved as he departed. Despite his irritation, Bai Chen courteously replied, "Goodbye, Qinghe Ge. Next time, please refrain from pinching my face." "Agreed," came the response, and they formally commenced their return journey. Upon arriving at the academy, Bai Chen resumed his daily training. The second round of the competition was still ongoing, with only 7 participants revealed, leaving 3 individuals yet to appear. Observing the groups ahead, Bai Chen noted that nearly every contestant had a level exceeding 16, with the highest reaching an impressive 21. Faced with such formidable opponents, Bai Chen had nearly relinquished hope for victory. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that sheer effort alone would not suffice to turn the tide. The disparity in levels was too significant, particularly against the powerful Assault-type Soul Masters that countered his abilities. It was well understood that Assault-type Soul Masters, akin to warriors, possessed great resilience and dealt high damage simultaneously. In contrast, Agility-type Soul Masters resembled ADCs, capable of swiftly dispatching opponents after a brief engagement. Fortunately, Bai Chen still maintained a degree of durability compared to other Agility-type Soul Masters, preventing him from being easily defeated in a single blow. 3 days later, all 10 contestants finally appeared. The final round of the competition employed a point system, where each participant faced a different opponent daily. Victories earned 1 point, while defeats yielded none, leading to a 9-day series of matches against various adversaries, ultimately determining rankings based on accumulated points. Soon, the draw results were announced. Bai Chen learned that his opponent for the day was a level 17 Assault-type Soul Master named Lu Chen. Relieved, Bai Chen noted that Lu Chen was merely an average contender among the 10 participants, granting him a fair chance for victory. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, upon drawing Bai Chen's name, celebrated as if he had struck the jackpot, blissfully unaware of Bai Chen's presence. Others looked on with envy at Lu Chen's apparent fortune, lamenting why they could not have drawn Bai Chen as their opponent. Securing a win in the opening match was crucial. Bai Chen let out a sigh and retreated to resume his training. Realizing that competing against those who were 2 or 3 years his senior placed him at a significant disadvantage, after dedicating a day to his practice. The next day arrived swiftly. Upon reaching the competition venue, he found himself face to face with an opponent who towered over him. Bai Chen cracked his neck in preparation. Lu Chen, noticing his demeanor, chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry, little brother, I will go easy on you later." Bai Chen felt a twinge of annoyance at the term little brother. However, he refrained from retorting, as it was indeed true that he was the youngest among this group of competitors, and instead glared fiercely at his adversary. Conversely, Lu Chen found Bai Chen's fierce expression endearing. He thought to himself, "I shall be gentle in my approach later." The competition commenced. Martial Soul. Manifest. Bai Chen instantly manifested his martial spirit and charged towards Lu Chen. Caught off guard, Lu Chen, who had initially intended to hold back, only realized what was happening when Bai Chen was already upon him. The martial spirit was unleashed. Bang! Although Lu Chen successfully manifested his martial soul, he was simultaneously struck by Bai Chen's attack, sending him hurtling through the air. Bai Chen did not squander this opportunity and relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a flurry of vigorous strikes. As Lu Chen felt the relentless blows raining down upon him, he was engulfed in regret. He had never anticipated that this youngest and lowest-ranked little brother would possess such formidable strength. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Bai Chen's attacks, though they appeared chaotic, were in fact unyielding and continuous, delivering punch after punch that left Lu Chen gasping for breath. Observing the battle, Ning Zhen could not help but clench his fist in exhilaration. Witnessing Bai Chen's performance brought a smile to his face in such a brief span of time. Bai Chen had remarkably advanced his 7 treasure fist to this level. Bai Chen was executing the heavy pressure fist, a technique that, provided one possesses sufficient stamina, can be employed incessantly. Once an advantage is secured, this move can be utilized to continually suppress the opponent in battles among lower-ranked soul masters. Gaining the upper hand with this technique often equates to victory. However, mastering this move is exceedingly challenging, making it difficult for most to learn. Bai Chen's ability to grasp such a technique in such a short period truly astounded Ning Zhen. Frenzied assault. At last, as Bai Chen's fist struck Lu Chen's face, Lu Chen lost consciousness. The battle concluded. Bai Chen emerged victorious. Bai Chen's score increased by 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Lu Chen, earning a reward of 90 points. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Chen felt somewhat astonished. Indeed, the points awarded for surpassing levels were considerably greater. He had unexpectedly acquired 90 points in one go. After stepping off the stage, Bai Chen's devoted admirer, Zhong Yong, promptly exclaimed, "Boss, you were spectacular. That level 17 opponent was no match for you at all." "All right, enough talk. Today, my opponent underestimated me, which made my victory quite effortless. However, the upcoming matches will not be as simple. Do you think so? I believe they are hardly a match for the champion. Now, let us cease this conversation and proceed to dine." Oh. For days later, as Bai Chen had predicted, he did not achieve an unblemished record. Instead, he secured 2 victories and suffered 2 defeats, one of which was against a level 21 Soul Master, a battle during which he was thoroughly dominated. Nevertheless, he managed to earn 3 points, ensuring that even if he were to lose all remaining matches, he would still secure 7th place, which is commendable. On the 6th day, Bai Chen returned to the arena, where the atmosphere was markedly different. The spectator seats were nearly filled to capacity. The reason for this surge in attendance was primarily due to Bai Chen and his opponent, Gohan, for both were exceptionally striking in appearance, being young nobles. Consequently, it was not surprising that they had garnered their own fan clubs, resulting in a packed house today. Chapter 50. The competition concludes. Gohan gazed at Bai Chen, who stood before him a head shorter, and said, "Greetings, Bai Chen. It is an honor to finally meet you." "Greetings, Senior Gohan," Bai Chen replied politely. This individual was among the few renowned figures Bai Chen had heard of. Each time he visited the cafeteria, he would overhear discussions among the girls about Gohan. With a formidable rank of 18, Gohan's prowess far surpassed Bai Chen's, compounded by their significant age difference, making this contest particularly daunting. Begin. Martial Spirit Manifestation. As both competitors summoned their martial spirits, Bai Chen seized the initiative, aware that remaining on the defensive would leave him with no chance of victory. Frenzied Assault. Bai Chen unleashed his first soul skill. In response to the onslaught, Gohan remained composed, adopting a defensive stance. He was a meticulous individual, not one to underestimate Bai Chen as many others did. He had observed Bai Chen's previous matches, and the latter's strength was beyond his expectations, far exceeding what one would anticipate from a mere 14th-level Soul Master. Should he allow himself to become careless, he risked suffering the same fate as Bai Chen's former opponents. In the moment of their clash, Bai Chen sensed that Gohan was unlike any adversary he had previously encountered. Despite being an attack-type Soul Master, Gohan's defenses were as impenetrable as those of a defender, leaving Bai Chen struggling to find a weakness. Yet, Bai Chen was not easily intimidated. As long as he maintained the pressure, Gohan would find it difficult to retaliate, transforming the battle into a war of attrition. Bai Chen possessed unwavering confidence in his stamina. Half an hour later, both men stood, breathless, eyeing each other. Bai Chen could scarcely believe that the seemingly unremarkable, nay, remarkably handsome, figure before him wielded such power. Although they both appeared fatigued, Bai Chen realized he had already lost the match. Throughout the encounter, Gohan had yet to utilize a single soul skill, as Bai Chen's relentless assaults had drained his own energy significantly more than Gohan's defensive efforts. The moment Bai Chen ceased his attacks, he would inevitably face Gohan's counterstrike. However, Gohan's stamina was only marginally greater than his own. Bai Chen harbored an intense desire to win, and, in an instant, a strategy formed in his mind. Yet, he hesitated. While this plan could turn the tide in his favor, it seemed rather underhanded. The notion of acquiring a stat-enhancing pill flashed through his thoughts, which would elevate all his attributes, including stamina, by 10%, certainly sufficient to overcome Gohan. Nevertheless, as he glanced at Gohan, who, despite his evident exhaustion, continued to resist valiantly, Bai Chen felt a pang of reluctance regarding his scheme. After all, this individual had left a positive impression on him. He seemed like a decent person. Was it truly honorable to resort to such tactics for victory? Shueka. Chen, give it your all. Ding. Stat-enhancing pill purchased successfully. Ding. The attribute pill was successfully utilized, granting a 10% enhancement across all attributes within an hour. In an instant, Bai Chen felt a significant surge in his capabilities. With fervor, he unleashed a powerful punch into Gohan's abdomen. Due to the sudden increase in speed and strength, Gohan's formidable defense revealed a slight crack. Subsequently, Bai Chen delivered a series of blows, ultimately toppling Gohan to the ground. The match concluded, with Gohan incapacitated and Bai Chen emerging victorious. The spectators were taken aback by the outcome. The unanticipated victor was Bai Chen, as they had all previously favored Gohan. A miscalculation indeed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning this match. You have earned 105 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Chen sighed. The attribute pill cost 200 points, which felt like a loss. Nevertheless, the deficit of 90 points seemed worthwhile, for his ranking had improved, and the associated task rewards would likely elevate as well. After the match, Gohan approached Bai Chen and remarked, "Bai Chen, you are formidable. I concede this battle and hope to face you again in the future." Feeling a bit bashful, Bai Chen acknowledged that his victory was somewhat reliant on the attribute pill, which felt somewhat like cheating. Yet, he mustered the courage to respond, "Yes. I too look forward to our next encounter." Following this battle, Bai Chen rested for an entire night. In the subsequent 3 matches, he achieved a commendable record of 2 wins and 1 loss. Ultimately, his overall performance stood at 6 victories and 3 defeats, accumulating a total of 6 points and securing 4th place. To be candid, Bai Chen was genuinely astonished by this accomplishment. Suddenly, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. You have secured a place in the top 10 during the test matches. In light of your performance, You are awarded 3,000 points, 1 chance for a mysterious draw, and 1 poisonous dagger. Stunned by the bountiful rewards, Bai Chen pondered whether this was excessively generous. During this period, he had also completed numerous daily tasks. Although he had spent some points on double-speed training cards and attribute pills, he still had a balance of 700 points. With the addition of the 3,000 points, his total reached 4,700. With diligent effort, he could afford low-level enhancement pills. Though he currently preferred the allure of the mysterious draw, Bai Chen refrained from immediately examining the attributes of these items, for he still had to collect his prize. Curiously, the presenter of the awards was none other than Ning Fingji. He began by commending the competitors before distributing rewards, starting from the 10th place. Before long, he stood before Bai Chen and said, "Little Bai Chen, you performed admirably. Here is your reward." As he spoke, he presented Bai Chen with 5,000 gold coins and a vial of pills. The moment Bai Chen laid eyes on that vial, he felt a surge of excitement, if he was not mistaken. The pills inside were the unique 7 Treasures pills from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, valued at 1,000 gold coins each. This vial likely contained over 10 pills, which would greatly aid a soul master in their cultivation. Soon, Ning Fingji concluded the awards ceremony and addressed the crowd, announcing, "The top 10 competitors of today's contest are invited to apply for admission as outer disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. The sect guarantees that if you join, we shall spare no effort in nurturing your talents." Upon hearing Ning Fingji's words, the others, with the exception of Bai Chen, were filled with exhilaration. Joining the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was precisely their objective for this competition, and the promise of comprehensive mentorship from Ning Fingji was an opportunity they could hardly resist. Had Bai Chen not been familiar with the original tale, he might have readily accepted the offer. However, being aware that in a decade or so, the Spirit Hall would launch an assault on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, resulting in devastating losses, Bai Chen found himself in a profound dilemma regarding the potential repercussions of such an affiliation. Chapter 51, Level 20. Fortunately, Ning Fingji did not pressure them, allowing ample time for contemplation. After stepping down from the platform, Zhong Yong and others hurried over, exclaiming, "Boss!" The sect master personally made a promise. "You are truly on the verge of great success this time." Upon hearing Zhong Yong's words, Bai Chen shook his head and replied, "Let us wait and see. For now, let us return and celebrate." With that, they held a modest celebratory feast before everyone dispersed. Upon returning to his room, Bai Chen eagerly began to examine the rewards he had garnered from the competition. Toxic Dagger, Function, a dagger of extreme toxicity. A wound inflicted by this dagger induces severe poisoning. Soul masters below level 30 will perish within an hour, while those between levels 31 and 60 will typically succumb within 3 to 10 days without timely treatment. Soul masters of levels 61 to 70 face a month to live if untreated. The dagger poses no fatal threat to those above level 70. During the poisoning, a soul master's attributes may diminish by 10 to 90%. Gasping at the dagger's attributes, Bai Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The effects were terrifying. Utilizing this dagger against Qin Yi could prove highly effective. After observing the toxic dagger, Bai Chen promptly engaged in the mysterious lottery associated with his rewards, eager to discern what he might draw this time. If the outcome was favorable, he would consider further attempts. If unsatisfactory, he would refrain from additional lotteries. Ding! The mysterious lottery was successfully executed. Congratulations, the host has gained 500 points. Bai Chen, never mind, I'll stop here. It seems the mysterious lottery doesn't always yield valuable items. I'll save these points for future use. A month later, the training session at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School concluded, and Bai Chen was finally set to depart. As he prepared to leave, he gazed at Ning Rongrong before him. "Farewell, Rongrong. I shall return during the next holiday." Although Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of reluctance at Bai Chen's departure, she understood it was inevitable. "Make sure to come back." Of course. With that, Bai Chen's carriage arrived. Upon seeing Bai Chen, who had undergone a remarkable transformation over the past 2 months, Bai Yu nearly failed to recognize him. Is that you, Chen-er?" "It is I, grandfather." "Surely, you cannot fail to recognize me." "Well, your transformation is quite striking. What have you been through?" "Nothing much, grandfather. Let us return. I will share my experiences with you along the way." "Very well, let us depart." With that, Bai Chen embarked on his journey home. As he watched Bai Chen's carriage fade from view, Ning Rongrong called out from behind, "Bai Chen, I will visit you in Tiando City when I have the chance." "Understood." With that, they parted ways completely. Upon returning to Tiando City, Bai Chen's appearance startled Bai Luo and the others. Having grown accustomed to such reactions, Bai Chen spent 2 days at home before resuming his studies. Life at school remained unchanged, just as it had always been. Bai Chen continued his daily training as usual. And during the holidays, he would travel to the Qibao Liuli sect for further practice, this cycle repeating itself. One evening, 3 days after his 8th birthday, Bai Chen, immersed in a medicinal bath, opened his eyes. He had finally broken through to the 20th level. At just over 8 years of age, he was likely the fastest to achieve this milestone among the students at the Tiando Royal Academy of Junior Soul Masters, perhaps even surpassing Tang San and his companions from the original story. With this thought, Bai Chen resumed his training, completely absorbing the medicinal properties of the bath before emerging. After cleansing himself, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. The boy before him stood approximately 1.4 meters tall, already quite tall for an 8-year-old. His hair, akin to black jade, shimmered softly, and his skin resembled the finest mutton fat jade, evoking an irresistible desire to touch it. Most astonishing were his facial features. Anyone who beheld him would be left in awe. Thanks to his daily medicinal baths, the impurities within his body had been nearly eradicated, and his attributes had significantly improved due to this regimen. Overall, Bai Chen felt immense satisfaction with his current appearance. If the world of Dolua continent was one where looks mattered, he would have no worries in his next life. Next, Bai Chen reviewed his attributes: name, Bai Chen age, 8 soul power, level 20 training aptitude, 23, including Qingyong Gong 2, martial spirit, Songfeng Demon Wolf martial spirit quality, superior soul rings, 1 points, 19. 800 special skills, identification technique, Qingyong Gong first layer, items, venomous dagger, martial spirit evolution potion X2. During this period, Bai Chen had completed numerous side quests and daily tasks, earning him a substantial amount of points and 2 bottles of martial spirit evolution potion. Initially, he had believed that upgrading a superior martial spirit to a top-tier martial spirit would require only 1 potion, as it had previously. However, he soon discovered his error. It actually required 3 potions. Upon receiving this news, he felt quite disheartened, but having grown accustomed to it, it was no longer a burden. Once he completed Chain Quest 3, he would be able to evolve his martial spirit once again. Gradually, the sky outside brightened. Bai Chen stepped out to grab a bite to eat before heading towards the teacher's office. Upon arrival, he found 2 teachers already present, including Chun Yi. Surprised to see Bai Chen at the doorway, Chun Yi inquired, "What's wrong, Bai Chen? Is there something you need?" In response to Chun Yi's question, Bai Chen stated, "Teacher, I have broken through to level 20 and have come to request leave." For a moment, Chun Yi was taken aback, as was the teacher beside him. "You? What did you say?" Chun Yi asked incredulously. "Teacher, I have broken through to level 20. I wish to take leave to acquire a soul ring," Bai Chen affirmed. Upon confirming Bai Chen's words, Chun Yi's expression grew somewhat intricate. The rapid pace of Bai Chen's growth was indeed astonishing. At this rate, the opportunity for him to take action against Bai Chen was diminishing. After a considerable pause, he finally responded, "That is splendid. How about I take you to the Soul Beast Forest to acquire your soul ring?" Hearing Chun Yi's suggestion, Bai Chen shook his head, jesting that allowing this fellow to escort him to the Soul Beast Forest would be akin to tempting fate. "No need, teacher. My grandfather is just on his way to pick me up. He achieved a breakthrough to level 72 months ago, so I shan't trouble you any further," Bai Chen replied, feigning a familiarity with Chun Yi. Chapter 52. Grandfather. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Chun Yi reluctantly acquiesced. While he had indeed advanced to the Soul Sect during this past year, it was inconceivable for him to eliminate Bai Chen under the watchful gaze of a soul saint and then escape unscathed. Contemplating this, Chun Yi's expression turned somewhat obscure. "Very well, I shall not accompany you. Here's the leave note." "Thank you, teacher," Bai Chen replied before departing the office. As he observed Bai Chen's retreating figure, a fierce intent filled Chun Yi's eyes. "Congratulations, Teacher Chen. Your class has produced such a prodigious student," remarked another teacher in the office. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi quickly regained his composure and smiled, responding, "Indeed, encountering Bai Chen is truly my fortune." As Bai Chen stepped out of the office, his demeanor grew serious. Chun Yi's gaze had been so overt, it seemed the latter was eager to eliminate him. What had he done to incur Chun Yi's wrath? Realizing this, Bai Chen felt it was time to no longer remain passive. He must take the initiative. After all, now that Chun Yi had ascended to the Soul Sect, if he were to strike unexpectedly, Bai Chen might not have the chance to react. It was quite possible that before he could even defend himself, he would be slain by Chun Yi. Lost in thought, Bai Chen hired a carriage and returned home. His earlier claim that Bai Yu had come to fetch him was merely a ruse to deceive Chun Yi. Otherwise, if Chun Yi insisted on taking him, his situation would be dire. Upon returning home and inhaling the familiar scent of his surroundings, Bai Chen reminisced about his last visit after breaking through to level 10. "Mom, I'm back," he called loudly, and soon Milan emerged to greet him. Approaching Bai Chen, Milan bent down and pinched his cheek, inquiring, "Chen Earth, what brings you back so suddenly? Are you short on funds? Bai Chen did not resist Milan's affectionate gesture. No, Mom. I have reached level 20 and would like Dad to take me to obtain my second soul ring. Momentarily taken aback, Milan then embraced Bai Chen tightly, exclaiming, You're amazing, Chinner, reaching level 20 so swiftly. Your father is out working but will return shortly. Come in and rest for a bit. All right, Bai Chen replied, following Milan indoors. Suddenly, Milan added, By the way, Chinner, you should visit the Sunset Forest this time. Yes, is there something wrong? This time. You should take the opportunity to see your grandfather. He resides in Notting City of the Barak Kingdom, and your father knows the way. It has been quite a while since you last saw him. Milan's words left Bai Chen momentarily stunned. Grandfather? He vaguely recalled meeting his grandfather once when he was very young, barely 1 or 2 years old, and he had long since forgotten the man's appearance. Furthermore, his grandfather was still in Notting City? This was fortuitous, as he could seize the chance to meet Tang San. After watching Do-E, he was quite curious to see what the protagonist of Do-E was like. Soon after, Bai Luo returned and, upon learning of Bai Chen's advancement to level 20, his excitement surpassed even that of Milan. That evening, Milan generously spent a considerable sum to acquire some exquisite century-old soul beast meat, preparing a lavish feast to celebrate with the family. Later that night, Bai Chen, unusually refraining from his usual cultivation, quietly took out an accordion from the Songlong ring and practiced alone, with only 3 months remaining until the year's end. The time for the upcoming assessment at Yuxian was drawing near. Last time, Bai Chen had surprisingly failed the evaluation, not achieving first place nor even a perfect score. It was his first unsuccessful mission. Fortunately, the task was reissued after the failure, with rewards identical to the previous attempt, which relieved Bai Chen, as he would have otherwise missed out on that soul bone. He practiced late into the night before finally resting. The next day, Bai Chen and Bai Luo set off early in a carriage, excited to obtain the second soul ring, which would lead to the completion of the second main quest. Bai Chen felt a thrill at the prospect of beginning his cultivation of the Tianma body, as reaching level 20 signified a transformative beginning for him. Days later, they arrived at the Barak Kingdom. After some contemplation, Bai Luo decided to ask his father-in-law to accompany them to the Sunset Forest, hoping to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Upon entering Notting City, Bai Luo turned to Bai Chen and said, Chenner, we are about to meet your grandfather. Are you nervous? Noticing Bai Luo's trembling legs, Bai Chen shook his head and replied, Not nervous. Oh, really? You truly are my son, Bai Luo exclaimed loudly, attempting to mask his own anxiety. Observing his father's demeanor, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel amused. It appeared his father was quite apprehensive about meeting his grandfather. As they proceeded into the heart of Notting City, Mai was at the training grounds, observing the younger generation of his clan. Suddenly, a clan member rushed over, exclaiming, Chief, Lord Bai Luo has arrived. Upon hearing this, Mai's previously cheerful expression vanished, replaced by a grimace. With a huff, he ordered, Bring that fellow to see me. Yes, Chief, the clan member responded before departing. While Mai pondered how to make things difficult for the man who had taken his daughter away, the trainees at the martial arts field noticed Mai's darkened expression and instinctively intensified their training, aware that the chief's foul mood could spell trouble for anyone caught slacking. Before long, a familiar voice reached Mai's ears. Father-in-law, I have arrived. Just as Mai was about to turn and express his irritation, he caught sight of Bai Chen beside Bai Luo, the charming child captivating his attention. With a hint of confusion, Mai asked, Bai Luo, who is this? Hearing the calmness in Mai's tone, Bai Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Father-in-law, this is Xiao Chun, the one you met before. Upon finishing his words, Miter was instantly reminded of Bai Chen. He recalled how, at the moment of Bai Chen's birth, he was filled with the utmost joy. Yet, that scoundrel Bai Luo insisted on relocating to Tiando City, which resulted in his busy schedule preventing him from seeing his dear grandson for quite some time. Bai Chen, too, quickly recognized the person before him and sweetly exclaimed, Hello, grandfather. Upon hearing Bai Chen address him as grandfather, Miter's mood brightened immediately, and he replied, Excellent. Excellent. You must be tired today, my dear Chun. Come, go rest, and I shall have someone prepare some food for you. Chapter 53. The Mi Clan with that. He escorted Bai Chen to an exquisite restaurant, where an array of over 20 dishes was ordered in rapid succession. Had Bai Chen not intervened, even more would have been chosen. Faced with the overwhelming enthusiasm of Mite, Bai Chen felt somewhat out of his depth. A glance at Mite made him ponder. It seemed his grandfather genuinely cherished him. Mite exclaimed, Chiner, are you planning to stay with me for an extended period? Your parents must be quite busy and unable to care for you, so why not come to stay with your grandfather? Here, whatever you wish to do. I shall support you, and anything you desire, I shall procure for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo calmly sipped his tea, confident that Bai Chen was not easily swayed, being his son after all. However, Bai Chen's heart raced at Mite's words. The notion of receiving anything he desired was tantalizing. He was on the verge of beginning his training with the celestial demon body, which required various medicinal materials for auxiliary cultivation. Although he currently possessed over 10,000 gold coins, it was hardly sufficient. If Mite's promise were true, he would no longer have to fret over the costs of his training. After finishing his tea, Bai Luo noticed the sparkling excitement in Bai Chen's eyes and felt an ominous premonition. This boy surely wouldn't tea. Moments later, Bai Chen replied, "No, grandfather. I have many friends in Tiando City, and I will return to visit you when I have the chance." Mite appeared somewhat disheartened, responding, "Oh, well, then. By the way, did you come to see this old man for a particular reason?" Upon hearing this, Bai Luo promptly interjected, "Indeed, esteemed father-in-law. Chinner has already broken through to level 20. Before he could finish, Mite spat out his tea, splattering it directly onto Bai Luo's face. Startled by the unexpected shower, Bai Luo held back his annoyance and merely looked awkwardly at Mite. What did you just say? Chinner has reached level 20? If I recall correctly, he is only 8 years old this year." Wiping the water from his face, Bai Luo replied, "Yes, father, you heard correctly. Chinner has indeed reached level 20. We have come to ask if you could send someone to protect him as we might venture deeper into the Sunset Forest." "Of course," Mite declared, slapping the table enthusiastically. "However, I have one condition." "What condition would that be? Please, speak." "After assisting Chinner in his breakthrough, he must stay with me for a while." Bai Luo hesitated, replying, "Esteemed father-in-law, isn't that a bit much? I have matters to attend to at the guild and cannot linger too long." "I wasn't speaking of you. I meant Chinner. You can return whenever you wish. Am I not allowed to spend time with my precious grandson?" Very well." After a moment of deliberation, Bai Luo acquiesced. Indeed, Bai Chen had not visited in quite some time. It would be good for him to spend time with his grandfather. Turning to Bai Chen, he inquired, "Chinner, would you like to stay with your grandfather for a while?" "Absolutely," Bai Chen responded without hesitation. Upon hearing the voice of Bai Chen, Mitter's face creased into a joyful smile. Good, good, good. Chinner, during this period, feel free to express any desires to your grandfather. As long as it lies within my capability, I shall fulfill them." "Thank you, grandfather," Bai Chen sweetly replied. The sound of the title warmed Mitter's heart even further. Observing Mitter's demeanor, Bai Luo let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he would need to bring Bai Chen along whenever he visited his esteemed father-in-law, thereby sparing himself from several reprimands. Soon, the delicacies specially prepared by Mitter were served, perhaps considering Bai Chen's tender age. The dishes were predominantly delightful treats favored by children, which made Bai Chen's eyes sparkle with excitement. Without hesitation, Bai Chen picked up a piece of pastry and began to eat. Mitter could not help but grin throughout, as Bai Chen's joy reminded him of Milan in her childhood, who also had an insatiable fondness for such confections, her mannerisms mirroring those of Bai Chen perfectly. However, as he noticed Bai Luo taking a piece of pastry, Mitter's expression darkened instantly. Were it not for this scoundrel, he would not have been deprived of the sight of his grandson for so long. Bai Luo, sensing an unsettling aura, felt a slight tremor in his hands. Observing this, Bai Chen swiftly offered a piece of pastry to Mitter, saying, "Grandfather, you should have some too." At the sound of Bai Chen's words, Mitter's expression brightened once more. "Very well, grandfather shall indulge in the treats from little Bai Chen." With that, he devoured the pastry handed to him, which was filled with sweet red bean paste, a flavor he typically disliked. However, imbued with the affection of his grandson, it tasted delightful. In the end, the meal was quite harmonious. After dining, Mitter turned to Bai Chen and said, "Chinner, let us take a moment to rest within the clan today. We shall venture to the Sunset Forest tomorrow." "All right, grandfather," Bai Chen replied. With that, Mitter took Bai Chen's hand and returned to their clan. Meanwhile, within the Mi clan, a buzz of excitement erupted. "Have you heard? The child brought by Lord Bai Luo today seems to be the grandson of the clan leader. Indeed, that child is utterly adorable, and it appears that the clan leader holds great affection for his grandson. Aside from Miss Milan, there are no other heirs beneath the clan leader. Perhaps one day, this young master may inherit the title." Just as the clan's people engaged in animated chatter, Mitter returned with Bai Luo and Bai Chen. Upon entering, he addressed the servant at the door, "Go, arrange the finest room for the young master." "Yes, clan leader." The servant replied, approaching Bai Chen and saying, "Young master, please follow me." "Oh," Bai Chen responded, following the attendant, while Bai Luo returned to his previous quarters. Upon entering the room, Bai Chen surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. The decor was exquisitely crafted, with furniture made from the finest spiritual wood, and on the walls adorned the emblem of their mother's martial spirit, the Black Moon Wolf. It is indeed peculiar. His mother possessed a high-level martial soul, while his father had a low-level one. Logically, he should have had a greater chance of inheriting his mother's martial soul, yet he inexplicably inherited his father's instead. He found himself at an impasse, resigned to his misfortune. Upon bringing Bai Chen to this place, the individual remarked, "Young master, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, simply call for me. My name is Mickey." "Yes, thank you." Chapter 54, The Second Soul Skill. Black Moon King Wolf Kill. After the departure of the other party, Bai Chen first wandered around the room before pushing open the door and stepping outside. It seemed that he would be residing here for a while, so it was prudent to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The moment Bai Chen exited, he noticed the presence of approximately 50 figures lurking in the unseen corners around him. It was apparent to Bai Chen that these individuals were most likely sent by Mi Tai to ensure his protection. However, he chose not to expose them, as he found it challenging to explain how he had discovered their presence. Although he could employ the same tactics he used to deceive Chen Xian and Gu Rong, he preferred to refrain from misleading his grandfather. As Bai Chen walked along the path, he became aware that the clan members around him were engaged in hushed discussions about him. Although their voices were soft, Bai Chen could hear them quite clearly. Is that the young clan leader? So adorable. No wonder the clan leader dotes on him. Just that face is enough to endear him to anyone. Oh, if only I were the same age as the young clan leader, I would certainly win his affection, remarked a youthful girl. Get real. Look at yourself. You know what you are. What is wrong with me? Am I not good looking? It's not that you're unattractive. You're just, well, you know, rather plain. You dare call me plain. I'll have you know. Most of the surrounding individuals were discussing his appearance and lineage. Hearing their words brought a sense of joy to Bai Chen's heart, as they were praising his looks. Despite the clan being quite large, Bai Chen managed to explore the area in just half an hour. Afterward, he returned to his room to cultivate. Although he had arrived in Notting City, he did not intend to seek out Tang San that day, as it was already quite late. He would be staying here for some time, and he could always visit Notting Academy later. He would eventually see Tang San. The following day, early in the morning, Mi Tai concluded his discussions with the clan members and set off with Bai Luo and Bai Chen. He did not bring along any other clan members. For Mi Tai himself was an impressive level 74, surpassing Bai Yi in strength. Typically, the outskirts of the Sunset Forest posed little danger. A day later, the trio arrived at the periphery of the Sunset Forest, where they promptly began searching for a suitable soul beast for Bai Chen. Thanks to Mi Tai's presence, their safety was significantly enhanced compared to the last time, allowing them to select soul beasts at a more leisurely pace. 2 days swiftly passed, and Bai Chen gazed at a 700-year-old striped tiger before him, letting out a sigh. Age, 700 years compatibility, 65%. This striped tiger was the most compatible soul beast Bai Chen had encountered thus far. Yet, he remained unsatisfied and decided to continue searching. If he ultimately found nothing better, he would consider this striped tiger as a viable option. Just as Bai Chen was pondering this, a massive black wolf suddenly appeared before them. As Bai Chen beheld the colossal wolf, he was momentarily taken aback. This magnificent creature was none other than the martial spirit of the Mi family, the Black Moon Wolf. A swift glance revealed the wolf's attributes and age before his eyes. Black Moon Wolf. Age, 731 years. Compatibility, 91%. Upon observing the attributes of the Black Moon Wolf, Bai Chen felt immense satisfaction, while Mi Tai and Bai Luo also displayed signs of surprise. "Chinner, your spirit ring has manifested," Mi Tai remarked. Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Mi Tai moved his body and instantly appeared before the Black Moon Wolf. Before the wolf could react, it suddenly felt a heavy blow to its abdomen, causing it to collapse in an instant. Observing this scene, Mi Tai nodded appreciatively. Despite his advanced age, his control over power remained remarkably adept. Grasping the fur atop the wolf's head, Mi Tai dragged it before Bai Chen and instructed, "Chinner, finish it." Seeing Mi Tai dispatch the foe with such ease, Bai Chen felt a rush of excitement. Truly, he was a soul sage. With this thought, he drew forth his dagger and swiftly ended the life of the Black Moon Wolf. Almost immediately, a yellow spirit ring materialized above the wolf's head, prompting Bai Chen to sit down and commence the absorption of the spirit ring. As before, perhaps due to the high compatibility, he exerted little effort in absorbing this ring. Half an hour later, Bai Chen opened his eyes. Upon witnessing his successful absorption, Mi Tai and Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The age of the spirit beast was quite substantial, and they had genuinely feared that Bai Chen might inadvertently fail the process. In Bai Chen's mind, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. Main quest 2 completed. Reward, level 20 gift pack X1. Chinner, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Mi Tai inquired. Hearing his words warmed Bai Chen's heart. Instead of immediately asking about the skills he had acquired, Mi Tai was first concerned for his well-being. "I'm fine, Grandpa. I obtained a very powerful soul skill," Bai Chen responded. Smiling, Mite said, "Oh, really? Grandfather would like to see what skill you have gained." Nodding in agreement. Bai Chen glanced around before finally locking his gaze onto a large stone. Second soul skill, Black Moon Song Wolf Slash. With that declaration, Bai Chen swung his hands in a slicing motion, unleashing a cross-shaped wind blade that struck the large stone before him. Crack! A cross-shaped gash appeared instantaneously on the stone's surface. Witnessing this spectacle, both Bai Luo and Miti's expressions shifted noticeably. What tremendous cutting power! If a soul master of the same rank were unprepared and rashly received this attack, they would likely be instantaneously obliterated. After executing this move, Bai Chen promptly exclaimed, "How about that? Grandpa, father, isn't my new soul skill impressive?" Seeing Bai Chen appear unfazed, Mite queried, "Chener, what is the consumption of this new soul skill?" "Consumption? It uses about 10% of my soul power with each use," Bai Chen replied. Upon concluding his words, Miter inhaled sharply. Only 1/10 of his soul power. Miter had initially presumed that a soul skill with such devastating power would require at least 30% of Bai Chen's soul energy. If it truly only demanded a mere 10%, then it was indeed formidable. "Chener, this soul skill is quite impressive. In battles of equal rank, there should be very few who can rival you," Miter praised, to which Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they departed from the Sunset Forest. 2 days later, upon their return to Nodding City, Bai Luo promptly took his leave, leaving Bai Chen behind. According to Miter, he would arrange for Bai Chen's return to Heavendo City in half a month's time. Chapter 55, Level 20 Gift Package. Chener, you have worked hard these past few days. It's time to return and rest, said Grandfather. All right, Grandfather. With that, Bai Chen hurried to his room. He promptly checked the rewards for the second main quest, discovering that, like the Novice Gift Package, this one also required points for activation, specifically 3,000 points. Additionally, the third main quest had been unveiled, which, as he had anticipated, involved elevating his level to 30, after which the system would grant him a level 30 gift package. Though 3,000 points seemed substantial, for Bai Chen, who boasted a reserve of 20,000 points, it was but a trifling matter. In an instant, his points balance diminished by 3,000, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for utilizing the level 20 Soul Master gift package. Identification skill level has increased. Cultivation aptitude has risen by 2, and mysterious lottery chances have multiplied by 2. Is that all? Bai Chen sighed at the rewards. Deep down, he had surmised that the level 20 Soul Master gift package would not yield as many items as the Novice package. However, upon closer inspection, the rewards were still commendable. Notably, the enhancement of his identification skill had proven invaluable, resolving numerous predicaments thus far. Reflecting on this, Bai Chen examined the upgraded identification skill. Upgraded identification skill function. In addition to its original capabilities, it now includes the ability to assess the condition of the target object. The improvement of the identification skill was straightforward, yet Bai Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. What a splendid function. This would enable him to ascertain the state of his opponents during combat at any moment. As for the other 2 rewards, the enhancement of his cultivation aptitude was undoubtedly beneficial, while the mysterious lottery didn't elicit the same enthusiasm from him. Ever since that one instance with the mysterious lottery, Bai Chen had not drawn anything of worth. At best, he had only managed to acquire 1,000 points, which merely allowed him to break even. Thus, he held little expectation for the 2 upcoming draws. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the mysterious lottery and obtaining the Tranquil Mind technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the mysterious lottery and receiving 1,500 points. Taken aback by the notifications in his mind, Bai Chen realized that this lottery had yielded favorable results, 1 martial art technique, and an additional 1,500 points. He immediately scrutinized the function of the Tranquil Mind technique. Tranquil Mind technique, function, comprised of 9 tiers in total. Upon cultivation, it enhances resistance to illusions and similar skills while simultaneously augmenting the host's mental strength. The benefits of resistance and mental amplification increase with each tier cultivated. After reviewing the capabilities of the Tranquil Mind technique, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. This skill was rather impressive, ideally addressing his most pressing issue of mental fortitude. In the future, should he encounter a soul master adept in illusions, he would not find himself at a loss. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen promptly began to practice the techniques detailed in the Tranquil Mind technique. Half an hour later, Bai Chen felt a revitalizing energy swirling above his head, instilling an extraordinary sense of comfort. He was instantly captivated by this sensation, which was rather delightful. An hour later, Bai Chen ceased his cultivation. This tranquility technique was unlike ordinary practices, allowing only a little over an hour of meditation each day. Just as Bai Chen concluded, There came a knock at the door from a young servant. "Young master, the clan leader requests your presence for dinner." "Understood," Bai Chen replied. Shortly thereafter, he was escorted to the dining table, which was lavishly adorned with an array of dishes. Bai Chen paused for a moment, pondering whether such an extravagant spread was excessive for merely one dinner. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Mite waved eagerly. "Chenair, come here." Bai Chen responded, promptly indulging in the feast. It must be said that the Mi clan's cuisine was exceptionally delightful, leaving Bai Chen's belly quite round. After finishing, he turned to Mite and inquired, "Grandfather, may I explore the vicinity of Nodding City tomorrow?" "Of course. I'll assign 2 individuals to protect you. As my grandson, you may do as you please in Nodding City." Upon hearing Mite's words, Bai Chen quickly replied, "No, that's rather unnecessary. I merely wish to stroll around, grandfather. I prefer to wander alone." "Are you certain you don't want any protection?" Mite asked, still somewhat uneasy. "Indeed, grandfather, please don't worry about me. I assure you that I will be perfectly safe. Just allow me to go by myself." Bai Chen's tone was resolute. Hearing this, Mite could only agree outwardly. "Well, if that's how you feel. However, I shall discreetly arrange for someone to watch over you." Understanding Mite's underlying concerns, Bai Chen chose not to address them directly. "Thank you, grandfather." After a brief chat with Mite, he returned to his room to continue his cultivation, for one must not neglect their practice. The following day, Bai Chen rose early. Upon stepping outside, he noticed that some servants of the Mi clan were already bustling about, and faint sounds of morning training echoed from the martial arts field. Just as Mite intended to check on Bai Chen, he was surprised to see him already awake. After glancing at the sky, he thought it seemed rather early. Did Bai Chen usually rise at such an hour? Turning around, Bai Chen spotted Mite and cheerfully greeted him. "Good morning, grandfather." "Good morning, Chenair. Why are you up so early? Don't you wish to sleep a bit longer?" Mite asked. "No, I'm used to it," Bai Chen replied. "Then let us have breakfast together." Bai Chen agreed, following Mite to the dining area. After breakfast, Mite inquired, "Chenair, can you read maps?" "Yes, I can. Why do you ask, grandfather?" Mite produced a map of Nodding City. "This is the map of Nodding City. You can use it to find any location you wish to visit." "Thank you, grandfather," Bai Chen exclaimed with delight. With this, he would be able to locate Nodding Academy much more swiftly. Having spoken, Bai Chen set off and glanced at the map, realizing that the location of Nodding Academy was not particularly far from his home. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, he arrived at the entrance of Nodding Academy. The gatekeeper, upon seeing Bai Chen, quickly stepped in front of him and declared, "No unauthorized personnel are permitted to enter the academy." Hearing the gatekeeper's words, Bai Chen furrowed his brow and replied, "I am the grandson of MIT. Are you certain you will not allow me entry?" In this critical moment, Bai Chen decided to invoke the esteemed reputation of his grandfather, for in a small city like Nodding, a soul saint was regarded as a near-divine figure. Chapter 56. The first encounter with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback. A glance at Bai Chen's opulent attire led him to realize that the child's assertions seemed remarkably credible. After weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that since Bai Chen was merely a child, even if he were to enter the academy, it was unlikely to cause any significant disturbance. However, should he inadvertently offend the esteemed Count Mitre, the consequences for a mere gatekeeper could be dire. "You may enter," the gatekeeper replied. "Thank you," Bai Chen responded. And with that, he stepped into the academy. Once inside, Bai Chen began to wander about. If his memory served him well, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were work-study students, typically tasked with maintaining the academy's cleanliness. It was highly probable they were currently engaged in sweeping the school. And with a bit of searching, he might just find them. Before long, 2 diminutive figures caught Bai Chen's attention. The reason these figures drew his gaze was primarily due to the names Tang San and Xiao Wu adorning their heads. Simultaneously, their levels appeared before Bai Chen, both standing at level 18. Bai Chen was not surprised that their levels were inferior to his own, although they were of similar age. Tang San and Xiao Wu were merely attending a regular academy like Nuoding. Even with the guidance of masters, they could not possibly compete with the resources available at the Heaven Do Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. Furthermore, Bai Chen had the advantage of indulging in nightly medicinal baths and training with a double-speed cultivation card. In addition to this, their training hours were far fewer than his. Tang San, aside from his cultivation, had to work at the blacksmith shop crafting concealed weapons, among other tasks. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was quite playful, while Bai Chen was singularly focused on his training. Given these circumstances, it was hardly surprising that Bai Chen's level surpassed theirs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Befriend Tang San. Quest reward, 500 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Befriend Xiao Wu. Quest reward, 400 points. Upon hearing the notifications resonating in his mind, Bai Chen immediately approached the two. Tang San and Xiao Wu, noticing him at once, were momentarily stunned. Accustomed to the sight of snot-nosed children at Nuoding Academy, they found it astonishing to encounter a noble child of such extraordinary beauty and elegance. As Bai Chen approached them, he gently inquired, "Hello, I am visiting Nuoding Academy for the first time. Would you be so kind as to show me around?" While speaking, Bai Chen assessed the two. As in the original narrative, Tang San appeared to be an exceptionally ordinary child. Xiao Wu, too, matched her description from the source material. With a long scorpion-tailed braid and exquisite features, exuding an undeniable charm. Standing alongside the current Tang San, they seemed an unlikely pair. Tang San, upon hearing Bai Chen's request, hesitated. The stranger before him, whom he had never encountered, was suddenly asking them to guide him through the academy, which struck him as rather peculiar. Before he could decline, Xiao was suddenly interjected, "All right, of course." The moment she laid eyes on Bai Chen, she was captivated by his striking appearance. It wasn't that she fell for him instantly. Rather, it was a mere appreciation for beauty that compelled her to want to observe him further. Additionally, Bai Chen did not seem like a bad person. So Xiao Wu felt there was no harm in acquiescing to his request. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San sighed in resignation and nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing their reactions, Bai Chen's eyes gleamed with joy as he approached, saying, "Thank you. My name is Bai Chen. May I know your names? Let us be friends. I am Xiao Wu. You may call me Sister Xiao Wu," she quickly replied. Tang San, came the simple response from the other boy. At the moment they answered, a notification chimed in Bai Chen's mind, indicating the completion of a task, and he gained 900 points. "Thank you, Xiao Wu," Tang San. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Didn't you say you would call me Sister Xiao Wu?" After her comment, Tang San frowned slightly, thinking it somewhat impolite for Xiao Wu to speak that way to someone she had just met. However, Bai Chen remained unfazed, calmly asking, "How old are you, and how many months?" "I am 8 years and 3 months old," she replied. Bai Chen was taken aback, realizing this young girl was actually older than him. After a brief pause, he responded, "Sister Xiao Wu." Tang San was astonished. The noble youth before them, who appeared slightly taller, was indeed younger than Xiao Wu, which was quite surprising. "When shall we explore the academy?" he inquired. "Once we finish cleaning," Tang San replied. "All right." With that, Bai Chen took a seat on a nearby bench, quietly watching them tidy up. It was the weekend, and while most students enjoyed their break, it was the boarding students like Tang San who were tasked with daily chores. Fortunately, they could allocate their remaining time freely after completing their duties. Before long, they finished cleaning. "We haven't had breakfast yet. I'll take you to our cafeteria," Tang San said. "Great. Thank you for your help. Allow me to treat you to breakfast," Bai Chen offered. Upon hearing the word treat, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Of course. Let us hurry," she exclaimed, grasping Bai Chen's hand and leading him away, while Tang San followed behind with a resigned sigh. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria. As Bai Chen surveyed the breakfast options, he found them satisfactory. Although the first floor served as the cafeteria for common students, the food was decent, featuring items such as steamed buns. "Feel free to take whatever you like. I will handle the bill," Bai Chen said. Tang San hesitated, feeling it improper to take advantage of Bai Chen so soon after their introduction. Sensing Tang San's reluctance, Bai Chen reassured him, "What troubles you? Do you find the food here unsatisfactory? I, too, think it lacks quality. Shall I take you out to eat instead?" After speaking, Tang San quickly shook his head, then took 2 meat buns and a bowl of porridge, saying, "This is sufficient for me." Beside him, Xiao Wu, though claiming she wanted to give Bai Chen a hard time, merely picked up a few buns as well. Observing this scene, Bai Chen couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on how the protagonists were such good children in their youth, aware of not taking advantage of others. After settling the bill, Xiao Wu looked at Bai Chen with a hint of confusion and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" "Oh, I already had a meal at my grandfather's house, so I won't eat anymore." "Oh." Upon hearing the word grandfather, Tang San became curious and inquired, "Bai Chen, were you raised by your grandfather?" "No. I am just visiting my grandfather for a while. I will be returning home soon." Chapter 57. The confrontation. Bai Chen's words immediately captured Tang San's attention. "Tang San, aren't you a resident of Nodding City?" Bai Chen, "No, I hail from Tiando City. I am merely here in the Sunset Forest to obtain a soul ring and to accompany my grandfather for some leisure." Surprised by Bai Chen's response, Tang San noted that the young boy appeared even younger than Xiao Wu. At such a tender age, acquiring a first soul ring marked him as a prodigy, and his background seemed quite respectable. It puzzled Tang San as to why he would suddenly appear at their school, especially since he knew that Nodding Academy was not particularly renowned. Despite his inner questions, Tang San refrained from voicing them. After finishing their breakfast, The two officially guided Bai Chen around Nodding Academy. Although the campus was not small, its ordinariness was striking. There were no remarkable structures, and they completed their tour in little time. Feeling rather bored afterward, Bai Chen remarked, "This academy is rather amusing. It seems devoid of any formidable individuals. Perhaps we should venture out for some fun." Xiao Wu, with a slight pout, retorted, "What do you mean by no formidable individuals? Standing before you is the academy's champion." "The champion? You?" Bai Chen looked incredulous. Xiao Wu, sensing his disbelief, responded, "What? You doubt it?" "Indeed," Bai Chen shook his head. "Then let us have a contest." "All right." Bai Chen replied, having barely finished his agreement when Xiao Wu had already closed the distance between them. Realizing the situation, Bai Chen swiftly activated his martial soul and distanced himself from Xiao Wu. Unfamiliar with her combat techniques, he deemed it prudent to maintain some space. Tang San, observing this exchange, felt a mix of surprise and intrigue. While he had anticipated Xiao Wu's ambush, Bai Chen's strength was astonishing. He was already above level 20. Tang San had initially assumed Bai Chen was here merely to acquire his first soul ring, yet he had surpassed expectations. His teacher had once told him that his cultivation speed was quite rapid, but Bai Chen was evidently even faster, prompting Tang San to question Bai Chen's identity further. On the other side, having created some distance, Bai Chen finally found his footing. First soul skill. Frenzied assault. First soul skill. Bowstring. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen's punch was evaded by Xiao Wu, who only lightly grazed him in return. Bai Chen suffered no substantial harm. It was clear that Xiao Wu, having lived for 100,000 years as a soul beast, possessed a wealth of combat experience that far surpassed Bai Chen's. However, Bai Chen was not to be underestimated. As a speed-based soul master, his swiftness was inherently his advantage. Coupled with his exceptional vision, he believed that once he familiarized himself with Xiao Wu's attacks, he would be able to overcome her. Moments later, a decisive strike from Bai Chen's hand sliced through the air, landing on Xiao Wu's back. Enough. Xiao Wu pouted, questioning the peculiar individual before her. It seemed as though every attack she launched was anticipated by him, as if he possessed the ability to foresee the future. What was the point of fighting, then? Have you conceded? Bai Chen inquired. Humph. Yes, I concede. Is that enough? Upon uttering these words, a notification resonated in Bai Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for your first victory over Xiao Wu. Reward, 1,000 points. Stunned by the announcement, Bai Chen thought, wow. Defeating a member of the main cast yields such rewards. This unexpected turn of events prompted him to glance at Tang San. Tang San, catching the peculiar look in Bai Chen's eyes, felt an odd sensation. He had just witnessed the confrontation between Bai Chen and Xiao Wu, and it was clear that Bai Chen did not possess foresight. Rather, with each subtle movement from Xiao Wu, Bai Chen discerned her next action. It was evident that Bai Chen relied solely on his reflexes, which only underscored the extent of his formidable prowess. Xiao Wu dashed over, demanding, San Ge, avenge me. Acknowledging her request with a nod, Tang San was equally intrigued by Bai Chen's abilities. A young soul master capable of defeating Xiao Wu in mere minutes was indeed remarkable. Although he had often found himself outmatched by Xiao Wu, he had never unleashed his full potential in their encounters, which spoke volumes about her strength. Tang San turned to Bai Chen and asked, "May I engage you in combat, brother Bai Chen?" "Certainly," Bai Chen replied with a nod. Promptly, Tang San assumed a combat stance, determined not to strike unexpectedly like Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang happened to pass by and witness this exchange. In the academy, no student could match Tang San's prowess, and he had not observed Tang San in battle for quite some time. Furthermore, he had never encountered Bai Chen before. A child of such distinctive appearance would surely have left an impression on him. As their duel commenced, Bai Chen initiated the first soul skill, Frenzied Assault. He closed the distance to Tang San in an instant, launching his attack. Tang San swiftly employed his Xian Yu hand for defense, and as their fists collided, Bai Chen felt as if he had struck a solid object. Tang San, too, sensed the tremendous force emanating from Bai Chen's strike. Realizing he could not withstand it, Tang San quickly adapted. Otherwise, his Xian Yu hand would likely falter. First soul skill, Bind. Ghostly Shadow Step. Instantly, Tang San's figure became elusive, while Bai Chen found himself ensnared by the blue-silver grass sprouting beneath him. Fortunately, with his level at an impressive 21, Bai Chen swiftly broke free from the entanglement before the grass could inject its toxin. Witnessing this, Tang San's expression darkened slightly. The duration of the blue-silver grass's control over Bai Chen was shorter than he had anticipated. However, Bai Chen found himself at a loss against Tang San. The elusive ghost shadow phantom steps rendered Tang San unpredictable, leaving Bai Chen unable to discern any patterns. Consequently, after several minutes of confrontation, Bai Chen had yet to land a single blow on Tang San. To be honest, Bai Chen felt a pang of frustration. With determination, he unleashed his second soul skill, Black Moon Song Wolf Kill. In an instant, A cross-shaped blade of wind hurtled toward Tang San with such velocity that it left no room for reaction. Tang San had no choice but to withstand the onslaught. He swiftly raised his Xianyu hand in defense. Clang! A minute crack appeared on Tang San's Xianyu hand. And the overwhelming force of the Black Moon Song Wolf Kill sent him staggering back a considerable distance. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen followed up with a powerful punch aimed at Tang San's abdomen. Chapter 58. A visit to my home. Tang San felt a sharp pang in his abdomen, prompting Bai Chen to cease his assault. Tang San, you have lost, Bai Chen declared. Acknowledging this, Tang San nodded. Bai Chen had shown mercy, otherwise Tang San could have faced dire consequences. In an instant, a notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind as he received an additional 1,000 points. Truth be told, despite his victory, Bai Chen did not underestimate Tang San's prowess. The latter's ghostly shadow steps were exceedingly elusive. Although Bai Chen's speed exceeded Tang San significantly, he found it nearly impossible to land a hit. Had it not been for his suppression of soul power and the formidable nature of his second soul skill, coupled with Tang San's relatively low level, the outcome could have been quite different. Fortunately for Bai Chen, he could afford several missteps, whereas Tang San could not afford even one. After the match, Tang San remarked, "You were quite impressive. Thank you for showing mercy just now." Bai Chen shook his head in response, saying, "I sensed that you were not using your full strength. Had you gone all out?" The result of this battle might have been uncertain. Tang San was taken aback, realizing that his restraint had not gone unnoticed. "You are both students of the Nodding Academy, correct? What are your plans after graduation?" Bai Chen inquired. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and shook their heads. Typically, they would first enter a mid-level Soul Master Academy before advancing to a higher-level institution. However, that was still a distant prospect for them, leaving them uncertain. Before Bai Chen could continue, a round of applause erupted from the side. "Bravo! What an exhilarating battle! Truly worthy of Count Mider's grandson." Bai Chen turned to see a weathered middle-aged man alongside the name Yu Xiaojiang and the number 29 above his head. "Who are you? And how do you know my name?" Bai Chen asked politely, despite his aversion to Yu Xiaojiang. "Greetings, I am Yu Xiaojiang." Upon hearing the name Count Mider, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances with Bai Chen, realizing that Count Mider was a formidable soul sage. "Oh, so you are the legendary master. It is an honor to meet you. I would like to invite Tang San and Xiao Wu to my home. Would you care to join us?" "Of course. I would be delighted," Bai Chen replied. He then turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, asking, "Would you like to visit my home?" "Absolutely," Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly. While Tang San nodded in agreement, relieved by their acceptance, Bai Chen felt a sense of ease. In truth, he hoped to recruit these two into the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, even though doing so might alter the trajectory of the original narrative. However, Bai Chen was unperturbed. He now had the support of a system. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was poised to attain divinity. Furthermore, Bai Chen aspired to establish his own sect. If he allowed Tang San and the others to flourish unchecked, the Tang sect they constructed might very well become an obstacle in his future endeavors. It would be wiser to draw them to his side now. Tang San and Xiao Wu, however, remained blissfully unaware that Bai Chen had set his sights on them. They were merely visiting a friend's home for a meal. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was filled with curiosity about Bai Chen. He had always held great confidence in Tang San, even believing him to be invincible among his peers, only to be surprised by Bai Chen's victory. Notably, Bai Chen had already transcended the threshold of level 20 at such a tender age. During their journey, they exchanged occasional remarks. Bai Chen shared most of what he knew, providing Yu Xiaojiang with a wealth of valuable information. Before long, they arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Mi clan, and it was still early afternoon. Upon seeing Bai Chen, the gatekeeper promptly exclaimed, "Young master, you have returned." "Yes, I have returned, Uncle Gatekeeper. Please open the gate for me." "I wish to bring a few friends home," Bai Chen replied. "Certainly." The gatekeeper immediately opened the gate for Bai Chen. Observing this scene, Tang San nodded. Although Bai Chen hailed from nobility, it was his first encounter with such politeness from a noble towards a gatekeeper. As they entered the ancestral grounds, Tang San instantly realized that Bai Chen belonged to a different echelon. Upon their arrival, everyone greeted Bai Chen with respect, and the expanse of the clan's territory likely surpassed that of their academy. Meanwhile, he and Xiao Wu were merely working students, laboring to afford their tuition. The disparity between them was staggering. Could they truly be friends? Soon, a robust elder approached them. Upon recognizing the visitor, Bai Chen promptly called out, "Grandfather, over here." Hearing Bai Chen's voice, Mite approached with a smile, ruffling Bai Chen's hair. "Chino has returned. Are these your friends?" "Yes, grandfather. This is Tang San. And this is Xiao Wu. That uncle is master." "Grandfather, may I invite them to dine with us?" "Of course, as long as you are happy, little Bai Chen." Mite nodded at the master, who returned the gesture, indicating their acquaintance. "Xiao Wu and Tang San, right? You may call me grandfather Mite." Hello, Grandfather Mite. They chorused, clearly obedient little ones. Now, Grandfather, I will take them to explore the clan. Very well, off you go. With that, Bai Chen led Tang San and Xiao Wu on a tour. Bai Chen said, Tang San, Xiao Wu, how about joining me at the Tiando Royal Advanced Academy after graduation? With your talents, the academy will surely accept you. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Tang San turned to glance at him, only to discover that Bai Chen's eyes were sparkling with anticipation, gazing at him with an expression full of hope. For a moment, he found himself unable to utter any words of refusal. Let me think it over, he finally said. All right, Bai Chen replied eagerly. Subsequently, Bai Chen directed the same look towards Xiao Wu, who simply could not endure it any longer. Ultimately, she conceded, wherever Sengu goes, I shall follow. It's settled then. Upon hearing their responses, Bai Chen let out a sigh of relief. He intended to consult the master shortly, confident that he could persuade them to join his cause. As for the fate of the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, Bai Chen was indifferent. After all, he was the protagonist. Nonetheless, should the opportunity arise, he would certainly consider incorporating the others into his own team. After wondering for a while, Bai Chen noted that the time was ripe and declared, let us proceed. It's time for our meal. Chapter 59, the lesson. Subsequently, Bai Chen escorted the two to the dining hall. Owing to prior arrangements, the menu today was notably more lavish than usual, and the surroundings were bustling with attentive servants. Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback. Although they anticipated a deviation from their customary meals, they did not expect such a stark contrast. Please, take your seats and do not stand on ceremony, Bai Chen urged promptly. Following his lead, Tang San and Xiao Wu sat down obediently. Despite Tang San's usual maturity, he felt a surge of nervousness in this setting. Bai Chen discerned their unease and discreetly signaled for the attendants to withdraw. Before long, Master and Miter joined them at the table. After Miter was seated, he scarcely took a few bites before stating, I apologize, my friends. I suddenly recalled some pressing matters to attend to. Chenner, please ensure these guests are well taken care of. Understood, Grandfather, Bai Chen replied. With that, Miter departed, aware that his presence might exacerbate Tang San and Xiao Wu's anxiety. Among those present, only Xiao Wu remained oblivious to Miter's intentions. Once Miter left, the atmosphere at the table lightened considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen informed Yu Xiaojiang of the invitation extended to Tang San and Xiao Wu to attend the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaojiang responded, I will consider it. He did not give an immediate affirmation, nor did he outright decline. Xiao Wu inquired, Are there many formidable individuals at your Soul Master Academy? Are there any titled Doluos? At the mention of titled Doluo, Bai Chen paused, suddenly reminded that if Xiao Wu were to encounter one, her true identity would inevitably be revealed. After all, she was a 100,000-year soul beast, and the consequences of her identity being discovered were dire. There are indeed titled Doluos, though they are not instructors at our academy. However, they could potentially be present on campus, Bai Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression tightened, while Tang San displayed an intrigued demeanor. Then, Bai Chen added, By the way, it seems that enrollment at the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy requires a noble recommendation, and my family can only recommend one person. I apologize for neglecting to mention this earlier. Tang San, somewhat disheartened, responded, I see, then it's best to forget about it. Bai Chen replied, my apologies. Tang San reassured him, there is no need for apologies, it is not your obligation. Xiao Wu, overhearing their exchange, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she would not have to attend the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, thus avoiding exposure. Throughout the conversation, Master listened intently. Truth be told, he felt like a mere commoner now. While he could leverage his status as a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to offer a recommendation, he ultimately chose not to do so. Overall, the meal was relatively pleasant, and Bai Chen, having made the acquaintance of Xiao Wu and Tang San, deemed the experience worthwhile. As he was departing, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly addressed Bai Chen, saying, I will be giving a private tutoring session to Xiao Sen every afternoon. Would you care to join? Private tutoring, you say? That sounds quite appealing, Bai Chen replied without hesitation. Since he was to remain in MIT for half a month, he thought it prudent not to remain idle. Although he did not harbor a particular fondness for Yu Xiaojiang, there was a chance that he possessed a remarkable talent for teaching. After a short while, Bai Chen followed them back to Nodding Academy, where he commenced his lessons under Yu Xiaojiang's guidance. Tang Sen observed Bai Chen, who was fully engrossed, and nodded in approval. Thus far, Bai Chen's performance had been commendable, exhibiting a diligence and work ethic reminiscent of the noble science he had previously encountered. Tang San silently included Bai Chen in his list of individuals worthy of deeper connection. Unfortunately, Bai Chen remained oblivious to the favorable sentiments directed toward him. Otherwise, he would have realized that Tang San's regard for him had already surpassed the passing mark of 60. Before long, Bai Chen found himself immersed in Yu Xiaojiang's class. It must be said that Yu Xiaojiang possessed a certain flair for teaching, prompting Bai Chen to reassess his opinion of him. "Master, may I pose a question?" Bai Chen inquired. Taken aback for a moment, Yu Xiaojiang responded, "Certainly. What question do you wish to ask?" "I wish to know if it is possible for a soul master to directly absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring at the 40th level. If so, what prerequisites must be met?" Although Bai Chen was aware that such a feat was attainable, he sought clarification. After all, when Yu Xiaojiang had initially consented to Tang San absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring for his fourth, Bai Chen had been skeptical, doubting the feasibility of the matter. Tang San was of utmost importance to him, and he believed that understanding this aspect was crucial. Momentarily taken aback by Bai Chen's inquiry, Yu Xiaojiang ultimately replied, "It is indeed possible, though as of now, no one has attempted it. I believe it could be feasible. If a person's physical and spiritual strength reaches the next tier, they might be able to absorb a spirit ring of a higher level. However, the process would undoubtedly be excruciating, and most people would find it unbearable. Moreover, few possess the means to cultivate their spiritual strength to the level required for a 10,000-year spirit ring at the 40th level, making it virtually impossible. Hence, I have refrained from discussing this topic." Bai Chen nodded in understanding, saying, "I see. Thank you, Master." Despite his outward expression of gratitude, Bai Chen's mind was already abuzz with ideas concerning methods of spiritual cultivation. Recently, he had acquired a tome that might assist him, and he needed to devise a means to test his mental fortitude, as his attributes did not include a mental category. With Bai Chen's question concluded, Yu Xiaojiang resumed his lecture. By the end of the session, Bai Chen had gained considerable insight, while certain knowledge remained inaccessible due to Yu Xiaojiang's level. He proved to be an exceptionally competent instructor in foundational matters, far surpassing Chen Yi. Bai Chen left the lesson feeling enriched and enlightened. In the days that followed, Bai Chen attended Professor Yu Xiaojiang's classes diligently. However, he did not accept all of Professor Yu's teachings without question. As he was aware of the limitations of the professor's expertise, it was only natural for some discrepancies to arise in the knowledge presented. Yet, Bai Chen possessed his own capacity for critical thought, discerning what he could trust and what he could not. In the dining hall, Mitt gazed at Bai Chen with a hint of reluctance. Chapter 60. Confronting Chen Yi after finishing breakfast, Bai Chen prepared to depart. He had already bid farewell to Tang San and Xiao Wu the previous day. During these 2 weeks, he had learned a great deal. Bai Chen glanced at his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 8 soul power, level 21 cultivation aptitude, 25, including Qingyonggong 2, martial soul, Songfeng Demon Wolf martial soul quality, superior soul rings, 2 points, 20. 400 special skills, appraisal technique, Qingyonggong, first layer, tranquility meditation. Items, venomous dagger, martial soul, evolution potion 2. Bai Chen felt quite satisfied with his attributes. Given his current pace of cultivation, it was highly probable that he would surpass level 30 before turning 11, thereby gaining a significant advantage over the main characters. Might said, "Chinner, you'll be heading back soon. Here is some pocket money for you to buy little things." Upon hearing Mite's words, Bai Chen replied, "Thank you, Grandpa." Mite, gazing at Bai Chen, added, "Chinner, if you ever feel wronged by your parents, come to Grandpa. I'll help you sort things out." A warm feeling washed over Bai Chen. The protective sentiment was quite comforting. "Yes, Grandpa, I understand. I will definitely come back to visit you when I have the chance." "All right." With that, Mite personally guided Bai Chen back on the road. As they were departing, Bai Chen suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures. He hurriedly disembarked from the carriage and exclaimed, "What is the matter? Tang San, Xiao Wu, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Tang San replied, "Bai Chen, before you leave, I have a gift for you." Saying this, he produced an object resembling a crossbow. Bai Chen gasped. Could this be the legendary Zhuge Divine crossbow? However, Tang San's next words left Bai Chen feeling somewhat disappointed. Tang San explained, "Bai Chen, this crossbow is a simplified version I crafted based on something called the Zhuge Divine crossbow. By pressing this button, you can shoot 3 crossbow bolts, capable of injuring soul masters up to level 40. I hope you like it." Hearing this, Bai Chen nodded and said, "Thank you, Tang San. I will make good use of it." Afterward, he embraced each of them before departing. 2 days later, Mite and Bai Chen disembarked. Gazing at the familiar Tiando city before them, Mite remarked, "Chinner, Grandpa must return now. Farewell." "Grandpa, aren't you going to see Mom?" Bai Chen questioned. "No. There are matters within the clan that require my attention, so I cannot stay longer." "Understood." With that, Mite left. His refusal to see Bai Chen's mother was not solely due to clan affairs. He indeed had time to see his daughter. However, he feared that once he saw her, he would find it difficult to depart. Living with his daughter and grandchildren had always been his dream, yet their clan had not relocated in many years. He was even less inclined to relocate his clan, so he decided it was best to return. Shortly thereafter, Bai Chen parted ways with MIT and soon found himself back home. "Mother, I'm back." Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, Milan immediately emerged from the room. However, upon realizing that Bai Chen was alone, the absence of the figure she had anticipated brought a glimmer of disappointment to her eyes. Nevertheless, she smiled brightly at Bai Chen and said, "Chinner, you've returned. Let me see if you've lost weight." As she pinched his cheek, she added, "Very well. You still have plenty of flesh, Bai Chen." The following day, upon returning to the academy, Bai Chen, much like when he first acquired his initial spirit ring, once again captivated the attention of his entire class. A great soul master. Having broken through to the 20th level at merely 8 years of age, in their eyes, Bai Chen had become a godlike figure. Upon returning to his seat, Shueku, with a beaming smile, inquired, "So, Chun, what new skills have you acquired? I'll show you after class." "All right." On the stage, Chen Yi wore a facade of a smile as he observed the scene below. Bai Chen was discreetly keeping an eye on Chen Yi before returning. He had contemplated this matter, for Chen Yi's gaze had grown increasingly brazen. Bai Chen believed that, even in his presence, Chen Yi might still choose to strike against him. Before long, the day's classes concluded. Rarely, Bai Chen turned to Shueku and said, "Shue, I have some matters to attend to today. You may head back first. We shall return together tomorrow." Hearing Bai Chen's words, Shueku pouted, visibly displeased, yet she replied, "Very well, but we must return together tomorrow." Of course. Afterward, Shueku departed, and Bai Chen made his way alone toward the dormitory. He could clearly see that Chen Yi, after class, persistently followed him. This time, Bai Chen deliberately headed toward a secluded alley, having resolved that, if it came to it, he would not hesitate to use the soul-extinguishing talisman to eliminate that individual. Bai Chen glanced at his Kang Wolf ring, which contained the Zhuge Divine crossbow that Tang San had given him. According to Tang San, this crossbow could inflict harm upon soul masters of the 40th level. He had already coated the bolts with poison, derived from the venom of the deadly blade. This poison would be exceedingly detrimental to a soul master of Chen Yi's caliber. Gradually, the distance between Chen Yi and Bai Chen diminished. Observing Bai Chen enter the deserted alley, Chen Yi instinctively quickened his pace. At last, he felt that the day he had awaited was upon him. However, just as he rounded the corner, he sensed something hurtling toward him. Whoosh! 2 bolts struck his arm and left eye, while the last one missed its mark entirely. Chen Yi let out a cry of agony, but fortunately, the alley was so secluded that no one happened to pass by, leaving his screams unheard. Before Chen Yi could even react, Bai Chen immediately exclaimed, "Second soul skill, Black Moon, Song Wolf Kill." Upon uttering these words, a cross-shaped wind blade swiftly surged towards Chen Yi's lower body. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his lower body, Chen Yi was on the brink of madness. "I shall kill you." Although Chen Yi was roaring in fury, Bai Chen remained utterly unperturbed, for the status bar above Chen Yi's head had shifted from healthy to severely injured and blinded. Moreover, Chen Yi's entire face was smeared with blood, rendering his features indistinguishable. Bai Chen, maintaining a remarkable composure, calmly stepped back to continue loading the crossbow with bolts. Chapter 61. The killing of Chen Yi. Even in his severely injured state, Chen Yi was not someone Bai Chen wished to confront directly, for there existed a staggering 20-level disparity in their strengths. Should Chen Yi retaliate with fervor, the risk of being swiftly eliminated was palpable. Enduring excruciating pain, Chen Yi yanked the crossbow bolt from his arm, wiping the blood from his right eye in a desperate effort to regain some semblance of vision. The agony coursing through him fueled an intense hatred for Bai Chen, and he resolved that even if he were to perish today, he would take Bai Chen down with him. Yet, it is often the unhinged who are the easiest to vanquish. In his fury, Chen Yi had forgotten to employ his soul abilities, intent only on tearing Bai Chen to shreds. Bai Chen, wielding a simplified version of the Zhuge crossbow, aimed at Chen Yi's right eye. With a swift whoosh, one bolt grazed Chen Yi's eye. Though it did not strike true, it nonetheless rendered him blind. Following this strike, Chen Yi's status shifted from blindness to complete loss of vision. My eyes, my eyes. Completely bereft of sight, Chen Yi flailed about like a headless fly, while Bai Chen observed coldly, knocking another bolt and distancing himself from Chen Yi. Fourth soul skill, Ice Howl. Deprived of sight, Chen Yi could no longer discern Bai Chen's position. Bai Chen finally recognized Chen Yi's martial soul, a sensitive attack type known as the Ice Bird, a relatively common martial soul, perhaps of intermediate rank. Alas, despite the formidable power of Ice Howl, which instantly froze the struck area into an icy sculpture, it failed to hit Bai Chen. If the standoff continued, victory would inevitably belong to Bai Chen. Yet, as this was still a school environment, Bai Chen was loath to prolong the encounter, fearing potential complications. Once more, Bai Chen raised his crossbow, this time aiming for Chen Ye's throat. Chen Ye persisted with his ice howl, and Bai Chen refrained from immediate attack, biding his time until the howl subsided. After several tense seconds, Chen Ye's ice howl finally ceased, and Bai Chen released another bolt, which struck true to Chen Ye's throat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 41st level Soul Master, Chen Ye. Reward, 1,100 points, plus 1 mysterious drop. Hearing the notification echo in his mind, Bai Chen confirmed Chen Ye's demise and promptly approached the lifeless body. He produced a bucket of oil, doused the corpse, and ignited it with a fire starter before tossing it onto Chen Ye's remains. Having completed these actions, Bai Chen swiftly departed the scene. Before long, Bai Chen returned to his room, immediately stowing his bloodied attire within the Song Wolf ring. He then immersed himself in a prepared bath, cleansing his body. Throughout this process, Bai Chen exhibited an unexpected calmness, devoid of fear, anxiety, or exhilaration typically associated with taking a life for the first time. After the demise of Chen Ye, it felt as though he had extinguished an insignificant ant. He gazed at his pristine hands and shook his head, realizing just how detached he had become. To remain so composed in the face of such an event was rather unsettling. In a past life, a person like him might have been quite suited to the role of a murderer. Once he had cleansed himself, Bai Chen donned a fresh, immaculate outfit, twisted his neck, and examined the recently acquired mysterious drop. It is worth mentioning that since those two events, Bai Chen had not encountered this enigmatic drop again. Previous drops had yielded rather impressive items, and he was eager to discover what this occasion might bring. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully utilized the mysterious drop. You have obtained a sharp enchantment book X1. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen was filled with curiosity. An enchantment book? Is this akin to my world? After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his venomous dagger and inwardly declared, use the sharp enchantment book. Subsequently, a series of chimes resonated in his mind, and a purple glow emanated from the venomous dagger. Congratulations, host, the enchantment on the venomous dagger has been successfully applied. Please check your rewards. Upon receiving the notification, Bai Chen promptly examined the attributes of the venomous dagger. Venomous dagger, effects. Enchantment, sharp eye, depending on the target. It can ignore 1 to 40 of the target's armor, but cannot bypass the armor of divine level targets. Seeing the attributes of sharp eye, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. Quite commendable indeed. Truly worthy of the reward from a mysterious drop. The following day, as school commenced, Chen Ye was notably absent. Aside from Bai Chen, the others were puzzled. This was not characteristic of Chen Ye. They had never witnessed him arriving late. After approximately 15 minutes, Bai Chen pondered whether the location was too secluded, as it appeared that Chen Ye's body had yet to be discovered. Otherwise, they would have dispatched a new teacher by now. A patrolling staff member happened upon Bai Chen's classroom and, noticing the absence of students, entered with curiosity. Where's Teacher Chen Ye? Unknown. Teacher Chen Ye has yet to arrive for class. Bai Chen and the others replied. Is that so? The patrolling staff member expressed surprise at their response. It was well known that the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy placed immense importance on education. Thus, the consequences of a teacher's tardiness were quite severe. Unless one was at a critical juncture in their training, tardiness was simply unacceptable. Could it be that Chen Ye had experienced a breakthrough? Despite his curiosity, he instructed someone to check on Chen Ye's situation at home. Simultaneously, he sought a substitute teacher to take over Bai Chen's class. Greetings, everyone. My name is Qin Ming, and I will be your substitute teacher from today onward. Upon hearing the introduction of the individual before him, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed Qin Ming. After glancing at the level 55 above his head and recognizing the name Qin Ming, he confirmed the identity of the individual. Indeed, it was Qin Ming, who should currently be teaching at the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. What could possibly bring him here? In truth, Bai Chen remained unaware that this year marked Qin Ming's inaugural year of employment. To aspire to become an instructor at the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, one must not only attain a minimum level of 50, but also serve a tenure of 1 to 3 years at the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy to assess their pedagogical proficiency. Should their teaching capabilities be deemed commendable, they would typically be eligible for formal admission to the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy after just 1 year. Qin Ming had recently attended an interview and was now assigned to conduct an evaluation. Chapter 62. This is absolutely 8 years old. However, Bai Chen was merely somewhat astonished. After all, this individual was a notable character in the original narrative, having earned the title of the second youngest Soul Emperor in the Dolua continent. He must possess considerable aptitude. Soon, the class commenced. As Bai Chen had anticipated, although it was Qin Ming's inaugural teaching session, his instructional style was far more comprehensible and straightforward compared to Chen Ye's. Moreover, his breadth of knowledge was exceptionally extensive. and he adeptly addressed the inquiries Bai Chen posed during the lesson. On another front, due to Chen Ye's mysterious disappearance, the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy initiated an investigation. They swiftly located Chen Ye's remains. However, even with the discovery of the corpse, it proved challenging to extract any useful information. The principal gazed at the charred remains with a grim expression, furious that someone had dared to commit murder within the confines of their esteemed academy. Investigate. We must uncover the identity of the individual who had the audacity to slay a teacher from our Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. Days later, Bai Chen caught wind of some rumors. Nonetheless, even upon hearing them, he exhibited no signs of unease, continuing his daily routine of attending classes, dining, and training, occasionally seeking Qin Ming's guidance regarding cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, Xueku was increasingly troubled, harboring a suspicion that Bai Chen might be involved in Chen Ye's demise. She feared for Bai Chen's safety should he be apprehended, yet observing his calm demeanor, it appeared as though he bore no guilt. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Xueku mused, ultimately deciding against confronting Bai Chen about her concerns. Concurrently, Qin Ming regarded Bai Chen with a satisfied nod. To be honest, when he initially learned he would be assessing candidates at the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy for a year, he felt a twinge of discomfort, though he outwardly maintained composure. However, after several days of teaching, that sentiment dissipated entirely, primarily due to Bai Chen. This was the first time he had encountered such a gifted student, an absolute prodigy, having achieved a breakthrough to level 20 at merely 8 years of age. The questions Bai Chen now posed were concerning the control of soul power, a concept typically introduced only at advanced soul master academies, with most junior students unaware of its existence. To his astonishment, not only did Bai Chen possess this knowledge, but he appeared to comprehend it to some degree as well. After sharing his inquiries with Bai Chen, Qin Ming hesitated before suggesting, "Bai Chen, would you care to learn the methods of soul power control from me?" Bai Chen was taken aback by Qin Ming's offer. He had intended to explore this on his own, as their relationship was somewhat distant. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for seeking help during Qin Ming's free time, never anticipating that Qin Ming would proactively extend an invitation to teach him. Is that truly acceptable? Of course. Starting tomorrow, after class, you shall join me for lessons. Absolutely. Bai Chen eagerly nodded in agreement. A month later, the news of Chen Ye's death gradually faded into obscurity. The investigation yielded no significant progress, and they were unlikely to expend considerable effort over such a minor figure from the Soul Clan. Instead, they would casually arrange for a death row inmate to take the fall for Chen Ye's murder, thus bringing the matter to a close. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was preoccupied with the upcoming final assessments. He believed that, given his current abilities, he could indeed undertake the task of challenging the Academy's top position. After all, the highest-ranked Soul Master in the Academy was only at level 23, and with his soul power at level 21, he was not far behind, presenting him with a genuine opportunity. Moreover, the rewards for this task were rather substantial, and it would be prudent to complete it as early as possible. The method for becoming the Academy's top student was straightforward. The first-place student from each class could challenge the reigning champion from the previous year, with the victor assuming the title. In Bai Chen's class, aside from himself, the next highest rank was held by Xueku, who was merely at level 17. It is worth noting that Xueku had not received any assistance from Bai Chen. The items he obtained from the system were exclusively for his own use and could not be shared. Bai Chen saw nothing wrong in this, as the system was designed to serve him, not others. On the eve of the final assessments, Bai Chen practiced once more using the methods taught to him by Qin Ming. Contrary to his expectations, he seemed to lack a natural talent for controlling soul power, making his progress in this area rather sluggish. However, Qin Ming assured him that this was typical, as most soul masters began learning soul power control only after the age of 18, when their bodies had fully matured, making the learning process significantly easier. In summary, Bai Chen was simply too young. He would find it much easier to engage in these tasks as he grew older. Nevertheless, Bai Chen was determined not to give up easily, recalling that Tang San and his peers had begun their training at the age of 12. With diligent effort, he believed he could succeed. The following day, the final assessments commenced. The theoretical tests had taken place the previous day, and today was dedicated to practical evaluations. As usual, Bai Chen effortlessly secured first place in all categories. After completing the tests, he approached Qin Ming and said, "Teacher Qin Ming, I wish to challenge the Academy's top position. Could you assist me in registering?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's request, Qin Ming nodded in agreement, confident in Bai Chen's potential for success despite this being his first attempt. Nearby, students overheard the exchange. Zongyou approached, exclaiming, "Impressive, Brother Chen. You're about to challenge the Academy's top position. What could possibly stand in your way?" Having grown accustomed to Zongyong's flattery, Bai Chen maintained his composure, replying coolly, I am merely attempting to challenge. Victory is not guaranteed. Let us return for now. After a brief moment, they continued on their way. The former chief of the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, Yu Tianqing, received news that someone intended to challenge him. He examined the information provided by his instructor regarding his opponent. Name, Bai Chen, age, 8 level, 21. Upon reaching this point, Yu Tianqing was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly read it correctly? 8 years old? Level 21? After reviewing Bai Chen's profile and confirming his level, Yu Tianqing felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. This was, indeed, an 8-year-old. How could this be deemed an 8-year-old? Subsequently, he perused Bai Chen's past achievements, and a sense of unease settled in his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that his position as the Academy's chief was precariously threatened. Chapter 63. The contest for the Academy's apex the following day. Bai Chen arose early. Now, he had ascended to the status of a second-year student. The second-year students differed significantly from their first-year counterparts. The team battles spanned 5 days, during which the top student of the class would challenge the Academy's champion. Tomorrow marked the day for the second-year students to confront the Academy's apex, followed by the third-year students the day after, and the fourth-year students the subsequent day, and so forth. Of course, participation in the challenge was not obligatory. Bai Chen's upcoming challenge had captivated a significant portion of the student body, for he had become more renowned within the Academy than the current champion. An 8-year-old at level 20 as a soul master was no trivial feat. Additionally, Bai Chen's striking appearance drew the attention of many young girls, further amplified by his close relationship with Shui Ku, undoubtedly enhancing his fame. Before taking the stage, Yu Tianqing fixated his gaze on Bai Chen, the contender he was about to face. It was undeniable that Bai Chen possessed a deceptive charm, prompting a complex mix of feelings in Yu Tianqing as he scrutinized him. This was his first serious appraisal of Bai Chen. Although merely 8 years of age, he stood at a commendable height, only half a head shorter than Yu Tianqing. He bore a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, with long eyelashes that seemed to flutter as if they could speak. His nose was prominent, lending him a striking three-dimensional quality, while his lips moved animatedly, seemingly engaged in conversation with those nearby. Moments later, Yu Tianqing shook his head vigorously, chastising himself for his thoughts. What was he doing? He was a boy, after all. Yet, he couldn't deny Bai Chen's appealing looks. How unfair was it that this individual possessed both handsome features and exceptional talent? Frustration coursed through him as he contemplated how these insufferable rivals were snatching away all the girls, leaving no room for them to breathe. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was also sizing up Yu Tianqing. 3 seconds later, he shook his head, deeming the other somewhat unattractive. A stark departure from the high standards set by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lineage. Before long, the two ascended the arena. Upon seeing them, the referee inquired, "Are you both ready?" "Ready." They responded in unison. "Good. The match begins. Martial Soul. Manifest." In an instant, Yu Tianqing launched an offensive. First soul skill, Gale Thunder. With those words, Yu Tianqing transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging toward Bai Chen in a flash. Rather than confront the assault head-on, Bai Chen swiftly retreated several steps and declared, First soul skill, Rampage. The clash of hurricane and lightning erupted in a tremendous explosion. Subsequently, both combatants utilized the residual effects of their skills to maneuver rapidly across the arena. It was evident, however, that Bai Chen's speed surpassed that of Yu Tianqing by a considerable margin. After all, he was a sensitive attack-type soul master. Although the quality of his martial soul was relatively inferior to that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, in a contest of speed, he was far from being outmatched. However, Yu Tianqing's speed had not reached the point of being utterly overwhelmed. His first soul ring originated from a soul beast known as the Wind Thunder Beast. Although its name does not contain the word dragon, it is indeed a subdragon species, and this soul ring greatly enhanced both his speed and power. The situation on the battlefield had now reached a state particularly disadvantageous for agility-type soul masters, a protracted battle. Typically, strength-type soul masters possess significantly greater stamina compared to their agility counterparts, and the latter must maintain constant movement to evade capture by the former. Nevertheless, Bai Chen remained unperturbed. With the enhancement of his Qingyang Gong, he could gradually infiltrate his opponent's body with his soul power during combat, methodically wearing down Yu Tianqing. Each of Bai Chen's attacks failed to inflict substantial damage on Yu Tianqing, leading the latter to refrain from launching a counterattack. Unaware that Bai Chen's soul power was seeping into him, all he perceived was that he currently held the advantage, and if this continued, victory was certain. Observing the self-assured expression on Yu Tianqing's face, Bai Chen sighed. This fellow was oblivious to the fact that he had already fallen into his trap. As Bai Chen's soul power continued to permeate Yu Tianqing's body, the latter gradually sensed that something was amiss. He noticed that, at some point, a tingling sensation would manifest in his hands when he attempted to defend himself, severely hampering his reaction speed, though he could not fathom the reason behind it. Feeling Yu Tianqing's movement sluggish, a subtle smile crept onto Bai Chen's lips. The bait had finally taken. Moments later, Bai Chen seized upon a flaw in Yu Tianqing's defense and struck directly at his head, causing the latter to become momentarily dazed. Second soul skill. Black Moon, Song Wolf Kill. Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, Yu Tianqing sensed an impending crisis and hastily activated his own second soul skill. Second soul skill. Thunder Elemental Explosion. Just as Yu Tianqing's second soul skill was unleashed, Bai Chen's attack collided with him, resulting in a deafening explosion that left Yu Tianqing injured from the blast. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Chen had already closed the distance, his hand resting upon Yu Tianqing's neck. Gazing into the emotionless eyes of Bai Chen, Yu Tianqing swallowed hard and declared, "I concede." The arena erupted in astonishment. Bai Chen had truly succeeded in his challenge, leaving Zhong Yong and others speechless in disbelief. After a considerable pause, the referee regained his composure, expressing his astonishment as he announced, "The victor of this match is Bai Chen. Congratulations, Bai Chen." On securing the position of Academy Champion, he then continued addressing Bai Chen, "In the coming days, you will face challenges from students of all grades. Only by defeating everyone will you be able to retain your position as Academy Champion. Do you understand?" Upon hearing the referee's words, Bai Chen nodded earnestly, affirming, "I understand." After concluding his remarks, Bai Chen stepped down from the stage. He was not yet eligible to receive his rewards. He must wait until the competition had entirely concluded and he had triumphed over all his opponents. Therefore, Bai Chen had not yet claimed the task reward for dominating the campus. He would need to wait several days until he vanquished all challengers before he could collect his prize. Nevertheless, Bai Chen felt no disappointment. A delayed reward mattered little, especially since Yu Tianqing was the sole 6th grade student present. Currently, only 3 opponents remained, the strongest among them being merely a 5th grader with a maximum level of 20. It was highly unlikely for Bai Chen to be defeated by competitors of such a similar caliber. After stepping down, Bai Chen resolved to treat himself to a long-awaited mysterious draw. Ding! The mysterious draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a double-speed training card 1. Alas, I knew I wouldn't draw anything worthwhile. Chapter 64. Soul Evolution, Rune Wolf. The following day, upon arriving at the competition venue, Bai Chen found himself pitted against a formidable level 16 offensive soul master. For someone of his age, this level was quite commendable. However, it was evident that such a level could not possibly rival Bai Chen. As the match commenced, it concluded almost instantaneously. The referee, witnessing the swift clash, found himself at a loss for words. Bai Chen defeated his opponent with a single strike, displaying the unyielding nature of youth, offering no quarter whatsoever. In the ensuing 2 days of combat, Bai Chen continued to prevail effortlessly. During this time, Xue Qinghe managed to find a moment to observe his final match, as he received the annual reward of 5,000 gold soul coins and the medal symbolizing the Academy's top rank from the referee. The familiar notification chime of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the chain quest. Dominate the campus 3. Task rewards, cultivation aptitude X5. 3,000 points, soul evolution potion X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Dominate the Campus series of quests. Reward, special item, spirit hairpin. Surprised by the unexpected special reward, Bai Chen pondered the peculiar nature of the spirit hairpin. What a curious item it was. Regardless, after securing the position of campus champion, he found himself compelled to engage in idle chatter with the principal. After their brief exchange, Bai Chen retreated to his room to examine the rewards he had garnered that day. First, he inspected the medal awarded by the school, crafted from unique materials, which promised to soothe the mind and enhance one's appearance over prolonged wear. Next, he turned his attention to the spirit hairpin. Spirit hairpin effect, upon wearing. A distinctive hairpin sprouts from the host's crown, simultaneously boosting the host's mental power by 20%. Once worn, it cannot be removed. Upon reading the hairpin's effects, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this hairpin was rather impressive. A direct 20% enhancement to his mental attributes was remarkable, though the fact that it was permanently bound upon wearing was a slight drawback. Nevertheless, Bai Chen found it acceptable. It was quite normal for a protagonist to sport an eccentric hairpin. He chose to don the spirit hairpin, and immediately, he felt a refreshing sensation atop his head, as if a wave of vitality surged through him, heightening his perceptive abilities. This was merely a glimpse of the mental fortitude it provided. There were benefits yet to be discovered. After utilizing the spirit hairpin, Bai Chen approached a mirror to inspect his reflection. Noting the rather incongruous hairpin that had sprouted from his head, it looked somewhat strange, to say the least. He placed his hand upon the hairpin and pressed gently, only for another hairpin to sprout forth almost instantaneously. Well, it appeared this hairpin was here to stay. No matter. He could simply chalk it up to a bad hair day. Now, the moment of significance had arrived. Bai Chen had amassed 3 bottles of soul evolution potion, and it was time to evolve his soul into a top-tier entity. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully utilized the soul evolution elixir, with the evolution process taking 4 hours. Please be patient as you await the outcome. Upon finishing this statement, Bai Chen immediately sensed a warm sensation enveloping his body. Poof. Bai Chen unconsciously completed the manifestation of his martial soul. This time, he did not merely undergo partial lycanthropy. Rather, he transformed entirely into a wolf, revealing the true form of his martial soul, the Songfeng Demon Wolf. The Songfeng Demon Wolf is a soul beast adorned in pure white, featuring a distinctive mark upon its forehead and adorned with azure tattoos that seem somewhat incongruous with its name, exuding an unexpected charm. During the process of evolution, the azure tattoos gradually solidified, evolving into a mysterious script, while the mark on his forehead became increasingly defined, resembling a miniature wolf's head. His musculature became more pronounced, and his size doubled within the span of 4 hours. This was the visage of Bai Chen after the culmination of his evolution. He approached the mirror, scrutinizing his appearance with satisfaction and nodding in approval. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful evolution. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Bai Chen glanced at his attributes. Name: Bai Chen. Age: 8 years. Soul power: level 21. Cultivation aptitude: 30, including Qingyang skill 2, martial soul, Rune Wolf martial soul quality. Top tier. The next stage is super martial soul, requiring 25 bottles of martial soul evolution potion. Soul rings: 2 points. 22, 800 special skills. Appraisal technique: Qingyang skill, first layer, tranquility. Items: venomous dagger. Martial soul evolution potion 2. After reviewing his attributes, Bai Chen felt immensely satisfied. The Rune Wolf, he sensed, was markedly different from the previous Songfeng Demon Wolf, which leaned towards wind and darkness attributes. This Rune Wolf appeared to possess an array of attributes. However, the number of martial soul evolution potions required for the next evolution seemed excessively high, 25 bottles, which was quite absurd. Nevertheless, this top-tier martial soul should suffice, as he had always possessed the pinnacle of martial souls at each stage. For instance, the Songfeng Demon Wolf was among the strongest of advanced martial souls, and he surmised that his Rune Wolf would at least match the prowess of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just as Bai Chen contemplated this, a sudden system prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the evolution of your martial soul into a supreme entity. The martial soul compendium has been activated, allowing you to explore the levels and attributes of the martial souls you have previously encountered. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen paused momentarily, only to swiftly notice the addition of a martial soul compendium button in the interface before him. Intrigued, he clicked on it and discovered 6 categories within: low-level martial souls, mid-level martial souls, high-level martial souls, supreme martial souls, super martial souls, and divine martial souls. It appears that the apex of martial souls is indeed the divine-level martial soul. Bai Chen mused silently. Subsequently, he selected the category of top-tier martial souls, revealing a plethora of martial souls he had previously encountered, such as his Rune Wolf, Zhongyang's black armored crocodile, Shueke's white swan, and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda from the 7 treasures glazed sect, among others. However, conspicuously absent was the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. This revelation startled Bai Chen. Having been so intimately familiar with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, how could it be missing? Pondering this, he delved into the realm of super martial souls, where, to his surprise, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Haotian hammer manifested among the selections. Bai Chen was taken aback to discover that the quality of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul surpassed that of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. After a moment of contemplation, he came to terms with this fact. Indeed, while the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was formidable, it possessed significant limitations. The highest level attainable by its soul masters was merely 79, and not everyone could evolve the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. In contrast, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, after reaching level 30, would undergo a transformation in one of its bodily parts for every 10 levels gained, rendering it an increasingly powerful martial soul. Thus, it was not implausible for it to surpass the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in strength. Chapter 65, The Soul Spirit Compendium. Subsequently, Bai Chen examined the attributes of the Rune Wolf, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the Haotian Hammer. Rune Wolf: Strength, B. Agility, S. Constitution, B. Growth, A. Soul Power, B. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex: Strength, A. Agility, A. Constitution, A. Growth, S. Soul Power, B. Haotian Hammer: Strength, S. agility, B, constitution, S, growth, A, soul power, A. After reviewing the comparative attributes of the three, Bai Chen felt a twinge of existential doubt. The disparities in their attributes were rather staggering. Especially the Haotian hammer, with its extraordinary attributes of double S and double A alongside 1B, was simply overwhelming. Yet, he pondered why the Haotian hammer appeared in his compendium. It seemed that during his last encounter with Tang San had not utilized the Haotian hammer soul spirit. Could it be that merely by interacting with someone, one could incorporate that individual's attributes into their own panel? If that were the case, might he also be able to view the attributes of the six-winged angel soul spirit, considering he had interacted with Qianren Xue? Contemplating this, Bai Chen glanced at the option for divine soul spirits and calmly selected it. Soon, a radiant six-winged angel soul spirit materialized within his compendium. Upon seeing this soul spirit, Bai Chen swallowed hard. After all, it was a divine soul spirit. He opened the entry, and instantly, the attributes of the six-winged angel appeared before him. Strength, S. Agility, S. Constitution, S. Growth, S. Soul power, SS. Goodness. Even Bai Chen could not help but utter an expletive upon witnessing the attributes of the six-winged angel. The sheer exaggeration of these attributes was astonishing. It was hard to fathom how someone like Tang Hao, who had just broken through to title de law, could overpower Qian Xuanji so decisively. Indeed, one could not generalize the physical prowess of individuals. Some, despite possessing divine soul spirits, could only barely survive in the presence of titans, while others, wielding superior soul spirits, could contend with divine ones. Nevertheless, if given a choice, Bai Chen would still opt for a divine soul spirit, as the attributes spoke for themselves. After reviewing the attributes, Bai Chen released his soul spirit. Returning to his original form, he felt a tinge of worry regarding the drastic evolution of his soul spirit. The differences were so pronounced that he feared discerning eyes might notice something amiss. Yet, even if some suspicions arose, Bai Chen had no means to conceal his soul spirit, as it was essential to his identity. Meanwhile, in another location, within the Hall of the Pope at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong was meticulously reviewing the reports submitted by her subordinates. While engrossed in her reading, she suddenly halted as she turned a page, momentarily taken aback. She then picked up the paper and carefully scrutinized its contents. Name, Bai Chen Soul Spirit, Songfeng Demon Wolf innate soul power, level 5 level, 21 age, 8 origin, Heavendo Empire, currently unaffiliated with any faction. Reportedly trains at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School during annual holidays, with a potential affiliation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At the tender age of merely 8, he has already surpassed the 20th level, capturing the keen interest of the royal family of the Heavendo Empire. Observing Bibi Dong's sudden and intense focus on a particular matter, Yue Guan and Gue Mei exchanged curious glances. Bibi Dong possesses a rather unique passion. Each year, she personally reviews the emergence of prodigies across the continent. Whenever she encounters an individual with exceptional talent, she becomes engrossed, scrutinizing their personal information with unwavering attention. The last time she exhibited such concentration was due to a young lad named Tang San, who possessed innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial soul, blue silver grass, was deemed a waste. Consequently, Bibi Dong only paid him a fleeting glance. However, her prolonged interest in this child suggests her genuine satisfaction. Yue Guan approached, inquiring, "Your Holiness, who has captured your attention this time?" In response to his question, Bibi Dong handed over the information she held. Upon examining it, Yue Guan was momentarily taken aback. Wait. This child possesses only a 5th level innate soul power. How could he break through to the 20th level before the age of 8? Is there an error in the data? Was there a mistake in recording his innate soul power? Gue Mei, intrigued, also stole a glance at Bai Chen's information. After perusing it, he too found it astonishing. Bibi Dong clarified, "No, the information is accurate. His innate soul power is indeed 5th level. It's merely that his martial soul underwent a postnatal mutation. Nevertheless, even under those circumstances, such rapid advancement is unprecedented, nearly shattering the continent's records. We must find a way to bring this child to our spirit hall." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's directive, Yue Guan and Gue Mei responded, "As you command, Your Holiness." With that, they departed. After leaving the Hall of the Pope, Gue Mei returned to his duties, while Yue Guan tasked his subordinates with making contact with Bai Chen. As a titled Doluo, it was beneath him to intervene personally, especially since this was merely a pastime of the Pope and not a matter of great significance. Although Bai Chen's talent was indeed remarkable in their eyes, it was not yet worthy of acclaim. After all, true genius is only recognized in one's growth, and Bai Chen had yet to fully mature. The following day, the Academy S-Team battles commenced. Early in the morning, Bai Chen arrived at the competition venue, only to sense an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Instinctively, he turned to locate its source and discovered an elegantly dressed elderly gentleman in the stands, whose attire suggested an affiliation with the Spirit Hall. This sight took Bai Chen by surprise. What was the Spirit Hall doing here? Were they spectators for the competition? Well, it was permissible for them to attend. Today, Bai Chen's opponent was an old acquaintance, Class 8. Due to Bai Chen, Shueku, and their companions' recent surge in levels, the other classes had become utterly incapable of competing against them. Their presence in the arena was merely a formality. Victory was undoubtedly theirs. As the elder from the Spirit Hall led his team onto the stage, his gaze immediately fell upon Bai Chen. This was a task assigned by Yu Guan, and he dared not approach it with anything less than utmost seriousness. Yi Zicheng regarded Bai Chen with a grave expression. Prior to this battle, their class had faced Bai Chen's class 3 times, each encounter resulting in their defeat. As time progressed, the disparity between the two teams widened, and now, not only was he unable to contend with Bai Chen, but even Shueku proved too formidable for him. Bai Chen addressed Yi Zicheng and his companions, stating, "Please refrain from making any moves for the moment. I wish to assess my current strength." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Zhong Yong and the others nodded in agreement, for it was well understood that Bai Chen's prowess was beyond dispute, and whatever he claimed held the utmost weight. Chapter 66. Refusal of recruitment. As soon as the words were spoken, the competition commenced. The 14 participants on the field instantaneously summoned their martial spirits, and 15 yellow soul rings materialized simultaneously in the arena. It was evident that each contender hailed from the Royal Academy, with the first soul rings being of a century's age. Upon observing the 2 yellow rings adorning Bai Chen, the elder from the Spirit Hall expressed great satisfaction, confirming the information he had received. Indeed, this young lad was a formidable soul master. Once the match began, Bai Chen surged towards the opposing team's 7 members, leaving his 6 teammates to spectate, as if he alone were engaged in the contest. Knight Zicheng and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. What did Bai Chen mean by this? Did he consider them beneath him? How audacious to confront them single-handedly. Despite their displeasure, they felt powerless, realizing that if they could manage to defeat Bai Chen, they might still have a chance at victory. Form ranks. Knight Zicheng promptly commanded. However, before he could finish his instruction, Bai Chen had already reached him. Stunned, Knight Zicheng barely registered the moment before Bai Chen's fist sent him tumbling from the stage. As the captain of Class 8, Knight Zicheng's elimination signified a significant loss for their team, and astonishingly, this occurred in less than a minute since the match began. Meanwhile, the elder from the Spirit Hall scrutinized Bai Chen with intense focus. Something was amiss, exceedingly so. The records indicated that Bai Chen's martial spirit was the Gale Demon Wolf. Yet the manifestation before him bore little resemblance to that lineage. The distinguishing mark on his forehead and the azure inscriptions upon his body diverged greatly from the characteristics of the Gale Demon Wolf. Instead, they bore a striking resemblance to that of a superior breed, the Gale Demon Wolf King. As a steward of the Spirit Hall, he was nearly certain that Bai Chen's martial spirit was not merely the Gale Demon Wolf, but rather the legendary Gale Demon Wolf King. It was plausible that there had been an error when compiling Bai Chen's information, given the rarity of the Gale Demon Wolf King's historical appearances. It was not unusual for one to be unfamiliar with such a spirit. In an instant, the elder's gaze towards Bai Chen grew fervent. If he could recruit a soul master possessing the Gale Demon Wolf King's spirit into the Spirit Hall, he could only imagine the rewards bestowed upon him by Lord Yu Guan. Conversely, Shueku and her companions had a different focus. They had noticed, upon Bai Chen's arrival, an exceptionally upright tuft of hair atop his head. In stark contrast to Bai Chen's typically austere demeanor, this single tuft exuded an inexplicable charm. However, due to Bai Chen's prowess and their curiosity to observe this unique side of him, none dared to inform him of the tuft. Just moments ago, as Bai Chen made his move, that tuft swayed back and forth, diverting all of Shueku's attention. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, his remarkable performance paled in comparison to the allure of that singular tuft of hair. After dispatching Knight Zicheng, Bai Chen transformed into a fleeting white shadow, single-handedly vanquishing the entire Class 8 team. Although there was a significant disparity in strength between the two sides, it was no ordinary soul master who could achieve a 1-against-7 victory. After the match concluded, Bai Chen gasped for breath, despite his triumph. He had expended considerable energy, and his soul power was nearly depleted. When the referee announced the victory, Bai Chen and his companions descended from the stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the team battle. Given the host's performance, a reward of 150 points has been granted. Subsequently, as Bai Chen and his companions celebrated their success, an elderly man from the Spirit Hall approached, tapping Bai Chen on the shoulder. Turning in confusion, Bai Chen was startled to find the old man behind him. Young one, are you Bai Chen? The elder inquired. Nodding, Bai Chen replied, Yes, sir, I am Bai Chen. What can I do for you? I witnessed the beginning of your match. You are quite impressive. I am a steward of the Spirit Hall. Surely, you know what the Spirit Hall is? Yes, I do, Bai Chen affirmed. Then, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing the elder's proposition, Bai Chen hesitated. Although he had once entertained the idea of joining the Spirit Hall, that notion had long since changed. He had no desire to join, as the constraints of the Spirit Hall were too great. Moreover, he had a task to establish his own sect. It was best not to join the Spirit Hall. However, given the elder's formidable presence, represented by a level 79 above his head, Bai Chen felt he could not offend him. Sir, if I were to join the Spirit Hall, would I still be able to see Xueku? Xueku? The elder glanced at Xueku, who was glaring at him indignantly. He attempted to respond kindly, of course. Joining the Spirit Hall does not prevent you from returning. You may come back once a year. Only once a year? What if I want to see Xueku every day? Bai Chen exclaimed. Xueku's face flushed. How could he say such things in front of so many people? The elder paused, then asked, Little Bai Chen, what is your relationship with Xueku? Do you have feelings for her? Yes, Xueku is my girlfriend. I do not wish to be apart from her, and I also do not want to be separated from my parents. It seems that joining the Spirit Hall would mean I could only see them infrequently. Therefore, I must decline, sir. I do not wish to join the Spirit Hall. The elder was taken aback by Bai Chen's refusal. Think carefully, the Spirit Hall is filled with powerful individuals. Joining us would grant you endless wealth and glory in the future. I have thought it through. I prefer to stay here. Very well, but do not regret your decision. The elder, growing impatient, revealed his disdain for children. How could this little brat dare to refuse him? Bai Chen sensed a flicker of malice in the elder's gaze. With a sigh, he felt a sense of helplessness. Would refusing to join result in his demise? After all, he was merely a child. After the old man departed, the others cast worried glances at Bai Chen. Xueku reassured him, Chen, do not worry. In the Tiandu Empire, I will not allow that man to harm you. Bai Chen smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Xueku. However, his perception of the Spirit Hall had significantly deteriorated, regardless of how the higher-ups behaved. The attitude of those beneath them made it difficult for him to harbor any fondness for the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, within his Tsang Wolf ring lay a soul destruction talisman. Should the situation become dire, he could simply use the talisman to eliminate the old man and then seek refuge with either the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School or the Tiandu Empire. He believed that these two factions would provide him with protection, as the Spirit Hall would likely hesitate to provoke them. Chapter 67, The Wolf Clan? After the conclusion of the day's events, Bai Chen led his companions to the Falling Flower Pavilion, intending to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Despite encountering an irksome individual earlier, there were still reasons to celebrate. Moxin, who was already aware of Bai Chen's arrival, had taken the initiative to instruct the kitchen to prepare a lavish banquet. It was important to note that Bai Chen was not merely dining for free. He would compensate for the meal. Although Moxin insisted that he treat the place as his own home, Bai Chen felt it inappropriate to take advantage of her hospitality. Ultimately, Moxin had no choice but to accept his payment. At the dining table, Zhong Yong and the others chattered incessantly, yet Bai Chen remained largely indifferent to their conversation. Among them, there was always someone who focused solely on their meal, and Bai Chen exemplified this trait. In a short span, 2 dishes had already been devoured. Meanwhile, Xueku observed Bai Chen with an affectionate smile, relishing the sight of him enjoying his food, his cheeks stuffed like a hamster. After a while, noticing that Bai Chen had consumed a considerable amount, Xueku inquired, Chen, how do you intend to handle today's matter? It was evident that she was referring to the Spirit Hall's attempt to recruit him. Bai Chen hesitated briefly before replying, I'm uncertain about how to address it. I certainly cannot eliminate him within the Tiandu Empire. It should be fine. Xueku's concern deepened upon hearing his words. After contemplating for a moment, she suggested, how about this? Tomorrow, I will speak to my father about our relationship and request that he grant you a title of Duke, allowing you to reside in the royal palace with soul saints assigned to protect you. This way, you should be safe. Moreover, if you move to the palace, we could see each other whenever we wished, sharing meals, attending classes, and spending time together. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly hurried, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Bai Chen, sensing her anxiety, cleared his throat and assured her, Xueku, do not worry. I truly am fine. You need not fret over me. I wish to earn the right to marry you through my own strength, so please do not dwell on these matters. I am not so easily defeated. With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair. At his words, Xueku's face flushed crimson, and she buried her face against his chest. Meanwhile, Zhong Yong and the others witnessed this scene with palpable envy. Zhong Yong exclaimed, Damn, must you flaunt your affection while we are merely trying to enjoy a meal? Are you intent on torturing us single folks? Qian chimed in. Don't pull me into this. I'm ready to confront them. He gestured to those nearby for assistance, but they ignored him. Bai Chen shot him a glare, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. As the celebratory feast concluded and Bai Chen walked along the path, he began to ponder the issue of safety. Indeed, apart from being a student at the Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters and the grandson of the Mi clan's patriarch, he possessed little else in terms of backing. At the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, it would be implausible to assign several Soul Sage level strong individuals to protect a mere student. Moreover, his maternal grandfather's Mi family resided far from Tiando City, rendering them unable to provide immediate assistance in times of need. Thus, he needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. A few days later, following the conclusion of the ranking battles, as anticipated, Bai Chen's class emerged victorious, marking the commencement of the winter vacation. Naturally, the first order of business for Bai Chen was to return home. Early the next morning, he boarded a carriage and returned to his residence, which was conveniently located within the vicinity of Tiando City. However, upon arriving at his doorstep, Bai Chen noticed a distinct transformation. The entrance appeared to have undergone renovations, exuding a more splendid aura than before. Two guards stood at attention, and upon witnessing this scene, Bai Chen felt a twinge of confusion. What had transpired at his home? As he approached, the guards promptly greeted him. Welcome back, young master. You recognize me? Am I Bai Chen? One of them inquired. Indeed. It is as the madam informed us. She instructed us to welcome you upon your return, and she provided a detailed description of your appearance, making it quite difficult for us to mistake you. After hearing their words, Bai Chen's lips twitched slightly, as he could easily imagine how his mother had described him. Although curiosity gnawed at him regarding the changes at home, he refrained from questioning the guards, opting instead to inquire directly with his mother. May I enter? Of course. Young master, please proceed. Upon entering the house, Bai Chen was struck by the substantial alterations. Aside from the entrance, the interior had expanded remarkably. And he even spotted his uncle, whom he encountered only once every few years. Uncle. Bai Yun was on his way to the council hall when he suddenly heard someone calling his name and instinctively turned to look. Who are you? Xiaochen. Is it you? Yes, it's me, uncle. What has happened to our home? How did it change so drastically? Oh, you have yet to receive the news, I see. Your grandfather has recently broken through to level 70. His lifelong aspiration was to establish a family or even a sect. However, the strength of a soul emperor often fails to command respect. Now that he has finally ascended to the rank of soul sage, he is determined to fulfill his youthful dream. Our family is now known as the Demon Wolf clan, and we have already recruited over 50 disciples. As for the reason behind choosing your home as the location, it is mainly because your grandfather wishes to see you more often, and the nearby residences are more affordable. Thus, this transformation has taken place. Rest assured, your room is now considerably larger and more impressive than before. And your grandfather has arranged for several individuals to attend to your needs. Oh, well then, I am on my way to see grandfather. My parents are there as well. Shall we go together? Certainly. Do you wish to be carried? Not at all. Is that so? You used to love being carried by your uncle when you were little. You've certainly changed, Xiaochen. Bai Nua feigned a sorrowful expression. Bai Chen cast a reproachful glance at Bai Nua, wondering how it was that these middle-aged individuals could be so childish, lacking a semblance of seriousness. Upon receiving Bai Chen's glare, Bai Nua coughed awkwardly twice. Unlike Mite, Bai Yu was a father to 5 children, while Bai Chen's father held the position of the 4th among them. Ordinarily, according to their ages, Bai Nua would have been the rightful heir to Bai Ye's legacy. However, ever since Bai's original spouse tragically passed away, he had remained unmarried and childless. This absence, coupled with his inherent fondness for children, led him to treat the offspring of his younger siblings with great kindness, resembling an older friend rather than a strict elder. The children of Bai Chen's age were unafraid of him. Subsequently, Bai Nua took Bai Chen by the hand and guided him toward the conference room. Chapter 68, The Wolf Clan, Part 2. While Bai Yi and the others were engaged in discussions, they were pleasantly surprised to see Bai Yin entering with Bai Chen. Chenner has returned, exclaimed Bai Yi. Yes, grandfather, father, I'm back, Bai Chen replied. That is wonderful. Chenner, your father and I are still in the midst of important matters. I will have someone escort you to your room. By the way, your second and third uncle's children are also staying here. You can play with them outside, all right? Sure. Bai Chen eagerly agreed, having no objections. Xiaoyun, please take the young master to his room, Bai Yi instructed, and a delicate-looking girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16, stepped forward. Chenner, this girl will be your maid from now on. If you need anything, just ask her, Bai Yi added. Understood, Bai Chen responded, not surprised by his grandfather's arrangement for his care. He followed the girl, named Xiaoyun, as they walked outside. Truth be told, he was quite curious about how his room had been arranged. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan occasionally glanced at Bai Chen, wondering what kind of young master she was to serve. Would he be mischievous, or perhaps a spoiled child? From what she observed, he was quiet, seemed to possess a pleasant demeanor, and was exceptionally handsome, especially with that charming tuft of hair atop his head, which lent him an endearing quality. Before long, they arrived at a small courtyard. "Young master, this is your courtyard," Xiaoyan announced. "The courtyard?" Bai Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes," she confirmed. Bai Chen was momentarily speechless. He almost blurted out an exclamation. Did he truly have an entire courtyard to himself? When had his family become so affluent? Surely, his grandfather must have exhausted a lifetime of savings. In just a few short months, the transformation was astounding. The efficiency of Doloa continent was undeniably remarkable, due to the presence of martial spirits. The physical capabilities of its inhabitants surpassed those of his previous world, leading to much higher productivity among workers. Moreover, considering he had been away for quite some time, the construction of such facilities was not beyond the realm of possibility. "Young Master Bai Chen, please follow me," Xiaoyan said, leading him on a tour of the courtyard. Although it was modest in size, it contained an array of rooms including a bathroom, a kitchen, and a study. Most impressively, there was a small training ground within the courtyard that particularly delighted Bai Chen. Eventually, they arrived at a door. "Young Master Bai Chen, this will be your room," she indicated. "Thank you. You may go about your tasks. I would like to explore on my own," he replied. "Certainly." With that, Xiaoyan departed. Bai Chen pushed open the door and surveyed his new room, which was more than twice the size of his previous one. Moreover, all the furnishings from before had been meticulously preserved. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. "Indeed, my family is quite spacious," he mused. Afterward, he pushed open the door and cast a glance in a certain direction outside. In truth, he had been quite aware since halfway through his walk that several little ones, about his age, were stealthily trailing behind him, their intentions unclear. Contemplating this, he continued down the path. Meanwhile, 3 small heads peeked out from behind the large tree in the courtyard. The youngest girl spoke up. "Young Ge, are you certain that the one we are following is the legendary brother Bai Chen? Isn't he a bit too handsome? I've heard that brother Bai Chen is quite formidable. How could someone so good-looking be that powerful?" Upon hearing this, the young man referred to as Yang Gu replied, "Xiaoyi, one must not judge merely by appearances. Just because he is handsome does not imply he is a novice." Bai retorted, "But Yang Gu, you are also very handsome, yet dad says you are useless." Bai Xing interjected, "All right, you too. Should we go and introduce ourselves to brother Bai Chen?" Another little girl chimed in. "Do you need something from me?" Suddenly, a voice from behind startled the three, causing Bai to exclaim, "Bibi brother Bai Chen, when did you arrive? I was here as soon as you began to speak. Are you the children of my second uncle?" Bai nodded eagerly. "Yes, brother Bai Chen. We came to play with you." Upon hearing their words, Bai Chen nodded and said, "Could you please introduce yourselves?" Sensing it was his turn, the eldest brother Bai Yang felt compelled to step forward, as he was indeed the oldest among them. "I," Bai Xing interjected. "Hello, brother Bai Chen, I am Bai Xing. This is Bai Yang, and this is Bai Yi. We are all children of your second uncle, and we came to get acquainted with you." As Bai Xing finished speaking, Bai Yang nearly choked. He had prepared his own introduction. How infuriating. Why did she have to do that? With this thought, he shot a glare at Bai Xing. In any case, Bai Yang felt quite uncomfortable. "I understand. I am Bai Chen," he replied. Bai Xing disregarded her older brother's glare and continued, "Brother Bai Chen, Grandpa Bai Yi said that starting this year, we will follow you to the Qibao Yuli sect, and we would like you to look after us, if that's all right." "Of course, it is," Bai Chen replied. Although the 3 little ones had low levels, one at level 7, another at level 9, and the last at level 12, it was of no consequence. As long as they were obedient, Bai Chen could assure them they would not be bullied at the Qibao Yuli sect, especially since he had some renown there at present. After chatting for a while, they became somewhat familiar with one another. The personalities of the 3 little ones were quite pleasant, and Bai Chen's demeanor gradually became more casual. In contrast, the trio maintained a very respectful attitude while conversing with Bai Chen, including Bai Yang, who was a year older, which made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. Bai Xing, "By the way, brother Bai Chen, tomorrow our family will hold the first grand competition with external clans. Are you planning to attend?" "External clan competition? It is a soul master tournament organized by grandfather for those outsiders who have joined our family. I have heard that the champion will receive generous rewards." "That sounds fascinating." After listening to Bai Xing, Bai Chen felt quite intrigued. "By the way, brother Bai Chen, our family has also acquired some shops. Would you like to take a look?" "Shops, you say? Are there any apothecaries?" "Indeed. Wonderful. Please take me to see them." Chapter 69. Cultivating the celestial demon body upon departing from the family estate. Several attendants approached promptly, inquiring, "Miss Bai Xing, are you preparing to venture out?" Yes, please escort us to the marketplace, she replied. Certainly, Miss Xing, they responded in unison. As they presented a carriage, Bai Chen marveled at this treatment, reminiscent of the privileged airs of grand conglomerates depicted in animated tales. This feels rather pleasant, he mused. Genuinely satisfied. Once aboard, Bai Chen noticed his cousins observing him intently. What is it? Is there something on my face? Bai Xing chimed in. Bai Chen, good. Why does one of your hairs stand upright? Bai Chen dismissed it nonchalantly. It's nothing. Pay it no mind. Oh. A quarter of an hour later. They arrived at a bustling avenue, where the land appeared quite valuable. Indeed, this is an excellent location for shops, he commented. Bai Chen, good. That over there is our family's apothecary. Bai Xing pointed to a shop. Turning to where she indicated, Bai Chen spotted a store named Bai's Apothecary. With that, the trio made their way toward the pharmacy, which seemed to be thriving with a considerable footfall, indicating a healthy monthly profit. Upon their arrival, a young attendant greeted them enthusiastically. Young Master Bai Yang, Miss Bai Xing, Miss Bai Yi, welcome. Bai Yi, slightly irritated, replied, we are merely here to browse. No need for such formalities. This gentleman is here to make a purchase. By the way, let me introduce him. This is my cousin Bai Chen. You must have heard of him. Upon hearing Bai Chen's name, the attendant's demeanor shifted instantly, recognizing him as the future heir of the Mo Wolf clan. Young Master Bai Chen, I beg your pardon for not recognizing you at first. Please forgive my oversight. Not at all. I am here to procure some medicinal herbs. Do you have the items listed here? Bai Chen presented a scroll. The attendant glanced at it, eagerly nodding. Yes, indeed. How many do you require? 20 sets, please. Here is the payment, Bai Chen stated, producing a pouch of coins along with a prescription for the medicinal bath. The attendant responded quickly, young master, that amount is unnecessary. The family has instructed that when purchasing at the apothecary, all family members receive a 20% discount. For you, the cost is simply the base price, totaling 600 gold coins for these herbs. Very well, Bai Chen replied, pleased at the opportunity to save some money. After all, having recently surpassed level 20, he was now able to cultivate the celestial demon body, a process not only arduous but also exceedingly costly. Although he possessed a fair amount of gold, it was wise to conserve where possible. Before long, the attendant returned with the required herbs. Bai Chen examined them and was thoroughly satisfied with their quality, anticipating that the resultant medicinal bath would yield even more potent effects. Upon witnessing Bai Chen's expenditure of 600 gold coins, Bai Yang and his companions were enveloped in a profound sense of envy. Although their own allowances were not insignificant, they could hardly compare to such a sum. Yet, they were acutely aware that Bai Chen had earned this wealth through his own endeavors, and thus, instead of harboring jealousy, they felt nothing but admiration for him. As the evening advanced, Bai Chen proposed a meal for them. All right, thank you, brother Bai Chen, Bai Xing replied. Upon hearing Bai Xing's words, Bai Yang felt a surge of frustration. Why? Why is it like this? Why does my elder brother have no lines at all? Who truly is the elder brother here? He fumed silently. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai Yi was eagerly darting her tiny feet, her gaze fixed on Bai Chen's face, captivated by his striking appearance. It was her first encounter with such beauty. Noticing Xiao Bai Yi's animated demeanor, Bai Chen extended his hand. Would you like to hold hands? He inquired. Exclaimed Bai Yi, as she grasped Bai Chen's hand, reveling in the delightful softness. Bai Yi mused to herself, while Bai Chen remained indifferent. After visiting his family's shop, he was now solely focused on returning to commence his training of the heavenly demon body, an endeavor he eagerly anticipated. Ultimately, Bai Chen treated the three of them to a meal before politely bidding them farewell. Brother Bai Chen, see you tomorrow. Bai Yi waved vigorously. See you tomorrow, he replied. Upon returning to the courtyard, Bai Chen promptly retrieved the heavenly demon body manual, preparing to begin his training. Previously, he had been unable to access the cultivation methods due to insufficient levels. Now, however, he felt ready to embark on this journey. Flipping through the manual, Bai Chen discovered that the heavenly demon body consisted of 9 layers, each accompanied by its corresponding cultivation techniques. The first layer, which he was about to begin, was unique despite being a body refinement method. This initial layer involved a specific breathing technique, fundamental to the practice of the heavenly demon body. Mastery of this breath was essential while cultivating the subsequent methods, and achieving the ability to maintain this breathing for 24 hours would signify success. With this in mind, Bai Chen meticulously examined the techniques outlined for the first layer and began to practice the breathing method described. In the dead of night, he gasped for air, acutely aware that with each breath, every part of his body felt significantly empowered. However, the technique was not without its drawbacks. His stamina was depleting at an alarming rate. Although Bai Chen had nearly grasped the nuances of the breathing technique, he could only sustain it for about a minute. Glancing outside, He noted the late hour and decided it was time to rest. He planned to first visit the kitchen for a light snack, followed by a soothing medicinal bath, an ideal conclusion to his day. As he stepped outside, Bai Chen moved quietly, mindful that he was not alone in the courtyard. Xiaoyun likely had retired for the night. Pushing open the door, I ambled into the kitchen, only to discover a figure sprawled over the table, seemingly lost in slumber, with several dishes laid out before them. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Chen paused momentarily. Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun, wake up. Sensing someone calling her, Xiaoyun groggily stirred awake. Upon seeing Bai Chen before her, she instantly brightened. Young master, you've come out. Are you hungry? Allow me to reheat the dishes for you. No, I can manage on my own. It's quite late. You should go rest now. There is no need for you to wait up for me until such an hour. Chapter 70. Practicing the celestial demon body. Isn't this inappropriate? The young master hasn't slept. How can I possibly rest? It's quite all right. This is my domain, and matters shall proceed according to my rules. I usually retire this late, so you needn't wait for me anymore, understand? Then, very well. Seeing Xiaoyun acquiesce so readily, Bai Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been genuinely concerned that she might be the obstinate type, insisting on waiting up for him until such late hours, which would be detrimental to her health. Then, young master, allow me to heat the dishes for you before I return to my room. This time, Bai Chen did not decline. Before long, Xiaoyun had reheated all the dishes on the table. Following Bai Chen's instructions, she then took her leave to rest. Bai Chen sampled one of the dishes, and to his surprise, despite having been reheated, it retained its delightful flavor. He had not anticipated Xiaoyun's culinary skills to be so impressive. After finishing his meal, Bai Chen promptly proceeded to the bathroom, filling the tub with water, carefully regulating the amount until it was nearly full. Mindful that he would need to add medicinal herbs later, filling it too much could lead to overflow. Half an hour later, the medicinal bath was ready. With a splash, Bai Chen leaped in. Now, with the enhancement of his abilities, the required dosage of medicinal herbs had increased, as one serving was no longer sufficient for even 5 uses. He could sense that once he broke through to the 50th level, this recipe might become ineffective. The next day, Bai Chen rose from the tub, freshened up, and ventured into the courtyard to practice. Yesterday, he had learned the breathing technique of the celestial demon body, but he had yet to test its potency. He vaguely sensed that engaging in combat while in this breathing state would significantly enhance his attributes. Arriving at his designated spot, Bai Chen took a deep breath and entered the unique breathing state of the celestial demon body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and delivered a powerful punch toward the sandbag ahead. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the sandbag was punctured, leaving a fist-sized hole. After the strike, Bai Chen returned to a normal breathing state. Observing his handiwork, he felt a surge of satisfaction. That punch had unleashed almost 1.5 times his usual strength, with speed nearly doubled. If he could maintain this breathing state for 24 hours, his power would surely see a remarkable enhancement. Of course, with the growth of his strength, this boost would inevitably diminish over time. Yet it remained a commendable method for amplifying his abilities. Just as Xiaoyun, who had risen to prepare breakfast, caught sight of this scene in the courtyard. She was struck by awe. Although she had heard tales of Bai Chen's formidable prowess, witnessing an 8-year-old shatter a sandbag with a single punch was truly astonishing. However, as a servant, she quickly stifled her astonishment and hurried off to prepare breakfast. Having completed his punch, Bai Chen resumed his morning exercises, foregoing the practice of the celestial demon body, as it was not particularly suited for morning training. An hour later, after finishing his morning exercise, Bai Chen enjoyed a delightful breakfast, savoring the contentment that enveloped him. This routine was the epitome of the life he had always yearned for, devoting time each day to cultivation and indulging in his favorite delicacies. Yet, such mundane moments are often fleeting. A few days passed, and the time arrived for Bai Chen and his companions to journey to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. This marked Bai Yang and the others' inaugural visit to the school, and uncertainty loomed over their ability to pass the preliminary selection. Drawing from his past experiences, Bai Chen noted that all 3 were teetering on the edge of qualification. Each of them possessed the potential to succeed, yet they could just as easily falter. However, Bai Chen resolved not to interfere with their assessment. If they truly exerted themselves, their collective prowess should enable them to triumph. Even if Bai Chen were to assist, any deceit on their part would lead to the same outcome next year. Thus, he decided to allow them to face the evaluation independently, for their fate rested solely in their hands. Upon returning to the dormitory of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong received the news of Bai Chen's return almost immediately. Barely 15 minutes had passed since Bai Chen settled into his dorm when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he was greeted by the familiar silhouette of Ning Rongrong. Although accustomed to her presence each time Bai Chen returned, Ning Rongrong couldn't suppress her excitement and rushed to find him. Bai Chen, not being naive, understood the nature of her affections. Yet, at this stage of her life, Ning Rongrong was susceptible to external influences. It was quite possible that she was merely captivated by Bai Chen's appearance, while her heart did not genuinely align with his character. Therefore, upon encountering her, Bai Chen refrained from displaying excessive enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the spirit hall, Bibi Dong was taken aback by her subordinate's report. Bai Chen had declined their invitation. Her tone remained relatively calm, yet the expressions of those around her turned grave, aware that Bibi Dong was on the brink of an eruption. A quarter of an hour later, her frustration boiled over. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even secure a single child? If we fail to recruit Bai Chen during this holiday, you have no reason to be present in this hall. No one dared to respond to Bibi Dong's outburst. After all, individuals like Bai Chen were not easily swayed. Such prodigious talents possess their own self-assurance. Now, back at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Bai Chen's circumstances diverged from the expectations of the spirit hall. Unlike the typical obstinate youths, Bai Chen found himself facing a soul master who was 5 ranks his senior. In a bid to win Bai Chen over, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school readily acquiesced to nearly all of his requests, which now included the challenge of confronting a soul master of varying levels, 5 to 10 ranks superior to himself, on a daily basis. Without hesitation, the school agreed to his demands. In this competition, should Bai Chen emerge victorious, he would earn 150 points. Upon acquiring these points, his total would surpass 22,000. This is the objective Bai Chen has set for himself. Whenever his score exceeds 20,000, he partakes in 3 mysterious draws. After all, the offerings in the marketplace are exceedingly limited, and it is only through this means that he can effectively utilize his accrued points. Chapter 71. The Gale Wolf King as the figure before him collapsed. Bai Chen heard the sound of his points increasing, echoing in his mind. Beside him, Chen Xian and Gu Rong, witnessing this scene, were increasingly eager to recruit Bai Chen into their Seven Treasures glazed tile school. With such extraordinary talent, Bai Chen was destined to become a title de loi, and a particularly formidable one at that. The addition of a title de loi to any sect is of paramount importance. Although Bai Chen had yet to achieve this status, it was prudent to cultivate a connection. Descending from the stage, Bai Chen looked at Chen Xian and Gu Rong with a hint of exasperation. Are you two esteemed title Doluos truly so idle as to watch me every day? Even with your vigilance, I won't be joining the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. I intend to establish my own path. Greetings, esteemed seniors. It has been a while, Bai Chen said. Indeed, it has been a long time, young Bai Chen. You've become even more handsome. Are you truly not considering joining our Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Gu Rong replied. Before Bai Chen could respond, a petite figure suddenly darted out from between Chen Xian and Gu Rong, wrapping her arms around him. Chen, you are incredible. You actually defeated an opponent 7 levels higher than yourself. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Ning Rongrong's affectionate embrace, Bai Chen glanced nervously at the benevolent-looking Shueke nearby, swallowed hard, and quickly pushed Ning Rongrong away. Ah, Rongrong, it's been a while. Ning Rongrong, feeling slighted by the push, glared at him, but she had little choice. It's been a long time. Allow me to treat you all to a meal, she said, addressing them as you all rather than you. Fully aware that if she extended a personal invitation to Bai Chen, he would likely decline. Thus, she had no option but to include her rival, Shueku, in the invitation. Sounds good, Bai Chen replied. He then turned to Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Esteemed seniors, we shall speak again another time. Farewell. Until next time. Gu Rong and Chen Xian echoed. With that, the 3 of them made their way outside. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen decided to engage in a mysterious lottery. Although his chances of winning anything of value were slim, he thought it best to redeem his points rather than let them go to waste. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mysterious lottery and obtained a Soul Spirit Evolution Potion 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mysterious lottery and received a reward of 500 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mysterious lottery and obtained a companion pet egg 1. Upon hearing the notifications in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. Well, it seems I have drawn something extraordinary. A Soul Spirit Evolution Potion, could such a thing truly be obtained? And what of the companion pet egg? It appeared to be quite powerful, though regrettably, he could not examine them at this moment. As he continued on his way, Bai Chen encountered Bai Yang and his companions. It seemed they had only just passed the preliminary selection that day, accompanied by a few unfamiliar children, likely the offspring of his 3rd uncle or aunt. Upon spotting Bai Chen, Bai Yang and the others hurried over to greet him. Bai leapt into Bai Chen's arms. Cousin Bai Chen, we have passed the assessment. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Bai Chen was struck by the ultimate skill of capturing a child's heart, the invincible head pat. Indeed, little Bai is quite remarkable. Bai chuckled playfully. The other individuals unfamiliar with Bai Chen took a moment to acknowledge their cousin, yet one person stood apart, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Chen and his companions. Just a bunch of insignificant fish, merely seeking to curry favor with the powerful. He then arrogantly departed, his voice unrestrained, leaving Bai Chen and the others baffled. What was that about? Bai explained, Cousin Bai Chen, that was Bai Yun, the son of our aunt. Though he's quite formidable, he is exceedingly arrogant, which is utterly detestable. Formidable, you say? Bai Xing interjected, indeed, Cousin Bai Chen, Bai Yun, like you, possesses a mutated martial soul, which has evolved into a top-tier martial soul, the Gale Wolf King. When he awakened his martial soul, the entire family was taken aback. The Gale Wolf King, you say? Pondering this, Bai Chen accessed the Martial Soul Compendium to examine the attributes of the Gale Wolf King and the ordinary Gale Demon Wolf. Gale Wolf King, top-tier martial soul, strength, B, agility, S, constitution, B, growth, B, soul power, B. Gale Demon Wolf, intermediate martial soul, strength, C, agility, A, constitution, C, growth, C, soul power, D, goodness. In comparison to the Bai family's traditional Gale Demon Wolf martial soul, the Gale Wolf King is indeed quite impressive. No wonder the young man is so full of himself. Had it not been for my system, I might not have stood a chance against him. However, it matters not. In comparison to my Rune Wolf, the Gale Wolf King still falls slightly short. Ning Rongrong inquired, are you all relatives of Bai Chen? Would you care to join us for a meal? Upon hearing her words, the others nodded eagerly, particularly Bai Yang, who, having previously overlooked her, was rendered speechless upon seeing Ning Rongrong, unable to move. Bai Chen, who is this? Bai Yang stammered. Oh, this is Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. And this is Shui Ke, the princess of the Tiando Empire, and also my girlfriend. At Bai Chen's introduction, the onlookers could only express their astonishment internally, grappling with the presence of such eminent figures, one a sect master's daughter, the other an imperial princess, whom they had never dared to imagine would appear before them. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's identity, Bai Yang snapped back to reality. The disparity between their statuses was insurmountable. Never mind, I should just get some rest. Subsequently, they all gathered for a meal. Given their youth, none could partake in alcohol, yet the absence of entertainment at the table felt lacking. Throughout the meal, Ning Rongrong and Shui Ke were fixated on one another. Come on, Shui Ke challenged. Bring it on, Ning Rongrong responded. Witnessing their antics, Bai Chen could only facepalm in resignation. It seemed the tradition of rivalry at the dining table, inherited from Zhong Yong and Qi Yun, was about to unfold once more. The defeated party must consume an entire bowl of rice, without the privilege of taking any vegetables or drinking water. Soon, the two commenced their fierce contest, leaving Bai Yang and the others utterly astonished. An hour later, Ning Rongrong and Shui Ke found themselves violently retching near the restroom. Bai Yang and his companions decided to return home first. Meanwhile, Bai Chen seized this opportunity to examine the recently acquired companion pet egg, his curiosity piqued by its formidable appearance. Chapter 72, Rice Cake Introduction to the Companion Pet Egg. Inside, there resides a soul beast that requires the host's blood for hatching. This brief description of the companion pet egg is quite clear, indicating that blood must be drawn to establish ownership, a task he is well acquainted with. However, this is not the ideal setting to utilize the companion pet egg. Should the blood draw result in a burst of golden light, what then? It would be wiser to return home. After a considerable wait, once Shui Ke and Ning Rongrong had returned, Bai Chen promptly bid them farewell and made his way back to his dormitory. Half an hour later, Bai Chen scrutinized the large white egg before him. This egg was unlike any he had previously encountered. Aside from its pristine whiteness, it was adorned with numerous golden patterns that shimmered with a faint white glow, rendering it quite exquisite. He produced a dagger, ensuring it was not a venomous blade, and made a small incision on his index finger. A drop of vivid crimson blood fell upon the egg's surface, and he observed as it began to spread, gradually forming a mysterious pattern. Moments later, a small claw broke through the shell, prompting Bai Chen to glance over. Subsequently, a long, lizard-like creature floated out. Indeed, it appeared to be gliding. This sight took Bai Chen by surprise. Was it a dragon? It bore a striking resemblance to the divine dragon of Chinese mythology. Once free, the little creature swiftly approached Bai Chen, affectionately rubbing its forehead against his. He felt a sensation akin to cotton candy brushing against his skin, utterly delightful. After this brief interaction, the little one scampered off to nibble on its eggshell. Simultaneously, information about this creature began to surface in Bai Chen's mind. Possession beast, top-tier companion beast. Age, 0. The older the age, the stronger the power. Function, During combat, it can attach itself to the host, enhancing the host's strength. Skills. Possession. Seeing the panel of this little creature, Bai Chen was filled with curiosity. A possession beast? What on earth is that? He had never heard of such a thing, yet it seemed promising. Observing the little one still munching contentedly, Bai Chen paused and remarked, "You are so white and elongated, resembling a rice cake. Henceforth, I shall call you Rice Cake." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Rice Cake joyfully twirled twice, evidently pleased with its new name. Bai Chen found himself charmed by the little creature's antics. Indeed, it was quite adorable. As the eggshell gradually vanished, Rice Cake's body began to grow. Bai Chen distinctly noticed that Rice Cake's age incrementally increased, ultimately reaching an astonishing 100 years upon consuming the last remnants of the shell. Bai Chen was left in awe. However, aside from a slight increase in size, Rice Cake did not exhibit any particularly notable changes. Nevertheless, two new skills were acquired: strength amplification and speed amplification. Contemplating this, Bai Chen resolved to experiment with Rice Cake's possession skill. Rice Cake, possess. He commanded. Roar. Upon hearing the voice of the white dust, the Rice Cake let out a roar and burrowed into the essence of the white dust. Simultaneously, as the Rice Cake entered, he distinctly sensed a peculiar warmth blossoming in his chest, as though something new had taken root within him. Concurrently, the white dust examined his attribute panel and discovered an intriguing phenomenon. White dust. Possession amplification. State amplified attributes. All attributes increased by 10% strength amplification. Strength increased by 10% speed amplification. Speed increased by 10%. Note: the amplification will enhance as the Rice Cake's age increases. While possessed by the Rice Cake, one cannot be seen through by entities below the divine level. Upon witnessing the amplification attributes, a gleam of joy illuminated White Dust's countenance. This enhancement was quite formidable. A 10% increase was substantial indeed. Moreover, it appeared that as the Rice Cake's age progressed, all attributes would experience an increment. And at a certain stage, additional amplifications may arise, remarkably potent. In a moment of curiosity, he shed his upper garment and discovered a series of tattoos adorning his chest, resembling the Rice Cake itself. What a spectacle! With the addition of quirky hair and tattoos, White Dust felt increasingly like a protagonist. Seemingly aware of White Dust's scrutiny, the Rice Cake playfully shifted upon him, displaying a hint of shyness. Observing this scene, White Dust chuckled softly. The little one was quite adorable and formidable. He truly felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, for he never anticipated that the mysterious lottery would yield such a splendid reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a companion beast. The store will undergo an update. Estimated time, half an hour. The store is updating again? White Dust was taken aback. He hadn't expected this to trigger a store refresh. He was rather curious about the updates, anticipating that they would involve items related to the Rice Cake, though he wondered what precisely they might be. Patiently awaiting the half hour, White Dust's mind was finally graced with the system's prompt tone. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system store has been updated. Please check at your convenience. Upon hearing the notification, White Dust entered to inspect the updates and discovered a plethora of new items, all pertaining to the companion beast. The first was a growth potion for companion beasts, which could extend the lifespan of a companion beast by 10 years, priced at 500 points each. The second item was an evolution potion for companion beasts. A requisite quantity of these potions could facilitate the evolution of a companion beast, priced at 50,000 points each. The third item was a lottery for companion beasts, which could yield all items related to companion beasts, priced at 1,000 points per draw. Upon perusing the store's updates, White Dust felt a pang of worry. His points were already scarce, and now he had this little creature to care for. It seemed that times ahead would be challenging. Nonetheless, he accepted the necessity of accumulating more points, for the amplifications provided by the companion beast were simply too significant to decline. With these thoughts in mind, White Dust released the possession state with the Rice Cake. The possession state was limited by time each day. Given the Rice Cake's current strength, it could only maintain possession for 1 hour. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. The ring of the Azure Wolf possessed by Bai Chen contains 2 compartments, one for inanimate objects and the other for living beings, allowing him to store Rice Cakes within. However, just as Bai Chen intended to place the Rice Cake inside, it gazed up at him with pitiful eyes, emitting a heart-wrenching whimper. "Oh, you do not wish to enter? You desire to remain by my side." Sob. Very well. Although it may not communicate in human language, Bai Chen comprehended its sentiment. "All right then, when it is just the 2 of us, you may remain outside, but when we are in public, you must take your place inside." Sob sob. Responding with whimpers to indicate its understanding, the Rice Cake began to circle around Bai Chen. One must admit, it is truly adorable. Chapter 73, a lesson for Bai Yun. Soon, evening descended, and after a rare dinner, Bai Chen found himself disinterested in cultivation, opting instead for a well-deserved rest. As it had been quite some time since he had last slept in a bed, once nestled beneath the covers, Nian Gao emerged from Bai Chen's body, gracefully drifting into his embrace. With the year drawing to a close, the air remained somewhat chilly. However, Nian Gao felt akin to a warm companion, enveloping him in comforting warmth. Sensing this, Bai Chen affectionately stroked Nian Gao's head. The following day, the winter's morning air was biting. Bai Chen gradually opened his eyes and rose from his slumber. Nian Gao, sensing something, sleepily blinked awake and stretched. Observing its antics, Bai Chen gently patted its head. After attending to his morning routine, he retrieved a massive wind instrument from the Song Wolf ring, intending to practice for a while. As the assessment from Yuxian was imminent, Bai Chen had been preoccupied with Yuxian's task, which involved a soul bone, specifically, an evolvable one. Over this period, he had come to understand the nature of evolvable soul bones. Acquiring such a bone would allow him to absorb future soul bones of the same position, thereby enhancing his own quality, which was quite formidable, albeit a bit of a waste for lesser soul bones. Half an hour later, concluding his practice, Bai Chen carefully stored the wind instrument and made his way toward the dining hall. Midway, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared before him, Bai Yun. To his surprise, he encountered this insufferable youth. Bai Yun, having spotted Bai Chen, offered no greeting. Instead, he shot him a disdainful glare, leaving Bai Chen perplexed. Did he harbor some grievance against this individual? However, it was evident that Bai Yun had no intention of clarifying his actions. With a huff, he departed. Bai Chen felt a twinge of annoyance at Bai Yun's arrogance, but with class approaching, he reminded himself that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School also held practical combat lessons. Should he cross paths with Bai Yun, he resolved to impart a lesson to this arrogant brat. For the moment, however, he deemed it unnecessary to engage with the boy. After all, he was an adult, indeed. That was correct. In class, the instructor remained Ningxuan. However, as the lesson commenced, Ningxuan announced that a new student would be joining their class. Bai Yun, please introduce yourself to the class. Upon hearing Ningxuan's words, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was that insufferable brat now in his class? Given that they appeared to be of similar age, why had Bai Yun only just arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School this year? Yet, as Bai Yun took the stage, he proclaimed, I am Bai Yun. To be frank, none of you third-rate soul masters are worthy of my attention. Were it not for my grandfather's mention of a title Dolua here, I would not have deigned to come. Look closely at my appearance and refrain from provoking me. I have no desire to engage with you insignificant fish. With that, Bai Yun nonchalantly chose a seat and sat down. The classmates were left astonished by Bai Yun's audacious declaration. Bai Chen found it hard to believe. He had considered the possibility that Bai Yun was mentally unstable, but he never imagined it had escalated to such a degree. Sighing, he wondered what the doctor would say. Beside him, Zhong Yong and the others, unable to tolerate Bai Yun's taunts, reacted explosively. Bang! Zhong Yong slammed the table and shouted, You little brat, dare to repeat what you just said. Bai Yun merely chuckled. Heh, just a bunch of insignificant fish. Zhong Yong fumed. I'll make you pay? Observing the exchange, Ningxuan wore an expression of exasperation. Although he had heard that the newcomer was a troublemaker, he hadn't anticipated such arrogance. Enough. This class is a practical session. Any personal grievances can be settled during the lesson. At Ningxuan's words, Zhong Yong momentarily calmed down, while Bai Chen twisted his neck, finally relishing the opportunity to teach this insolent boy a lesson. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a daily task. Teach Bai Yun a lesson. Reward, 300 points. Ah. And a secondary task has been activated. Quite promising. Upon leaving the classroom, Bai Chen remarked to Zhong Yong, this kid has decent strength. I'll challenge him shortly. He had distinctly seen the number 18 hovering above Bai Yun's head, and indeed, no one else in their class stood a chance against him. Zhong Yong hesitated before responding. Boss, I still want to personally teach him a lesson. Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback by Zhong Yong's refusal, but upon reflection, it made sense. Zhong Yong was at an age where pride mattered greatly. Having just issued a fierce challenge in class, it would indeed be embarrassing for him to shy away now. However, Zhong Yong was only at level 15. While he was impressive among his peers, he still paled in comparison to Bai Yun. Soon, they arrived at the playground. The moment they reached it, Zhong Yong issued a challenge to Bai Yun. Are you brave enough to face me in battle? Bai Yun scoffed. Heh, just a weak spirit master. What is there to fear? The class was filled with awkward silence, the tension palpable as Zhong Yong seethed with rage. The battle began. Martial soul, possession, first soul skill, iron armor possession. With that, a thick layer of iron armor enveloped Zhong Yong, boosting his strength, attack, and defense by 70%, albeit at the cost of a 20% reduction in speed. After using this skill, Zhong Yong's already sluggish pace became even slower. In contrast, Bai Yun, despite his earlier bravado, transformed entirely once the battle commenced. As Zhong Yong unleashed his soul skill, Bai Yun activated his own first soul skill, Gale Wolf Shadow. In an instant, Bai Yun's form split into two, his speed nearly doubling, leaving after images in his wake. Faced with two Bai Yuns charging towards him, Zhong Yong was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the situation and uncertain of how to respond. With no other options, Zhong Yong could only randomly select a target to attack. Yet, even then, he found himself unable to land a blow. Bai Yun effortlessly evaded Zhong Yong's assault and subsequently landed a powerful punch to his face. Although it is true that agility-based soul masters possess inferior attack power compared to their strength-based counterparts and are often countered by them, Bai Yun held a 3-level advantage over Zhong Yong. Given this significant disparity in soul power, the damage inflicted by Bai Yun was considerable, causing Zhong Yong to bleed profusely from his nose. Chapter 74, Punishment. Before Zhong Yong could fully comprehend the situation, a violent blow struck the back of his head. Subsequently, he was subjected to a relentless barrage of attacks from Bai Yun, each punch swelling Zhong Yong's head. Bai Chen, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger despite his understanding of youthful pride and pretentious bravado. However, Bai Yun's actions were purely aimed at humiliating his opponent. Zhong Yong was merely enduring, and if this continued, it was entirely plausible that he could sustain severe injuries. Ning Zhun observed the unfolding events and interjected, "That's enough, stop now, Bai Yun. You have won." Upon hearing Ning Zhun's words, Bai Yun did not retract his fist in time. Instead, he deliberately altered its trajectory, aiming a punch at Zhong Yong's eye. Should that strike land, Zhong Yong could suffer permanent, irreversible damage to his vision. As Zhong Yong watched the fist grow larger before him, despair enveloped his heart. Suddenly, an alabaster hand appeared, blocking the incoming blow. Bai Yun shot an irate glance at Bai Chen. "What are you doing?" he demanded. In response, Bai Chen delivered a powerful punch to Bai Yun's head. The proximity of the two left Bai Yun little time to evade. With a resounding thud, Bai Yun felt as though his head had been struck by a mallet, darkness clouding his vision as he nearly toppled over. Yet, Bai Chen seemed oblivious to this moment, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Bai Yun. Ning Zhun, startled by the scene, quickly intervened to restrain Bai Chen. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task. Reward, 300 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your total points have surpassed 70,000. The system store will undergo an update. Update duration, 3 hours." Ignoring the notifications echoing in his mind, Bai Chen, despite Ning Zhun's intervention, did not relent. With his hands incapacitated, he resorted to using his legs, delivering a kick that sent Bai Yun flying. Bai Yun, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, curled up in distress. He had never experienced such torment before, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. The arrogance that had once defined him vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he observed Bai Chen, intent on breaking free from Ning Zhun's grasp to continue his assault. Zhong Yong, finally regaining his senses, looked at Bai Chen, who had risked violating clan rules to defend him by thoroughly thrashing Bai Yun. Zhong Yong could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. "Boss, let it go," he said. Upon hearing Zhong Yong's words, Bai Chen gradually ceased his onslaught. His earlier desire to obliterate Bai Yun was palpable. He had seen clearly that Bai Yun had aimed to blind Zhong Yong. Their conflict had begun as mere words, instigated by Bai Yun. Yet he sought to cripple Zhong Yong's brother before his very eyes. How could Bai Chen not be incensed? Seeing Bai Chen relent, Ning Zhun added, "All right. Quickly take Bai Yun for treatment. Bai Chen, come with me." Upon hearing Ning Zhun's words, Shueku and Zhong Yong exchanged worried glances with Bai Chen. Bai Chen reassured them, "I am fine. At most, I will simply refrain from visiting the 7 treasure glaze tile sect in the future. Do not worry." Zhong Yong, however, felt an increasing sense of guilt. If only he had heeded Bai Chen's advice and not recklessly challenged the situation, it would not have escalated to this point. "Boss," Zhong Yong suddenly exclaimed. Bai Chen turned to him, asking, "What is it?" I. Zhong Yong struggled to articulate his thoughts, uncertain of how to express himself. "Really, it's nothing. I'm leaving now," Bai Chen said. Ning Zhun did not rush them but patiently waited nearby. After Bai Chen approached, he organized the students for their training that day before leading Bai Chen away. Arriving at an open area, Bai Chen braced himself for a reprimand from Ning Zhun. However, Ning Zhun exclaimed, "Well done. That little brat deserved a beating." Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he called over for punishment? Noticing Bai Chen's bewildered expression, Ning Zhun chuckled and remarked, "Did you think I would punish you?" "Well." Bai Chen hesitated. Ning Zhun continued, "Logically, I should indeed punish you for disregarding sect rules and injuring a fellow disciple. However, the brat you dealt with truly deserved it. While our sect has its own regulations, we are not blind to justice." In that situation, anyone would have acted as you did. Thank you, Teacher Ning, Bai Chen replied gratefully. Do not mention it. However, it would be wise for you to remain in your dormitory for the next few days. I cannot allow others to believe I have imposed no punishment on you. Pretend your injuries are a result of punishment and take this time to rest. Your training intensity has been rather excessive, Ningzhen advised. Understood, Bai Chen acknowledged. He was adept at maintaining appearances. By the way, while your actions today were justified, it is prudent to avoid such impulsiveness in the future. Not every place is as understanding as our 7-treasure glazed tile sect, Ningzhen cautioned. Yes, I understand. With that, Bai Chen returned to his dormitory. Ningzhen, in turn, went back to inform others that Bai Chen had accepted the sect's punishment and would not be attending classes for the next few days. Upon hearing Ningzhen's words, Zhong Yong and the others found it difficult to accept. Why should Bai Chen be punished when it was clearly Bai Yun's fault? Overwhelmed by frustration, Zhong Yang dashed out of the classroom. Meanwhile, back in his dormitory, Bai Chen quietly took out his accordion and began to practice, seeking solace for his troubled mind. To be frank, while outsiders might perceive his response to Bai Yun as excessively harsh, potentially leaving psychological scars, Bai Chen adhered to his own principles. When confronting an enemy, he believed in decisively eliminating or instilling fear in them, leaving no opportunity for retribution. Otherwise, if Bai Yun sought revenge in the future, it could lead to considerable trouble. Certainly, Bai Chen harbored doubts that Bai Yun would be entirely intimidated by him after this encounter. He intended to instill a lasting fear in Bai Yun, compelling him to tremble at the mere sight of him in the future. As for the fact that Bai Yun was his aunt's son, Bai Chen remained indifferent. Were it not for that familial connection, he would have considered eliminating him altogether. However, to be honest, there had never been much of a connection between them, and his father's relationship with his aunt seemed rather lukewarm. Lost in his thoughts, Bai Chen began to play. Whenever he felt agitated, he found solace in the melodies of the organ, as the music had the power to soothe his restless spirit. Chapter 75, Mall Update. On the other side, the doctor arrived at the infirmary and was taken aback upon seeing Bai Yun lying on the stretcher. How could he be injured so severely? What had transpired? Hearing the doctor's query, the classmate carrying the stretcher responded, he had it coming. The doctor, perplexed, nonetheless commenced treatment immediately. After beginning the procedure, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the injuries appeared alarming, they were not life-threatening. The recovery, however, might take some time. Bai Yun remained relatively lucid, and memories of Bai Chen's surprise attack filled him with rage. Had it not been for the ambush, he believed he could have emerged victorious. If given another chance, he vowed to eliminate Bai Chen. 3 hours later, Bai Chen was greeted by a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system mall has been updated. Please check it at your convenience. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen ceased his playing. After extensive practice, he had reached a plateau in his skills, and mere casual practice would not suffice for improvement. Upon entering the system mall, Bai Chen was immediately struck by the array of new items available. Skill upgrade pill, effect, can elevate the level of a specific skill, such as enhancing the level of Qingyang Gong or improving appraisal skills. Price, 30,000 points. Martial Spirit Evolution Potion, effect, a certain amount of this potion can evolve your martial spirit. Price, 20,000 points. Intermediate Mysterious Lottery, effect, can yield valuable items. Price, 10,000 points. Promotion Gift Pack 1, effect, can yield an external soul bone suitable for the host. Note, this gift pack can only be purchased once. Price, 50,000 points. As Bai Chen perused the newly updated items in the system mall, his eyes sparkled with excitement. They were all splendid offerings, especially the last item, the promotion gift pack. However, the prices were exorbitant, necessitating a considerable accumulation of points before he could purchase even one item. Naturally, the first item he intended to acquire would be the promotion gift pack, as it was precisely what he needed, an external soul bone, which he craved dearly. At the same time, Bai Chen contemplated whether he could participate in the soul fighting arena, as he had now surpassed level 20, meeting the minimum requirement for entry. News of Bai Chen's punishment quickly spread throughout the 7-treasure glazed tile school. After all, Bai Chen had garnered a bit of fame within the school, consistently ranking in the top 10 during the annual ranking competitions. Ning Rongrong was among the first to learn of this news and immediately sought assistance from Ning Fingji. Meanwhile, Su Yi, who was at work, also caught wind of the news. With his martial spirit awakened, he had not manifested the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit, and thus he retained his surname, Su. Nonetheless, his circumstances had improved significantly since Bai Chen had aided him. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong had shown him some consideration, which led to a notable reduction in the bullying he had previously endured. In Su Yi's heart, Bai Chen has always held a significant position. Upon hearing of Bai Chen's punishment, he felt a deep concern. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, unaware of these developments while in his dormitory, was promptly notified of a new mission as the system shop updated. Congratulations to the host for triggering a chain quest, Test Match 3. In this test, securing a place in the top 3 would determine the rewards based on ranking. With the test match approaching, Bai Chen saw an opportunity to earn some much-needed points, for he was in dire need of them. Days later, Bai Chen returned to the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, all eyes turned to him. Shuaiku, upon seeing Bai Chen and confirming that he was indeed unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhong Yong hurried over to extend his concern. The warmth of their reception left Bai Chen somewhat taken aback. However, Bai Yun cast a cold glance at Bai Chen. Thanks to the adept healing of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School's healing soul masters, Bai Yun had nearly recovered. Noticing Bai Yun's gaze, Bai Chen met his eyes, contemplating that this fellow had yet to learn his lesson and would require further discipline. Ningxuan, seeing Bai Chen's return, cleared his throat and announced, "All right. Class is about to commence. Please take your seats and compose yourselves." At Ningxuan's words, the students quickly settled down. Once everyone was prepared, Ningxuan continued. "I trust you are all aware that the test match is imminent. The registration period extends over today and tomorrow, with the match commencing the day after. Unlike the summer test match, the winter test match consists solely of point competitions. I assume you are familiar with the rules, so I shall refrain from elaborating further." With that, the class began, and Bai Chen was among the first to register. Bai Yun, seeking vengeance against Bai Chen, also signed up for this test. Observing this scene, the others remained silent. Not a single person believed Bai Yun stood a chance of revenge. After all, there was a previous incident where Lu Mu had been taught a lesson for crossing Bai Chen, leading him to enlist his brother's help. Yet both were thoroughly defeated by Bai Chen over 2 semesters, leaving the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School reluctant to confront him again. At present, Bai Yun's level was still inferior to Bai Chen's, rendering him no match for him. 2 days later, the test match commenced. Unlike previous matches, this time the final point challenge was eliminated, and opponents would be decided by a draw, as the winter break was relatively brief compared to the summer's extended format. Bai Chen remained in Group A, holding the number 1 position, but this time Zhong Yong and the others were not placed in his group. Instead, they were grouped with Yu Tianyu. Upon realizing that her opponent was Bai Chen, Yu Tianyu understood that the chance for her group to secure first place had vanished. She had once believed herself capable of surpassing Bai Chen, yet as time passed, she came to the stark realization of her grave misjudgment. She and Bai Chen belong to entirely different realms. The other party possesses not only remarkable talent, but also an unparalleled level of diligence that seems beyond the capacity of any individual. In her mind, Bai Chen is perpetually engaged in training, and more training, or activities related to honing her skills, resembling a relentless machine of cultivation. Bai Chen glanced back at Yu Tianyu. "Are you also in Group A?" "Indeed, boss. Just remember to show some mercy later." "No way, as long as it's a competition. We must give our all. I will not hold back." Yu Tianyu, upon hearing Bai Chen's words, was left speechless, pondering how she managed to win the heart of Princess Shuaiku. Chapter 76. Trouble approaches. With the referee's announcement, Bai Chen, true to his words, displayed no restraint and surged forward with a swift whoosh, leaving the others far behind. Ning Fingji observed this scene from the platform. Shaking his head, this child has now become a Grand Soul Master. It seems his record will soon be shattered again. Gu Rong scratched his head, pondering how this young lad managed such feats. Although he was merely at the 21st level, his strength rivaled that of typical 28th or 29th level Soul Masters, and his quick-thinking abilities far surpassed those of his peers. Enough said, he's about to reach the gravity testing zone. Let us focus, Chen Xian remarked. With that, Gu Rong fell silent, concentrating on the match. They soon witnessed an astonishing sight. Bai Chen hardly paused, as if the gravity test were non-existent, effortlessly surpassing it. In the audience, Jiang Chan sighed deeply. Ever since he met Bai Chen, he had dedicated himself to relentless training, striving to close the gap between them. Yet, as time passed, the disparity only widened. Now, Bai Chen's level was 3 ranks above his. Jiang Chan, currently at level 18, stood on par with Bai Yun. And to outsiders, he was already an extraordinary talent. Yet, despite this, he remained unsatisfied. Minutes later, Bai Chen broke through the gravity trap zone and entered the resting buffer area. Due to his remarkable speed, he left others in the dust, with no one even catching a glimpse of his shadow. Consequently, he no longer had to worry about ambushes. Before long, Bai Chen entered the second stage, which was primarily a domain of defensive soul masters, the trap phase. First soul skill, Rampage, he declared, utilizing the force of Rampage to propel himself forward over a considerable distance. Subsequently, due to the subsequent attribute enhancement of Rampage, Bai Chen transformed into a mere afterimage, moving so swiftly that the average observer could hardly perceive him, let alone determine if any attacks could possibly reach him. In a mere 8 minutes, Bai Chen traversed the 2 layers of traps, the duration primarily due to the sheer length of the paths, which would require time even without the obstacles. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd area, finally reducing his speed. This stage demanded a steady output of soul power. Haste would yield no advantage. Observing Bai Chen slowed down, Gu Rong commented, "After this, aside from that young lad himself, I fear no one else can break his record." "Indeed," Chen Xian replied. As he spoke, Bai Chen passed through the soul power obstruction trap and commenced the final segment of his journey. The watching disciples could only hope to avoid encountering this formidable opponent during the 2nd round of chaos. Bai Chen was the favorite to win this year, last summer. Before he had even surpassed level 20, he had come close to claiming the championship. Now, having broken through level 20, he was an invincible presence in this competition. Ultimately, Bai Chen shattered his previous record from last summer, finishing in an impressive 19 minutes. By the time he reached the finish line, Xueku was already there, waiting for him. As Bai Chen crossed the threshold, Xueku embraced him warmly. "Congratulations, Chen," she exclaimed. "It's nothing, just a normal performance," Bai Chen replied, before proceeding to collect his award. Witnessing Bai Chen's triumph, Bai Yin seethed with envy. He turned to a subordinate beside him and demanded, "When is my mother coming?" The young man hesitated. "Young Master Bai Yun, Madame Bai Ying just arrived in Tiando City yesterday. Although the 7 Treasures glazed tile school is quite close, it will still take some time. She should arrive this afternoon." Bai Yin scoffed at this response. Indeed, upon reflection, he realized he was no match for Bai Chen. Thus, he resorted to the most underhanded tactic of children in fights, calling for parental assistance. Bai Ying had always indulged him, smoothing over every misstep he made. Acknowledging his inferiority to Bai Chen, he decisively opted to summon his mother. He was convinced that when faced with relatives, Bai Chen would not dare to confront him in the same manner. Moreover, Bai Ying's reprimanding of Bai Chen could be deemed a family matter, beyond the jurisdiction of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. A sinister smile crept across Bai Yun's face at this thought. Bai Chen, having just received his award, caught sight of this scene and frowned. What schemes is he concocting? He pondered. Nevertheless, he dismissed the notion. After all, his opponent was not a threat to him. Soon, the afternoon arrived. Bai Chen was in his room practicing when he faintly heard some commotion outside. "Mother, Bai Chen is staying here. You must teach him a lesson." The voice from outside prompted Bai Chen to glance out of the window, where he spotted Bai Yun accompanied by an elegantly dressed woman striding towards his dormitory. Bai Chen felt a sense of incredulity at what he had just heard. Goodness, resorting to parental intervention? Is this child for real? After a moment, Bai Chen realized that, indeed, Bai Yun was acting like a child. However, Bai Chen reflected that such a tactic was futile. He certainly could not resort to using a soul-extinguishing talisman on his aunt. Even he had limits, and he was not so cruel as to harm her. Perhaps feigning absence would be the best course of action, he concluded, deciding to pretend he was not home. Bai Chen noted the number 41 atop Bai Ying's head and resolved to avoid direct confrontation for now. He planned to find a time in the future to decisively ensure that Bai Yun would never dare to provoke him again. Before long, Bai Ying and Bai Yun arrived at Bai Chen's door. Bai Yun kicked the door forcefully and shouted, "Bai Chen, come out. I know you're in there." Upon hearing the ruckus, a vein throbbed on Bai Chen's forehead. This fool is courting disaster. However, Bai Chen did not rush to confront him. Doing so would only humiliate himself. He knew that soon the dormitory manager would arrive to chase these intruders away, for he had previously assessed the manager's level of authority. The elder, a formidable soul master of the 23rd rank, found himself in a position where he could seek aid from Bai Ying. Bai Chen believed that any individual with a modicum of intellect would prefer to avoid escalating matters within the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, as it is, after all, the second most prestigious sect in the realm. Should the situation spiral out of control, it would be challenging for everyone involved to find a resolution. Bai Chen was convinced that Bai Ying, being a reasonably mature adult, would surely recognize this fact. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen began to practice his calming techniques, intending to peacefully endure the night, with the hope of exacting revenge when the opportunity arose. Chapter 77. As Bai Ying recalled the words spoken by Bai Yun earlier, she felt a surge of fury threatening to consume her. Bai Yun was her child, who had never faced any hardships throughout his life. Moreover, he was the sole individual in their family possessing innate soul power at level 9, and his martial spirit was the legendary Gale Wolf King. Bai Ying had already harbored dissatisfaction when her father did not appoint Bai Yun as the young master. Now, that wretched brat, designated as the heir to the family, dared to lay a hand on her son. If she did not flay this impudent child today, she would no longer bear the surname Bai. As for the fact that the other party was the first choice for the family heir, Bai Ying had never regarded it with any significance. She had never acknowledged this heir. Even without today's incident, she would have sought an explanation from Bai Yi eventually. With the door remaining shut, Bai Yin kicked it a few more times. The old dormitory supervisor on patrol took notice of the commotion. "Hey, you there, what are you doing?" The sudden voice from a distance drew Bai Ying and Bai Yun's attention, revealing an elder approaching them. "Yinner, who is that?" Bai Ying inquired. "Mom, that's the dormitory supervisor." "Ignore him. Let us continue." "The dormitory supervisor?" Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying hesitated but finally said, "Yunner, perhaps we should come back in a few days." Deep down, she still maintained a semblance of rationality. She understood that she was Bai Ye's most cherished daughter, which gave her the audacity to reprimand Bai Chen. Furthermore, Bai Yun's talent was indeed remarkable. If she were to truly incapacitate Bai Chen, Bai Yi would not retaliate against Bai Yun merely to avenge Bai Chen. Bai Ying was well aware of her father's temperament. He would surely minimize the situation. As for whether her fourth brother and the others were angry, it mattered little. Her husband was a formidable soul king at level 55. As long as her father did not lose his temper, no one could do anything to her. Moreover, if Bai Chen were to be rendered powerless, Bai Yun might genuinely ascend to the position of young master. However, considering that this was the territory of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, after much contemplation, Bai Ying decided against taking action for now. She resolved to wait for a more opportune moment. Regrettably, Bai Yun could not comprehend Bai Ying's reasoning. "Mom, why must we endure? That dormitory supervisor is merely a level 20 soul master. What is there to fear?" The audacious dormitory supervisor heard this and instantly flushed with rage. "You little rascal. What did you say?" Upon hearing the supervisor's words, Bai Ying, who had intended to avoid confrontation, became incensed. How dare he insult her in front of her? "What did you say? You old scoundrel. Who are you calling a little rascal? This child is still so young and naive. Do you realize the harm your words could inflict upon his tender heart? At your age, how are you still not 6 feet under, wasting resources in this world?" A torrent of harsh words poured from Bai Ying's lips, completely betraying her noble upbringing. In the dormitory, Bai Chen found it increasingly difficult to endure the loud voice of Bai Ying, which led him to understand why Bai Yun possessed such a temperament. It was undoubtedly a result of their indulgent upbringing. However, just as the reprimand reached its peak, Ningxuan arrived. Having heard that Bai Yun was causing trouble for Bai Chen, though Bai Chen was a prodigy, his youth rendered him vulnerable compared to these adults, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. Fortunately, upon his arrival, he witnessed Bai Ying berating the dormitory supervisor, indicating that Bai Chen had not yet encountered any issues, which brought him a sense of relief. "What are you doing?" Ningxuan bellowed. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Ying and Bai Yun quickly realized the gravity of the situation. They exchanged glances with Ningxuan and were momentarily subdued by his imposing presence. Subsequently, Ningxuan summoned his martial spirit, manifesting the optimal configuration of 5 soul rings: yellow, purple, and black. Bai Ying's fear escalated upon realizing he was facing a soul king. "What do you intend to do to our sect members?" Ningxuan pressed. Faced with his inquiry, Bai Ying and Bai Yun fell silent. Observing their reaction, Ningxuan shouted, "Leave." Without hesitation, the pair departed. Once he confirmed their exit, Ningxuan retracted his martial spirit and gently knocked on Bai Chen's door. "It's all right, Bai Chen, you can come out now. They have gone." The door opened to reveal Bai Chen's figure. "Thank you, Teacher Ning," he expressed gratefully, then turned to the supervisor. "I apologize, Grandpa Supervisor. They came to find me." "Not at all. It was my duty. By the way, did the old man sustain any injuries?" "No, that woman merely had a sharp tongue. She did not resort to violence." "Child, there is no need for apologies. It was clearly they who sought trouble." "That's good to hear, Grandpa. If they come again, please notify me immediately, and I will come right away." "Sure thing, thank you." With that, the supervisor took his leave. He bore no resentment toward Bai Chen. The child's gentle demeanor and pitiful expression evoked sympathy, prompting the supervisor to think that he would protect this innocent boy if those 2 ruffians returned. He felt obliged to ensure they did not extort thousands of gold soul coins from him. Ningxuan inquired, "So, Bai Chen, I believe that woman might be lingering for a while. Would you like to move in with me?" Bai Chen replied, "I think it's unnecessary, teacher. I prefer to stay here. She likely won't return soon." "Very well, I shall come to pick you up for the competition in a few days." "Okay, teacher." With that, Ningxuan departed. Bai Chen, after a moment's contemplation, returned to his training. That night, as he was cultivating, Bai Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had reached level 22. After absorbing his second soul ring, he sensed his strength had risen to just over level 21. He had anticipated this breakthrough would come soon, so the achievement was not surprising. The following day unfolded. Early in the morning, Shueku awaited Bai Chen at his doorstep. Having heard about the events of the previous day, she resolved to accompany Bai Chen whenever he ventured out, for as the princess of the Heavenly Empire, she firmly believed that the woman from yesterday would think twice before attempting to harm him again in her presence. However, before Bai Chen arrived, she was unexpectedly joined by Ning Rongrong. Upon their encounter, both were momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here?" they simultaneously inquired, followed by a brief silence as each took a seat apart from the other. In a matter of minutes, Zongyong, Qiyun, Yu Qianyu, and even Sui quietly appeared, gathering at the entrance. Bai Chen, having just completed his morning routine and preparing to step outside, was startled by the scene awaiting him at the door. Chapter 78, The Terrifying Popularity. Why has everyone gathered here? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the irritable Shueku and Ning Rongrong offered no response. Instead, Yu Tianyu stepped forward and said, "Brother Chen, everyone is concerned about you, which is why they came." "Oh, I see. Thank you all. Let us go together. It's rare for us to be united, so breakfast is on me." Ultimately, amidst the cheers of the crowd, they hurried towards the dining hall. This morning, Bai Ying indeed did not seek him out, for after yesterday's protection from the Soul King, she had calmed down. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school was not an appropriate place to trouble Bai Chen. On the other side, Bai Yun glared discontentedly at Bai Ying. "Mother, when will we teach that fellow a lesson?" Upon hearing Bai Yun's words, Bai Ying felt a bit embarrassed. "Yuner, your father is not here. Otherwise, that brat would have been taught a lesson long ago. Rest assured, I promise you, I will make sure he receives his due." "All right." Though dissatisfied, Bai Yun replied perfunctorily. 2 days later, the top 100 from the 4 groups emerged. The drawing of lots commenced swiftly, and to their surprise, Bai Chen and Bai Yun were matched together. Bai Chen cast a subtle glance at Bai Yun, finally having the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Bai Yun, recalling the last time he was thoroughly beaten by Bai Chen, felt a twinge of fear, yet he defiantly glared back. Additionally, 8 others ranked between levels 14 to 16 were drawn alongside them. Upon realizing they were grouped with Bai Chen, their expressions turned bitter. They had encountered the Wolf King and feared they stood no chance. The title Wolf King was bestowed upon Bai Chen within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, as he was the strongest among soul masters with wolf-type martial spirits, further amplified by his remarkable prowess. Once the drawing concluded, Bai Chen promptly returned to his dormitory to prepare for the examination the following day, while Bai Yun stealthily scurried off to who knows where. The next day, the chaotic battle commenced, and Bai Chen was once again among the first group to take the stage. As he neared the venue, he noticed an array of individuals had already congregated. Among them were predominantly females, ranging from 6-year-old little girls to women in their 20s. All were fervent admirers of Bai Chen. Most of these fans were attracted by his striking looks, while a smaller portion admired his formidable abilities. However, Bai Chen's gaze quickly fell upon Shueku and Ning Rongrong within the crowd. The reason for noticing them was not solely due to their close relationship, but also because they represented 2 distinct fan clubs. Shueku represented the Bai Ying fan club, while Ning Rongrong symbolized the Chun Shi fan club. Having 2 different fan clubs is quite a feat. Alas, such charm often comes at a price. Bai Chen observed closely, astonished by the increase in his admirers. Indeed, it was rather overwhelming. Women can be quite a troublesome species. Their cheers invariably disrupt Bai Chen's focus, much to his annoyance. As Bai Chen arrived, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Before long, Ning Fengji arrived at the scene and, upon noticing Bai Chen's enthusiastic female fans, let out a resigned sigh. Being an open-minded individual, he would not let such trivial matters disturb his composure. However, a flicker of irritation did arise within him. After all, having nurtured his precious daughter for so long, it was only natural for him to feel a twinge of displeasure at her infatuation with another young man. "Come on, Bai. Chen Bao, Mama loves you. Chen Bao looks adorable today." Amidst the fervent support from a throng of female admirers and mothers, Bai Chen blushed as he stepped onto the stage. Many in the audience were captivated by his expression, instantly enchanted by his bashfulness. The sight of Chen Bao's flushed cheeks was utterly charming, accentuated by his adorable tuft of hair. Was this a new hairstyle? How delightful. Once on stage, Bai Chen focused intently, reciting calming mantras to steady his emotions. Meanwhile, Bai Yun and Bai Ying watched the spectacle with scowls, utterly astonished by Bai Chen's popularity within the Qi Bao Liuli sect. Just as Bai Yun made her entrance, a wave of boos erupted from the crowd. They had heard about the incident from a few days prior, and this little rascal had dared to trouble their beloved Chen Bao Bai. It was simply intolerable. A younger girl exclaimed, "How dare you show your face here? Charge at him, sisters." With that, the atmosphere grew tense, teetering on the brink of chaos, but fortunately it was swiftly quelled. Nonetheless, this incident significantly dampened Bai Yun's spirits. Eventually, Bai Yin ascended the stage with a displeased expression. Upon seeing her, Bai Chen couldn't help but chuckle, though this did not deter him from his intention to confront Bai Yun. Soon, the 8 other contestants took the stage as well. Due to Bai Chen's ardent supporters, the morale among the other 9 shifted noticeably. One by one, they approached. And amidst the pressure, it seemed that only Bai Chen could withstand such overwhelming odds at the Qi Bao Liuli sect. Once the judges deemed them ready, they declared, "Begin." At that moment, all 9 contestants surged toward Bai Chen. He was not particularly surprised. The disparity in their abilities was too great for them to hope for victory without eliminating him first. The spectators, however, were far from pleased. What are these 9 doing? Have they no shame? Each of them is older, yet they dare to gang up on him. Exactly. Sisters, if Qin Bao loses, we will charge at them. Hearing the crowd's sentiments, 4 or 5 of the contestants felt a pang of embarrassment, hesitating momentarily. Nevertheless, they ultimately pressed forward toward Bai Chen, unfazed by the unfolding scene. Bai Chen activated his abilities, instantly enhancing all his attributes. He swiftly closed the distance to Bai Yun and delivered a knee strike directly to her abdomen, propelling her into the air. Bai Yun, feeling the pain in her midsection, was incredulous. Her martial soul was the Gale Wolf King, one of the most formidable among wolf-type souls. Although there was a difference in soul power between them, she should not be rendered incapable of reacting. How could this be? First soul skill, frenzied assault. As he spoke, Bai Chen clasped his hands into fists and struck fiercely at Bai Yun's back. Bang! Bai Yun's body was instantly slammed to the ground, the floor cracking under the tremendous impact. The immense pain caused Bai Yun to momentarily lose consciousness. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ying felt as if she were on the verge of collapse. "Yuner!" she cried, rushing towards the stage, only to be promptly intercepted by the staff. Fortunately, Bai Chen refrained from further attacking the unconscious Bai Yun, with a provocative glance towards his little end in the audience. He thought of the madwoman who had sought to cripple him the day before. He intended to make her understand just how terrifying it was to cross him. Chapter 79. Returned to the Moon Pavilion. The other 8 Soul Masters were utterly stunned upon witnessing the scene before them. It was simply terrifying. Their synchronized actions today were, in fact, the result of bribery from Bai Yun prior to the competition. Bai Yun had assured them that he would charge ahead, encouraging them not to fear, promising that they would attack together. Yet, with just 2 swift strikes, he had been taken down. What a farce. After dispatching Bai Yun, Bai Chen smiled at the others, prompting them to shift their focus. The 8 individuals divided into 4 groups to engage in battle. It was evident that they could not advance from this fight, so they figured they might as well showcase their abilities. Perhaps they could capture the attention of the higher-ups. Observing their performance, Bai Chen refrained from intervening. He relished the peace and quiet. His fans, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in exuberant praise. Our Chen Bao is truly remarkable. He has rendered these opponents too intimidated to retaliate. Indeed, my Bai is the best under heaven. Eventually, only a level 16 Soul Master remained. Upon seeing Bai Chen, he hesitated but ultimately chose not to surrender. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, yet Bai Chen was not inclined to treat him as he had Bai Yun. With precise control, he sent the challenger off the stage in just 2 moves. Thus, Bai Chen successfully passed the second round of the assessment, earning a mere 70 points, after all. He had hardly engaged in combat. In the aftermath, Bai Ying, filled with resentment, took her son to receive treatment for his injuries. She was seething, wishing she could skin Bai Chen alive. However, in such a public setting, she had no choice but to restrain herself. With Bai Chen's remarkable eyesight, he certainly noticed the resentment lurking in the corner of his aunt's eye. He was at a loss, wondering how he had ended up with such a troublesome relative. He truly could not fathom how someone could raise a child like Bai Yun, a troublemaker who now brought him nothing but inconvenience. What would happen if he provoked someone of significant stature in the future? The consequences would be far graver than this minor lesson. After stepping off the stage, Shueku and Ning Rongrong immediately approached him. Shueku exclaimed, "Chen, you are incredible. This year, you will surely claim the championship." Though Ning Rongrong and Shueku often clashed, she nodded in agreement at this moment. Zongyong and the others seized the opportunity to lavish Bai Chen with praise, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Of course, Bai Chen's fame within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was not entirely positive. In a dim corner, several men and women glared displeasantly at Bai Chen, surrounded by admirers. One of the men voiced his confusion. "I fail to comprehend why an outsider like this pretty boy is so revered in our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Even Miss Rongrong holds him in such high regard. He appears so earnest, yet who knows what he is truly like behind the scenes. Surely, he must be employing some underhanded tactics to achieve such notoriety." Another woman chimed in, "Exactly. It must be that Miss Rongrong continuously bestows him with treasures from our sect, allowing him to attain this status. That white comet from earlier must be a member of his own family. He is merciful to others yet ruthless towards his kin. It seems he is akin to a black lotus, feigning fragility to elicit sympathy from others. Although they claim otherwise, their whispers are too faint to attract attention, for they are not devoid of intelligence and are acutely aware of the formidable reputation that Bai Chen commands. Naturally, they dare not speak ill of him in his presence. Bai Chen is fully cognizant that such individuals exist, as there are always those who, like curs, only dare to gossip behind others' backs. He regards such people with disdain. 3 days later, the top 10 contenders for the second round of the melee emerged. This time, Bai Chen, Jiang Chan, and others secured their places within the top 10. But the format adopted was a challenge system, ascending from lower ranks to higher ones, where those ranked lower would challenge those ranked higher. Once the competition commenced, the atmosphere grew notably quiet. After a considerable pause, the individual in the 10th position finally challenged the 9th. The other ranks remained uneventful. Bai Chen felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He had anticipated that Jiang Chan would at least challenge him, yet to his surprise, she completely disregarded him. A quarter of an hour passed, and the individual in the 9th position successfully defended his rank, with no changes in standings. The judges, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of helplessness, as the rankings had become indistinguishable from their actual strength. Another 15 minutes elapsed, and the judge inquired, "Is there no one willing to challenge?" With silence reigning in the arena, it was clear that no one was eager to contest. Ultimately, the rankings were solidified as they stood. Reluctantly, the judge announced this year's standings. "I declare that the champion of this year's test is Bai Chen," as the proclamation echoed. A prompt resonated in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for securing first place in the test, completing the task, and earning 10,000 points. Was that all? After a prolonged moment, Bai Chen received no further notifications from the system, forcing him to accept the reality that indeed, the reward was merely 10,000 points. This amount, while substantial, paled in comparison to his pressing need for the advancement package, which included an external soul bone. Upon hearing the news of Bai Chen's victory, Bai Ying's expression darkened ominously. Casting a glance at Bai Yun, who lay on the bed, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront Bai Chen. Why should her Yun suffer so, while Bai Chen basked in accolades? However, her fury was futile within the confines of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. She was powerless against him. Having claimed his reward, Bai Chen promptly prepared to depart from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, for the assessment in Yuxian was imminent. To secure that soul bone, he needed to devote himself to rigorous training in the days to come. After conversing with Ningzhen, Bai Chen and Shueke took their leave. The two of them returned to Tiando City in a horse-drawn carriage. The following day, upon arriving at Yuexin, Tang Yuehua greeted Bai Chen and Shueku with a warm smile, saying, "Chener, Kur, you have returned." "Yes, Aunt Yuehua, teacher, we are back," they replied. Tang Yuehua continued with a smile, "The year-end assessment is about to commence. So, Chener, do you feel confident this time?" Bai Chen nodded in response, "Yes, this year." He had become significantly more familiar with music theory and various etiquette, and in comparison to Shueku, their knowledge was nearly on par. Chapter 80, Music Theory. Tang Yuehua. "Chener, Kur, please don't leave just yet. Stay and chat with me. It's been a while since I've seen you both." Indeed. While Tang Yuehua claimed it had been ages, the reality was that it had only been a little over half a month. After all, they attended classes at Yuexian twice a week during their regular holidays. It was hardly an eternity. However, Bai Chen and Shueku were not displeased. For despite the age difference, Tang Yuehua's demeanor was always calm and humorous, devoid of any awkwardness typically associated with interactions between elders and the younger generation. Most notably, Tang Yuehua possessed a striking beauty, resembling a poised older sister. Tang Yuehua. So, what interesting events transpired at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Shueku. Oh, plenty, Aunt Yuehua. This time, Chen ranked first in the test competition. In the final round, no one dared to challenge him. He was incredible. Upon hearing Shueku's words, Tang Yuehua smiled and affectionately ruffled Bai Chen's hair. "Is that so? Our Chener is becoming increasingly formidable." Feeling somewhat bashful in response to Tang Yuehua's praise, Bai Chen scratched his head. "It's nothing, heh." Shueku, however, it wasn't all pleasant. Chen has also attracted the attention of some undesirable individuals at school. Tang Yuehua, taken aback, inquired, "Oh, is that so? Please, share the details with me." To be fair, in Tang Yuehua's eyes, Bai Chen and Shueku were among the most delightful children she had ever encountered, excelling in character, appearance, and temperament. The notion that someone would harbor ill feelings toward Bai Chen surprised her. Shueku, well, it goes like this. As she spoke, Shueku recounted the conflict between Bai Chen and Bai Yun to Tang Yuehua. After listening, Tang Yuehua expressed her disbelief. "Such a thing occurred? Chener, would you like me to assist you in resolving this?" Tang Yuehua was quite familiar with children of Bai Chen's age. While Shueku's account sounded exaggerated, it was entirely plausible. At their age, one could encounter all sorts of personalities. "Bai Chen, it's all right. Teacher, this is a matter concerning my family, and I can handle it myself. If it becomes too difficult, I'll ask grandfather for help. If you won't assist, then I'll turn to my maternal grandfather. Tang Yuehua gently patted Bai Chen's head, saying, Indeed, if your maternal grandfather intervenes, I might have been overly concerned. However, Chinner, if you ever face an insurmountable challenge, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Bai Chen understood. Seeing Bai Chen agree, Tang Yuehua smiled warmly. She regarded Xueku and Bai Chen as her own children. Though aware they had their own parents, she refrained from expressing this sentiment. Yet, her quiet contributions brought her great joy. Tang Yuehua, now, let us set aside these troubling matters. Allow me to witness the progress you have made in your musical skills. After their conversation, the two entered the piano room. As they needed to observe each other's musical skills, requiring them to take turns playing, Xueku approached the organ first and said, Let me go first. All right, then you may begin, Kuer, Bai Chen replied. With that, Bai Chen stepped aside, quietly awaiting Xueku's performance. Once seated, Xueku took a deep breath, placing her hands upon the organ, and commenced her playing. A cheerful melody emanated from her direction, the piece being her forte, in shui, characterized by its overall buoyancy. As time flowed, Bai Chen and Tang Yuehua became entranced by Xueku's harmonious notes. However, just as the piece was nearing its conclusion, a discordant note unexpectedly intruded. Both Bai Chen and Xueku frowned slightly. Although the note was not particularly prominent, likely unnoticed by an untrained ear, Bai Chen and Tang Yuehua, seasoned in musical nuances, easily detected it. As the performance concluded, Xueku descended from the organ, her expression tinged with embarrassment, clearly aware of her error. Nevertheless, Tang Yuehua offered encouragement, saying, Kuer, well done. You've made great strides this time. Your playing is much more fluid than before. However, as always, that particular passage remains a challenge. Overall, it was commendable. Now, it's Chinner's turn. I'm looking forward to it. Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Bai Chen nodded. In truth, a year prior, the disparity in skill between him and Xueku was considerable. Unlike typical protagonists, Bai Chen did not possess extraordinary talent in this realm. His abilities were quite ordinary. Indeed, remarkably so. Had he not received a basic music theory skill as a reward, he would have likely made little progress in the past year. Furthermore, his practice had not been particularly diligent, resulting in a less than perfect score by the year's end. However, over the past year, Bai Chen dedicated thrice the effort to music theory compared to before, and his progress was nothing short of remarkable. He was prepared to astonish them. Bai Chen then took his seat, inhaled deeply, and began to play. Having practiced alongside Xueku at times, his strengths mirrored hers to some extent, leading him to select the same piece. Almost immediately, a lively rhythm resonated as he played. Despite both performing the same composition, the distinction between their styles was unmistakable. Xueku's rendition was more melodious, while Bai Chen's, possibly due to his swifter fingers, conveyed a more buoyant and carefree essence. In summary, their technical prowess was equally matched. Yet Bai Chen's performance was devoid of any mistakes throughout the entire piece. Upon finishing, Tang Yuehua and Xueku gazed at Bai Chen in surprise. Chen, how have you become so skilled? Xueku inquired. Bai Chen, it is nothing. Perhaps this is what it means to be a man. Xueku, Tang Yuehua. Indeed, Chinner, you have truly impressed me. To be honest, your progress has exceeded my expectations. I eagerly anticipate your performance during the year-end examination. Bai Chen, yes. Teacher, I will strive to excel. Tang Yuehua, very well. It's getting late today. You should return and rest. Tang Yuehua said with a smile. Chapter 81. The right leg bone of the Hurricane Demon Wolf. On the day of the year-end examination, within the Moonlight Pavilion, 30 students sat together in the same classroom. Tang Yuehua surveyed the assembly below her with a sense of satisfaction. Today, as with all usual days, not a single individual arrived late. This day marked the annual year-end assessment, a moment to gauge the learning outcomes of the past year. She hoped that everyone would perform admirably, as those achieving full marks would receive rewards from the Moonlight Pavilion. Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. The additional rewards from the pavilion consisted of a unique type of accordion, unattainable through any external means, exclusively crafted within the Moonlight Pavilion. For them, this accordion represented not merely a musical instrument, but a symbol of honor. Many students from previous years had graduated without ever receiving this accolade. After her address, a student ascended the stage to perform. Soon, a melodious tune resonated from above, capturing everyone's attention, including Bai Chen, who, despite his efforts, was not among the most exceptional in this field. After all, the system he operated within was not one focused solely on music theory. Receiving a reward for a basic understanding of music theory was already a commendable achievement. Before long, the student's piece concluded flawlessly, executed without a single misstep. The assessment at Moonlight Pavilion was straightforward. To attain full marks, one needed only to perform without errors and deliver a beautiful rendition. Of course, achieving a flawless performance was no trivial feat, as maintaining perfection throughout was a challenge. As for infusing emotion into the performance, it was not something easily grasped by individuals of their age group. Thus, Tang Yuehua had not placed that expectation upon them for the time being. Nevertheless, those who could weave their emotions into their music would receive additional points. Swiftly, Tang Yuehua evaluated the performance and, as anticipated, awarded full marks. This particular student had consistently demonstrated diligence and possessed remarkable talent, making such an outcome unsurprising. Subsequently, another student took to the stage. Like the previous performer, he had exhibited commendable diligence in class. Initially, his performance mirrored that of his predecessor, captivating the audience. However, at the finale, an incongruous note emerged. Everyone, including himself, took note of this misstep. Upon finishing, despite the slight blemish in his performance, he adhered to etiquette and bowed to the audience. Yet, the redness of his ears betrayed his embarrassment. Applause erupted from below. The audience comprised students of Moonlight Pavilion, who had been educated in the principles of etiquette from a young age. They would not mock anyone lightly. Moreover, several among them had not performed as well as he had. Tang Yuehua remarked, "Very well done, Shengqiu. However, as before, you appeared overly anxious, which rendered your performance somewhat imperfect. A few minor mistakes are inconsequential. You are still young, and time will gradually amend all. Regrettably, I cannot award you full marks this time due to this oversight." In the end, Shengqiu scored an impressive 98 points. After stating this, he stood up and bowed to Tang Yuehua. Subsequently, the classmates took turns to present their assessments, yet only a scant few achieved perfect scores. Besides the first participant, only the exceptionally talented Shui Ke managed to earn full marks. Approximately an hour later, it was finally Bai Chen's turn. As he stepped onto the stage, he garnered considerable attention, not solely due to his striking appearance, but also owing to his formidable skills. Coming from noble families, they had always kept a close watch on the news from the Tiando Royal Academy of Junior Soul Masters. How could they possibly overlook a prodigy like Bai Chen, who had broken through to level 20 at the tender age of 8? Upon taking the stage, Bai Chen, like others, saluted the audience before commencing his performance, demonstrating impeccable etiquette. Soon, a lively melody resonated from the platform. Instead of choosing yesterday's piece, Gushing Water, Bai Chen opted for a composition titled Rogue, which was also within his realm of expertise. As he played, the audience was taken aback. Bai Chen had made significant progress compared to the previous year. Remarkably, he had not made a single mistake thus far, an impressive feat considering he had faltered 4 or 5 times at this point last year. When the performance concluded, it took a moment for the audience to regain their composure. Their astonishment had hindered their enjoyment of his music, which, to Bai Chen, could be construed as somewhat impolite. Nevertheless, this reaction was ample proof of how far he had advanced. Once they collected their thoughts, Shui Ke was the first to initiate applause. The sound of clapping filled the air, and after a brief pause, Tang Yuehua stated, "I believe everyone has witnessed Bai Chen's remarkable progress. To be honest, I too am a bit surprised. Therefore, Bai Chen's final score is a perfect one." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Chen's mind was immediately filled with the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing side mission 3. Reward, 1,000 points, and 1 soul bone available for evolution. Hearing the prompt thrilled Bai Chen, he had finally acquired the coveted soul bone. After the class concluded, Bai Chen promptly approached Shui Ke and said, "Shui Ke, I need to excuse myself for a moment. Could you please wait for me?" "Sure," she replied. With that, Bai Chen hurried toward the restroom, eager to inspect the newly acquired soul bone. Right leg bone of the Gale Demon Wolf. Skills, Gale. Devour Gale, doubles speed upon activation. Devour allows evolution by absorbing soul bones of the same position. Upon reviewing the effects of the soul bone, Bai Chen felt quite satisfied. Although its immediate power wasn't overwhelmingly strong, the potential for evolution intrigued him. After examining it, he refrained from using it right away. While absorbing a soul bone posed minimal danger, it still required some time. Shui Ke was waiting for him. After all, once he exited, Bai Chen had dinner with Shui Ke before returning home, specifically to the Bai residence. At the entrance, he encountered Bai Ying, who merely let out a huff and ignored him. As for the reasons behind this, it primarily stems from the actions of Bai Xing and others, who secretly informed their family. Upon learning of this matter, Bai Yi was incensed and openly warned Bai Ying to cease her clandestine dealings with Bai Chen. Bai Ying, at that moment, felt a profound sense of indignation. She could hardly fathom that her father, who had always cherished her, would now show favoritism towards a grandson. However, whenever she attempted to argue, Bai Yi would glare at her with a gaze she could never forget, a gaze imbued with the overwhelming presence of a soul saint, far beyond what a mere soul sovereign like herself could endure. Chapter 82. Absorbing the Soul Bone. The Great Soul Arena of Tiando. Upon returning to his quarters, Bai Chen promptly retrieved the soul bone, preparing to commence the absorption process. This particular soul bone was relatively young, merely 1,000 years old, and somewhat incomplete. However, this posed no significant issue for him, as he could evolve it through the consumption of similarly positioned soul bones. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen began the absorption. And instantly, a warm energy enveloped him, distinctively different from the experience of absorbing soul rings. Although Bai Chen had successfully absorbed 2 soul rings, the overall sensation had been quite agonizing. In contrast, during the absorption of the soul bone, he felt as though every pore in his body had opened, with a continuous flow of energy coursing into his right leg, eliciting involuntary groans of pleasure. This sensation lasted for approximately half an hour before dissipating. Slowly, Bai Chen opened his eyes, and to his delight, he had ascended to the 23rd level. It must be noted that while the right leg bone of the Hurricane Magic Wolf was merely a 1,000-year soul bone, the enhancement it provided was substantial. Bai Chen could distinctly perceive that even without activating the soul bone skills, the strength of his right leg had more than doubled compared to before. This remarkable increase was primarily due to his current low level. The soul bone's enhancement was significantly impactful, and as he elevated his level in the future, this amplification would become less pronounced. Bai Chen took a moment to examine his attributes. Name: Bai Chen. Age: 8. Soul Power: Level 23. Training Aptitude: 30, including Qingyang Gong 2, Martial Soul, Rune Wolf. Martial Soul Quality: Top Tier Soul Rings, 2 points, 26. 500 Soul Bone. Right leg bone of the Hurricane Magic Wolf. Special Skills: Appraisal Technique, Qingyang Gong, First Layer, Tranquil Meditation. Items: Venomous Dagger, Soul Evolution Potion X2, Soul Extinguishing Talisman. Overall, his attributes had seen a notable enhancement, and his points had reached 26,500. Still a little over 20,000 short of being able to purchase a promotion package. The increase from just 1,000-year soul bone was remarkable, leaving him curious about the potential boost from an external soul bone. However, it seemed that external soul bones might not contribute to soul power, though the specifics eluded Bai Chen's memory. After completing the absorption, Bai Chen opened his eyes and took a few steps from his bed, immediately sensing a profound discomfort. The sudden increase in strength in his right leg was overwhelming, and he would need some time to adjust. Resolving to adapt to his enhanced leg starting the following day, he realized that failing to do so might impede his progress in the soul arena. The next day, Bai Chen rose early, washed up, and as he walked, he noticed a pronounced limp due to the disparity in strength in his legs. After finishing his morning routine, he stepped out, intending to have breakfast. He had decided to spend the remainder of his winter break at home, as he had previously informed Ningzhen that he would not be attending the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School this time. Xiaowen was preparing breakfast when she suddenly spotted Bai Chen at the door, his head adorned with a silly tuft of hair, limping as he entered. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly approached him, extending her hand to support him. "Young master, what has happened? What is the matter with your leg?" Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Sister Xiaowen, I'm fine. It's merely a minor issue with my training. If you could let me walk on my own for a bit, I'll recover." Is that so?" Xiaowen questioned, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Yes, indeed. I assure you I am perfectly well. Now, Sister Xiaowen, please hurry and prepare breakfast. I am quite hungry." "All right," Xiaowen replied, gently ruffling Bai Chen's hair. Having spent considerable time together, she no longer felt intimidated by him. She recognized his amiable nature, akin to that of a neighborly younger brother. Once assured of Bai Chen's well-being, she released him and swiftly completed the breakfast preparations. The way Bai Chen consumed his meal had transformed significantly. Even when dining alone, he adhered strictly to noble etiquette, exhibiting remarkable elegance as he ate. Remarkably, he managed to maintain this grace while consuming his food at an astonishing pace, sparking curiosity about how he achieved such a feat after the meal. Bai Chen ventured into the small courtyard, beginning to acclimatize to the strength of his right leg. The adjustment process was quite straightforward, involving running and jumping. Though simple in method, it proved exceptionally efficient. Within merely half a day, Bai Chen had largely adapted to the newfound strength of his leg, giving it a few experimental shakes as he deemed himself ready. Without delay, he set out toward the great soul arena of Tiando. The distance from his home was not considerable. A mere half-hour walk would suffice. He declined the offer of a carriage, primarily to keep his family in the dark about his plans. After all, visiting the Great Soul Arena bore certain risks, and if Bai Luomi and the others were to learn of it, they might well attempt to dissuade him with concerns about his youth and the inherent dangers involved. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena, a diminutive figure appeared. Excitement bubbling within Bai Chen as he beheld the arena before him, a place abundant with opportunities to earn points. Observing the throngs of individuals entering and exiting, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Each of these souls represented potential points. However, as soon as Bai Chen made his entrance, he swiftly attracted attention due to his striking appearance. Realizing this, he frowned, having forgotten to purchase a mask. How vexing. A cursory glance around revealed a stall selling masks near the registration counter, prompting him to resolve to acquire one while registering. Meanwhile, Luoshi found herself somewhat bored amid the crowd of soul masters. Those attending the battles were predominantly brutish men, and she often lamented this fact, feeling her eyes might soon dull from the monotony. Why, oh why, must the participants in these battles be such rough fellows? Couldn't a handsome, dashing gentleman join us? Just as she drifted into her thoughts, a voice abruptly broke the silence. Hello. I would like to register as a soul master. She immediately developed a habitual slight smile, then gazed ahead. Welcome. Why is no one here? Roxy pondered, for she had distinctly heard a voice moments ago. Over here. Over here. Huh? What sound is that? It's haunted. Upon hearing the other's words, Bai Chen felt quite irked. Hey, down there. After speaking, Roxy glanced down and instantly spotted Bai Chen, who was no taller than the cabinet. Her eyes sparkled with delight. So adorable. Chapter 83. Registration for competition. Gazing at the petite figure of Bai Chen, who barely reached the height of a cabinet, Luo, she felt her breath quicken. It was her first encounter with such an adorable child. His skin was as fair as jade, and his large, expressive eyes seemed almost animated. His soft hair, along with the little tuft that stood upright on his head, evoked an irresistible urge to reach out and touch him. His overall demeanor was endearingly soft and squishy, reminiscent of a little bun, compelling her to pinch his cheeks. She spoke somewhat breathlessly. Could you allow me to? Before she could finish, Bai Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. This person before him seemed like a curious enigma. What do you want? He stammered, noticing the wariness in Bai Chen's eyes, which inexplicably excited Luoshi even more. May I pinch your cheeks? Absolutely not. Bai Chen rejected her without hesitation. Oh. Very well then, she conceded, realizing there was no persuading him. You must be a staff member, right? If you are, please assist me swiftly in registering for the Soul Arena competition. The qualification for the Soul Arena competition? Luoshi echoed, perplexed. To participate in the arena, one must be at least level 20, yet this child appeared to be no older than 8 or 9, possibly even younger. It seemed implausible for him to be at level 20. Little one, may I inquire about your age? 8 years old. As she suspected, this child was indeed only 8 years old. He likely had no understanding of what the Soul Arena entailed. Listen, young one, you are still too young. The Soul Arena is a perilous place, unsuitable for someone of your age. Moreover, one must reach at least level 20 to participate. Have you achieved that level? I am level 23, Bai Chen declared, summoning his martial spirit. A pair of wolf ears sprouted atop his head, a wolf tail emerged behind him, and a wolf insignia appeared on his forehead, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings encircling him. Witnessing this transformation, Luoshi's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He was already so charming, and now with the addition of beastly ears, it was utterly irresistible. See? This proves that I am a grand soul master, Bai Chen proclaimed. Only then did Luoshi snap back to reality, staring at the 2 yellow soul rings adorning him, uncertain of how to respond. A mixture of shock and disappointment washed over her. She was astounded to witness an 8-year-old prodigy surpassing level 20 for the first time. Conversely, she felt disheartened, realizing that such talent was far beyond her reach. At just 16 herself, she had hoped to catch up to this younger brother in a few years. But now the stark disparity in their innate abilities left her feeling utterly hopeless. A few minutes later, Luoshi finally spoke. You may register. The registration requires 5 gold coins, along with your name, martial spirit, and level. Bai Chen produced 5 gold coins and stated, My martial spirit is the Rune Wolf, and my level is 23. Alright, I have recorded all your information. Now, you need to choose a code name. A code name? Let us call it Fenrir. Fenrir? What a peculiar name. Typically, individuals choose code names associated with their soul spirits. Your soul spirit is a wolf, yet you have adopted such a designation? Upon hearing Luoshi's words, Bai Chen replied, It's nothing, I simply like it. By the way, I would like that mask. Bai Chen had no intention of revealing the truth to Luoshi. In his previous world, Fenrir was a colossal wolf from Norse mythology, the harbinger of destruction for the gods. In Bai Chen's perception, Fenrir was already formidable, and he couldn't be bothered to think of another name. Thus, he decided to call himself Fenrir. Luoshi inquired, Which mask? Bai Chen responded, The White Wolf mask. That one. How much does it cost? No cost. Consider it a gift from me. Is that appropriate? Not a big deal. It's hardly worth anything. Well, thank you. Could you arrange a match for me as soon as possible? Certainly, the earliest match can be arranged for tonight. But I must warn you that fighting in the Soul Arena is exceedingly perilous. Yes, I understand. Seeing Bai Chen's demeanor, Luoshi felt a sense of helplessness and could only say, very well, here is your iron soul medal. Keep it safe. As for the match, I can schedule it for tomorrow evening, so please return then. In truth, Bai Chen's match could be arranged for that very night. Yet the opponent scheduled for tonight was particularly bloodthirsty, and Luoshi wished to avoid any mishap for this charming individual. If possible, she would arrange for Bai Chen to face a less formidable opponent tomorrow night. As for why she had such considerable authority at the counter, it was simple. She could inform the participants that there were no matches available when they came to register. Of course, this bore significant risks, as it would severely violate the arena's regulations. Upon hearing Luoshi's words, Bai Chen replied, I understand. Thank you. With that, he departed. Later, Bai Chen returned home and commenced his daily practice of the heavenly demon technique, focusing on meditation and other disciplines. He felt overwhelmed by the multitude of things he needed to learn. Time seemed insufficient. The following day, upon returning to the Great Soul Arena, Luoshi noticed the slender figure at the entrance wearing a mask and smiled slightly. Fortunately, tonight's participants did not appear to be particularly bloodthirsty, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bai Chen should be safe. Are there matches today? Bai Chen asked. Yes, there are. If you register now, you can compete in half an hour. Upon hearing Luoshi's words, Bai Chen promptly signed up. All right, please wait over there. Your competition will take place at Arena 24, Match 13. We will call you shortly. Okay, Bai Chen agreed readily. He then made his way to the competitor's resting area, surveying his surroundings. The soul masters around him seemed to be at levels 28 or 29, while those below level 25, like himself, were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, this is quite understandable, as the majority of individuals who frequent the soul fighting arena are driven by a desire for fame or monetary gain. Moreover, some are purely motivated by the thrill of overwhelming others. Naturally, they must wait until their level reaches a pivotal threshold before making their entrance, ensuring they can maximize their chances of victory. Attention, Fenrir from Arena 20, please proceed to the stage immediately. Your match is about to commence. Upon hearing the announcement, Bai Chen swiftly rose to his feet. Is his inaugural bout finally upon him? With this thought in mind, he promptly made his way toward the arena. Chapter 84. First victory soon. Bai Chen arrived at the foot of the arena. A middle-aged man, noticing his appearance, remarked with a hint of confusion, Fenrir contestant? Yes, that would be me, Bai Chen replied. Upon hearing Bai Chen's youthful voice, the man felt a mix of satisfaction and lingering doubt. However, since the information had been confirmed, he decided not to dwell on it. Please wait here for a moment. When the referee calls for you, you may proceed. Understood. With that, the middle-aged man departed. Behind the scenes, Bai Chen glanced at the audience, only to find a sparse gathering of a few dozen spectators. It was evident that his debut match had not garnered much attention. The host, observing the modest turnout, expressed a tinge of disappointment but maintained his enthusiasm as he announced, Good evening, esteemed audience. Welcome to the Tiendo Great Soul Arena. This is the 13th match at Arena number 24. Although both contestants are newcomers, they each possess top-tier martial souls. Notably, the Thunder Battle Lizard has participated in 3 matches thus far, achieving an impeccable win rate of 100%. Now, let us welcome the Thunder Battle Lizard to the stage. As he finished speaking, a young man, similarly masked and of lithe stature, emerged opposite Bai Chen. Surprised, Bai Chen noted that his opponent was only at level 24. A 3-match winning streak at this level was indeed impressive. The Thunder Battle Lizard, Bai Chen recognized, was a formidable soul beast, a true top-tier martial soul. It appeared that the opponent's purpose in coming to the Tiendo Great Soul Arena differed from others. He was likely here for training. Upon the Thunder Battle Lizard's entry, a sparse applause arose from the audience, who seemed to be there specifically for him. The host continued. Now, let us introduce the opponent of the Thunder Battle Lizard. Facing him is a newcomer making his debut, possessing the top-tier martial soul, Rune Wolf, Fenrir. He is a level 23 agility-type battle soul master. Let us anticipate his performance. In truth, the host had no idea whether the Rune Wolf was indeed a top-tier martial soul. He had never heard of it before. However, the name sounded impressive, and he assumed the audience was oblivious as well, so he casually fabricated hype to generate excitement. With that, Bai Chen stepped onto the arena from the opposite side. The moment he appeared, both the host and the audience were taken aback. Although his face was obscured by a mask, his height could not be concealed. Despite having grown taller recently, he stood barely at 1 meter 30. The term dwarfism simultaneously flashed in everyone's minds. Indeed, to them, Bai Chen appeared to be a person born with a physical deficiency, eliciting looks of disdain from the crowd. Nevertheless, Bai Chen paid little mind to their judgment. All he desired was to engage in battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a side quest, the Grand Soul Arena of Tiendo. The host is required to obtain a Golden Soul Medal within 1 year at the Grand Soul Arena. The reward for this task is 10,000 points and 1 hearing potion. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen's gaze sharpened. Achieving the Golden Soul Medal within a year would be no easy feat. He would need to secure an almost flawless victory to accomplish this. As the host acknowledged that both participants were prepared, he promptly announced, "The match begins." Martial Soul Manifestation. With that declaration, both competitors charged towards one another. First soul skill, Thunder Chain. With a flick of his wrist, the Thunder Battle Lizard manifested a chain of lightning, which he swung towards Bai Chen with great force. However, due to his keen eyesight, Bai Chen was able to anticipate the attack and effortlessly dodged it, swiftly retaliating with a kick to the opponent's leg. The impact caused his adversary to kneel on one knee. Furthermore, due to the influence of the Qingyang technique, a surge of soul energy infiltrated the opponent's right leg. Thunder Shadow felt as though his thigh had been struck by a hammer, a sensation close to having his leg broken. Was his opponent truly a speed-type soul master? The strength was astonishing, and inexplicably, his leg bore a severe numbing sensation following the strike. First soul skill, Frenzied Assault. Taking advantage of his momentum, Bai Chen pressed his attack, leaving no room for counteraction. Yet Thunder Shadow was not to be underestimated. He reacted almost instantaneously. Second soul skill, Wrath of Thunder. In an instant, their attacks clashed once more. Typically, a collision between the first and second soul skills would favor Thunder Shadow. However, due to the severe injury and numbness in his right leg, he was unable to exert his full strength. Thus, his second skill veered off course, allowing Bai Chen's Frenzied Assault to strike squarely in Thunder Shadow's abdomen. Thunder Shadow was propelled backward, nearly toppling off the stage. In disbelief, he glanced up at Bai Chen, realizing that had it not been for the lightning enhancement of his second soul skill, Wrath of Thunder, he would likely have been rendered unconscious. Yet, as he looked up, Bai Chen had already appeared before him, his right leg raised. Farewell. These were the last 2 words Thunder Shadow heard before losing consciousness. The referee stood in shock at the outcome of the match. While he had considered the possibility of Bai Chen pulling off an upset victory, he never anticipated such a decisive win. After all, Thunder Shadow was a seasoned competitor with a record of 3 victories, including a win against a level 29 Great Soul Master. And yet he had succumbed so swiftly to Bai Chen. Quickly regaining his composure, the referee proclaimed, "Congratulations to contestant Finrer for winning this battle." Finrer's current record stands at 1 victory and 0 defeats. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen was greeted by the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. For achieving your first victory in the Soul Arena, you are awarded 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your victory. You are awarded 150 points. After receiving the notifications, Bai Chen stepped down from the stage to claim his reward. The rewards at the Heavenly Duel Arena are quite commendable. In the first battle, Bai Chen received 50 gold coins. One must admit, the point rewards from the duel arena are indeed impressive. After the duels concluded, Bai Chen returned home, only to be startled by the unexpected presence of Milan, Bai Luo, and Bai Yi at the entrance of the Magic Wolf clan. "Dad? Mom? Grandpa? What brings you here?" Milan replied, "What do you think we are doing here?" "I truly have no idea," Bai Chen responded, although he had a suspicion about their motives. Nevertheless, he chose to feign ignorance. Suddenly, Milan called out, "Bai Chen." It was rare for her to address him by his full name. Her tone suggested she was genuinely upset. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 85. Instant kill. Bai Chen exclaimed, "I have much to say." Milan retorted with a scoff. "Now you choose to speak? It is too late." "Bai Chen, why did you sneak off to the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena for combat? Do you have any idea how perilous that place is? Is that a suitable environment for an 8-year-old? Did you ever consider your mother? Your grandfather? Your maternal grandfather?" Amidst a barrage of reprimands from Milan, Bai Chen dared not utter a word. Bai Luo stood humbly at the side, pondering why he was not included in the conversation. Yet, he refrained from interjecting, knowing that his wife was in a furious state. In response to Milan's inquiries, Bai Chen hesitated momentarily, but ultimately confessed, "I apologize. Yet I still wish to go." "You." Milan was about to continue her tirade when Bai Luo interjected, "Calm down, calm down. Do not let your anger overshadow the opportunity to hear the child's explanation." Bai Yi added, "I too am curious to hear Xiao Chen's reasoning." With both Bai Yi and Bai Luo weighing in, Milan found it challenging to disregard the opinions of her father-in-law and husband, thus acquiescing to their request. The trio turned their gazes back to Bai Chen, who, under the weight of their scrutiny, mustered the courage to respond, "Father, mother, grandfather. My sole reason for venturing to the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena was to hone my practical combat skills." After a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen resolved to speak the truth. Even without the allure of rewards, he would pursue real combat training at the arena. Milan was taken aback by Bai Chen's revelation. Having initially thought he sought to earn some pocket money, now, realizing his intent was to enhance his abilities, she found herself at a loss for how to chastise him. If this were the case, should she indeed prevent Bai Chen from continuing his visits to the arena? Stopping him could dampen his enthusiasm, while allowing him to go could expose him to grave danger. She felt utterly conflicted. Bai Yi and Bai Luo exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, as expected. Milan finally said, "But Chinner, the arena remains far too hazardous. Please wait until you are older. For now, let the family arrange for some soul masters to accompany you in training." Bai Chen replied, "No. I wish to go to the arena precisely because those individuals will not regard my status. They will fight me with all their might. Engaging with such opponents is the most effective way to enhance my strength." Milan opened her mouth to argue further, but Bai Yi halted her. "Bai Chen," he began, "if you are determined to go, it is not entirely out of the question, but you must agree to my condition." "What condition?" Bai Chen inquired. "Within 1 month. You must elevate your soul master level to copper." "Bai Chen, this condition is not unreasonable. It is merely the minimum requirement for us to feel secure about your participation in the arena. If you cannot achieve this, then there is no need for you to go." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Bai Chen nodded resolutely. "I understand, grandfather. I will prove it to you." Having spoken, the matter was settled. However, Milan still felt a tinge of unease. Bai Chen was heading to the arena once more, and her heart brimmed with concern for her only son. What would she do if something happened to him? "Bai Yi, all right, Chinner, enough of this. You must be tired today. Let us dine." Bai Chen. With that, they all proceeded to their meal. The following day, in the afternoon, Bai Chen returned to the arena. From a distance, Luo Shi spotted him, astonished that he had triumphed the previous day. Despite being merely an 8-year-old child, he had managed to vanquish fierce competitors. His prowess was truly unexpected. "Luo Shi, Finmer, you have arrived." "Bai Chen, yes. Is there a match today?" "Luo Shi, indeed. If you register now, you can compete shortly." "Bai Chen, very well. I shall register now." After speaking, Luo Shi bent down to operate something and then said, "All set. Finmer, you may rest in the contestants' lounge. Your match will be in Arena 24. They will call for you when the time comes." Bai Chen, okay. Once Bai Chen departed, Luo Shi swiftly turned to a nearby girl. "Xiao Yi, please cover my class. I have urgent business." "Xiao Yi, all right." With that, Luo Shi hurriedly left. Meanwhile, 3 shadowy figures appeared on the scene. "Father, I could not have misheard. It seems Xiao Chun is competing in Arena 24. Indeed, we did not mishear. Let us hurry and buy tickets. I must witness Xiao Chen's match." These 3 were Bai Luo, Bai Yi, and Milan. Despite their previous agreement, they were still uneasy about Bai Chen's safety, prompting them to come and observe the event. Naturally, Bai Chen had already sensed their presence from the onset. Soon, after purchasing tickets, they arrived at Arena 24 just as the match commenced. The audience was slightly more populated than the day before, yet not overwhelmingly so. Bai Chen had already taken the stage, and the host was now introducing the second contender. Now entering the arena is Finmer's opponent. A participant with 13 matches under his belt, boasting 7 victories and 6 defeats, totaling 1 point. The Black Sword. With that, a gaunt middle-aged man appeared opposite Bai Chen. Upon assessing his level, Bai Chen noted he was at level 27, slightly stronger than his previous opponent. Yet it mattered little, his parents were watching, and he could not afford to lose this match. The match began. Martial Soul Manifestation. With that, Bai Chen adjusted his breathing and, with a powerful thrust of his right leg, suddenly appeared before the Black Sword. Bai Chen had entered a special breathing state known as the Heavenly Demon Body, significantly enhancing all his attributes. Before the Black Sword could react, Bai Chen launched his assault. Frenzied strike. Bang. In an instant, the Black Sword was sent flying out of the arena, and the match concluded. The host was momentarily stunned, as were the spectators. Is this over already? A one-hit knockout. Finner has defeated his opponent in seconds. The victor of this match is Finner. Oh! The audience erupted into fervent cheers, with the loudest coming from the supporters of Bai Yi Milan. They were previously unaware of Bai Chen's remarkable prowess, which surpassed their wildest expectations. Luo Shi was particularly animated, nearly bouncing with excitement. Upon concluding the battle, Bai Chen accumulated 190 points and, as per usual, collected his rewards before departing the arena. A week later, gazing at the fallen competitor before him, Bai Chen stretched his neck. He had now achieved a consecutive victory streak of 7, accumulating over 100 points, and had finally ascended to the Copper Soul Fighter level. Chapter 86, is that affection? Or merely a desire for his body? Observing the enthusiastic crowd below, Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement. In just 20 days, he had already gained a modicum of fame within the Tiando Great Soul Arena. The reason was simple. Since his debut in the arena, he had not experienced a single defeat. Each of his matches concluded in less than 10 rounds, and though he had only advanced to the rank of Copper Spirit Master, his impressive record was sufficient to draw attention. Upon descending from the stage, Bai Chen suddenly realized that achieving the rank of Silver Spirit Master within a year might not be as daunting as he initially thought. After all, he had presumed it would take days to encounter a worthy opponent. However, the Tiando Great Soul Arena was not like the Soto Great Soul Arena, as it hosted thousands of Soul Masters each day across various ranks. This meant that if Bai Chen registered, he could participate in matches almost daily without the need for waiting. Moreover, after progressing to the rank of Copper Spirit Master, he had garnered a considerable following, and the attendance at his matches could fill the arena to capacity. Consequently, his earnings had also seen a significant increase. To advance from Copper to Silver Spirit Master required 1,000 points, which he could achieve with a series of victories, given that he currently possessed 100 points. Each one in the Copper rank would earn him 10 points. After a streak of 5 consecutive wins, the points for each subsequent victory would rise to 100, thus allowing him to ascend to the Silver rank with just one more win. The following day, upon returning to the arena, Bai Chen approached Luoshi to register for the match. Receiving the same response as before, he could compete that evening. Relieved by this outcome, he noted the presence of many formidable Soul Masters in the Copper rank. With that, Bai Chen retreated to the lounge. Luoshi, watching Bai Chen's departing figure, turned to her companion Xiaoyi and said, "Xiaoyi, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "Yes, what is it?" "Well, I have a friend who has developed feelings for a boy 8 years her junior. Initially, she believed her own qualities could compensate for this age gap. However, that boy is exceedingly remarkable, gifted, and handsome. Do you think my friend should continue pursuing him?" Xiaoyi replied, Is that girl you?" Hesitating for a moment, Luoshi eventually nodded. Xiaoyi continued, "Handsome and talented?" Luoshi affirmed, "Indeed, to be precise, he is quite adorable." Xiaoyi quipped, emphasizing adorableness, "Are we? Is that affection you feel? Or is it merely lust?" Luoshi retorted, "I cannot help it. Do you think there is a chance?" Xiaoyi replied firmly, "No chance." That was quite decisive. You didn't hesitate at all. Is hesitation even necessary? Luoshi could only remain silent. Meanwhile, Bai Chen finally heard his name called. "Please, Fenrir. Proceed to competition area 10 immediately." Upon arriving at the venue, Bai Chen disregarded the host's exaggerated introduction and, after a brief moment, stepped onto the stage. Casting a glance at his opponent for the evening, Bai Chen confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, he faced a youthful adversary of level 29. With a sigh, Bai Chen reflected on the current generation of young fighters, who, with their fair complexions, resorted to employing high-level soul techniques against those of lower soul power, displaying a lack of martial integrity. The opposing fighter, upon seeing Bai Chen, smirked disdainfully. "You're that so-called Fenrir who's been making waves lately, right? Only at level 23. And yet you dare to act so arrogantly. Do you even consider me worthy of your attention?" Bai Chen furrowed his brow at this irritating fellow. However, concealed beneath his mask, his expression remained unreadable, leading the opponent to mistakenly believe that Bai Chen was intimidated into silence. "Hot coward." With that, Bai Chen's expression turned cold. The referee, observing that both contestants were adequately prepared, promptly announced, "The match begins." Spirit possession. In unison, both warriors activated their martial spirits. Bai Chen was taken aback upon witnessing his opponent's spirit, the formidable Black Scorpion, a creature of horrifying strength, ranked among the elite martial spirits, and exceedingly rare in its bearers. It was no wonder the young man exuded such arrogance. He indeed possessed the means to back it up. Nevertheless, within the confines of the Tiando Great Spirit Arena, Bai Chen was resolute in his intent to teach him a lesson. Swift wind. A surge of azure energy enveloped Bai Chen's legs, imperceptible to the untrained eye as he predominantly harnessed wind attributes. Combined with the unique breathing technique of the heavenly demon body, Bai Chen's speed reached its zenith, allowing him to unleash 7 strikes upon his opponent in a mere few seconds. As a blow landed upon his head, Hei Wei realized he could not endure much longer. He was on the brink of collapse. First soul skill. Overlord Black Armor. With that incantation, a layer of dark energy enveloped him, significantly enhancing his defenses. Yet, Bai Chen remained unfazed, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. In truth, he had initially been holding back, intending to savor the torment of his foe. But with the enhancement of Hei Wei's defenses, he felt liberated to unleash his full power. Gazing at the hardened black shell adorning his body, Hei Wei sneered at Bai Chen. convinced that, given the latter's previous strike force, he could never breach his defenses. Crack. The sound of shattering armor echoed from Hei Wei's form, disbelief washing over him as he glanced at the fractured portions of his own body. Then crack, crack. A relentless barrage ensued, as numerous cracks spread across Hei Wei's armor. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he contemplated conceding. Frenzied assault. Bam. Bai Chen's foot connected squarely with his opponent's face. Surrender? Not a chance. After insulting me, you think I would let you off so easily? Do you truly believe I am an easy target? The immense force of the kick knocked out one of Hei Wei's teeth. The spectators at the match experienced an exhilarating surge of adrenaline as they witnessed an unprecedented display of brutality from Bai Chen. The audience was left perplexed by Bai Chen's violent demeanor, yet they found it exhilarating. A minute later, Hei Wei was barely able to stand. But Bai Chen showed no intention of sparing his opponent. The notion of mercy was non-existent. In the realm of Dolua continent, offending someone meant preparing for an unrelenting confrontation. However, with his parents watching from the stands, Bai Chen refrained from exhibiting excessive brutality. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately delivered a decisive kick, sending Hei Wei off the stage and sparing his life. He then descended from the platform. Meanwhile, among the audience, Bai Ying observed the scene with a dark expression, contemplating her own schemes. Chapter 87. Assassination. As Bai Chen departed from the Colosseum, he inadvertently noticed Bai Ying in the audience. Observing her venomous expression, his countenance darkened. It appeared that Bai Ying was once again plotting against him. To be frank, Bai Chen was exceedingly enraged. Were it not for the familial ties, he would have retaliated against her long ago. Bai Ying's relentless provocations had ignited his ire, and now, should she dare to trouble him once more, he vowed that she would regret it for eternity. An hour later, in a dimly lit chamber, Bai Ying addressed the cloaked figure before her. 5,000 soul coins to eliminate a target. The assassin frowned at her offer. It seemed rather insufficient for their organization. Bai Ying reassured him, rest assured, the person I want you to eliminate is merely a level 23 soul master, and he is but an 8-year-old child, often unaccompanied. Nodding in acknowledgement, the assassin inquired, his identity and name? Bai Chen, the heir of our Demon Wolf clan. You mean to say that the heir of your clan is valued at a mere 5,000 coins? What do you expect? Is there any alternative? He travels without protection. He is just a soul master. Surely, you can handle this. Handle it? Your clan boasts a soul saint. Surely, the prize should be at least 30,000 coins. Upon hearing the figure of 30,000 coins, Bai Ying gritted her teeth but acquiesced. Very well. 30,000 coins it is. Should Bai Chen perish? My family's first heir would be my son, Yin heir. She promptly paid 15,000 coins as a deposit, fully aware of the assassin's protocol. That night, within the Demon Wolf clan, Bai Yi and others were celebrating Bai Chen's triumph. Frankly, Bai Chen's prowess had far surpassed their expectations. Bai Yi himself was astonished that Bai Chen had advanced with an undefeated record. In such a short span, Bai Chen had achieved the rank of Copper Soul Fighter. Perhaps sending him to the Celestial Do Grand Arena was indeed a wise choice. However, this family banquet was limited to Bai Yi, Bai Chen, his parents, and his uncle. As Bai Yi was acutely aware of Bai Ying's current grievances against Bai Chen. After dinner, Bai Luo and Milan departed, leaving only Bai Chen and Bai Yi behind. The reason for this was that Bai Chen wished to converse privately with Bai Yi. Gazing at the obedient Bai Chen before him, Bai Yi smiled and inquired, Chen heir, what is it that you cannot share in front of everyone? Why must you insist on a private conversation with this old man? Bai Chen replied earnestly, Grandfather, what I am about to discuss is of utmost importance, and I implore you to respond seriously. Seeing Bai Chen's demeanor, Bai Ye's expression grew solemn. Having spent considerable time with Bai Chen, he no longer regarded him as just a child. Thus, he understood the gravity of the situation. What is it? Speak. Grandfather. If Bai Ying seeks to kill me, what choice would you make? Bai Chen, no longer addressing her as aunt, directly uttered her full name. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although Xiao Ying's temperament may be rather willful, she has not yet descended to that level of malevolence. Why is it impossible? Grandfather, do you not believe me? Indeed. I do not. But what if it were true? There is no what if. Impossible is simply impossible. Enough of this matter. Do not speak further. Upon finishing his words, Bai Yi stormed away in anger. Watching Bai Ye's retreating figure, Bai Chen felt a pang of disappointment. He had just instructed Nian Gao to track down Bai Ying. Nian Gao, being a spiritual entity akin to Xiao Wu, could not be detected by anyone unless they were a titled Dolua. However, Nian Gao had just returned and relayed what it had discovered. Initially, Bai Chen was taken aback upon hearing it, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed quite plausible. And Nian Gao would not deceive him. Bai Ying truly intended to kill him. Nevertheless, Bai Ye's words left him somewhat disheartened. This grandfather truly did not understand his own daughter at all. Sensing Bai Chen's malaise, Nian Gao floated beside him and nuzzled against his cheek. Feeling the soft touch, Bai Chen smiled and said, Nian Gao, thank you, I'm all right. Afterward, he patted Nian Gao's head. Woo-woo. Elated by Bai Chen's affection, Nian Gao twirled joyfully twice. Observing Nian Gao's demeanor lifted Bai Chen's spirits considerably. The following day, after awakening, Bai Chen encountered Bai Yi, who, upon seeing him, turned away without a word and departed. Bai Chen found himself at a loss for words. This old man certainly had a fiery temper. 2 days later, Bai Chen returned to the Tiando Great Spirit Arena. Upon his arrival, he sensed an unsettling feeling, as if he were being watched. Could it be an assassin sent by Bai Ying? After some contemplation, he deemed this possibility quite high. Subsequently, Bai Chen scanned the surroundings and eventually locked eyes with a robust-looking spirit master. This individual was his opponent for the evening. Just one battle away from advancing to the Silver Spirit Arena, Bai Chen surmised that his identity must have been exposed. If he were indeed a member of the assassin organization, there would be no need to dispatch someone to eliminate him. They could resolve the matter right there in the arena, considering he visited regularly to check for matches. Moreover, there had been numerous instances of opponents being slain in the arena, where the use of items was permissible, making it a rather favorable option for murder. With this thought, Bai Chen's expression turned icy. If the adversary intended to kill him, he would not hold back. It would be a matter of seeing who would prevail. Resolving this in his mind, Bai Chen departed, while Jin Yo cast a glance at Bai Chen's silhouette. For some reason, he felt as if Bai Chen had just noticed him, though logically, that should not have been possible. Yet, upon further reflection, he pondered. Even if Bai Chen had discovered him, what could he do about it? Jin Yo glanced at his ring. As long as he managed to land a blow on his opponent, it would suffice. However, Jin Yo was unaware that this subtle movement had been perceived by Bai Chen. Was that ring intended as a tool for his assassination? Before long, the two arrived at the competition venue. As soon as they took the stage, Bai Chen began to regulate his breathing, while Nian Gao seamlessly merged into his being. The competition commenced. In an instant, Bai Chen sprang into action. Whereas the Golden Bull stood still, patiently awaiting Bai Chen's approach. Observing the Golden Bull's demeanor, Bai Chen felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Chapter 88. If my aunt were to confront me, I would not hesitate to eliminate her. As I approached within 3 meters of the Golden Bull, I suddenly declared, Black Moon Songlong kill. In an instant, a cross-shaped wind blade surged forth towards my opponent. The Golden Bull was taken aback by my reaction. He had previously observed my battles, noting that I typically relied on overwhelming speed to crush my adversaries, swiftly concluding conflicts without ever employing my second soul skill. Why then had I chosen to use it today? A sense of unease washed over him, yet he instinctively responded. First soul skill, Golden Bell Incarnation. Upon uttering these words, a layer of golden light enveloped him. My attack struck, leaving a cross-shaped gash upon his form. As pain surged through his chest, the Golden Bull felt a twinge of helplessness. Indeed, I was no ordinary foe, having triumphed consistently to ascend to the rank of Copper Fighting Soul. His first soul skill afforded him a 50% increase in defense while diminishing damage taken by 20%. The wound I inflicted spoke volumes of my potency. Observing the injury on the Golden Bull, I too felt a flicker of surprise. The Black Moon Songlong kill was my most formidable single-target assault. Yet it had yielded only this modest damage. My opponent possessed significant strength. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. The Black Moon Songlong kill consumed little energy, allowing for multiple uses. With this in mind, I procured a stat-boosting pill from the system, enhancing my overall attributes ever so slightly. For reasons unknown, I sensed it prudent to maintain my distance from this Golden Bull, opting instead to wear him down with ranged attacks until his defeat was assured. Swiftly, my second Black Moon Songlong kill struck him, causing him to stagger momentarily. Something felt amiss. This was not the way I typically fought. In the past, I would have already engaged him in close quarters multiple times by now. Watching me retreat rapidly after my strike, the Golden Bull found himself at a loss. As I observed the Golden Bull hesitating to deploy his second soul skill, my vigilance heightened. My Black Moon Songlong kill was no trifling matter. Its single-target lethality was formidable enough to potentially wear him down without his second soul skill. What could his second soul skill be? Why had the assassin organization dispatched a figure like the Golden Bull, whose prowess as a level 29 Great Soul Master was not particularly impressive? They had even endowed him with a ring meant to bring about my demise. Could it be that his second soul skill was a locking type ability, rendering me unable to evade his attacks, thereby allowing the ring to inflict harm upon me? Yet, perhaps due to its distance limitations, he refrained from utilizing it. Countless thoughts swirled in my mind, with this theory being among the more plausible. Thus, I remained vigilant, ensuring a safe distance from the Golden Bull. Sensing my wariness, he felt a pang of despair. He was certain that his cover had been compromised, but the manner of his exposure eluded him. The Black Moon Wolf kill. With the fifth strike of the Black Moon Wolf kill descending upon the Golden Bull, Bai Chen finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Bai Chen did not approach to deliver a finishing blow. He had consistently targeted the same spot on his opponent, whose internal injuries were now grave. Unless a miracle occurred, the opponent was essentially doomed, and even survival would render him incapacitated. Moreover, delivering a finishing blow did not align with his persona. He needed to ensure that no one detected his peculiarities. In the audience, Bai Ying clenched her fists, her fingers digging into her flesh in frustration. The assassination had failed. That group of imbecilic assassins was nothing but worthless. As Bai Chen descended from the stage, he observed Bai Ying's agitated reaction. Her distress was evident. Yet his expression remained unchanged, subtly concealed by his mask. On the other side, the assassin organization was taken aback by the failure of the mission. Such occurrences were rare for them. However, it mattered little. Their protocol allowed for 3 assassination attempts, and only a complete failure of all 3 would constitute true defeat. Typically, the second attempt would succeed, with a third failure being exceedingly rare. In the event of a second failure, the third attempt would involve one of the organization's 7 deputy leaders, each a formidable soul saint. Should they fail again, the organization would refund the client entirely and blacklist the target, never to accept an assassination contract on that individual again. Meanwhile, Bai Chen remained unaware that the assassin organization was preparing to dispatch a second assassin to eliminate him. He was en route back to the Magic Wolf clan. As he pondered how to deal with Bai Ying, he recognized that she was now beyond the point of retreat. She would undoubtedly press on. Yet Bai Chen was unperturbed by her tactics. He was merely contemplating whether he should eliminate Bai Ying. Lost in thought, Bai Chen fortuitously encountered Bai Ying along the way. Upon seeing him, she turned away with a cold demeanor. However, this time, Bai Chen did not intend to ignore her. Little ant. The golden bull in the arena today was an assassin you dispatched, wasn't it? Upon hearing his words, Bai Ying turned back in disbelief, flustered as she stammered, You little brat. What are you saying? How could they possibly be for me? Despite Bai Ying's denial, her demeanor and actions betrayed her deception. Ignoring her protestations, Bai Chen stated, If you are indeed targeting me, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. This was Bai Chen's final opportunity for Bai Ying. As she listened to his words and gazed into his hollow eyes, an inexplicable fear gripped her for the 8-year-old child before her. You're talking nonsense. I could never send someone to kill you. You must be insane. With that, she hurriedly departed, leaving Bai Chen with a sullen expression as he watched her leave. He had extended an opportunity to her. If she chose not to cherish it, he could not be held accountable for the consequences. On the other side, Bai Yi witnessed everything from the grass. Despite having quarreled with Bai Chen the previous day, he could not resist the urge to watch Bai Chen's match today. As he returned, he had never anticipated witnessing such a scene. He had just observed Bai Ying's performance, and he was utterly astonished that his little daughter was truly poised to harm his own grandson. Recalling Bai Chen's words from yesterday, Bai Yi felt a pang of guilt. His treatment of Bai Chen the day before seemed rather unkind. Chapter 89. The second assassin. Upon returning to his chamber, Bai Chen took a moment to steady his breath, preparing to cultivate the heavenly demon body. He had just noticed Bai Yi peering at him from the side. Bai Yi should now comprehend the discord between him and Bai Ying. Bai Chen felt a curious anticipation regarding how he would respond to Bai Yi. Should Bai Yi choose to side with Bai Ying, despite knowing she intended to harm his grandson, Bai Chen would undoubtedly feel disheartened. In that eventuality, he would have to seek refuge with his grandfather, who would undoubtedly support him unconditionally. However, gaining access to meet with Xue Ku and the others might prove somewhat cumbersome thereafter. An hour later, Bai Ying looked at Bai Yi, her brow furrowed with confusion. Father, what is the matter? Is something troubling you? What is it that you are not aware of? Bai Yi replied sternly, noticing the gravity of his expression. Bai Ying's heart sank. Could it be that her scheme had been uncovered? Father, if you do not enlighten me, I truly remain in the dark. Why is there talk of assassinating Chinner? Bai Yi directly confronted her, his tone unwavering. Father, what are you suggesting? Why would I seek to assassinate him? Although there may have been some friction between him and my Yuner, I merely intended to teach him a lesson. Surely you know me better than that. Bai Ying's tone was so vehemently defensive that it almost obscured her previous intentions. Then what of the golden bull from today's competition? Was he not summoned by you? Indeed. Father, but we must clarify matters. You must have witnessed the match between the golden bull and Bai Chen. That individual was no match for him. If I were to arrange an assassination, I would not choose such a feeble opponent. My sole intention was to administer a lesson for my Yuner. Bai Ying spoke as if her words were the undeniable truth, so much so that Bai Yi began to waver in his conviction. His past affections for Bai Ying clouded his judgment, and he instinctively sought to defend her, even in the face of her implausible explanations. As an elder, it is improper for you to intervene on Yuner's behalf against Chinner. Such matters should be resolved among the younger generation. You must refrain from meddling in the future. I understand, father. With that, Bai Yi departed. Meanwhile, Nian Gao, who had been stealthily observing them, hurried back to report the events to Bai Chen. Upon receiving Nian Gao's account, Bai Chen's expression darkened swiftly. Bai Ying had easily deceived Bai Yi with just a few words. Indeed, Bai Yi's strength and intellect were disproportionately matched. However, it seemed that Bai Ying had no intention of relenting, which suited Bai Chen's own desire for retribution. He was not one to let matters rest so easily. Yet, to effectively counter Bai Ying, he required a meticulously crafted plan. The next few days would not suffice for such preparations. The following day, having departed from his family, Bai Chen made his way toward the great soul arena of Tiando. Not long after, a figure caught his attention. The reason this individual drew Bai Chen's gaze was primarily due to their utterly unremarkable appearance, an ordinary face lost among the crowd, clad in plain garb, walking with their head bowed, as if burdened by some troubling concern. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this person had been trailing Bai Chen for several minutes. Of course, these could all be mere coincidences. What truly piqued Bai Chen's interest was the number 45 emblazoned above this unassuming figure's head. This seemingly ordinary person was, in fact, a soul master of level 45, coupled with the recent failed assassination attempt by the assassin organization. Bai Chen had ample reason to suspect that this individual was the second assassin dispatched by the organization. Though it was entirely possible he was overthinking the situation, Bai Chen resolved to conduct a subtle test. With this in mind, he deliberately veered towards a nearby street vendor to purchase some local snacks. Knowing that if the assassin organization had conducted a thorough investigation, they would be aware of his fondness for such treats. As Bai Chen walked, snacked, and savored his food, he gradually made his way toward a secluded alley, where several stalls sold confections, his favorite spot for indulgence. True to his expectations, upon observing Bai Chen's movements, the assassin, though slightly skeptical, promptly followed suit. A smirk crept onto Bai Chen's lips as he sensed the bait had taken. After procuring his snacks, he proceeded towards an even more remote alley, a shortcut to the Great Spirit Arena of Heaven Do, a route he occasionally took. The assassin's expression nearly faltered at this sight. Children were indeed naive, lacking any sense of danger. How could that fool Jin Yo fail to handle such a child? Pathetic. Despite such thoughts, he remained vigilant, ensuring his presence remained concealed, as he understood the necessity of treating even a child like Bai Chen with utmost seriousness to avoid any misstep. He planned to wait until Bai Chen had ventured deep into the alley before following, but upon entering, he was startled to find that Bai Chen had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a youthful voice resonated in his ear, prompting him to stagger back several paces. Unfortunately, he could not evade Bai Chen's assault, and as he felt a sharp pain in his leg, he glanced towards Bai Chen, who brandished a dagger still dripping with his blood. Bai Chen scoffed, "TSK, quick reflexes, aren't we?" As he spoke, a layer of azure energy enveloped his right leg. Gale. Simultaneously, he swallowed an attribute pill, channeling its power into his body, which surged significantly before he lunged at the assassin. The assassin's expression darkened at this display. He felt a searing pain radiate from his thigh, and dizziness began to cloud his mind. It was evident that the dagger was poisoned, deadly poison, to be precise. Without prompt treatment, he might very well meet his demise. As Bai Chen approached to a certain extent, he suddenly drew a crossbow from his bosom. It was evident that the assassin opposite him was unfamiliar with such a weapon. Whoosh! 3 crossbow bolts were shot towards the foe, due to the proximity. The assassin had no time to react and was struck in the right arm, which was instantly pierced through. "Despicable! You dare to launch a sneak attack!" the assassin exclaimed. Bai Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the assassin's words. This fellow, intent on taking his life, had the audacity to accuse him of a sneak attack. Was he truly daft? With a swift declaration, third soul skill, Blade of the Gale, the assassin unleashed his third soul skill. Like Bai Chen, he possessed a wind attribute martial spirit, but his was that of a wind panther. Chapter 90. Slaying the assassin, mysterious loot regardless of the circumstances. Bai Chen found himself at a significant disadvantage, with a level gap exceeding 20 between himself and his opponent. The wind blade was a millennium-old soul technique. Although he reacted swiftly, he was still inevitably grazed. That single brush resulted in a massive wound on his body. He glanced at his left hand and could only lament the stark difference in power. Indeed, the gap between him, a great soul master, and a soul sovereign was insurmountable. Had that strike landed squarely, it would have surely cost him his life. Fortunately, Bai Chen possessed the unique breathing technique of the celestial demon body. After adjusting his breath, he perceived a reduction in the pain emanating from his wound. Consequently, he began to distance himself from the assassin. The latter was afflicted by poison, and the longer this skirmish dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for him. Observing Bai Chen's retreat, the assassin's expression soured. With an injury to his leg, he realized he could not catch up to Bai Chen, and if that continued, this assassination would inevitably end in failure. Failure to accomplish a mission from the assassin organization meant enduring inhumane punishment, and the mere thought of it caused a bead of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Desperately, he pursued Bai Chen, knowing that if this continued, Bai Chen would escape his range of attack. Spotting the assassin in pursuit, Bai Chen smiled and retrieved a small pouch from the Tsong Wolf ring, hurling it towards the assassin with force. Recalling Bai Chen's previous use of a crossbow, the assassin instinctively swiped at the pouch, causing it to burst open. Bang! With that swipe, a cloud of dust erupted from the pouch. Witnessing this, Bai Chen quickly produced a firecracker, igniting it before casting it forth. Boom! Boom! In an instant, several resounding explosions reverberated from the assassin's position as the dust detonated. Unlike Tang San, Bai Chen lacked an array of concealed weapons for defense. Thus, he routinely carried numerous small pouches and other items for such contingencies. Before the explosion subsided, Bai Chen readied the crossbow he had used earlier, unleashing a flurry of bolts towards the site of the explosions. Swiftly, he discharged all 12 crossbow bolts. Second soul skill, Black Moon, Tsong Wolf kill. Moments later, a notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain the assassin, rewarding you with 1,300 points and a mysterious loot item. At last, he had vanquished this foe. However, upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Another mysterious loot item? When he had previously defeated Chen Yi, a mysterious item had dropped as well. Did defeating a Soul Master 2 levels higher significantly enhance the likelihood of acquiring mysterious loot? Though uncertain of the accuracy of his hypothesis, Bai Chen could only entertain this notion for the time being. He approached the assassin's body and was immediately struck by discomfort. Perhaps it was the result of enduring too much damage. The corpse was mangled beyond recognition, a sight that was unsettling. After a brief attempt to manage the body, Bai Chen retrieved bandages and performed a simple dressing of his wound before returning. Given his current condition, it was evident that he could not engage in soul battles today. He would address that matter tomorrow. In the grand arena of the Skydo, Bai Yi and his companions were puzzled by the absence of Bai Chen's match that day. It was unusual for Bai Chen to be late, as he typically arrived early. Upon returning to the Magic Wolf clan, the guards greeted Bai Chen warmly, but he merely glanced at them before fainting. During his journey, Bai Chen had consciously regulated his breathing to maintain the unique rhythm of the heavenly demon body, which ultimately burdened his physique excessively, causing him to lose consciousness. The wounds he bore reopened violently as a consequence. This was, of course, intentional. The second assassination target was the Soul Sect, and Bai Chen feared that Bai Ying might send a Soul Emperor after him next. Although he could use the Soul Destruction Talisman, he was reluctant to employ such a formidable artifact against a Soul Emperor. Thus, he decided to feign severe injury, hoping Bai Yi would intervene on his behalf regarding Bai Ying. Should Bai Yi refuse to assist him in this predicament, Bai Chen would reconsider the continuation of their grandparent-grandchild relationship, while his enmity with Bai Ying had already reached a point of no return. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had just exited the battle arena when a clan member rushed to him with urgent news, causing him to hurriedly return. An hour later, the family anxiously gathered around Bai Chen, and Milan urgently inquired, "Doctor, how is Chen? Is he in danger?" The doctor reassured her, "Do not worry, Madam Bai. Although young Master Chen has sustained serious injuries, his life is not at risk, nor will there be lasting repercussions. He simply needs to rest for a while. If possible, please refrain from allowing healing-type soul masters to treat him. Natural recovery is best." Upon hearing this, the family finally breathed a sigh of relief, and soon after, Bai Chen regained consciousness. As soon as Milan noticed him awake, she hurriedly asked, "Chen, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Weakly, Bai Chen shook his head, replying, "I am fine." Milan, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Which scoundrel has done this to you? I shall confront your grandfather. I want his life." Her anger was genuine. Bai Chen was her cherished one, and the audacity of anyone to harm him was infuriating. Bai Luo stood nearby, equally enraged. In contrast, Bai Ye's expression shifted from worry to an odd semblance of guilt, indicating an inner turmoil. The one who had attacked Bai Chen was likely Bai Ying. He had never anticipated that Bai Ying would indeed resort to such lethal measures against him. Instantly, Bai Yi felt a disconcerting unfamiliarity with his daughter. However, upon hearing that Milan intended to seek out Mite to eliminate the mastermind, his immediate concern shifted to Bai Ying's safety. Despite Bai Ying's unforgivable actions against Bai Chen, she remained his daughter, and he found it difficult to sever ties with her. Throughout this ordeal, Bai Chen observed Bai Ye's expressions, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. The bond of grandparent and grandchild seemed futile to maintain. He was resolute in his intention to eliminate Bai Ying, dismissing any notions that she was his aunt. She had never treated him as a nephew. In this moment, all pleas were in vain. No one could alter Bai Chen's steadfast resolve. Bai Chen weakly replied, It was It was my aunt who hired someone to kill me. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the expressions of those present immediately transformed into a spectacle of disbelief. Bai Chen turned to Bai Yi and said, "Grandfather also knows about this, does he not?" After speaking, Milan and Bai Luo gazed at Bai Yi in astonishment, while Bai Yi, at a loss for words, hesitated momentarily before departing. Witnessing Bai Yi's reaction, Milan's mind exploded with realization. Chapter 91. The Soul-Crushing Talisman. Instant kill of the Soul Sage during the night. Bai Chen could hear the sounds of commotion emanating from the adjacent room. "Bai Luo, I care not whether that person is your sister. If she dares to harm my son, I shall take her life." Bang. The sound of shattered objects echoed within the room, yet Bai Luo did not attempt to dissuade Milan. Instead, she paused momentarily and stated, "Rest assured, Loner, I will certainly provide you and Chener with an explanation. I will not let Bai Ying go unpunished for daring to harm my son." Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Milan was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated that Bai Luo would defend Bai Ying. After speaking, it seemed she embraced Milan, and their subsequent conversation grew faint, rendering it inaudible to Bai Chen. Bai Chen was likewise surprised. Was his father truly prepared to kill his sister for his sake? Nevertheless, he felt deeply moved by the unwavering support of his parents. Contemplating this, Bai Chen utilized the mysterious item he had acquired earlier that day. Ding! The mysterious item was successfully activated. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Hearing Potion X1. Well, it seems he intended to enhance all 5 senses at once. As he pondered, Bai Chen consumed the hearing potion. Initially, he experienced a ringing in his ears that was quite uncomfortable, and then he lost consciousness. When Bai Chen awoke again, it was already daytime. He immediately sensed that his world had changed. His hearing seemed significantly clearer than before, as if some obstruction had vanished. His auditory perception was now several times stronger, allowing him to discern every subtle sound from outside. However, it was not to an extraordinary degree, yet even so, Bai Chen felt immensely satisfied. With these thoughts, he rose, only to be greeted by a wave of soreness throughout his body, despite a night's rest. His injuries had not fully healed. Nevertheless, he struggled to his feet, intending to head to the bathroom for a medicinal bath, which was quite beneficial for recovery. And this was the reason he had dared to inflict such harm upon himself earlier. Coincidentally, just as Bai Chen stepped out of bed, Xiaoyan entered with breakfast. Upon seeing Bai Chen, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Young master, why are you up? The doctor said you require complete rest." "I am fine, Sister Xiaoyan. Please prepare some water. I wish to take a bath." But, observing Bai Chen's pale complexion, Xiaoyan remained apprehensive. "Do not worry, I truly am fine. It is merely a matter of exhaustion. Go on, Sister Xiaoyan." "Very well." Reluctantly agreeing to Bai Chen's request, Xiaoyan thought that taking a bath should not pose any danger. "I will leave your breakfast here. Remember to eat." "Okay." With that, Xiaoyan departed. And Bai Chen sat down to enjoy his meal. The rice cake floated around Bai Chen. "Rice cake, go see what Bai Ying is doing." Woof. With that, the rice cake scurried off. On the other side, the leader of the assassin organization furrowed his brow as he glanced over several reports in his hands. Recently, their organization had experienced the unfortunate failure of 3 missions, one of which involved the assassination of a 23rd rank soul master. What was the matter with these individuals? Did they wish to continue in this line of work? Yet, there was no point in lamenting such matters now. He promptly adhered to protocol and dispatched 3 vice leaders to eliminate these soul masters, including the aforementioned 23rd rank soul master, for whom he also sent a soul saint to carry out the assassination. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, immersed in a medicinal bath, suddenly opened his eyes. He extended his hand to touch the rice cake before him. "You're back. Did you find out anything?" he inquired. The rice cake emitted a series of muffled sounds, to which Bai Chen responded, "Oh, is that so? I understand." With that, he returned to soaking in the medicinal bath, which was proving remarkably effective for his recovery. The wounds on his hands had fully scabbed over, and soon, once the scabs fell away, he would be entirely healed. Half an hour later, Bai Chen rose, realizing that the water of the medicinal bath had turned completely clear, rendering any further soaking a waste of time. Moreover, the rice cake had just overheard that the assassin organization was planning another assassination attempt, and for the 3rd strike, they would dispatch a vice leader level individual. The assassin organization's vice leaders were at least soul saints, and upon this realization, Bai Chen could not help but smile wryly. As a mere great soul master, what qualifications did he possess to warrant the attention of a soul saint? However, he was fortunate to hold an invincible trump card. As long as the opponent was not a title Dolua or a high-ranking soul Dolua, he could generally defeat them. Days later, Bai Chen's injuries had nearly healed completely. During this time, Milan had also sent someone to inform him about the assassination attempt. The news should have reached Notting City by now. and it would not be long before it arrived here. That night, Bai Chen stepped into the courtyard and gazed at the starry sky, proclaiming, "Come out. There is no need to hide." Upon hearing his words, the concealed figure of Pele emerged leisurely from the shadows. "To think you could detect my presence. You are indeed rather extraordinary. No wonder the previous 2 assassination attempts failed." Bai Chen observed the number 73 above Pele's head and chuckled softly, saying, "You truly hold me in high regard. I am merely a humble great soul master, and yet you dispatched a soul saint to eliminate me. What benefits has Bai Ying offered you to warrant such efforts? That is of no concern to you. The benefits she provided are certainly not worthy of my involvement. My actions are solely dictated by the rules of the assassin organization." With that, Pele transformed into a shadow and charged toward Bai Chen. In an instant, Bai Chen tore apart the talisman in his hand. However, midway through his advance, Pele suddenly felt an immense pressure that rendered him immobile. He looked up in terror to see an overwhelming golden hand descending upon him, its final destination being his current position. He attempted to flee, yet he found that under such terrifying pressure, he could not move an inch. As Bai Yi abruptly opened his eyes, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread. What was happening? Why was there such a terrifying pressure emanating from his family? In that moment, he realized it was coming from Chen'er's courtyard. With that thought, he dashed out, and the others followed suit. In Bai Chen's courtyard, only a colossal handprint remained, alongside a heap of shattered remains. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 70 Soul Saint. You are awarded 20,000 points. As you have vanquished an opponent over level 50, you receive a mysterious drop item and a Soul Saint experience card. Upon hearing the announcement, Bai Chen's eyes lit up. Goodness. 20,000 points. Was this the essence of a Soul Saint? With this, he was just a smidgen away from the coveted 50,000 points. A little more effort, and the external soul bone would soon be within his grasp. This wave of fortune would propel him to new heights. Chapter 92. The Terrifying Pufferfish Poison Dagger. Soul Saint experience card as Bai Yi, Bai Luo, and others arrived at the scene. They were met with a gruesome sight of dismembered bodies and enormous handprints on the ground. Everyone stood in shock, contemplating the remnants of the battle. Realizing that it was likely the work of a title de law, Bai Luo, somewhat bewildered, approached and asked, "Chen'er, what transpired here? Are you all right?" "I am fine, father. It was my teacher who intervened just now." "Teacher?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Bai Chen. When did Bai Chen acquire a teacher? Their minds swirled with questions. Was this devastating mark indeed left by Bai Chen's instructor? Could Bai Chen's teacher be a title Dolua? An array of inquiries flooded their minds. Yet one thing was certain. If Bai Chen's teacher was indeed a title Dolua, it would only bode well for the Bai family. Only Bai Ying appeared pale. If Bai Chen's teacher was a title Dolua, what implications did that hold for her previous actions? A sense of foreboding enveloped her, as if her life were about to plunge into darkness. Initially, Bai Yi and the others intended to inquire further, but Milan abruptly interjected, "Enough, Chen'er is tired. Let us not press further. It is time to return." Milan was exceedingly displeased with Bai Yi and the others, as their prior conduct had left her deeply disappointed, and she wished to shield Bai Chen from their disturbances. Upon hearing Milan's words, Bai Yi and the others felt awkward and retreated, leaving only Bai Luo and Milan behind. Just as Bai Chen was about to speak, Bai Luo interjected, "Chen'er, you need not consult us on your decisions. Though you are merely 8 years old, your wisdom astounds us. We trust your judgment, and some matters need not be explained." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, father, mother." Seeing Bai Chen's response, Milan affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "All right, Chen'er, you are weary. We shall not intrude any longer." "Okay." With that, they departed. Bai Chen returned to his room, dragging the unconscious Xiao Yun, who had been overwhelmed by the immense power of the soul erasure symbol, back to her chamber before examining the newly acquired item. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have utilized a mysterious drop item 1. Reward. Special weapon, Pufferfish Poison Dagger 1. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen glanced at his new weapon. Another dagger, it seemed. Pufferfish Poison Dagger, function, possesses an enhanced version of Pufferfish Toxin. Upon contact with ordinary individuals, the toxin can prove fatal. Soul Masters exhibit a greater resistance. Those below level 49 will perish within 15 minutes if not treated promptly. Soul Masters between levels 50 and 69 will succumb within a day without timely intervention. Those between levels 70 and 79 face death within a month if not treated. Above level 80, a Soul Master will die within a year without healing. Soul Masters above level 90 will not face immediate danger, but their attributes will significantly decline, accompanied by excruciating pain. The enhanced version of Pufferfish Toxin can be combined with other poisons. Upon examining the attributes of the pufferfish toxin dagger, Bai Chen gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Golden legend. Truly, the pufferfish toxin is remarkable." He recalled from his previous life that a mere 0.5 milliliters could prove lethal, possessing a toxicity 1250 times greater than the highly toxic cyanide. The potency was indeed terrifying. Bai Chen never anticipated that he would acquire such an item, especially an enhanced variant of the pufferfish toxin, which was likely even more formidable than the ordinary version he encountered before, capable of amalgamating with other toxins, truly frightening. With this dagger in hand, Bai Chen now possessed 2 daggers, enabling him to master the dual dagger technique. After examining the pufferfish toxin dagger, Bai Chen proceeded to inspect his Soul Saint experience card. The Soul Saint experience card was dropped by the Soul Saint of Thunder and had the following effect upon usage. It would temporarily elevate his power to the level of Thunder, granting access to all of Thunder's soul skills. Furthermore, after its use, he could activate his own soulbone skills for a duration of 1 hour. A note specified that it could only be employed in battle and was unusable during soul ring absorption. "Ah, invincible! I am invincible!" Bai Chen exclaimed, overwhelmed by the potential of these 2 items. Who below the title Doloa could possibly rival me? After utilizing these 2 items, even a soul Doloa would likely falter under the assault of my pufferfish toxin dagger. Half an hour later, Bai Chen finally began to regain his composure. The sheer power of his newly acquired items was exhilarating. He then reviewed his current attributes: name, Bai Chen, age, 8 soul power, level 23 cultivation aptitude, 30, including Qingyang skill 2, martial soul, rune wolf martial soul quality, top tier soul rings, 2 soul bones, 1000 points, 48, 300 special skills, appraisal, Qingyang skill, first layer, meditation technique. Items: deadly dagger, pufferfish toxin dagger, Soul Saint experience card, martial soul evolution potion 1. With a total of 48, 300 points, he needed just 700 more to purchase a promotion package, which would grant him an external soul bone. Bai Chen felt confident he could easily overpower Tang San. Several hours later, within the assassin organization, the leader's expression darkened as he scrutinized the intelligence before him. The 7th leader's assassination attempt had failed, and the target seemingly had the backing of a title Doloa. A title Doloa? How could their organization have incurred the wrath of such a formidable opponent? He felt as if he were losing his mind. After a few moments, he commanded, "Gather everyone. We must leave Heaven Do City." Meanwhile, Bai Chen found himself once again at the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. Upon spotting Bai Chen, Luo Shi let out a sigh of relief. After several days without seeing him, she had begun to worry about his well-being. Now, seeing him again, she felt a sense of reassurance. "Luo Shi, it has been a while." Bai Chen, "Indeed, it has. Can we compete today?" "Certainly, just like before. Someone will call for you shortly." "All right." Having spoken, Bai Chen proceeded to At the entrance of the Tiando Great Soul Arena, his poster was promptly displayed. Bai Chen's fame had soared within the arena, as he had remarkably maintained an undefeated record with a soul power of level 23. This unprecedented achievement marked a historic moment for the Tiando Great Soul Arena. While there had been others who had also achieved a perfect victory, none had done so at the tender level of 23. Should this trend continue, it is highly likely that Bai Chen could attain the legendary title of Do God, the highest honor bestowed upon soul masters by the arena. As anticipated, the moment Bai Chen's competition poster emerged, the tickets were swiftly sold out. Chapter 93, the start of school. In a swift turn of events, Bai Chen was summoned to the competition arena, a privilege afforded to star contestants who enjoy the advantage of having their matches scheduled ahead of time, thus sparing them from prolonged waiting. As he arrived backstage, the resounding cheers from the audience reached his ears. "Finral! Finral! Finral!" The exuberance of the crowd thrilled even Bai Chen, although he masked his excitement with a calm demeanor. No one can truly resent being admired, though an unhealthy obsession may evoke distaste. Before long, he was met with the referee's exaggerated introduction, and shortly after, he made his entrance onto the stage. Upon surveying his opponent, Bai Chen noted that he faced a level 29 Great Soul Master today. Defeating this adversary would pave the way for 2 more victories, after which he would ascend to the rank of Silver Combat Soul Master. The task of advancing to Gold Combat Soul Master seemed well within his grasp, likely achievable within 2 months. As Bai Chen stepped onto the competition floor, he observed his opponent's evident nervousness. It was only natural. No one could remain composed in the face of Bai Chen's astonishingly swift combat style. Although Bai Chen typically refrained from inflicting severe injuries, there had been instances where he rendered opponents incapacitated, making it entirely reasonable for his adversary to feel apprehensive. Match. Begin. With the referee's command, both fighters summoned their martial spirits. Bai Chen was taken aback to witness his opponent's martial spirit, a fiery thorn, a type of botanical spirit. The opponent's identity was revealed, a control-type soul master. To be honest, despite his extensive experience in the Tian-Do Great Soul Arena, this was his first encounter with a control-type soul master. It was not due to their weakness, but rather because most control-type martial spirits lack advantages in one-on-one battles. And the top-tier control martial spirits are rather scarce. While it is true that control-type soul masters counter the mainstream of aggressive combatants, those who rise to higher ranks among them remain exceedingly rare, chiefly due to the intellectual demands of their craft. First soul skill, Thorn Net. With that exclamation, a net woven from fiery thorns lunged towards Bai Chen. It appeared formidable. Should an ordinary individual become ensnared, they would suffer the burning effects of the fiery thorns, likely leading to a swift defeat. However, to the opponent's dismay, Bai Chen effortlessly evaded the attack. Truth be told, the assault was rather simplistic. A net of such size, thrown with moderate speed, could easily be dodged by any agile soul master above level 20. Upon witnessing Bai Chen charging towards him, the soul master quickly declared, second soul skill, Fire Thorn Burial. With that, a multitude of thorns surged in Bai Chen's direction. Bai Chen was momentarily astonished. This soul master's skills seemed exceedingly potent. Generally, a century-old soul ring's abilities do not reach such intensity, and a soul master of equal rank would likely find themselves devoid of combat capability after enduring both of his skills. Yet, with his enhanced speed, Bai Chen adeptly evaded all attacks, closing the distance until he stood before his opponent, poised to strike. I concede. Upon finishing his words, Bai Chen paused momentarily, his hands suspended in midair. Observing Bai Chen's actions, he exhaled in relief and declared, You have won. You have won. I surrender. With that, he descended from the stage. And Bai Chen noticed a state of depleted soul energy above his opponent's head. It turned out that this individual could only utilize his soul abilities twice. No wonder their power was so formidable. After the battle concluded, Bai Chen collected his rewards and returned home. He needed to prepare diligently in the coming days, for he was to attend school. Indeed, the school had already commenced. However, due to his recent injuries, he had not been able to attend. Now that he was healed, it was imperative that he resumed his studies, especially since he was to participate in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition in the future. Furthermore, Qin Ming's instruction was quite commendable. Upon arriving home, Bai Chen unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure at the doorstep. Grandfather? Upon hearing a voice from behind, Miter turned around. Seeing Bai Chen, his previously stern expression softened immediately. Chener, your grandfather has heard about your situation. Do not worry. I have come to support you. All right. Bai Chen nodded, already aware that Milan had brought Miter here previously. Chener, take me to that woman. I shall stand up for you. Okay. With that, the two proceeded toward Bai Ying's direction. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had already received news of Miter's arrival but, for some inexplicable reason, felt no urgency at all. In Bai Ying's courtyard, it was evident that no one was present. Minutes later, Bai Chen led Miter to Bai Ying's residence. Both Miter and Bai Chen glanced around the courtyard, frowning at the absence of any occupants. Bai Chen listened intently for any sounds within and discovered a complete silence. Indeed, there was no one there. Grandfather, they may have fled. Rest assured, I will help you settle this score. I will send someone to locate them. After a brief pause, Bai Chen continued, Never mind, grandfather, since we have not captured them this time, I wish to take revenge myself next time. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Miter hesitated and asked, Are you certain? Yes, I am certain. Very well. Miter contemplated for a moment. It was beneficial for Bai Chen to have a goal. To seek vengeance, Bai Chen would surely devote himself to rigorous training. Will you continue to reside here? Perhaps you should return to the Mi family with me? No, grandfather. I begin school tomorrow and will be staying in the dormitory. Moreover, my parents are here, so I shall not go back. Very well, but should you encounter any grievances, you must inform me. Your grandfather will seek justice for you. Thank you, grandfather. With that, Bai Chen returned home, pondering whether to confront Bai Yi about his whereabouts. But he hesitated. After all, Bai Yi was his grandfather, and it was likely that Bai Yi would prefer not to address the matter. Nevertheless, their relationship would undoubtedly become more distant in the future. The following day, early in the morning, Bai Chen arrived at the Heaven Do Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, where he encountered Qin Ming at the school gate. Good morning, Teacher Qin. Good morning, Bai Chen. Congratulations on your return to school. Please come to my office after class. Oh, sure. Although Bai Chen was uncertain about Qin Ming's intentions, he assumed that the latter would not wish him harm. After all, Qin Ming certainly lacked the means to pose a threat, particularly since Bai Chen possessed a Soul Sage experience card. Upon returning to the classroom, Shueka breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bai Chen unharmed. She had previously heard about his injury and had intended to visit him today. But since he had returned to school, it seemed that he was on the mend. Chapter 94. The Scarlet Soul of the Gunmaster Before long. The day's lessons came to a close. Bai Chen, adhering to the previous instructions of Qin Ming, made his way to the latter's office. Upon arrival, he found Qin Ming engrossed in organizing some materials. Noticing Bai Chen's entrance, Qin Ming lifted his gaze from the desk and immediately recognized him. Bai Chen, you've arrived. Come here and take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood. Bai Chen complied and settled into the chair as instructed. What is it? Teacher Qin Ming? Well, Bai Chen, due to your remarkably swift progress, the Academy has decided to grant you an exceptional promotion to the Heaven Do Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Would you like to accept this opportunity? Furthermore, your tuition fees will be waived, and you will receive annual stipends. The Heaven Do Advanced Soul Master Academy. Yes, of course I wish to go. Bai Chen responded without hesitation. The distinction between the Heaven Do Royal Junior Soul Master Academy and the Advanced Academy was monumental, with a vast disparity in resources. The prospect of waived fees and annual stipends made the decision even more compelling from every conceivable angle. Indeed, however, prior to this, you must first pass the Academy's assessment. Academy assessment? Bai Chen inquired. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest, Academy assessment. Task requirements. Successfully pass the advancement examination for the Heaven Do Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Rewards will be determined based on task completion. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Bai Chen immediately focused, realizing there were rewards associated with the task, which heightened the significance of this examination for him. Teacher, when will the assessment take place? Oh, if you agree, it can be scheduled for 1 week from now. The format is quite straightforward. It will evaluate your soul power level, various physical metrics, and practical combat abilities. Understood. I shall take my leave now to prepare. With that, Bai Chen departed. Though he did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he first visited the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena to engage in a soul battle before heading back. 4 days later, Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Bai Chen arrived at the arena, his emotions brimming with excitement. Upon the conclusion of today's battle, he would attain the rank of Silver Soul Fighter, and his points would surpass 50,000, thus securing the coveted external soul bone. Opposing him was a contender equally grave in demeanor, also striving for the Silver Soul Fighter rank. A single victory would elevate him to that status as well. Like Bai Chen, he was an agile attack-type soul master. Before the match commenced, the air was already filled with raucous cheers from the audience. The referee and spectators alike were equally exhilarated. Esteemed audience, the soul battle is about to begin. I am certain you, like myself, are eagerly anticipating tonight's contest. The two competitors are likely more familiar to you than to me. Now, let us welcome our first contestant, the Scarlet Gunmaster. With a record of 37 battles and 26 victories. Upon completion of his words, a youth of distinctive demeanor emerged from across Bai Chen. The moment Bai Chen laid eyes upon him, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanating from this individual, whose prowess appeared to surpass that of any adversary he had previously encountered. As the Red Soul Spear made its entrance, the atmosphere was filled with a fervent applause, promptly followed by the referee's introduction of Bai Chen. Next to grace the arena, I believe everyone is aware of his identity. He is none other than the rising star of the Tiando Great Soul Arena, the undefeated champion of the soul fighting tournament, the formidable Finner. As Bai Chen stepped into the spotlight, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their fervor swiftly eclipsing that of his opponent. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the opposing fighter remained utterly unfazed by this display. It is noteworthy that, in previous competitions, the mere presence of his audience was enough to instill a sense of trepidation in his rivals. However, this individual, known as the Red Soul Spear, was the first to exhibit such unflinching composure. Just before the match commenced, the Red Soul Spear unexpectedly remarked, "Finner, I have observed your battles before. Your prowess is commendable. I hope you can exert yourself fully in this encounter." Very well, Bai Chen thought, feeling a modicum of respect for this courteous competitor, as such politeness was a rarity in the realm of soul fighting. And thus, the match began. In an instant, both warriors activated their martial souls and charged toward one another. However, Bai Chen sensed something amiss. This opponent could keep pace with his speed. Wasn't he a powerful attack-type soul master? Why was this the case? Yet, in the blink of an eye, Bai Chen discerned the reason for this anomaly. A dissonant black energy manifested around the opponent's legs. This energy seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of the aura emitted when Bai Chen utilized his soul bone. It was highly probable that his adversary possessed a soul bone of his own, albeit with different attributes. First soul skill, Wind Stab. First soul skill, Frenzy Assault. With a resounding clash, their attacks intertwined, yet it was peculiarly the Red Soul Spear who was sent reeling. Despite Bai Chen being a speed-type soul master with seemingly slower velocity, the red soul spear, an attack type, was evidently weaker in strength. Swift Gale. In that moment, Bai Chen disregarded any reservations. As a speed-type soul master, he could not allow himself to be outpaced. Instantly, his velocity doubled, and the red soul spear found himself under duress. Caught off guard by Bai Chen's transformation, the red soul spear was initially astonished. But upon witnessing Bai Chen's display of strength, he became even more exhilarated. Indeed, you are formidable. This means I can unleash my full potential. Upon hearing the red soul spear's declaration, Bai Chen paused momentarily, only to observe a drastic shift in his opponent's demeanor. Each strike became incredibly fierce, and Bai Chen found himself momentarily subdued. He began to regard this adversary with newfound respect, although he held an advantage in raw attributes. He was being thoroughly outclassed in technique, which left him astounded. Yet, he remained undeterred. Rice cake, manifest. Attribute pill, activate. With a mere thought, Bai Chen's attributes surged to new heights. The Black Moon Song Wolf Strike. Bang. In an instant, Bai Chen unleashed his second soul skill, forcefully repelling the red soul spear soul master. The opponent gazed at him in disbelief. No. Impossible. How could your attributes increase so dramatically? Yet, Bai Chen offered no reply. Before the other could fully comprehend the situation, Bai Chen steadied his breath and charged forward once more. Bang. Bang. After several collisions, the red soul spear soul master felt his hands go numb. Was this individual truly merely an agile attacker? Chapter 95, The External Soul Bone. The tale of the giant spirit. Ultimately, he was knocked out of the arena by a single punch from Bai Chen. Upon his defeat, the referee promptly announced, "Congratulations to the contestant Finrer for securing victory in this match." Simultaneously, it was proclaimed that Finrer had advanced to the Silver Soul Arena. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your victory in this match. You have been awarded 180 points. It has been detected that your opponent possesses a soul bone, granting you an additional reward of 500 points. After this, Bai Chen swiftly departed the area and made his way to the reward station. Congratulations, contestant Finrer. Here is your new medal along with the rewards for this match. Please take a moment to verify. Upon inspection, Bai Chen noted that the rewards for this match were quite substantial, amounting to 3,000 gold soul coins. Typically, one would not earn such a sum from a single match, yet Bai Chen was now a star contestant, and the revenue generated for the Soul Arena from each of his battles far exceeded those 3,000 coins. Thanks to ticket sales and his growing fame, the Tiendo Great Soul Arena was able to provide him with such generous rewards. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure suddenly obstructed his path. Recognizing the individual, Bai Chen inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Yes. What is it?" "I wish to ask you how your strength is so formidable and the methods of your training." "Sorry, but I cannot disclose that." The individual blocking Bai Chen was none other than his recent opponent. Upon hearing Bai Chen's response, he felt somewhat disheartened. "I wouldn't ask without reason. I'm willing to pay you." Bai Chen chuckled at the proposition, for he was not in need of money at the moment. He replied to the young man before him, "What is your name? How much are you willing to offer me?" "My name is Chiefing. How much do you want?" "I could offer you up to 1,000,000 gold soul coins." Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback by Chiefing's words. Had he misheard? 1,000,000 gold soul coins? Astonishing. In an instant, Bai Chen felt a flicker of temptation, but he swiftly quelled the sensation. To be honest, he was indeed somewhat intrigued, as his heavenly demon breathing technique had progressed to the point where he could sustain it for half an hour each time. If this continued, he would enter the next stage of training within 6 months. The second stage of the heavenly demon body's training required considerable gold soul coins for support. 1,000,000 gold soul coins would certainly suffice for an extended period. However, after a few moments, Bai Chen replied, "Forget it, Chiefing. I want to deceive you. Although I am quite tempted by your offer, I am unable to accept. I truly do not know how to teach others, as my strength is innate. I cannot instruct anyone else." "Very well," Chiefing responded, disappointment evident in his voice. "Then could you be my sparring partner? Fight with me for an hour each day, and I shall pay you 50,000 gold soul coins each month." Bai Chen was at a loss for words. Where had this young master acquired such wealth? With your affluence, why not invite a more formidable soul master? Why choose me? Having spoken, Bai Chen seemed to have formed some conjectures regarding Qi Feng's identity. If his assumptions were correct, the Qi Feng before him was likely affiliated with the legendary Wanjin Merchant Association, considering that the owner of this association bore the surname Qi. Furthermore, given his financial prowess, it was plausible that he was the young master of the Wanjin Merchant Association. "I sense you are rather unique. Is that all?" "Indeed, that is all." "Very well. When do you commence work?" After some contemplation, Bai Chen acquiesced. After all, spending an hour as a sparring partner posed no significant inconvenience. The other party's skills were quite proficient, and training with him would greatly benefit Bai Chen, allowing him to accumulate points in the process. Yet, he remained uncertain about the trustworthiness of the individual before him. That is splendid. I reside adjacent to the Duhan Arena. Look over there, in that courtyard. You may come there to train. As for work, let us begin tomorrow. Upon hearing Qi Feng's words, Bai Chen glanced in that direction and listened intently. Deducing that there was little to no activity within, it appeared to be unoccupied. He nodded and departed. Subsequently, Bai Chen returned to his dormitory and promptly purchased a promotion package from the system store. Ding. Congratulations, host, for purchasing the promotion package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an external soul bone. 1. Upon completion of this statement, a tailbone materialized in Bai Chen's hands. A tail? He was somewhat taken aback by the location of his external soul bone. While he had considered the possibility of a tail, it ranked lower on his list of preferences. He had envisioned something like wings, though the sight of a wolf with wings might appear rather peculiar. Nevertheless, a tail was still a positive addition. Having something was certainly better than having nothing. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen immediately began to absorb the external soul bone. Instantly, he felt a peculiar sensation, a slight itch in the area above his posterior, as if something were about to sprout. Gradually, the external soul bone was absorbed, and a long bony tail sprouted from Bai Chen's back, culminating in a sharp tip. He approached the mirror and attempted to control the tail. It moved in accordance with his will, albeit somewhat clumsily, reminiscent of an infant learning to walk. However, Bai Chen could sense the considerable strength of this tail, rivaling even that of his right leg. With further training, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon. He then attempted to retract the external soul bone, which he accomplished with surprising ease. Bai Chen also scrutinized the attributes of the tailbone. Tail of the giant spirit, skills, devour. Shatter devour. Enhances one's quality by consuming the corpses of soul beasts and soul bones. Shatter. The tail of the giant spirit possesses immense strength, capable of easily shattering an opponent's bones. Upon reviewing the attributes of the external soul bone, Bai Chen nodded in approval. It seemed satisfactory, although its current appearance was unremarkable. He anticipated that its power would significantly increase after consuming and enhancing its quality in the future. Subsequently, Bai Chen glanced at his points balance and, upon noticing that he had only 900 points remaining, he let out a sigh. This was utterly insufficient. Accumulating points at such a slow pace made him wonder when he would ever amass the 50,000 points he desired. The following day, Bai Chen arrived at the academy. It was Saturday, a day that marked his participation in the entrance examination, which required his utmost diligence. Qin Ming had been waiting for Bai Chen since early morning. Upon seeing him arrive, he said, "Come with me." With that, he took Bai Chen to the adjacent Tendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Upon their arrival, the gatekeeper greeted Bai Chen, saying, "Good morning, young Bai Chen. Here so early for training?" Bai Chen replied, "Not quite, sir. I am here to take the entrance examination today." Chapter 96. Passing the test, Skill Upgrade Potion Entrance Examination. Xiao Chen, you are merely 8 years old. Isn't that a tad too young to participate in such tests already? Oh dear. Uncle, I cannot chat any longer. I am pressed for time today. Very well. Off you go. Seeing Bai Chen so familiar with the gatekeeper, Qin Ming felt somewhat astonished. After all, a prodigy like Bai Chen would typically be aloof, rarely interacting with those of lower status or engaging in trivial matters. It was truly unexpected to witness Bai Chen's ease in their company. What is the matter, Teacher Qin? Why are we still here? Nothing of consequence. Let us be on our way. All right. As they made their way, Bai Chen followed Qin Ming towards the examination venue. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals, each greeting Bai Chen, which left Qin Ming in a state of disbelief. Before long, Bai Chen and Qin Ming arrived at the testing grounds, where Bai Chen spotted a middle-aged man of level 69 not far ahead. Bai Chen, remember, do not be anxious during the test. Just act normally, Qin Ming advised. Understood, Teacher Qin. With that, Qin Ming led him forward. Upon seeing them, the middle-aged man remarked, "Teacher Qin, is this the little genius?" "Indeed, Mr. Gu, this is Bai Chen." Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu scrutinized Bai Chen, undeterred by the intense gaze. Bai Chen met his stare, and one could not help but notice that Mr. Gu appeared rather intimidating. His skin was dark, towering at 2 meters tall, with eyes wide like bronze bells, instilling a sense of fear in those who beheld him. Seeing Bai Chen unflinching in his presence, Mr. Gu chuckled, "You are Bai Chen, correct? Come here. Oh, extend your hand. Place it upon the crystal ball and inject your soul power." Understood. Following Mr. Gu's instructions, Bai Chen placed his hand on the crystal ball and began to infuse it with his soul power. Soon, the crystal ball emitted a radiant glow. Indeed, you possess the strength of a level 23. Now, Let us proceed to assess your physical data. Okay. With that, the two engaged in various physical tests. Half an hour later, Mr. Gu gazed incredulously at Bai Chen, struggling to comprehend the data before him. Bai Chen's statistics surpassed those of his peers in the agility-based Soul Master category by more than double. Logically, this should not be the case. Was he not merely 8 years old? His body should not have fully developed yet, and he ought to be significantly weaker than the average Soul Master. Mr. Gu realized that the opponent previously assigned to Bai Chen for testing might not have been suitable and could potentially be outmatched by Bai Chen. Bai Chen, please wait here a moment while I fetch someone for your practical test. All right. Bai Chen obediently remained in place, and upon witnessing Mr. Gu's reaction, Qin Ming, who had been observing the entire scene, triumphantly raised his fist, realizing that Bai Chen had likely passed the assessment. Meanwhile, after Mr. Gu vanished from Bai Chen's sight, he hurriedly made his way to the staff office. Teacher Xia Xin, is Teacher Xia Xin present? Upon hearing the classical voice, a young woman in the corner stood up and inquired, Classical teacher, is there something amiss? Without the luxury of explanation, she urged, hurry, come with me. Grasping Xia Xin's hand, they hurried toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen, this is your test subject. You need only maintain your stance for the duration of a single incense stick. Understood. Xia Xin, still in a state of confusion, wondered what was transpiring. Where was she? Did she have to battle the child before her? Before Xia Xin could regain her composure, Bai Chen had already assumed a battle-ready posture. Teacher Xia Xin, I am prepared. Please commence. Observing the number 48 above Xia Xin's head, Bai Chen felt a surge of determination. Although unsure of what to do, she resolved to engage in combat with the young opponent before her. I am Bai Chen, a level 23 agility type spirit master wielding the spirit of the wolf rune. I humbly seek your guidance. Xia Xin, a level 48 control type spirit sect master with the spirit of the soul restraining chains. I am at your service. With both combatants prepared, the classical figure declared, begin. Immediately, Bai Chen activated her wind gale, embodying the spirit of the rice cake, and lunged towards Xia Xin with astonishing speed, nearly catching her off guard. First soul skill, Iron Lock Array. First soul skill, Frenzied Assault. In an instant, a defensive formation of iron chains encircled Xia Xin, absorbing Bai Chen's attack with ease. Little one, do not underestimate me. Although I am merely a trainee teacher, my strength is formidable, Xia Xin asserted. In response to her words, a bony tail emerged from behind Bai Chen. Both Gu Dian and Qin Ming, who were observing the battle, were momentarily stunned. An external spirit bone. They exchanged glances, each reflecting their astonishment at Bai Chen's remarkable achievement of surpassing level 23 at such a young age. Now possessing an external spirit bone, a sign of boundless potential. Upon unleashing her external spirit bone, Bai Chen maneuvered it to strike the Iron Lock Array, breaking through Xia Xin's defenses in an instant. Without time to process the shock, Xia Xin declared, Third soul skill, Iron Spear Barrage. With that, several iron chains shot forth like lances, targeting Bai Chen relentlessly. Bang, bang. Yet, Bai Chen utilized her colossal tail to deflect each chain one by one. Gu Dian remarked, such formidable strength. Bai Chen's external spirit bone wields power comparable to a level 48 Spirit Master's third soul skill, perhaps even surpassing it. He then glanced at Qin Ming, questioning how he had discovered such a promising talent. Qin Ming replied, what discovery? This is a testament to her innate excellence. As the battle progressed, Bai Chen began to gain the upper hand. With the augmentation of her external spirit bone, her speed increased, making it increasingly difficult for Xia Xin to keep up. Suddenly, without warning, Bai Chen's claw grazed Xia Xin, igniting a spark of irritation within her. Fourth soul skill, Prison of Chains. As Xia Xin activated her powers, the surrounding land transformed into a deep shade of black. Subsequently, hundreds of iron chains erupted from the ground, launching a relentless assault that left Bai Chen no room for evasion. Crack. Struck by one of the chains, Bai Chen felt a sharp, searing pain. Stop. Just as Xia Xin was poised to continue her onslaught, the classical figure beside her halted the match. That's enough, Bai Chen. You have passed your test. Thank you, Teacher Xia Xin, for your efforts. It's nothing. It wasn't arduous, Xia Xin replied. Bai Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, retracting his external soul bone, while a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for passing the advancement test and completing the side quest. Reward, 5,000 points and 1 skill upgrade pill. Announcement, brothers. The release is set for noon this Friday. As previously mentioned, a total of 8 chapters will be updated, and I will strive to deliver 10 updates. If I cannot finish in time, I will continue the next day. Rest assured, everything will be accounted for. After the release, the daily update count should increase, aiming for 3 or more updates. Beyond that, I have little else to say, and I kindly ask for your initial subscriptions. Chapter 97. The second layer of Qi Yang Gong. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen pondered briefly. Could it be a skill upgrade pill? He had previously encountered such an item in the marketplace, but refrained from purchasing it due to its exorbitant price. Unexpectedly, he had now procured one from a side quest, providing an opportune moment to test its efficacy. At this moment, Xia Xian took a moment to carefully scrutinize Bai Chen's appearance. Earlier, in her haste, she had rushed over in a state of bewilderment, failing to properly observe her opponent. However, just a fleeting glance at Bai Chen held her gaze captive. What an adorable child! To be fair, at the Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy of Tiando, strikingly handsome and beautiful individuals were not uncommon, and exceptional talents certainly existed. Yet, in comparison to the boy before her, they seemed somewhat lacking. Xia Xian felt that if angels truly existed in this world, they might resemble him closely. For a moment, she found herself entranced. Teacher Xia Xian, starting from the day after tomorrow, Bai Chen will be coming to our school to study. Could you show him around the academy today? Gu Dian stated. After a considerable pause, Xia Xian did not respond. Gu Dian cast a puzzled glance her way, only to find her lost in thought. Teacher Xia Xian? Teacher Xia Xian? Oh, my apologies. I was daydreaming. You want me to show this student named Bai Chen around the school, correct? Leave it to me. Upon hearing Xia Xian's words, Gu Dian nodded and then departed with Qin Ming. As they left, Qin Ming instructed Bai Chen to return to school the next day to pack his belongings for the move. Subsequently, Bai Chen followed Xia Xian on a tour of the academy. Along the way, Xia Xian occasionally stole glances at Bai Chen. Naturally, he noticed her behavior but chose not to confront her. He had grown accustomed to various gazes. If Xia Xian wished to observe him, let her do so. He had nothing to lose. Moreover, she was his teacher, and it would be prudent not to embarrass her, lest she become vindictive in the future. As Bai Chen contemplated this, he completed the tour of the academy. Perhaps due to it being Saturday, he did not encounter any acquaintances along the way. Eventually, Bai Chen was escorted to the school gate. Until next time, Teacher Xia Xian. Yes, until next time, Xia Xian replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Afterward, Bai Chen departed. Watching his retreating figure, Xia Xian sighed softly, murmuring to herself, what a pity. Such an adorable child. And I didn't even get to pinch his cheeks. What a loss. What a loss. How vexing. Bang. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. And she kicked a small stone in front of her away in frustration. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen promptly utilized the skill upgrade pill, directing it towards Qi Yang Gong. He had previously assumed that Qi Yang Gong could be leveled up through practice, only to discover that it could not, or that the progression was exceedingly slow, requiring many years to attain a single level. Upon using the skill upgrade pill, the attributes of Qi Yang Gong underwent a remarkable transformation. Qi Yang Gong effect. Cultivation aptitude 5 increases cultivation speed by 50%, total soul power within the body increases by 50%, and soul power exhibits permeable properties. Regarding the enhancement of his cultivation aptitude, Bai Chen felt quite satisfied. Ever since his cultivation aptitude reached 30, the system had not issued any further rewards related to it. Now, at last, there had been an improvement. Subsequently, Bai Chen made his way to the courtyard, intending to practice. The focus of his training was the combat involving his external spirit bone. Earlier that day, he had utilized his external spirit bone, and although the results were impressive, he still lacked proficiency. However, this was of little concern, for the external spirit bone granted by the system was exceptionally compatible with his body. After merely 1 or 2 days of absorption, the integration had already reached a remarkable level, surpassing 90. It was now nearly impossible for anyone to detach this external spirit bone from him, which was why he had chosen to use it today. The following day, bright and early, Bai Chen packed his belongings and moved to the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, he noticed a familiar figure waiting for him. Shueko, what brings you here? Hearing his voice, Shueko swiftly turned around, visibly upset, and exclaimed, Chun, why didn't you inform me about your enrollment? Why keep it a secret from me? Enrollment? Bai Chen replied candidly, I intended to tell you after I finished moving. It was never my intention to conceal it from you. Is that so? She asked. Yes. Very well. I shall tentatively trust you. Are you still moving? Not anymore. I am about to finish. Oh, do you have time now? Brother Qing, he wishes to meet you. Prince Qing, he is looking for me. Indeed. He heard about your enrollment and asked me to bring you. Will you accompany me to the palace? Initially, Bai Chen contemplated declining. After all, Qian Rinxue was still quite dangerous to him. However, he realized he had been neglecting Shueku lately, so he decided to go along, considering it a chance to accompany her. All right. With that, Bai Chen did not rush to return his belongings to the dormitory but left with Xueku directly. As his items were conveniently stored in the Songlong ring, they took a carriage together to the palace. She and Rinxue had been eagerly awaiting Bai Chen's arrival. And the thought of soon seeing the adorable young man stirred her heart. She was surprised to find that the moment she laid eyes on Bai Chen, she was captivated by his looks. She and Rinxue had not anticipated that she was, in fact, a bit of a beauty enthusiast. Before long, a voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Prince Qinghe, Princess Xueku has brought young Master Bai Chen. Yes, I am aware. Please bring them in. Understood. With that, Bai Chen and Xueku entered the palace of Xue Qinghe. Upon their arrival, Xue Qinghe addressed the surrounding attendants. You may all leave. Yes. After everyone had departed, she approached Bai Chen and gently pinched his cheek. Bai Chen stammered. Qinghe, was calling me over simply a matter of pinching my face? The pressure on his cheeks caused him to speak somewhat incoherently. Of course not, Xiao Chen. I've come to discuss a serious matter with you. What is it? Bai Chen replied, breaking free from her grasp. I have heard that you are now at level 23, and your talent is quite remarkable. Would you consider joining our Tiando Empire? If you agree, I could exceptionally grant you the title of Baron, and upon your graduation, elevate you to at least the rank of Viscount. Just to inform everyone, due to some matters during the day. The focus of today's update will still be in the evening. Chapter 98, Side Quest, Nobility? Upon being summoned, Bai Chu was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Qian Rinxue had other intentions in mind, but it turned out to be this. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a chain quest, Ascension of Nobility. Quest requirement. Attain a noble title within either the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire. Different ranks of nobility will yield varied rewards. Upon hearing the prompt resonate in his mind, Bai Chen promptly inquired, is that possible? I have yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. Suddenly being granted a title seems inappropriate. He responded with hesitation. Do not fret, Xiao Chen. Your extraordinary talent, if harnessed for the Empire's benefit, will serve its greater good. As for the conferment of your title, rest assured, we have means to facilitate it. Well, if that is the case, Bai Chen acquiesced, recognizing that with the task's rewards, he had nothing to lose. Furthermore, possessing a noble title would enable him to cultivate his sect, while also securing the protection of the Heaven Do Empire. At this moment, he found no valid reason to refuse. Seeing Bai Chen's agreement, Qian Rinxue smiled, realizing that with Bai Chen holding a title, summoning him would become significantly easier, allowing for more frequent encounters. This thought filled her with joy. Prince Qinghe, aside from this matter, is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Bai Chen asked. What is the matter? Is there something urgent? Qian Rinxue replied. No, nothing at all. Then stay a while. I shall show you around the palace. You may find yourself visiting here often, so it would be prudent to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. All right. With that, Xue Qinghe led them out, with Xueku trailing behind. Observing Xue Qinghe's retreating figure, she felt an inexplicable oddity. It was that she found Xue Qinghe himself strange, but rather that he acted peculiarly every time he was with Bai Chen. Could it be that he is overly fond of Bai Chen? After all, Bai Chen is a boy, she pondered. Is it possible that Brother Qinghe is simply appreciating talent? Perhaps Xue Chen's exceptional abilities have endeared him to Qinghe? Yes, that must be it, Xueku forced herself to believe. However, when she lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of Qian Rinxue gently ruffling Bai Chen's hair. Indeed, this is the manner in which a mentor shows hope for their protege, she thought, convincing herself. After spending half a day in the palace, Bai Chen found himself unable to remain any longer and sought an excuse to depart. Although Qian Rinxue felt a twinge of reluctance, she ultimately allowed him to leave. Returning to the academy, Bai Chen made his way to dormitory 302, retrieving the key Qin Ming had given him the previous day. As he opened the door, even Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. Was his room not excessively opulent? Having previously been impressed by the accommodations at the Heaven Do Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, he was astonished to discover that this residence surpassed even that. The bookshelf and desk were crafted by the royal artisans of Heaven Do, exuding exquisite craftsmanship that clearly indicated a hefty price tag. There are numerous items around, and although Bai Chen is unaware of their brand, he recognizes their quality. Is it truly appropriate for a student dormitory to be so extravagant? Upon opening the window, Bai Chen noticed a swimming pool in the courtyard, its waters crystal clear, suggesting frequent changes. Not far from the pool, there exists a private dining establishment. Bai Chen felt a sense of numbness. The wealthy indeed possess an unyielding extravagance. Fortunately, he has been exempted from tuition fees. Of course, he could afford them. Yet he perceives no necessity. Furthermore, not every dormitory is as lavish. Bai Chen currently enjoys a privilege akin to that of a duke's son, a benefit procured for him through the influence of Qian Rinxue. Once his belongings were arranged, Bai Chen promptly made his way to the Heavenly Do Great Spirit Arena. though this time he was not there to engage in battles. He had previously promised Qi Feng to serve as a sparring partner, and he had now attained the rank of Silver Spirit Fighter in the Heavenly Do Great Spirit Arena. Few have achieved the Silver Spirit Fighter medal at the Grand Spirit Master level, making future match arrangements potentially challenging for Bai Chen. His current aim is to cultivate Qi Feng, assisting him in advancing to the Silver Spirit Fighter level, thereby providing Bai Chen with an additional opponent to accumulate points. Having visited Qi Feng's residence several times before, Bai Chen had become quite familiar with the area. The following day, Monday, Bai Chen rose early as usual. Upon opening the window and gazing at the outside scenery, he realized today marked the beginning of his studies at the Royal Advanced Spirit Master Academy of Heavenly Do. A truly fantastical occurrence. As he prepared to wash up, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in his line of sight. Zhe Guyan. It made sense. Zhe Guyan was also a student at this academy, and encounters would likely become frequent. Zhe Guyan was out for a morning jog when she sensed something amiss. Looking up, she noticed an adorable little head staring intently at her. Zhe Guyan felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't that dormitory building supposed to be unoccupied? How could a child suddenly move in? Yet, this child was undeniably adorable. However, there was something familiar about that face. After a moment, Zhe Guyan recognized Bai Chen and beckoned him to come down. Upon seeing Zhe Guyan's gesture, Bai Chen hurried down. This was Zhe Guyan, the granddaughter of Zhe Bo. Establishing a good rapport with her might grant him access to Zhe Bo's medicinal garden, perhaps even to rare herbs. Watching Bai Chen rush toward her with his little legs, Zhe Guyan felt her heart melt. Before long, Bai Chen reached her and cheerfully said, "Hello, senior. I'm a new student who just moved in." "A student? You're attending our academy?" "Yes," Bai Chen replied. Hearing his response, Zhe Guyan's expression shifted. This child appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old. She was aware that the academy occasionally enrolled prodigies, but it was her first time encountering such a young student. After a moment's thought, Zhe Guyan introduced herself. "I am Zhe Guyan. We met last time. Do you remember?" Yes, Bai Chen nodded. "Little Bai Chen, do you have classes today?" However, I have yet to freshen up." "Then you should go and wash up first. Later, my sister will take you to the classroom." "All right. Would you like to come to my dormitory for a while, senior?" Bai Chen obediently suggested. "Of course, thank you." With that, Bai Chen led Zhe Guyan back to the dormitory, never anticipating that he would successfully invite Zhe Guyan so effortlessly. Indeed, children possess a certain talent in various aspects, with just a hint of cuteness. They can easily endear themselves to others, he pondered while gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Playing the role of the obedient one is his forte. Next, he must cultivate a good relationship with Zhe Guyan and become acquainted with Zhe Bo. Having solidified his plan in mind, Bai Chen proceeded to freshen up. Chapter 99. 6 months later after the conclusion, Bai Chen descended the stairs. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Zhe Guyan was somewhat puzzled as to why Bai Chen still had a tuft of hair sticking up. Hadn't he just washed up? Why hadn't he tidied himself properly? Perhaps he simply hadn't noticed. "Bai Chen, come here." "Oh, all right." With that, Bai Chen hurried over. As he approached, Zhe Guyan reached out to smooth Bai Chen's hair. But as soon as she did, the tuft sprang back up. "Zhe Guyan, are you feeling unwell?" Once she confirmed that his hair wouldn't lie flat, Zhe Guyan did not press the matter further. "Bai Chen, which class are you in?" "I am in the classical teacher's class." Upon hearing the phrase classical, Zhe Guyan suddenly shivered. "Classical? What's wrong?" "Nothing. Bai Chen, let us hurry. You mustn't be late, or else the classical teacher will punish you." "Okay." Seeing Bai Chen's obedient demeanor, Zhe Guyan felt a pang of sorrow. How had Bai Chen ended up in the clutches of the Black King? He was the strictest teacher in the entire school, and even she felt a tinge of fear. Zhe Guyan silently mourned for Bai Chen. With such thoughts, the two arrived at the classroom, just as the classical teacher entered. Their paths crossed. The moment the classical teacher laid eyes on Bai Chen, he inexplicably smiled. "Bai Chen, you've arrived." "Yes, I'm here, teacher." Zhe Guyan felt chills at the classical teacher's eerie smile. "Bai Chen, you should head to class. I'll take my leave." "All right. Goodbye, senior." With that, Zhe Guyan departed. Bai Chen then noticed a familiar name, Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling was actually in this class. If Bai Chen recalled correctly, she seemed to possess the 9 hearts CPNE martial soul. With this in mind, Bai Chen checked his martial soul catalog, and indeed, it had been updated. The 9 hearts CPNE martial soul appeared among the superior martial souls. While the classical teacher was still introducing himself, Bai Chen discreetly glanced at the attributes of the 9 hearts CPNE. 9 hearts CPNE strength, D, agility, D, constitution, C, growth, S, soul power, SS. Upon seeing the attributes of the 9 hearts CPNE, Bai Chen gained some understanding of this martial soul, although the other attributes were low. Possessing a double S attribute was sufficient. An auxiliary soul master couldn't ask for more than that. In the classroom, everyone looked at Bai Chen with curiosity, wondering if this child was perhaps a tad too young. All right, Bai Chen, please introduce yourself to everyone. Okay. Hello everyone, I am Bai Chen. After speaking, Bai Chen looked at the classical teacher. Is that it? Yes. Very well then, you may sit in the front row. There was, fortuitously, an available seat. All right. With that, Bai Chen took his place in the second seat from the left in the front row. Now, Bai Chen is a student who has skipped a grade and is still quite young, so I expect everyone to assist him. Understood? Understood. Observing the reactions of those around him, Gu Dian felt a sense of satisfaction before commencing the class. The curriculum at the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy is comparatively more lenient than that of the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. However, it boasts a plethora of elective courses. Each student is required to complete at least 4 elective courses annually. Otherwise, they will fall short of the necessary credits to graduate. Although the class included the formidable Yu Lingling, Bai Chen did not seek to approach him. Thus, a month passed. Suddenly, Bai Chen was summoned to the royal palace. Arriving there, he felt somewhat bewildered. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Qian Renshui exclaimed, Bai Chen, congratulations. You have become the fastest soul master to break through to level 20 since the founding of the Tiando Empire. As a reward, I bestow upon you the title of Baron. With that, Qian Renshui produced the Baroness medal and personally adorned Bai Chen with it. Upon receiving the medal, Bai Chen heard a notification sound in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the title of Baron of the Tiando Empire, along with a reward of 5,000 points. Bai Chen glanced at the medal on his chest, astonished by how swiftly this achievement had come. While contemplating, he recited the oath as instructed by Qian Renshui. Congratulations, Bai Chen, you are now a noble of the Tiando Empire, she said. Thank you, Brother Qinghe, he replied. Oh, don't mention it. This is what you rightfully deserve. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Chen returned home. Despite being granted the title of Baron, Bai Chen's life remained largely unchanged. And thus, half a year elapsed. During this time, Bai Chen reached the age of 9, ascended to level 25, and accumulated over 20,000 points, resulting in significant personal growth. His attributes were now as follows. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 9. Soul power, level 25. Cultivation aptitude, 33, including Qingyang Gong 5, martial soul, Rune Wolf martial soul quality, top-tier soul rings, 2 soul bones, 2 right leg bone. 1,000, external soul bone points, 25. 800 special skills, appraisal technique, Qingyang Gong second layer, tranquility technique. Items, venomous dagger, pufferfish venom dagger, soul sage experience card, martial soul evolution potion 3. Today marks a significant occasion, his combat in the soul arena. If he triumphs this evening, he will ascend to the rank of Gold Soul Master. Should that occur, he would become the youngest Gold Soul Master, achieving this status undefeated. Lost in thought, Bai Chen made his way to the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Spotting him, Luo Shi waved eagerly. Fenrir, you're here. Yes, Sister Luo Shi. When does today's match begin? He inquired. The match will start shortly, Luo Shi replied. Over the past 6 months, she had witnessed Bai Chen's remarkable growth. During this time, for reasons unknown, Bai Chen had experienced a significant surge in height, now measuring 140 centimeters, quite tall for a 9-year-old. Consequently, many in the soul arena recognized Bai Chen's identity. After all, his features are strikingly distinct, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to fail to recognize him. Nevertheless, even in this situation, Bai Chen continues to don the white wolf mask. And the majority who discern his identity are members of the nobility, while the common folk remain oblivious. Upon entering the soul duel arena, Bai Chen's opponent today is Qi Feng. For some time now, Bai Chen's adversaries have predominantly been Qi Feng and 2 other silver soul masters. Each time they engage, Bai Chen mercilessly harvests their silver soul points, relegating them to the copper soul tier. This pattern has repeated itself, with Bai Chen ceaselessly reaping the same few crops, leaving Qi Feng somewhat apprehensive at the sight of him. Once they ascend the stage, Qi Feng gazes at Bai Chen and pleads, "Could you go a bit easier on me?" Bai Chen merely shakes his head, and upon witnessing Bai Chen's reaction, Qi Feng steels himself to confront the challenge ahead. Chapter 100, Ascension to Golden Do Soul, Martial Soul Manifestation. In an instant, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized around Qi Feng. Unlike Bai Chen, who remained at a lower level, Qi Feng had ascended to level 31, surpassing the rank of Soul Master. As for why Bai Chen, a great Soul Master, could engage in battle with a Soul Master, it was a request from Bai Chen himself. He was willing to face lower-ranked Soul Masters. Otherwise, he could only wonder how long it would take to advance to the Golden Do Soul. The referee cast a glance at the two and announced, "The match begins." In that moment, Both Bai Chen and Qifeng activated their martial souls simultaneously, employing their leg bone skills, which caused their speeds to surge dramatically. Over the past 6 months, they had fought almost daily, becoming intimately familiar with each other's techniques. The disparity in their strengths was not overtly pronounced, with Bai Chen narrowly clinching victory each time. However, he had yet to utilize his external soul bone in front of Qifeng. Doing so could have swiftly altered the outcome. Yet, as they clashed, Bai Chen felt the pressure mount significantly. Qifeng had recently broken through to level 30, and they had not fought in the past few days. It was evident that there remained a substantial gap between a soul master and a great soul master, particularly in the presence of a training fanatic like Qifeng. Presently, Qifeng could likely hold his own against those in the upper echelons, around levels 38 or 39. As Qifeng forced Bai Chen back several steps, Bai Chen realized that he could not continue in this manner. Qifeng, thrilled to see Bai Chen retreat, felt a rush of excitement. He finally had the chance to defeat Bai Chen after half a year. However, as Qifeng charged towards Bai Chen, a massive white bone tail appeared seemingly out of nowhere, striking Qifeng with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, Qifeng felt as if he had been struck by an iron whip, his bones nearly fracturing under the impact. In the audience, Xia Xin sighed at this scene, having personally experienced the might of Bai Chen's bone tail. Now, 6 months later, Bai Chen's mastery of the technique had likely grown even more formidable. She cast a sympathetic glance at Qifeng, silently advising him to tread carefully. The power of the bone tail was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Third soul skill, Gun Soul. Qifeng realized that if the battle continued this way, defeat was inevitable. Thus, he immediately unleashed his third soul skill, aiming for a swift resolution, disregarding the implications of Bai Chen's tail for the moment. As he did so, a layer of black light enveloped him, his demeanor transforming into something fearsome, akin to a different person entirely. The audience watched in anticipation, wondering if tonight would mark the first defeat of Fenrir. However, upon witnessing the transformation, Bai Chen merely shook his head. He decided, well then, let me test my ultimate move on you. Bone Spike. With a decisive thrust, Bai Chen's bone tail lunged toward Qifeng. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as Qifeng's chest was struck, and he fell to the ground, rendered motionless. Good heavens, I was ready to unleash my ultimate technique. And he went down in an instant. What more is there to say? The referee stared blankly at the scene before him, and after a considerable pause, finally announced, the victor is contestant Fenrir. With this proclamation, the previously silent audience erupted into a fervent cheer, chanting Fenrir's name. Today, Bai Chen had shattered the record at the Soul Arena, becoming the first Grand Soul Master to achieve a flawless victory, advancing to the Golden Soul Arena. Yet, Bai Chen remained more attuned to the voice resonating within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing to the Golden Soul Arena within a year. You have been rewarded with 10,000 points and 1 opportunity for a mid-level mysterious draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a side quest. Elevate your soul rank to Sapphire level within 5 years, with rewards determined by your performance. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen paused momentarily. Had he triggered a new side quest while completing the previous one? The rewards included a mid-level mysterious draw, which he had previously deemed too expensive to purchase. Receiving one for free was fortuitous. He then approached and helped Qifeng to his feet, intending to escort him home. It was important to note that the force behind his earlier strike was considerable. The bone spike was a technique he had painstakingly cultivated over the past few days, designed to concentrate the power of his entire tail into a single point before unleashing it. Its power could obliterate soul masters below level 40. Although he had held back against Qifeng, the impact had still been overwhelming, and he might not be able to return on his own. Bai Chen deposited Qifeng at the entrance of the arena, allowing his attendants to take him home. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was invited away by the arena's manager. He found himself before a jovial, rotund man, whose expression remained unchanged. Fenrir, no, may I call you Bai Chen? The man inquired. Nodding in response, Bai Chen removed his mask. Since the man was already aware of his identity, there was no longer a need for concealment. Wearing a mask would be impolite. At the sight of Bai Chen unveiling his face, the owner of the Tiando Great Soul Arena momentarily froze. Although he had long been aware of Bai Chen's identity, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. This young boy had single-handedly defeated their elite competitors and advanced to the Golden Soul Arena with an unblemished record, akin to an 8-year-old child triumphing over a group of able-bodied adults. May I know your name? Bai Chen asked. Oh, I am Fei Gang. I am a few years your senior, so you may call me Brother Fei, he replied. Brother Fei? Bai Chen questioned, casting a bemused glance at the man's ample belly and weathered visage. Is that what you call being a few years older? Noticing Bai Chen's expression, Fei Gang felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly added, Bai Chen, this is your Golden Soul Arena medal. He produced a golden medallion and handed it to Bai Chen. Once Bai Chen accepted it, Fei Gang continued, I have another matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Bai Chen inquired. I would like to request your assistance in serving as the image representative for our soul arena. What is it? What does becoming an image ambassador entail? It involves using your likeness to promote the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, and in return, I shall compensate you handsomely. What do you think? Upon hearing Fei Gang's explanation, Bai Chen quickly comprehended. An ambassador, indeed. This boss certainly possesses a keen business acumen. No wonder the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena has flourished to such an extent. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen resolved to decline the offer. As his primary focus remained on cultivation, an excess of wealth would serve little purpose for him. Wait. Please do not be so hasty in your refusal. I am prepared to offer you this amount each month. As he spoke, Fei Gang gestured a figure with his hands. Bai Chen replied, all right, initially reluctant to acquiesce. Bai Chen found the offer simply too enticing to resist. Chapter 101, Level 30 Fei Gang. Isn't this a bit too much to ask? Bai Chen, rest assured, Brother Fei, it is not at all forced. I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Fei Gang. Oh, that's good to hear. Very good indeed. So, shall we commence work tomorrow? Of course. Bai Chen nodded eagerly. Well, there is nothing special to attend to today. You've worked hard in the competition, so you may return now. All right. With that, Bai Chen slipped away. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen began to cultivate the heavenly demon body. At this point, he could maintain the breathing technique for 6 consecutive hours, a remarkable achievement indeed. Achieving such endurance while breathing in accordance with the heavenly demon body method for 6 hours. And leveling up to 30 would enable him to proceed to the next stage of training. His breathing requirements had been met. Now, he simply needed to fulfill the level requirement. For Bai Chen, reaching level 30 was not particularly daunting. He merely needed to attain level 27. After which he could utilize upgrade pills for the remaining levels. The following day, Bai Chen arrived at the Great Soul Arena of Tiando, eager to discover what responsibilities his newfound influence entailed. However, upon arrival, Fei Gang had a painting made for Bai Chen, which was then posted at the entrance of the arena. After that, Bai Chen was free to leave. He had no further tasks. He was required merely to appear when needed and to accept challenges from contenders. He had to overcome all challengers to maintain his privileges. Frankly speaking, this role was far simpler than Bai Chen had anticipated. Thus, Bai Chen continued this routine, spending another year at the Royal Advanced Academy of Tiando. 1 year later, Bai Chen gazed at the 3 low-grade upgrade pills in his hand and swallowed them whole. Instantly, a warm sensation spread through his abdomen. Soon, it felt as if something within him had ruptured, and a faint dizziness washed over him. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Bai Chen succumbed to slumber. When Bai Chen awoke, it was already the following day. He checked his status. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 10 years. Soul power, level 30. Cultivation aptitude, 33, including Qingyang skill 5, martial soul, rune wolf. Martial soul quality, top tier soul rings, 2 soul bones, 2 right leg bone, 1000, external attached soul bone points, 45,700. Special skills, appraisal technique, Qingyang skill, 2nd layer, tranquil heart technique. Items, venomous dagger, pufferfish venom dagger, soul sage experience card, martial soul evolution potion 3. Glancing at his attributes, Bai Chen felt quite content. Indeed, he had reached level 30. He was on the verge of acquiring his 3rd soul ring. With that thought, Bai Chen intended to take a leave of absence. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered Gu Jian, who looked somewhat puzzled upon seeing Bai Chen. Bai Chen, why didn't you attend class yesterday? Were you unwell? Did I miss class yesterday? After a considerable amount of time, Bai Chen finally realized that he had been asleep for an entire day and night. The potency of the medicine was indeed remarkable. Could it be due to the fact that he had consumed 3 pills at once? Observing Bai Chen lost in thought, Gu Dian expressed a hint of curiosity, asking, "What are you pondering?" Bai Chen replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Teacher Gu Dian, I would like to request a leave of absence." Leave of absence? Why? Gu Dian was not opposed to granting Bai Chen's request. He was merely intrigued by the reason behind it. "Teacher, I have just reached level 30, and I need to go obtain my 3rd soul ring." Upon hearing this, Gu Dian was utterly taken aback. "What did you just say? How many levels?" 30. When Bai Chen mentioned this, he felt an overwhelming joy, almost bursting into laughter. Gu Dian's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions from his perspective. Bai Chen seemed to radiate an otherworldly brilliance. At just over 10 years of age, reaching level 30 was an extraordinary feat. "Teacher, may I have your approval for leave?" "Of course, you may. Would you like me to accompany you?" Teacher, that won't be necessary. My family will take me." "Ah, very well, then. Off you go." After granting Bai Chen permission, he departed. Before leaving, Bai Chen shared the news with Xue Ku and the others. Their reactions mirrored his own astonishment. Yet they ultimately offered their blessings, though their gazes held a subtle shift, as Bai Chen's ascension was indeed remarkably swift. Having rented a carriage, Bai Chen returned home. As he gazed upon the increasingly grandiose wolf demon family estate, he felt no emotional attachment. He had no desire to inherit this lineage but aspired to forge his own path. The guards, upon noticing Bai Chen's return, promptly informed the entire clan, and soon, the news spread like wildfire throughout the family. Bai Yi immediately arranged a family banquet for Bai Chen, despite feeling a sense of guilt towards him. Preparations were still in order. Bai Chen did not deny Bai Yi this courtesy. After all, if it were his own daughter who had offended someone, he too would certainly protect her. Naturally, he was not a saint. A part of him still felt somewhat perturbed. Milan and Bai Luo, upon learning of Bai Chen's return, hurried to greet him. The moment Milan laid eyes on Bai Chen, her eyes sparkled, and she embraced him, exclaiming, "Chener, you've grown taller." Indeed, Bai Chen nodded. He had indeed grown, now standing at 145 centimeters, a commendable height for a 10-year-old. Subsequently, Bai Chen recounted his achievement of reaching level 30 to them. Their reaction was even more astonished than Gu Dian's. Milan showered him with affectionate kisses, exclaiming, "Truly my son, splendid." He. Bai Luo interjected, all right, Chener must be tired. Let him rest. That evening, Bai Chen attended the family banquet organized in his honor. Despite the underlying tensions with Bai Yi, he was still the heir of the wolf demon family, and he felt it necessary to honor that status. Initially, Bai Chen anticipated that the family banquet might be somewhat awkward. However, to his pleasant surprise, the atmosphere throughout the evening was remarkably harmonious, allowing him to indulge in the feast without concern. The following day, Bai Chen and Bai Luo tidied up their belongings and set off, embarking on a journey similar to their previous one to seek assistance from MIT, primarily because it had been a considerable time since their last meeting, and he wished to visit him as well. After acquiring the third spirit ring, Bai Chen would be able to continue his cultivation of the heavenly demon body, and he felt that he was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his life. With the attainment of the third spirit ring, he would likely become invincible. Days later, in Notting City, Bai Chen's carriage arrived at the gates of the MIT family. Gazing at the familiar entrance, he felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been a long time since his last visit, yet everything remained unchanged. Chapter 102. Devouring the Sentry at the entrance was new, and did not recognize Bai Chen and his companions. Thus, when they dismounted from their carriage, he politely intercepted them. "I apologize, but this is the territory of the Mi clan. May I inquire who you are?" Unperturbed by the interruption, Bai Chen and Bai Luo bore no ill will, acknowledging that it was the man's duty. Bai Luo replied, "I am Bai Luo, and this is Bai Chen, the son-in-law and grandson of the clan leader, Mi Te. Please inform him of our arrival." Upon hearing their identities, the sentry nodded vigorously and hurried into the residence to announce their presence to Mi Te. Before long, they were ushered inside and soon arrived in the sitting room. "Chener, what brings you to visit your grandfather today? Has Bai Yi and the others mistreated you? If so, I shall take it upon myself to rectify the situation." Mi Te exclaimed, "Grandfather, there's no need for that. I have come because I have broken through to level 30. Could you assist me in acquiring my third spirit ring?" Mi Te's reaction to Bai Chen's request was akin to that of Gu Dian. The following day, in the Sunset Forest, Mi Te, Bai Chen, and Bai Luo gathered to assist Bai Chen in obtaining his third spirit ring. This marked Bai Chen's third visit to this location, yet, like the previous two, he remained exceedingly cautious. "Be careful," Mi Te cautioned as Bai Chen instinctively took a step back, a venomous dagger appearing in his hand without notice. A sharp sound pierced the air as the dagger struck true. Bai Chen cast a fleeting glance at the plant to his right, a chill of cold sweat trickling down his back. The Ghost King Vine. This was a terrifying plant, imbued with potent toxins. Even a century-old specimen could easily kill a 1,000-year-old soul beast, and this particular Ghost King Vine was indeed 100 years old. Recalling the recent ambush by the vine, Bai Chen felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. How fortunate that my skills surpassed its own. Otherwise, I might have met my end here today. Seeing Bai Chen unharmed, Bai Luo and the others exhaled in relief. Subsequently, Bai Chen produced a small porcelain vial, preparing to collect the vine's venom. "Chener, what are you doing? Do not approach the Ghost King Vine. It is exceedingly dangerous," Mi Te admonished. "Grandfather, I wish to collect its venom," Bai Chen replied. Initially, Mi Te intended to refuse, but witnessing Bai Chen's adept actions, he found himself inexplicably acquiescing. After successfully gathering the venom, they continued their journey. Before long, the morning passed unexpectedly smoothly, and they encountered a black moon wolf, approximately 1,300 years old. The compatibility between the wolf and Bai Chen was 80%, yet, to be frank, Bai Chen still felt somewhat disdainful. Given Bai Chen's current prowess, he was not comparable to the average individual. His third spirit ring would undoubtedly surpass 2,000 years. If possible, Bai Chen aspired to absorb a soul beast of approximately 2,000 years in age. Originally, Bai Chen intended to spare this fellow. However, upon seeing them, the Black Moon Wolf, inexplicably stirred, charged forth. Might and Bai Luo, witnessing this scene, were poised to intervene. Yet Bai Chen suddenly interjected, "Allow me, grandfather. Father, I wish to test my strength." Upon hearing his words, Might and Bai Luo instinctively stepped aside. Subsequently, Bai Chen propelled himself into the fray. As Bai Chen made his move, the two of them fixed their gaze upon him, ready to rush in for rescue should he falter. The Black Moon Wolf, upon spotting Bai Chen, revealed a glimmer of cruel delight in its eyes. Bai Chen furrowed his brow at the sight. This beast intended to devour him. Tail of the Giant Spirit. Possession. Rice Cake. Possession. With these incantations, Bai Chen's attributes surged dramatically. His speed momentarily surpassed that of the Black Moon Wolf. First soul skill. Frenzied Assault. With this declaration, Bai Chen evaded the Black Moon Wolf's onslaught, then delivered a powerful strike with his tail upon the beast. A howl escaped the wolf's lips. For Bai Chen's blow struck its eye. Even with a timely blink, the creature could not escape the searing agony. When it opened its eyes again, they were bloodshot. Its vision severely impaired. After injuring the Black Moon Wolf, Bai Chen remained composed, retreating a few steps to seek an opportunity. He refrained from employing his twin daggers, as he wished to gauge his own capabilities in this battle. The Black Moon Wolf emitted a furious roar, relentlessly attacking Bai Chen. Alas, each assault was deftly dodged. Bone Spike. Seizing another opening, Bai Chen unleashed a bone spike, piercing the wolf's other eye. A howl of anguish erupted from the wolf as it succumbed to blindness. Spiraling into a frenzy of erratic strikes, Bai Chen observed coldly, occasionally retaliating with the sweeping motion of his tail. His bone tail, extending 3 meters, granted him a considerable range of attack. With careful maneuvering, he largely evaded harm. Thus, Bai Chen gradually intensified the Black Moon Wolf's injuries. Might and Bai Luo, initially intent on rescuing him, now stood in stunned silence. Bai Chen's prowess was astonishing, far exceeding what one would expect from a mere child. No, it was more accurate to say that even a seasoned soul master would struggle to achieve such dominance, systematically wearing down the opponent without granting any respite. Half an hour later, the Black Moon Wolf could bear no more and collapsed with a thud. A purple soul ring slowly emerged above its head. Noticing the wolf's fall, Bai Chen first searched its body for soul bones, but finding none, he felt no disappointment. He then drove his tailbone into the creature's form, and the wolf's body began to visibly wither at an alarming rate. Bai Chen's tailbone grew at a remarkable pace, eventually reaching approximately 4 meters in length before ceasing its expansion, while the Black Moon Wolf had been reduced to a mere skeleton of its former self. On the other side, Might and Bai Luo were both rendered speechless. As Bai Chen observed their dazed expressions, he approached them and waved his hand. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, they finally snapped back to reality. We're fine. They did not inquire as to how Bai Chen was able to absorb the essence of the Black Moon Wolf, as it appeared to pose no detriment to him. "Let us continue our search for prey." "Oh, yes, indeed," they replied. Subsequently, Bai Chen glanced at his bony tail and could distinctly sense that its power had significantly increased. By approximately 20%, it seemed, while its attack range had also expanded, allowing for greater absorption in the future. Chapter 103. The third soul skill, Terrifying Howl in the Afternoon. To their astonishment, Bai Chen and his companions encountered a soul beast that was perfectly suited for him, the fearsome wolf. This rare soul beast was approximately 2,300 years old, and Bai Chen could clearly see that the compatibility rate between them had reached an astonishing 99%. This was the oldest soul beast Bai Chen had encountered thus far. "Grandfather, I wish to have that fearsome wolf as my third soul ring." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, MIT looked at the fearsome wolf and paused momentarily before responding. "Chenner, the age of that fearsome wolf is rather high. It may not be suitable for you. Perhaps you should consider another option." Upon hearing MIT's words, Bai Chen shook his head vigorously, insisting, "Trust me, grandfather, I will definitely succeed in absorbing it." With unwavering confidence, Bai Chen spoke, leaving MIT with no choice but to relent, saying, "Very well, you may attempt it, but should any danger arise, I will intervene decisively." "Understood." With that, MIT seized the fearsome wolf, and feeling MIT's immense strength, the wolf struggled violently, but to no avail. To ensure safety, MIT broke the creature's limbs and then delivered a punch that rendered it unconscious. "Come forth, Chenner, the wolf's weakness lies in its heart vein." Upon hearing MIT's instruction, Bai Chen approached with a pufferfish poison dagger and swiftly pierced the heart vein of the fearsome wolf. With a soft thud, a faint purple soul ring began to float above the fearsome wolf's head, and after a couple of convulsions, the wolf perished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the 2,300-year-old fearsome wolf. Reward, 3,000 points. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After consuming an attribute pill, he commenced the formal process of absorbing the soul ring. However, this absorption was markedly different from the previous two. Although the compatibility rate was an impressive 99%, the fearsome wolf seemed to resist, exhibiting signs of reluctance. Surprised by this development, Bai Chen realized that high compatibility did not guarantee the creature's willingness to become his soul ring. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, confident in his ability to absorb the 2,300-year-old beast without issue. 2 hours later, MIT observed Bai Chen's pained expression, prepared to intervene at any moment, sensing that something was amiss. Just as he was about to act, Bai Chen's face suddenly calmed, and the soul ring on the fearsome wolf began to dissipate. Had he succeeded in the absorption? Watching Bai Chen's demeanor, MIT felt a tinge of confusion. A quarter of an hour later, Bai Chen opened his eyes. Reflecting on the recent absorption, he felt a rush of apprehension. Had the wolf's soul ring been even 100 years older, he might have faced catastrophic failure and perished. Fortunately, due to the unique qualities of his heavenly demon body and the tranquil mind technique, his physical strength and mental fortitude were beyond the norm. Otherwise, he would have met a dire fate. Chinner, are you all right? Did you succeed in the absorption? MIT inquired with concern. With a triumphant expression, Bai Chen declared, I have succeeded and acquired a formidable skill. As he spoke, his bony tail pierced the body of the fear wolf, absorbing its energy. Observing Bai Chen's actions, MIT decided to refrain from interrupting him, opting instead to quietly await the completion of the absorption process to discern the nature of his newfound skill. Minutes later, the fear wolf was entirely depleted of energy. Regrettably, there was no soul bone to be found. Nonetheless, Bai Chen's bony tail had grown to an impressive length of 4.5 meters, adorned with black patterns identical to those of the fear wolf. Simultaneously, he sensed that the toxins from the fear wolf had been integrated into his tail. These toxins were of a debilitating variety, capable of inducing mental disarray and diminishing attributes. Once the absorption concluded, MIT and Bai Luo immediately inquired, So, Chinner, are you all right? What soul skill did you obtain? Bai Chen, not wishing to prolong the suspense, responded directly, I have acquired the Fear Howl skill of the fear wolf. Its specific function varies according to the opponent's level and attribute status. MIT and Bai Luo nodded. Yet candidly, they were not entirely satisfied. The fear wolf was an exceedingly rare soul beast, nearing the classification of a super soul beast according to the system's hierarchy. A skill that merely debilitated seemed rather lackluster in comparison. Noticing their expressions, Bai Chen casually remarked, It is an area attack. MIT and Bai Luo, something felt amiss. The range is 20 meters, and its potency can be amplified based on my soul power output. MIT and Bai Luo. Bai Luo exclaimed, This is somewhat absurd. In a team battle, it could be a divine skill. Bai Chen replied, It is not as extraordinary as it seems. The skill does not distinguish between allies and foes. If I am not careful, I might inadvertently harm my comrades. Bai Luo countered, Even so, that is still quite overpowered. Can you not control your output? Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. That is true. After their conversation, they departed from the setting sun forest. Subsequently, Bai Chen stayed at MIT's home for a time before returning to his own residence. Meanwhile, Shueka gazed at the lake before her, feeling a twinge of boredom. It had been 10 days and 3 hours since she last saw Bai Chen, and she was in dire need of replenishing her energy from him. Without it, she feared she might perish. I wonder when Bai Chen will return, she pondered. Just then, Bai Chen, having returned, heard Shueka's voice and smiled. I am back. Shueka. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shueka turned in surprise and instantly spotted Bai Chen. Chen, you have returned. As she exclaimed, she rushed toward him. And Bai Chen caught her effortlessly. Chen, congratulations on advancing to Soul Master. She beamed. Bai Chen replied, Thank you. My father wishes to meet you. Would you accompany me? Of course, she responded eagerly. Upon hearing Shueka's words, Bai Chen felt a twinge of surprise, yet an undeniable curiosity about the legendary Snow Knight Emperor stirred within him. That sounds splendid. Shall we meet tomorrow? He inquired. Very well, she replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Chen excused himself. However, instead of returning directly to his dormitory, he set off towards the great soul arena of Tiando. For he had recently acquired his third soul ring and was eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength and how it measured against the pinnacle of Soul Dolua. Chapter 104, The Pinnacle of Soul Mastery. As Bai Chen strolled towards the grand soul arena of Tiando, he took a moment to assess his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 10 years. Soul power, level 32. Cultivation aptitude, 33, including Qingyang skill 5, martial soul, runes. Wolf martial soul quality, supreme soul rings, 3 soul bones, 2, right leg bone, 1000, external soul bone points, 49, 700 special skills, appraisal technique, Qingyang skill, second layer, meditation. Items, venomous dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, soul sage experience card, soul evolution potion x3. One could only marvel at the prowess of a soul beast that had existed for 2,300 years. Bai Chen's level had surged by 2 ranks. Presently, all his attributes and external soul bones had seen significant enhancement, rendering him a formidable opponent even against typical soul masters. Upon arriving at the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando, Luo Shi immediately spotted Bai Chen. Little E, standing beside her, observed with a hint of exasperation, pondering whether her friend had lost her senses. As she seemed utterly enamored by Fenrir. While it was true that the Fenrir competitor was exceptionally popular within the arena, it was also rumored that he had yet to reach the age of 10, making them feel rather elderly in comparison. Disregarding Little Yi's size, Luo Shi's gaze remained fixed on Bai Chen. Fenrir competitor, it's been a while, she greeted him. Bai Chen replied, indeed, it has been a while. I have come to re-register my level. I have now reached level 32. As he spoke, he showcased his soul rings to her. Can we arrange for a soul master of the soul respect level, or perhaps a silver soul master, to battle me? Bai Chen inquired. Luo Shi nodded eagerly, absolutely. Let me check right away. Before long, she exclaimed, I found one. There is a 39-level silver soul master available for a match tonight. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen nodded affirmatively. Great, let us proceed with him. Please provide me with his information. Of course, she replied. With that, Bai Chen made his way to the lounge. Luo Shi promptly reported Bai Chen's advancement past level 30 to the relevant authorities. Fei Gang was informed immediately, and the poster at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena was swiftly replaced. Wolf King Fenrir breaks through to soul respect. Tonight marks the premiere showcase of the Fenrir competitor. Will Fenrir maintain his unbeaten streak in the realm of soul respect? As anticipated, the moment the title of the event was altered, it captured the attention of numerous spectators. Many rushed to purchase tickets for the match, and in a flash, tens of thousands of tickets were sold out, with betting lines filling up instantly. A considerable number of individuals wagered on Bai Chen's victory, while others speculated whether he could maintain an undefeated record at the soul respect stage. Overall, the bets were nearly evenly split on both sides. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was diligently reviewing the information on his opponent. Name, Rasta Martial Soul, Earth Vein Dragon level, 39 soul class, silver soul record. Upon reviewing his opponent's information, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. This individual was indeed formidable among soul masters. Bai Chen deemed him a suitable adversary for honing his skills. Soon, the match commenced. After a brief introduction, both competitors took to the stage. Rasta regarded Bai Chen with a smirk. So you are the recent sensation, the clown. Let me tell you, soul masters and great soul masters are worlds apart. Your level, barely above 30, simply cannot rival my prowess. Ignoring the taunts, Bai Chen was well aware that those who resorted to pre-match provocations rarely fared well. The tension in the arena escalated as the two faced off, their energies clashing even before the fight began. The audience buzzed with excitement, and the referee, noticing their readiness, declared, let the match begin. Martial Soul, manifest. In an instant, a bizarrely patterned bone tail materialized behind Bai Chen. His primary objective for this match was to test the strength of the bone tail after devouring several fear wolves. Observing Bai Chen's lack of aggression, Rasta sneered, Humph. How theatrical. First soul skill. Rock armor. With that, a thick layer of rocky armor enveloped Rasta, showcasing impressive defenses. As he charged toward Bai Chen, the latter effortlessly evaded the attack, retaliating with a powerful strike from his bone tail. Crack. The impact shattered Rasta's armor, and a sharp sound echoed as one of his bones fractured due to his carelessness. Rasta let out a muffled grunt, but Bai Chen paid it no mind. Following the initial assault, he executed a swift counter, the spikes on his bone tail piercing through Rasta's armor and injecting the venom of the fear wolf. Thud. The silver-class soul master fell, defeated with alarming ease. Bai Chen stared in astonishment at his bone tail. Its evolution had rendered it extraordinarily powerful, its sheer strength now rivaling that of a 45-level pure power soul master, a truly terrifying prospect. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a 39-level soul master. Reward, 300 points. Considering its range of attack, toxicity, and speed, Bai Chen mused that even Tang San's 8 spider lances could scarcely compare to his giant spirit tail. It was evident that the system produced nothing short of excellence. As Bai Chen swiftly dispatched his opponent, a peculiar silence enveloped the audience for a few seconds before erupting into fervent applause. Having secured his first victory against a soul master, Bai Chen felt elated and, upon collecting his reward, returned contentedly. Now, his level has risen to 30. With the breathing technique of the demonic body, Bai Chen can sustain its use for a continuous 8 hours. It is now time to proceed to the next phase of his cultivation. Departing from the soul arena, Bai Chen removed his mask and donned a cloak that completely concealed his appearance, making his way towards the soul beast market. Indeed, it is not a mishearing. The destination Bai Chen is heading to is the soul beast market, where transactions involving soul beasts occur within the heavenly capital empire. Upon arriving in the bustling marketplace, Bai Chen navigated effortlessly into a tavern, taking a seat at the bar and surveying his surroundings. The bartender, noticing Bai Chen's presence, immediately inquired, "What would you like to drink, sir?" "A glass of sweet melon juice, please." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment." As he spoke, Bai Chen's gaze fixed upon an unremarkable individual, declaring inwardly, "It is you." Chapter 105. Cultivating the demon body, sir. Your sweet melon juice is ready. Upon hearing the bartender's words, Bai Chen picked up the juice and approached a certain individual. The moment the other person caught sight of Bai Chen, he lifted his gaze. Subsequently, Bai Chen produced a pouch of coins and presented it to him, containing 3 gold soul coins, 6 silver soul coins, and 9 copper soul coins. After confirming the amount, the individual stated, "Follow me." With that, he led Bai Chen deeper into the tavern. Before long, Bai Chen was ushered into a room. "You are aware of the rules, I presume?" the man suddenly inquired. "Yes, I am," Bai Chen replied in a gravelly voice, nodding in acknowledgement. The man pressed down on a stone brick from the previous occasion, and swiftly, an underground passage materialized before Bai Chen. Without hesitation, he stepped into the darkness. Once inside, Bai Chen was enveloped in a pitch-black environment. However, he refrained from lighting a torch, for his martial spirit endowed him with enhanced vision even in the dark. A quarter of an hour later, he emerged from the tunnel into what resembled a marketplace. As he entered, several groups of individuals turned their attention towards him. Yet, Bai Chen remained remarkably composed. Having frequented the black market previously, he had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Recalling his prior visits, he made his way towards the soul beast market. Minutes later, Bai Chen arrived at the soul beast market, where he was greeted by a robust middle-aged man. Upon their first encounter, the man inquired, "What do you seek?" "Fresh blood from a 1,000-year soul beast, approximately 300 pounds. Any soul beast blood will suffice." The man nodded, acknowledging that while soul beast blood was not a common purchase, there were occasional buyers, though seldom did anyone procure such a large quantity at once. In their line of work, the greatest taboo was to speculate on a customer's identity or their reasons for such purchases. After approximately half an hour, the man returned with a massive wooden barrel. 600 gold coins, he declared. Hearing this, Bai Chen produced the necessary coins and handed them over. For them, soul beast blood was not particularly precious. Typically, few had a need for such materials, and they were relatively easy to acquire. Thus, even in the pricey black market, the cost was modest. Once Bai Chen stored the soul beast blood within his frostwolf ring, he departed from the black market. On the way back, ensuring he had evaded all pursuers, Bai Chen finally returned to his dormitory. Immediately, he poured approximately 50 pounds of the beast's blood into the barrel, adding water and certain herbs to activate the blood's energy before commencing the boiling process. Half an hour later, gazing at the crimson liquid bubbling in the barrel, Bai Chen swallowed hard, contemplating the pain that would ensue should he immerse himself within it. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately leapt into the mixture. Hiss. Upon entering the blood pool, Bai Chen was immediately enveloped by an indescribable sensation of searing heat, as if he were on the verge of melting away. His rationality began to blur, yet due to the prolonged practice of the tranquil heart technique, he was not easily overwhelmed. He swiftly followed the guidance provided by the heavenly demon body method, channeling the soul energy within him to gradually absorb the power from the blood pool. Moments later, with a resounding splash, Bai Chen leaped out of the pool. This torment was beyond human endurance. After initiating the technique, he found himself in even greater agony. As if he were truly disintegrating, he resolved to momentarily retreat. Although retreating may be deemed disgraceful, it proved to be effective. After a considerable time, Bai Chen decided to increase the water dosage while reducing the ratio of the substances in blood. For the first time, he attempted to utilize the blood of a century-old soul beast, which only served to amplify the experience. Half an hour later, he re-entered the blood pool. Though the pain remained acute, the adjusted proportions rendered it somewhat bearable. Subsequently, he began to refine his body using the blood. Adhering to the methods of the heavenly demon body, he soon fell into a rhythm, and during his cultivation, peculiar red, line-like patterns sporadically emerged upon his skin, lending him an eerie appearance. At long last, an hour passed, and Bai Chen opened his eyes. Rising, he glanced at his reflection, His skin had turned a bright crimson, and his body had reached its limit of endurance. However, the vessel still contained a significant amount of energy yet to be absorbed. Sighing at this sight, Bai Chen realized he needed to construct a blood pool following the methods outlined in the heavenly demon body. The energy within such a pool could be preserved for extended periods, unlike this wooden container, which could only be utilized once, leading to waste. Contemplating this, Bai Chen considered purchasing his own estate to facilitate the creation of a blood pool, for conducting such activities at school or home would be rather inappropriate. Furthermore, owning a house had been a modest dream from his previous life, and now it seemed a wish worth fulfilling. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen slipped into slumber, for he had accumulated considerable resources, more than enough to acquire a residence. At dawn, Bai Chen awoke, and with no classes scheduled for the day, he promptly set off toward the property sales area. Buying a house? A trivial matter. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he donned a cloak that concealed his entire figure. Upon arrival, a service attendant quickly approached him, recognizing Bai Chen and greeting him warmly. "Good day, are you looking to purchase a residence?" the attendant inquired. Bai Chen nodded, deliberately adopting a hoarse voice as he replied, "Yes. Do you have any specific requirements? For instance, what location do you prefer for your estate? And what size are you considering?" After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chen responded, "As for the location, it should be near the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Regarding the size, I would like to inquire about the available estates in that area." "Sir, in the vicinity of the Grand Soul Arena, there remain approximately 7 estates. If permissible, the largest among them spans an area of 1,000 square meters, while the smallest measures around 100 square meters." After listening to the lengthy introduction from the other party, Bai Chen opted for an estate of roughly 600 square meters. This size is quite substantial, and both the price and location are rather appealing. Subsequently, Bai Chen inspected the condition of the estate and, with alacrity, proceeded to finalize the purchase. However, in the near term, he does not intend to hire any servants. Chapter 106. Unlocking the level 30 gift package in this secluded courtyard. He intended to create a blood pool. Once his strength had sufficiently grown, he could plunge into this pool to cultivate the heavenly demon body. Thus, only those he truly trusted would be permitted within this sanctuary. Contemplating this, Bai Chen began to meticulously plan his courtyard, resolutely deciding that the blood pool must remain concealed underground. Otherwise, the pungent scent of blood would be too conspicuous and easily detected. Days later, Bai Chen discovered a suitable location for the blood pool within his newly acquired residence, his very own bedroom, which surprisingly contained a basement. He resolved to excavate deeper into this basement to create a space befitting for the blood pool. Although the task of digging proved somewhat cumbersome, Bai Chen was reluctant to enlist anyone else for assistance, as he had yet to cultivate any trustworthy relationships or wield significant influence. Thus, he made the decision to undertake the excavation himself. Realizing this, Bai Chen shook his head. It was high time to begin assembling his own power. For if he continued at this pace, his progress would be painfully slow. In the subsequent days, he dedicated an hour each day to tunneling toward the blood pool, slightly adjusting his cultivation schedule to accommodate this endeavor. Soon, an hour had elapsed, and upon inspecting his progress, he noted that, due to the solitary nature of his work, the advancement was rather sluggish. After a full hour, he had only managed to dig a few meters. Given the current trajectory, completing the blood pool could indeed become a monumental undertaking. However, perhaps this was for the best. The intensity of the blood pool would far surpass that of a mere bloodbath, thus granting him ample time to acclimate. Subsequently, Bai Chen cast a glance at his system's marketplace and let out a sigh. He noted the presence of a new item called the gift package key, priced at 100,000 points, which would allow him to unlock a gift package free of charge. However, unlocking the level 30 gift package required one such key. Bai Chen was indignant. Did this not imply that he needed 100,000 points merely to access this package? The system had become increasingly avaricious, with these newly introduced items exorbitantly priced far beyond his current means. Yet, despite his ire, he recognized the futility of his frustration. Based on his experience, such level packages often contained items that could not be purchased elsewhere, unique treasures of immense value far exceeding mere points. Hence, whether it be 100,000, 200,000, or even 300,000 points, Bai Chen would diligently strive to accumulate the necessary points for purchase. After all, with each advancement in level, his rate of earning points had accelerated, making the acquisition of 100,000 points a realistic goal with sufficient effort. A year later, due to his relentless focus on constructing the blood pool, Bai Chen's level had only risen by 2, reaching level 34. Notably, however, his soul of battle had ascended to the purple gold level, establishing him as a formidable figure akin to a war god within the arena of the heavenly dough. However, It is precisely because of this that Bai Chen now finds it exceedingly challenging to engage in a match. After all, not everyone can attain the purple gold level at the Soul Sovereign rank. In the entire Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena, he stands alone in this regard. And the same holds true for the Soul Sect. Consequently, there exists a particular regulation within the arena. If a Soul Master cannot find an opponent of their own rank, they may challenge an adversary of a lower rank. Naturally, Bai Chen is the only one in the entire arena who would take such a step, and even so, he still finds himself lacking in matches. At present, his preparations for the blood pool have finally reached completion. This endeavor was entirely crafted by his own hands, and without a doubt, he feels a profound sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand is to claim the level 30 Soul Master gift pack, especially since his current points have reached a staggering 120,000, sufficient to obtain the upgrade package. Ding! Congratulations, host, the upgrade package has been successfully utilized, granting you 10 Soul Evolution Potions, an upgrade to Identification Technique, 1 Smell Potion, and 1 Talent Domain gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Identification Technique has been upgraded to Divine Eye, bestowing new functionalities. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen's Spirit Sword, was this level 30 gift pack not a bit excessive? Setting aside the other rewards, simply receiving 10 Soul Evolution Potions already made it worthwhile. Furthermore, the upgrade to his Identification Technique, now called Divine Eye, sounded quite impressive, not to mention the additional Smell Potion and Talent Domain gift pack. However, upon glancing at the conditions to unlock the Talent Domain gift pack, an ominous premonition washed over Bai Chen. Sure enough, upon examining the requirements, he discovered that it necessitated 3 gift pack keys. Talent Domain gift pack unlock conditions, 3 gift pack keys. Bai Chen. System, are you serious? 300,000 points required. The system is truly generous. He inwardly scoffed sarcastically. Subsequently, Bai Chen reviewed his new attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 11 Soul Power, Level 34 Training Aptitude, 33, including Qingyang Skill 5, Martial Soul, Rune Wolf Martial Soul Quality, Top Tier Soul Rings, 3 Soul Bones, 2 Right Leg Bone, 1,000 External Soul Bone Points, 10. 300 Special Skills, Divine Eye, capable of discerning an opponent's age, level, status, and dispelling illusions based on mental strength. Qingyang Skill, 2nd Layer, Tranquility Technique. Items, Venomous Dagger, Pufferfish Poison Dagger, Soul Sage Experience Card, Soul Evolution Potion 16, Smell Potion, Talent Domain Gift Pack. Upon reviewing his attributes, Bai Chen felt quite satisfied. Once he utilizes the Smell Potion, he should be able to sense danger immediately. Moreover, with 16 Soul Evolution Potions at hand, acquiring 9 more would allow him to evolve his martial soul once again. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen swiftly consumed the Smell Potion. With nothing pressing on his agenda for tomorrow, now was an opportune moment to utilize it. Upon consumption, unlike the Vision and Hearing Potions, Bai Chen felt a peculiar acidity in his nose, followed by a wave of heat enveloping his body, akin to the malaise of a severe cold. Subsequently, with a sudden thud, he collapsed. A day later, Bai Chen awoke in a daze, immediately sensing a refreshing clarity. His nasal passages seemed to have cleared, offering an extraordinary sense of comfort. Strangely, he began to perceive an array of unusual scents, such as the earthy aroma of the courtyard, the lingering stench of blood from the previous day's sanguine bath, the fragrance of medicinal herbs, and, of course, certain indescribable odors that need not be elaborated upon. Chapter 107, The Bone-Corroding Herb King. After utilizing the olfactory potion, Bai Chen traversed through the basement and arrived at the blood pool. Although referred to as a blood pool, in reality, it contained no fresh blood. Bai Chen calculated that to fill this pool, it would require at least 20,000 gene of beast blood. Currently, he possessed approximately 3,000 gene, which could serve as a catalyst for the blood pool. Moreover, maintaining this pool necessitated a special formation capable of preventing the essence within from dissipating. Fortunately, Bai Chen had already set up this formation, but it lacked a crucial focal point, which could only be sustained by a herb king aged over 10,000 years. It was likely that there existed such an ancient herb king in Dugu Bo's medicinal garden. However, Bai Chen had yet to find an opportunity to enter it, rendering this option temporarily unavailable. Additionally, he had recently heard that the Tiando auction house was set to auction a herb king of the same age, albeit one that was poisonous. The blood pool imposed no specific requirements regarding the attributes of the herb king, so even if it were toxic, it would pose no issue. His only concern was that his current assets amounted to roughly 3 million gold soul coins. While this sum might appear astonishingly vast to the average individual, for Bai Chen, it represented merely a year or two of earnings. After all, the title of Do God was not something just anyone could possess. Nevertheless, he should be able to afford it, as even a typical restorative herb of 10,000 years would generally fetch no more than 1 million gold soul coins at most, with the average transaction occurring around 500,000. Poisonous herbs were even cheaper. Indeed, a standard herb king would not command the same price as the Qilua Yujingxiang, which had caused the 7 treasures glazed tower to evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tower, prompting a notable figure like Ning Fingxi to spend 5 million gold soul coins on it. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that Bai Chen could likely afford the herb king. The following day, at the Tiando Great Soul Arena, Bai Chen donned a cloak and mask, now standing at a height of 1.5 meters. Although his physique remained somewhat slender, he managed to pass himself off as a guest, presenting his VIP card as he entered the private box. When he arrived, the auction had yet to commence, and out of boredom, he glanced towards the ordinary seating area, where he immediately spotted Ning Fingxi seated at the back. Observing this, Bai Chen felt somewhat speechless, utterly perplexed by the thought process of the wealthy. They could effortlessly enjoy the luxurious privileges of the VIP section, yet insisted on mingling with the masses in the ordinary seats. It was unclear what they hoped to achieve, as their identity was unmistakable. After approximately 15 minutes, the auction officially began. As per tradition, the auctioneer was an alluring female host. But Bai Chen lost interest after a mere glance. He had come to procure items, not to be entertained by her. The lengthy auction process was a tedious waste of his time, and he found it quite vexing. Soon, with the host's enthusiastic promotions, item after item was sold. Finally, after half an hour, the object of Bai Chen's desire was presented for bidding. Esteemed guests, the item that is about to be auctioned is a rare treasure within our esteemed Tiando Grand Auction House. Many of you present are likely familiar with its identity. Indeed, it is the legendary everlasting medicine king, the bone-corroding grass. Upon hearing the host's words, Bai Chen immediately fixed his gaze upon the bone-corroding medicine king. The bone-corroding grass is an exceptionally fearsome poison. Unlike many other toxins, its lethal nature is not solely dependent on ingestion. Merely touching it can result in exposure to the bone-corroding toxin. This toxin invades the bones at an alarming pace, gradually consuming them. Ultimately, those severely afflicted will find their bones rendered pitch black and exceedingly brittle, to the point that a mere touch could shatter them. For those poisoned, life becomes a torment worse than death. Even the ordinary bone-corroding toxin is dreadful, but the everlasting bone-corroding grass is even more outrageous. Thus, for certain nobles with peculiar tastes, this poison holds a certain allure. However, to be candid, the efficacy of regular bone-corroding grass is already formidable. Spending exorbitant sums on this kingly variant seems unnecessary unless one harbors a vendetta and wishes to exact revenge. Observing the audience below, who appeared somewhat disinterested, the female host felt a touch of awkwardness, yet she continued. The starting bid for this medicine king is set at 200,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 10,000 gold soul coins. The bidding now commences. As soon as the host finished speaking, bids began to emerge. 210,000 gold soul coins. 220,000 gold soul coins. Well, even if it may not be of immediate use, having it as a keepsake would still be worthwhile. In the future, should someone offend him, he could simply eliminate them with poison. After a considerable time, Bai Chen raised his paddle for 100,000 gold soul coins. Upon his declaration, silence enveloped the room. For 100,000 gold soul coins was nearly the upper limit for this item, unless there was a particular necessity. It is generally uncommon for individuals to spend lavishly on something they do not intend to utilize. Moreover, Bai Chen has garnered a modest reputation at the Tiando Grand Auction House. Regardless of the item, he invariably secures it without exception. Given that they could not compete with him, and had no personal need for the item, they naturally refrained from bidding. The female host, upon witnessing Bai Chen's bid, announced, VIP number 15 bids 400,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Following her words, silence prevailed once more, indicating that the item had reached its peak price. 400,000 gold soul coins once. 400,000 gold soul coins twice. 400,000 gold soul coins thrice. Sold. Congratulations to VIP number 15 for acquiring this item. After this, the auctioneer swiftly proceeded to the next item for bidding, while Bai Chen promptly received the bone-corroding grass king, which was encased in a completely sealed jade box. After verifying the item's authenticity with his divine vision, he completed the transaction and departed, as the Tiando Grand Auction House allows patrons to leave immediately after their purchases. An hour later, as the auction drew to a close, the female host descended from the stage, having heard that Bai Chen had departed. This came as no surprise, for that customer had always been rather peculiar. He would leave as soon as he acquired the items he desired. Upon returning to his estate, Bai Chen cautiously employed his soul energy to lift the bone-eroding Grass King, carefully placing it at the focal point of the formation. Subsequently, he promptly activated the array. And in an instant, the entire formation was set into motion. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chen immediately began pouring buckets of beast blood from the Tsang Wolf Ring into the array. Chapter 108. Selection for the school team. As the beast blood poured into the blood pool, it began to bubble instantaneously. Bai Chen peered into it, a shiver running down his spine. Although he had acclimated to the immersion of bloodbaths over the past year, the sheer magnitude of the current blood pool dwarfed his previous experiences. Moreover, the pool was not yet full, from Bai Chen's perspective. It resembled a river on the brink of drought. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely stripped off his clothing and leapt into the pool. Was he the kind of person who would shy away from fear? Absolutely not. He was exceptionally courageous. Upon entering the blood pool, Bai Chen was immediately assaulted by a wave of heat that surged to his head, the intensity of the sensation rivaling that of his initial bloodbath. However, unlike before, Bai Chen managed to endure the experience, emerging from the pool only after half an hour. Once out, he exhaled in relief, reflecting on the ordeal with a sense of trepidation. Such an experience was not for the faint-hearted, yet his steadfast will carried him through. Gradually, the crimson hue that clung to his skin dissipated, restoring his complexion to its normal state. Having engaged in bloodbaths for a year now, Bai Chen realized that while they did not significantly augment his strength or defense, they greatly enhanced the speed of his soul power flow, his defenses, and all forms of resistance, including poison immunity. Though the increased speed of soul power flow might seem trivial, it was, in fact, remarkably advantageous. Enhancements in this area would boost Bai Chen's recovery rate of soul power, the healing of injuries, and the speed at which he could unleash soul techniques, alongside accelerating his cultivation pace. This practicality promised further improvements with continued use. The following day, upon returning to the academy, Bai Chen was summoned to Qin Ming's office. The sudden call left him perplexed, unsure of the reason for the summons. Bai Chen, are you curious as to why I called you here? Qin Ming inquired. Indeed. Bai Chen replied. The primary reason for your summons is that the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy is about to commence the selection for the school team. Qin Ming explained. The school team? Bai Chen echoed. Yes, you must have heard of it. The Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy conducts 2 selections annually, ultimately admitting 22 individuals, 7 for the first team, another 7 for the second team, and the remaining 8 will serve as substitutes for both teams. After Qin Ming's explanation, Bai Chen nodded in affirmation. He was indeed aware of the school team's existence, though he was uncertain about the specific selection dates. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest, school team selection. Quest requirements. Please achieve first place in the selection for the first team. Quest rewards. 10,000 points and 1 chance for a mid-level mysterious lottery. In Bai Chen's mind, tasks issued by the system frequently appeared. Qin Ming remarked, Bai Chen, if possible, I hope you can participate in the school team selection. If you make it into the team, the cultivation resources available within the academy will significantly favor you. Furthermore, there are various other advantages. You possess the strength, and I hope you will strive for this opportunity. Bai Chen replied, All right, Teacher Qin, I understand. I choose to participate in the school team selection. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Qin Ming smiled and nodded. Fortunately, Bai Chen decided to participate. Otherwise, given his current level, he might miss the Continental Elite Soul Master competition 3 years later. After all, Bai Chen was likely to break through to level 40 soon. Beyond that threshold, the knowledge he could acquire within the academy would be minimal. It would be meaningless to stay forcibly and compete in the next Continental Elite Soul Master tournament. A few days later, Bai Chen arrived at the site of the school team selection. There, he encountered many familiar faces, such as Yu Tianheng, Du Guiyan, the Shimo brothers, and other members of the Tiando royal team. Yu Tianheng and the others immediately noticed Bai Chen, for over the past few years, his reputation had resounded throughout the entire Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters. At the tender age of 10, he had broken through to level 30, making him the fastest known Soul Master to achieve this milestone across the continent. Even the illustrious Hao Tian, who was of the same age as Bai Chen, was merely a great Soul Master at that time. Moreover, Bai Chen had already earned the title of Purple Gold Level Soul Master in the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Given these factors, how could anyone fail to recognize him, despite Bai Chen's current level being only 34? Which was not particularly outstanding among the students of the Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters. He had already become a frontrunner for the championship. Du Guiyan approached and playfully ruffled Bai Chen's hair, asking, Little Chen, are you participating in this school team selection as well? Bai Chen nodded. And after chatting with Du Guiyan for a while, the testing began. The selection rules for the school team comprised 2 rounds, an elimination round and a selection round. The elimination round was straightforward. 10 participants would compete, and the last 3 would remain. This method would filter out 30% of the participants, after which the remaining individuals would enter the point-based selection round, ultimately leading to the top 22. Typically, around 200 individuals participated each year in the Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters. Strictly speaking, this number was not particularly large, as not everyone could break through to level 30 before the age of 25. Moreover, most participants were just above level 30, making individuals like Yu Tianheng, who was at level 37, quite rare. Additionally, all members of the previous school team had graduated, making it easier for Bai Chen to claim the championship if he truly desired it. As he pondered, Bai Chen approached to draw lots. He glanced at the slip of paper in his hand. Third round, venue 4. The first elimination round would host only 2 matches in a single day, with the third match postponed until the following day, so Bai Chen would not compete today. However, both Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng successfully advanced in the first and second rounds. Bai Chen contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to observe Du Guyan's match, hoping to strengthen his relationship with her, which would facilitate future visits to Du Gubo's medicinal garden. However, as Bai Chen approached, an elderly man with green hair unexpectedly appeared beside him. Upon casting a glance at the man, Bai Chen found himself unable to look away. The man's head bore the inscription of Du Gubo, while his rank was marked with 3 question marks. Sensing the gaze upon him, Du Gubo turned his face and immediately noticed a rather naive-looking young boy staring intently at him. In truth, the students of the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy were largely unfamiliar with Du Gubo, primarily because Du Guyan preferred to maintain a low profile and seldom brought him to the academy. Thus, it was quite surprising for him to feel someone's scrutiny. After all, what could possibly be intriguing about an old man? Was it merely his vibrant green hair that drew attention? Chapter 109, Elimination Tournament. However, Du Gubo did not seem perturbed by the gaze of a mere child, despite his eccentric nature. After all, he was a titled Doloa, and Bai Chen possessed a countenance that was utterly disarming. For a moment, Du Gubo paused, turning his head to fixate on Bai Chen. The two engaged in a silent stare-down, and it was not until a quarter of an hour had elapsed that Du Guyan ascended the stage, prompting them to finally avert their gazes. Subsequently, Bai Chen rubbed his dry eyes, bemused by the old man's remarkable stamina. He had not blinked once throughout their prolonged exchange. The judges of the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy also swiftly recognized Du Gubo, but upon receiving a shushing gesture from him, they refrained from disclosing his identity, promptly announcing the commencement of the match. In an instant, Du Guyan proclaimed, "Third soul skill, phosphorescent purple poison." With that declaration, she leaped into the air, unleashing a vast cloud of purple smoke that spread rapidly across the arena, ensnaring everyone in a state of poisoning. Witnessing this spectacle, Du Gubo nodded with satisfaction, while Bai Chen cheered from the sidelines. For those soul masters lacking resistance to toxins, Du Guyan's poison was virtually insurmountable. Upon hearing Bai Chen's encouragement, Du Gubo cast a glance at him, pleasantly surprised to discover that this young lad was a fan of his granddaughter. Instantly, his fondness for Bai Chen grew. To him, his granddaughter was the most precious treasure, and Bai Chen's support for Du Guyan brought him joy. As the poisoned students gradually succumbed to their incapacitation, it became evident that while typically 3 contestants could advance, only Du Guyan would emerge victorious due to her prowess. Bai Chen sighed, acknowledging the formidable power of the phosphorescent purple poison. Indeed, Du Guyan was impressive. However, his body, honed through the trials of blood, should now withstand the invasion of the poison. Albeit his Tianma physique did not render him immune to all toxins, it would be prudent to acquire both the fierce fire apricot and the octagonal mystic ice herb when the opportunity arose, even if he might not be able to consume them just yet. Once the match concluded, Du Guyan rushed down, pinching Bai Chen's cheek. "Xiao Chen, thank you for cheering for me just now." As she spoke, Du Gubo, who had been poised to embrace Du Guyan, suddenly felt a twinge of awkwardness. Ahem. Upon hearing the cough, Du Guyan turned her head. "Oh, Grandpa, when did you arrive?" "Just a short while ago, Yan Yan." "Congratulations on advancing," he replied. "Of course, just look at whose granddaughter I am." Du Guyan's words brought a smile to Du Gubo's face. He then inquired, "Yan Yan, who is this child?" It was apparent he was referring to Bai Chen. "Oh, Grandpa, this is Bai Chen, my junior. Allow me to introduce you." "Bai Chen, is it?" "I understand," Du Gubo acknowledged. Bai Chen, ever polite, responded, "Greetings, Senior Du Gubo." Du Gubo simply nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing the indifferent demeanor of Du Gubo, Du Guyan expressed her dissatisfaction. "Grandfather, please do not treat Xiao Chun with such coldness." Oh, certainly," Du Gubo promptly agreed. He then cast a meaningful glance at Bai Chen, understanding Du Guyan well. If it were not for someone her granddaughter cared about, she would not have defended him. It seemed that Yin Yin indeed harbored a fondness for this young fellow. All right, Yin Yin, I came to watch your match today. Once the competition concludes, I shall take my leave. Understood. With that, Dugabo departed. Observing Dugabo's retreating figure, Bai Chen pondered thoughtfully. Dugabo appeared to possess a decent character, at least he was not unfriendly towards him. Despite the intense gaze directed at him moments ago, Dugabo remained unperturbed. Was it due to Dugu Yan's influence? Regardless, he had now made contact with Dugabo and hoped for more opportunities to engage, striving to visit his medicinal garden before encountering Tang San. The following day, Bai Chen arrived at the competition stage. His 9 opponents were rather unimpressive, all having just attained levels 31 and 32. Although their soul power was not significantly different, the disparity in combat strength was quite pronounced. Even when they attacked as a group, they were no match for Bai Chen. The 9 of them watched Bai Chen with great caution. Dugu Yan, Shueku, and others were present below the stage, cheering for Bai Chen. Shueku recalled the words of Xue Qinghe and felt a surge of delight. If Bai Chen could indeed meet Xue Qinghe's expectations before graduation, he would ascend directly to the rank of Count, thereby narrowing their social disparity. The match commenced. The referee announced the start, and chaos erupted on the stage. All 9 participants, except Bai Chen, launched their attacks simultaneously, yet none dared to provoke him. With 3 advancement spots available, they aimed to secure the other 2. On the sidelines, Qin Ming observed with a wry smile. Bai Chen's reputation loomed large, rendering the other students hesitant to engage him. Nevertheless, Bai Chen remained vigilant. He clearly noticed that several individuals maintained their focus on him. Although they appeared to be in battle, they were not fully committed. As an assassin, Bai Chen could not afford to grant them the opportunity to strike. He needed to take the initiative. Whoosh! In an instant, a shadow darted across the stage. A formidable assault-type Soul Master felt as if struck by a mallet at the back of his head, subsequently losing consciousness. Below, Osro's expression turned grave upon witnessing this scene. Initially, he believed he could secure a spot in the first team of the Tiando Royal Academy, but after observing Bai Chen's performance today, his hopes diminished significantly. Although he had only seen Bai Chen strike once, the attack was impeccable in terms of speed, timing, and target selection, qualities he felt he could not emulate with such swiftness. Subsequently, the entire match transformed into a personal showcase for Bai Chen. However, he was not as ruthless as Du Guyan. In the end, he chose to spare 2 individuals, allowing them to advance alongside him. This battle also garnered Bai Chen a reward of 370 points. Soon, the preliminary rounds concluded, resulting in a total of 60 participants qualifying for the point elimination round. From this group, 22 members of the school team would be determined. The points elimination round differed significantly from the previous matches. Each participant began with a base score of 10 points. The contestants would engage in battles in pairs, losing 1 point for each defeat and gaining 1 point for each victory, with a maximum of 5 matches and a minimum of 1 match permitted per day. Participants would be eliminated once their points reached 0, ultimately leaving 22 individuals to advance, who would then be ranked based on their scores. Chapter 110, Elimination Tournament. A few days later, Bai Chen gazed at Yu Tianheng before him, feeling a sense of sentimentality. The intricacies of fate are indeed remarkable. To think that his first opponent would be Yu Tianheng. Upon realizing that his adversary was Bai Chen, Yu Tianheng's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He had previously witnessed Bai Chen's prowess in the Grand Soul Arena and was all too aware of the terror that Bai Chen embodied. As for how he knew that Finra was Bai Chen, it had been previously clarified. In the circles of nobility, this was hardly a secret. Upon ascending the stage, Yu Tianheng regarded Bai Chen and said, "I never anticipated that my first opponent would be you. I shall give it my all and hope that you too will unleash your full strength against me." Bai Chen replied, "It depends on the situation." Hearing Bai Chen's words, Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow. What did this response imply? Was it suggesting that he need not exert his utmost against him? Frankly, it felt rather dismissive, leaving Yu Tianheng quite dissatisfied. Begin. Martial Spirit. Manifest. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. As the match commenced, Yu Tianheng swiftly launched an assault on Bai Chen, who immediately responded by retreating at an astonishing speed. Ziz. The current grazed Bai Chen's forehead, singeing a strand of his hair. Observing this, Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback. Yu Tianheng's electrical attack had a broad dispersal effect, which was unexpected. Otherwise, he should have been untouched. Nonetheless, it mattered little, even if he had been struck. It would have had minimal impact due to his high resistance to lightning, a trait of the heavenly demon body. Seizing the moment while Yu Tianheng's hand was still extended, Bai Chen swiftly grasped Yu Tianheng's right hand and pulled him toward himself, delivering a knee strike to Yu Tianheng's abdomen. Yu Tianheng felt an overwhelming force emanating from Bai Chen's grip, propelling him towards Bai Chen, followed by a sharp pain in his stomach. Snow Ku, Zhong Yong, and others, who had come specifically to watch Bai Chen's match, frowned in dismay. It was too brutal, far too brutal. Was this something a person could do? That strike must have nearly made Yu Tianheng vomit his bile. Although it was true that Bai Chen had been quite ruthless, they could attest that Yu Tianheng had made the first move. On the competition stage, Bai Chen resembled a fierce warrior, mercilessly pummeling Yu Tianheng, who began to question his very existence. Despite being at a higher level, Yu Tianheng found himself unable to retaliate. Bang! Another punch struck his abdomen. And despite the excruciating pain, Yu Tianheng forced himself to unleash a soul skill. Second soul skill, Thunderous Might. Third soul skill, Wrath of Thunder. With that, Yu Tianheng entered a state of frenzy, recklessly attacking Bai Chen. Bai Chen frowned. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus's attack power was formidable. Although Yu Tianheng could not undergo dragon transformation, his strength remained terrifying. Being struck was no trivial matter. Bai Chen rapidly increased the distance between himself and Yu Tianheng, with all of Yu Tianheng's soul skills activated. His energy consumption was substantial. Bai Chen merely needed to evade for a while longer to secure victory. As Bai Chen pushed forward, Yu Tianheng silently lamented his predicament. Bai Chen truly left no opportunity for him. However, he had no choice but to pursue Bai Chen. Once the distance between them widened, Bai Chen declared, Second soul skill, Black Moon Song Wolf Kill. Upon uttering this, a black cross-shaped wind blade hurtled towards Yu Tianheng. Whoosh! In an instant, Bai Chen's attack struck true, and Yu Tianheng slowly collapsed. The referee, witnessing this scene, immediately announced Bai Chen's victory. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Yu Tianheng for the first time, earning 260 points and an additional 500 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt quite satisfied. He then stepped out, contemplating that Yu Tianheng's strength was not particularly remarkable. Once outside, Shueker rushed to embrace Bai Chen and planted a kiss on his cheek. You were amazing, Chen. Yu Tianheng was no match for you. Flustered by the kiss, Bai Chen scratched his head and replied, Really? It was nothing special. Meanwhile, Zhong Yong and the others watched the scene, their eyes turning sour with envy. Zhong Yong remarked, If I am guilty, then let the law punish me, rather than forcing me to witness this. Hearing Zhong Yong's words, Tian Yu patted his shoulder and said, Stop complaining and accept reality. Before long, Bai Chen's first day of battles concluded. He had fought 5 matches and emerged victorious in all. The number of matches a contestant could engage in each day was at their discretion, as they needed to gauge their condition. After all, there were days when one might not perform well. However, a minimum of 1 match was required. Moreover, the points elimination round was set to last a full month, resembling a grueling endurance contest where participants could withdraw if overwhelmed, making the entire process exceedingly ruthless. On the 4th day of the competition, Bai Chen's 19th match commenced. Until now, he had won all 18 matches, accumulating a total of 28 points, firmly placing him at the top of the leaderboard, unmatched by anyone. Furthermore, due to the numerous matches, Bai Chen had been reaping points exceeding 1,000 daily, which felt quite gratifying. If this continued, he could potentially earn 30,000 points this month. His opponent today was a prominent figure within the academy, Osro. Before Bai Chen's arrival, Osro was regarded as the most talented agile attack soul master in the entire Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Unfortunately for him, Bai Chen's entrance changed everything. Upon reaching the competition stage, Osro gazed at Bai Chen with caution. He understood that victory was beyond his reach in this match, and the earlier battles had drained a significant portion of his soul power. Although Bai Chen had also participated in several matches, it was evident to a discerning eye that he had experienced little depletion. Osro hesitated, contemplating whether to forfeit the match, as it was clear that his energy expenditure would be exorbitant. Yu Tianheng had suffered a similar fate, having faced Bai Chen and subsequently losing all 4 of his following matches due to exhaustion. After a brief pause, Osro resolved to continue the match, eager to engage with the formidable Bai Chen from the agility attack class. Battling such a powerful opponent promised to yield invaluable experience. Soon, the two entered a state of readiness. Begin. First soul skill, Shadow Clone. With that, Osro swiftly made his move, conjuring 2 clones that possessed 50% of his own strength, albeit without the ability to utilize soul skills. Observing this display, Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback. Osro's soul skill was indeed impressive, significantly surpassing that of an ordinary agility attacker. Chapter 111. Snow Lotus. Though it was said thus, compared to Bai Chen, Osro's skill seemed rather pedestrian. The first soul skill, Rampage. In an instant, Bai Chen surged forth, obliterating Osro's 2 avatars with his claws. Following this, he closed in, driving his elbow into Osro's back. With that single blow, Osro staggered, and seizing the moment, Bai Chen grasped Osro by the throat, feeling the iron grip upon his throat. Osro swallowed hard. I concede. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen released him and departed. Osro collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, having been vanquished in a mere heartbeat. Gazing at Bai Chen's retreating figure, Osro silently resolved to make him his aspiration. As another day of combat came to a close, Bai Chen ventured to the black market to procure an additional 500 pounds of Millennium Soul Beast blood, as it was time to replenish the reserves of his blood pool. On his way back, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Tomorrow, he would face Dugu Yin. Though Dugu Yin was no match for him, it seemed that Dugu Bo would also be present to observe the duel, prompting Bai Chen to consider whether he ought to go easy on Dugu Yin. Aside from this matter, he also had to visit the Imperial Palace today. Primarily because the Snow Knight Emperor had summoned him for an audience, he was to meet his future father-in-law, and Bai Chen felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Upon returning to his residence, Bai Chen changed into a neat formal attire and then boarded a carriage heading toward the palace. Standing at a height of 155 centimeters, he was quite presentable among his peers in the generally precocious Dolua continent. Notably taller than Xue Ku by half a head, clad in this elegant outfit, he looked rather dashing. Half an hour later, Bai Chen arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Imperial Palace, where Xue Ku had been waiting for him. As Bai Chen stepped down from the carriage, Xue Ku's eyes lit up. He was already quite handsome without embellishment, but now, dressed up, he was positively captivating. Without hesitation, she rushed over and linked her arms with his. "Chun, let us hurry. Father is in his study." "All right." With that, Bai Chen followed Xue Ku towards the Snow Knight Emperor's chambers. Along the way, the palace maids could hardly tear their gazes away from Bai Chen. Xue Ku, however, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Bai Chen was becoming increasingly remarkable, and at times, she found herself pondering whether he would still regard her favorably if she were not a princess. Though he sensed something unusual in Xue Ku's demeanor, Bai Chen could not discern the cause, so he remained silent. 10 minutes later, standing before the magnificently adorned study, Bai Chen felt a hint of trepidation. Before he could announce their presence, a voice resonated from within. "Enter." With that, Bai Chen and Xue Ku exchanged a glance and stepped inside together. Upon entering, Bai Chen observed the Snow Knight Emperor, who appeared to be in relatively good condition, possibly due to the early hour. Though his hair had turned white, he emanated a remarkable vitality and an air of distinct authority. "Father, we have arrived," Xue Ku announced. Upon hearing their words, Xue lifted his gaze to Bai Chen, then nodded in satisfaction. "Are you Bai Chen?" he inquired. "Yes, Your Majesty," Bai Chen replied. "I have heard of you. You are quite remarkable. Do you have feelings for Kuer? If you cherish Xue Ku, perhaps you should consider an engagement ceremony. After all, Kuer holds you in high regard. And if you reciprocate her feelings, it would be a splendid union." Upon hearing Xue Ye's words, Xue Ku's face flushed instantly. She had not anticipated such forthrightness from him. Bai Chen was equally taken aback, having thought Xue Yi summoned him for some other purpose. Yet it was merely this. "Your Highness, I do have feelings for Xue Ku, but we are still quite young. Wouldn't it be a tad premature to get engaged?" "Premature? Nonsense," Xue Yi retorted. "However, your youth and current status are indeed considerations. I hope that before you turn 20, you can attain a rank of Earl or higher without relying on our royal assistance. Only then can Xue Ku rightfully wed you." Bai Chen nodded in agreement. He understood that he need not marry immediately. An engagement at this stage would undoubtedly divert his focus. And his time was exceedingly limited. Every minute felt like it needed to be stretched into 2. Xue Yi added, "Since this is our first meeting, I shall not let you leave empty-handed. Bring forth that item." He directed a palace maid beside him. Moments later, she returned, presenting a pristine white herb. Upon seeing the item the maid brought, Bai Chen's expression grew serious. His divine sight, now enhanced, allowed him to discern the properties of herbs. The attributes of this snow-white herb unfolded before his eyes. Snow Lotus Herb. Age. 30,000 effect. Can eliminate excess impurities within the body, nourish meridians, enhance longevity and beauty. Increase affinity for ice and snow attributes. One may consume only one throughout their lifetime. This Snow Lotus Herb was evidently far more precious than the previous item he encountered, the so-called bone-eroding grass king. It was no surprise, given Xue Yi's opulence. Observing Bai Chen's astonishment, Xue Yi inquired, "What? Do you recognize this herb?" "Indeed, I do," Bai Chen affirmed. "I once read about it in a book. This is the legendary Snow Lotus Herb, known for its ability to eliminate impurities and nourish the meridians." Xue Yi was somewhat taken aback by Bai Chen's knowledge. The Snow Lotus Herb was a treasured legacy of the Tiando Empire's royal family, cultivated through their swan martial soul. Aside from a select few rewarded ministers, it was unlikely that anyone else had heard of such an herb. However, the world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps Bai Chen truly had encountered it. "Impressive. You have even heard of the Snow Lotus Herb. Consider this as my gift to you upon our first meeting. I hope you achieve the rank of Earl soon." Bai Chen took a deep breath and replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall strive for the title of Earl. Indeed. He shamelessly agreed. After all, who would refuse a snow lotus herb? As for integrity, what was that? Could it be consumed? Even if it could, it certainly could not compare to the allure of the snow lotus herb. Beside him, Shueku observed as Shui Yi presented the snow lotus herb, smiling softly. Bestowing the snow lotus upon Bai Chen signified Shui Yi's endorsement of him. To Shueku's surprise, Shui Yi accepted Bai Chen so readily. After a brief conversation, Shui Yi bid them farewell. Upon their departure, Shui Yi glanced at the documents on his desk, which contained nearly all the information about Bai Chen. He was confident that his choice of Bai Chen would not lead to disappointment. As for the snow lotus, while it was indeed precious, they still possessed a few specimens in their possession. Chapter 112, Level 37. Upon returning to his estate, Bai Chen refrained from immediately consuming the snow lotus herb. According to the information provided by the system, ingesting this herb would render him unconscious for a minimum of 3 days, and with a competition looming tomorrow, it would be prudent to postpone its use until after the contest. The following day, Bai Chen observed the poised figure of Du Yin before him, along with Du Bo watching from the sidelines. He swallowed hard, realizing that only he and Du Yin maintained undefeated records in the tournament. The outcome of this match would largely determine the champion of the competition. After a brief pause, Bai Chen resolved to overcome Du Yin, as he had a mission to accomplish. Moreover, he believed Du Bo would not act irrationally once he triumphed over Du Yin. He would likely deal with his own matters afterward. Du Yin appeared remarkably relaxed, accepting the possibility of defeat, for she had witnessed Bai Chen's prowess firsthand. Begin the match. Third soul skill. Azure Phosphor Purple Poison. At the onset, Du Yin unleashed her powerful technique, enveloping Bai Chen in a vast area of toxic mist. She was acutely aware of Bai Chen's formidable strength. If her Azure Phosphor Purple Poison could not subdue him, then defeating him would indeed be impossible. The audience watched in anticipation, as Du Yin was the only contender among them who seemed capable of besting Bai Chen. As they beheld Bai Chen surrounded by the toxic haze, they collectively held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Moments later, the toxic mist remained still, surprising the onlookers. Could it be that even Bai Chen could not withstand Du Yin's Azure Phosphor Purple Poison? Truly, she was a descendant of Du Bo, and her soul skill was fearsome. However, before long, a shadow emerged from the poisonous fog. Bai Chen had intended to test whether he could endure it physically, but he soon realized that he had underestimated the potency of the Azure Phosphor Purple Poison, which was indeed a premier toxin. He would need to activate his martial soul to withstand its effects. Du Bo watched intently, astonished that this young man could withstand Du Yin's Azure Phosphor Purple Poison. A derivative of his own formidable serpent venom, while not as strong, it was still quite terrifying. Just as Bai Chen was about to make his move, Du Yin declared, "I concede." Hearing her concede, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely did not wish to engage with Du Yin. Thus, he maintained his undefeated record, and Du Bo refrained from pursuing him further. However, Du Bo had developed a keen interest in Bai Chen, as he did not believe any soul master of the same rank could withstand Du Yin's Azure Phosphor Purple Poison. Bai Chen must have employed some extraordinary means. Soon, a month passed, and aside from Bai Chen, the strongest competitors were Yu Tianhing and Du Yin, neither of whom posed a challenge to him. Consequently, the championship title rightfully belonged to Bai Chen. The system rewards, including points and lottery draws, promptly arrived. The members of the Tiando Royal Team's first squad have emerged. With the exception of Yu Feng, who has been reassigned to the second team, the remaining members remain largely unchanged. However, it must be acknowledged that adjustments to the personnel are indeed necessary, as these individuals are all combat-type soul masters, lacking any support-type soul masters. The latter possess alternative testing methods, thus a reassessment of the team is inevitable. After claiming his reward, Bai Chen returned, eager to utilize the snow lotus grass. Though it may not be an immortal herb, the 30,000-year-old snow lotus grass surely has the potential to elevate his soul power by 1 or 2 levels. Without delay, Bai Chen entered the concealed passageway leading to the blood pool, a route that would likely elude the common eye. Not far from the blood pool, Bai Chen produced the snow lotus grass, its pristine white form captivating his gaze. With a few swift bites, he consumed it. Instantly, a chilling sensation enveloped his entire being, prompting him to channel his soul power to absorb the herb's medicinal essence. While the process posed no mortal danger, it was far from pleasant. The extent of his absorption relied entirely on how long he could endure the ordeal. Ideally, Bai Chen wished to sustain his efforts for as long as possible. Gradually, as the cold permeated his body, peculiar shards of ice emerged from within him, expelling impurities. Simultaneously, Bai Chen's soul power steadily increased. As time passed, his level ascended to 35, then to 36, and his aura began to transform. 3 days later, Bai Chen opened his eyes. These 3 days felt akin to 3 years. The relentless cold had been torturous, nearly pushing him to the brink of death. Nevertheless, the rewards reaped from the snow lotus grass were extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the snow lotus grass, with an absorption rate of 98. Cultivation aptitude has increased by 5. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen paused momentarily. His cultivation aptitude, which had not improved for quite some time, had finally received a boost. Contemplating this, he examined his current attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 11. Soul power, level 37. Cultivation aptitude, 40, including Qingyang Gong 5. Tianma body 2, martial soul, Rune Wolf martial soul quality, top tier soul rings, 3 soul bones, 2 right leg bone, 1000, external attached soul bone points, 46. 300 special skills, divine eye, Qingyang Gong, second layer, tranquility technique items, venomous dagger, pufferfish venom dagger, soul saint experience card, martial soul evolution potion 16, olfactory potion. Talent domain gift pack 1, intermediate mysterious lottery 1. Status, enhanced olfactory sense, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing. At the age of 11. Boasting a level 37 and an array of attribute enhancements, his power has reached an astonishing level. Yet, this is merely the beginning. It is far from sufficient. His aspiration remains to ascend to divinity, to become a being of unparalleled strength, surpassing all others. One cannot claim to be superior to everyone, but at the very least, one must be capable of defeating Tang San. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Bai Chen decided to utilize the remaining opportunity for a mid-level mysterious lottery draw. Each draw required a hefty sum of 10,000 points, which Bai Chen had been reluctant to spend until now. With a chance to indulge, he seized the moment. Ding! The mid-level mysterious lottery draw was successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 soul evolution potions. Upon hearing the notification echo in his mind, Bai Chen's eyes brightened with delight. 3 additional soul evolution potions were a most welcomed reward. Now, he only required 6 more to evolve his soul. Chapter 113. Training in the gravity chamber. After the conclusion of the lottery, Bai Chen gazed at his remaining balance of over 46,000 points. Lost in contemplation. A minute later, he exclaimed, "Why am I holding on to these? It's time to take a risk. A bicycle can become a motorcycle." With this thought, Bai Chen promptly utilized the intermediate mysterious lottery. He had already acquired 19 soul evolution potions, leaving only 6 more to evolve his soul. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have gained 8,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have gained 6,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the intermediate mysterious lottery. After a series of operations, Bai Chen's points dwindled from 46,300 to 34,300. This outcome left him in disbelief. What was happening? This was not him. He was the golden hand. Why was this occurring? No. He still had 30,000 points. He could continue to draw. He could not simply give up. With this resolve, Bai Chen reopened the shop and focused his gaze on the intermediate mysterious lottery once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have gained 9,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 low-level soul ring extension pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 points. After another round of operations, Bai Chen's points plummeted from 34,300 to 14,300, yet he had obtained 2 low-level soul ring extension pills valued at 3,000 points each. Upon seeing this result, Bai Chen felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly fainting. Indeed, a gambler could end up with nothing. After calming down for a few minutes, Bai Chen consumed both low-level soul ring extension pills, enhancing the duration of his first 3 soul rings by 200 years. Although purchasing 1 more pill would allow his second soul ring to surpass the 1,000-year mark, Bai Chen was concerned about explaining the sudden transformation of his soul ring into a millennium level one. Nonetheless, despite not breaking through the 1,000-year threshold, all 3 of his soul skills received varying degrees of enhancement, particularly the second soul skill, which was on the verge of reaching 1,000 years. With this in mind, Bai Chen wished to find someone to test his newfound strength. However, it was unfortunate that he could not find an opponent in the Tiando Great Soul Arena who could match him. Yet, Bai Chen was not entirely disheartened. For Qin Ming had previously mentioned that he would provide their group of newly inducted team members with novel training methods, which Bai Chen eagerly anticipated. Several days later, On the 7th day since Bai Chen joined the school team, the roster was finally confirmed. Several weaker assault and agility members were removed, and several powerful support members were added, including Yi Lingling. Qin Ming surveyed the assembly of team members before him and declared, "I have tailored distinct training regimens for each of you. Henceforth, I implore you to adhere strictly to the plans I have devised." "Understood," they replied in unison. Following this, Qin Ming summoned each individual, one by one, to convey their specific tasks, while Bai Chen observed from the rear with a sense of anticipation. Before long, everyone had received their instructions, leaving only Bai Chen at the end, which caused Qin Ming some consternation. Bai Chen's performance was exceedingly flawless, exhibiting virtually no weaknesses, rendering it quite challenging for Qin Ming to formulate an appropriate training method for him. Yet, witnessing the eager expression on Bai Chen's face, Qin Ming felt compelled to offer some guidance. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "Bai Chen, I suggest you continue with your current training regimen. It is already well suited to your needs, and there is no necessity for a new plan. You are welcome to organize your own training sessions, as the Academy's resources are now fully available to you. Feel free to utilize the gravity chamber or any other facility you wish." Bai Chen was taken aback. "Is that it?" he thought, having waited so long for such a response. However, observing the earnestness in Qin Ming's demeanor, he surmised that there were truly no other options. "Very well, teacher, I shall proceed to the gravity chamber." With a nod, Bai Chen made his way toward that destination. Since Qin Ming could not provide further assistance, he resolved to manage his own training. After all, he realized he had never trained in the gravity chamber before, and curiosity piqued his interest in what it might entail. Upon arriving at the gravity chamber, Bai Chen was met by a guard at the entrance, who promptly opened the door upon recognizing him. Following the recent team selections, Bai Chen had ascended to the position of the Academy's foremost student, granting him access to all facilities within the institution. As he entered the gravity chamber, Bai Chen approached one of the rooms and discovered that the gravity settings were adjustable, twofold, threefold, fivefold. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to set the gravity at double, opting for caution on his inaugural visit to the chamber. Stepping inside, he immediately felt a substantial pressure bearing down upon him. Yet it was evident that this was insufficient. After a brief hesitation, Bai Chen increased the gravity, ultimately settling on a fourfold setting, which he found to be suitably challenging. This level of gravity was just adequate for him to train effectively. He then adjusted his breathing technique for the heavenly demon body and commenced his practice of the Seven Treasures Fist. A day later, Bai Chen emerged from the gravity chamber, nearly crawling out due to the overwhelming intensity of the training, which had far exceeded his expectations. Simultaneously, the benefits were astonishing. The training he completed in a single day was likely equivalent to 3 days of regular practice. As he walked, beads of sweat dripped from him, saturating the ground beneath. Fortunately, the class had concluded, and most had returned home, leaving few witnesses to his exertion. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen immediately prepared a medicinal bath. Although the effects of training in the gravity chamber were remarkable, the typical soul master would only visit once a week, primarily due to the significant adverse effects that frequent sessions could impose on the body. Thus, they only visit after a considerable passage of time. However, Bai Chen remains unconcerned, for the medicinal bath continues to prove invaluable to him. A single night immersed in the herbal concoction allows him to restore his vitality and physical condition to perfection. In fact, indulging in daily soaks poses no issue whatsoever. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and the others are relentlessly engaged in combat at the Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena. Their training regimen includes a task to attain the Silver Soul Medal at the arena, prompting everyone to exert themselves in their soul battles. As the night elapsed, Bai Chen suddenly sprang from the wooden tub and approached the mirror. Casting a glance at his reflection, he noted the considerable transformation he had undergone at the age of 11. Chapter 114. The Royal Banquet. As Bai Chen matured in both age and stature, his appearance gradually transformed, blossoming into a strikingly handsome visage, moving away from the endearing features of childhood. Paradoxically, this burgeoning attractiveness significantly influenced his daily existence. Whenever he ventured outdoors sans mask, he invariably found himself trailed by admirers. Even when he donned a mask, fervent fans would sometimes stealthily pursue him, necessitating elaborate detours on his journey home to evade their fervent attention. In fact, within the city of Tiando, a ranking of the top 10 handsome men emerged, with Bai Chen proudly occupying the first position. Thus, he had garnered considerable renown in Tiando City, becoming a figure of fascination wherever he roamed. However, he felt powerless to remedy this predicament, resigning himself to his daily routines and making his way toward the academy. As usual, upon stepping outside, Bai Chen was met with a deluge of attention. Fortunately, he had long since acclimatized to this scrutiny, maintaining a steady gaze ahead as he walked. Soon, He arrived at the gravity training chamber, where he resumed his regimen of cultivation. A month later, on this rare occasion, Bai Chen elected to forego his training. He had designated today as a personal holiday, a well-deserved respite he afforded himself every 3 months, acknowledging that even he, as a human, required moments of relaxation. However, a break did not imply a lack of engagements. He decided to visit Yuxian and pay his respects to Tang Yuehua. Upon his arrival at the entrance, the guards immediately parted to allow him entry. Once inside, all eyes turned to Bai Chen. Yet, due to the decorum instilled by Yuxian, the onlookers refrained from discussing him openly, although their gazes were fervent, especially among certain female students who seemed almost to wish to devour him with their eyes. Tang Yuehua was promptly informed of Bai Chen's presence and wasted no time in sending someone to escort him to her chamber. "What brings you here, Chener? Is there something special today?" she inquired. "It has been a while since I last saw you, teacher. I thought I would come to visit," Bai Chen replied. "Ah, how delightful. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Come here, Chener. Let me take a good look at you." Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen approached, and she affectionately ruffled his hair. Now nearing 1.60 meters, he would likely surpass her in height in just a few years. "You've grown taller. Splendid. Do you have any other matters to attend to today?" Tang Yuehua asked. "None. Why do you ask, teacher?" "Today marks the birthday of His Highness Qinghe. I shall be heading to the palace to celebrate shortly, and I suspect you will receive an invitation as well. You should join us." "Very well." Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback by the revelation of Shui Qinghe's birthday. He had attended the celebrations in previous years, but the forgetful nature of his own calendar had led him to overlook not only his own birthday but also that of others. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, an invitation was delivered to Yuxian, and unbeknownst to the sender, it also included an invitation for Bai Chen. Upon receiving the invitation, Tang Yuehua remarked, "Chener, it has been quite some time since I last heard you play the piano. Come, let your teacher evaluate your skills and see if you have made any progress." "All right, Teacher Yuehua," Bai Chen responded. He then retrieved the organ he had once acquired at Yuxian. Although Bai Chen had long since graduated, he had never neglected his musical practice. Whenever he felt exhausted from his training, he would play the organ to unwind. As he took out the organ, Bai Chen immediately began to play, observing his movements. Tang Yuehua's gaze became somewhat dreamy. Bai Chen's demeanor remained as meticulous as ever, reminiscent of the young boy he once was. Reflecting on the past brought a subtle smile to her lips. In the blink of an eye, that little boy had grown so much. As Bai Chen played, it became evident to Tang Yuehua that his performance had evolved. Unlike before, his playing was no longer a mere mechanical replication of the sheet music. It was infused with genuine emotion. She was genuinely taken aback by Bai Chen's remarkable progress. Before long, the piece concluded, and Tang Yuehua felt a lingering desire for more, her satisfaction with Bai Chen growing ever deeper. "Chener, you have truly matured. There is little left for me to teach you. Now, as the hour grows late, let us prepare to head to the palace." "Yes," he replied. They both changed into fresh attire and soon boarded Yuexuan's carriage, making their way toward the palace. Half an hour later, they arrived at the palace gates. Bai Chen and Tang Yuehua presented their invitations and were escorted to the prince's residence. The head of Yuexian Pavilion. "Tang Yuehua has arrived. Baron Bai Chen has arrived." Indeed, Bai Chen's title had now ascended to that of a baron. The guests, who had been engaged in conversation, turned their heads at the sound of these announcements. Both Tang Yuehua and Bai Chen were now highly regarded in Tiando City, particularly Bai Chen, who had become a household name in a sense. Meanwhile, Qian Ruxue, who was welcoming other guests, immediately focused on the entrance upon hearing the announcement. He approached and patted Bai Chen on the shoulder. "Little Chen, it has been a while." "It has been too long, Your Highness Qingshan," Bai Chen replied. Tang Yuehua also offered a respectful nod to Qian Ruxue, who reciprocated the gesture. Subsequently, Tang Yuehua excused herself to attend to other matters. The onlookers were taken aback by this exchange, speculating whether Bai Chen held greater significance in Qian Ruxue's eyes than Tang Yuehua. However, Qian Ruxue was not concerned with such thoughts at that moment. He pulled Bai Chen aside to chat. Unfazed by being led away by Qian Ruxue, Bai Chen sensed the latter's clear affection for him. Just then, an unsavory voice echoed at the entrance. "Poison Doloa, Lord Dugu Bo has arrived." Upon hearing the sounds emanating from the entrance, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the scene. Bai Chen was taken aback by the arrival of Dugu Bo, who, in turn, immediately recognized Bai Chen and flashed him a peculiar smile. Witnessing this, Qian Ruxue instinctively positioned herself between Bai Chen and Dugu Bo, fearful that this old poison master might harbor ill intentions towards him. Bai Chen was somewhat astonished by Qian Ruxue's actions. Her protective stance seemed to suggest that her feelings for him extended beyond mere admiration for his appearance. How curious it was, had he truly done something to earn her affection? Chapter 115. The apothecary garden of Dugubo Qian Rushiwei was, in truth, uncertain as to why she felt this way. Yet, whenever she laid eyes upon Bai Chen, an inexplicable urge to protect him would rise within her. She understood that her feelings were not solely due to Bai Chen's charming disposition, but rather because he bore a striking resemblance to her younger self, invoking within her a compelling desire to shield him. However, in reality, Bai Chen had led an entirely different life from hers during their childhood, one filled with love, admiration, a harmonious family, and extraordinary talent. Her concern for him might indeed be unwarranted, yet she could not help but feel a protective instinct towards him. Although she stood before Bai Chen, Dugubo was steadily approaching them. He addressed Bai Chen directly, saying, "Young man, it has been a while. Greetings, Senior Dugu." "It has indeed been some time," Bai Chen replied. Surprised by their familiarity, Qian Rushiwei sensed that her apprehensions were misplaced. Bai Chen then turned to her and said, "Qinghe Ge, happy birthday. It appears Senior Dugu is looking for me. I shall speak with him." "Very well," she responded, watching as Bai Chen followed Dugubo away. Although she was uncertain of the purpose behind Dugubo's summons, she hoped it was of no great consequence. Lost in thought, Bai Chen accompanied Dugubo to a secluded corner. The surrounding nobles, witnessing this interaction, regarded Bai Chen with newfound respect. After all, Dugubo was a title de law, a status held in high esteem among the noble class. The sight of Bai Chen's rapport with Dugubo seemed even more impressive than his connection with Xue Qinghe. "Senior Dugu, what brings you to seek me?" Bai Chen inquired. "I wish to ask you how you managed to neutralize Yin Yan's poison that day," Dugubo replied. "Are you referring to Senior Dugu Yan's Bai Linzi poison?" Bai Chen asked. "Indeed. It may be attributed to my martial soul. It possesses a remarkable resistance to toxins, allowing me to be immune to most poisons," Bai Chen explained. "Is that so? I find that hard to believe," Dugubo retorted. Bai Chen felt a hint of frustration. "It is true, Senior Dugu." Dugubo, however, persisted. "Impossible. Although Yin Yan's Bai Linzi poison is not fully matured, it remains a formidable toxin for you. You must have employed some special method." With that, he fixed an intense gaze upon Bai Chen. "What must I say for you to believe me?" Bai Chen asked. In response, Dugubo shook his head. "You will need to provide proof." Before Bai Chen could articulate further, a sharp pain pierced the back of his neck, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Dugubo then carried him away. In their conversation, they had unknowingly wandered into a restroom, and due to the absence of others, no one noticed their presence. After a considerable passage of time, Qian Rushiwei realized that Bai Chen had been absent for far too long. Inquiring with the guards yielded no information about his whereabouts, and an unsettling feeling began to envelop her. It was not until half an hour had elapsed that she confirmed her fears. Bai Chen had indeed been taken by Dugubo. This revelation filled her with profound concern. Yet she felt powerless. Dugubo was notorious for his elusive nature, and if he chose to remain hidden, no one could locate him. Although Dugubo appeared to be quite familiar with Bai Chen, his peculiar temperament suggested that unforeseen events might occur. Thus, she could only strive to send people in search of him. Time passed, and Bai Chen slowly opened his eyes. Upon glancing around, he spotted a blue and red-hot spring not far ahead, and, in a daze, muttered, "Ice and fire yin yang I." Suddenly, he became fully alert. "Ice and fire yin yang I. By heavens, this is Dugubo's medicinal garden. How did I end up here?" Realizing that Dugubo was not by his side, and it was night, Bai Chen wondered if Dugubo had succumbed to his affliction. With this thought, he promptly rose to investigate the legendary celestial herbs. However, just as he stood, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Dugubo, you finally awoke, you little rascal. You certainly know how to sleep." Upon hearing this voice, Bai Chen turned to see Dugubo. "Bai Chen, Senior Dugubo, where are we?" "Dugubo, this is my secret base located within the Sunset Forest, a place that can also determine whether your words hold truth or deceit." Bai Chen's heart skipped a beat at Dugubo's words. "Dugubo, all right, you little brat. Tell me why you deceived me into believing your martial soul possesses great resistance to poison." "Bai Chen, Senior Dugu, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Dugubo, still feigning ignorance. "While you were unconscious, I injected you with the highly toxic Baihun purple poison. In the absence of any defenses, your body merely exhibited a slight purplish hue before swiftly recovering. You claim it's due to your martial soul?" After this revelation, Bai Chen fell silent. "Bai Chen, by the sun, are you a dog? How could you administer such a deadly poison to someone who had fainted? Truly, you are something else, Dugubo. I shall remember this grievance." Dugubo noticed the glare in Bai Chen's eyes and remarked, "What, you disagree? Your tone is rather provocative." Bai Chen longed to strike him. Yet the disparity in their combat prowess rendered him utterly defenseless. He could only feign a hint of grievance, saying, "I harbor no discontent." Seeing Bai Chen's pitiable demeanor, Dugubo showed no signs of compassion and bluntly stated, "Speak, Why does Yin Yan's Baihun purple poison have no effect on you? What secret does your body hold? Or how did you transform it in such a manner? Bai Chen's mind raced at Dugubo's words. He could not possibly reveal the secret of the heavenly demon body, nor did he possess any medical knowledge. The original text did not detail the specific herbs Tang San used in his concoctions either. Noticing Bai Chen's continued silence, Dugubo sneered, "Since you refuse to speak, I shall investigate on my own." With that, he made a small incision on Bai Chen's arm, causing blood to flow forth. Dugubo filled a small vial with Bai Chen's blood and proceeded to a nearby area for examination. Bai Chen was powerless to resist throughout the ordeal. Witnessing Dugubo's actions left him feeling more humiliated than ever. Once his strength increased, the first person he would confront would be this old poison master. After Dugubo departed, Bai Chen, filled with indignation, retrieved a bandage to tend to his wounds before venturing into the medicinal garden in search of herbs. After all, Dugubo still held a considerable interest in him, which should deter any immediate threat to his life. Moreover, there were various herbs that even Dugubo was unfamiliar with. Plucking a few specimens would likely go unnoticed. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Bai Chen produced a small jade spade, previously prepared, along with several small jade boxes, ready to exploit Dugubo's medicinal garden. Chapter 116. Confrontation with Dugubo. As Bai Chen had only just produced these items, Dugubo spoke up, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Bai Chen replied, "Senior Dugu, may I gather a few medicinal herbs?" Dugubo responded, "No, many of the plants in my medicinal garden are toxic. What if you were to perish? Yin Yin might be heartbroken." As he spoke, Dugubo delivered a swift chop, rendering Bai Chen unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, Bai Chen felt an urge to reprimand Dugubo for his impulsive actions. Was it truly necessary to strike him down for merely wishing to pluck a herb? Upon regaining consciousness, Bai Chen found himself face to face with Dugubo's imposing visage. "You are awake," Dugubo remarked. Hearing Dugubo's words, Bai Chen chose not to respond, turning his face in irritation. What was this nonsense? First, he inflicted harm, then knocked him out, making genuine communication impossible. Bai Chen resolved to blacklist Dugubo. Noticing Bai Chen's reaction, Dugubo remained unfazed. He was rather intrigued by Bai Chen. Such a trivial display of emotion was something he could easily tolerate. "I just tested your body and discovered that your resistance to poisons is remarkably strong. However, I did not find anything particularly unique about you. Is this innate?" Feeling a chill run down his spine at Dugubo's excited expression, Bai Chen sensed that this individual was somewhat different from the original character. He exuded a rather unsettling vibe, repeatedly incapacitating others to test toxins. Truly devilish behavior. Regardless, although Bai Chen possessed a system, he had only one life. Even the pufferfish poison dagger could not harm Dugubo, and opposing him seemed rather imprudent. Indeed, it is innate. Upon hearing Bai Chen's response, Dugubo continued to probe. "Is that truth or falsehood? If it is false, I shall not let you off easily." "It is true," Bai Chen answered promptly. Knowing he could not explain the system to Dugubo, the Tianma body was a creation of the system, and such a gift could only be utilized by him. Revealing it might lead to unforeseen repercussions. With no other options at hand, he could only assert this. "Is that so?" Saying this, Dugubo brought his palm down beside Bai Chen, leaving a green handprint near his head. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chen felt inexplicably relaxed. It seemed that Dugubo was merely attempting to intimidate him. Nevertheless, he maintained a façade of composure. "You better be speaking the truth, young man. Otherwise, I shall not concern myself with your friendship with Yin Yin." "Yes, yes," Bai Chen nodded vigorously. Bai Chen thought to himself, "I shall remember this grievance, old poison master. You shall remain arrogant for another decade or so." Seeing Bai Chen's reaction, Dugubo finally released him. "There is food over there. Help yourself." He gestured toward a table that had mysteriously appeared nearby. "All right," Bai Chen replied cautiously. Afterward, he approached the table and examined the variety of food laid out before him. Noting the abundance of choices, Dugubo would not torment him with such trivial matters. Regardless of the circumstances, one must satisfy their hunger. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen began to eat heartily. However, as he reached out, he noticed at least a dozen wounds adorning his hands. Goodness, how much blood had that Dugubo extracted from him? Thankfully, his recovery ability was remarkable. Otherwise, he would be exceedingly weak by now, which explained the abundance of food prepared. Dugubo, too, observed the wounds on Bai Chen, his eyes narrowing in curiosity. The cuts he had inflicted were quite profound, even slicing into flesh for his experiments. How could Bai Chen have healed to such an extent? This was not the normal rate of recovery. No, this young lad exhibited not only formidable resistance to toxins. Bai Chen, keenly attuned to the shift in Dugubo's demeanor, sensed that something was amiss. Surely, this old poison master was concocting yet another scheme. Nevertheless, Bai Chen was determined to consume the food before him, leaving no morsel untouched. In no time, he had devoured a significant portion of the banquet laid out before him. Upon finishing his meal, Bai Chen commenced his cultivation. Dugu Bo chuckled softly, bemused by how quickly Bai Chen had made himself at home, seemingly forgetting the presence of his elder. However, Bai Chen paid little heed to these thoughts. He had devised a method to extricate himself from his predicament and was eager to test it. Before long, a day had passed, with Dugu Bo observing Bai Chen's rigorous training until the young man's soul energy was nearly depleted. Subsequently, Bai Chen retrieved a wooden tub, filling it with water and medicinal herbs. Witnessing this, Dugu Bo's expression turned grave. An herbal bath. Suddenly, the reason behind Bai Chen's exceptional physique became clear. As Bai Chen submerged himself, Dugu Bo hurriedly collected a sample of the herbal bath for analysis. After meticulously examining the ingredients, he contemplated their effects, instantly comprehending the source of Bai Chen's extraordinary toxin resistance. Yet, it seemed there was more. He suspected Bai Chen harbored further secrets. Sensing Dugu Bo's reactions were somewhat unsettling, Bai Chen felt a twinge of urgency. He had just pondered that by not revealing the source of the herbal bath, allowing Dugu Bo to discover it on his own, he might not be contravening the system's principles. Yet, this fellow remained ever so perceptive. The following day, Bai Chen awoke to find Dugu Bo still observing him. He sighed, realizing that for the foreseeable future, he would be facing this individual alone. Upon noticing Bai Chen's awakening, Dugu Bo inquired, "You rascal, apart from this herbal bath, do you have any other secrets you are concealing from me?" Bai Chen hesitated for a moment, then a bone tail sprang forth from behind him. Stunned by the sight, Dugu Bo exclaimed, No wonder. You possess an external soul bone as well. I thought it was merely the herbal bath that granted you such remarkable resistance to toxins. You truly are a master of concealment. You flatter me, Senior Dugu. Bai Chen replied gracefully. At this juncture, Bai Chen harbored no fondness for the individual known as Dugu Bo. In the original narrative, had Tang Sen not possessed knowledge of poison and pharmacology, he would have never awaited the moment when Yu Xiaojing revealed that his father was Tang Hao. It is likely he would have met his demise at Dugu Bo's hands long before that. Presently, had it not been for his amicable rapport with Dugu Yin, who exhibited a keen interest in him, he too would have perished at her hands. These titled Doluos are far from the glorified figures depicted in the novel. Chapter 117. Absorbing the Extraordinary Mushroom and Celestial Chrysanthemum. Level 40. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Chen inquired, Elder Dugong, when may I take my leave from here? At this juncture, he had lost all desire for any celestial herbs and simply wished to escape swiftly. For Dugong Bo's eccentric demeanor left him wary of his own life. Leave? You may depart when I deem it appropriate, Dugong replied. However, I advise against any clandestine attempts at escape. Should you inadvertently trigger the surrounding formations, you might find yourself facing an untimely demise. Oh. The anticipated response did not dampen Bai Chen's spirits. Yet, he was determined not to allow Dugong the opportunity to seize him. If given the chance to flee, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon this garden of herbs. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Dugong Bo suddenly raised his head and glanced in a particular direction, stating, Remain here and do not move. I must step out for a moment. With that, he departed. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback by Dugong's words. Could this be the opportunity he had been waiting for? After a considerable interval, once he confirmed that Dugong Bo had indeed left, he promptly prepared to gather the herbs. However, just as he lifted his hands, it dawned on him that while he might escape, his family within the Magic Wolf clan could not. His parents still resided there. And if Dugong Bo were to act treacherously, their clan would be doomed. With this realization, Bai Chen chose to temper his ambitions. Drawing upon his memory, he carefully uprooted several celestial herbs before making his escape in a particular direction. As for the 8-petal ice fire herb and the fiery apricot blossom, he left them untouched, not out of compassion, but rather due to his inability to employ the Xian Jade hand. His hands could not reach into the eye of ice and fire. Nevertheless, he had already amassed a considerable bounty of celestial herbs, rendering this venture far from a loss. Although he found himself deep within the perilous sunset forest, he still harbored hope for escape, as he possessed the pufferfish poison dagger and a soul saint experience card. Before long, Bai Chen found himself ensnared within Dugong Bo's poison formation. Contrary to his expectations, the formation proved to be more formidable than he had imagined. Activating his martial spirit, he barely managed to withstand the encroaching poison, realizing he might be trapped here for an extended period. Meanwhile, Dugong Bo, still confronting Yu Guan, suddenly sensed a disturbance. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, This little rascal cannot be trusted. Yu Guan observed Dugong Bo below and remarked, I am aware that the fellow named Bai Chen is with you. The esteemed Pope has dispatched me to retrieve him. Kindly hand him over. In response to Yu Guan's assertion, Dugong Bo stated, "That child is indeed here with me, but he is merely a boy. Is such a fuss truly warranted? The Spirit Hall has sent 2 title Doluo to seek him out." Upon finishing his words, the ethereal figure of Gui Mei emerged beside him. "Independent of resistance, Dugong Bo, you must realize that you stand no chance against the 2 of us. Acknowledging the difficulty of your cultivation, we prefer to avoid confrontation. You should be aware of Bai Chen's exceptional talent, a 10-year-old soul master, who has seemingly attained the purple gold level soul medal this year. Such a prodigy warrants our combined efforts. Dugu Bo, I too wish to hand him over to you. However, it is regrettable that the little rascal has just escaped. If you set out to search for him now, there remains a possibility of finding him. Should we continue to delay, I cannot predict where he might have fled. Yu Guan, do not jest, Dugu Bo, our patience is finite. How could a prodigy possibly elude the grasp of a title Doluo like yourself? I shall grant you one more opportunity." Upon hearing Yu Guan's words, Dugu Bo felt an unsettling apprehension. Facing Yu Guan alone was already a formidable challenge. Now, with the addition of Gui Mei, he feared he might not escape unscathed. 9th Spirit Ability, Phosphorescent Divine Light. Suddenly, Dugu Bo launched a surprise attack. Yu Guan and Gui Mei reacted in an instant. Moments later, the phosphorescent light dissipated, leaving an empty expanse before them. Sharing a glance, Yu Guan and Gui Mei pursued with haste. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had successfully navigated his way out of the maze and had fortuitously discovered a cave. He concealed the entrance, intending first to restore his spirit power before absorbing the wondrous Qi Ong Tong Tian chrysanthemum and then making his escape. After all, with his current depletion of spirit power, he could not flee far. Restoring his power and utilizing a celestial herb would enhance his chances of survival. As for his choice to consume the Qi Tong Tong Tian chrysanthemum, he felt it particularly suited his needs. After all, he could hardly consider consuming the water immortal jade skin that belonged to Zhu Zhuqing from the original tale. Though Zhu Zhuqing was an agile attack-type spirit master, that celestial herb seemed rather ill-suited for a male. It would be best to wait until later to partake. Having resolved this, Bai Chen immediately began to restore his spirit power. A quarter of an hour later, feeling a modicum of recovery, he commenced the absorption of the Qi Tong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. After all, he was on Dugu Bo's territory. It was imperative to finish the absorption swiftly and depart. Just as Bai Chen was in the midst of absorbing the Qi Tong Tong Tian chrysanthemum, Yu Guan and Gui Mei unexpectedly arrived at the cave's entrance. Yu Guan unveiled the disguise concealing Bai Chen's hideaway and stepped inside. Surprised at the sight of Bai Chen within, Yu Guan remarked, "I never imagined that old poisoner would not deceive us. This little one truly has escaped." Gui Mei, indeed. As they spoke, they drew closer to Bai Chen. Upon entering, Yu Guan lowered his gaze to examine Bai Chen, stating, "I have heard tales that the people of the Tiando Empire refer to this child as the Son of God. Anyone who has laid eyes upon him has been left in awe by his appearance, combined with his terrifying talent. I had always thought the people of the Tiando Empire were exaggerating, yet today I find it is no mere rumor. This child's visage is indeed unprecedented." Hearing Yu Guan's words, Gui Mei nodded in agreement. "What shall we do now? Shall we take him with us?" Yu Guan, "No. It appears this little one is in the midst of absorbing something. Moreover, for some reason, he exudes a remarkably comforting aura that feels oddly familiar. Let us wait until he completes his absorption." Half an hour later, Bai Chen opened his eyes, astonished to find himself at level 40. He could hardly believe that in such a short span of days, he had achieved this milestone. It felt like a dream. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the mystical mushroom, enhancing your cultivation aptitude by 15. Please absorb the next celestial herb once your level surpasses 70. Upon hearing the prompt echo in his mind, Bai Chen had not yet fully embraced the excitement when he was taken aback by the presence of 2 titled Doluos before him. Yu Guan level. Gui Mei. Level? What is happening? Why are Yu Guan and Gui Mei here? Upon noticing Bai Chen had regained consciousness, Yu Guan, rarely smiling, said, "Little one, you are awake. Your name is Bai Chen, correct? We are from the Spirit Hall, and we have come to inquire whether you would be interested in joining us." Chapter 118. The Shadowy Knight's Wolf Assassin. Upon hearing the words of Yu Guan, Bai Chen found himself utterly bewildered. Why? Why were Yu Guan and Gui Mei standing before him? To be frank, even if Dugu Bo had appeared, he would not have been as astonished. And now they were asking him if he wished to join the Spirit Hall. Did he truly possess the luxury of choice? In this desolate wilderness, should he refuse? Would he not be signing his own death warrant? Yu Guan gazed at the dazed Bai Chen with a smile. Having nearly confirmed that Bai Chen had absorbed the rare Qirong Tong Tian Ju, akin to his own martial spirit, this revelation only heightened his admiration for Bai Chen. He found himself contemplating taking Bai Chen as his disciple. After a moment's pause, Bai Chen spoke, "I am willing to join the Spirit Hall, but esteemed elder, Could you perhaps grant me a condition? He set aside his pride and spoke with earnestness. At Bai Chen's words, both Yu Guan and Gue Mei exhaled in relief. Had Bai Chen declined, they would have been reluctant to eliminate him. Of course, had anyone else dared to negotiate, they would have met a far grimmer fate. Young one, what is your request? Yu Guan replied. Ah, you are Bai Chen, correct? From now on, I shall call you Little Bai Chen. Yes, yes, Bai Chen responded. His large eyes fixed on Yu Guan. I have reached the 40th level and wish to obtain my 4th spirit ring. Is that possible? Seeing the expression on Bai Chen's face, Yu Guan instinctively patted his head and said, Of course, that is hardly a request at all. Your martial spirit is a wolf. Yes? Come, I shall procure the mightiest wolf spirit beast for you. By the way, I am Yu Guan, and this is Gue Mei. You may address us as Grandfather Yu Guan and Grandfather Gue Mei. Bai Chen, slightly puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement. Observing his demeanor, Yu Guan inquired, What troubles you? Do you have further questions? What question? Why must I call you Grandfather Yu Guan? You appear more like an uncle, Bai Chen queried. At this, Yu Guan could not restrain his laughter. Though he was indeed a man, he was particularly fond of his youthful appearance. How could he not feel joy at such flattery from Bai Chen? Haha, indeed, we are grandfathers. We simply look youthful. Now, let us proceed to acquire your spirit ring. Oh, very well. With that, Yu Guan and Gue Mei led Bai Chen deeper into the sunset forest. With their formidable prowess, traversing the forest was a mere stroll. Even if they encountered formidable foes, they could easily buy time. As they walked, Yu Guan posed a question, Little Bai Chen. Do you have any specific requirements for your 4th spirit ring? Requirements? Yes, indeed, Grandfather Yu Guan. I desire a 10,000-year spirit ring for my 4th, Bai Chen replied earnestly. A 10,000-year spirit ring? Little Bai Chen, are you jesting? A 10,000-year spirit ring is not something one can absorb at the 40th level. Upon hearing the words of Yu Guan, Bai Chen promptly shook his head and stated, Grandfather, my 3rd spirit ring is indeed one of 2,500 years. Furthermore, the previous 2 spirit rings were also absorbed at such advanced ages. If you doubt my words, Grandfather Yu Guan, you may test my physical strength to see if I am capable of withstanding the pressure of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Upon hearing Bai Chen's declaration, Yu Guan exchanged a glance with Gue Mei. Eventually, Yu Guan addressed Bai Chen, saying, Very well, let me conduct a test. Little Bai Chen, prepare yourself. All right. With that, Bai Chen focused intently on his preparation. Yu Guan inhaled deeply and began to exert his spirit power upon Bai Chen. He was careful to regulate the intensity, initially applying only the pressure of a level 20 spirit power. Observing Bai Chen's lack of reaction, he gradually increased the intensity. After more than 10 minutes, the expressions of Yu Guan and Gue Mei had transformed entirely. The pressure had now escalated to a formidable level 49, a figure that was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to endure. Yet, remarkably, Bai Chen had not yet reached his limit. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Guan imposed a pressure of level 50 onto Bai Chen. With a resounding thud, Bai Chen's external spirit bone erupted, revealing a long, thick bone tail before the 2 onlookers. Witnessing this spectacle, they recalled Bai Chen's records. Indeed, this young lad had never showcased this external spirit bone before. With this realization, Yu Guan ceased the exertion of his spirit power. All right, Little Bai Chen, I now believe you are ready to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Let us proceed to hunt spirit beasts. Okay. With that, Bai Chen followed them. Having resigned himself to his fate of joining the spirit hall, he decided to display some charm in order to win favor with Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Halfway through their journey, Bai Chen was lifted by Yu Guan, who remarked, Little Bai Chen, you are moving too slowly. Allow me to carry you. Having not been embraced in such a manner for many years, Bai Chen's face flushed crimson. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, yet he contained his feelings. Thank you, Grandfather Yu Guan. With that, they swiftly advanced, soon encountering several 10,000-year spirit beasts. However, none of them piqued Bai Chen's interest. Either their compatibility was too low, or their quality was subpar. He mused that if only he could encounter a 10,000-year fearsome wolf, his excitement grew at the thought, yet he knew the likelihood was slim. The fearsome wolf was an endangered spirit beast, and his previous encounter with a 2,300-year-old specimen had already been a stroke of luck. The chances of finding a 10,000-year one were exceedingly rare. As night approached, Bai Chen gazed in disbelief at the spirit beast before him. The night shadow killing wolf. If his eyes did not deceive him, the creature before him was indeed the legendary night shadow killing wolf. He recalled reading a book that described the night shadow killing wolf as being on par with the terrifying dark golden claw bear, reigning as the king among wolf-type spirit beasts. However, such formidable soul beasts often attract a greater number of hunters. Even though their own strength is remarkable, they remain vulnerable to human extermination. Consequently, the population of the night shadow killing wolves is exceedingly scarce, even fewer than the fearsome wolves previously encountered by Bai Chen. Remarkably, the age of these night shadow-killing wolves is just over 10,000 years, precisely 760 years, which is exceptionally fitting for Bai Chen. Yu Guan inquired, "Is it confirmed to be him?" "Yes, I am certain." "Very well. Old ghost. Let us proceed." With that, the two of them charged forward together. Although their individual prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of the night shadow-killing wolf, the creature's speed was terrifying, far exceeding that of ordinary soul beasts. If they were not cautious, there was a possibility of allowing the creature to escape, thus it was prudent to approach this encounter with care. Chapter 119. Absorbing the dark night shadow-killing wolf's soul ring. As the two individuals made their move, Bai Chen held his breath. Although the dark night shadow-killing wolf was merely a 10,000-year soul beast, its strength was likely on par with that of a soul dolua. Thus, even with an astonishing compatibility rate of 99% between him and Bai Chen, he did not anticipate an easy absorption process, as the memory of absorbing the fearsome wolf was still vivid in his mind. Soon, Yu Guan and Gue Mei encircled the dark night shadow-killing wolf. The wolf, sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from them, appeared vigilant, ready to flee at any moment. Noticing its demeanor, Yu Guan smiled and proclaimed, "Sixth soul skill. Golden petals radiating sunset." With that, a massive surge of yellow energy struck the dark night shadow-killing wolf, piercing through one of its legs. "Awoo!" The wolf let out a pained howl. Undeterred by its cries, Yu Guan and Gue Mei swiftly severed the wolf's limbs. Bai Chen stood in stunned silence. This was the legendary dark night shadow-killing wolf, a soul beast comparable to the dark golden terror claw bear, yet it was so easily incapacitated. Yu Guan and Gue Mei also appeared surprised, for this was not indicative of the wolf's true power. Although it had only recently reached the 10,000-year mark, the wolf's abilities should not have been so easily diminished. Only two possibilities remained. Either this creature was not truly the dark night shadow-killing wolf, which seemed unlikely due to its distinct features, or it had been injured prior and had merely been putting on a facade of strength before them. Regardless of the outcome, it was clear that the wolf could not evade Bai Chen's hunt today. With a compatibility rate of 99%, Bai Chen was assured that he stood to gain significantly by defeating it. For precaution, after severing the wolf's limbs, Yu Guan and Gue Mei aimed for its head, ensuring it was rendered unconscious. They then urged Bai Chen, "Little Bai Chen, come over quickly. It should pose no danger now. You may proceed to finish it off." "All right." Upon hearing Yu Guan's words, Bai Chen nodded and approached the dark night shadow-killing wolf, drawing forth his pufferfish poison dagger, prepared to deliver the final blow. Before striking, Bai Chen noticed a wound on the wolf's chest, one that had not been inflicted by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. It appeared to be a remnant of a prior battle with another creature. This explained why it had neither fled nor retaliated against Yu Guan and Gue Mei. It was already gravely injured. With the dagger in hand, Bai Chen thrust it into the dark night shadow-killing wolf's heart. Instantly, the wolf opened its eyes, attempting to struggle, but was firmly held down by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Soon, the toxin began to spread wildly within its body. Mere moments later, a black soul ring floated above its head, and the dark night shadow-killing wolf succumbed to its fate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the 10,000-year dark night shadow-killing wolf, earning a reward of 10,000 points. Upon hearing the mental prompt, Bai Chen consumed the attribute pill and declared, "Grandfather Yu Guan, Grandfather Gue Mei, I shall commence the absorption of the soul ring." Yu Guan felt a flicker of concern regarding Bai Chen's decision. After all, he was about to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at merely the 4th soul ring stage, a perilous endeavor indeed. Nevertheless, he recognized that concern would not alter the situation, as Bai Chen had already begun the process. Yu Guan and Gue Mei instinctively took positions beside him, ready to safeguard his spirit. As the absorption commenced, Bai Chen's soul was immediately subjected to an overwhelming onslaught. The resistance from the night shadow-killing wolf was far more terrifying than the previous fearsome wolf. The two souls clashed incessantly, and Bai Chen felt as though his very essence was on the verge of being torn asunder, a pain too profound to articulate. Yet, Bai Chen was not one to succumb easily. He silently recited a calming mantra within his mind, striving to restore his soul and resist the encroaching darkness of the night shadow-killing wolf. With the passage of time, the intensity of the wolf's soul would wane, and Bai Chen hoped to successfully absorb the soul ring. After 6 hours had elapsed, Yu Guan observed Bai Chen's furrowed brow with astonishment. The young boy was still holding on, refusing to yield. Yu Guan could only imagine the immense suffering Bai Chen must endure to vanquish the night shadow-killing wolf. Such torment, he mused, would be insurmountable even for an adult, yet this little one had persevered for a full 6 hours, truly remarkable. As for Yu Guan's choice not to interrupt Bai Chen's absorption, unlike most elders who would prioritize the safety of their kin, it was primarily due to the cruel regulations of the spirit hall. Should he disrupt Bai Chen's process, Even if the boy survived, he would likely emerge crippled, a fate no different from death. Conversely, if Bai Chen succeeded, the spirit hall would gain an extraordinary talent. Hence Yueguan refrained from intervening. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Bai Chen's expression gradually relaxed. Witnessing this, Yueguan and Guei breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Bai Chen had successfully absorbed the ring, for otherwise, it would have been a grievous loss. Slowly, the black soul ring began to fade. And upon opening his eyes, Bai Chen realized that night had fallen, unbeknownst to him. Curiously, he asked, "Grandfather Yueguan, how long did I take to absorb the soul ring?" Yueguan replied, "It has been 7 hours, little Bai Chen. You are truly remarkable. We thought you might not endure, yet here you are, triumphant." Bai Chen was taken aback to learn that 7 hours had passed. Indeed, it was quite a lengthy duration. As he pondered, he summoned the tail of the giant spirit, piercing it into the body of the night shadow killing wolf to commence the consumption of its essence. Yueguan and Guei exchanged surprised glances. Could he truly absorb the essence of a deceased soul beast? As they watched the corpse of the night shadow killing wolf gradually desiccate, they were compelled to accept this astonishing reality. Subsequently, Bai Chen did not spare even the severed limbs, consuming them as well. Fortunately, the ancient spirit beast had possessed formidable strength in its lifetime. Thus, despite having succumbed to death for such a lengthy period, the energy within its corpse had not entirely dissipated. Bai Chen's colossal tail now extended a full 7 meters, appearing significantly sturdier, with both its power and toxicity enhanced beyond measure. A single lash of his tail could likely rival the terrifying might of a 10,000-year spirit beast striking itself. Chapter 120. The shadow-killing array of the demon wolf. Bai Chen attempted to swing his tail. With a resounding crack, a massive tree, which required 2 individuals to embrace, was effortlessly snapped in half. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Chen truly felt it was worth the effort. The only drawback was that the soul beast did not yield any soul bones. Yueguan remarked, "Little Bai Chen, your external soul bone is indeed impressive. By the way, what is your 4th soul skill? Might we have the privilege of witnessing it?" Bai Chen replied, "Of course, but esteemed grandfather Yueguan, this soul skill necessitates a living target for activation, so..." He shot a hesitant glance at Yueguan. In response to Bai Chen's expression, Yueguan suggested, "Then use me as your target. It would be a perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of your soul skill." "All right, thank you, grandfather Yueguan." With that, Bai Chen's 4th soul ring illuminated brightly. Subsequently, a colossal formation resembling a magical array emerged, with Bai Chen's likeness appearing at each corner, totaling 12 manifestations. 4th soul skill, shadow-killing array of the demon wolf. Upon uttering this, the 12 shadows simultaneously flickered. Clang, clang. A series of collision sounds echoed from Yueguan's body, and soon the array began to dissipate. After the technique concluded, Yueguan nodded in satisfaction. "Little Bai Chen, your soul skill is remarkable. While you were employing it, I could sense a reduction in all my attributes, and this attack is a lock-on type, making it unavoidable. Each of your clones seems to possess 70% of your attack power. Overall, this soul skill is exceedingly formidable. I doubt any soul master of equivalent rank could withstand it." Upon hearing Yueguan's praise, Bai Chen smiled shyly. He acknowledged that his success was largely thanks to Yueguan and Guei. Without their assistance, he would never have dared to provoke the night shadow killing wolf based solely on his own strength. True to his title as a titled Delaw, Yueguan had only endured a brief attack yet had deciphered the essence of Bai Chen's soul skill rather astutely. However, there was one detail Yueguan was unaware of. Bai Chen's skill could adjust its power through the expenditure of soul energy. Given Bai Chen's current capabilities, he could potentially summon up to 24 clones. With simultaneous assaults from all 24, the resulting power would be even more terrifying. Afterward, Bai Chen examined his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 11 soul power, level 42 training aptitude, 55, including Qingyang skill 5. Heavenly demon body 2, martial soul, rune wolf martial soul quality, supreme soul rings, for soul bones, 2, right leg bone, 1000, external soul bone points, 28. 500 special skills, divine eye, Qingyang skill, 2nd layer, tranquility meditation. Items, venomous dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, soul saint experience card, soul evolution potion 16. Talent domain gift pack 1 status, unyielding body, enhanced olfaction, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing. Upon glancing at his attributes, Bai Chen felt an unparalleled satisfaction. At the tender age of 11, he had already reached level 42, a remarkable achievement considering that he had yet to fully digest the miraculous Qirong Tantian mushroom. Had he completely absorbed it, his level would undoubtedly soar even higher. Furthermore, he was particularly pleased to discover that his cultivation aptitude had reached an impressive 55. A single celestial herb had bestowed such a substantial enhancement. It was no wonder that after acquiring the celestial herb, The Shrek Seven Devils began their meteoric rise. Such formidable effects could hardly go unnoticed. Yet, the sight of his points was somewhat vexing, as it reminded him of that day's lottery. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind, heralding the update of the marketplace. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired your 4th soul ring. The marketplace is now undergoing an update, with an estimated duration of 3 days, during which the host will be unable to purchase items. Upon hearing the chime in his mind, Bai Chen felt a surge of anticipation. Now that he had surpassed level 40, the items available after the update should be of considerable utility for those at the Soul Master level and beyond. Meanwhile, Yu Guan and Gue Mei remarked, "All right, little Bai Chen, now that you've absorbed your soul ring, it is time for us to depart." Bai Chen nodded eagerly. Although a part of him was reluctant, he could not find a valid reason to decline. With that, they set off on their return journey. To Bai Chen's surprise, Yu Guan treated him with the nurturing kindness of a benevolent elder, showering him with care and warmth. It was quite astonishing to see a villain from the original narrative display such compassion. As for Gue Mei, he was not what Bai Chen had initially imagined. Bai Chen had expected him to possess a sinister and eerie demeanor. However, upon closer observation, he found Gue Mei to be devoid of such traits. While he might struggle with communication, he excelled in the subtleties of attentiveness. The phrase cold exterior, warm heart aptly described Gue Mei. In summary, due to the influences of Gue Mei and Yu Guan, Bai Chen's fondness for the Spirit Hall increased ever so slightly. 2 days later, in Spirit City, Bai Chen gazed in awe at the vast expanse of Spirit City, marveling at its grandeur. Truly, it was worthy of being the home of the Spirit Hall. Appearing even more prosperous than Tiando City, this place was a paradise for soul masters, with a density of soul masters far exceeding that of other locations. With this thought, Bai Chen's eyes sparkled. He felt invigorated by the prospect of fulfilling his soul-fighting mission, as there should be several soul masters at the purple gold level here. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yu Guan lowered his head and said, "Little Bai Chen, hold my hand. There are too many soul masters in Spirit City. It's easy to get lost, and if you're not careful, you might be taken away." Yu Guan spoke in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Bai Chen, oh. Very well. Although it seems that Yu Guan is making a fuss over nothing, Bai Chen reluctantly grasped Yu Guan's hand and followed them inside. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Yu Guan chuckled, noting the little one's stubbornness. Upon entering the city, Bai Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the Spirit Hall. The reason he spotted it so swiftly was not merely due to the proximity of the Spirit Hall to the city gate, but rather because there was a remarkably straight path leading directly from the gate to the Spirit Hall, thanks to the enhancements from the Divine Eye and Vision potions. Coupled with the significant boost to his mental strength from the Tranquility technique, Bai Chen could barely make out the silhouette of the Spirit Hall. Yu Guan noticed Bai Chen's intense focus ahead and inquired, "What is it, little Bai Chen? Have you discovered something?" Bai Chen replied, Yes. I believe I can see the Spirit Hall, just up ahead." Chapter 121. First encounter with Bibidong. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Yu Guan was taken aback. The Spirit Hall was situated a full kilometer away, and under normal circumstances, one would be unable to see it clearly. If Bai Chen claimed to have caught a glimpse, it implied that his spiritual prowess must be at least at the level of a Soldolua, allowing him to perceive the distant Spirit Hall. Yu Guan had initially believed Bai Chen to possess only remarkable martial talents, but it turned out that his spiritual capacity was equally extraordinary. Of course, he was unaware that Bai Chen's vision had enhancements, thus his spiritual power was not as exaggerated as it seemed. Nevertheless, Yu Guan remarked, "Little Bai Chen, you truly are astonishing. Now, let us hasten to meet the esteemed Pope." All right, Bai Chen replied, and together they proceeded towards the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Diggybo wore a sullen expression as he gazed at his medicinal garden. He sensed that within Bai Chen lay the key to resolving the poison of the green phosphor serpent. However, at this critical juncture, Bai Chen had been seized by the Spirit Hall, further intensifying his resentment towards it. As for the few precious herbs he had lost from his garden, he paid them little mind. In the grand scheme of the garden's total yield, Bai Chen's extraction of those few herbs was negligible, unless he were to excavate his garden to the extent that Tang San did, which might provoke his ire. Unbeknownst to Dugibo, the true potential of those herbs could spell dire consequences for Bai Chen if he were to learn of their significance. On the other side, Bai Chen was struck by awe as he arrived before the Spirit Hall for the first time. The sheer grandeur of the architecture left him in a state of shock. It surpassed even the majestic palace of the Tiando Empire. Yu Guan affectionately ruffled Bai Chen's hair and inquired, "What do you think, little one? Is the Spirit Hall not magnificent?" Indeed, Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Just then, the guards at the entrance recognized Yu Guan and Gue Mei, promptly opening the door to allow their entrance. "Come along, little Bai Chen," Yu Guan urged, leading him inside. Concurrently, someone was dispatched to inform Bibidong of their return. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Pope's chamber. Before they could announce their presence, a cultured female voice resonated from within. Yuguan, Guei, please enter. Upon hearing this, the two hurriedly ushered Bai Chen inside. In unison, they declared, Your Holiness, we have brought Bai Chen back. Bibi Dong glanced down at them. And at that moment, Bai Chen, driven by curiosity, raised his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes collided, and Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. This was his first encounter with Bibi Dong, and he found her even more enchanting than the legend suggested, coupled with her regal demeanor. It was no exaggeration to say she was breathtaking, leaving Bai Chen utterly captivated. Certainly, his admiration for Bibi Dong is merely aesthetic. He finds himself unable to fully endorse some of her subsequent actions. The turmoil she has stirred across the continent for the sake of a mere Yu Xiaojiang paints her as a woman unhinged. Bibi Dong was somewhat taken aback to find that Bai Chen was undaunted by her presence, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. This child truly possesses a remarkable audacity. Unlike most, Bibi Dong was not captivated by Bai Chen's appearance. Rather, it was his eyes that drew her attention. It had been a long time since she had encountered such pure eyes, innocent and untainted, reminiscent of a newborn babe. After a few moments, Bibi Dong spoke. Your name is Bai Chen, is it not? Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen nodded eagerly, replying, Yes, Your Holiness. He then imitated the mannerisms of Yu Guan and the others, kneeling on one knee, though his knee hovered barely half a centimeter above the ground, his final defiance. Observing Bai Chen's earnest imitation, Bibi Dong allowed herself a rare smile. Rise. I have a question for you. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Bai Chen paused, hesitating momentarily. To be honest, while Bibi Dong was undeniably beautiful, he was not particularly inclined to accept her as a mentor. Yet, she seemed rather pleasant towards her apprentices. Nevertheless, he found himself devoid of options. Rejecting her could provoke an unpredictable reaction. I am willing. Detecting a hint of uncertainty in Bai Chen's tone, Bibi Dong reassured him. Do not worry. It is perfectly acceptable if you do not wish to. Really? Indeed. Then may I refuse, Your Holiness? The moment he uttered those words, both Yu Guan and Guei froze, astonished. This foolish child appeared rather clever. Yet how could he be so foolish at such a crucial moment? Are you courting death, you rascal? Refusal is an option, but you must still join our spirit hall. If you prefer not to have me as a mentor, you may study alongside the saintess, Bibi Dong stated calmly, unfazed by Bai Chen's rejection. Very well, thank you, Your Holiness. It was preferable not to become a disciple. In truth, Bai Chen had little left to learn. Content to cultivate on his own and advance his strength at a remarkable pace. All right, Yu Guan, please take him to rest. Yes, Your Holiness, Yu Guan replied respectfully. He then escorted Bai Chen out of the Pope's chamber. Bibi Dong observed Bai Chen's retreating figure with keen interest, pondering her thoughts. Once outside, Yu Guan playfully smacked the back of Bai Chen's head. You little rascal, do you dare to speak so freely? To refuse the Pope, are you courting disaster? Bai Chen rubbed the spot where he had been hit, unaffected by the slight pain. She said I could refuse, so I did. Seeing Bai Chen's nonchalant reaction, Yu Guan felt a mix of exasperation and relief. Fortunately, the Pope was not angered and has promised you the same resources as the saintess. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek guidance from me or Grandfather Guei. Understood? Yes, Bai Chen replied obediently, nodding his head. Subsequently, Yu Guan led him to a charming independent courtyard. This will be your abode for both living and cultivation, he stated. I shall arrange for someone to attend to your needs. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, came the reply. With that, Yu Guan departed. As Bai Chen watched Yu Guan leave, he cast a glance around the courtyard and sighed. Life is indeed unpredictable. He was merely attending a banquet. Now, he found himself ensnared by the likes of Dugabo for experiments and compelled to join the spirit hall. It was all too arduous for him. Having relocated, he faced the daunting task of excavating a new blood pool, rendering the previous one, labored over for an entire year, wasted. Moreover, having been missing for so many days, Shueku was likely searching for him everywhere, and his family must have received word of his predicament. With these thoughts weighing on him, Bai Chen sighed once more, resigned to his fate, for there was little choice left to him. Chapter 122. Marketplace update. The following day, at the break of dawn, Bai Chen heard a notification sound echoing in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system marketplace has been updated. Please check it at your convenience. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen promptly entered the system marketplace to discover what new items had been added. Finally, the update was complete. He had been anxious for this moment. Upon entering the marketplace, Bai Chen noticed a significant increase in available items. However, one detail left him somewhat displeased. The double-speed training cards and attribute potions had vanished. Indeed, they were gone. Glancing at the update notice displayed at the top of the marketplace, he couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Damn. Update notice. Due to the host strength surpassing level 40, they have outgrown the novice category, resulting in the removal of the double-speed training cards and attribute potions from the system marketplace. This line was prominently featured at the top, followed by additional updates on other items, which primarily consisted of upgraded versions of previous offerings. For instance, the basic attribute potions had now evolved into intermediate ones, and new intermediate soul ring duration enhancement potions were introduced. Nonetheless, the prices for these items were exorbitantly high, and Bai Chen found himself lacking the means to purchase anything of particular interest. His focus shifted to accumulating points diligently, aiming to unlock the talent domain gift package as soon as possible. After perusing the updates, Bai Chen freshened himself and got out of bed. Just as he was about to step outside, a maid appeared at his door. Seeing Bai Chen awake, she promptly said, "Young Master Bai Chen, you are up." "Ah, and you are?" "I am a servant assigned to you by Lord Yueguan. You may call me Xiaopei. Breakfast is ready. Let us eat." "Ah, very well, thank you." Xiaopei. With that, Bai Chen followed her to the dining hall. He immediately noticed the lavish breakfast spread before him, instantly igniting his appetite. Regardless of the circumstances, a hearty meal was of utmost importance. Strength for training comes from being well fed, he thought, and he promptly approached the table to eat heartily. Xiaopei watched Bai Chen with keen interest. His manner of eating was rather endearing. After a moment, she remarked, "Young Master Bai Chen, there is no need to rush. There is plenty more. Once you finish, I will take you on a tour of the Spirit Hall to familiarize you with its structure, as you will be residing here from now on." Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement, saying understood. He continued to savor his meal. Eventually, having polished off the entire breakfast spread, Bai Chen leaned back in satisfaction. After finishing, he followed Xiaopei as she guided him through the Spirit Hall. "Young Master Bai Chen, let us first visit your training area, as it will be your daily destination." "Sounds good," he replied, and together they made their way toward the training grounds. On the other side, 3 young individuals, a male duo and a female, were seated within the training grounds, deliberating over various matters. These 3 were the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Yin spoke up. "Nana, have you heard? Today, a child significantly younger than us will join us for training. It is said that this child is a once-in-a-century genius." Hulaina replied, "Yes, I have heard. The child appears to be named Bai Chen, only 11 years old. Yet he has already surpassed the Soul Master level, showcasing extraordinary talent." Xiaoyu exclaimed, "What? He has broken through the Soul Master level at merely 11. How is that possible?" Hulaina responded, "Yet, such a genius exists. We shall soon see him, and then we can confirm whether this news is true." Truth be told, Hulaina was reluctant to accept this reality. However, since Bibi Dong had personally introduced Bai Chen to her the day prior and requested that she look after him, she had no choice but to acknowledge this fact. As they engrossed themselves in discussion, Xiaopei arrived, escorting Bai Chen. From a distance, Bai Chen spotted the trio. With his keen perception, their information was instantly laid bare before him. Xiaoyu, level 46 Yin, level 46 Hulaina, level 45. Upon observing their levels, Bai Chen felt no surprise. Their strengths aligned closely with his expectations, especially considering that the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition across the continent would commence in 3 years, a sufficient time frame for them to ascend to the Soul King level. As Bai Chen and Xiaopei approached, the trio became aware of their presence. Xiaopei quickly announced, "Greetings, Lady Saint, Master Yin, Master Xiaoyu. This is young Master Bai Chen, who will henceforth train and learn alongside you." At her words, all 3 turned their attention to Bai Chen, captivated by his appearance, particularly Hulaina, whose gaze lingered on him. Yin was the first to regain his composure. Noticing Hulaina's lingering gaze on Bai Chen, he felt a pang of displeasure. What did this mean? It was the first time she met this child, yet her eyes were filled with such affection. Could it be that she had developed a fondness for him? No, surely not. The mere thought left Yin breathless and distressed, for he held a deep affection for Hulaina. Nevertheless, Yin was still a courteous individual and refrained from confronting Bai Chen out of anger over Hulaina's fleeting glances. Hulaina addressed Bai Chen. "Hello, you must be Bai Chen. You heard her refer to us, so you should know our names. From now on, you may call me Sister Nana, and then Brother Yin and Brother Xiaoyu. We shall train together." With a nod, Bai Chen replied, "Understood, Sister Nana." Hulaina continued, "By the way, Bai Chen, I've heard that you are merely 11 years old yet have already reached level 40. Is that correct?" Bai Chen affirmed, "Yes. To be precise, I am at level 42. Upon receiving this revelation directly from Bai Chen, the 3 were taken aback. Initially, they believed themselves to be the epitome of excellence, yet they were astonished to discover the vast disparity when compared to Bai Chen. Hulaina remarked, "Truly remarkable. Bai Chen, we wish to witness your prowess. May we spar with you?" Although Hulaina was enamored by appearances, Her curiosity was piqued more by Bai Chen's extraordinary abilities, an 11-year-old soul master. Who wouldn't desire to behold such talent? Bai Chen replied, of course. I wonder who my opponent shall be. Upon hearing Bai Chen's response, Yin immediately stepped forward and declared, allow me to go first, Bai Chen. I would like to test your strength. Chapter 123, Challenging the Golden Generation. Bai Chen. Is that you, Yin Gu? All right. Yin, rest assured, Bai Chen. We are merely sparring. I will be careful not to injure you. Bai Chen, I will also be cautious not to hurt Yin Gu. Initially, there was nothing amiss. But upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the three others exchanged incredulous glances, perceiving a hint of arrogance in his declaration. Setting aside other factors, Bai Chen was already at a disadvantage in terms of soul power levels. Moreover, the age gap between them was significant. Yin was a full 7 years older than Bai Chen. This 7-year difference was no trivial matter, representing 7 years of combat experience that Yin had over Bai Chen. In light of this, Bai Chen's assertion to be careful not to harm Yin naturally sounded somewhat presumptuous in their ears. However, they were unaware that Bai Chen, in addition to his remarkable talent, possessed 2 soul bones and a 10,000-year soul ring, complemented by countless victories in the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Had they been privy to this knowledge, their perceptions would have certainly shifted. Now, Yin was feeling a tinge of irritation, sensing that Bai Chen might be underestimating him. He firmly believed that his strength was not something Bai Chen could contend with at this moment. Contemplating this, Yin spoke. Xiaoyu and Na Na will serve as referees. Is that acceptable? Bai Chen nodded. That works. With that, Hulina announced, the match begins. Both parties activated their martial spirits simultaneously. The Flame Lord and the Rune Wolf manifested on the field. In truth, the quality of their martial spirits was not vastly different, aside from the martial spirit quality. The outcome could only be determined through other means. As the two activated their martial spirits, the 3 members of the Golden Generation momentarily froze in astonishment. What they beheld was astonishing. A soul master at the soul sect level possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. Were they merely imagining things? Hulina rubbed her eyes, and upon confirming her sight, swallowed hard. Yan's expression grew considerably solemn. Bai Chen's earlier words about being cautious seemed far from jest. Subsequently, Bai Chen launched the first strike. Though this time he refrained from utilizing his external soul bones. He believed that against Yan, he might not require the aid of his external soul bones. Presently, it seemed that only Hulina and Xiaoyu's martial spirit fusion technique could compel him to employ such abilities. First soul skill, Frenzied Assault. Second soul skill, Granite Shield. Bang! The 2 bodies collided instantaneously, each forced to retreat a few steps. Yin was genuinely taken aback by the force of Bai Chen's power. This was a sensitive attack-type soul master, and he could easily be mistaken for a pure power soul master. The first soul skill was sufficient to match his second soul skill, and they were evenly matched. Absurd. Second soul skill, Black Moon Howl. Perhaps due to Bai Chen's superior physical attributes, he regained his footing more swiftly after the clash. As he observed the rapidly approaching cross-wind blade, Yan's third soul ring illuminated with urgency. Third soul skill, Iron Rock Shield. After speaking, a remarkably thick layer of armor manifested upon Yan's body. Bai Chen's attack was effortlessly deflected, yet Yan himself was pushed back a considerable distance by the immense force. Witnessing this, Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback. Yan was unexpectedly resilient. In light of this, Bai Chen resolved to test his newly acquired 4th soul skill on Yan, adjusting his output to ensure minimal harm. 4th soul skill, Demon Wolf Shadow Kill Formation. Yin, who had only just intercepted Bai Chen's attack, abruptly lifted his head upon hearing this command. No way. Not again. As the words left his lips, a colossal magical circle appeared beneath him, with 8 projections of Bai Chen positioned at the circle's 8 vertices. A deliberate reduction in attack potency. Subsequently, Yin felt a slight discomfort as his attributes diminished marginally. Ding, ding, ding. The 8 Bai Chens launched their attacks simultaneously. Yin, having been locked on, could do nothing but endure the onslaught. When the assault concluded, Yin dispelled his martial spirit augmentation and conceded, I admit defeat, Bai Chen. Thank you for holding back. You're welcome, Bai Chen replied. As we agreed, I wouldn't cause any harm. Yin nodded awkwardly. Upon seeing the results, Hulina and Xiaoyu were left in shock. They had never anticipated Yan's defeat. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Yin, earning 400 points. Congratulations on your first victory over Yin, receiving an additional reward of 500 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt quite pleased. Yin had provided a substantial amount of points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Become the leader of the Golden Generation. Quest requirements. Defeat all members of the Golden Generation and gain the recognition of your strength. Quest reward. 5,000 points. With the notification echoing in his mind, Bai Chen turned his gaze towards Hulina and Xiaoyu. Just what he needed, points. Although 5,000 points may not seem excessively high to him now, it was still quite significant, especially considering the simplicity of the task. Suddenly, as Bai Chen cast a glance at them, Hulaina and Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable chill, an unsettling sensation creeping over them. I would like to spar with you, brother Xiaoyu and sister Laina, if that's all right. Just as they were about to commend Bai Chen, they froze at his request. Their strengths were, in fact, comparable to Yan's, not significantly superior. In some respects, they were even inferior. Hearing Bai Chen's words sparked a tinge of apprehension within them. After a moment, Xiaoyu asked, Bai Chen, did you use your full strength against Yin just now? Bai Chen shook his head, not at all. I still have my external soul bone unused. I've only just recently broken through to level 40 and wish to explore my limits. So, brother Xiaoyu, sister Laina, let us have a go together. I am eager to discover my boundaries. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the three couldn't help but smile ruefully. He even possessed an external soul bone. What manner of being was he? Evil Moon. Very well, Nana and I shall engage together. However, Bai Chen, I must inform you in advance that Nana and I possess a martial soul fusion technique. If you intend to challenge both of us simultaneously, you must be adequately prepared. Bai Chen, understood. Let us begin. With that, the three of them assumed their stances, ready for battle. Just before the confrontation commenced, a massive bony tail emerged from behind Bai Chen, emanating an unsettling aura and an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sensing the intimidating presence of the Titan's tail behind Bai Chen, Hulaina and Evil Moon felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that even together, they might not be able to overcome Bai Chen? Chapter 124, completing the side quest with determination, Bai Chen charged towards the two individuals. First soul skill, frenzied assault. Upon uttering these words, Bai Chen's tail lashed violently towards Xiaoyu. Fourth soul skill, moon splitter. In response to Bai Chen's onslaught, Xiaoyu did not hesitate and unleashed his most formidable soul skill. Bang! The overwhelming disparity in strength sent Xiaoyu hurtling backwards, while a small crack appeared on Bai Chen's bony tail. The pain was palpable, for his tail was composed of the same material as his bones, and a fracture meant excruciating agony. Meanwhile, Hulaina was not idle. Third soul skill, enchantment. As she spoke, her eyes transformed into a mesmerizing pink, locking on to Bai Chen's gaze. Unfortunately for her, Bai Chen's divine sight and tranquil heart technique allowed him to shake off the enchantment almost instantly, returning to his senses and sweeping his tail towards Hulaina. However, perhaps due to the recent attack or the pain from his wounds, his strike was somewhat sluggish, barely grazing Hulaina as it passed. Nonetheless, Hulaina could sense the immense power contained within the tail. Were she to be struck directly, the consequences would be dire. Retreating to a safe distance, Hulaina and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. In unison, they proclaimed, charming illusion. Instantly, a crimson mist enveloped them and the surrounding area, rapidly advancing towards Bai Chen. At last, it was upon him. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chen felt a rush of excitement. To be candid, the red mist posed little obstruction to his vision, and he swiftly discerned Xiaoyu and Hulaina's positions. Without hesitation, Bai Chen surged towards the mist. Observing this, Yin shook his head. Bai Chen was still too youthful, unaware of the true terror of charming illusion. Charging in so recklessly seemed akin to courting death. Yet, as Bai Chen plunged into the heart of the illusion, he swiftly pivoted, launching his massive tail towards Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Crush! From Xiaoyu and Hulaina's perspective, a white object loomed ever larger before their eyes. Although they reacted in the nick of time, mere seconds later, they were still forced back by the overwhelming force of Bai Chen's strike, which shattered their soul fusion technique. Bai Chen refrained from further assault, stating, Sister Laina, Brother Xiaoyu, it appears victory is mine. At this declaration, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were taken aback. Combined, they had failed to best Bai Chen alone. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Reward, 1,000 points. Congratulations, host, for your first victory over Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Additional reward, 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Reward, 5,000 points. In mere moments, Bai Chen's points surged by 7,900, an undeniably gratifying outcome. Following the conclusion of the battle, Bai Chen assisted both individuals to their feet, thereby solidifying their acquaintance. Subsequently, he continued his exploration of the spirit hall alongside Xiaopei. As Hulaina and her companions gazed at Bai Chen's retreating figure, there was not a hint of discontent in their eyes, merely a sense of admiration. Indeed, this time, the spirit hall had brought forth a formidable entity. Meanwhile, in the papal chamber, Bibi Dong was engrossed in her work when a figure approached her, whispering something into her ear. Upon hearing the news, Bibi Dong's hand paused momentarily in her tasks. Is that so? She inquired. Indeed, Your Holiness. Bai Chen has just defeated the Holy Maiden and her companions, utilizing his external spirit bone to dismantle the enchanting abilities of both the Holy Maiden and Evil Moon. Bibi Dong's surprise was palpable. Setting aside other considerations, Hulaina and her two comrades had already secured Golden Spirit Medal honors in the Angel Grand Soul Arena, making them exceptionally formidable opponents within their rank. Yet, despite their advantage in spirit power and the availability of spirit fusion techniques, they were unable to triumph over Bai Chen. His strength appeared to exceed her expectations. Perhaps it would be prudent to allocate resources towards Bai Chen. I shall observe him for a time, and if he proves trustworthy, we can invest even further. Yes, Your Holiness, the figure replied before taking their leave. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had nearly completed his exploration of the Spirit Hall, familiarizing himself with the residences of Yuguan and Guemei, as well as other significant locations. On the other side, in the Tiando Empire, Xueku was in a frenzy upon learning that Bai Chen had been abducted by Dugubo, sending out search parties in all directions. The relationship between Dugubo and the Tiando royal family had soured considerably due to this incident, even leading to Dugu Yan's withdrawal from the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. After all, Bai Chen held the title of Viscount, appointed by the esteemed Snow Knight Emperor. Although his current status was modest, he was destined for greatness, with the title of Title Dolua almost certain. It was not inconceivable that he might even become a legendary peerless Dolua. The Tiando Empire had never witnessed such a prodigy, and Snow Knight held high hopes for Bai Chen. However, the abduction of such a genius by Dugubo, with his fate still uncertain, was enough to incite Snow Knight's ire. Upon hearing the news, Ning Rongrong had fervently pleaded until Gu Rong agreed to assist in locating Dugubo, hoping to rescue Bai Chen. Returning to his own courtyard, Bai Chen remained blissfully unaware that the entire Tiando Empire was in turmoil due to his predicament. The following day, Bai Chen commenced his training in earnest. Upon arriving at the training ground, he encountered an elderly man, seemingly around 50 years of age, who awaited them. The numbers 85 were emblazoned above the elder's head, indicating that he was a formidable Soul Dolua of level 85. Seeing Bai Chen, Hulaina and her companions waved him over, and the elder greeted him with a warm smile. You must be Bai Chen, correct? I am Imo Jie, but you may call me Uncle Jie or Brother Jie. From now on, I shall oversee your training. Upon hearing the introduction of the elder, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering the peculiar nature of this individual. Hulaina, noticing Bai Chen's perplexity, quickly interjected, Do not be so bewildered. Grandpa Imo Jie prefers to be addressed in a more youthful manner. You may call him Jiegu, and he shall not take offense. Oh, understood. Greetings, Jiegu. Bai Chen responded. Greetings, Bai Chen. I have already heard of your remarkable exploits and have devised a plan for your cultivation, Imo Jie remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing Imo Jie's expression, Bai Chen felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if this seemingly jovial man harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 125. The Valley of Death. Dear Saintus, please proceed with the task I previously assigned to you. As for you, Bai Chen, come with me. Upon hearing Imo Jie's voice, Bai Chen obediently followed, albeit uncertain of their destination. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to trail Imo Jie's lead. Before long, Imo Jie guided Bai Chen to the outskirts of Spirit Soul City, declaring, Little Bai Chen, the place I am taking you to is known as the Valley of Death. Bai Chen exhaled in relief upon hearing Imo Jie's words. He had feared that Imo Jie might say, Come to my home, it's quite spacious. However, the Valley of Death also seemed to be a perilous locale. He never anticipated that his first task at the Spirit Hall would involve venturing into such a dangerous place. Ding. Congratulations, host. A side quest has been initiated. Survive alone in the Valley of Death for 1 month or longer. Rewards will be determined based on the host's performance. Upon receiving the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen immediately perked up. A task had been issued, and he was determined to showcase his abilities. Imo Jie, observing the spirited expression on Bai Chen's face, sighed. It appeared the boy was unaware of the true nature of the Valley of Death. Once he arrived, he likely would not remain so relaxed. Little Bai Chen, you are moving too slowly. Let me assist you. All right. Thank you, Jiegu. With that, Imo Jie took Bai Chen's hand, swiftly bringing him to the vicinity of the Valley of Death. At the entrance stood a tall, gaunt elder, vigilantly guarding the area. Above his head loomed a conspicuous question mark, clearly indicating he was a title Dolua. Upon seeing the elder, Imo Jie respectfully stated, Senior Ghostfish, I entrust this young lad to you. Glancing down at Bai Chen, Ghostfish inquired, Is this the child the Pope mentioned? Indeed. Very well, hand him over to me. You may leave now. Understood. Afterward, Imo Jie turned to Bai Chen and said, Little Bai Chen, Elder Ghostfish will share important information with you. Remember to heed his words, all right? Bai Chen nodded solemnly. Once Imo Jie departed, Bai Chen approached Elder Ghostfish, who produced a golden card, stating, Young one, Exercise caution once you enter. It is exceedingly dangerous within. This card is a means to summon me. In times of peril, simply break it, and I shall appear before you. However, it is a one-time use only. Understood? Furthermore, entering here counts as a task assigned by the Spirit Hall. If you manage to survive for a week, you will have completed the mission. Understood? With that, Bai Chen stepped into the Valley of Death. Upon entering, Bai Chen was engulfed by an eerie silence that sent chills down his spine. Almost immediately, he sensed multiple pairs of eyes fixated on him the moment he crossed the threshold into the valley. Aware of these watchful gazes, Bai Chen's expression grew serious. The Death Canyon is undoubtedly more perilous than he had anticipated. Just moments after entering, he felt the piercing gazes of several Millennium Soul beasts fixated upon him. Hesitating briefly, he resolved to first seek a place to rest before devising his next course of action. Time swiftly passed, and half a day slipped away without fortune on his side. He had yet to uncover a suitable resting spot. As afternoon waned and the sun began its descent, he recognized the urgency of finding shelter. For the soul beast would become increasingly active under the cover of night. Glancing at the nearby cliff face, he deliberated. If no suitable location was at hand, he would excavate one himself. With that thought, he summoned the power of his external soul bone, fervently digging into the rock. Bang, bang, bang. The afternoon faded, and as he stepped back to survey his work, he found satisfaction in the 4-meter-deep cave he had created. It would serve as his refuge for the night. After gathering some materials to conceal the entrance, ensuring it appeared unremarkable from the outside, he entered the cave, ready to devote the night to his cultivation. Dismissing the notion of sleep for now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a few sizable gray wolves wandered past the cave entrance. They cast a cursory glance at the opening before continuing on their way. With dawn's light filtering through the crevice he had left, Bai Chen awoke and stretched. Upon stepping outside, he was met by the sight of 3 gray wolves, each approximately 1,300 years old. Having gone a day without sustenance, he felt the pangs of hunger. Now was the time to procure some food. The wolves, noticing Bai Chen, instantly rose to their feet. In the Death Canyon, caution is paramount. Regardless of the foe, one must always give their all, a survival instinct ingrained in these beasts since their youth. As Bai Chen approached, the pressure on the wolves intensified. They sensed the formidable power emanating from this human. Unable to withstand their trepidation any longer, the wolves lunged at him in unison. Observing this, Bai Chen smiled, flicking his bony tail as he declared, "Bone spike." In an instant, his bony tail pierced one wolf's body, dispatching it with lethal precision. In the blink of an eye, one of the 3 wolves lay lifeless. The remaining 2 charged simultaneously, but Bai Chen deftly drew his giant spirit tail, striking them back with swift force. These millennium-old soul beasts were woefully inadequate against Bai Chen's might that could not withstand his onslaught. One by one, he dispatched the last 2 with his bone spikes. Gazing at the 3 lifeless bodies before him, Bai Chen stroked his chin, then swiftly set about collecting the wolf's blood. A sudden thought struck him. The presence of numerous soul beasts here might afford him the opportunity to hunt and gather their blood, thereby continuing his cultivation of the celestial demon body. Upon reflecting on this, Bai Chen nodded, suddenly finding the Death Canyon rather agreeable. Before long, he had successfully collected the blood of 3 gray wolves. After all, these were millennium soul beasts, each weighing approximately a ton. Each wolf provided him with roughly 150 pounds of blood. Altogether, that amounted to nearly 500 pounds. The collection of this blood was surprisingly swift. With the hunt of a few more soul beasts, he could soon replenish his blood pool. Upon investigation, it appears that blood constitutes approximately 7 to 8% of human body weight, and this estimation applies similarly to the soul beast here, making 1 ton roughly equivalent to about 150 pounds. Chapter 126, The Valley of Death Part 2. Subsequently, Bai Chen skinned several gray wolves, washed the pelts, and commenced roasting the meat. One must admit that due to the scarcity of ingredients in this region, he was unable to completely dispel the gamey odor of the flesh, which lingered rather strongly. However, there was little he could do since he had little experience in cooking, resulting in a somewhat lacking flavor. Gradually, half an hour slipped by, and upon seeing the meat turn a golden hue, he paused and began to eat. Although inexperienced in the culinary arts, he possessed an extraordinary precision in controlling the heat, likely due to his heightened mental acuity. If one overlooked the gamey scent, the taste was surprisingly acceptable. The remaining meat was transformed into cured provisions for easier preservation, thus resolving his food concerns. Not far from his self-made cave, a small stream provided a reliable water source, alleviating his worries in that regard. Now, Bai Chen needed only to focus on expanding his cave and creating a blood pool. Before long, a week had passed. While he had completed the tasks assigned by the Spirit Hall during his week of residence, Bai Chen had yet to fulfill his own ambitions, and thus he intended to remain longer. Perhaps due to his enhanced strength, his excavation speed had significantly increased. In just 1 week, he had widened the cave to a length of 17 meters. At its deepest point, he had excavated a blood pool and placed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower at the center of the formation. This particular plant was of little use to him, and should he ever choose to dismantle the formation, he could reclaim the sunflower without loss. Having completed all preparations, Bai Chen leaped into the blood pool, and an exhilarating sensation enveloped him. This pool was larger than the previous one, though it was not yet filled to capacity, currently containing approximately 5,000 pounds of blood from a millennium-old soul beast. Soon, the night passed. Outside the Valley of Death, Gale paced anxiously, muttering to himself. How strange. He should have returned yesterday. Why is he still absent? Has something occurred? Recalling the instructions given to him by Bibi Dong, he hurried into the valley to search for Bai Chen. Before long, he arrived at Bai Chen's dwelling just as Bai Chen concluded his training and prepared to venture out for hunting. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Gale paused in surprise. Bai Chen, you're alive. Bai Chen, perplexed by Gale's exclamation, responded, Elder Gale. What are you saying? Of course, I am well. Why would I be dead? Then why didn't you come out yesterday? You worried me to death. In calm demeanor, Bai Chen replied, Well, Elder Gale, I find this place rather suitable for me, and I wish to stay here a while longer. After Bai Chen finished speaking, the ghost fish was momentarily taken aback. In the past, who among Hulaina and the others could endure a night in the Death Canyon without crying to return the next day? Yet here was Bai Chen, surprisingly content with his surroundings. He inadvertently glanced at the barbecue grill nearby. This little fellow certainly knew how to enjoy life. The ghost fish replied, Very well. You may stay here. When you wish to leave, simply come find me at the entrance of the Death Canyon. Bai Chen responded affirmatively. With that, the ghost fish departed. A while later, Bibi Dong learned of Bai Chen's obsession with the Death Canyon and his refusal to emerge. To her astonishment, upon receiving this news, she actually smiled. This little one is indeed exceptional, choosing to remain in the Death Canyon for cultivation. That is splendid. The Death Canyon is indeed a formidable place for honing one's skills. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the ghost fish and Yu Guan nodded in agreement. Although Yu Guan occasionally cast glances outside, as if harboring some concern, Bibi Dong inquired, Is there anything else? If not, you may all leave. Yes, Your Holiness. Everyone replied in unison. With that, Yu Guan swiftly took his leave. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the Death Canyon, Bai Chen stood bewildered before Yu Guan. Grandfather Yu Guan, what brings you here? Yu Guan, slightly irritated, replied, You're living in the Death Canyon now. I'm concerned for your safety. I came to check on you and to bring some supplies. As he spoke, Yu Guan placed several everyday items before Bai Chen, clothes, towels, and even seasonings, along with an abundance of fruits and vegetables. Seeing Yu Guan's gestures, Bai Chen felt an undeniable warmth in his heart. It was the first time someone other than his family or grandfather had shown him such care. Grandfather Yu Guan, Bai Chen called out. What is it? Yu Guan inquired, lifting his gaze in confusion. Thank you. Yu Guan paused for a moment at Bai Chen's words, then waved his hand dismissively. No need for gratitude. Was it I who brought you into the spirit hall? Naturally, I must take responsibility for you. Now, no need for such sentimental words. I will come to check on you from time to time and bring you some supplies. With that, he took his leave. Bai Chen nodded solemnly. After Yu Guan departed, Bai Chen felt, for the first time, that perhaps joining the spirit hall was not such a bad decision after all. He was even tempted to gift Yu Guan a rare herb, but he restrained himself, knowing he would struggle to explain its origins. Once Yu Guan was gone, Bai Chen immediately began grilling meat with the newly acquired seasonings. Having endured days of flavorless barbecue, he felt as if he might perish from the monotony. The thought of consuming this dish for an extended period filled him with despair. Half an hour later, as he took a bite of the salt-seasoned meat, he nearly wept. Yes, this was the flavor he had longed for. On the other side, Hulaina and her companions were somewhat perplexed. They were well aware that Bai Chen had ventured into the Death Valley, yet he was expected to return the following day. Admittedly, Bai Chen possessed a slight edge over them, perhaps capable of enduring a little longer. It was conceivable that he could manage to last a week. However, now that more than a week had passed, they were left wondering why. The three of them huddled together, convening a meeting. Hulaina spoke up. I sensed something amiss with Bai Chen. Today, I heard that he chose to remain in the Death Valley voluntarily. Is he unwell? Why would he linger in that dreadful place? Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Yin and Xiaoyu gasped in shock, contributing once more to the phenomenon of global warming. Xiaoyu remarked, perhaps this is the nature of genius. His thought process is simply different from ours. Yin added, I second that. Chapter 127, The Valley of Death, Part 3, The Black-Bellied Python. Before long, a month had swiftly elapsed. During this period, Bai Chen enjoyed a rather tranquil existence. His cultivation of the heavenly demon body progressed remarkably well, and the blood pool had become nearly brimming with the essence of various millennia-old soul beasts. The meat of the soul beasts he had amassed was nearing depletion. Moreover, his level had ascended to 43. A feat largely attributable to the lingering potency of the wondrous Chiron Tongtian chrysanthemum within him, which had yet to be fully digested. However, the perilous valley of death was not one to offer such tranquility on a daily basis. One morning, an unexpected visitor approached a nearby stream to quench its thirst. Bai Chen had just completed his training in the blood pool and was preparing to venture out for a hunt and to earn some points. However, as he stepped out of the blood pool, an icy aura enveloped him, instantly alerting him to the presence of something formidable in the vicinity of his dwelling. Cautiously, he approached the cave entrance and peered outside, swiftly identifying the source of the chilling presence, a black-bellied python. This was no ordinary specimen, it was a millennia-old black-bellied python. While black-bellied pythons were relatively common soul beasts, those of such age were exceedingly rare. The black-bellied python is a powerful serpentine soul beast, distinguished not only by its immense strength and speed but also by its lethal venom. A mere drop of venom from a century-old black-bellied python could bring an adult to their demise in an instant. The toxicity of the millennia-old python before Bai Chen was even more terrifying. Fortunately, Bai Chen possessed considerable resistance to poison. Even if he were to be afflicted, he would not succumb immediately. This was the first time Bai Chen faced a millennia-old soul beast alone, and he found himself torn between the impulse to confront it and the wisdom of retreat. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved against engaging in battle. For the disparity between millennia-old and century-old soul beasts was akin to that between two different realms. Rarely could a century-old soul beast hope to vanquish its millennia-old counterpart. And even the average millennia-old beast could easily dispatch a 9th-century beast without difficulty. Thus, Bai Chen quickly retracted his head into the cave, unwilling to confront the creature. Yet, it seemed he had been a moment too late. The black-bellied python had already taken notice of him, its gaze shifting in his direction. Recognizing the peril, Bai Chen immediately exited the cave. Engaging in combat within the confines of the cave would place him at a disadvantage, given the size of the beast, leaving him little room for evasion. Although his defensive capabilities were formidable among soul masters of his level, such defenses would be nearly inconsequential against the might of the black-bellied python. Surely, no one would believe that a soul master in their 40s could withstand the onslaught of a millennia-old soul beast. Surely not. Thus, the confrontation would likely culminate in Bai Chen's swift demise. Emerging from the cavern, Bai Chen was instantly enveloped by the essence of the rice cake, seamlessly transitioning his breath to that of the celestial demon. With the application of the Gale technique and the activation of his external spirit bone, he propelled his speed to its utmost limit. He swiftly darted towards the nearby stone forest, a terrain intricately woven with complexity, advantageous for his agile assault-type spirit master. The black-bellied forest python, upon witnessing Bai Chen's flight, immediately pursued him. It had encountered a similar humanoid creature years prior, having feasted upon several humans. An experience forever etched in its memory due to the exquisite flavor of their flesh. Since that encounter, it had remained haunted by the taste of humanity. And now that fortune had smiled upon it once more, it was determined not to squander this opportunity. The reason for the creature's reluctance to vacate the Death Gorge lay primarily in the presence of a tidal Dolua and several soul Dolua dispatched by the Spirit Hall, who guarded the area. The few exits from the gorge had been sealed, rendering escape impossible for these soul beasts. In no time, the black-bellied forest python trailed Bai Chen to the vicinity of the stone forest, whereupon Bai Chen swiftly concealed himself, causing the python to lose sight of its target. However, this setback did not deter the creature. It flicked its tongue in an attempt to sense Bai Chen's location. Yet, in that very instant, a verdant dagger pierced through its tongue. With a painful hiss, the black-bellied forest python lashed out with its serpentine tail towards Bai Chen. After this strike, Bai Chen, recognizing the futility of greed, retreated immediately. He had just struck with a pufferfish poison dagger, inflicting a potent toxin upon the creature. However, considering the soul beast's likely superior resistance to poison compared to that of humans, especially given its millennia of existence, Bai Chen was not overly confident that this single attack would suffice to vanquish it. Reflecting on this, Bai Chen promptly concealed himself once more. Inflicted with considerable damage and again deprived of its target, the black-bellied forest python descended into a frenzied state, consumed by a singular desire to devour Bai Chen whole. The surrounding stones were sent flying as the creature rampaged, and in no time, it had flattened a small section of the terrain. Watching from the shadows, Bai Chen felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not engaged the creature head-on. Otherwise, his fate might have mirrored that of the scattered stones. After more than 10 minutes, the black-bellied forest python appeared to tire, its movements growing slightly sluggish. Seizing this moment without hesitation, Bai Chen, adhering to the principle of striking when the foe is vulnerable, launched another surprise attack against the python. This time, Both his toxic dagger and pufferfish poison dagger found their mark in the creature's tail. With another anguished hiss, the black-bellied forest python remained disoriented, still unable to pinpoint Bai Chen's position. Although Bai Chen had triumphed over adversaries through direct confrontation over the years, he had never forgotten that he was an agile assault-type spirit master. Such masters are akin to assassins, and battling a creature of this nature required evasion of direct conflict, delivering a lethal blow only when the foe is weakened. Boom. The location of the black-bellied forest serpent reverberated with tremendous sounds. However, all it could do was succumb to impotent rage. Its violent thrashing only exacerbated the spread of the toxins within its body. At that moment, a portion of its skin, both on its head and tail, had been corroded by purple and green toxins. Periodically, Bai Chen approached to strike the creature twice, gradually rendering the black-bellied forest serpent weaker and weaker. Half an hour later, with a resounding crash, the black-bellied forest serpent collapsed. A black soul ring slowly ascended, and as Bai Chen gazed upon the creature's lifeless form, he couldn't help but lament that, after all, it was a soul beast, lacking in intelligence. Chapter 128, The Death Valley, Part 4, Realm of the Demon Wolf. Just to inform everyone, the devouring ability of the giant spirit's tail has been modified. It can now absorb the essence of any soul beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently slaying the 10,000-year soul beast, the black-bellied Lin Meng. Reward, 20,000 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt quite satisfied. 20,000 points were certainly substantial. Subsequently, he collected the blood of the fallen beast and utilized the giant spirit's tail to extract its essence. However, this time, the tail did not grow longer. It remained at 7 meters in length, merely enhancing the strength, toxicity, and resilience of its bony structure. After the absorption, a pitch-black soul bone materialized atop the corpse of the black-bellied Lin Meng. Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had merely intended to slay a soul beast, yet was unexpectedly greeted with a delightful surprise. Soon, the information regarding this soul bone appeared in his divine vision. Black-bellied Lin Meng skull age, 11,000 years compatibility, 57%. Upon viewing the attributes of this soul bone, Bai Chen decisively opted not to absorb it. The reason was simple. The compatibility was far too low at 57%. It is well known that the lower the compatibility, the weaker the soul skill obtained after fusion. Therefore, Bai Chen would not forcibly absorb this soul bone. He pondered that once he acquires a more compatible head soul bone capable of evolution, it would be advantageous to use that to absorb this skull. With that thought, Bai Chen poured the blood of the black-bellied Lin Meng into the blood pool. Coincidentally, the blood pool, which had been filled to approximately 30,000 pounds, was finally complete. Moreover, due to the daily substantial hunting of soul beasts, Bai Chen's points had surpassed 100,000. He now only needed to accumulate an additional 100,000 points, coupled with the key he won from the previous lottery, to unlock the talent domain package. Reflecting on this, Bai Chen's mood lifted considerably. As for the blood pool, with the infusion of the 10,000-year soul beast's blood, he could clearly observe its color gradually deepening. Although he was eager to experience the thrill of the blood pool's current state, Bai Chen restrained his impulses. After all, the essence of the pufferfish toxin within the blood of the black-bellied Lin Meng had yet to be completely purified, and the formation of the blood pool required a bit more time to cleanse it thoroughly. This was precisely why Bai Chen had exerted considerable effort to create a new blood pool. The formation within could gradually eliminate impurities, rendering the blood more pure and facilitating a more convenient absorption process. An hour later, Bai Chen opened his eyes, exiting his cultivation state. He approached the blood pool and discovered that its color had returned to normal, indicating that the pufferfish toxin had been fully eradicated. He then leaped into the pool, eager to test the effects of the blood infused with the essence of a 10,000-year soul beast. As he entered, Bai Chen once again experienced the excruciating sensation akin to his initial plunge into the blood pool, as if his body were melting. However, this time, he endured the pain. His current physical resilience was no longer comparable to that of his former self. Gradually, beneath the corner of Bai Chen's eye, a blood-red tear mole began to take form. Had Bai Chen been able to behold his current state, he would have realized that he had entered the third level of the heavenly demon body, known as the demon manifestation state. Achieving this state signified that his heavenly demon breathing technique could sustain for over 18 hours, while the blood pool, infused with the essence of a millennium's worth of soul beast blood, could be continuously refined for more than an hour. Additionally, he could now employ the heavenly demon possession skill, which significantly amplified Bai Chen's overall attributes and reduced soul power consumption. As time flowed, the hue of the tear mole deepened, resembling a droplet of fresh blood. Soon, an hour had elapsed. Bai Chen slowly rose to his feet, and upon standing, he immediately noticed a distinct transformation in his physique. He hurried to the mirror and saw his reflection, his gaze drawn instantly to the tear mole. The sight of it nearly propelled him into a fit of exhilaration. At last, he had entered the state of demon manifestation. Upon closer inspection, Bai Chen observed that, aside from the tear mole, he appeared to possess an alluring yet sinister charm, exuding a faint aura of villainy, albeit a handsome sort. In the realm of cultivation, he could easily be mistaken for a demonic cultivator. Fortunately, this was the Dolua continent, where such beings were presumably non-existent. Indeed, there were no demonic cultivators here. Overall, Bai Chen's appearance had not altered significantly from before. He merely appeared a touch more flamboyant. A glance in the mirror confirmed his assessment, indeed, a bit flamboyant. Yet, as long as he refrained from adopting any expressive demeanor, he would still appear quite normal. It seemed his path forward would lead him toward a more stoic visage. 3 months later, today marked Bai Chen's 12th birthday. Having arrived at the Spirit Hall when he was already over 11 and a half, he was now precisely 12. Furthermore, his points had finally surged past 220,000, allowing him to purchase 2 gift package keys while still retaining 2,000 points. As he contemplated this, Bai Chen expended 200,000 points to acquire the keys, feeling no remorse for such a lavish expenditure as he spent without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for purchasing gift package key 1. Ding. Observing his gift package key balance rise to 3, Bai Chen unhesitatingly activated the talent domain gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the talent domain gift package. You have obtained the talent domain, Wolf Demon Domain. Hearing the notification echo in his mind, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. At last, he had acquired this domain. He promptly examined its effects. Wolf Demon Domain. The power enhances according to the host's strength for every 10 levels gained. 1 wolf spirit can be summoned. Each wolf spirit possesses 80% of the host's combat prowess. Furthermore, while the Wolf Demon Domain is active, for each wolf spirit present on the field, the host's strength increases by 10%. Note, the wolf spirits summoned in the realm of the Demon Wolf will not benefit from attribute enhancements provided by skills, such as the Heavenly Demon Body. Conditions for realm evolution. The host's level must be raised to 70. And they must possess a soul ring of 100,000 years in age to evolve the realm. Upon witnessing the attributes of this innate domain, Bai Chen could already envision a scene where, upon breaking through to the rank of title Dolua, 9 wolf spirits encircle and assault an opponent, while he simply observes the spectacle from the sidelines. Reflecting on this, Bai Chen felt a sense of nostalgia, realizing that he too would experience the thrill of overpowering the few with the many. Moreover, after the evolution of the realm, the number of summoned wolf spirits would likely increase even further. This is indeed a righteous convergence of forces. Chapter 129, The Death Canyon, Part 5, The Human-Faced Demon Spider. After surveying his domain, Bai Chen glanced at the scenery outside, contemplating whether to depart from this place. He had already spent a full 4 months in the Death Canyon, and if he lingered any longer, others might perceive him as a peculiar being. However, he reasoned that it mattered little. In their eyes, he was likely already considered strange. After some reflection, Bai Chen decided to remain, for this was indeed a prime location for accumulating points. He was merely 9 evolution potions away from advancing his martial soul, and the allure of a super martial soul was undeniably compelling. With over 20,000 points still at his disposal, he believed that with a little more effort, he could reach a total of 160,000 points, likely within 3 months. Moreover, having entered the demon manifestation state and acquired the domain of the Demon Wolf, his strength had escalated to an entirely different echelon, significantly enhancing his safety within the Death Canyon. Bai Chen felt confident that he could push forward a bit, thereby accelerating his point acquisition. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen ventured deeper into the Death Canyon. Of course, he preferred to keep his base nearby. He had no desire to create another blood pool, as that would be exceedingly troublesome. Exiting the cave, Bai Chen followed the stream upstream for a short distance. Before long, he halted, taken aback by the creature before him. The entity seemed to sense his presence, slowly turning towards him. Upon recognizing its form, Bai Chen's expression darkened. Before him was a human-faced demon spider. To his astonishment, it was a human-faced demon spider of 15,000 years, far more formidable than the black-bellied forest beast he had encountered previously. Moreover, this spider had noticed Bai Chen. Given the nature of the human-faced demon spider, this encounter would surely lead to a relentless battle to the death. Letting out a chilling shriek, the spider lunged at Bai Chen. Faced with the sight of the creature advancing on 8 legs, its abdomen adorned with a human visage, Bai Chen turned and fled. Do not misunderstand. Bai Chen was not afraid of being unable to defeat the creature, but rather, he harbored a simple fear of spiders. Oddly enough, he feared nothing else. Yet large spiders instilled a particular dread within him. Should he spot a spider at home one evening, and later find the spot empty, he might very well lose sleep over it. Seeing Bai Chen's retreat only excited the human-faced demon spider further, its 8 legs thundering in pursuit. The sound of its relentless chase sent a chill down Bai Chen's spine, and he recalled the creature's terrifying appearance. Wishing to avoid any confrontation with such a monstrous soul beast, after a moment of calm, Bai Chen realized that the spider was still hot on his heels. He resolved to conquer his fear and turned to confront it. However, as he glanced back at the human-faced demon spider, terror gripped him anew. This was not a fear that could be easily overcome. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Chen steadied his breath and accelerated once more. After an hour of frantic flight, he finally managed to shake off the relentless pursuit of the human-faced demon spider. As Bai Chen surveyed his surroundings, he let out a sigh of relief. At long last, he had finally shaken off that creature. However, this situation could not persist. Why was he so terrified of spiders? Alas, what a coward he was. This fear was something he needed to overcome in due time. Suddenly, as he pondered these thoughts, he heard a familiar sound. Turning around, the familiar figure of the face spider reappeared before him. Bai Chen chuckled nervously. Hee. Rice cake possession. Demon wolf domain. Heavenly demon possession. Frenzied assault. In an instant, Bai Chen attacked the face spider with a wild fervor, having completely lost his rationality out of sheer fright. Activating the demon wolf domain and his innate possession abilities, Bai Chen experienced a drastic enhancement in all his attributes, nearly elevating his physical prowess to that of a soul emperor. With the assistance of 4 wolf spirits attacking in unison, the face spider found itself unable to retaliate, forced to merely defend against the onslaught. It could hardly comprehend why the once fleeing Bai Chen had suddenly become so formidable. Die, 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 Bai Chen shouted. Mere seconds later, the face spider had 2 of its legs mercilessly severed. The sound it emitted was now tinged with despair. The human before it was overwhelmingly powerful. It wished to flee, but every escape route was blocked. Minutes passed, and this 15,000-year-old face spider was ultimately beaten to death by Bai Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the 15,000-year-old face spider. You have gained 18,000 points and received a mysterious drop item. However, it seemed Bai Chen was oblivious to the fact that the face spider had perished, continuing to unleash strikes. Eventually, the corpse of the face spider was reduced to a pulpy mass before Bai Chen gradually regained his senses. Staring at the grotesque remains that would require pixelation on television, he swallowed hard. Did I really do this? Upon noticing the wounds on his fists, Bai Chen confirmed the horrifying reality before him. Fortunately, his formidable strength had prevailed. The face spider had been no match for him. Next, Bai Chen inspected his backpack and discovered a mysterious drop item. Without hesitation, he immediately utilized this item. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the mysterious drop item. You have been rewarded with the Fearless Heart. Fearless Heart? What on earth was that? Bai Chen was momentarily perplexed and decided to examine the attributes of the Fearless Heart. Fearless Heart. Effect. Allows the heart to evolve once. Upon reading the effect of the Fearless Heart, Bai Chen was taken aback. It was indeed an evolution of the heart. He had initially thought it merely made him fearless, but thankfully it was not such a trivial item. After all, fears could be conquered. And he was determined that if he were to face spiders daily, he would no longer be afraid of them. Contemplating this, Bai Chen returned to his cave and subsequently used the Fearless Heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the Fearless Heart. The heart begins to evolve. Having spoken, Bai Chen collapsed. During his unconscious state, the rhythm of his heartbeat intensified dramatically. Had he been able to observe his own heart, he would have noted its sudden enlargement, followed by a swift contraction, only to expand once more, creating an exceedingly terrifying spectacle. Undoubtedly, this process was excruciating, and even in his stupor, Bai Chen's brow remained furrowed. However, after 2 days, his heartbeat gradually returned to a normal cadence, and his complexion regained a semblance of vitality, with blood circulation improving significantly. Nonetheless, it was clear that Bai Chen would not awaken in the immediate future. Chapter 130, Evolution of the Martial Soul. The savage demon wolf. A day later, Bai Chen gradually awakened from his slumber. Upon rising, he distinctly felt certain alterations within his physique. However, he could not precisely articulate what those changes entailed. To put it simply, he felt invigorated and more spirited, yet apart from that, there were no overt transformations. Subsequently, Bai Chen resumed his tranquil existence. 3 months elapsed, during which his level ascended to 44, and his total points finally reached 180,000. Gazing at the blood pool before him, Bai Chen contemplated that the time had come to depart this place. However, prior to that, he needed to enhance his martial soul. With this thought, Bai Chen utilized 180,000 points to procure 9 elixirs for martial soul evolution, allowing him to amass a total of 25 such elixirs. At last, he could initiate the evolution of his martial soul. With determination, Bai Chen consumed the 25 elixirs. Ding. Congratulations, host. The martial soul evolution elixirs have been successfully used. The evolution process commences. As he spoke, Bai Chen's martial soul automatically entered a state of manifestation. Sensing this transformation, he hurriedly dashed towards the cave's entrance. Truth be told, if he were to metamorphose into the rune wolf, his size would be considerable, and this cave might not accommodate him. Furthermore, as he was on the verge of evolution, his dimensions would likely increase, making it almost certain that he would become ensnared within the confines of the cave. Although the outside world posed dangers, he realized he would struggle to find a suitable refuge in such a short span of time. As Bai Chen's physique began to morph into that of the wolf, he sprinted towards the stone forest, the locale with the least soul beasts in the vicinity. This was primarily due to its desolation and arid climate, which rendered it inhospitable for most soul beasts. Halfway through his run, Bai Chen's form had entirely transformed into that of the rune wolf, and his aura was continually intensifying. A latent force within him seemed on the verge of bursting forth, causing Bai Chen's emotions to surge with exhilaration. He found himself instinctively yearning to wreak havoc upon his surroundings. However, he forcefully employed his calming technique to suppress this impulse. At last, he safely arrived at the stone forest. Upon reaching the stone forest, Bai Chen's fur had morphed into a striking blend of black and crimson, exuding an aura of terror. His eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, evoking a sense of dread in those who dared to gaze upon him. Gradually, an eerie tattoo began to manifest upon his body, depicting a creature he had never encountered before, yet it appeared exceedingly ominous. One might describe it as a demonic mark. In the blink of an eye, 2 days slipped away, and Bai Chen's stature had swelled to an imposing 8 meters. His presence was now utterly transformed, contrasting sharply with his previous incarnation as the rune wolf, which radiated an air of mystery and tranquility. The current Bai Chen, however, emanated an overwhelming aura of terror and savagery. However, as things transformed, the evolution was far from complete. Bai Chen felt his emotions spiraling increasingly out of control. Even while reciting the calming mantra, his meditative state had barely reached its initial layer, utterly incapable of suppressing the impulses raging within his mind. He yearned to tear something apart. With this thought, Bai Chen launched a frenzied assault on the surrounding stones, relentlessly venting the fury within his heart. The commotion gradually attracted several soul beasts. Before long, a black tiger appeared not far from Bai Chen. Upon witnessing the rampaging Bai Chen, the black tiger hesitated. Sensing an overwhelming terror, it felt as though it had wandered into the wrong place. In the midst of his evolution, Bai Chen caught sight of the black tiger and suddenly displayed a peculiar, chilling smile. Without any warning, he lunged at the black tiger. The tiger barely had time to react before Bai Chen sank his teeth into its neck, severing it instantly. Transformed into a feral state, Bai Chen tore into the black tiger with wild abandon. 5 days later, Bai Chen's evolution finally reached its conclusion, and his appearance began to shift towards a more humanoid form. However, he seemed somewhat altered from before. His hair remained black, yet his eyes transformed into heterochromatic orbs akin to Dai Mubai's, one black and one red. Beyond that, the aura surrounding Bai Chen underwent a dramatic transformation. If he had previously exuded the purity of a white lotus, he now embodied a rose of deadly allure, possessing an irresistible charm for the opposite sex. In terms of appearance, Bai Chen had undeniably reached the pinnacle of beauty. Yet, he paid little heed to such matters. From his ring, he retrieved a set of black attire and donned it, subsequently reviewing his current attributes. Name: Bai Chen. Age: 12. Soul power: level 44. Cultivation aptitude: 55, including Qingyang Gong 5. Tianma body 2. Martial soul: brutal demon wolf, one of the strongest among super martial souls. Its drawback being that those who possess it are prone to extreme anger and loss of rationality. Substantial mental fortitude or spiritual techniques are required to maintain emotional control. Martial soul quality: super required evolution elixir for next martial soul, 200 soul rings, for soul bones, 2 right leg bone, 1000. External soul bone points, 20. 950 special skills: divine eye, Qingyang Gong, 2nd layer, calming technique, 1st layer, Tianma body, 3rd layer, items: venomous dagger, puffer fish poison dagger, soul saint experience card. Status: enhanced smell, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing, strengthened heart. Bai Chen surveyed his current attributes and, to be honest, felt quite satisfied. He then entered the Martial Soul Codex to further examine the attributes of the brutal demon wolf. The brutal demon wolf, super martial spirit, possesses attributes of strength: A. Agility, S. Constitution, A. Growth, S. And soul power, S. Upon witnessing the attributes of the brutal demon wolf, Bai Chen was nearly blinded by its brilliance. With 3 S's and 2 A's, its attributes surpassed even those of the Haotian hammer. Is this truly the pinnacle of super martial spirits? At this moment, Bai Chen experienced a qualitative leap in power. Remaining here served no further purpose, and he resolved to depart. As he prepared to leave, Bai Chen glanced around, only to find that the once complex terrain of the stone forest had been nearly flattened. Did I do this? He swallowed hard, contemplating his own handiwork, and felt a sense of relief that he had not lost control within the cave. Otherwise, he could very well have been crushed by falling stones. Lost in thought, Bai Chen made his way back to the cave. Chapter 131. Departing from the Death Canyon. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Chen gazed into the mirror. With each evolution of his martial spirit, his appearance underwent subtle transformations, and he was curious to see how he had changed this time. Standing before the mirror, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback by his reflection. He touched his face and murmured, "Is this truly me?" It was evident that Bai Chen recognized his alteration, and soon, a wave of excitement surged within him. At last, he had shed the guise of the Navi youth he once was. Although he had been handsome before, he had never been particularly fond of that appearance. He had always felt burdened by the expectations tied to his looks, often finding himself unconsciously acting in accordance with them. In essence, he no longer wished to feign innocence. From this day forth, he intended to liberate himself. After retrieving the phoenix crown from the blood pool, Bai Chen cast a glance at the dwelling he had inhabited for over half a year, contemplating his departure. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Moreover, remaining here any longer might arouse suspicion in Bibidong, who likely had begun to harbor doubts already. After extracting as much blood from the blood pool as he could manage, Bai Chen officially set forth towards the exit of the Death Canyon. Half a day later, Gue Mei suddenly sensed something amiss and glanced back, soon spotting Bai Chen approaching him. Upon recognizing Bai Chen, Gue Yu was momentarily stunned. You are Bai Chen? Indeed, Senior Gue Yu, it is I. I wish to leave the Death Canyon. Oh, very well. I had thought you intended to remain there for eternity. Since you have decided to emerge, let us pay a visit to His Holiness the Pope. Of course, Senior Gue Yu. With that, Bai Chen stepped out of the Death Canyon, and at that moment, a notification chimed in his mind indicating the completion of a system task. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the side mission. You have successfully survived in the Death Canyon for over a month. Based on the task's completion level, you are awarded 50,000 points and 5 opportunities for a mid-level mysterious draw. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen felt invigorated. The rewards were quite commendable. If he converted the mid-level mysterious draws into points, he would accumulate a total of 100,000 points. While pondering, Bai Chen promptly utilized his 5 opportunities for the mysterious draw, confident that whatever he obtained would remain in his backpack, thus not raising any suspicion with Gue Yu. Ding. Congratulations, host, for using the mid-level mysterious draw. You have obtained 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for using the mid-level mysterious draw. You have obtained 6,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for using the mid-level mysterious draw. You have obtained 1 skill upgrade pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for using the mid-level mysterious draw. You have obtained 1 durability enchantment book. Ding. Congratulations, host, for using the mid-level mysterious draw. You have obtained 1 mid-level level up pill. Upon receiving the notifications, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction, having garnered 16,000 points and 3 quite valuable items. This venture was indeed worthwhile. However, he would wait until he returned home to utilize these items. In the afternoon, they returned to Spirit City. After a 6-month hiatus, Bai Chen found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the bustling atmosphere. It had been a long time since he had been in such a crowded place. During this half-year, aside from the occasional visit from Yu Guan, he had not encountered anyone else, leaving him feeling a bit out of place. Lost in thought, he followed Gue Yu to the Hall of the Pope. Gue Yu had already sent word to Bibidong, informing her of Bai Chen's departure from the Death Canyon, so she had not yet left and remained within the Spirit Hall. As the two pushed open the grand doors of the Hall of the Pope and stepped inside, Bai Chen finally beheld that familiar and proud figure once more. Bibidong, sensing the commotion, glanced down at Bai Chen. Upon seeing him again, she was taken aback. In just half a year, his appearance and demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. The first glance stirred something within her, but she quickly composed herself, reminding herself that he was merely a child. It has been a while, Bai Chen. How have you fared during your time in the Death Canyon? Bibidong inquired. Thanks to your holiness, I have managed quite well in the Death Canyon. It is indeed a place that tempers one's spirit, Bai Chen replied. Indeed, it is evident that your strength has progressed significantly during this time. Let me ask you once more, are you willing to become my disciple? This time, Bibidong's tone was notably different, serious and commanding, infused with a hint of soul power pressure. Bai Chen felt the weight of her presence, finding it difficult to breathe. The disparity between them was still vast, and he sensed that should he refuse, Bibi Dong might resort to drastic measures. I am willing, Your Holiness, Bai Chen managed to say, feeling compelled to acquiesce. He recognized he had no choice but to endure for now. He would seek his revenge in due time. After all, a gentleman's revenge is best served a decade later. Upon hearing Bai Chen's response, Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. She had no intention of forcing him, but his talent was undeniably extraordinary, and she did not wish to extinguish such brilliance. To prevent any future opposition to the Spirit Hall, she felt compelled to take some extreme measures. Very well, Bai Chen. Your residence shall remain as it was before. You must be weary after these days. Go and rest. She instructed. Yes, Your Holiness, Bai Chen replied, and after their exchange, he returned home. After a long absence, he surprisingly chose not to practice that night but instead indulged in a well-deserved sleep. The following day, Hulaina and her companions arrived at the training grounds for their morning exercises. To their surprise, they noticed someone was already present from a distance. Curiosity piqued. They quickened their pace to discern who it was. As they approached, Hulaina inadvertently caught sight of Bai Chen's profile, and she was instantly captivated, her heart racing unexpectedly. Suddenly feeling parched, she licked her lips. She would certainly not forget who this person was. 6 months ago, though their interaction was brief, Hulaina had already etched his appearance in her memory. To her surprise, just half a year later, Bai Chen had transformed so remarkably. Previously, she found him merely adorable. But now, there was an undeniable allure about him that captivated her. Xiaoyu and Yin, upon seeing Bai Chen, wore expressions of complexity, for after all, Bai Chen had spent a full 6 months in the Death Canyon. Now that he had returned, one could only wonder how much his strength had escalated. Chapter 132. Testing strength, however, today, what surprised them was not solely the return of Bai Chen. What are you doing? Why aren't you starting your training? Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind. Upon hearing it, Hulaina immediately turned around and exclaimed, Teacher, Bai Dong, are you surprised to see me? Hulaina replied, No, not at all. I was merely wondering why you have the time to visit today. Bai Dong, as your teacher, why wouldn't I come? Hulaina, Bai Dong. By the way, I have also accepted Bai Chen as my student. He will be your junior from now on. Initially gloomy, Hulaina's expression brightened upon hearing Bai Dong's words. Really? Yes. With that, Bai Chen approached to greet Bai Dong and the others. Noticing Bai Chen's demeanor, Bai Dong remarked, I will not teach you the foundational knowledge, as I presume you are already well-versed in it. I have heard of your formidable strength and wish to witness it firsthand before arranging your training regimen. Do you have any objections? None. I shall follow your instructions, teacher. Bai Dong. That is good. Longyu, come here. As she spoke, a young man, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old, approached. Bai Dong. This is Lingyu, a Soul King. You shall engage in a match with him, so I can assess your strength. Bai Chen. Understood, teacher. With that, the two made their way to the arena. Observing the number 58 above Longyu's head, Bai Chen felt no trepidation. With his current power, even a 2,000-year-old soul beast would pose little challenge. A mere level 58 soul master was insignificant. Once they were prepared, Lingyu introduced himself. I am Lingyu, a level 58 assault-type soul king. My martial spirit is the water dragon. I look forward to your guidance. Bai Chen responded, I am Bai Chen, a level 44 agility-type soul master. My martial spirit is the brutal demon wolf. Please enlighten me. Upon hearing Bai Chen's introduction, Bai Dong furrowed her brow. She recalled that Bai Chen's martial spirit was recorded as a creature known as the Runes Wolf, although she had never encountered the Runes Wolf herself. It seemed to be a top-tier martial spirit from her earlier research. Why was Bai Chen now claiming his martial spirit to be the brutal demon wolf? Had there been an error in the records? Or had Bai Chen's martial spirit undergone another mutation? Indeed, Bai Chen had already entered the sights of the Spirit Hall. Initially, he had not garnered much attention, but as his records of achievements grew, his notoriety became impossible for the Spirit Hall to ignore. Bai Dong astutely observed that Bai Chen's martial spirit appeared to have undergone several mutations, each time becoming more powerful than the last. This led her to question whether Bai Chen's martial spirit had experienced yet another transformation. As she pondered this, the two had already completed their martial spirit manifestation. Upon entering the state of martial soul manifestation, Lingyue immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Despite being 14 levels above Bai Chen, the pressure should have been exerted upon Bai Chen. Yet it manifested upon him instead, which was rather peculiar. Besides the pressure, Bai Chen emanated an aura that was profoundly terrifying. Meanwhile, Hulaina and her companions were focused on a different aspect. Previously, when Bai Chen had manifested his martial soul, his ears and tail were white. But now they had transformed to black, and the mark on his forehead had turned a bloodthirsty red, which was undeniably daunting. Nonetheless, Hulaina was utterly unfazed. having become completely entranced by his striking appearance. While fearsome in nature, his allure was undeniably captivating. Had it not been for her lingering sense of reason, she might have already begun to cheer for Bai Chen. On Bai Chen's side, after entering the martial soul manifestation, his emotions became somewhat erratic. He inexplicably felt a surge of anger, a desire to tear apart the figure before him. However, after silently reciting the stilling technique, his emotions stabilized considerably. He recalled the description of the brutal demon wolf martial soul, which, despite its formidable power, was characterized by extreme emotional instability, necessitating a robust mental fortitude or special techniques for control. It seemed it was time to elevate the level of his stilling technique, Bai Chen mused. He then charged toward Ling Yue. Though his emotions had calmed somewhat, the bloodthirsty aura surrounding him remained unchanged. As he approached Ling Yue without making a move, she was already affected, her reactions noticeably delayed. With a resounding thud, Bai Chen landed a punch on Ling Yue's abdomen. Due to the evolution of his martial soul, Bai Chen's strength rivaled that of assault-type soul masters. Compounded by various enhancements, Ling Yue's body was propelled into the air, bending into a U-shape. Bibi Dong observed this scene with furrowed brows, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as she had anticipated. Why did she suddenly feel that Ling Yue was not Bai Chen's match? Nevertheless, as a Soul King, Ling Yue was not easily vanquished. Fourth soul skill, Water Dragon Armor. Upon uttering this, a water blue armor enveloped Ling Yue, forcefully repelling Bai Chen. Surprised by Ling Yue's strength, Bai Chen noted that this opponent's martial soul seemed quite formidable. Ling Yue continued, fifth soul skill, Blue Dragon Ice Rain. With that proclamation, the entire training ground was bombarded by a rain of ice spikes. Even Bai Chen's speed could not evade them, leaving him with no choice but to withstand the onslaught. However, Bai Chen remained remarkably composed as a pitch-black bony tail emerged from his back, having consumed a significant number of soul beast corpses. This tail had now grown to 8 meters in length, its power considerably enhanced from before. The tail effortlessly shielded him from the falling ice spikes. After a minute, the rain of ice spikes ceased, leaving Ling Yue visibly exhausted while Bai Chen appeared to have sustained little weariness. Unbeknownst to him, the tail of Bai Chen's bone had coiled around Ling Yue, and with a sudden thrust, it pierced into his opponent's body. However, Bai Chen had no intention of taking Ling Yue's life. This strike merely incapacitated him. To witness a Soul King of level 58 being effortlessly subdued before Bai Chen was indeed astonishing. As Ling Yue fell, not only were Bibi Dong and the others taken aback, but Bai Chen himself felt a surge of exhilaration. It seemed that when Tang San was in his 40s, he did not vanquish a Soul King with such ease. Although Lung Yu's martial soul fusion technique may not have been as formidable as those of Hu Laina and Xie Yu, Bai Chen had expended almost no energy in this encounter. At this moment, Bai Chen was undoubtedly capable of defeating Tang San 2 years into the future. If he continued to progress at this rate, he might achieve divinity even before Tang San and his companions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 58 Soul King, awarding the host 2,800 points. Chapter 133, the invitation from Hu Laina due to the relatively minor disparity in levels between the two parties. The points awarded by the system were not substantial. Suddenly, Bibi Dong applauded, prompting Bai Chen to glance in her direction. Indeed, Bai Chen, your prowess has truly surpassed my expectations. I never anticipated that even a top-tier Soul King would be no match for you. Lang Yu had achieved a prestigious purple gold battle spirit medal within the Angel Grand Arena, ranking among the elite in the realm of Soul Kings. However, Bai Chen's effortless victory over Lang Yu warranted such high praise from her. Bai Chen humbly replied, "Teacher, you flatter me. It was merely good fortune." Bibi Dong countered, "Lang Yu is not an opponent who can be defeated through mere luck. Do not be overly modest. Nevertheless, Bai Chen, given your current capabilities, I fear I shall have to subject you to some specialized training." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Bai Chen felt puzzled, uncertain of what she meant by specialized training. "Remember to come to the Pope's Hall tomorrow morning." Understood. With that, Bibi Dong departed. Observing her retreating figure, Bai Chen remained perplexed. He then devoted the remainder of the day to training in the practice area. That night, upon returning home, Bai Chen promptly utilized the items he had acquired earlier. He used the skill upgrade elixir on his Tranquil Mind technique, elevating it to the 2nd tier, which would allow him to maintain a greater sense of calm during battles. After this enhancement, he felt a significant lightness in his mind, a welcome relief. He also enchanted the pufferfish poison dagger with the durability enchantment, which would greatly benefit him in the short term. As for the intermediate level enhancement elixir, Bai Chen decided to reserve it for later use. This elixir could elevate a soul master below level 60 by 1 tier, with a maximum usage limit of 3, and was priced at 100,000 points each in the marketplace. Bai Chen planned to use it when he reached level 49 or 57. Afterward, Bai Chen inspected the current attributes of the two items. Tranquil Mind Technique, Second tier significantly enhances the host's mental fortitude and resistance to illusions, while accelerating mental recovery. Pufferfish Poison Dagger Effect. Enchantment. Durability. The durability of the Pufferfish Poison Dagger has been enhanced. The description was straightforward and easily comprehensible. Just as Bai Chen finished reading, he suddenly heard some commotion outside. With his enhanced hearing, he discerned the conversation clearly. Lady Saint, what brings you here? I have come to find Bai Chen. Is he present? Yes, he just returned not long ago. Upon hearing Hulaina's name, Bai Chen felt a twinge of curiosity about her purpose. However, since she had already arrived, he had no intention of turning her away. With a smile, Hulaina inquired, May I come in and intrude for a moment? Xiao Pei? All right. Could you please wait for me? I need to inform Lord Bai Chen. No need to inform me. I have arrived, came Bai Chen's voice from within, just as Xiao Pei finished speaking. Soon, Hulaina beheld Bai Chen, clad in black, emerging from the room. Upon seeing Bai Chen's countenance, Hulaina felt an intense thirst, as if her throat were ablaze. Noticing Hulaina's dazed expression, Bai Chen chuckled softly. Her natural beauty was undeniable, and her bewildered demeanor was quite endearing. He inquired, Sister Nana, what brings you here? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Hulaina snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding, yes, there is something. Bai Chen, today we have prepared a welcome ceremony for you. Just me, you, Brother Xiaoyu, and Yin. Do you have time? As she spoke with Bai Chen, Hulaina unconsciously fell into a state of nervousness, despite being 7 years his senior. She behaved like a younger sister. Bai Chen replied, Of course, when shall I come? Hulaina quickly answered, In an hour. We will be waiting for you at the entrance of the spirit hall. All right, Bai Chen agreed. Relieved by his response, Hulaina felt at ease. Thankfully, Bai Chen didn't seem to be the type who was particularly hard to approach. Then, I shall take my leave, she murmured. See you soon, Sister Nana. Bai Chen replied. See you soon, she echoed, turning awkwardly to leave, step by step. Bai Chen, observing her retreating figure, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing his laughter, Hulaina turned around, her cheeks flushed, curious about what Bai Chen found amusing. However, as she turned, she suddenly realized she was walking in sync with her hands and feet, a most humiliating revelation. Instantly, her face turned crimson, and she bowed her head. Sprinting towards the entrance, bam, she collided with the door. Bai Chen nearly laughed until he cried. Hulaina was simply too hilarious. Meanwhile, Hulaina, having bumped her forehead against the door, felt a wave of despair wash over her as she collapsed backward, wishing to disappear in her shame. Seeing Hulaina in such a state, Bai Chen managed to stifle his laughter, reciting a calming mantra to himself before approaching her slowly, lifting her up. Sister Nana, are you all right? At the sound of Bai Chen's voice, Hulaina's eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Remembering the earlier incident, she lowered her head and murmured, I'm fine. I'll be going now. Oh, allow me to accompany you, Bai Chen insisted, not waiting for her to decline as he took her arm and helped her up. At the moment Bai Chen touched her, Hulaina felt an overwhelming warmth flood her body, akin to a shrimp being cooked. Yet, a flicker of delight ignited within her. Perhaps she still had a chance. The flame of hope rekindled. With Bai Chen's support, Hulaina finally departed from his courtyard safely. After sending him off, Bai Chen glanced at his hands, which were covered in sweat. With a hint of disdain, he wiped them away. Hulaina seemed excessively anxious. Considering this, it would be wiser to take a shower before attending the welcome party, as he would likely be spending an extended period with the golden generation in the future. After Hulaina exited, she too noticed the abundance of sweat on her arms, particularly where Bai Chen had just touched. Instantly, the tiny spark of courage she had managed to rekindle was extinguished once more. Upon returning home, Hulaina flopped onto her bed with a thud and then turned over. Oh, how she wished for death. She felt utterly worthless in Bai Chen's presence, as if she were destined for failure. What should she do now? Chapter 134. The gathering. Bai Chen entered the house and took a shower, intending to present himself more neatly before stepping out. Soon after, having completed his grooming, he stood before his wardrobe, contemplating the array of garments it contained. Which attire should he don for his outing? After a brief hesitation, he selected a black jacket and black trousers. Black, he mused, could never be too unappealing. Indeed, it was a wise choice. Dressed and ready, Bai Chen approached the mirror. Assessing his reflection, quite handsome and alluring, he thought. The choice of black was undoubtedly correct. With that, he made his exit. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu arrived at Hulaina's door. Strangely, even before entering, he sensed an aura of resentment emanating from within. Laina, are you there? We are about to depart. He called out while gently knocking on the door. However, no response came, and the lingering negativity intensified. Laina, are you there? After a prolonged silence, Xiaoyu began to feel a twinge of concern. Laina, I'm coming in. With that declaration, he pushed the door open and rushed inside, expecting to encounter chaos. He was instead met with a tidy room, and Hulaina, who lay on the bed muttering to herself. Confused, he asked, Laina, what are you doing? We need to leave. At last, Hulaina registered his voice. Slowly rising, she replied, Are we leaving already? Yes, let us hurry. Xiaoyu urged. Oh, she responded. And he swiftly took hold of her hand, pulling her along. Throughout the ordeal, Hulaina appeared almost like a soulless body, allowing Xiaoyu to drag her forward. He glanced back at her. What are you doing, Laina? Bai Chen should be arriving soon. It would be unfortunate to keep him waiting. Upon hearing Bai Chen's name, Hulaina finally exhibited a spark of energy. Indeed, Bai Chen was awaiting them, and given her current state, arriving late would leave a rather unfavorable impression. With that thought in mind, she dashed toward the entrance of the Wuhuan Palace, her speed astonishing even Xiaoyu. Laina, no need to rush so, he called out. But sadly, his words fell on deaf ears. On the other hand, Bai Chen had already arrived at the entrance of the Wuhuan Palace. However, besides the guards, there was not a soul in sight, leaving him puzzled. Wasn't he had agreed that they would gather here? Although a few minutes remained before their scheduled time, it was customary for them to arrive punctually. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly spotted Hulaina hurrying toward him. Out of breath, she exclaimed, I'm so sorry, Bai Chen, for keeping you waiting. Bai Chen replied, No worries, I just arrived as well. Where is Xiaoyu and Yin? Hulaina responded, Oh, they're on their way, they'll be here shortly. As if on cue, Xiaoyu and Yin appeared in their line of sight. Thanks for your patience, Bai Chen. Xiaoyu greeted. Not at all, I just got here myself, Bai Chen replied. Good, then let us set off, Xiaoyu concluded, and together. The four of them made their way to a restaurant in Wuhuan City. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant. Bai Chen surveyed the establishment from the outside. It was, after all, his first visit to such a lavishly decorated venue. He had never been particular about dining places, as long as he could satisfy his hunger. Once inside, they proceeded to a private room. Subsequently, the four of them took their seats. Although Hulaina felt a hint of bashfulness, she mustered her courage to sit beside Bai Chen. Upon witnessing this scene, Yan's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Why was it that Hulaina seemed indifferent to him? Xiaoyu, observing Hulaina's demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. He was aware of Yan's affections for Hulaina, yet he could not dictate her feelings. It was best to allow her to make her own choices. Xiaoyu turned to Bai Chen and remarked, Since we've ordered, the dishes will take a while to arrive. Let us engage in a conversation. Bai Chen replied, All right. Xiaoyu continued, By the way, we have always been quite curious, Bai Chen. What prompted you to join the Spirit Hall? From what we understand, the treatment you receive from the Heaven Do Empire appears quite favorable. Are you aware of what they call you outside? Bai Chen inquired. What is it? I am unaware. Hearing Xiaoyu's words piqued Bai Chen's curiosity. It seemed he was quite renowned not only in the Heaven Do Empire but also beyond. Xiaoyu responded, the Son of God. This is the title bestowed upon you in the outside world, implying that you are a favored child of the divine. The first genius since the founding of the Heaven Do Empire. To be frank, we initially thought they were exaggerating, but after witnessing your prowess firsthand, we believe the title is hardly an exaggeration. Even Bai Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment from Xiaoyu's flattery. His cheeks flushed momentarily. He then opened the adjacent window, seeking a moment to collect his thoughts. However, as he did so, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure outside, Bai Ying. Upon seeing Bai Ying, his gaze sharpened instantly. The last time, she had been fortunate enough to escape when Miter arrived. Since that incident, he had been unable to trace her whereabouts, only to discover that she had come to the Spirit Hall. Bai Chen declared, This time, I shall not let you slip away. Though time had elapsed, the animosity he harbored from years past remained vivid. He was a person who held grudges, and regardless of how much time passed, he would seek retribution for any transgression against him. Yes, he was indeed that petty. Furthermore, if he did not resolve matters with someone like Bai Ying now, it could lead to further complications in the future. Noticing Bai Chen's intense gaze fixed outside, Hulaina inquired with curiosity, Bai Chen, is something wrong? Is there anything outside? Bai Chen replied, No, it's nothing. Hulaina responded, Oh. Observing their interaction, Xiaoyu decided to encourage the progression of their relationship. Shall we indulge in some drinks? He suggested. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, everyone momentarily fell silent. Indeed, aside from Bai Chen, who was still a minor, neither Hulaina nor Yin had ever tasted alcohol. Admittedly, Xiaoyu had not either, but he had heard that drinking could evoke heightened emotions, prompting one to speak freely. Perhaps this would enhance their camaraderie. After a brief hesitation, the group nodded in agreement, for Xiaoyu was the eldest among them, and there were no regulations in Dolua continent forbidding underage drinking. Before long, some fruity wine accompanied by dishes was served. Yin, witnessing this, discreetly pulled Xiaoyu aside and whispered, What should I do? I've never had alcohol before. Will I end up tipsy after just one glass? Xiaoyu replied confidently, how could that be? The alcohol content of this fruit wine is quite mild. With our constitution, it's impossible to be easily intoxicated. A man who gets drunk after one glass is no better than a fool. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Xiaoyu raised his glass and downed it in one swift motion. 3 seconds later, a loud thud echoed as Yin stood in stunned silence. It appears you are indeed a fool, he remarked. Hulaina and Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Chapter 135, The Carnage at the Bai residence. Observing the fallen figure of Xiaoyu slumped over the dining table, Bai Chen found himself at a loss for words. This young man truly lacked resilience, succumbing to a single cup of spirits. Yin, witnessing Xiaoyu's state, confidently raised his own glass, reassured that he would not share the same fate. Even with a modest amount of alcohol, his dignity remained intact. 3 seconds later, a thud echoed through the room. Bai Chen, where are the two fools? Hulaina turned her head away, unwilling to witness the spectacle. Were Yin and Xiaoyu jesting? Or was the wine somehow tainted? Lost in thought, Hulaina lifted her glass and took a sip. A few moments later, she felt fine. Why then had Yin and Xiaoyu collapsed? It appeared to be a reflection of their poor tolerance. Seeing Hulaina drink without incident, Bai Chen deduced that the wine was indeed harmless. A fleeting doubt had crossed his mind regarding possible tampering, but it seemed that Yin and Xiaoyu were simply lacking in fortitude. With this in mind, Bai Chen took a sip from his own cup. There was no adverse reaction. The fruit wine was pleasantly tangy and sweet, with both Yin and Xiaoyu incapacitated. Bai Chen and Hulaina sampled a few dishes before contemplating their next gathering. Yet, as Bai Chen prepared to assist in carrying the two back, Yin suddenly raised his head. I am not drunk. I can still drink. Thud. With that, he collapsed once more. The two could only helplessly face palm, ultimately ensuring their safe return to the spirit hall. As they departed, Hulaina expressed her apologies. I'm sorry, Bai Chen, for the trouble today. Bai Chen reassured her. It's nothing. After all, it was everyone's first experience with alcohol, and it is only natural to be unaware of one's limits. With that, Bai Chen took his leave. However, instead of returning home, he ventured back out of the spirit hall. He had inadvertently spotted Bai Ying entering a certain courtyard, which, if his assumptions were correct, was her current residence. Having discovered her whereabouts, Bai Chen resolved to eliminate this potential threat once and for all. Returning to the previous restaurant, he surveyed the nearby courtyard, planning to infiltrate under the cover of night. Previously, he had spared Bai Ying due to his lack of strength, relying on MIT to assist, which had allowed her to escape unscathed. Now, however, he possessed the requisite power to vanquish a Soul King, and with all conditions met, there was no longer a need for restraint. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky, and Bai Chen stealthily entered the courtyard. Upon infiltration, he immediately spotted Bai Yun engaged in cultivation. Recognizing this as confirmation that Bai Ying was also present, Bai Chen's bony tail extended stealthily from behind, inching closer to Bai Yun. The practicing Bai Yun suddenly halted, sensing a rustling sound nearby. What was happening? He glanced around in confusion. In a swift motion, Bai Chen's tail pierced through Bai Yun's throat. As Bai Yun gazed in disbelief at the emerging figure of Bai Chen, he struggled to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. Subsequently, Bai Chen exerted control over his body, and Bai Yun slowly crumpled to the ground. Throughout the entire ordeal, save for a faint sound emitted when the bony tail pierced the throat, there was an unsettling stillness that enveloped the room, unnoticed by Bai Ying and her husband. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 24 Great Soul Master. You are awarded 240 points. Having dealt with Bai Yun, Bai Chen gradually approached the dwelling, his keen senses detecting 12 distinct presences within. Among them, 2 exuded a formidable aura, undoubtedly Bai Ying and her spouse, while the remainder were likely servants. Bai Chen stealthily advanced towards the 2 stronger entities, oblivious to the imminent peril that loomed over them as Bai Ying and her husband engaged in fervent discussion. A minute later, he arrived at their doorstep, and the bony tail silently slithered into their chamber. The couple, engrossed in their conversation, remained unaware of the unfolding scene. With a swift motion, Bai Chen's bony tail pierced through the heart of Bai Ying's husband, leaving both in a state of disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that, as a Soul King, he would meet his end in the sanctity of his home. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 55 Agile Attack Soul King. You are awarded 6,000 points. The notification resonated within Bai Chen, filling him with satisfaction, for now only Bai Ying remained. Help! Someone, please. Bai Ying screamed frantically, witnessing the horror before her. Bai Chen, controlling his bony tail, lunged toward her. Thanks to her prior caution, she evaded a fatal blow, summoning her martial soul to deflect the attack, although it cost her an arm. In her desperate evasion, she finally beheld Bai Chen standing at the threshold. It's you, Bai Chen, she uttered, her voice tinged with terror. Yet, Bai Chen offered no reply. Crush. With that, the bony tail struck her face with brutal force, obliterating her head. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 48 Soul Master. You are awarded 300 points. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen swiftly departed the scene. Not long after Bai Chen's exit, the servants of the estate rushed in, and a young man, appearing no older than 18 or 19, emerged from a nearby room, having witnessed the entire event. In a flurry of panic, he exclaimed, "It was young Master Bai Chen. He killed Madame Bai Ying." This servant had been brought from the Magic Wolf clan by Bai Ying and was familiar with Bai Chen. Hearing his words, another servant urged, "Quick, return and inform the clan leader." However, before he could finish, a bony tail pierced through his chest. The onlookers stood frozen in shock. "Ah!" A maid suddenly screamed in terror. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they instinctively attempted to flee. Bai Chen regarded them with indifference. He had sensed their prying eyes and had initially contemplated sparing them. However, their intent to report his actions left no room for mercy. He chastised himself for such leniency. He should have eradicated them from the beginning. Contemplating, Bai Chen methodically eliminated every one of those privy servants, leaving no one behind. The entire Bai family, consisting of 13 members, met their demise at his hands. He was not inherently a bloodthirsty individual. However, in such dire circumstances, he found himself with no alternative. For the deceased are the most steadfast guardians of secrets. He harbored no faith that these individuals would safeguard his confidences. After the grim task was complete, Bai Chen calmly proceeded to the kitchen, where he poured a mixture of wine and oil throughout the courtyard, subsequently heaping the bodies together before igniting them in flames. Once he was assured that no traces remained, Bai Chen departed. Chapter 136, the Sapphire Soul Dolua having completed his tasks. Bai Chen returned to the Spirit Hall as if nothing had transpired, engaging in his training for a while before washing up and resting. He felt no inner turmoil regarding his recent actions and was perplexed by his lack of the typical dread that accompanies taking a life. However, he believed this was not an undesirable trait. In the world of Dolua Continent, being overly sentimental could prove to be quite burdensome. Bai Chen was aware that he could not entirely conceal his actions from the Spirit Hall, although he had successfully evaded those sent to covertly monitor him. The vast influence of the Spirit Hall would surely enable them to piece together the events from various clues. Nonetheless, he deemed this unimportant. It was unlikely that Bibi Dong would seek him out over this matter, though it would certainly be preferable to remain undetected. The following day, Bai Chen proceeded to the training grounds as usual. Hulaina was already present, yet Yin and Xieyu had not yet arrived. Likely still recovering from the previous night's revelry. To his surprise, Bibi Dong appeared once more, though she did not inquire about where Bai Chen had been after escorting Hulaina home the night before. "Bai Chen, come with me," Bibi Dong commanded. "All right," he replied. With that, Bibi Dong led Bai Chen to the front of a building. "Teacher, what brings us here?" Bai Chen asked. "Do not ask so many questions. Come inside," she instructed. Upon entering, Bai Chen immediately noticed 10 individuals before him, each at the level of 61. "From today onward, you will train here every day. Your task will be to battle with them. Once you can defeat all 10 simultaneously, you may progress to the next stage of your training," Bibi Dong announced. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback, staring at the 10 formidable soul emperors before him, unsure of how to respond. Bibi Dong held him in high regard. Noticing Bai Chen's apprehensive expression, Bibi Dong turned and asked, "What? Do you have any objections?" "No, none at all," he quickly replied. "Very well. I shall take my leave now. You may begin your battles," Bibi Dong stated before departing. As she left, the 10 individuals approached him. "Lord Bai Chen, whom would you like to challenge first?" one of them inquired. Before Bai Chen could respond, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Side quest activated. Please complete Bibi Dong's assessment within 3 years. Taken aback, Bai Chen pondered the time frame. 3 years? Would it truly take him that long to conquer just these 10 soul emperors? It seemed absurd. However, he soon recalled Bibi Dong's earlier words. Defeating these 10 would only be the initial phase of his training. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chen decided, "Let us begin with you." "Yes, Lord Bai Chen," the individual replied. As he spoke, the individual approached Bai Chen and declared, "Fu Jin, Martial Spirit Bloodblade, a level 61 attack system Soul Emperor. I seek your guidance." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen stepped forward and replied, "Bai Chen, Martial Spirit Savage Demon Wolf, a level 44 agility system Soul Master. I humbly ask for your instruction." Upon finishing their introductions, both summoned their martial spirits, revealing a magnificent array of soul rings. Fu Jin adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings, while Bai Chen displayed 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. Observing Bai Chen's configuration of soul rings, including his level, the onlookers were taken aback. Indeed, They were not mistaken, for among the 4 rings, there existed a Millennium Soul Ring. Recalling BB Dawn's previous special instructions, they suddenly comprehended why she had urged them to give their all in combat against Bai Chen. He was truly a rare prodigy. This time, Bai Chen distinctly felt a marked improvement in his emotional stability during his martial spirit manifestation. The adverse effects of the savage demon wolf had been effectively mitigated by the calming techniques of the second layer. First soul skill, Blood Slash. As soon as their martial spirits manifested, Fu Jin launched an immediate attack. Sticky Rice. Manifest. Second soul skill, Black Moon Song Wolf Kill. In response to Fu Jin's assault, Bai Chen promptly countered with his second soul skill. In an instant, the Crimson Blood Blade clashed with the Black Wind Blade, the 2 forces neutralizing each other. Witnessing this, Bai Chen's expression turned grave. Indeed, a Soul Emperor was on an entirely different echelon than a Soul King. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Chen regulated his breathing, entering the breathing state of the heavenly demon body. Simultaneously, his external spirit bones and right leg bone came into play. Realizing Bai Chen's series of actions, Fu Jin understood that if he did not take this battle seriously, he would face a dire defeat. Sixth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Blade. Fu Jin's 6th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Blade, sharpened the blood blade further, amplifying all soul skills to 200% power, and upon striking the opponent, inflicted a blood poison state. This skill was derived from a 2,000-year-old bloodthirsty beast, making it exceptionally fearsome. As Bai Chen sensed Fu Jin's transformation, he abruptly halted in his advance. Fu Jin's strength was formidable. Despite being only level 61, he felt that Fu Jin's power exceeded that of a typical Soul Emperor at that level. After employing his 6th soul skill, Fu Jin took the initiative, while Bai Chen refrained from confronting him head-on. He surmised that even his bone tail would likely struggle to withstand a direct assault from the blood blade. After several unsuccessful attempts to land a hit, Fu Jin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Humph, is evasion all you know? Very well, I shall compel you to confront me." 4th soul skill, Sword Rain. With that, Fu Jin's 4th soul ring blazed to life, and his blood blade ascended, fracturing into hundreds of blades that simultaneously rained down upon Bai Chen. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Chen felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Indeed, this was a formidable opponent. As he dodged Fu Jin's onslaught, he utilized his bone tail to deflect the unavoidable strikes. Soon, a minute passed, and as the sword rain subsided, Bai Chen discovered several punctures in his bone tail. Upon witnessing this scene, Fu Jin remarked, "Well, Lord Bai Chen, I am a Sapphire Tier Soul Master from the Angel Great Soul Arena. Are you prepared to concede?" Upon hearing Fu Jin's words, Bai Chen's gaze sharpened, filled with determination. Surrender was out of the question. Wolf Domain. With that declaration, for colossal wolf spirits materialized beside Bai Chen, and concurrently, his attributes surged once more. Observing this spectacle, Fu Jin's expression grew considerably grave, for he had not anticipated that Bai Chen possessed domain-related abilities. Chapter 137, Elite Opponent? Additional Rewards? Fu Jin felt a sense of numbness, anticipating that whatever Bai Chen would showcase later would not surprise him. After employing the wolf spirit domain, 4 wolf spirits charged forward simultaneously alongside Bai Chen. Witnessing this spectacle, Fu Jin placed his hand upon the back of his blade and calmly declared, 5th soul skill, Spirit Slash. In the blink of an eye, Fu Jin appeared behind Bai Chen, his posture still poised as if sheathing his sword, while Bai Chen's 4 wolf spirits fell simultaneously to his strike. "I concede," Bai Chen said, a hint of bitterness in his voice. He had never imagined that he would lose so effortlessly to a Soul Emperor, let alone be so easily defeated. Had Fu Jin not held back, he might have been directly slain. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Fu Jin promptly replied, "My Lord Bai Chen, you have demonstrated remarkable skill. You are merely at level 44 and lack extensive combat experience. In truth, I hold the highest rank among our 10 in terms of soul fighting medals, making it somewhat challenging for you to contend against me. None of the others would stand a chance against you." Fu Jin's candor was met with no discontent from the remaining 9, suggesting that his assessment was indeed accurate. "I understand. I shall return tomorrow to challenge you," Bai Chen stated resolutely. "Yes, my Lord Bai Chen," Fu Jin responded. With that, Bai Chen departed. On his way home, Bai Chen reflected deeply on the battle. Throughout this period, he had dominated his opponents with overwhelming force. Thus, even when facing a Soul Emperor of Sapphire rank like Fu Jin, he had been confident in his ability to overpower his adversary through sheer attribute strength. However, today marked his defeat. The power Fu Jin displayed revealed that he indeed had the potential to overcome his opponent. Yet his overconfidence and choice to engage head-on led to his loss. He had not maximized the advantages of being lost in thought. Bai Chen returned home, driven to train fervently. While this defeat would not have lasting repercussions, He would forever remember the folly of underestimating his opponent. Tomorrow, he was determined to reclaim his honor. The following day, Bai Chen arrived early, finding Fu Jin and the others already settled in and engaged in their morning exercises. Lord Bai Chen, you are here quite early today, Fu Jin remarked. Indeed, I wish to challenge you once more, Fu Jin, Bai Chen replied. Very well, Fu Jin answered without hesitation. With that, the two made their way to the arena, ready to commence their duel. Before the battle began, Bai Chen surveyed his surroundings. The space they were to fight in was expansive, filled with numerous pillars, providing ample cover, ideal for combat suited to. He realized that had he fully utilized the terrain to his advantage during their previous encounter, his chances of victory against Fu Jin could have increased by at least 30%. Today, Bai Chen was determined to leverage the environment to his benefit. Subsequently, both individuals simultaneously manifested their martial spirits. However, this time, before Fu Jin could take the initiative, Bai Chen's various attributes ascended to their zenith. In an instant, Bai Chen's figure flickered and vanished from the arena. Witnessing this spectacle, Fu Jin furrowed his brow. He had already taken note of the surrounding terrain the previous day and understood that if Bai Chen were to exploit the landscape, his chances of victory would be exceedingly slim. Yet, he never anticipated that merely after a night's rest, Bai Chen would discern the advantageous topography, which indeed caught him off guard. Nevertheless, he was not without means to counter this. Third soul skill, Blade of Defense. With that declaration, Fu Jin brandished his blood blade, positioning it before him, subsequently remaining motionless. Observing from the shadows, Bai Chen frowned at this turn of events. Although Fu Jin's maneuver was rife with flaws, for some inexplicable reason, Bai Chen could not detect a single opening in Fu Jin's stance. Momentarily, he found himself at a loss for action. However, this did not pose a concern, for assassins are never lacking in patience. Bai Chen could afford to wait until Fu Jin revealed a vulnerability, for he could hardly believe that Fu Jin's soul skill could operate without consuming soul power. Soon enough, half an hour elapsed, and Fu Jin remained steadfast, unmoving. Noticing that the status above Fu Jin's head had not changed, Bai Chen realized that this fellow's third soul skill indeed did not deplete soul power when not in use. Given this realization, Bai Chen had no choice but to create his own opportunity. Domain of the Demonic Wolf. Upon uttering this phrase, 4 wolf spirits materialized behind the pillars not far from Bai Chen, their attributes also enhanced. Second soul skill, Black Moon, Song Wolf Kill. Bai Chen suddenly emerged, employing his second soul skill. Simultaneously, the 4 wolf spirits surged forth, launching assaults in 4 distinct directions. In the face of Bai Chen's righteous onslaught, Fu Jin remained composed. In the blink of an eye, Fu Jin executed 5 swift strikes, neutralizing Bai Chen's attacks one by one. However, this was not Bai Chen's ultimate goal. He had successfully bought enough time. Third soul skill, Terrifying Shriek. As he spoke, Bai Chen emitted an excruciatingly shrill cry. Upon hearing this shriek, Fu Jin's brow knitted in distress, his thoughts became somewhat chaotic, and simultaneously, his attributes diminished. Seizing this opportunity, the 4 wolf spirits that had previously vanished from sight launched their assault once more. Although Fu Jin managed to fend off Bai Chen's ambush yet again, it was evident that his strikes had slowed. A sluggish blade indicated a troubled mind. Bai Chen's terrifying shriek had successfully impacted Fu Jin. Fourth soul skill, Demonic Wolf Shadow Killing Formation. Naturally, Bai Chen would not let this opportunity slip by. As he repelled the 4th wolf spirit, he unleashed his ultimate move. Fu Jin was immediately encircled by a magical array, and soon, 16 replicas of Bai Chen materialized around him. Given Fu Jin's formidable prowess, Bai Chen amplified his soul power output for this strike, which consumed a staggering 70% of his total soul power. 6th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Blade. 5th soul skill, Thought Sever. In an instant, Fu Jin unleashed 2 soul skills consecutively. The sound of clashing metal reverberated through the air. However, even with the utilization of his 5th soul skill, Fu Jin found himself incapable of simultaneously blocking Bai Chen's 16 relentless assaults. Within those fleeting 2 seconds, Fu Jin executed 11 strikes, yet 5 of Bai Chen's attacks struck true, leaving 5 gaping holes in his attire. Gazing at the damage to his clothing, Fu Jin conceded. Master Bai Chen, I admit my defeat. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a level 61 powerful assault-type Soul Emperor, earning a reward of 5,000 points. Ding. Detection indicates that the target strength significantly surpasses that of a Soul Emperor of the same rank, categorizing it as an elite target. Thus, a mysterious drop item has been awarded, and the point reward has been doubled. Chapter 138. Blood Servant A Bing. Upon hearing the notification sound in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Fu Jin was truly this formidable, earning such high praise from the system? Nonetheless, this was indeed a fortuitous development. Having such a strong opponent would undoubtedly facilitate his own growth and strength. Fu Jin inquired, "My lord Bai Chen, shall we continue our training today?" "Of course. We shall train," Bai Chen replied. "You all possess ranged attack skills, correct?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the group nodded in agreement. "From now on, you shall attack me. I will not retaliate, but merely dodge your strikes, and we shall see how long I can endure." Though they were uncertain about the purpose of this exercise, they decided to follow Bai Chen's instructions without question. "Understood, my lord Bai Chen. We shall begin now." Meanwhile, the news of Bai Chen's victory over Fu Jin reached Bibidong's ears. "Is it true? This little fellow has triumphed over Fu Jin so swiftly?" "Indeed, your holiness," came the reply. "It seems he has discovered a combat style that suits him well. He can continue to hone his skills gradually." "Very well, I understand. You may return to your observations," Bibidong instructed. "Yes, your holiness." With that, the messenger departed, leaving Bibidong to ponder with a smile. That evening, upon returning to his chamber, Bai Chen collapsed onto his bed with a thud. The day's training had been exceedingly exhausting. He had not felt this fatigued in quite some time. Initially, he struggled to evade the attacks of 10 assailants, but as their numbers dwindled to 9, then 8, and finally down to 4, he barely managed to hold on. He had trained relentlessly throughout the day until his soul power was completely depleted. How could he not be weary? Summoning his energy, Bai Chen took a medicinal bath to rejuvenate himself. However, he opted not to train immediately. Instead, he decided to examine the mysterious item he had acquired earlier. Ding! Congratulations. Host. Mysterious item usage successful. Reward. 1 low-level blood servant. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily puzzled. A low-level blood servant? What could that possibly entail? As he contemplated this, a beautiful figure materialized before him, bearing a blood mark on her forehead. Upon her appearance, she immediately knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "Master, low-level blood servant A Bing is willing to heed your commands." Following this, information about A Bing appeared in Bai Chen's mind. Name: A Bing level, 31 martial soul, blood moth identity, low-level blood servant training aptitude. 15 remarks, completely devoted to the master, will never question the master's commands. Upon reading this introduction, Bai Chen instantly comprehended its significance. At last, he had found someone trustworthy. Many tasks he could not accomplish alone could now be entrusted to this blood servant. "A Bing, is it?" Bai Chen inquired. "Yes, master. Do you have any orders?" A Bing replied respectfully. "Not for the moment, but I will have some for you tomorrow. For tonight, rest well. I am also quite fatigued and must take my leave." "Yes, master." As she spoke, A Bing began to undress before Bai Chen. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback before hastily interjecting, "What are you doing? What is this? Serving the master? Isn't the master supposed to rest?" A Bing replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen's face flushed crimson, and he quickly retorted, "No, that's unnecessary. When I said rest, I truly meant to rest. Please refrain from any extraneous actions and step away." "Oh," A Bing responded, and Bai Chen could discern a hint of disappointment in her tone. "Master, where should I go?" After a brief contemplation, Bai Chen considered placing A Bing within the Songlong ring, yet it seemed rather inhumane. Thus, he said, "Forget it. You can sleep here." He gestured towards a nearby sofa. "Yes, master." With that, A Bing approached and lay down, not bothering to cover herself with a blanket. Observing this, Bai Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. It appeared that this blood servant was entirely obedient to his commands. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a blanket and gently draped it over A Bing before retiring to his own bed. Feeling the sudden warmth of the blanket, A Bing, upon waking, stealthily opened her eyes to glance at the slumbering Bai Chen, her cheeks reddening slightly. The following day, as Bai Chen arose, he sensed something amiss. Upon lifting the blanket, he discovered A Bing was cuddling him. His scalp tingled at this revelation. When had she slipped in without him noticing? Gazing at A Bing's beautiful visage, Bai Chen felt an impulsive urge rising within him, but he reminded himself that he was merely 12 years old, too young for such matters, which could be detrimental to his health. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he managed to suppress his feelings. Quietly getting out of bed, he prepared to wash up, but the moment he stirred, A Bing's eyes fluttered open. "Good morning, master," she greeted cheerfully. Good morning. How did you end up in my bed?" Bai Chen inquired, clearing his throat. "I'm not certain. Perhaps I was drawn to you, master." "Are you upset?" "Not at all. Please get up now." "Yes, master." With that, she rose and began dressing before Bai Chen's very eyes. Witnessing this, Bai Chen felt his blood surge. He was still just a child. Why must he endure such sights? After a painstaking wait for her to finish, Bai Chen stated, "I have matters to attend to during the day. You cannot suddenly appear here. Please enter my Songlong ring." If you would. All right, a being obediently replied. Without hesitation, Bai Chen placed her within the ring. He had already devised plans for a Bing's assistance, but for the moment, his every move remained under the watchful eyes of the spirit hall, rendering immediate action impossible. Subsequently, Bai Chen arrived at his training grounds. This time, he was to challenge two opponents. Engaging two adversaries simultaneously posed a considerably greater challenge than confronting a single foe. Yesterday, he had inquired about their martial spirits and soul ranks. Apart from Fu Jin, who was a sapphire-level soul master, the others were all at the purple-gold level, each a formidable elite. Facing two of them at once would prove exceptionally arduous. Bai Chen hesitated momentarily before declaring, Fu Jin, Lung Feng. Today I shall challenge both of you simultaneously. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the two nodded in agreement. Long Feng, being the elder brother of Lang Yu, possessed a water dragon martial spirit that surpassed her strength. Soon, the battle commenced, and Bai Chen swiftly concealed himself behind a stone pillar, intending to await the opportune moment to strike. However, this time, he was not contending with Fu Jin alone, but rather facing the formidable duo. Observing Bai Chen's attempt to conceal himself once more, Lang Feng remained unfazed and proclaimed, Fifth Soul Skill. Tidal Surge. With that, an immense torrent of water erupted from Long Feng's position, engulfing the entire arena in a deluge, significantly affecting Bai Chen as he found himself ensnared by the rushing waters. Chapter 139. The Stirring Heart of Hulaina. Subsequently, Long Feng continued, Third Soul Skill. Water Dragon Avatar. As he spoke, his entire being transformed into a water dragon. Resembling a lizard adorned with fish fins, Fu Jin rode upon his back, completely unaffected by the flowing water. Observing this scene, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. The challenge presented by the two adversaries was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Long Feng, submerged in the water, did not immediately swim, but instead remained attuned to the rippling currents. After a brief moment, he seemed to sense something, and without any warning, surged towards Bai Chen. Spirit Wolf Domain. Third Soul Skill. Terrifying Howl. Fourth Soul Skill. Spirit Wolf Shadow Kill Array. Bai Chen unleashed 3 consecutive soul skills. However, this time, his opponents were not limited to Fu Jin alone. The Spirit Wolf Shadow Kill Array was effortlessly countered by both, and the speed of the wolf spirits significantly diminished due to the water's influence. Bai Chen watched helplessly as the two adversaries approached him. With the battle concluded, under such drastically unfavorable terrain, Bai Chen found himself pitted against 2 level 61 assault-type Soul Emperors. Unless he resorted to that Soul Sage experience card, he had no chance of victory. I concede, Bai Chen declared decisively. To continue would serve no purpose. He had not anticipated that Lung Feng possessed such a terrain-altering skill, far surpassing that of his brother, Lang Yu. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the two opponents ceased their assault. Subsequently, everyone relinquished their martial soul manifestations, and the water in the room gradually receded. At that moment, Bai Chen suddenly noticed several holes had appeared in the room, vanishing as the water drained away. Moreover, when Long Feng employed his 5th soul skill, the door remained intact, suggesting that this place was specifically designed for their combat. All right, let us continue our training, Bai Chen stated. He suddenly felt that the side quest issued by the system was rather challenging, perhaps taking him 3 years to complete. That evening, after finishing his training, Bai Chen returned home, his face etched with fatigue. He then released a Bing, saying, Please boil a barrel of water and add these herbs. Yes, master. A Bing replied respectfully. Shortly after, a voice from outside caught his attention. Young Master Bai Chen, dinner is ready. Will you eat now? Yes. Just leave it at the door. I will come out to fetch it shortly. Understood, replied Xiao Pei as she turned to leave. Once she departed, Bai Chen paused, realizing that while Xiao Pei appeared to care for him openly, she was actually keeping a watchful eye on him, relaying information to the spirit hall. With her around, it was inconvenient for Bai Chen to allow a Bing to venture outside, as many tasks became cumbersome. He needed to devise a plan to have her removed. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Chen resolved to speak with Bibi Dong the following day, expressing his preference for solitude and requesting that Xiao Pei be reassigned. Before long, a voice echoed from outside. Young Master Bai Chen, I have placed your dinner at your doorstep. All right, I understand, Bai Chen replied, stepping outside to retrieve his meal. However, upon exiting, he noticed that the young maid remained at the threshold. What is it? Do you need something? Bai Chen inquired, perplexed. Hearing his words, the maid quickly shook her head and replied, No, nothing. I just wanted to see you, young Master Bai Chen. Oh, look at me. What is there to see? Bai Chen jested. Yet, the maid earnestly shook her head, insisting, No, young Master Bai Chen, you are truly quite handsome. Is that so? Then I appreciate your compliment. Bai Chen responded, before returning to his room with the dishes in hand. Satisfied by Bai Chen's retreating figure, the maid returned to her quarters, feeling fortunate to serve him. However, contemplating her forthcoming task, she offered a wry smile. She then pinned down the events of the day concerning Bai Chen and discreetly placed the note in a hidden corner by the door. Moments later, the letter was taken away. Meanwhile, Bai Chen enjoyed dinner with a Bing before indulging in a medicinal bath. On the other side, Hulaina sat alone at a table, lost in thought. Since their last encounter, she had not seen Bai Chen for 2 consecutive days. She opened a notebook and wrote, "On the second day of Bai Chen's absence, I miss him." Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Hulaina replied weakly. "It's me," came the voice of Xiaoyu from outside. "Brother, is there something you need? May I come in?" Xiaoyu asked. "Sure," Hulaina acquiesced, opening the door for him. Once inside, Xiaoyu took a seat and remarked, "Nana, what has been troubling you these past 2 days? Your focus during training has been utterly lacking. And even Jiegu is upset." As he spoke, Xiaoyu inadvertently caught sight of Hulaina's open diary. In that instant, he comprehended why Hulaina's demeanor had been so off-kilter lately. Noticing the shift in Xiaoyu's gaze, Hulaina quickly reacted and rushed to close her diary. "What did you see?" she demanded. "Oh, just a few lines. I saw it all." "So, it seems you were unable to concentrate on your training because of Bai Chen," Xiaoyu replied. Hulaina's face flushed upon hearing his words. "I do not wish it to be this way. However, Bai Chen is the first person I ever liked at first sight. How can I settle for merely being an ordinary friend?" Initially, Xiaoyu intended to mention Yan. But upon recalling Yan's foolish demeanor and straightforward nature, he wisely bit his tongue. "I will inquire with the teacher about Bai Chen's whereabouts tomorrow," he offered. Hulaina nodded eagerly at Xiaoyu's suggestion. The following day, early in the morning, Xiaoyu and Hulaina arrived at the papal hall. Bibiong regarded the two with mild surprise. "You two have come to seek me today. Is there something on your minds?" Before Xiaoyu could speak, Hulaina interjected, "Teacher, I would like to know where Bai Chen has gone." Hulaina's inquiry was rather straightforward, instantly comprehended by Bibi-dong. Observing Hulaina's demeanor, she sighed and inquired, "Nana, do you harbor feelings for Bai Chen?" Although Hulaina felt a twinge of embarrassment at Bibi-dong's directness, she nonetheless nodded in affirmation. Noticing Hulaina's expression, Bibi-dong sighed once more. It was evident to her that Bai Chen had affections for another, leaving Hulaina with little chance. Nevertheless, there remained a possibility. With time spent together, it was conceivable that Bai Chen might develop feelings for Hulaina. "He is in the side hall, but please do not disturb him. A distant glance will suffice." Upon learning of Bai Chen's whereabouts, Hulaina promptly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher," before making her way toward the side hall. Chapter 140. Return to the Death Canyon. However, as Hulaina stepped outside, she encountered Bai Chen, who had come to the pontiff's palace to discuss the matter of dismissing the underlings with Bibi-dong. Upon their meeting, Bai Chen and Hulaina exchanged courteous greetings. "Sister Nana, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Bai Chen inquired. Caught off guard by Bai Chen's sudden appearance, Hulaina stammered, I'm not going anywhere, just rushing back to cultivate." "Oh, I see. Then I shall find my teacher first," Bai Chen replied before making his way into the pontiff's palace. Hulaina intended to say something further, but Bai Chen had already entered. As the sinister Yu was about to leave and Bibi-dong prepared for work, they both noticed Bai Chen. Bibi-dong remarked, "What is this? It seems all of you have the time to come and see me today." After Bibi-dong spoke, Bai Chen interjected, "I apologize for the interruption, teacher. I have matters I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it? Speak." "Teacher, may I relocate to the Death Canyon? I feel that living there would greatly enhance my cultivation. I would also like to have Fu Jin and the others move nearby, so I can train with them at any time." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bibi-dong, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina, who was eavesdropping outside, were all taken aback. Bai Chen had lost his senses. To voluntarily move to the Death Canyon after having lived there for 6 months previously was beyond their comprehension. Bibi-dong had always assumed Bai Chen was merely enduring it, but it seemed he genuinely preferred life in the Death Canyon. "Are you certain?" Bibi-dong queried. "Yes, I am certain. I truly enjoy life in the Death Canyon. If necessary, I will return to Spirit City to procure what I need," Bai Chen affirmed. Hesitating for a moment, Bibi-dong ultimately acquiesced. "If you believe this to be the best course of action, then you may relocate to the Death Canyon. Do you require assistance in ensuring your safety?" "That won't be necessary, teacher," Bai Chen responded, finally exhaling in relief. He genuinely wished to move to the Death Canyon, where the abundance of soul beasts would significantly boost his points. The rate at which his points accumulated during his time at the Spirit Hall was painfully slow, making it difficult to endure. Now that Bibi-dong had granted her approval, he could spend 2 years cultivating in the Death Canyon before returning to compete for the title of champion in the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master Tournament, which would then allow him to venture to the City of Slaughter, while he had already acquired the domain of the Demon Wolf. That would not hinder him from obtaining the domain of the God of Slaughter. Moreover, the journey to the City of Slaughter would itself serve as an excellent trial. Having concluded their discussion, Bai Chen began to pack his belongings for his journey to the Death Canyon. However, halfway through, Hulaina suddenly rushed after him, asking, Bai Chen, "Are you truly going to the Death Canyon?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Bai Chen replied, "It is extremely dangerous there. Please do not go. Wait until your strength is greater before venturing there. It will be safer," Hulaina urged. Hearing her words, Bai Chen paused and gazed at her, suddenly meeting his eyes. Hulaina felt a blush rise to her cheeks, yet she maintained her gaze, determined to persuade Bai Chen to stay. "Bai Chen, Sister Nana, I venture into the Death Canyon solely to strengthen myself. If my power increases significantly, the experience in that place would lose its significance." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Hulaina nodded with a hint of resignation. After saying this, Bai Chen departed without looking back. He was acutely aware of Hulaina's fondness for him. Yet his current focus was on cultivation. Women would only impede his progress. Having endured the bitterness of being manipulated due to his lack of strength, Bai Chen was determined not to find himself in a situation where a titled Dolua from the Star Luo Empire might invite him to join their ranks. Bai Chen aimed to elevate his abilities to Soul Sage in the shortest possible time. With the aid of the system, he anticipated that upon reaching this level, he would possess the strength to contend with the titled Dolua, allowing him the fundamental means of self-preservation, after which he could establish his own sect. At that juncture, Bai Chen had no desire to confront anyone unless provoked. As for the Spirit Hall, truth be told, it had treated him fairly well. Previously, Yue Guan and Bi Bidong had not caused him any trouble, granting him nearly everything he desired, aside from a somewhat forceful invitation. Thus, he had no intentions of opposing the Spirit Hall. Returning to his courtyard, Bai Chen tidied his belongings before departing for the Death Canyon. He had devised a method to swiftly enhance his might. To be precise, it wasn't his own strength he intended to augment, but rather the capabilities of his companion, Nian Gao. There were items available in the marketplace that could bolster Nian Gao's power, yet he had refrained from purchasing them previously due to a lack of points. However, acquiring points had become notably easier, allowing him to commence nurturing Nian Gao. Thanks to recent battles, Bai Chen's point balance had surged to 51,000, enabling him to purchase a considerable number of items. After organizing his possessions, he stepped out. He realized he might never return to this courtyard again. Upon reaching the entrance of the Spirit City, he unexpectedly spotted Yue Guan. Bai Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment, as he had not yet informed Yue Guan of his impending departure. "Leaving again?" Yue Guan inquired. "Yes, Grandfather Yue Guan, I'm heading to the Death Canyon to cultivate." "Oh, when will you return?" "At least a year from now." "Very well. I shall visit you afterward." Goodbye." With that, Bai Chen departed, while Yue Guan watched him leave from the city gates. Half a day later, Bai Chen arrived at the entrance of the Death Canyon, where he encountered not only the ghost fish but also Fu Jin and his companions. "Lord Bai Chen, we will be stationed in the Death Canyon from now on. This arrangement will make it more convenient for you to seek us for training," Fu Jin stated. "Thank you for your assistance," Bai Chen responded. "It is no trouble at all." After this exchange, Bai Chen made his way toward the cave he had established earlier, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he wondered how it had changed in his absence. As night descended, Bai Chen returned to this place and entered the cave. He discovered that little had changed. It simply bore the marks of time, accumulating a layer of dust from disuse. The followers, including Fu Jin, who had been trailing him, confirmed Bai Chen's location and established their own camp a few kilometers away, mindful of his preference for tranquility. Upon returning to the blood pool, Bai Chen carefully placed the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower back into position, activating the formation before beginning the process of drawing blood. Another reason for his return was the difficulty of discreetly accessing the blood pool at the Spirit Hall. A Bing, observing the blood pool, found it to be quite intriguing. Chapter 141. The Evolution of Rice Cake and its companion beast. Before long, he poured all the blood from the ring of the Tsang Wolf into the pool, followed by the introduction of various stimulants for beast blood. The crimson liquid in the blood pool began to bubble furiously, reminiscent of its previous state. Observing this spectacle, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he refrained from leaping into the pool immediately, as he had other matters to attend to. He accessed the system's marketplace and expended 45,000 points to acquire 90 growth elixirs for companion beasts. Subsequently, Bai Chen released the rice cake, and simultaneously, the 90 growth elixirs materialized in his hands. He scrutinized the elixirs closely, noting their aesthetically pleasing appearance, glossy black, soft to the touch, resembling delicate pastries. Upon emerging, the rice cake affectionately nuzzled Bai Chen's face. Soon, it noticed the elixirs in Bai Chen's hands, its eyes sparkling with eagerness. Yet, instead of rushing forward, it gazed at Bai Chen with a pleading expression. Amused by the rice cake's demeanor, Bai Chen smiled and gently patted its head, saying, "Go ahead, rice cake, eat. These are all for you." With a joyful cry, the rice cake dashed forward, devouring the elixirs one by one. With each elixir consumed, its form grew slightly larger. In no time, all 90 growth elixirs had been consumed. The rice cake then succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing its state, Bai Chen shook his head, recognizing that it would require some time for the rice cake to fully digest the elixirs. After ensuring the rice cake had finished its meal, Bai Chen immersed himself in the blood pool for cultivation. After approximately 2 hours, he emerged from the pool and resumed his training. The night passed quietly. The following morning, Bai Chen awoke to behold a colossal beast, measuring 3 meters in length, before him. He was momentarily taken aback, questioning the events of the previous night. Where had his adorable rice cake gone, and how had it transformed into this? Seemingly sensing Bai Chen's gaze, the rice cake lazily rose, floating over to nuzzle Bai Chen's face. Despite its changed appearance, the sensation remained comforting and soft. Besides its increased size, the rice cake now bore a small bump atop its head, indicative of a horn that would likely develop in the future. Additionally, it had sprouted a pair of small wings, rendering its form increasingly peculiar. Bai Chen found himself curious about its future transformations. Subsequently, Bai Chen examined the rice cake's attributes. Companion beast, top-tier companion beast, age, 1004, the greater the age, the stronger the power, function, can attach to the host during combat, enhancing the host's abilities. Skills, possession-specific attribute enhancement, overall attribute increase, 20, strength increase, 15, speed increase, 15, defense increase, 15, soul power increase, 15 possession duration, 3 hours. After evolving into a 1,000-year spirit beast, Nian Gao's attribute enhancement reached 20%, while other enhancements increased from 10 to 15%. Additionally, new enhancements for defense and soul power were introduced. Compared to before, Nian Gao has indeed become considerably stronger. Bai Chen could hardly contain his desire to evolve Nian Gao into a 10,000-year spirit beast immediately. However, it was unfortunate that Nian Gao would require a staggering 450,000 points for such an evolution. Even in the Death Canyon, Bai Chen found it impossible to gather such a substantial amount of points in a short span of time. Upon Nian Gao's evolution, Bai Chen said, "All right, let's go in. We need to head over to Fujin and the others for training." Hearing Bai Chen's words, Nian Gao let out a joyful cheer. Subsequently, Bai Chen assigned some tasks for a Bing to handle at home. Given a Bing's current lack of strength, Bai Chen was reluctant to allow her to roam freely in the Death Canyon. Once he had finished, Bai Chen set off. The 3-kilometer journey was covered in just a few minutes as Bai Chen sprinted at full speed. Fujin and the others had already risen and greeted Bai Chen upon his arrival, asking, "Lord Bai Chen, how shall we train today?" In response, Bai Chen replied, "Let us first engage in a challenge, then proceed with our training." "Understood, Lord Bai Chen," they replied. Half an hour later, as expected, Bai Chen was defeated. Although Nian Gao had grown stronger and provided a significant enhancement to Bai Chen, it was still insufficient to overcome the duo. A month later, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for defeating a 61st level Soul Emperor. Reward, 5,000 points." Another notification followed. "Congratulations, host, for defeating a 61st level Soul Emperor. Reward, 5,000 points." Finally, after a month, Bai Chen managed to defeat the duo. Due to the high-intensity training over the month, Bai Chen's level had risen to 45. After his defeat, Fujin and Lung Feng could only smile ruefully. Bai Chen had grown remarkably fast. In just 1 month, he had managed to conquer both of them. Although it took him a bit longer than expected. "I shall return for now. Starting tomorrow, I will challenge 3 individuals. Despite today's victories, my soul power has been greatly depleted and requires replenishment." "Yes, Lord Bai Chen," they responded. Afterward, Bai Chen returned to the cave and found a Bing preparing dinner, prompting a smile from him. Upon seeing Bai Chen, a Bing said, "Master, you're back so early today. The roasted meat will be ready shortly." I will take a bath first." Although a Bing lacked combat prowess, her domestic skills were quite commendable. Nowadays, she helped him with cooking and cleaning the cave, saving him a considerable amount of time. When he departed, she would even assist in expanding the cave's size. This cave had become significantly more spacious and aesthetically pleasing compared to before. Bai Chen truly felt that residing here for a while was quite pleasant. After dinner and a medicinal bath, Bai Chen entered the blood pool. The capacity of the blood pool has now reached an impressive 30,000 gene of beast blood, completely filling the entire reservoir. Bai Chen no longer needs to hunt soul beasts for the time being. This ample supply of blood will sustain him for an extended period. After more than 2 hours, Bai Chen emerged from the blood pool, his tear mole appearing even more vibrant. During this session of cultivation, he consumed approximately 50 gene of beast blood. As his strength enhances, the quantity of beast blood he absorbs will inevitably increase. Once Bai Chen can consume 500 gene of beast blood in a single cultivation session, he will ascend to the 4th level of the celestial demon body. At that stage, the true capabilities of the celestial demon body will reveal themselves, significantly augmenting his physique and elevating him beyond his peers among soul masters. The duration of the celestial demon embodiment will also experience a notable extension. Chapter 142. A year later, strength surge. A year later. While immersed in his cultivation, Bai Chen abruptly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had finally ascended to the 48th level, with just 2 more levels. He would attain the esteemed rank of Soul King. The disparity between his current attributes and those of the past was nothing short of extraordinary. Presently, Bai Chen's attributes were as follows. Name: Bai Chen. Age: 13. Soul power: level 48. Cultivation aptitude: 55, including Qingyang Gong 5. Tiamat body 2, martial soul, brutal demon wolf. Martial soul quality: top tier soul rings. For soul bones: 2, right leg bone, external soul bone, 10,000 points, 523. 000 special skills: divine eye, Qingyang Gong 2nd layer, serenity technique items, venomous dagger, pufferfish venom dagger, soul sage experience card, intermediate level upgrade pill X1. Martial soul evolution potion X17 status: enhanced olfactory sense, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing, enhanced heart. Bai Chen had accumulated an impressive total of 520,000 points. Additionally, during his relentless hunts in the Death Canyon, he fortuitously acquired several soul bones, one of which was a right leg bone. Interestingly, this particular bone was not obtained from defeating a soul beast, but was rather a serendipitous find amidst a battle between 2 10,000-year soul beasts, one of which perished at the hands of the other. After absorbing this right leg bone along with a few others, his Hurricane Demon Wolf's right leg bone evolved to the level of 10,000 years. In addition to the right leg bone, he now possessed a skull and a left arm bone, alongside the previously acquired 10,000-year torso bone. Furthermore, during a lottery draw, he obtained several martial soul evolution potions. Although the count was a mere 17, far from the 200 required, if he continued to accumulate points at this rate, his martial soul would undoubtedly ascend to the divine level within 5 years. Moreover, the completeness of his soul bones had significantly improved, and with a few more absorbed, he would likely achieve the most complete form of soul bone. His giant spirit tail now extended to an impressive 10 meters, with a strength that was truly formidable. Aside from the elevation in levels, Bai Chen's prowess had reached a point where he could vanquish any 5 individuals among Fu Jin and his companions in unison. Initially, Bai Chen believed he could defeat all 10 of them within a year. However, it became evident that he had overestimated his capabilities. To overcome their combined might, he would need to attain the rank of Soul King and acquire an additional soul bone. He sensed that with each additional opponent, the challenge intensified exponentially. And during this period, it was not only Bai Chen who had progressed. Fu Jin and his companions had also made significant strides. Their combat skills had improved considerably through their encounters with Bai Chen. Upon returning to Fu Jin's encampment, Fu Jin and the others promptly approached him. They had witnessed Bai Chen's remarkable advancements over the past year and held him in high regard. Master Bai Chen, shall we commence today? Indeed. Today I should be able to conquer 6 opponents. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Fu Jin was somewhat taken aback. Have you experienced another breakthrough? Yes. I have reached level 48 now. After speaking, Bai Chen turned to the most robust of the men, saying, Highway, you shall join us today. Yes, my lord Bai Chen. With that, they proceeded to the battlefield, where 6 individuals stood before Bai Chen, all at level 62, with Fu Jin having reached the pinnacle of 62, on the verge of breaking through to 63. Among these 6, 3 were powerful attack-type soul masters wielding the martial soul's Bloodblade, Water Dragon, and Tyrant Bear. There was 1 support-type soul master with the martial soul Sacred Crown, 1 agile attack-type soul master with the martial soul Swift Wind Leopard, and finally, 1 control-type soul master with the martial soul Ghost Vine. The remaining 4, who would not participate in the battle, were all powerful attack-type soul masters. Confronted by these 6, Bai Chen felt a slight uncertainty. He had merely leveled up by 1 and was unsure if he could triumph over all of them. In truth, if Bai Chen were to utilize the blood demon possession during combat, he could potentially increase his numbers by 2. However, he did not intend to rely on this tactic for now, as winning 2 additional combatants would not significantly alter the outcome, and employing it unexpectedly could catch them off guard. Soon, as everyone readied themselves, Bai Chen stealthily concealed himself. Engaging 6 opponents head-on was a futile endeavor. He needed to first eliminate the control-type and support-type soul masters. Seeing Bai Chen hide, Fu Jin and the others had long grown accustomed to it. They swiftly adjusted their formation, protecting the support and control-type Soul Masters in the center, with Long Feng and Highway remaining as guardians, Fu Jin taking the lead in offense, while the last agile attack-type Soul Master awaited the opportune moment to strike. This time, Long Feng refrained from using his fifth soul skill to alter the battlefield, as this was the outdoors, not that confined space, and the skill would also affect his teammates. He could not carry so many at once after transforming into Water Dragon. Bai Chen observed from the shadows, planning to first eliminate the agile attack-type Soul Master. Swift Wind. Once he activated Swift Wind, Bai Chen's form became but a fleeting shadow as he rapidly approached the agile Soul Master, now with his right leg's bone being a Millennium Soul skill. Although he possessed only Swift Wind as a skill, the speed boost it granted him was substantial. As a Soul Master of the agile type, Bai Chen, a Soul Master of the Soul Sect, surprisingly outpaced the Soul Emperor. Bone Spike. Third soul skill. Ghost Claw. In an instant, Bai Chen clashed for the first time with his opponent. Clang. Bai Chen's bone tail pierced through the adversary's attack and directly entered their body. The opponent faltered in this confrontation, revealing that the Swift Wind Leopard's martial soul was not of particularly high grade. It was merely advanced, significantly inferior when compared to Bai Chen's superlative martial soul. With a swift defeat, Fu Jin's expression grew grave. Bai Chen's current attack power was exceedingly high, and a direct confrontation would likely not end in their favor. He is indeed a formidable assault-type Soul Master. Bai Chen is aware that achieving such prowess as an agility-type Soul Master is already a remarkable feat after dispatching the Wind Chaser Leopard Soul Master. Bai Chen concealed himself once more. With only 5 adversaries remaining, he resolved to gradually wear them down until they could no longer endure. In the realm of the Demon Wolf, 4 wolf spirits materialized in various corners. Meanwhile, the control and support-type Soul Masters unleashed their soul skills. 6th Soul Skill, Ghostly Forest. 6th Soul Skill, Holy Light Amplification. Fu Jin and the others remained utterly focused on their surroundings, wary of any potential ambush from Bai Chen. Chapter 143. 10 consecutive draws upon exhausting their soul techniques. The 2 individuals centered their strategy around a control-type Soul Master. Suddenly, the ghostly vines expanded outward, enveloping a radius of 30 meters and transforming the terrain into something reminiscent of an ordinary forest. Besides the auxiliary Soul Master, all others on the field found themselves adorned with a circular halo above their heads, signifying a notable enhancement of their prowess. Observing this, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. The auxiliary and control-type Soul Masters posed a formidable challenge. Defeating both was imperative to overcome the quintet. Nonetheless, Bai Chen possessed a strategy to vanquish them. After all, he had recently claimed the life of the agile attack-type Soul Master with minimal effort, rendering the current situation akin to a 1 against 5. Suddenly, without warning, Bai Chen launched an assault on Hei Wei, striking with a claw before the latter could react. Following the attack, Bai Chen concealed himself once more. Witnessing the tumultuous emergence of the ghostly vine forest, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the vines exhibited lackluster responsiveness, or else he would have been ensnared, leading to dire consequences. Not long after his previous strike, 2 wolf spirits launched a surprise attack from opposing directions. In the past, Fu Jin would have effortlessly dispatched these wolf spirits. However, the circumstances had changed. These were Bai Chen's controlled wolf spirits. Thanks to his extraordinary vision, he could clearly discern every movement made by Fu Jin and his companions. With agility, the 2 wolf spirits evaded all incoming attacks, while one struck Hei Wei once more. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Hei Wei lamented the sluggishness of his tyrant bear martial spirit. Although it possessed many commendable attributes, its speed was woefully inadequate to keep pace with Bai Chen. Each encounter left him on the defensive. Yet, he could not abandon his position. Doing so would create a gap in their ironclad defense, allowing Bai Chen to easily eliminate the auxiliary Soul Master, akin to slicing through vegetables. However, this passive approach was unsustainable. They would gradually succumb to Bai Chen's relentless onslaught. With a determined mindset, Bai Chen launched yet another attack, this time targeting Hei Wei once again. Observing this, Fu Jin's expression darkened. It was primarily due to Bai Chen's elevated level, which had significantly increased his speed. They had barely registered the situation when the assassin had already been dispatched. Had the Wind Chaser Leopard Soul Master not been defeated, they would not have found themselves in such a vulnerable predicament. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed, and Hei Wei succumbed to Bai Chen's relentless assault, rendered unconscious. Witnessing this, Fu Jin resignedly declared, "Master Bai Chen, we concede." There was no recourse. Bai Chen's tactics were exceedingly elusive, evading any attempts to engage him, let alone defeat him. As for wearing Bai Chen down, it was an impossible endeavor. For reasons unknown, his soul power replenished at an astonishing rate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in this battle. earning a reward of 13,000 points. Upon hearing the prompt sound reverberating in his mind, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Each time he vanquished a new combination of foes, he was consistently rewarded with a substantial amount of points. My esteemed Bai Chen, how shall we train today? In the aftermath of his defeat, Fu Jin bore no resentment. Instead, he approached with an eager demeanor. Today, we shall forego training. I intend to visit the Spirit City to procure some items. Oh, Fu Jin nodded in agreement upon hearing Bai Chen's words. With that, Bai Chen set off, naturally intending to take a Bing along with him. Initially, he believed his stay in the Death Canyon would last merely a year. Hence, he had only prepared supplies for that duration. However, it became evident that Bai Chen had underestimated the situation. A shopping expedition in Spirit City was indeed necessary. Reflecting on this, Bai Chen returned to the cave. Upon his arrival, a Bing promptly greeted him, exclaiming, Master, you have returned. Bai Chen acknowledged her with a nod and instructed, A Bing, today we shall venture to Spirit City. Please change into this outfit, and then we shall depart. As he spoke, he handed a Bing a dress. Although a Bing's current attire was quite attractive, it revealed too much. Bai Chen felt it was inappropriate to venture out in such a manner. Understood, Master, a Bing replied obediently before heading off to change. Bai Chen took this rare opportunity to stand before the mirror and tidy himself up. Despite living in the cave for a year, Bai Chen remained remarkably clean due to his daily washing routine. His hair had grown rather long, yet upon closer inspection, he found it quite appealing and decided against a haircut. Before long, a Bing emerged from a makeshift changing area. Bai Chen, upon seeing her, nodded in satisfaction. A Bing was inherently beautiful, and with her new attire, she exuded a refined elegance, shedding any semblance of gaudiness. All set, let us embark, Bai Chen declared. Yes, Master. A Bing replied, and together they exited the cave. As they set forth, Bai Chen approached their handcrafted stable and led out 2 century-old shadow horses. Climbing atop one, they officially began their journey. These magnificent steeds had been tamed by Bai Chen through physical prowess, significantly easing their travels. Relishing this rare moment of leisure, Bai Chen decided to indulge in a series of 10 consecutive draws to elevate the mood, reassured by the fact that their pace was leisurely and posed no danger. Previously, he had engaged in several draws each month, though regrettably, the outcomes were often unsatisfactory. Soon, as his points began to dwindle, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, your intermediate mysterious draw was successful. You have obtained an evolvable spirit bone, head spirit bone, X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, your intermediate mysterious draw was successful. You have acquired 9,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, your intermediate mysterious draw was successful. You have received a low-level blood servant X1. Congratulations, esteemed host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully utilized, and you have acquired 3,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully utilized, and you have obtained 3 evolution elixirs for your martial spirit. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully utilized, and you have received 1 special formula. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully utilized, and you have gained 5,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully utilized, and you have acquired 4,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully utilized, and you have obtained the skill, Shadow Step. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully utilized, and you have acquired 3,000 points. Upon hearing the continuous notifications in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. Wow, this time, fortune seems to be on my side. Chapter 144. The illusory wolf skull lost in thought. Bai Chen came to a halt. A Bing, noticing Bai Chen's movement, inquired with a hint of curiosity. What is it, master? Nothing much. I just drew a prize and obtained something, Bai Chen replied. Given that a Bing emerged from a lottery, she was aware of Bai Chen's system, so she bore no skepticism towards his words. Subsequently, before a Bing, Bai Chen summoned another blood servant. Like a Bing, this newly summoned entity was a strikingly beautiful female blood servant, possessing attributes comparable to a Bing, albeit with a different martial soul and name. Name, Aing level, 31 martial soul, bloodgrass status, low-level blood servant cultivation aptitude. 15 remark, a blood servant who is wholeheartedly devoted to her master, harboring no objections to his commands. Upon witnessing the summoning, a Bing pouted, her demeanor slightly displeased. Aing approached Bai Chen and declared, Master. Aing is at your service. Bai Chen responded, Greetings, Aing. I have a question for you. Yes, master, please go ahead, Aing replied. Are all your blood servants as beautiful as you? Bai Chen inquired. Taken aback for a moment, Aang quickly answered, Not at all, master. We blood servants also include males. However, since you are male, the summoned blood servants are all female. Had you been female, the summoned blood servants would be male. Why is that? Bai Chen asked. Because it seems to excite our master more this way, Aang explained. Bai Chen paused, sensing something amiss. There was an oddity about these blood servants, leading him to suspect ulterior motives. However, he currently had no spare garments for Aang. Nor did he possess a shadow horse. Aang, please remain inside the Tsang Wolf Ring for a while. I shall summon you once we reach Martial Soul City. Yes. Master? Aang nodded eagerly. With that, Bai Chen placed her inside the ring. He then proceeded to examine the skull and the newly acquired recipe. The new recipe was an upgraded version of the previous one, containing materials suitable for soul masters ranging from level 40 to 80. Naturally, these materials were significantly more expensive than before. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Bai Chen possessed ample funds, and procuring these materials posed no challenge. The newly obtained skull bore the following attributes: illusory wolf skull, age, 1,000 years, compatibility, 100% evolvable skull, capable of evolution through the consumption of other head soul bones. Upon recognizing the potential of this skull, Bai Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. At last, he had acquired another skull. With this in mind, he decided not to rush to Martial Soul City but to absorb the skull first. A few minutes later, Bai Chen returned to the cave and promptly sat cross-legged to absorb the skull, while Aang and Abing stood guard beside him. As the absorption of the soul bone commenced, Abing immediately addressed the newly arrived Aang, saying, I must inform you, regardless of our kinship, I was the first to follow the master. I am his first blood servant, and do not presume that your ample bosom grants you the right to usurp my position. In response, Aang, unwilling to concede, retorted, Oh please, dear sister, if you're less endowed, it is best you refrain from embarrassing yourself. The master's affections are earned through merit. Do not think that your prior arrival makes you my rival. Unlike Abing, who possessed a balanced physique, Aang epitomized the standard of youthful beauty with her voluptuous figure. Thus, upon encountering Aang, the blood servants, once bound to their master, experienced an immediate surge in affection, often reaching an intensity akin to love, especially in light of Bai Chen's striking appearance. Similar to Abing, Aang was drawn to Bai Chen upon her summoning, making their quarrel over his favor a rather natural occurrence. Half an hour later, the head soul bone was absorbed by Bai Chen. Just as he intended to absorb another head soul bone to enhance his current one, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of their bickering from outside. What are you two discussing? Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, both women fell silent, for blood servants cannot lie to their master. They hesitantly replied, We were arguing. Bai Chen, puzzled, inquired, What could possibly cause such a dispute? 2. To contend for the priority in serving the master? After their response, Bai Chen was taken aback for a few moments, unable to fathom that their quarrel was over such a matter. If their master were a lecherous man, he might find joy in their rivalry. Bai Chen declared, From now on, no more squabbles over this. Yes, they obediently replied. Now, keep watch. I still need to absorb the soul bone. Yes, master. Seeing them comply, Bai Chen returned to the cave. As he turned away, the two exchanged glances, followed by a mutual huff, and commenced their vigilant watch. Observing the commotion outside, Bai Chen sighed, realizing his blood servants were hardly the epitome of decorum. Their minds seemingly preoccupied with matters that incited excitement. Infuriatingly, he almost lost control. Indeed, women were merely a distraction from his cultivation. With this thought, Bai Chen resolutely began to absorb the previously acquired head soul bone. He could distinctly feel the soul bone within his head becoming increasingly nourished, accompanied by a profound sense of comfort. In just a quarter of an hour, Bai Chen completely absorbed the soul bone. Upon completion, his level rose to 48.5, though he lamented that the soul bone's age was too low to facilitate a significant increase in his level. Nevertheless, he could clearly sense a considerable enhancement in his mental fortitude as he examined the attributes of the soul bone. Illusory wolf skull, age, 3,000 years, ability, mental impact, capable of launching an assault on an enemy's psyche, varying in effect depending on the wielder's mental strength. Devour, one can consume soul bones of the same position to enhance one's integrity and longevity. Upon completion of the absorption, Bai Chen felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. He then turned his attention to the final acquisition, Shadow Step. He was quite intrigued by this ability, for he identified himself as an assassin. How could he not be captivated by such a technique? Shadow Step, effect, upon activation. It grants a notable increase in speed and allows the creation of multiple phantoms during its use, serving to confound adversaries. Is that all? Upon reviewing the effects of Shadow Step, Bai Chen felt it appeared rather ordinary. Nevertheless, having it was better than not. This was merely the first tier. And Shadow Step boasts a total of 3 tiers, which should become significantly more formidable by the 3rd tier. Chapter 145, Establishing a Power at Long Last. Bai Chen had resolved all his matters and was preparing to journey to Wuhuan City. With the arrival of A Ying, he was finally poised to commence the formation of his own faction. A plan began to unfurl within the depths of Bai Chen's mind. The following day, the two rode horseback to the outskirts of Wuhuan City. Upon arrival, Bai Chen summoned the 2 shadow horses back into the Song Wolf Ring and then led A Bing into the city. Once inside Wuhuan City, A Bing's eyes wandered. Unable to contain their curiosity, her time spent in the Death Valley had been excessively prolonged. Observing her demeanor, Bai Chen produced a small pouch containing approximately 100 gold soul coins and said, "Feel free to purchase whatever you desire. We shall reconvene here this evening." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, A Bing quickly shook her head. Bai Chen, puzzled by her reaction, inquired, "What is it? Is the amount insufficient?" "No. I simply wish to remain by my master's side. These things are merely for looking." "Ah," Bai Chen replied, noticing A Bing's occasional glances to the side, and he sighed. There was no rush. Accompanying her on a leisurely stroll would suffice. "Bai Chen, please remain here. I shall return shortly after procuring some items." "Understood," A Bing replied. Bai Chen then approached a nearby stall, where he purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, sugar figurines, glutinous rice cakes, and other delicacies. Upon his return, he handed half of the food to A Bing, saying, "Here, enjoy." A Bing responded with palpable excitement. They then sought out a wonton stall, intending to savor their treats before departing. As A Bing took a bite of the glutinous rice cake, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she began to savor it in small bites. Witnessing her joy, Bai Chen smiled. After patiently waiting for her to finish, he took A Bing to a pharmacy. Upon entering the apothecary, a young attendant promptly approached them. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Due to Bai Chen's extravagant attire and the mask obscuring half of his face, designed to conceal his identity, he exuded an air of nobility. Prompting the attendant to treat him with utmost respect, Bai Chen replied, "Please procure 20 portions of honeysuckle for me." He specified one of the herbs from his new formula. "Certainly, sir," the attendant responded, promptly departing to gather the requested items. Before long, he returned with 20 portions of honeysuckle. Bai Chen inspected the quality with his discerning gaze and found it satisfactory. "What is the cost?" "Each portion of honeysuckle is 20 gold coins, totaling 400 gold coins." Nodding in acknowledgement, Bai Chen produced the requisite amount and handed it over. Subsequently, Bai Chen visited several shops, expending a total of 20,000 gold coins to assemble the 20 herbs. He then purchased a selection of everyday necessities. After acquiring the essentials, Bai Chen led A Bing to an inn, where he secured a room, intending to stay in Wuhuan City for a few days before returning. Upon entering the room, Bai Chen also released A Ying and arranged 3 chairs, stating, "Please take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, both women obediently sat down, uncertain of what he wished to convey. "Bai Chen, from this moment forth, I shall commence the establishment of my own faction. I shall provide each of you with 10,000 gold coins as seed funding. One of you will journey to the Heaven Do Empire, and the other to the Star Luo Empire, each acquiring a residence. Subsequently, I implore you to adopt the orphan souls who roam the streets. Before adopting them, I wish for you to assist in awakening their martial souls. Should a martial soul awaken with potential for cultivation, bring them back for training. If they lack a foundation in soul power, simply provide them with sustenance and allow them to depart." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, A Ying and A Bing were momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated such a directive from him. Frankly, both were reluctant to leave, and A Bing voiced her concern, "But if we depart, who will care for our master?" Bai Chen reassured them, "Do not fret. I am quite capable of tending to myself. Assisting me in nurturing my faction is the greatest aid you could offer. Fear not, within 7 years, I shall seek you out. For now, settle in Star Luo City and Heaven Do City." Although reluctant, the two responded, "Yes, master." A Bing, A Ying obeys. With that, they took their leave. However, that night, both A Bing and A Ying found themselves unable to sleep. The following day, Bai Chen noticed the dark circles beneath their eyes and shook his head in dismay. To make amends, he chose to remain in Star Luo City for 2 days, indulging them in leisure. 2 days later, at the gates of the Martial Soul City, Bai Chen announced, "Go forth, the time has come, and I shall come to retrieve you." "Understood." They nodded in agreement before departing. Once Bai Chen observed their figures riding away on shadow steeds, he turned towards the Martial Soul Hall, knowing that Bibi Dong was undoubtedly aware of his presence, having previously informed Fu Jin and the others. It was prudent to pay a visit and extend a greeting. As he arrived at the entrance of the Martial Soul Hall, he was immediately halted by 2 guards. "Halt! Who goes there?" Just as Bai Chen was about to clarify his identity, a familiar voice called from behind. Bai Chen? Is that you? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen glanced back and replied, Yes, Sister Nana, it is I. At the mention of his name, the guards promptly stepped aside. Having recognized him as the esteemed disciple of the Pope, the so-called son of God proclaimed by the Heaven Do Empire. Apologetically, a guard remarked, My apologies, Lord Bai Chen. We did not recognize you at first. Bai Chen removed his mask and responded, No matter, it is understandable as I was wearing a mask. In that moment, the guards were rendered speechless, having heard tales of Bai Chen's strikingly handsome visage, akin to that of a deity. Yet this was their first encounter, leaving them utterly astounded. Hulaina, who had not seen Bai Chen in a year, felt a flush of warmth upon witnessing his transformation. He had grown even more dashing in his absence. You have come to see the teacher, correct? So have I. Let us go together. Indeed. In response to Hulaina's invitation, Bai Chen did not decline. The two, accompanied by others, had little reason to refuse. On their way to the Pope's palace, Hulaina inquired, Bai Chen, how have you fared this past year? Bai Chen replied, It has been rather uneventful, the same routine of training, eating, resting, and then repeating. Is that so? Then you must possess considerable strength by now, she remarked. Indeed. I have reached level 48, Bai Chen stated plainly. Upon hearing his words, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback. She herself had only just attained the pinnacle of level 48. And considering Bai Chen was 7 years her junior, his rapid advancement was indeed astonishing. Chapter 146. The dogged devotion ends in desolation. Bai Chen. You truly excel. Your level has nearly reached mine. Upon hearing Hulaina's teasing praise, Bai Chen found it difficult to respond, modestly stating, It's nothing extraordinary, just regular training. Despite the pretentiousness of his reply, Hulaina harbored no resentment. Simply receiving a response from Bai Chen brought her joy. Ah, the perennial admirer. As the two engaged in their awkward banter, they made their way to the papal hall. After the guards announced their arrival, they simultaneously pushed open the door. Seeing Bai Chen and Hulaina, Bibiong smiled and remarked, Oh, Bai Chen, what brings you out of the Death Canyon today? Have you finally decided to visit me? Bibiong held a trace of grievance towards Bai Chen. She had originally intended to cultivate him into a top-tier powerhouse. However, her efforts had been minimal. As Bai Chen pursued his own training methods, resulting in a remarkable surge in strength that left her feeling devoid of accomplishment. Sensing the slight irritation in Bibidong's tone, Bai Chen replied, I apologize, teacher. Time passed so swiftly during my training that I inadvertently lost track of it. I came today specifically to see you. Bibiong, unimpressed, withheld her response. Bai Chen thought to himself, Damn, this difficult woman. She is so spoiled by her beauty and strength that she throws tantrums. After a prolonged silence, Bibidong finally spoke. You are now capable of defeating 6 of Fusion's combined forces, correct? Indeed, teacher, he affirmed. Hulaina, taken aback by their exchange, realized Fusion was a formidable opponent, having earned a Sapphire-level Soul Master medal at the Soul Emperor stage. Given their current ages, they were poised to reach the title Dolua rank, making them prime candidates for the Wuhuan Temple's elite training. The fact that Bai Chen could now defeat 6 of such powerful individuals was, quite frankly, astonishing. It was beyond what mere mortals could fathom. Yet, Bai Chen had achieved it, marking the first time Hulaina's admiration for his prowess eclipsed her appreciation for his looks. Excellent, very commendable, Bibidong continued. I must inform you that in a year, you will participate in the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master competition. At that time, I expect you to lead the Wuhuan Temple team to victory. This will be your next objective, following your triumph over Fusion and his allies. Of course, if you can defeat all 10 of them, I suppose that won't be much of a challenge. After all, aside from our Wuhuan Temple, it's a rarity for other factions to even produce a Soul King. If you fail to secure the championship, do not bother returning to see me. Yes, teacher. Bai Chen replied respectfully. By the way, would you like to stay at the Wuhuan Temple for a few days? Bibidong inquired. Hulaina looked at Bai Chen with anticipation. Yes, I plan to stay for a few days before returning, Bai Chen responded. Upon hearing his words, Hulaina felt a twinge of disappointment that he would only stay for a few days, yet it was better than not staying at all. After exchanging a few words with Bibidong, Bai Chen made his way towards the small courtyard where he had previously resided. Although the courtyard remained uninhabited, it was consistently maintained and thus retained a commendable degree of cleanliness. Upon entering, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Bai Chen, evoking a profound sense of comfort. Remarkably, Bai Chen chose to forego his evening practice and indulged in a restful slumber. Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Hulaina opened her diary and penned her thoughts. After a lapse of 365 days, Bai Chen has finally returned. He has become even more handsome, grown taller, and his hair has lengthened. Though he seems somewhat thinner, I wonder if he has been eating well. He will only be staying for a few days before departing again, though I am uncertain how long he can remain. Alas, after completing her entry, Hulaina contentedly climbed into bed, rolling excitedly twice before finally succumbing to sleep. The following day, as Bai Chen awoke, a knock echoed from outside his door. "Bai Chen, are you there?" called Hulaina. Hearing her voice, Bai Chen stepped out and inquired, "What is it? Is there something you need?" "No, I simply realized it has been a long time since we last met. And it seems you have not visited the Spirit City in ages. I thought I might take you out for a stroll." "Not today. I wish to pay a visit to Grandpa Yueguan." "Then let us go together," Hulaina replied, pleased with his suggestion. "Very well." With that, the two set out, only to encounter Yin and Sheyue shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Bai Chen and Hulaina together, Yin paused momentarily, then, with a hint of irritation, exclaimed, "Bai Chen, where are you taking Laina?" Hearing Yan's voice, Hulaina immediately stepped in front of Bai Chen, retorting, "Yan, what is your problem? I am merely accompanying Bai Chen to see Grandpa Yueguan. There is no cause for your anger." As she prepared to confront Bai Chen, Yan froze. "Laina, I was only concerned for you. I meant no harm. Please do not be upset." "Humph. If you meant no harm, then step aside. Bai Chen, let us go." With that, she took Bai Chen's hand and led him towards Grandpa Yueguan's residence. Yan watched them depart, a dazed look on his face. Noticing Yan's expression, Bai Chen sighed. The young man was rather handsome and possessed considerable talent, yet he appeared overly humble in Hulaina's presence. Bai Chen could only remark that a sycophant often ends up with nothing. In a previous life, Yin was thwarted by Tang San, and now he faced a similar fate at Bai Chen's hands. Had Yin not displayed such subservience, perhaps his circumstances would not be so dismal now. On another note, Hulaina said, "Bai Chen, if Yin ever troubles you in the future, just let me know. I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson." "There is no need for that. Yin is not my match. If he attempts to confront me, I will handle him myself." With that, the two continued on their way to visit Yueguan. Subsequently, Bai Chen spent approximately a week at the Spirit Hall before returning to the Death Canyon. Meanwhile, in the Tiando Empire, upon arriving in the Heaven Do Empire, a Bing, following Bai Chen's instructions, made her way to Heaven Do City, where she procured a property from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School shop. Subsequently, she ventured into the dimly lit alleys to assist several children in awakening their martial souls. For those who succeeded, she chose to nurture their talents, while those who did not were given some food to send them on their way. Bing's endeavors unfolded remarkably smoothly. Within merely a month, she successfully identified 17 children who possessed soul power following their martial soul awakenings. Admittedly, most of their martial souls were rather unimpressive, and their soul power was low. Only one child awakened a mid-level martial soul, the Leaf Mantis, boasting an innate soul power of level 4. Overall, her efforts were deemed successful. Conversely, Ying's venture into the Star Luo Empire did not proceed as favorably. Chapter 147, the 3rd level of Qi Yang Gong and the 3rd level of Shadow Step. Having spent a month in the Star Luo Empire, Ying had only managed to recruit 2 or 3 children with soul power. It was only half a month prior that she successfully settled down. The delay in her settling was due to the absence of a 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School branch in Star Luo City. Ying encountered unscrupulous merchants, who not only swindled her out of a considerable sum of gold coins but also provided her with a rather mediocre house, necessitating extensive renovations that consumed much of her time. Nevertheless, overall, she was gradually finding her footing and things were improving. During this month, Bai Chen had also accomplished several tasks. Rather than squander his substantial points on Yin Gao, he chose to invest in his own development. Initially, he expended 150,000 points to acquire 5 skill upgrade pills, elevating his Qi Yang Gong to the 3rd level. The enhancements at this level were significant compared to before. His cultivation aptitude increased by 10 points, bringing his total cultivation aptitude to 60. The attributes of his Qi Yang Gong now stood as follows. Qi Yang Gong, effect. Increases cultivation aptitude by 10, soul power recovery speed by 70, total soul power by 70. And enhances soul power penetration. At maximum level, it bestows an additional skill, Qi Yang Cloak. Qi Yang Cloak envelopes the user in soul power, enhancing overall defense by 20 and all other attributes by 10, with a constant soul power consumption per second. Upon reaching maximum level, Qi Yang Gong also granted Bai Chen a commendable skill that further bolstered his defenses. Now, he felt confident that after advancing to level 50, he could easily overpower Fu Jin and his companions. In addition, Bai Chen invested 180,000 points to purchase 6 more skill upgrade pills, advancing his Shadow Step to the 3rd level. The enhancement of Shadow Step resulted in a qualitative leap in his strength. His already impressive speed saw a significant boost due to the skill's augmentation. Furthermore, Shadow Step endowed him with a clone ability. Ghost Shadow Clone allows the creation of clones equal to 1/10 of the user's soul power. Any excess beyond 10 is not included. Note: these shadow clones possess no combat capability and can only be used to confuse opponents. Though the clones produced by Ghost Shadow Clone lacked offensive power, they proved to be exceedingly useful for Bai Chen. Naturally, after enhancing his skills, Bai Chen was eager to test the practical applications of both abilities. However, he did not plan to employ them against Fu Jin and his team. Instead, he intended to venture deeper into the Death Canyon. Recent encounters with Fu Jin had yielded little in terms of points, so he resolved to seek out a soul beast, which would not only be advantageous for gaining points, but also beneficial for replenishing his supplies. Currently, each training session in the blood pool required approximately 300 pounds of beast blood, leading to a significant depletion of resources. Thus, acquiring additional beast blood was essential. As he contemplated, Bai Chen made his way toward the depths of the Death Canyon. Along the route, numerous soul beasts glanced at him from a distance before swiftly fleeing. Clearly, they recognized Bai Chen, the formidable hunter of soul beasts, a reputation that had become firmly entrenched in their minds. Bai Chen observed the scene before him, choosing to disregard it. He was disinclined to trouble himself with the weaker spirit beasts. His current objective was to seek out a spirit beast of approximately 10,000 years of age, one that could both assess his strength and replenish his stock of beast blood. A day later, Bai Chen ventured deep into the Death Canyon, where he finally encountered a suitable spirit beast. A 20,000-year-old ironclad bear, a formidable spirit beast with considerable strength, presented itself as a worthy opponent. Bai Chen exclaimed, "Yura, face your demise, ironclad bear." The ironclad bear responded with a fierce roar, charging towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen summoned his martial spirit, retreating several paces as he proclaimed, "Heavenly Demon Breathing Technique, Rice Cake Manifestation, Demon Wolf Domain, Azure Sun Cloak, Shadow Step, Goliath's Tail Manifestation, Gale, Frenzied Assault." In an instant, numerous buffs enveloped him, and Bai Chen split into 5 figures, each launching a frenzied assault with their bony tails. Caught off guard by the simultaneous assault from 5 Bai Chens, the ironclad bear, despite its immense strength, was momentarily baffled. Its intellect did not match its might. Faced with 5 identical opponents, it was uncertain which to attack, leaving it vulnerable to Bai Chen's onslaught. Though Bai Chen's strikes landed squarely, the ironclad bear merely felt a twinge of pain, sustaining no critical injury. However, after the flurry of attacks, the bear let out an enraged roar, attempting to bolster its own spirit. Roar. It bellowed, but nothing significant occurred. Observing the bear's reaction, Bai Chen shook his head, retracting his bony tail and stepping back. It must be said that the ironclad bear possessed commendable attributes, undeniably ranking among the top-tier spirit beasts. However, its lack of intelligence led to an underestimation of its capabilities, relegating it to the status of a high-level spirit beast in terms of strength assessment. In the wild, Soul Masters favored encounters with the ironclad bear, as its formidable power and potent soul skills were coupled with remarkable stupidity, making it relatively easy to defeat with a modicum of strategy. After a brief moment of confusion regarding the small wound on its chest, the ironclad bear finally realized it had been injured and charged at Bai Chen once more. Shadow Step. Bai Chen commanded, manifesting 4 additional clones. The ironclad bear, once again perplexed, stood bewildered as Bai Chen struck. Half an hour later, the ironclad bear let out a mournful cry before slowly collapsing, a black soul ring appearing around it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the 20,000-year-old spirit beast, ironclad bear. Reward, 30,000 points. Gazing at the lifeless form of the ironclad bear, Bai Chen felt an inexplicable lack of accomplishment. This encounter had not served as a true test of his strength. However, it did serve to gauge his attacking power, which had indeed increased significantly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to breach the bear's defenses. While pondering, Bai Chen collected the blood of the diamond iron armored bear and subsequently pierced its body with the bony tail. Unfortunately, after vanquishing the diamond iron armored bear, Bai Chen did not discover a soul bone. Alas, this time he was somewhat unfortunate, after all. The probability of obtaining a soul bone from a 20,000-year-old soul beast is relatively high. Yet, this time, there was no drop. Nonetheless, Bai Chen could only accept his misfortune. Upon returning to the cave, he poured the blood into the blood pool and began to cultivate the heavenly demon body. Chapter 148, 9 months later. Level 59 months later, Bai Chen opened his eyes. At last, just before the elite soul master competition across the continent, he had successfully broken through to level 50. He was now ready to acquire his 5th spirit ring. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen resolved to seek the assistance of Yue Guan to guide him to the Star Dove Forest for the soul ring. The reason for not hunting soul beasts in the Death Canyon was primarily due to the absence of suitable soul beasts for him there. Many powerful soul beasts had already fallen to his blade and been cast into the blood pool. Now, Bai Chen's Songlong ring was filled with precious materials from various soul beasts. Within merely 3 months, he would make a trip to the Spirit City to sell these materials, amassing a fortune of several million gold soul coins from their sale, a testament to the sheer number of soul beasts he had slain. Moreover, Bai Chen now required a hefty 400 pounds of beast blood for each training session in the blood pool, and it would not be long before his heavenly demon body ascended to the 4th tier. Half a day later, Bai Chen returned to the Spirit Hall and made his way to the Papal Hall. Bibi Dong was engaged in her duties when a guard approached her and whispered something. Instantly, she set aside her paperwork. As Bai Chen entered, Bibi Dong remarked, "You've come. Have you broken through to Soul King?" Taken aback for a moment, Bai Chen wondered how she knew. "Yes, master, I have indeed broken through to Soul King." Upon hearing his affirmation, Bibi Dong wore an expression of certainty. Given Bai Chen's training pace, such a breakthrough was indeed expected. However, the fact that he had achieved this at such a young age, not yet 14, sent a shiver down her spine. At 14, she was merely at a level comparable to Huliena and her peers. Yet Bai Chen had already surpassed the Soul King level, a truly formidable prospect. "I shall send Yue Guan and the others to assist you in hunting soul beasts. Which forest do you wish to explore?" Bibi Dong's inquiry was grounded in the understanding that someone like Bai Chen must have a plan in mind. "Master, I wish to venture into the Stardoe Forest. The variety of soul beasts there is quite abundant, and for my 5th soul skill, I intend to acquire a transformation type ability. My current 4 skills are all active skills. I need skills that can enhance my attributes," Bai Chen explained. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. She shared his sentiment. Indeed, Bai Chen possessed an excess of active skills, and he did not lack for offensive capabilities. "Then, I shall take my leave, master," Bai Chen stated. "Very well," Bibi Dong replied. With that, Bai Chen set off to find Yue Guan. After acquiring his 5th soul skill, he would be poised to contend with Fu Jin and others. Before long, Bai Chen arrived at Yue Guan's encampment, where he was promptly greeted. "Lord Bai Chen, have you come to see Lord Yue Guan?" "Yes, I have matters to discuss with Grandfather Yue Guan," he replied. "Very well, please, come right in." Everyone under the command of Yue Guan is well aware of the close relationship between Bai Chen and the enigmatic Yue Guan. The two often interact, making Bai Chen's visits to Yue Guan feel akin to returning home. As Yue Guan was engrossed in his cultivation, he suddenly heard an announcement from outside. "Lord Yue Guan, Lord Bai Chen has arrived." Upon hearing this, Yue Guan immediately opened his eyes and hurried out. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Yue Guan smiled and inquired, "Chenner, what brings you here today? Are you missing your grandpa Yue Guan?" Bai Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment at Yue Guan's words, but nodded in agreement, replying, "Yes. But I also have something to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" "I have broken through to level 50 and would like to invite you to accompany me in obtaining my 5th spirit ring." Yue Guan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated that Bai Chen could reach level 50 in a short span, the breakthrough was rather abrupt. He was not fully prepared. He had thought it would take Bai Chen at least another year to achieve such a milestone. "All right, let us set off at once," Yue Guan readily agreed. Thus, they proceeded towards the Stardoe Forest. After several days, they arrived at the outskirts of the forest. Gazing at the sprawling woods before them, Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement. He was finally about to acquire his 5th spirit ring. With this enhancement, he would attain the rank of Spirit King, granting him a measure of self-protection. With aspirations of winning the prestigious Continental Elite Spirit Master Tournament, and then making a foray into the City of Slaughter, he felt he could soon embark on his own journey. "Be cautious, the Stardoe Forest remains perilous," warned Yue Guan. Bai Chen promptly acknowledged this, and together they ventured deeper into the woods. Upon entering, it seemed that the formidable aura emanating from Yue Guan deterred most spirit beasts from approaching them. However, since they were still at the forest's periphery, there were no particularly powerful spirit beasts, so their presence did not pose any significant threat. In just a day, they reached the territory inhabited by 10,000-year spirit beasts. Yue Guan suddenly spoke, "Little Bai Chen, do you have any specific requirements regarding the age of the spirit beast?" "The age of the spirit beast?" Bai Chen inquired. "Yes. I believe a spirit beast in the range of 30 to 40,000 years would be ideal for my 5th spirit ring. After all, my 4th spirit ring is already a 10,000-year one, and my current physical strength is certainly on par with the Spirit Emperor." Upon hearing Bai Chen's reasoning, Yue Guan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a 30 to 40,000-year spirit ring would indeed be suitable. With this in mind, they continued their search for an appropriate spirit beast for Bai Chen. Unfortunately, after 3 consecutive days of searching, they had yet to find a suitable spirit beast. Thus, they pressed further into the depths of the Stardoe Forest. As they neared the habitat of spirit beasts aged between 30 to 50,000 years, Yue Guan cautioned, Little Bai Chen, you must exercise utmost caution now. The spirit beasts in this vicinity are not to be trifled with. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Yuguan's words, Bai Chen nodded heavily. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed from not far ahead. Upon hearing this sound, Bai Chen felt a sense of unease. And in the next moment, a colossal ape, the size of a hill, appeared before them. The instant they beheld this giant ape, both Bai Chen and Yuguan were momentarily taken aback. The Titan ape. Bai Chen never anticipated that his first encounter with the Titan ape would manifest in such a formidable manner. Upon witnessing the Titan ape, Yuguan urgently urged, "Little Bai Chen, flee." Chapter 149. The bloodthirsty demon wolf of 40,000 years. As the words of Yuguan faded, Bai Chen had already fled. In such moments, decisiveness is paramount. Hesitation only brings ruin upon oneself and inadvertently implicates Yuguan. He did not consider the Titan great ape to be a benevolent entity. Observing Bai Chen's swift escape, Yuguan chuckled softly. This little fellow could indeed run quite swiftly. However, upon gazing at the towering Titan great ape before him, he could not help but grimace. The trouble was immense. The Titan great ape regarded Yuguan with fierce rage, its eyes ablaze with fury. It would never forget this scent. When it returned after the death of Xiao Wu's mother, the air was still thick with the same aroma that emanated from this man. Clearly, Yuguan had been present when the spirit hall hunted Xiao Wu's mother. Faced with the intimidating Titan great ape, Yuguan felt compelled to justify himself. After all, if he could avoid a direct confrontation, it would be prudent to do so. However, before Yuguan could voice a word, the Titan great ape lunged at him. Instantly, Yuguan sprang into action, engaging in battle with the colossal creature. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the Titan great ape. He could only bide his time, hoping for an opportunity to flee. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, who was desperately fleeing, found himself in dire straits. Before him loomed a massive wolf, and he inwardly lamented. Bloodthirsty demon wolf age, 41,300 years compatibility, 97%. Had he encountered this bloodthirsty demon wolf a few days prior, Bai Chen would have been elated. Yet, at this moment, he was far from pleased. Although this wolf did not possess the formidable strength of the night shadow killing wolf, it was nonetheless a soul beast of 40,000 years. The disparity in strength between soul beasts increases dramatically with each passing 10,000 years. Thus, the prowess of this bloodthirsty demon wolf was indeed formidable. Moreover, it had already set its sights on Bai Chen. Fortunately, with the third level of shadow steps at his disposal, he could escape. However, he hesitated, reluctant to flee. This creature was exceptionally suited for him. And as his level ascended, the number of compatible soul beasts dwindled. Letting this one go would mean a prolonged wait for another chance to encounter such a fitting companion. Moreover, Yuguan had successfully drawn the Titan great ape away, and given Yuguan's strength, it would not be an easy task for the Titan great ape to kill him. He could likely stall for a considerable time, providing Bai Chen with ample opportunity to vanquish the wolf before him. The bloodthirsty demon wolf, noticing Bai Chen's cautious demeanor, remained ever vigilant. Its fearsome reputation stemmed not only from its strength but also from its savage nature. The name itself suggests brutality, and in addition to this, the bloodthirsty demon wolf is known for its extreme suspicion and caution. Before confirming the strength of its opponent, it would spare no effort, regardless of how seemingly weak the adversary appeared. Thus, Bai Chen's current actions were fraught with peril. After a few moments, it was the bloodthirsty demon wolf that could no longer restrain itself, launching the first attack. Upon witnessing the movements of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, Bai Chen furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Shadow step." As he spoke, he conjured 4 doppelgangers, his steps taking on an exceptionally eerie quality. Observing this scene, the bloodthirsty demon wolf momentarily appeared astonished. However, unlike the indomitable ironclad bear, it did not remain stationary but instead charged towards one of the shadows, relying on instinct. Bai Chen remained unfazed by the wolf's actions, recognizing the 1 in 5 chance that his opponent had chosen incorrectly, thus he felt no need for alarm. Seizing the opportunity presented by the bloodthirsty demon wolf's miss, he activated all his enhancement skills in quick succession. Instantly, his attributes surged significantly, and 5 wolf spirits manifested around him. Although Bai Chen had yet to acquire his 5th spirit ring, he had indeed reached the 50th level, allowing him to summon 5 wolf spirit doppelgangers. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the 5 wolf spirits, the bloodthirsty demon wolf grew increasingly cautious, as it was encountering such a situation for the first time. However, considering its previous miss, it suspected that these wolf spirits might be illusions. While contemplating this, it lunged at Bai Chen. In response, Bai Chen smiled, and the 5 wolf spirits surged forward, inflicting 5 moderate wounds upon the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Oh woo! The wolf howled in pain, then violently shook its body, shattering one of the wolf spirits. Observing this, Bai Chen rushed in, and with swift precision, he plunged the pufferfish poison dagger and the venomous dagger into the creature's body, inducing a state of poisoning. Bai Chen was not greedy. After the strike, he retreated. The agony inflicted by the pufferfish poison dagger and the venomous dagger was far beyond what the wolf spirits could muster. This time, the bloodthirsty demon wolf was genuinely enraged. Following an enraged roar, a crimson glow enveloped its claws and eyes, and its size increased considerably. Witnessing this transformation, Bai Chen's expression turned grave. This was the signature skill of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, Bloodlust. Once activated, it significantly enhanced all attributes and dulled the sense of pain. However, it was not without drawbacks. After employing this skill, the wolf became brutally aggressive and prone to irrational actions. Once the skill was used, the bloodthirsty demon wolf attacked Bai Chen with frenzied abandon, and the wolf spirits could not withstand even a minute of such onslaught. During that minute, Bai Chen unleashed several attacks upon the bloodthirsty demon wolf, attempting to infuse it with the toxins of the fearsome wolf and the paralyzing essence of the Qingyang technique. To his dismay, the wolf appeared utterly impervious to the inflicted pain. Smack! Minutes later, Bai Chen realized he had misstepped and was struck on the arm by the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Instantly, he felt a sensation as if his arm might break. Fortunately, the strike did not hit a vital point, and he would not perish in the short term. Moreover, Bai Chen's primary means of attack was his tail. Even with both arms incapacitated, he could still fight. Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Shadow Kill Formation. Third soul skill, Terrifying Howl. A quarter of an hour later, gazing at the bloodied but vigorous bloodthirsty demon wolf before him, Bai Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Initially reluctant to resort to that option, he now realized it was inevitable. Sensing Bai Chen's increasing weakness, the bloodthirsty demon wolf intended to deliver a decisive blow. With a furious roar, it charged towards Bai Chen. Just as its claws were about to descend upon him, Bai Chen swiftly raised his hand to thwart the attack. The wolf paused, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Soul Saint Experience Card. Chapter 150. Fifth Soul Skill, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation. At this critical juncture, Bai Chen finally utilized the Soul Saint Experience card that he had kept in reserve. Instantly, a colossal silhouette of a thunder wolf manifested behind him. As he felt the overwhelming power coursing through his being, Bai Chen was exhilarated. Was this the sensation of a soul saint? Suddenly, the bloodthirsty demon wolf sensed a significant surge in Bai Chen's aura and became genuinely alarmed. However, it was aware that escape was no longer an option. The bloodthirsty state still had a duration, granting it a fleeting chance. If it could eliminate Bai Chen within that time frame, victory was still within reach. Observing the wolf's distressed demeanor, Bai Chen resolved not to grant it any opportunities. Seventh Soul Skill, True Form of the Thunder Wolf. The Soul Saint Experience card allowed the utilization of all skills associated with the Thunderbreaker without the adverse effects of the martial soul's true form. With a mere hour of experience at his disposal, Bai Chen intended to fully embrace the sensations of his martial soul's true form. Upon activation, his aura immediately surged to its zenith. Third Soul Skill, Claw of Thunder. With that, a massive wolf claw struck towards the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Unyielding, the wolf retaliated with a claw of its own. Bang! A thunderous collision echoed as both combatants were forced to retreat a few steps. The bloodthirsty demon wolf shook its head. It had regained some of its sense of pain, and its bloodthirsty state was gradually waning. If this continued, it would soon be devoid of that ferocious power. Realizing this, the wolf grew increasingly frantic, its attacks becoming more erratic and its ferocity intensifying. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chen remained composed. In this state, the bloodthirsty demon wolf could be met with tranquility. Despite the increased frequency of its strikes, they had become more disordered, rendering its movements easily decipherable for Bai Chen. This made the confrontation considerably simpler. As for the wolf's escalating ferocity, it paled in comparison to Bai Chen's own brutal prowess, which was effectively countered by his calm heart technique. Nevertheless, the bloodthirsty demon wolf persevered for half an hour before finally succumbing. A black soul ring slowly ascending above its head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 300-year-old soul beast, bloodthirsty demon wolf. Reward, 93. 600 points and a mysterious drop item X1. Upon witnessing the wolf collapse, Bai Chen wasted no time, seizing the opportunity before the experience card's duration expired. He dragged the bloodthirsty demon wolf's corpse toward a relatively safer location. A quarter of an hour later, as the Soul Saint experience card's time elapsed, Bai Chen arrived at a cliffside. He surmised that this place should provide adequate safety, offering shelter and devoid of any signs of soul beast activity. With this thought, he promptly seated himself to commence the absorption of the bloodthirsty demon wolf's soul ring. At the outset, he encountered the creature's fierce resistance. However, this was entirely anticipated. As the white dust began to absorb, it was at the very location where the white dust had just slain the bloodthirsty demon wolf that a giant lizard, approximately 50,000 years old, passed by. Sensing the scent of blood, the giant lizard grew somewhat exhilarated. However, as it attempted to track the source, it discovered that the scent was confined to this spot alone, offering no direction to pursue. Meanwhile, Yuegwan clutched his chest, casting a glance back at the titan great ape that relentlessly pursued him, furrowing his brow. He could no longer continue. If he didn't flee, he would undoubtedly perish at the hands of this titan great ape. Having engaged in combat for merely a few minutes, he had already sustained injuries from the powerful beast, leading Yuegwan to realize that he was utterly outmatched. Time had elapsed, and Yuegwan contemplated that Bai Chen should have fled to a relatively safe location by now. He believed he could easily shake off the giant ape. With a sudden determination, Yuegwan pivoted sharply. 8th soul skill, 8 of holy light. With that, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the core of his rare celestial chrysanthemum, launching an assault against the titan great ape. Yuegwan's 8th soul skill was an immensely powerful single-target attack, its potency rivaling that of Dugu Bo's 9th soul skill, the phosphorescent divine light. Such a formidable strike was not to be underestimated by the titan great ape, which, opening its massive jaws, unleashed a tremendous black beam from its mouth. Boom! In an instant, the two energies collided, producing a deafening explosion. Shortly thereafter, their attacks ceased, and the titan great ape looked ahead, only to find that Yuegwan had vanished from sight. Roar! The titan great ape emitted a furious roar that reverberated throughout the inner confines of the Stardoe forest. Instantly, all soul beasts in the vicinity were struck with fear by the titan great ape's wrath. The king of the forest had unleashed its fury, prompting all the soul beasts to conceal themselves, eager to avoid incurring the titan great ape's ire. Even those soul beasts that had been approaching Bai Chen fled in haste upon hearing the enraged roar. Unwittingly, the titan great ape had aided Bai Chen. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was experiencing excruciating difficulty in his absorption process, given that he was attempting to absorb a soul ring of a higher level. It should be noted that Tang San's 5th soul ring was merely over 20,000 years old at its inception. However, due to its awakening nature, it could grow in age alongside Tang San's rising strength. As 5 hours passed, Bai Chen still had not completed the absorption of this soul ring. This duration had far exceeded the normal time required for a soul master to assimilate a soul ring. Coupled with the injuries sustained during his previous battle, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming pain, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he was on the verge of absorbing the soul ring of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. He just needed to endure a little longer. On the other hand, Yuegwan wore a worried expression as he gazed into the depths of the Stardoe forest. He was uncertain whether Bai Chen had managed to escape. The vastness of the forest left him at a loss for where to search for Bai Chen, and for the moment, he could only wander aimlessly. Half an hour later, Bai Chen successfully absorbed the soul ring, and in the process, he also acquired a soul bone from the bloodthirsty magic wolf, which provided him with a right arm bone. After the absorption was complete, Bai Chen summoned the tail of the giant spirit and began to devour the essence of the bloodthirsty magic wolf. The skill he obtained this time was precisely what he had envisioned, a transformation skill known as bloodthirsty magic wolf transformation. This ability, akin to the bloodthirsty skill of the magic wolf, significantly enhances all of his attributes while rendering him insensible to pain. However, a drawback of utilizing this skill is that it tends to incite impulsive behavior. Chapter 151. The Serpent Matriarch and the Dragon Lord. Upon acquiring the 5th spirit ring, the ferocious aura of Bai Chen's brutal demon wolf martial spirit became increasingly pronounced. He sensed that the second layer of the Tranquil Heart method could no longer contain it. While contemplating this, Bai Chen suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. A formidable presence was gradually approaching his location. If he were not mistaken, this aura emanated from the titan great ape. It appeared that Yuegwan had successfully evaded the titan great ape, which, in its fury at being unable to catch him, had returned. Should Bai Chen encounter the titan great ape now, it would spell certain doom. With this thought, Bai Chen rose to his feet. Although his injuries had yet to heal, remaining within the Stardoe forest was not a prudent choice. However, this region was the territory of 10,000-year spirit beasts, and there were numerous creatures far more powerful than the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Moving while injured posed considerable danger. Nevertheless, Bai Chen prioritized survival above all else. A day later, outside the Stardoe forest, Bai Chen gazed at the village before him and sighed in relief. He had finally escaped. Yet, as darkness enveloped his vision, he collapsed with a thud. Throughout that day, he had endured countless assaults from spirit beasts, and his untreated wounds had worsened. To make matters worse, he had sustained new injuries. Had it not been for the exceptional resilience granted by his heavenly demon body, he would have long since succumbed. Shortly after Bai Chen fell, a century-old Black Panther appeared nearby. Having resided on the outskirts of the Stardoe Forest, it was well acquainted with humans and fully aware of their danger. However, seeing Bai Chen sprawled on the ground in a vulnerable state and feeling the pangs of hunger, the panther surmised that it could easily overpower him. With this thought in mind, the dim-witted Black Panther lunged toward Bai Chen, intent on making a meal of him. Boom! Just as the panther was within 5 meters of Bai Chen, it was suddenly obliterated by a white beam of light. Moments later, 2 elderly figures and a young girl manifested before Bai Chen. "Old man, do you think that boy is dead?" the serpent matriarch queried. Upon hearing her words, the dragon lord shook his head. "I do not know. Let us go and see." With that, the serpent matriarch, dragon lord, and Meng Iran approached Bai Chen. Meng Iran knelt beside him and carefully turned him over, eager to assess his injuries. However, as she did so, she paused, inadvertently catching sight of Bai Chen's face. "This is rather handsome," Meng Iran exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. Intrigued by her comment, the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch drew closer, and upon seeing Bai Chen, the Dragon Lord was momentarily taken aback. For some inexplicable reason, the name Son of God Bai Chen flashed through his mind. The youth's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the celebrated genius Bai Chen from the Tiando Empire, whose exploits had stirred considerable commotion several years prior. At that time, he had encountered Bai Chen once, yet it appeared that Bai Chen had not noticed him. Why was Bai Chen present here? Was he not rumored to have gone missing? As he pondered, Long Gong spoke up. "Iran, if I am not mistaken, you should be the prodigy Bai Chen, who stirred up a storm in the Tiando Empire several years ago." Upon hearing Long Gong's words, Meng Iran was momentarily taken aback and replied, "The Son of God. Bai Chen?" "Indeed." After this exchange, Meng Iran scrutinized Bai Chen closely. She had heard tales of Bai Chen before. According to the rumors circulating in the Tiando Empire, Bai Chen was the greatest prodigy since the establishment of the empire, possessing an appearance that rivaled that of a deity. Anyone who laid eyes upon him would be captivated by his visage, provided he did not meet an untimely demise. He was almost certain to become an unparalleled Dolaw in the future. At that time, Meng Iran had wondered if Bai Chen had been excessively glorified, but now it seemed that the Tiando Empire had not exaggerated in the slightest. The individual before her could ensnare a person's very soul with just a glance. Yet, what could have caused such grievous wounds? Shiba inquired, "What should we do now? Should we hand Bai Chen over to the Tiando Empire?" Long Gong replied, "No. You should take him to a nearby inn in the forest for a few days and tend to his wounds. I will first find a suitable soul ring for Iran, and then return to address his matters." "Understood," Shiba replied promptly. Subsequently, Long Gong led Meng Iran into the Stardoe Forest. Bai Chen slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a room reminiscent of an inn. He was momentarily bewildered. How had he ended up here? Had someone rescued him? Who had saved him? Was it Yuguan? "You are awake." A rather aged voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Bai Chen shifted his gaze and noticed the words Chao Tian Xiang inscribed above the elder's head. It was Shiba. "Greetings, Granny. Was it you who saved me?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's question, Shiba replied, "Well, to be precise, it was I, along with the old man and my granddaughter." She continued, "Child, how did you come to be alone in the Stardoe Forest, and in such a dire state?" At her inquiry, Bai Chen lowered his head momentarily and then, with a hint of sorrow, recounted, "I broke through and ventured into the Stardoe Forest in search of a suitable soul beast to hunt. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. While in the forest, we encountered a formidable soul beast, and my senior companions took it upon themselves to lure the beast away to protect me. During my escape, I was ambushed by several soul beasts, resulting in my grievous injuries." Shiba's expression shifted to one of understanding as she listened to Bai Chen's tale. "By the way, my name is Chao Tian Xiang. You may have heard of me. You can call me Elder Shiba." "What is your name, child?" Feigning surprise, Bai Chen responded. "So it is Elder Shiba, a name I have long revered. I am Bai Chen, and I am truly grateful for your life-saving assistance." Upon hearing Bai Chen's name, Shiba was momentarily taken aback. The old man had been correct. This child was indeed Bai Chen, the son of God from the Tiando Empire. However, to ascertain that she had not mistaken the identity, the serpent matriarch inquired, "Are you Bai Chen, the son of God from the Tiando Empire?" Bai Chen responded, "Senior serpent matriarch, you overestimate me. Such titles as son of God are bestowed upon others. I do not possess such formidable prowess, and moreover, I can no longer be considered a citizen of the Tiando Empire." "No longer a citizen of the Tiando Empire? What transpired during your years of absence, Bai Chen?" "I have heard that the Tiando Empire has been relentlessly searching for you." Chapter 152, Level 52. Upon hearing the words of the serpent matron, Bai Chen recounted how he had been captured by Dugabo and subsequently joined the Spirit Hall. Naturally, he omitted certain crucial details, portraying himself primarily as a victim. The Serpent Matron, moved by his account, reflected on the fact that regardless of Bai Chen's prodigious talents, he had been powerless to dictate his own fate. Unable to choose his allegiance or act freely, Bai Chen inquired, by the way, esteemed Serpent Matron, how long have I been unconscious? Not long, merely 2 days, she replied. 2 days? He exclaimed. Is 2 days a long time? Your injuries were quite severe. 2 days is entirely reasonable, she stated. After her words, Bai Chen could only nod in resignation. He was rather concerned about Yu Guan, who must be in a state of anxiety. Bai Chen held a certain familial affection for Yu Guan, as he had always treated him well, especially recently when he had bravely diverted the Titan Great Ape for Bai Chen's sake. It was only natural for him to worry. Meanwhile, Yu Guan was still in the Stardoe Forest, searching for Bai Chen's whereabouts. He had signaled for assistance from the Spirit Hall personnel present in the forest. But days had passed without any results. Yu Guan's concern grew. Could it be that Bai Chen had truly met with misfortune? On the other side, Bai Chen was examining his status. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 13 soul power, level 52 cultivation aptitude, 60, including Qiang Gong 10. Tianma body 2, martial spirit. Brutal demon wolf martial spirit quality. Top tier soul rings, 5. Frenzy strike 620. Black Moon Song Wolf Kill, 931. Fearful Howl, 2556. Demon Wolf Shadow Killing Formation, 10760. Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation, 41300. Soul Bones, 3. Right Leg Bone of the Hurricane Demon Wolf, 10,000. Head Bone of the Illusory Wolf, 3,000. Tail External Soul Bone of the Giant Spirit, points, 394,500. Special Skills, Divine Eye, Qi and Gong, 3rd layer. Tranquil Heart Technique, 2nd layer. Shadow Step, 3rd layer. Tianma Body, 3rd layer. Items, Venomous Dagger, Pufferfish Poison Dagger, Intermediate Level Upgrade Pill 1, Martial Spirit Evolution Potion 17, Mysterious Dropped Item 1 Status, Enhanced Smell, Enhanced Vision. Enhanced Hearing, Enhanced Heart. Pleased with his attributes, Bai Chen then decided to use the newly acquired Mysterious Dropped Item. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mysterious Dropped Item used successfully. Obtained Martial Spirit Evolution Potion 10. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt not just satisfaction, but immense joy. 10 Martial Spirit Evolution Potions equated to 200,000 points. Soon after a day of rest, Long Gong emerged from the Stardoe Forest accompanied by Meng Yiran. After having recuperated for several days, Bai Chen was now able to rise from his bed, for his injuries were to his hands, not his legs. Upon seeing Bai Chen awake, Long Gong remarked, "Little one, you have awakened." "Yes, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed Long Gong. There's no need for formality. Young one, allow me to introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Meng Yiran. What is your name?" Upon hearing Long Gong introduce himself, Meng Yiran shyly cast a glance at Bai Chen, momentarily forgetting about Tang San. Observing her expression, Bai Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. Girls of her age were often too easily swayed by outward appearances. "I am Bai Chen. Greetings, Sister Meng Yiran. The elder snake woman has already informed me about you," he replied. "Hello, Bai Chen," Meng Yiran murmured softly. Long Gong, witnessing her demeanor, sighed inwardly. His granddaughter seemed a tad too susceptible to the whims of affection. The previous encounter with Tang San had at least involved some competition, yet this time, Bai Chen had captivated her with just a few glances. However, upon reflection, Long Gong considered it acceptable. Both Tang San and Bai Chen were remarkable individuals, and associating with either would not be a loss. Furthermore, he secretly hoped Meng Yiran would not become too infatuated, as such devotion could lead to heartache. "Very well, you young folks converse for now. We, the old men, shall refrain from intruding." At Long Gong's words, Meng Yiran's cheeks flushed, yet Bai Chen spoke first. "I apologize, esteemed elder, but I have matters to discuss with you." "What is it?" Long Gong inquired. "Well, esteemed elder, the elder who accompanied me is likely still within the Stardoe Forest. He may be unaware of my safety, and I must venture in to find him." Nodding, Long Gong replied, "Indeed, loyalty is commendable. However, Bai Chen, you are still injured. It would be perilous to enter." "What is the name of your esteemed elder? We shall assist you in locating him." Bai Chen hesitated momentarily at Long Gong's suggestion. "What troubles you? Is it classified?" Long Gong pressed. After a brief pause, Bai Chen responded, "It is not that. It is simply that my esteemed elder holds a unique position. He is an elder of the Spirit Hall." At the mention of the Spirit Hall elder, Long Gong's expression grew serious. Unless under exceptional circumstances, a Spirit Hall elder must at least hold the rank of title Dolua. "Who exactly is your esteemed elder?" he demanded. "Yu Guan, Bai Chen stated. Upon hearing the name Yuguan, Long Gong immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was well aware of Yuguan's reputation. A title de law of the 95th rank, among the most esteemed within their ranks. Long Gong had initially considered inviting Bai Chen into his family, but now he realized that Bai Chen had aligned himself with the Spirit Hall. The mere acquisition of a soul ring had warranted the protection of a title de law. This privilege suggested that Bai Chen's standing within the Spirit Hall was not insignificant. Contemplating the situation, Long Gong decided to abandon his plans for recruitment. He felt it prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts with the Spirit Hall. Very well, I shall assist you in your search for Yuguan. For now, focus on your recovery here. Since he could not recruit Bai Chen, he deemed it wise to leave a favorable impression instead. Thank you, esteemed Elder Long Gong. Bai Chen expressed his gratitude. Surprised by the Dragon Lord's acquiescence to his request, Bai Chen realized that their interaction had merely been a chance encounter. The Dragon Lord's unexpected willingness to assist him likely stemmed from having heard of Bai Chen's reputation, wishing to leave a favorable impression. After exchanging a few words with Meng Yiran, the Serpent Matron and the Dragon Lord ventured into the forest. Suddenly alone, an awkward silence enveloped the two. Meng Yiran spoke. Bai Chen, it seems your injury has yet to heal. Allow me to assist you back. Bai Chen replied, Yes, thank you, Sister Yiran. You're most welcome. With that, Bai Chen was supported by Meng Yiran as she guided him back to the inn. Chapter 153. Return to the Spirit Hall. Upon returning to the room, the two individuals sat in silence, unsure of what to say. Their recent acquaintance rendered the atmosphere quite awkward. Meng Yiran broke the silence. So, will you be participating in the Continental Senior Elite Soul Master competition in a month? Indeed, Bai Chen replied, nodding. Due to his relatively young age, he had not yet turned 14, and the competition was fast approaching. Which faction will you represent? Meng Yiran inquired, her curiosity piqued. Bai Chen paused briefly before responding. I will represent the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall? Meng Yiran exclaimed in surprise. She had heard from Long Gong that the participants sent by the Spirit Hall to the Continental Senior Elite Soul Master competition were typically high-ranking Soul Masters, often at the Soul King level. Given that Bai Chen had just acquired his Soul Ring in the Stardow Forest, his level was likely around 40. Did he truly qualify to compete, or was the Spirit Hall intending to nurture him by having others guide him? Little did Meng Yiran know. Bai Chen had already surpassed the Soul King rank. He chose not to elaborate, as the revelation would become apparent in due time. And maintaining an air of mystery was rather appealing. A day later, in the Stardow Forest, Long Gong and Sheepa confronted Yuguan, who was in a foul mood. The sight of the two elders only exacerbated his irritation. Just as he was about to demand they clear the way, Long Gong spoke up. Yuguan, we have rescued Bai Chen. Come with us to retrieve him. Yuguan paused, taken aback. Really? Bai Chen is with you? How is he? Is he safe? Yes, my wife and I found him at the exit of the Stardow Forest a few days ago. He has awakened and asked us to find you, Long Gong assured. Upon hearing this, Yuguan let out a sigh of relief, murmuring, as long as he is fine. That is all that matters. Subsequently, Long Gong led Yuguan to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. That night, Bai Chen was engrossed in his training when he sensed something and glanced out the window, spotting Long Gong and Yuguan approaching. He hurried downstairs. Yuguan noticed Bai Chen and, relieved to see him unharmed, said, Thank goodness you were safe. Bai Chen replied, I apologize for causing you concern, Senior Yuguan. Not at all. Long Gong, we shall take our leave now. I will remember this favor, and should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at the Spirit Hall, Yuguan declared. Agreed. Long Gong confirmed. Bai Chen turned to Meng Yiran, Sister Yiran. I shall see you at the Continental Senior Elite Soul Master competition. Yes, see you at the competition, she responded. With that, they parted ways. A few days later, upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen's robust constitution had led to significant recovery from his injuries. After indulging in a medicinal bath, he anticipated a swift return to full strength. Yuguan instructed, for the next few days, refrain from practicing in the Death Canyon. Remain in the Spirit Hall and focus on your recovery, understood? Upon hearing Yuguan's words, Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, esteemed Yuguan. After exchanging a few words, Bai Chen proceeded to meet Bibi Dong. Regardless of his current injuries, it was imperative to consult her, for Yuguan had delayed him far too long, and numerous matters awaited his attention. Upon entering the Papal Hall, Bai Chen found Bibi Dong engrossed in her work. The moment she received news of his return, she paused her tasks. A few moments later, Bai Chen stepped in, gazing at Bibi Dong, and declared, Teacher, I have returned. Ah, it's good to have you back, she replied. However, her gaze quickly fell upon the injuries on his hand. What happened? How did you sustain this injury? Bai Chen reassured her. It's nothing serious, teacher. Merely a minor wound that will heal swiftly. Bibi Dong countered. That does not appear to be a minor injury. With a glance at her nearby guard, he understood her silent command and promptly produced a vial of pills, presenting it to Bai Chen. This is a Doloa pill, Bibi Dong explained. It aids in both healing and cultivation and should prove beneficial for your recovery. Gratefully, Bai Chen accepted the vial. Thank you, teacher. It's nothing. By the way, the Continental Senior Elite Soul Master Competition is approaching. Once you are fully recovered, be sure to meet your teammates, Bibi Dong added. Bai Chen nodded. Understood, teacher. With that, Bai Chen returned to his quarters, prepared a medicinal bath, and immersed himself within it. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Bai Chen awoke, glancing at his arm with satisfaction. The medicinal bath was indeed an upgraded version of the previous formula. After just one night, he had nearly restored himself completely. He then took a Doloa pill and swallowed it. 2 hours later, Bai Chen opened his eyes, marveling at the full recovery of his right arm. He could hardly believe the efficacy of the Doloa pill, which surpassed even that of the medicinal bath, as his injuries had nearly vanished. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Bai Chen, are you there? It's Hulaina. Upon hearing her voice, Bai Chen hastened to the door, revealing Hulaina before him. Bai Chen. It has been a while. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Sister Nana. What brings you here? Hulaina replied. I have come to take you to meet your teammates. Teammates? Yes, aside from us. The Spirit Hall has arranged for 3 high-ranking Soul Masters to join us in the Continental Senior Elite Soul Master Academy competition. Oh, very well. Bai Chen's hand had nearly healed, and the minor wounds on his body had been mended by the previous medicinal bath, leaving him in prime condition. With that, Hulaina guided Bai Chen to their training room, where everyone had already gathered to practice. As Yin spotted Hulaina, he immediately approached her, saying, Nana, you have finally arrived. We have already commenced our training. Hulaina replied, I have brought someone with me today. Let us all get acquainted. Upon hearing her voice, Yin inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. Mere seconds later, his premonition was validated. Bai Chen gradually stepped forward, greeting everyone. Hello, I am Bai Chen, here to join you all for the upcoming competition. The group momentarily froze at Bai Chen's entrance, particularly the girls, who stared intently at his face. Xie Yu walked over, chuckling. Well, young man, it has been quite some time. You have certainly grown taller. The last time I heard from Nana, you had already reached level 48. Have you since broken through to the Soul King rank? Chapter 154, Demonstrating Strength Bai Chen. Brother Xie, I have reached level 52. Upon hearing Bai Chen's declaration, Xie, Yin, and Hulaina were momentarily taken aback. He had astonishingly achieved level 52. It is noteworthy that both Yin and Xie were merely at the pinnacle of level 51, while Hulaina had only recently acquired her 5th spirit ring. The fact that Bai Chen had directly attained level 52 was simply beyond comprehension. Yin felt a surge of intense motivation in the newly arrived teammates, captivated by Bai Chen's words, turned their gazes entirely towards him. In their eyes, Yin, Hulaina, and Xie were already akin to divine beings. However, this individual before them, appearing significantly younger than Yin and the others, had a higher level than Xie, which was nothing short of astonishing. Bai Chen, all right, I have completed my introductions. Sister Nana, could you introduce me to the others? He had not forgotten his purpose for being here, which was to meet new acquaintances. Upon hearing Bai Chen's request, Hulaina finally came to her senses. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce you. This is Su Yu, an auxiliary spirit master with a spirit of the brilliant golden scepter. Currently at level 46. Hulaina gestured towards a young man. Bai Chen offered a polite nod, to which Su Yu responded warmly. Bai Chen had heard of the brilliant golden scepter, a top-tier spirit comparable to the 7 treasures glazed tower, but its rarity meant that not many possessed it, although there were certainly more than those with the 9-heart Tang. After their introduction, Hulaina continued, that beautiful girl is Zhang Ping, like you. She is also an agile attack spirit master, currently at level 47, and her spirit is the Golden Way Swallow, showcasing formidable strength. Hello, Bai Chen greeted. Why hello, I am Zhang Ping, she stammered, revealing her shy disposition. Following this, Hulaina introduced the final individual. This is Sun Chuantao, a powerful assault spirit master with a spirit of the circular giant blade, currently at level 48. His spirit bears some resemblance to that of Brother Xie and possesses considerable strength. Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled watching an anime featuring a formidable assault spirit master with a mountain boar spirit, and it seemed that this spirit master had likely joined the second team. Seeing Hulaina so enthusiastically introduced Bai Chen, Yin felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. After all, Bai Chen had survived alone in the Death Canyon for 2 years. Even now, Yin could vividly recall the terror that the Death Canyon had instilled in him. He did not believe he could overcome Bai Chen. After the introductions, Hulaina added, "By the way, Bai Chen, I forgot to mention that over the past 2 years, Yen, my brother, and I have all been promoted to the Purple Gold Soul Fighting Medal. We are now at the same level as you. How about a friendly match to test our skills?" Upon hearing Hulaina's suggestion, Bai Chen shrugged his shoulders and, feeling confident, replied, "Sure. It has been a long time since I last fought with someone. Let us engage in a battle, shall we? Would you three care to join?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Sun Xuantao and the others were taken aback. While Bai Chen's talent was indeed formidable, such audacity in directly challenging the trio of the Golden Generation was rather brazen. Nevertheless, Hulaina and the others nodded in agreement when their levels had surpassed Bai Chen's. They had been thoroughly bested by him. Now, with Bai Chen's level exceeding theirs, they would naturally approach the encounter with heightened caution, perceiving no arrogance in his demeanor. Soon, the three competitors entered the arena, preparing for combat. At this moment, Bibi Dong arrived, having just learned of Bai Chen's presence at the training ground. She surmised that Bai Chen's injuries had considerably healed, prompting him to practice. Out of curiosity regarding his current prowess, she stealthily followed. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Chen had already noticed her arrival. Seeing that both sides were nearly ready, Sun Xuanao declared, "The match begins." With that, all participants unleashed their martial spirits. As Bai Chen's brutal demon wolf manifested, an overwhelming aura of ferocity enveloped the surroundings, directly impacting their movements. Particularly, the trio of the Golden Generation, facing Bai Chen, felt as though a terrifying wolf-headed demon loomed behind him. Their initial enthusiasm swiftly turned to regret, sensing that this encounter would likely result in a severe defeat. However, it was too late for second thoughts. They could only brace themselves and proceed. Bibi Dong, too, watched Bai Chen with a grave expression. Though she had previously heard reports from Fu Jin regarding Bai Chen's extraordinary prowess, she had not anticipated it to reach such exaggerated heights. Demon Charm. At the onset of the battle, Hulaina and Xiaoyu unleashed their martial spirit fusion technique. They understood that victory would require their utmost effort. Failure could occur at any moment. Rapidly, a circle of crimson mist spread across the arena, and the potency of their demon charm had significantly increased compared to before. The mist was denser now, capable of bewildering even low-ranking soul saints. Yet Bai Chen disregarded this veil of red fog. With his divine eye and vision-enhancing potion, he could penetrate the mist. Now that his tranquil mind had reached its second tier, augmented by an additional soul bone. The crimson fog appeared as if it were non-existent before him. Xiaoyu and Hulaina felt a chill as they observed Bai Chen's gaze, sensing, for reasons unknown, that he had already discerned their presence. Suddenly, Bai Chen's bony tail manifested before them. The sight of that tail, now considerably longer and thicker than before, caused the trio of the Golden Generation to swallow hard, forever haunted by the memory of its devastating power. Bone Spike. With that, Bai Chen launched his attack first. The strength of the Golden Generation, in his eyes, seemed insufficient, were it not for the demon charm. The combined might of the three would scarcely equate to that of a single Fu Jin, who had already reached level 63. Upon witnessing the assault from Bai Chen, Yin charged forward. Second soul skill. Granite of the Rock. As he spoke, the sharp tip of Bai Chen's tail pierced Yan's body, with a resounding thud. Despite Bai Chen's restraint, Yin was sent sprawling, rendered devoid of combat capability in an instant. The sheer might of Bai Chen's bony tail was overwhelmingly formidable, leaving Yin utterly outmatched. Gale. With that, a shroud of dark mist enveloped Bai Chen's legs, propelling him instantaneously before the enchanting adversaries. The tip of his tail poised menacingly at their throats. You have lost. The Golden Generation has been vanquished within 3 moves. Chapter 155. It's all right. This is what I ought to do. Hulaina and Xiaoyu gazed at the bone spikes before them, helplessly dispelling their martial soul fusion technique. It had only been 2 years, yet the chasm between them had grown to such an extent. 2 years prior, they could still exchange blows with Bai Chen, but now they found themselves unable to elicit a serious response from him. In the shadows, Bibi Dong, who had been discreetly observing Bai Chen, let out a sigh. It was truly terrifying. With such strength, once Bai Chen ascended to the rank of title Dolua, who could possibly rein him in? For a moment, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of apprehension towards Bai Chen. After all, the Spirit Hall had forcibly brought him in, although they had treated him relatively well. Who could fathom Bai Chen's true sentiments towards them? Despite her wariness of him, Bibi Dong maintained an impassive facade, preventing Bai Chen from noticing any change in her demeanor. Regardless of her attitude, Bai Chen had always been exceedingly cautious in his dealings with her. He could not believe that she would easily place her trust in him. Soon, Bibi Dong conceived a method to ensure Bai Chen's compliance, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she departed the scene. Upon noticing her exit, Bai Chen exhaled in relief, BB Dong's covert observations had left him on edge. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Bai Chen was lost in thought, applause suddenly erupted nearby. Bai Chen called Jia. Yes, I finally know to call you Brother Jia, Bai Chen replied. I never expected your strength to have improved so greatly in just 2 years. You're too modest, Jia remarked. Meanwhile, Sun Chuanhao and the others stood by, completely numb. The battle of the day had thoroughly impressed upon them the magnitude of Bai Chen's prowess. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Bai Chen stated. Are you not going to train? Jia inquired. My injuries have yet to fully heal, so I shall refrain from training for now. What? Injuries? He still has injuries. Yet he managed to annihilate the golden generation? Sun Chuanhao and the others were at a loss for words. What? Bai Chen, you're injured. Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Does it hurt? You really ought to be more careful. How could you fight with us in such a condition? Has your injury flared up? Hu Laina exclaimed, her concern palpable. Seeing Hu Laina's anxious expression, Yin stood frozen in place. Xiaoyu slowly approached and patted Yan's shoulder, then sighed and walked away. Bai Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable under Hu Laina's fervent attention. It's nothing serious. I'm almost healed. It's just my right hand, and as long as I avoid strenuous activity, I'll be fine. I fought using my tail earlier, so there shouldn't be any risk of aggravating the injury. Hearing this, Hu Laina breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Given that you're injured, allow me to escort you home. Actually, I'm nearly healed and can manage on my own. Bai Chen began. No. You're still injured and need someone to accompany you, Hu Laina insisted. Faced with her resolute gaze, Bai Chen swallowed hard. All right. I would appreciate your escort. Thank you. Sister Laina. Upon concluding her words, Hu Laina smiled gently. It's nothing. It's my duty. Subsequently, Bai Chen was forcefully escorted back by Hu Laina. Fortunately, throughout the journey, she behaved impeccably and refrained from taking any further actions, ensuring Bai Chen's safety. After a quarter of an hour, Bai Chen arrived home. Noticing Hu Laina, who was beaming at his doorstep, he inquired with a hint of confusion. Sister Nana, aren't you heading back? Aren't you going to cultivate today? Hu Laina replied. Oh no, after such a long journey, I feel rather fatigued. Besides, Bai Chen, you've been injured. How can an injured person be left unattended? Hearing her words, Bai Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. When did Hu Laina become so proactive? This was not in line with her character. Hu Laina, wake up. However, Hu Laina was oblivious to Bai Chen's inner turmoil. She naturally stepped into his small courtyard and fixed her gaze on him for the entire morning. Eventually, Bai Chen managed to dismiss her under the pretense of needing rest. Once she departed, he sighed in relief. After leaving, Hu Laina reflected on her recent bold actions. Her face instantly flushed with crimson. Yet, the thought of spending nearly half a day with Bai Chen made her unable to suppress a smile. Meanwhile, Bai Chen remained unaware of Hu Laina's transformation. He was solely focused on recuperating from his injuries. He yearned to indulge in a bloodbath once he confirmed his well-being. His level had now ascended to 52, which should have significantly enhanced his physical strength. If he were to take a bloodbath at this juncture, he could potentially absorb 500 pounds of beast blood, elevating his heavenly demon body to the 4th layer. The 4th layer of the heavenly demon body was formidable. As described, upon entering the 4th layer, one's physical attributes would be greatly augmented, directly increasing the original physical foundation by the equivalent of a 50,000-year soul beast qualities. A 50,000-year soul beast represents the pinnacle achievable by an average soul sage. With such a substantial enhancement, Bai Chen might even be able to challenge the absorption of a 100,000-year soul beast by the time he reached his 6th soul ring, provided his mental strength was sufficiently formidable. 2 days later, Bai Chen's injuries had nearly healed completely. After some contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to dig a small pit for safety. Otherwise, the overwhelming sin of blood during his bath might attract unwanted attention. Moreover, with his current strength, digging a pit should be expedited. However, it seemed he could only dig at night, as that little Pei had been sent to attend to him again, and he felt it would be inappropriate to send her away, lest he incur Bibidong's displeasure. Days later, gazing at the pit he had excavated, Bai Chen was satisfied as he covered the floor. His strength had increased considerably. Digging a hole was a trivial task. Next, he needed to acquire some beast blood. He had left the beast blood he collected in the Death Canyon behind, and the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower was still there. Given the opportunity, Bai Chen was determined to return. For now, he would seek out the black market in the Soul Master City. Upon contemplating this, Bai Chen let out a sigh. Had he foreseen the current predicament, he would have preferred that either a Bing or a Ying had remained behind. They could have taken his place in procuring the beast blood. Venturing out alone would undoubtedly draw attention, and the individuals from the spirit hall would most likely detect his movements. Frustrated by this realization, Bai Chen slammed his hand on the table in anger his rage palpable. Why was it so difficult to indulge in a bloodbath? The hole had already been dug, yet he hesitated. Resolutely, he decided to rush to the black market to acquire the beast blood. Chapter 156. The fourth layer of the celestial demon body, Soul Master City. In the depths of the black market, a cloaked figure arrived, shrouded in mystery. Bai Chen surveyed his surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. He had finally reached the black market, where he could procure beast blood. However, he soon noticed that several individuals had set their sights on him upon his entrance. Fortunately, the black market of Soul Master City prohibited violence in most areas, lest one face the wrath of enforcers. Of course, should one possess the strength to defeat these enforcers, the punishment would be nullified, and the master of the black market might even seek to recruit you. In essence, this realm operated on the principle of strength. Those lacking power who dared to enter would inevitably fall prey to others. Typically, the captain of the enforcers possessed the strength of a soul sage, making them formidable opponents. Moreover, enforcers operated in teams. A soul sage captain would generally lead 4 ordinary enforcers at the soul emperor or soul king level on patrol. To be honest, given Bai Chen's current prowess, he could likely overcome a standard enforcer, but he preferred to conceal his identity from the spirit hall, hence his current attire. As he pondered this, Bai Chen made his way toward a shadowy alley, where the likelihood of encountering patrolling enforcers was relatively low. Occasionally, individuals would resort to violence in such secluded spots, a tacit rule of the black market. Observing Bai Chen's movement into the alley, several of those who had been watching him swiftly followed suit. Noticing their actions, a sly smile crept across Bai Chen's lips. If they had set their sights on him, they should be prepared for the consequences. He was no longer the powerless Bai Chen of the past. In no time, Bai Chen's figure vanished into the alley. Upon witnessing his entry, the pursuers exchanged glances and cautiously followed him inside. They moved with great care, for all were seasoned veterans of the black market, frequently engaging in nefarious acts of murder and theft. Their continued survival in this perilous environment was not solely due to their formidable strength, but also their inherent caution. Their interest in Bai Chen stemmed from no particular reason other than their leader, who, by chance, had caught a glimpse of Bai Chen's face. That fleeting glance had left him utterly captivated. Although he was a man and harbored no romantic intentions, he sought to capture Bai Chen and sell him in the black market slave market. Such a prized possession would surely attract wealthy patrons willing to pay exorbitant sums. Despite Bai Chen's youthful appearance, even if he were a prodigious talent, he would at most be a soul scholar. Could 3 soul emperors truly be outmatched by a mere soul scholar? As they entered the alley, the group cautiously approached a bend ahead. They had traversed this path before. It was a shortcut to another street within the black market, featuring several turns, allowing them to proceed without undue haste. After walking for a while, one of them suddenly halted and said, "Boss, did you hear that rustling sound?" As soon as his words fell, the man he referred to as boss immediately retreated, while the speaker was instantaneously pierced through the body by a bony tail. Witnessing this scene, another individual swiftly reacted, but alas, despite his quick reflexes, it was too late. Bai Chen's pufferfish poison dagger had already penetrated his heart, and after a brief struggle, he succumbed to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 63 Soul Emperor, rewarding the host with 18,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 64 Soul Emperor, rewarding the host with 19,000 points. Was that truly all the points awarded for slaying a Soul Emperor? It seemed that with an increase in level, the points gained from such kills indeed diminished. Subsequently, Bai Chen softly uttered, "Swift wind." In an instant, his speed multiplied several times, and he thrust his dagger into the body of the last man. The individual known as Boss gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. After all, he was a Soul Emperor. Why was he so powerless before this young man? Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 66 Soul Emperor, rewarding the host with 24,000 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen began to search their bodies. Soon, he discovered a bracelet-like soul guiding device on the one referred to as Boss, and after finding some valuables on the other 2, he promptly departed from the scene. A quarter of an hour later, several black market enforcers arrived. Upon seeing the corpses, the captain of the enforcement team frowned. Yet he had no intention of investigating the killers behind these deaths. Such alleyways experience dozens of similar cases monthly. If they were to pursue every instance, it would be an untenable burden. Meanwhile, Bai Chen successfully procured beast blood, purchasing 1,000 pounds in total, which included 900 pounds of blood from soul beasts over 5,000 years old, and 100 pounds from 10,000-year-old soul beasts. After completing his purchase, Bai Chen swiftly exited the black market. Upon returning to his courtyard, Bai Chen instructed Xiao Pei that he would be in seclusion for the next few days and requested not to be disturbed. He had already prepared his own food. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Xiaopei promptly agreed. After giving his instructions, Bai Chen retreated to his room, opened his secret passage, and poured all the blood into a large wooden barrel he had prepared earlier, adding various stimulating herbs to the mixture. Then, Bai Chen leaped in and began to cultivate through blood bathing. The night swiftly passed, and by now, Bai Chen had consumed 400 pounds of soul beast blood, reaching his previous limit. However, despite feeling immense discomfort, he had yet to hit his threshold. Not long after, he found he could continue. Gradually, as the blood in the barrel dwindled, Bai Chen's body began to turn a deep red, and the blood-red birthmark at the corner of his eye became increasingly vivid. Slowly, red lines began to emerge on Bai Chen's body, intertwining as he progressed in his cultivation. After a day and a night, Bai Chen finally succeeded in absorbing 500 pounds of beast blood. In an instant, he opened his eyes, and an overwhelming surge of blood energy emanated from his being. He had reached the 4th layer of the heavenly demon body. He felt as though his body was infused with explosive power, capable of shattering a bloodthirsty demon wolf with a single blow. Furthermore, the duration of his transformation under the heavenly demon's influence seemed to have extended. It could now last at least 15 minutes. 15 minutes was more than sufficient to alter the course of a battle. Chapter 157. Side quest. Having completed his training, Bai Chen slowly emerged from the wooden tub. As he stepped out, he immediately sensed some changes within himself, feeling slightly taller. Contemplating this, he washed himself with the prepared bucket of clean water, changed into fresh clothes, and left the underground passage to enter his room. Upon gazing into the mirror, he noticed that his appearance remained largely unchanged, yet his height had increased by 2 centimeters. Bai Chen now stood at 173 centimeters, a commendable height for his age, especially since he was still expected to grow taller. While Bai Chen reveled in his newfound stature, on the other side, Bibi Dong gazed at the information in her hand, perplexed. She could not fathom why Bai Chen sought to purchase the blood of soul beasts. Was there something amiss? However, she refrained from summoning him to inquire, aware that doing so would reveal her covert surveillance of him. Although Bai Chen might have already sensed her watchfulness, some matters were best left unspoken. Resolving to investigate discreetly, Bibi Dong aimed to discover the purpose behind Bai Chen's acquisition of the beast blood, suspecting it might be linked to his rapid progress in cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the prestigious Elite Soul Master Academy competition commenced across the continent. The 2 great empires, Xinglua and Tiando, began their preliminary selections within their own territories. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall prepared for the event, as they would directly enter the finals, bypassing the need to navigate through the preliminary and advancing rounds like the teams from the 2 empires. As the competition began, a prompt resonated in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a side quest. Lead the Spirit Hall team to victory in the Elite Soul Master Academy competition and claim the championship. Quest reward, 100,000 points. 1 evolved soul bone, torso bone. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen was not surprised. He anticipated that such a significant plot point would elicit a response from the system. As he pondered this, he felt a surge of restlessness. His physical prowess had suddenly escalated to that of a soul beast of 50,000 years, rendering his strength comparable to that of a soul fighting master. However, with no outlet for his abilities, Bai Chen felt increasingly frustrated. Fu Jin and the others had yet to return from the Death Canyon. Since entering, they seemed to have become addicted, entrenched in rigorous training and reluctant to leave. In this state of boredom, Bai Chen made his way to the Pope's Hall. Bai Chen, teacher, I wish to observe the competitions in other empires. Taken aback by his request, Bi Biong replied, those competitions feature soul masters at levels 30 and 40. You are already a soul king. There is little of value for you to glean from such events. Thus they hold no interest. Bai Chen, having anticipated Bibidong's refusal, accepted it without surprise. Teacher, may I return to the Death Canyon? I wish to spar with Fusen and the others. This period has been exceedingly dull. Indeed, this was the true intention of Bai Chen. Following this, Bi Dong denied his request, instilling a sense of guilt within him for not allowing him to attend the competition in the Tiando Empire, thus seizing the opportunity to propose a return to the Death Canyon for training. His desire to cultivate was sincere. Surely, he could not be hindered in this pursuit. Bi Dong replied, no, the grand competition has already commenced. What if something unfortunate were to befall you during this time? Bi Dong remained unwavering in her refusal. Observing Bai Chen's crestfallen expression, she hesitated momentarily before adding, you could participate in the Angel Grand Soul Arena. Now that you have reached level 50, you should be able to find a suitable opponent. Upon hearing Bi Biong's words, Bai Chen adjusted his demeanor and responded, all right. He then added, do you truly believe I wish to return to the Death Canyon for training? I simply want to retrieve my Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower. With no opportunity to venture to the Death Canyon, Bai Chen resolved to vent his frustrations at the Angel Grand Soul Arena instead. That evening, donning a mask, Bai Chen arrived at the registration point, presenting his soul fighting medal and inquiring, "When may I participate in the soul fighting competition?" The staff member promptly checked his credentials. Finra. A purple gold level medal, level 52. Stunned by this revelation, the staff member thought, the legendary Finra, the monster with a flawless victory rate, has come to our Angel Grand Soul Arena. Without delay, he responded, "Esteemed Mr. Finra, coincidentally, another purple gold level Soul King has just registered and has yet to depart. We will inform him immediately. Your match is scheduled for tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" Bai Chen nodded in agreement, aware that the Angel Grand Soul Arena had arranged the match for the following day primarily to promote the rare contest between purple gold contenders. With this in mind, he departed. Meanwhile, Yin received the notification that the soul fighting competition was set for the following day. Surprised by the early timing, he wondered if Nana and Shi Yue had signed up as well. The next day, at the Angel Grand Soul Arena, Yin glared at Bai Chen, questioning why the competition was being held so soon. The realization struck him. It was due to this fellow's registration. Indeed, it was difficult to disguise himself. Bai Chen's attire remained unchanged, save for a mask that concealed half of his face. Yin declared, "Bai Chen, stop pretending. I know it's you." Bai Chen retorted, "I'm not Bai Chen. I'm Finra. You have mistaken me for someone else." Yin remained silent. The referee, observing their exchange, found it somewhat surprising but proceeded to announce, "The match begins." With that, both combatants instantly summoned their martial souls, and Bai Chen's ferocious assault upon the Demon Wolf immediately impacted Yin. Sensing the chilling aura, Yin could hardly restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of curses, questioning how one could deny being Bai Chen. This time, Bai Chen refrained from employing his bony tail. Wishing to gauge the extent of his strength after ascending to the 4th level of the heavenly demon body. Observing Bai Chen's restraint, Yin exhaled in relief. Without the use of the bony tail, he believed he could still engage in a fair contest with Bai Chen. 5th soul skill, Whirling Sands of Fury. Without hesitation, Yin unleashed his ultimate technique. The disparity between their powers was insurmountable. Any misstep could spell his defeat. In response to this onslaught, Bai Chen did not resort to any soul skills. He merely dashed forward and delivered a powerful kick to Yin. Boom. With a resounding crash, Yin was sent crashing into the protective barrier before the audience. In an instant, the match was concluded. Chapter 158, Ascending to Sapphire Level. Divine Gifted Soul Ring. After Yin was knocked off the stage, Bai Chen gazed at the unconscious Yin with a look of bewilderment. Something felt amiss, given Yin's defensive prowess. Such a strike should not have rendered him unconscious. Why did he appear as if he were on the brink of death? Upon scrutinizing him for a couple of seconds, Bai Chen realized that this fellow was merely feigning unconsciousness. Indeed, as a fellow Soul King, being effortlessly defeated by Bai Chen in front of numerous spectators, Yin opted for evasion. It's true what they say. While evasion may be shameful, it is undeniably effective. Once Yin fell into a state of apparent unconsciousness, the event organizers promptly summoned personnel to carry him away, leaving little attention on him as the audience's gaze shifted entirely towards Bai Chen. The name Finra would soon reverberate through the grand angelic soul arena. Meanwhile, just after being taken to the infirmary, Yin regained consciousness, leaving the staff and the hastily arrived Bai Chen momentarily stunned. Remarkably, he was indeed pretending to be unconscious, as expected of him. Upon noticing Bai Chen's approach, Yin's expression froze instantly. An awkward atmosphere permeated the air. Subsequently, Bai Chen, with a stoic expression, turned and departed from the scene, driving Yin into a frenzy. 2 months later, the preliminary and advancement rounds of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition finally concluded. The top 16 from both empires emerged. Now en route to Soul City. This time, including the 33 participating teams from the Spirit Hall, the lineup closely resembled that in the novel. The Spirit Hall had made it through, but unlike before, Xiaowu no longer possessed the Heartbroken Red. Bai Chen pondered how she would conceal herself, glancing at the Heartbroken Red in his possession. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, apart from the Flame Peach that Tang San might acquire and the Octagonal Ice Grass, Bai Chen had managed to gather all other celestial herbs. Reflecting on this, Bai Chen felt a twinge of regret. If only he possessed the Xian Jade Hand and the Xian Tian Gong, those 2 celestial herbs would have been his. As Bai Chen mused, a voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. "Mr. Finra, it's your turn to take the stage." "Oh," he replied, and proceeded towards the platform. If victorious in this battle, he would ascend to the Sapphire level, allowing him to fulfill a long uncompleted side quest. Today, Bai Chen's opponent was a Soul Emperor of over level 60, a Golden Battle Soul level fighter. Indeed, the Angelic Soul Arena had adopted the same method as the former Trindo Battle Soul Arena. There were simply no Soul Kings capable of standing against Bai Chen. Yin had previously been demoted by Bai Chen, and had only recently managed to reclaim his position at the purple gold level. Soon enough, Bai Chen ascended the arena, and the audience erupted into fervent cheers. Wolf King! Wolf King! Wolf King! The title resonated with Bai Chen, evoking nostalgic memories of his battles in the Tiando Battle Soul Arena. Upon the appearance of Bai Chen, his opponent was filled with trepidation. Having previously witnessed Bai Chen's matches, he was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the individual before him. However, as they had yet to engage in actual combat, he clung to a flicker of hope. As the match commenced, they both summoned their martial souls. In an instant, the 63rd level Soul Master wielded a meteor hammer, while 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, materialized around him. Observing this spectacle, Bai Chen remained unperturbed. Instead, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black, emerged around him as well. The moment the savage demon wolf made its appearance, the meteor hammer Soul Master felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence that sent shivers down his spine, instilling a sense of fear even before the battle commenced. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that Bai Chen was merely a Soul King, and thus, he still had a chance. 4th Soul Skill, Hammer Soul Manifestation. 5th Soul Skill, Berserker Hammer. With the invocation of these 2 skills, the meteor hammer in his grasp expanded dramatically, and he swung it fiercely towards Bai Chen. Yet, Bai Chen did not flinch. He refrained from employing any soul skills and simply retaliated with a single, powerful punch. Boom. The meteor hammer was repelled by Bai Chen's ordinary strike. The meteor hammer Soul Master was left in disbelief as his attack was thwarted. His 4th soul skill was supposed to amplify the power of all soul skills by 150%, while his 5th soul skill allowed him to unleash thrice his own strength. This strike was akin to an assault from a 30,000-year soul beast. How could such an attack be deflected by his opponent's mere punch? Was he a monster? In that moment, he succumbed to the psychological realization that defeating Bai Chen was an insurmountable task. Seeing the astonishment etched on his adversary's face, Bai Chen understood that fear had taken root. Throughout this period, nearly every opponent he faced had been left in awe of his strength. This was only natural. Ever since his celestial demon body ascended to its 4th level, Bai Chen's physical prowess had reached the caliber of a 60,000-year soul beast, an embodiment of a humanoid beast. Even the typical Soul Dolua could not rival his physical attributes, rendering this Soul Emperor insignificant in comparison. Farewell. In an instant, Bai Chen surged forward, uttering those 2 words. Without giving his opponent a moment to react, he delivered a decisive blow, rendering him unconscious. Upon witnessing the outcome of the match, the referee promptly announced, "The victor of this battle is contestant Fenrir. Congratulations to Fenrir for advancing to the rank of Sapphire Soul Fighter." Ignoring the cheers from the audience, Bai Chen descended from the arena to claim his prize, exchanging his combat soul medal for the coveted Sapphire medal. Additionally, he received a reward of 1 million gold soul coins. Not every Sapphire level soul fighter received such bountiful rewards. Bai Chen was an exceptional case. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the chain task 2, advancing to Sapphire level soul fighter. The host is rewarded with 100,000 points and 1 divine soul ring. Bai Chen, did I just mishear? It seems I have acquired something truly remarkable. Upon examining his attributes, Bai Chen's gaze fell upon the divine soul ring, and he quickly confirmed that he was not mistaken. Divine soul ring, inactive state, effect. It allows the user to acquire a skill with the most suitable limit for their current level. Upon realizing the function of the divine soul ring, Bai Chen was certain that this was indeed the divine soul ring from his memories. In disbelief, he raked his fingers through his hair, pondering the possibility that upon reaching level 60 and utilizing this soul ring, he might obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Chen swallowed hard. Subsequently, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the 3rd chain quest of the Soul Arena. Please elevate your soul level to diamond within 10 years. Rewards will be determined based on completion. Chapter 159. What reward do you desire? Upon returning, Bai Chen gazed at the divine soul ring adorning him. Overwhelmed with joy, he never anticipated such a reward. It felt as though even in dreams, one would awaken with a smile. If ascending to the Sapphire level merited such a divine gift, then reaching the Diamond Soul Fighting tier would surely propel him to even greater heights. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong received the news of Bai Chen's elevation to Sapphire status almost immediately. After some contemplation, she resolved to extend a gesture of goodwill towards him. After all, she was now, in name, Bai Chen's mentor. It was only fitting to acknowledge her student's remarkable performance. Summon Bai Chen. I have matters to discuss with him, Bibi Dong instructed her attendant. Yes, Your Holiness, came the reply. A quarter of an hour later, an announcement echoed from outside. Your Holiness, Elder Yu Xiaojiang seeks an audience. At the mention of Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong paused momentarily, surprised that she would encounter him again in her lifetime. After a brief interval, she commanded, "Let him enter." "Yes, Your Holiness." With that, Yu Xiaojiang stepped into the grand hall. Bibi Dong scrutinized the middle-aged man before her, who bore the marks of time. Her lips twitched, as she hesitated to articulate her thoughts, ultimately exclaiming, "What brings you here? How dare you show your face at the spirit hall?" In response to Bibi Dong's remarks, Yu Xiaojing stated, "I have inquiries to make." Despite the significant disparity in their ranks, with him trailing over 70 levels behind her, there was an unusual conviction in his voice. "Ah, you merely seek the method to cultivate dual martial souls, all for the sake of your precious disciple, am I right?" Bibi Dong retorted. Yu Xiaojing nodded, confirming her suspicion. "Indeed, that is my purpose for coming. How dare you even ask me for this? Let me be clear, Yu Xiaojing. While I might divulge such information to anyone else, you are the one person I refuse to enlighten. Please, I implore you to share the method," Yu Xiaojing replied, maintaining his composure. "San is dear to me. I wish for him to navigate the challenges of dual martial souls safely." As Bibi Dong prepared to respond, a guard suddenly interrupted. "Your Holiness, Lord Bai Chen has arrived." Upon hearing Bai Chen's name, Yu Xiaojing was momentarily taken aback. If his assumptions were correct, this Bai Chen was indeed the individual he had been contemplating. Yet why was he here? Just then, Bai Chen entered the Pope's chamber. Upon his entrance, he immediately recognized Yu Xiaojing, feeling a flicker of surprise. However, he refrained from greeting him, merely exchanging a glance that confirmed their mutual recognition. "Teacher, you summoned me? What is it?" Bai Chen inquired of Bibi Dong. With Bai Chen's arrival, Bibi Dong composed herself, and with a smile, she remarked, "Congratulations, Bai Chen. I hear you've ascended to the sapphire level. At your age, I was still striving for the gold soul medal. Is there any reward you desire?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Bai Chen hesitated momentarily. "So, teacher, you knew all along. I thought you were unaware. I must have disguised myself quite well." After speaking, Bibi Dong helplessly rubbed her forehead. Bai Chen's disguise was something anyone familiar with him could easily recognize. With their spirit hall's extensive intelligence network, it was nearly impossible for them not to identify Bai Chen. Before the two could continue their conversation, Yu Xiaojing abruptly interjected, "What is going on? Bibi Dong, why is Bai Chen here? Isn't he from the Heaven Do Empire? Have you kidnapped him?" Caught off guard by Yu Xiaojing's interruption, Bibi Dong's previously adjusted emotions soured once again. Observing this, Bai Chen quickly interjected, "Master, I joined the spirit hall of my own volition. I was kidnapped by Dugabo. And if it weren't for the timely rescue by grandfather Yueguan, no, Elder Yueguan, I might have already perished at Dugabo's hands." Seizing this opportunity, Bai Chen intended to express his loyalty to Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Bai Chen's response, Bibi Dong smiled, clearly satisfied. In contrast, Yu Xiaojing appeared astonished. "What? Dugabo kidnapped you?" "Indeed, master. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with my current affiliations. I am thriving within the spirit hall, quite well, in fact, and have not faced any grievances. I can share some news. I have already broken through to the rank of Soul King and have joined the spirit hall's battle team. It seems your Shrek Academy is participating in a major tournament and has successfully passed the preliminary and advancement rounds. We may encounter each other, should circumstances allow." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow, yet he remained focused on their original purpose. However, before he could speak, Bibi Dong interjected, "If you have come solely to inquire about the dual spirit system, you may leave. I will not divulge anything." At Bibi Dong's resolute tone, Yu Xiaojing sighed. "Moreover, I have already dispatched someone to eliminate him. I believe they have arrived by now." Yu Xiaojing, initially intending to depart, froze upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. "What did you say?" "I said, did you not hear me? Why do you ask?" "Bibi Dong, if anything happens to Xiao San, I will ensure you regret it for the rest of your life." Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in anger. Bai Chen, witnessing Yu Xiaojing's demeanor, found it absurd that this 29th level soul master dared to speak so boldly to a titled law. He was curious about the source of his audacity, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Bibi Dong chuckled, "Oh, Yu Xiaojing, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? The world may blame me, but you alone cannot. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you?" As she spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Bibi Dong, forcing Yu Xiaojing to take several steps back. Bai Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Eventually, Yu Xiaojing was expelled from the room, and Bai Chen noticed Bibi Dong's fingers tightened as she dismissed him. Clearly, she was still reluctant. Bai Chen was left puzzled as to why they could hold such deep affection for a single individual. He felt that Yu Xiaojing was truly lacking in emotional depth. Though he himself was not particularly impressive, he believed he was somewhat superior to Yu Xiaojing. Now that Yu Xiaojing had grown older, he wondered what Bibi Dong still found appealing about him. He mused that he was a person who was rather indifferent to emotions, and thus struggled to comprehend their feelings. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong spoke up. I apologize, Bai Chen, for letting you witness this awkwardness. I had known you Xiaojing in the past, and some events transpired between us. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, teacher. Rest assured. I will keep this to myself. Observing Bai Chen's obedient demeanor, Bibi Dong felt a bit lighter in spirit. All right, have you decided what reward you would like? In response to Bibi Dong's inquiry, Bai Chen shook his head, genuinely unable to think of anything, primarily because he lacked for nothing. Chapter 160. The Right Leg Bone of the Howling Moon Wolf. Part 1. Observing the conflicted expression on Bai Chen's face, Bibi Dong chuckled and inquired. What's the matter? Can't think of anything? Bai Chen nodded slightly. Bibi Dong continued. Why don't you accompany me for a stroll today? Bai Chen, taken aback, thought to himself that he neither anticipated a reward nor a punishment. Noticing the astonishment etched on Bai Chen's visage, Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted abruptly. What, you're not willing? Bai Chen quickly responded. No. I am willing. Yet, with a sudden shift in tone, he exclaimed, I am not willing. Bibi Dong smiled. As long as you are willing, let us go. With that, she rose and led Bai Chen to her residence. After changing into a more casual attire, the two ventured out. As Bai Chen beheld Bibi Dong, clad in ordinary garments, he felt a sense of novelty. Teacher, where are we headed? He inquired with curiosity. You shall decide. If you can lift my spirits today, I will grant you this. With that, Bibi Dong produced a right leg bone from her soul guide, causing Bai Chen to momentarily freeze in astonishment. His divine eye clearly discerned the attributes of the leg bone. Right leg bone of the Howling Moon Wolf. Age, 23,000 years compatibility, 83% soul bone integrity. 65% the soul bone was indeed of considerable quality. Bai Chen was astonished that Bibi Dong would so casually present such a remarkable soul bone as a reward. Unbeknownst to him, this soul bone was initially intended as a reward for his achievement of the sapphire level medal. However, coincidentally, Yu Xiaojang's visit to the spirit hall had soured Bibi Dong's previously pleasant disposition. Thus, she sought a rare moment of relaxation, a chance to forget the day's unfortunate events. Moreover, this outing provided an opportunity to learn more about Bai Chen, as they had only crossed paths a handful of times during his 2 years at the spirit hall. Understanding his preferences was essential if she wished to truly retain him within the spirit hall. Upon exiting the spirit hall, Bai Chen produced 2 masks that obscured half of their faces. Teacher, this mask is for you. Upon receiving the fox mask from Bai Chen, Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement. She understood that both their appearances were exceedingly striking, and if they ventured out without disguises, they would undoubtedly attract a multitude of gazes, thus spoiling their outing. Once they donned their masks and exchanged glances, they nodded in agreement. Although half of their faces were concealed, their distinct allure remained, albeit somewhat diminished compared to being unmasked. Bibi Dong asked, All right, Bai Chen, where shall you take me? Hesitating momentarily, Bai Chen resolved to follow his own inclinations. Teacher, don't ask just yet, simply follow me. Very well, Bibi Dong replied, intrigued by where Bai Chen would lead her. 15 minutes later, Bibi Dong gazed at the dining table before her and cast a puzzled glance at Bai Chen. Indeed, the first step of Bai Chen's plan was to bring Bibi Dong here to dine. Observing her bewildered expression, Bai Chen calmly completed the ordering of dishes. Then stated with composure, Teacher, the food here is exquisite. It will surely elevate your spirits. Oh, Bibi Dong replied with a serene demeanor. Soon, the dishes Bai Chen had ordered arrived, totaling over 10. Initially, Bai Chen had intended to order more. But considering that Bibi Dong might not be able to consume such a quantity, and that it would be rather inappropriate for him to indulge excessively, he decided to refrain. Teacher, do try this cake. It is quite delightful, he urged. All right, Bibi Dong responded, picking up a piece of osmanthus cake and consuming it. Observing her, Bai Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. He had heard that sweet treats could significantly enhance one's sense of happiness, and since the osmanthus cake was sweet, he hoped it might uplift Bibi Dong's mood. However, after finishing, her expression remained utterly unchanged, which disheartened Bai Chen. Noticing his demeanor, Bibi Dong remarked, It's quite delicious. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen's spirit soared. He felt a renewed sense of hope. Bibi Dong, witnessing his reaction, slightly curled the corners of her mouth. Such a response was remarkably easy to interpret, and it was the first time she had encountered someone so transparent in their emotions. Subsequently, Bai Chen, unusually distracted from his meal, occasionally suggested a dish or two for Bibi Dong to try. They both relished the meal, enjoying a pleasant dining experience together. After their repast, Bai Chen led Bibi Dong to a mountain in the outskirts. Bibi Dong was taken aback by this turn of events. She had anticipated a shopping excursion rather than a visit to such a serene locale. Then, Bai Chen removed his mask and unveiled a magnificent accordion. Bibi Dong watched with keen interest. She had known of Bai Chen's musical talent from her prior investigations, which had documented his capabilities. However, was he truly about to perform for her? With this thought in mind, she settled down, preparing to quietly enjoy Bai Chen's performance. As Bibi Dong took her seat, Bai Chen began to play. In no time, a joyful melody wafted toward her. Bibi Dong listened intently, her focus unwavering. Gradually, small animals were drawn to the enchanting sound. As Bai Chen had deliberately chosen a piece that both soul beasts and humans would adore. A few minutes later, as the piece concluded, Bibi Dong nodded appreciatively. Though she seldom indulged in musical performances, she could discern that Bai Chen's playing was exceptional, and it had certainly lifted her spirits. Looking around, she noticed that numerous small soul beasts, such as rabbits, had gathered nearby. Seeing this, Bai Chen chuckled as he approached, gently picking up 2 rabbits. Remarkably, the rabbits did not resist, and instead basked in Bai Chen's gentle caresses. Half an hour later, by the brookside, 2 golden-brown rabbits lay quietly over a crackling fire. As she observed this scene, Bibi Dong's lips twitched slightly. After a considerable pause, she remarked, "Your performance on the organ is quite commendable, truly delightful." Bai Chen, who was tending to the rabbits, smiled and responded, "Thank you, teacher. Whenever I feel downcast, I find solace in playing a piece myself. Allow me to teach you the organ. Whenever you are feeling low, you can play a tune, and it will undoubtedly lift your spirits." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 161, The Wolf of the Howling Moon, Right Leg Bone Bai Chen. However, before we proceed, let us first enjoy the roasted rabbit. Otherwise, it will become unappetizing once it cools down. Bai Dong. Subsequently, Bai Dong accepted the rabbit handed to her by Bai Chen, tearing off a small piece of the meat and placing it in her mouth. After savoring it for a moment, she nodded in approval, affirming that it was indeed quite delectable, rivaling even that of the finest establishments. Observing Bai Dong's demeanor, Bai Chen sighed, pondering how long it would take to finish their meal. It was quite the burden to be in the presence of such a prominent figure, as one must always be mindful of their conduct. With that thought in mind, Bai Chen took a hearty bite of the rabbit, consuming a significant portion in one go. If given the chance, he would have devoured an entire pig in mere bites. Noticing Bai Chen's voracious appetite, Bai Dong hesitated momentarily, then mimicked him, taking a generous bite herself. As the rich flavor filled her mouth, she appeared to unlock a new facet of herself, indulging in the meal with gusto. Bai Chen smiled at Bai Dong's transformation, thinking, "Now, this is more like it." Once she had finished, Bai Dong caught sight of Bai Chen's beaming expression and, feeling slightly puzzled, inquired, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" "Indeed," Bai Chen replied, producing a handkerchief to offer her. "Teacher, you have a bit of grease on your face." "Oh, thank you." Bai Chen thought to himself, as expected of Bai Dong. She is nothing like an ordinary girl. Blushing is simply out of the question for her. After wiping her face, Bai Dong lifted her gaze to Bai Chen and asked, "How does it look? Is it clean?" "Yes, quite clean," Bai Chen affirmed eagerly. "Now, let us practice the accordion." "Very well." With that, Bai Chen retrieved another accordion and handed it to Bai Dong. This particular instrument was the first he had ever practiced with. Bai Dong immediately took the accordion from his hands, and the two began their practice session. Half an hour later, as Bai Chen listened to Bai Dong's performance, he felt a tingling sensation run down his spine. To his astonishment, Bai Dong turned out to be rather tone-deaf. The small creatures that had previously been drawn to her music had now fled in terror from her discordant notes, some wild animals even becoming frenzied at the cacophony. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chen found himself at a loss for words, while Bai Dong remained blissfully absorbed in her playing. 2 hours later, as the sun began its descent, Bai Chen suddenly had an epiphany. "Teacher, quickly follow me." Upon hearing Bai Chen's exclamation, Bai Dong paused her playing, puzzled, before being led away by him. In a short while, they arrived at the mountaintop, gazing down at the spirit city before them. Bai Dong was taken aback. The vantage point Bai Chen had chosen offered a breathtaking panoramic view of Spirit City, a sight Bai Chen had fortuitously discovered. Although Bai Dong had resided in Spirit City for many years, this was her first glimpse of its full splendor. She had been unaware that the city in which she lived was so beautiful. Bai Chen, observing Bai Dong's awestruck expression, felt a sense of relief. He had previously believed that she would not appreciate such sights. After a day had passed, the two returned to the spirit hall. Bai Chen presented the organ that Bibi Dong had practiced with earlier, saying, "Teacher, I give this to you. This organ is my very first one, and I hope that whenever you feel disheartened, you might play it for solace." Hearing Bai Chen's words, Bibi Dong nodded and carefully stored the instrument away. She gently patted Bai Chen's head, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I had a delightful day today." As she spoke, she slipped a coin into Bai Chen's hand before departing, reminiscent of a wealthy patron leaving after indulgence. Observing the soul bone in his hand, Bai Chen called out, "Teacher, until tomorrow." At his words, Bibi Dong turned back with a radiant smile. Upon seeing her smile, Bai Chen swallowed hard. Indeed, her laughter was enchanting. It's true that one should smile more often. Lost in thought, Bai Chen returned to his quarters. The first thing he did was take out the soul bone and immediately began the absorption process. The Howling Moon Wolf was akin to a nearly supreme soul beast, and Bai Chen certainly would not let this top-tier soul bone slip away. The absorption proceeded smoothly, as it typically did, given that absorbing soul bones bore no risk. An hour later, Bai Chen successfully absorbed the soul bone, and instantly, the attributes of his right leg bone of the Hurricane Magic Wolf transformed. Right leg bone of the Howling Moon Wolf, age, 33,000 years, skills, Gale, Devour. Moon Blade concentrates soul power into an extraordinarily sharp blade of moonlight for attack. Its potency increases during the night under the moon's illumination, with varying strength based on the moon's phase, reaching its zenith during a full moon. Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback to discover the new attributes of the right leg bone, noting that it had even mutated. He had presumed it would merely enhance its age, but this was fortuitous, as it granted an additional skill that seemed quite formidable. In addition, his level had ascended to 53. After the absorption, Bai Chen stepped into the courtyard. The sky had darkened, yet he felt exhilarated. The moon had risen, albeit as a waning crescent, still offering an enhancement he could test. In the courtyard, he gazed at a large stone and declared, "Moonblade." With a swift motion of his leg, a pristine blade of moonlight swept forth. Gradually, the upper half of the stone began to slide down. Bai Chen observed the cut surface, which gleamed as smoothly as polished marble. Seeing this, he swallowed again. This moon blade was far superior to his second soul skill, the Black Moon Song Wolf Slash. And this was merely under a waning moon. One could only imagine the power it would wield under a full moon. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Tang San and his companions successfully repelled an assault from the Spirit Hall. Days later, in Spirit City, 32 teams that had broken through from the 2 empires arrived simultaneously. Upon reaching Spirit City, Meng Yiran could no longer contain her excitement. She leapt from the carriage and sprinted towards the Spirit Hall. The Snake Woman, accompanying Long Gong, exchanged a knowing smile upon witnessing the scene. This girl was indeed quite impatient. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others wore solemn expressions as they gazed ahead, fully aware that the recent assassination attempt orchestrated by the Spirit Hall had been aimed directly at them. Had it not been for Chun Xin and Gu Rong's intervention, they would not have survived. On another note, Xiao Pei announced, "Young Master Bai Chen, the teams from various academies have arrived in the capital." At her words, Bai Chen opened his eyes and nodded. "I see. I shall go out to take a look," he replied, then made his way out of the room, heading towards the city gate. Chapter 162, A Soul Master who dares not to cause trouble is not a good soul master. At the entrance of the Spirit Hall, a guard abruptly blocked Meng Yiran's path, asserting, "Who goes there? Unauthorized entry into the Spirit Hall is prohibited." Upon hearing the guard's words, Meng Yiran remained unperturbed, her mood exceptionally bright that day. "I am a friend of Bai Chen. My name is Meng Yiran, and I have come to seek him. Please inform him," she replied courteously. The guard responded, "Very well, please wait a moment. I shall send someone to notify Lord Bai Chen. No need to look for him. I have arrived." Just then, Bai Chen appeared at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing him, the surrounding guards stepped back, greeting him respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Bai Chen." Bai Chen smiled warmly. "Sister Yiran, it has been quite some time. Congratulations on surpassing both the preliminary and qualifying rounds." "Thank you." Meng Yiran beamed in response. "Let us stroll together and take a look at the teams participating this time," Bai Chen suggested. "Certainly." With that, Meng Yiran walked alongside Bai Chen as they made their way to the accommodations assigned to various academies by the Spirit Hall. Bai Chen's purpose for visiting this time was not primarily to see the Shrek 7 monsters, but rather to explore other academies, as he intended to establish his own sect in the future. He wondered if he might discover some talented individuals among them. Soon, Bai Chen and Meng Yiran arrived at the academy's lounge area, where they spotted Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar engaged in some secretive activities. Upon noticing Meng Yiran and Bai Chen, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Dai boss. Little Oscar. Look, isn't that Meng Yiran?" At Ma Hongjun's words, Oscar and Dai Mubai immediately turned to look. "Indeed, it is Meng Yiran," Dai Mubai remarked, "and she is accompanied by a man. Did she not have a fondness for Tang San?" "Ah, women." Dai Mubai and his companions were quite conspicuous, and both Bai Chen and Meng Yiran quickly noticed them. However, Bai Chen paused for a moment, taken aback by the levels of the trio, which were somewhat different from what he had anticipated. Dai Mubai, level 42 Oscar, level 41 Ma Hongjun. Level 41, they had no celestial herbs left, yet they had managed to break through to the Soul Grandmaster rank. Bai Chen soon deduced that they must have obtained other herbs from Tang San, enabling their breakthroughs. However, aside from the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, all celestial herbs had been depleted, and even the 9-petal purple ginseng had been taken by Bai Chen. Whatever herbs Tang San had provided could not possibly reach the level of the extraordinary heaven-connecting chrysanthemum. So Bai Chen speculated that Tang San must have found other suitable herbs for them in the medicinal garden. Nonetheless, Bai Chen had no intention of concerning himself with them. Although Dai Mubai and his companions possessed considerable talent, they were not candidates for his sect. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Ma Hongjun remarked, "Dai boss, that masked man seems rather arrogant. What do you think? Should we teach him a lesson?" Following one of Shrek's school mottos. A soul master who does not dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. They felt a strange displeasure towards Bai Chen and were eager to bully him. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged a knowing glance, followed by a mischievous grin, intent on teaching Bai Chen a lesson. However, due to the auditory enhancement provided by the hearing potion, all their whispers reached Bai Chen's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. The antics of Shrek Academy seemed rather absurd to him. He could not comprehend the benefit of instigating trouble. All he knew was that if Ma Hongjun and his cohorts dared to provoke him, their fate would be sealed. Soon, Ma Hongjun and his companions approached with conspicuous lack of awareness, catching Ming Yiran's attention. Initially, she dismissed their presence, assuming they were merely passing by, until Ma Hongjun feigned a playful scuffle and carelessly tossed a stone in their direction. After Bai Chen intercepted it, both he and Ming Yiran turned to face them. "What do you want?" Ming Yiran exclaimed, her irritation evident. "Are you out of your minds?" Ma Hongjun smirked. "My apologies, I slipped." Seeing his demeanor ignited Ming Yiran's anger, and she prepared to confront him. However, Bai Chen interposed himself before her, addressing the group. "Apologize. What did you say?" "I can't hear you," Ma Hongjun retorted, while Dai Mubai and Oscar regarded Bai Chen with smug satisfaction. At this moment, Bai Chen's ire truly flared. These ruffians were undeniably asking for a beating. In an instant, Bai Chen appeared before Ma Hongjun, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen that resounded with a thunderous crack. Ma Hongjun felt as though he had been struck by a carriage, an explosive sensation surging within him. "Fatty!" Dai Mubai shouted, activating his martial spirit as 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings materialized around him, charging towards Bai Chen. Yet Bai Chen remained unfazed, seizing Dai Mubai's fist and, with a forceful yank, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Dai Mubai found himself overwhelmed by an irresistible might, crashing back down to the ground with a resounding thud. With a sickening crunch, he felt several bones snap. Bai Chen released his grip, leaving Dai Mubai curled up on the ground, groaning in agony. Bai Chen then advanced toward Oscar, who momentarily stood frozen in fear. The man before him was a terrifying force, far beyond their capacity to resist. The commotion soon attracted the attention of others, including students from Tianshui and Qihua academies. They were taken aback to see a Shrek Academy student sprawled on the ground, knowing all too well the strength of Shrek's members from their previous encounters. Yet now, this individual was being dominated by the very person standing before them. "Stop!" called out Flanders, as the other Shrek members rushed over. At the sound of this command, Bai Chen gradually turned to face him. Upon seeing Bai Chen turn around, Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback. Although Bai Chen was currently masked, the essence of his demeanor could not be concealed by a mere half-covered face. Ning Rongrong, upon beholding Bai Chen, experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Bai Chen, what intentions do you harbor towards the students of our academy?" The members of Shrek Academy were momentarily stunned. Yu Xiaojiang had previously recounted the events surrounding Bai Chen, including his past achievements and his affiliation with the Spirit Hall, which piqued their curiosity. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of anticipation. Could it truly be him? Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Ming Yiran immediately retorted, "What are we doing? If it were not for those 3 provoking us, we would have had no interest in them whatsoever." Chapter 163, The Battle Against Zhao Wujie. As Oscar assisted Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun back, Zhao Wujie hastily inquired, "Are you both all right, Mubai, Hongjun?" Oscar replied, "Teacher, Hongjun has broken ribs, and Mubai has a fractured hand." "What?" Upon hearing Oscar's words, Zhao Wujie quickly examined Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's injuries, confirming the severity of their condition as Oscar had described. Damn it. In an instant, Zhao Wujie's martial soul manifested, revealing a striking combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings encircling him as he charged towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen had already anticipated Zhao Wujie's movement and similarly summoned his martial soul, showcasing 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Bai Chen's soul ring configuration. Oscar exclaimed, He is just like Tang San. His fourth soul ring is also a 10,000-year soul ring. He is a soul king. Second soul skill, powerful diamond palm. First soul skill, frenzied assault. Simultaneously, both combatants unleashed their respective second soul skills. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, forcing both fighters to stagger back a few paces, shattering Bai Chen's mask. As Bai Chen's true visage was revealed, everyone present fixated their gaze upon his face, entranced by his stunning appearance, particularly the female students from the Tianshui Academy, whose eyes widened in awe. Conversely, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu experienced a different sensation, having previously encountered Bai Chen. They were more astonished to see him once again. Recognizing each other's formidable strength, both fighters were taken aback. Bai Chen's power was no trifling matter, and it was astonishing that Zhao Wujie could contend with him so fiercely. Now, Zhao Wujie was even more astonished, but he quickly comprehended that Bai Chen was not an adversary to be underestimated. First soul skill, immutable King S body. Third soul skill, terrifying shriek. With a piercing shriek, Bai Chen's attack caused a significant drop in Zhao Wujie's attributes, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Bai Chen rushed forward, and the two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle. To everyone's surprise, as a Soul King, Bai Chen dominated the encounter against Zhao Wujie. However, their skirmish was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team. What are you doing? Upon hearing the enforcement team's inquiry, both parties ceased hostilities. The enforcement team members paused upon seeing Bai Chen, addressing him respectfully. Lord Bai Chen, are you unharmed? What has transpired here? Bai Chen replied, nothing of consequence. Merely a minor altercation. There is no need for concern. Indeed, you need not worry about the situation here. I shall handle it. Understood, Lord Bai Chen. With that, they departed. Witnessing the familiarity between Bai Chen and the Spirit Hall's enforcers, a sense of foreboding settled over the onlookers. As Bai Chen coldly turned his face away, he remarked, you may inquire with those three to discern what transpired. Shrek Academy, if you do not apologize for today's events, you had better pray that our paths do not cross in the competition, or you shall surely regret it. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Oscar and asked, Little Ao, what exactly happened? Oscar recounted the events that had just unfolded, leaving no detail unmentioned. After he finished, the members of Shrek found themselves in an awkward silence. Could it be that they had instigated the incident? Nevertheless, even after learning the truth, Zhao Wujin remained furious. Even so, your actions were excessively harsh. They have broken bones. Bai Chen retorted, was my response too severe? Had they offended others, they would have already met their demise. In light of Bai Chen's statement, the individuals from Shrek were at a loss for words, save for Ning Rongrong and Tang San, who approached. Bai Chen. It has been a long time, Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed. Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been a while, Rongrong. Observing the exchange between Ning Rongrong and Bai Chen, Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Their familiarity suggested an acquaintance, which instilled a sense of unease within him. Subsequently, Bai Chen stated, let us speak of this another time. It seems now is not the moment. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Rongrong. With that, he turned to leave, prompting Ning Rongrong to call after him. Bai Chen. He turned around, inquiring, what is it? Ning Rongrong asked, what is your relationship? It was evident that she was referring to Meng Yiran. Bai Chen replied, Sister Yiran is my savior. With that, he departed with Meng Yiran. Observing Bai Chen's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong offered a bittersweet smile. A savior, indeed. How could one ever repay such a debt? Sister Yiran, are you all right? Meng Yiran responded, I am fine. Where shall we go next? Hearing Bai Chen's earlier response left Meng Yiran feeling disheartened. It appeared that in his eyes, she was merely a benefactor. Without that connection, she felt as though she amounted to nothing. Bai Chen suggested, let us pay a visit to the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch. It has been quite a while since we last saw them. All right, she replied. Following their visit to the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch, Bai Chen returned home. Originally intending to observe the talents of various academies, that plan was now regrettably abandoned. Yet, although Bai Chen did not remember the talents from each academy, the students had certainly taken note of him, achieving his goal in a roundabout manner. Back at Shrek Academy, the group fell into a contemplative silence, particularly Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Ultimately, today's incident was rooted in their own actions. Had they not provoked matters, the situation would not have escalated. After a considerable pause, Flender placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders and remarked, it is all right, Mubai, Hongjun, little Ao. Remember this lesson. What has happened has transpired. Flander undoubtedly felt a profound sense of regret within the hearts of the three, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang sought to alleviate the tension, stating, enough of this remorse. Lamenting over past actions serves no purpose. Let us now focus on the matters pertaining to the competition. Today, you have witnessed Bai Chen's formidable prowess. Should we encounter the Spirit Hall team, we must exert ourselves to the utmost. Xiao San, from this moment onward, there shall be no restrictions. You may employ all your offensive techniques. Tang San responded, yes, teacher. Yu Xiaojiang continued, Mu Bai and Hong Jun are currently quite injured. Let them rest for a while. Fortunately, there remains ample time before the commencement of the grand tournament, so there is no need for haste. The conflict we experience today is not entirely detrimental. It has allowed us to glimpse a portion of Bai Chen's strength. We can devise strategies to counter him. Chapter 164. Nevertheless, it matters not. Today, I shall also fulfill the 2 chapters owed from yesterday, on the other side. After bidding farewell to Ming Yuran and returning to the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen had scarcely arrived when he heard a messenger call out, Lord Bai Chen. His Holiness the Pope requests your presence after your return. Upon realizing that Bibi Dong was seeking him once more, Bai Chen felt a tinge of resignation. Suspecting that the events of the day had already reached her ears, with no other option, he made his way toward the Pope's chamber. 15 minutes later, in the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong, are you well, Bai Chen? I heard you had a confrontation with the Shrek Academy. Bai Chen, yes, but it is nothing serious. Among those who struck from Shrek, there were no formidable opponents, so I emerged unscathed. Bibi Dong, that is reassuring. Bai Chen, is this the only reason you summoned me? Teacher? He felt a flicker of curiosity, doubting that Bibi Dong would merely seek to inquire about his well-being. Bibi Dong, what else could there be? Is there something more? Taken aback by her response, Bai Chen replied, no, it's nothing. If that is all, I shall take my leave. Very well, you may return, she said. With that, Bai Chen departed to resume his cultivation, for no matter the circumstances, he could not neglect his training. That night, Bibi Dong took out the organ that Bai Chen had gifted her and played a delightful tune. Soon, a lively melody filled the air, enchanting to the ears. Indeed, this was Bibi Dong's true prowess. As a title Dolua, her spiritual power vastly exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Even when merely imitating Bai Chen's movements, she could flawlessly replicate his music. Her previous performance had simply been a deliberate act. As she recalled the reluctant yet compelled expression on Bai Chen's face, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle softly. 2 weeks later, the elimination matches officially commenced. In this round, among the 33 teams, the Spirit Hall's team alongside the 2-seed teams from Tiando and Xinglua would be absent, preparing for the next round of competition. Despite this, Bai Chen attended the event, intent on observing the matches in hopes of discovering potential talents. Upon his arrival in the viewing area, he garnered considerable attention, particularly from the girls of the Planned Academy and the Tianshui Academy, their eyes widening in surprise, for Bai Chen had chosen not to don his mask that day. Meng Yuran, in particular, rushed over to sit beside him, eliciting envy from those who witnessed the scene. Bai Chen, what brings you here today? She inquired. I simply wish to observe the strengths of the various academies, he responded. Oh, Meng Yuran thought he had come specifically to cheer for her. Realizing now that her assumption had been somewhat presumptuous, as the two conversed, Hulaina approached them. She had heard rumors the previous day that Bai Chen had gone shopping with a girl, a piece of news that had kept her awake all night. Tossing and turning in bed, whenever she closed her eyes, she could envision Bai Chen in intimate moments with another girl. If this continued, he might be whisked away by someone else, although it seemed he was already attached. Nevertheless, it matters not. She lived in such proximity to Bai Chen, both residing in the Spirit Hall, and she firmly believed that one day he would be captivated by her. Thus, upon learning that Bai Chen had come to watch the competition this morning, she hurried over, only to find him in an intimate exchange with Meng Yuran. A wave of relief washed over her. She was glad she had arrived, or else this woman might have successfully ensnared him. With these thoughts in mind, Hulaina plopped down beside Bai Chen, catching both him and Meng Yuran off guard. Bai Chen inquired, Sister Nana, what brings you here today? Hulaina replied, I came to watch the match. I happened to see you, so I came over. Oh, Bai Chen responded, as the competition was about to commence. Meng Yuran quickly interjected. I need to go compete now. I'll see you later. All right, Bai Chen replied. Today's match pitted the Divine Wind Academy against the Beast Academy. After glancing at the lineups, Bai Chen sighed. The Beast Academy's team seemed rather insufficient. Besides Meng Yuran, there was only one soul master at level 40, and their martial soul qualities were lacking, creating a stark contrast with the Divine Wind Academy. Among the students of the Beast Academy, 3 were exceptionally beautiful girls. Normally, Feng Xiaodian, known for his flamboyant personality, would have flirted with them by now, but today, he remained emotionless as he faced his opponents. The reason for his demeanor was that Huo Wu had also come to watch the match. He glanced in her direction and noticed her staring at Bai Chen. Instantly, he felt disheartened. First Tang San, and now Bai Chen. Why were there so many remarkable men in this world? When would he, Feng Xiaoyan, be able to rise to such heights? Lost in thought, Feng Xiaoyan's expression grew more serious. He was determined to prove himself in this battle. The match commenced. At the moment the referee announced the start, all 14 participants instantly summoned their martial souls. As they did, Bai Chen began to assess their attributes. Starting with the Beast Academy. Ghost Wolf, Advanced Martial Soul, Strength, C, Agility, A, Constitution, C, Growth, B, Soul Power, C. Shadow Lion, Advanced Martial Soul, Strength, B, Agility, C, Constitution, B, Growth, C, Soul Power, B. Dragon Crocodile, Supreme Martial Soul, Strength, S, Agility, B, Constitution, A, Growth, B, Soul Power, B. After glancing at the martial soul attributes of the Beast Academy, Bai Chen nodded in approval. Their martial souls were commendable, and these individuals could potentially forge beneficial connections, possibly leading to their recruitment into the sect in the future. Subsequently, Bai Chen examined the attributes of Feng Xiaoyan and his companions. Swift Wind Two-Headed Wolf, Mutated Martial Soul, Strength, B, Agility, S, Constitution, B, Growth, B, Soul Power, B. Upon seeing Feng Xiaoyan's attributes, Bai Chen was taken aback. This fellow's martial soul was indeed formidable, ranking impressively among the supreme martial souls. A fitting testament to its mutated nature. As for the other members of the Divine Wind Academy, their martial soul qualities were also satisfactory. With 2 supreme martial souls and 4 advanced martial souls, excluding Feng Xiaoyan, all was quite commendable. Bai Chen glanced around at the other spectators of the competition and noted that their martial souls were largely similar. However, the martial soul of Shui Bing'er from Tianshui Academy, the Ice Phoenix, astonishingly reached the level of a super martial soul. Ice Phoenix, super martial soul, Strength, A. Agility, a Physique, a Growth, a Soul Power, as though the Ice Phoenix is considered somewhat weaker amongst super martial souls. It remains an impressive asset. Should this individual be recruited into his sect, it is likely that they could produce another title Dolua in the future. The participants from various academies remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Chen had secretly set his sights on them. The competition concluded swiftly, with Feng Xiaoyan demonstrating no mercy. Confronting the 3 beautiful representatives of the Beast Academy, he dispatched each of them with a single claw strike. Chapter 165. The first battle. After the conclusion of the match, Bai Chen awaited Meng Yiran backstage. Despite the defeat, it was only fitting for Bai Chen to offer some words of comfort, as she was, after all, his savior. To prevent any burgeoning affection between Bai Chen and Meng Yiran, Hulaina remained closely attached to his side, boldly embracing her newfound freedom. Soon, Meng Yiran appeared. Upon spotting Bai Chen, she lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. The recent battle against the Shinkong Academy had been a crushing defeat, in comparison to Feng Xiaoyan. She felt vastly inadequate and now struggled to face Bai Chen. Bai Chen reassured her, it's perfectly normal to lose to Feng Xiaoyan. I just observed his capabilities, and it's clear he is exceptionally strong. However, rest assured, I will assist you in securing victory in the future. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Meng Yiran nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Bai Chen. Not at all, he replied. As they spoke, others from the Exotic Beast Academy emerged. Upon seeing Bai Chen and Meng Yiran together, their earlier despondency dissipated. It mattered not that they had lost, for the partner of their esteemed leader would surely help them reclaim victory. Suddenly, Meng Yiran felt a chill behind her and turned to see 6 familiar faces peering at them from the exit, their mouths moving as they cheered encouragingly. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she couldn't suppress a broad smile. The mere thought of being with Bai Chen filled her with joy. Well, the competition is over. I shall take my leave now. Those behind you must be your friends? Perhaps we can all meet next time, she suggested. Indeed, Meng Yiran replied softly. After their exchange, Bai Chen departed, with Hulaina promptly trailing behind. As they walked, Hulaina broke the silence. Bai Chen, do you have feelings for that girl? Are you referring to Meng Yiran? Bai Chen inquired. Yes, not particularly. Meng Yiran is my savior. Naturally, I ought to look after her. Moreover, she is a wonderful person, and being friends is truly delightful. Oh, I see. So Meng Yiran has indeed saved you. It is only right to express gratitude. Yay. So he does indeed fancy Meng Yiran. What a relief, Hulaina thought, a smile gracing her lips. Bai Chen asked, what has made you laugh so suddenly? Is there something amusing? Nothing at all. I merely recalled something joyful, she replied. Oh, I see. In the following days, Bai Chen's life returned to a semblance of normalcy until the first elimination round concluded, marking the commencement of his tasks. After the first round, only 18 teams remained. In this instance, the top 2 teams would receive a bye, leaving the remaining 16 teams to compete for 8 coveted spots. As the Spirit Hall did not participate in the advancement matches, they were set to compete this time. 2 days before the commencement of the competition, a young girl clad in white arrived at the gates of Spirit City, seated within a carriage. Not long after, a middle-aged man riding a horse approached the carriage and declared, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Spirit City." Upon hearing his voice, Shweka responded, "Yes, I am aware, Uncle Hay." With that, she lifted the curtain and alighted from the carriage. Gazing at the vast expanse of Spirit City before her, excitement flickered in her eyes. At last, "I have found you, Bai Chen." With this thought in mind, she stepped inside. 2 days later, the grand tournament officially commenced. The first match of the day featured the Spirit Hall team against the team from the Tiando Royal Academy. Due to the incident involving Dugubo, Duguyen was no longer a member of the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy, hence, she was absent from this team. Bai Chen was set to lead the members of Team 2 into battle. Initially, the Spirit Hall had not scheduled him to compete, but he had grown weary of idleness during this period. Furthermore, winning would earn him points and a minuscule chance of obtaining a mysterious drop. Facing the Tiando Royal Academy, he could afford to hold back some of his true abilities. Thus, Bai Chen was determined to take the stage. Seated in the VIP section, Shweka felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Bai Chen enter the arena. The news was indeed accurate. Bai Chen had made his appearance in Spirit City. Bai Chen also caught sight of Shweka, and his expression turned complex. Shweka was his first love, and despite their prolonged separation due to his sudden disappearance, they had never formally broken up. Now, after such a long time apart, he found himself at a loss for how to face her. In the audience, Hulaina observed Shweka in the VIP area, biting her lip. Everyone knew about the relationship between Bai Chen and Shweka. This was Hulaina's first encounter with Shweka, and she could not deny that Shweka was equally captivating, while Hulaina exuded a seductive allure. Shweka embodied purity and beauty. Each possessed their own unique charm, yet Shweka bore a significant disadvantage. She and Renchue glanced at Shweka's figure, then at her own, and thought to herself, well, she has the upper hand. When the Tiando Royal Academy took the stage, Yu Tianheng looked at Bai Chen and said, "It has been a while, Bai Chen. I did not expect to meet you under such circumstances." "Indeed, it has been a long time, Senior Yu," Bai Chen replied. Yu Tianheng continued, "I hope you will give it your all in this battle." Upon hearing his words, Bai Chen chose not to respond. Given Yu Tianheng's strength, it would be quite challenging for him to truly give his all. As the referee noted that both sides were ready, he announced, "The match begins. Spirit possession." With that, all 14 participants instantly activated their spirits. As Bai Chen's savage demon wolf made its entrance, everyone present, including the referee and teammates, felt its impact. Bai Chen instructed, "You all step back. Allow me to handle them." The members of Team 2 nodded in agreement, fully aware of Bai Chen's prowess. It was no exaggeration to say that with his abilities, Bai Chen could easily take on 7 opponents single-handedly. Yu Tianheng and the others gazed at Bai Chen with grave expressions, in addition to the menacing aura surrounding him. The configuration of his soul rings imposed significant pressure upon them, particularly the 2 striking black soul rings. The Tiando Royal team formed a defensive formation. Attempting to breach it alone would be exceedingly perilous. However, upon observing their formation, Bai Chen chose to disregard it entirely and charged in single-handedly. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. In the face of absolute power, any schemes or stratagems would prove futile. The brothers, Shimo and Shimo, stationed at the forefront, immediately brandished their Xuanwu shields to protect themselves as Bai Chen approached. Chapter 166. Alas, these 2 individuals possess martial souls that are on par with the formidable Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, albeit with a primary focus on defense. Although they currently hold only the rank of Soul Zone, their defensive capabilities are such that even a typical Soul King would find it challenging to breach their barriers. However, to Bai Chen, their defenses appeared rather ordinary. Bang! Bang! Bai Chen unleashed his claws upon their shields, and instantaneously, 5 claw marks materialized on each shield, shattering them with a single blow. Yet, due to their considerable weight and the nature of Bai Chen's attack, which was not primarily reliant on impact damage, the 2 remained grounded and unyielding. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianheng unleashed his ultimate move, 4th soul skill, Blue Lightning Divine Dragon Charge. As he spoke, a blue lightning dragon, over a meter in length, surged towards Bai Chen. Remarkably, despite having just launched an attack, Bai Chen seemed unperturbed, promptly declaring, 2nd soul skill, Black Moon Song Wolf Slash. In an instant, a black crescent blade hurtled toward Yu Tianheng's lightning dragon. Boom! The 2 forces collided, the lightning dragon being swiftly cleaved by the crescent blade, which subsequently dissipated in the wake of the dragon's explosion. 1st soul skill, Frenzied Assault. Bai Chen immediately activated another soul skill, driving both adversaries back with a powerful double punch. With no obstacles in his path, he surged into the throng. Third soul skill. Terrifying shriek. Ah! Accompanied by an unearthly, piercing shriek, the members of the Tiando royal team were left in a state of disorientation, their attributes plummeting significantly. Observing from the stands, Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew increasingly grave as he witnessed Bai Chen's series of maneuvers. He lamented, "What a monster! Nearly a soul king. Yet he exhibits such fluidity in battle without any hint of stiffness. After executing so many soul skills in succession, he maintains such seamless motion. This individual may indeed surpass even Xiao San in terms of terror." After his reflection, Yu Xiaojiang became increasingly apprehensive about the forthcoming battles. For it was highly likely that when they faced the Spirit Hall team, they would require no assistance from others. Bai Chen alone could potentially vanquish all members of Shrek. On the battlefield, after employing the terrifying shriek, Bai Chen swiftly incapacitated Yi Lingling with a single palm strike. As a 9-heart sea butterfly soul master, her support capabilities were undeniably formidable, and Bai Chen recognized the necessity of removing her from the fray. Second soul skill. Black Moon Song Wolf. Continuous kill. The continuous kill was a newly conceived technique by Bai Chen, though it was not entirely novel. It merely involved the repeated use of his second soul skill to achieve a wide-ranging lethal effect. The execution of this technique demanded an immense expenditure of soul power, requiring substantial reserves for support. Fortunately, Bai Chen's soul power reservoir far exceeded that of the average soul master. This also marked Bai Chen's inaugural use of this skill in actual combat. In an instant, 18 crescent blades surged toward the remaining 6 team members. Due to the terrifying shrieks, their minds remained in a state of confusion. All present, including the Shimo brothers, were rendered momentarily incapacitated. Ding! Congratulations, host. On achieving victory in this battle, you are rewarded with 2,300 points. Only 2,300 points? Bai Chen felt a tinge of disdain, indeed. The weak could hardly offer substantial rewards. Observing the fainted crowd, the referee gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. After a few moments, he finally reacted, exclaiming, "The victors of this match are the Spirit Hall team." Upon hearing the referee's declaration, the audience fell into a profound silence. One thought echoed in their minds: the Spirit Hall team was truly formidable. Just Bai Chen alone seemed nearly insurmountable. It was rumored that aside from Bai Chen, there were 3 Soul Kings within the Spirit Hall, leading the spectators to feel as though they were merely bystanders. Once the match concluded, it was not only the other academies that felt this way. The members of the second team now regarded Bai Chen with eyes filled with awe, akin to gazing upon a monster. The entire battle had lasted less than 3 minutes, and in that brief span, 7 soul ancestors had been defeated. Was such a feat even achievable by a mere human? However, Bai Chen paid little heed to these matters. He hastened toward Shui Ke. After all, she was his fiancée Yi, whom he had not seen for a long time. Upon recognizing him, Shui Ke rushed forward, embracing Bai Chen and sobbing, "Chen, I missed you so much. When I heard you had been captured by Dugubo, I thought I would never see you again. I am so relieved you're safe." Bai Chen gently patted her back, replying, "I'm sorry, Aku, for causing you worry. I am well and have not suffered any injuries during this time." Shui Ke halted her sobbing, asking, "Really?" Bai Chen affirmed, "Indeed." Shui Ke sighed in relief, "That's wonderful." Bai Chen affectionately ruffled Shui Ke's hair, saying, "All right. Today I will take you to explore Spirit City. Dry your tears." As he spoke, he wiped away her tears. Witnessing this tender exchange, countless envious gazes turned toward Bai Chen and Shui Ke. Shui Bing'er lamented from the audience, "If I have sinned, imprison me. Do not make me witness this." Meanwhile, Hulaina stood frozen, momentarily unable to accept the scene. Yet, Bai Chen paid no mind to their reactions, taking Shui Ke's hand and leading her on a leisurely stroll. "Chen, could you share your experiences from these past years with me?" Shui Ke inquired. Of course, Bai Chen responded without hesitation, recounting all that he could share. Upon hearing his words, Shui Ke exhaled in relief. If what Bai Chen said was true, he indeed had not endured any injustices. "Will you return to the Heaven Do Empire with me?" Shui Ke asked in return. "Return to the Heaven Do Empire?" "Well," Bai Chen hesitated. "I'm afraid not, Aku. I am now a part of the Spirit Hall, and until I possess sufficient strength, I cannot leave." "Oh, all right." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Shui Ke felt a sense of helplessness, yet she could only acquiesce. Indeed, Bai Chen was now a victim of circumstances. Subsequently, Shui Ke lowered her head and said, "I am truly sorry, Chen. Had I not invited you to my brother's banquet back then, none of this would have transpired." Observing Shui Ke's self-reproach, Bai Chen understood that no matter what she said, it would be difficult for Shui Ke to cease her self-blame. "Aku, raise your head," Bai Chen instructed. Complying with Bai Chen's request, Shui Ke obediently lifted her gaze. Suddenly, Shui Ke felt a soft touch upon her lips, and after a few seconds, she blushed deeply as realization dawned upon her. "Very well, I shall forgive you now." Meanwhile, Hulina and the others, who were covertly observing, stood in stunned silence. When a dog dies, not a single couple remains innocent. Chapter 167. Once more. Shueka stammered, Chen, you. Her excitement rendered her speech almost incoherent. Observing her flustered demeanor, Bai Chen could not help but chuckle. She was simply adorable. However, upon noticing Bai Chen's continued laughter, Shueka huffed and turned her head away in annoyance. Recognizing that he might have overstepped, Bai Chen gently addressed her, All right, little princess. It was my fault for being so sudden. Can you forgive me? As he spoke, Shueka gradually turned back, extending a single finger. Bai Chen, puzzled, wondered what this gesture meant. In a soft voice, Shueka declared, once more. What? Bai Chen thought he had misheard her. Gathering her courage, Shueka repeated, If you do it again, I will forgive you. But this time, it needs to last longer. I didn't feel anything just now. Bai Chen inhaled sharply, taken aback by Shueka's boldness. Witnessing his astonishment, Shueka shut her eyes and leaned forward. Soon, she would have to leave the Spirit City, as she was a princess of the Tiando Empire and could not linger for long. The thought of parting from Bai Chen filled her with reluctance. Before her departure, she needed to leave her mark on him. With Shueka being so proactive, Bai Chen felt he could not hesitate any longer. He embraced the moment without a second thought. Her lips were as soft as cotton candy, and he found himself lost in the sweetness. Meanwhile, Hulina and the others, who were covertly watching, could only stare in disbelief. With Shueka's imminent return to the Tiando Empire, Bai Chen made a rare effort to dedicate time each day to cultivate his skills while also enjoying their dates. Beyond their romantic outings, he had been diligently exploring the creation of his own soul techniques. Though he was already quite formidable, Bai Chen was not content with mediocrity. He always yearned for greater strength. As time passed, the second round of elimination matches concluded. 10 teams remained to contest the subsequent rounds. The 2 teams with the highest points received buys, while the remaining 6 would vie for the top 3 positions. After the top 3 were determined, a drawing would take place, resulting in one more team receiving a bye, while the other 2 engaged in individual battles. The losing team would then face the team that had received a bye for the final qualification match. In short, it was an exceedingly complicated process. Their opponent in the third round of eliminations was the Tian Shui Academy, a team that even Shrek Academy struggled against, thus presenting no real challenge to Bai Chen and his companions. Nonetheless, Bai Chen remained vigilant, aware that women could be formidable fighters, and he could not afford to underestimate them. Moreover, the Tian Shui Academy possessed powerful soul fusion techniques. A few days later, they arrived at the competition venue, where Shueka sat in the VIP section, fervently cheering for Bai Chen, causing envy among the surrounding male spectators. A male, filled with indignation, exclaimed, How infuriating. If I were as handsome as him, I wouldn't be single for as long as my age. What must we unattractive individuals do to satisfy you? Meanwhile, Bai Chen hesitated about whether to participate in the competition, considering the overwhelming number of female opponents. Should he maintain his image? However, this moment of doubt was fleeting. After all, it was not his first encounter with women in battle, and he had long since grown accustomed to being ruthless. As Bai Chen took to the stage, the students from Tianshui Academy fixated their gazes upon him, causing a shiver to run down his spine, as though they were poised to devour him. Subsequently, Shui Bingo stepped forward and introduced herself. I am Shui Binger, the captain of Tianshui Academy, a level 43 control system battle soul master. I look forward to your guidance. In response to her words, Bai Chen could not entirely disregard her. I am Bai Chen, the captain of the Wuhuan Battle Academy, a level 53 agile attack system battle soul king. Please offer your guidance. What? You are an agile attack system soul master? Shui Bingo exclaimed in surprise. Some in the audience, possessing keen hearing, had caught Bai Chen's declaration. They had previously assumed that Bai Chen must be a powerful attack system soul master. Given his combat style and the astounding strength he displayed, qualities that seemed incongruous for an agile attack system soul master, who were typically seen as those who resorted to underhanded tactics and frenzied ambushes. Why then did Bai Chen fight in such a manner? Bai Chen, are you surprised? Shui Binger inquired, to which she nodded. Your previous performance did not resemble that of an agile attack system soul master at all. Very well. Observing their ongoing conversation, the referee hesitated to interrupt Bai Chen's flirtation, aware of his elevated status within the spirit hall. Noticing the referee's conflicted expression, Bai Chen remarked, All right. You may announce the commencement of the match. Is it time? The referee asked. Indeed, Bai Chen affirmed. With his confirmation, the referee finally declared, the match begins. With that, all present instantly summoned their battle souls. Swift Gale, Bai Chen unleashed his soulbone skill, propelling himself to Shui Binger's side in an instant. He resolved to deny them the opportunity to execute their spirit fusion technique, aiming for a swift conclusion, as Bai Chen suddenly appeared before her. Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback by his incredible speed. By the time she attempted to retaliate, it was already too late. Mental shock. In an instant, a pair of white beams shot forth from Bai Chen's eyes, leaving Shui Binger momentarily disoriented. Subsequently, he gently struck the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. Bai Chen intended to utilize this battle to test skills he seldom employed, confident that his weaker opponent would not result in failure. With Shui Binger swiftly defeated, the remaining members of Tianshui Academy posed little threat. Terrifying Screech. Black Moon Howling Wolf. Bai Chen once again unleashed his third soul skill, followed by a combination with his second soul skill, swiftly clearing the battlefield. However, considering his opponents were all young women, he exercised restraint, refraining from striking them directly in the face. Upon witnessing this, the referee quickly announced, "The match is over. The Wuhuan team emerges victorious." Ding. Congratulations, host, on securing victory in this match, awarding you with 2,100 points. A swift defeat. Yet again, the spectators watching the match had grown numb to such outcomes. Yu Xiaojiang's expression was particularly complex, leaving him at a loss for words. In today's battle, he realized that Bai Chen possessed at least 2 additional soul bones. This revelation diminished their academy's chances of success even further, especially since Bai Chen had yet to reveal his 4th and 5th soul skills. It appeared increasingly evident that, regardless of the circumstances, these little monsters could never truly contend with Bai Chen. Chapter 168. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive strikes. This was the first time Yu Xiaojiang felt such a profound sense of helplessness. Initially, considering the strength of Bai Chen and the minor monsters, the chances of winning the championship were exceedingly slim, yet completely impossible. However, with the emergence of Bai Chen as an unpredictable variable, the prospect of victory seemed utterly futile. After defeating the Tianshui Academy, Bai Chen promptly left the stage. Among the competitors from various academies, only Tang San's 8 spider lances sparked his anticipation. He yearned to discern the differences between his giant spirit tail and Tang San's 8 spider lances. As Bai Chen and Xueku wandered through the bustling streets, Xueku appeared somewhat melancholic. In just 2 days, she would be departing. As the princess of the Tiando Empire, she could not linger here for long. Although Bai Chen felt reluctant to part with Xueku, he acknowledged that his current strength was insufficient to alter the situation. Bai Chen, Xueku said, "I have reached the Soul Sage level. I should be able to gain more freedom. When the time comes, I will return to the Tiando Empire to find you." Hearing Bai Chen's words, Xueku nodded affirmatively. "I will wait for you." With that, they spent their final 2 days together. After bidding farewell to Xueku, Bai Chen returned to the Wuhuan Hall, where he needed to refine his skill, the Black Moon Song Wolf's consecutive strikes. Although this skill appeared formidable, capable of clearing the field in an instant, Bai Chen understood that it was not particularly effective in actual combat and consumed an excessive amount of soul power. Using the skill depleted a quarter of his soul energy, necessitating improvement. However, devising a new method was imperative. He could not afford to continue training blindly as before. Yet, the slow progress of solitary training prompted Bai Chen to consider observing Feng Xiaotian and his companion skills. He was eager to learn from Feng Xiaotian's Gale Wolf's 36 consecutive strikes and Tang San's chaotic cloak hammer technique. After all, his second soul skill bore a resemblance to Feng Xiaotian's attacks, and perhaps he could enhance its power through rotational force. Moreover, the upcoming battle between Shrek Academy and Shenfeng Academy presented an excellent opportunity to clandestinely acquire knowledge. The following day, the match between Shrek Academy and Shenfeng Academy commenced. Upon noticing Bai Chen in the VIP seats, Tang San and the others were not surprised. Bai Chen seemed deeply invested in the tournament, attending nearly every match. However, those who were familiar with him would discern that his demeanor today was markedly different. He appeared exceptionally focused, with his gaze fixed intently on Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian sensed Bai Chen's fervent scrutiny, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Despite the throngs of admirers surrounding Bai Chen, he had never bestowed them a glance. Yet now, he was gazing at Feng Xiaotian, igniting an unsettling thought. Could Bai Chen possess such peculiar inclinations? With this notion, Feng Xiaotian warily glanced at Bai Chen. Noticing the apprehensive look in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, Bai Chen smiled, signaling his intent to learn. Observing Bai Chen's smile, Feng Xiaotian's unease intensified. It seemed his suspicions were indeed warranted. The match had begun. As the referee declared the commencement of battle, Feng Xiaotian surged toward Tang San and his companions. Prior to the elimination round, Huowu had promised him that if he could defeat Tang San, she would agree to date him. Thus, he was determined to give his all in this contest. Swiftly, the Shinkong team seized the initiative, while Tang San's group adopted a defensive strategy. A calculated approach against their formidable opponents from Shinkong Academy, renowned for their aggressive prowess. Among the 4 great academies, Shinkong Academy stood out as the mightiest, largely due to the exceptional abilities of their captain, Feng Xiaotian. However, Should Feng Xiaotian be vanquished, Shinkong Academy would pale in comparison to Shrek Academy. With a flourish, he activated his second soul skill, Dual Wolf's Possession. Following this, he unleashed his first soul skill, Bind. In an instant, the two sides engaged in a fierce confrontation. While Bai Chen eagerly awaited the moment Feng Xiaotian would employ the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes, Tang San's blue-silver grass managed to ensnare Feng Xiaotian momentarily. But he swiftly broke free. Yet, Bai Chen noticed that Tang San's expression remained unchanged, indicating he had anticipated this very scenario. Then came the fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. In an instant, Tang San's fourth soul ring illuminated, ensnaring all 7 members of Shinkong Academy within the blue-silver prison. Witnessing this, Daimu Bai promptly declared, fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. As the members of Shinkong Academy struggled to escape the blue-silver prison, Daimu Bai's White Tiger Meteor Shower struck with relentless ferocity. Following this assault, 2 members of Shinkong Academy were eliminated. And Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu capitalized on the moment to launch a surprise attack, swiftly dispatching another 2 adversaries. In the blink of an eye, 4 members of the Shinkong team had been eliminated, showcasing the remarkable synergy of Shrek Academy's strategy. Feng Xiaotian was consumed by fury at this sight. Realizing there was no room for hesitation, he invoked his fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Storm. Ascending into the air, he proclaimed, Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes. Bai Chen prepared himself, focusing intently on recording every motion of Feng Xiaotian. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes employed a continuous spinning motion to amplify the power of the soul skill, doubling its potency with each rotation, reaching a maximum of 36 spins. Before long, Bai Chen had grasped the technique. Maintaining correct posture and balance while increasing the speed of rotation was key, allowing the skill to charge to its utmost potential without being disrupted at the outset. As Feng Xiaotian unleashed the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes, he swiftly eliminated Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun. However, regrettably, he ultimately fell to a decisive strike from Tang San. The outcome of this contest saw Shrek Academy emerge victorious. Nonetheless, Bai Chen had witnessed what he had come to see, and he promptly returned. Returning to his secluded garden, Bai Chen immediately commenced his experimentation. Unlike Feng Xiaotian, he lacked the ability to soar through the skies with soul techniques. Thus, he could only gather power by rotating upon the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chen devised the most suitable posture and began his cultivation. Black Moon Howling Wolf, he proclaimed, promptly springing into action. On his first attempt, however, Bai Chen encountered failure. As he spun, he realized he was unable to accurately direct the moon blades he had unleashed towards their target. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility. It would indeed be a miracle if one were to succeed on the first try. Chapter 169, The Invitation from the Starry Empire. Before long, an entire night had elapsed. Although Bai Chen had not yet succeeded, he sensed that he was gradually grasping the method. With just 2 or 3 more days, success seemed within reach. Contemplating this, Bai Chen instructed Xiao Pei not to allow anyone to disturb him during this period, as he intended to enter seclusion. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Pei promptly nodded in agreement. After speaking, Bai Chen consumed a modest meal, rested briefly, and resumed his training. In a flash, 3 days passed. Black Moon Song Wolf. Continuous slashes. Bai Chen exclaimed as the second moon blade soared forth. This time, the speed and power of the second blade were nearly double that of the first. I did it. I succeeded. Seeing the results of his attack, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As he had anticipated, within 2 to 3 days, he had managed to acquire a preliminary command of this technique. The beginning is often the hardest part. Having succeeded once, he felt that further mastery would follow with practice. The skill, 36 slashes of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf, would allow Bai Chen to unleash over 36 consecutive strikes as long as his body could withstand it. Achieving even 64, 81, or more consecutive strikes was not beyond the realm of possibility for him. Riding the wave of his recent success, Bai Chen recalled the sensation and, after a brief respite, immediately resumed his training. A day later, he paused. He could now execute 16 consecutive attacks. His progress was remarkably swift, leading him to conclude that indeed, learning from others was far more efficient than relying solely on his own efforts. He could only imagine the ire of Feng Xiaotian if he were to discover that his hard-earned secret technique had been so effortlessly appropriated by Bai Chen. Having completed his training, Bai Chen decided to take a stroll. The intensity of his recent training had been overwhelming, and he felt the need for a respite. As he pondered this, he refreshed himself and prepared to indulge in a sumptuous meal. Exiting the martial spirit hall, he ventured into the bustling marketplace, initially intending to purchase some snacks. However, upon arrival, he found himself drawn towards a narrow alley. Upon entering, Bai Chen halted and declared, "Come out. I know you have been following me." At his words, a shadow materialized before him. Truly the legendary son of God. You possess the ability to detect my presence. The figure, a soul saint marked with the number 73, remarked. What business do you have with me? Bai Chen sensed no malice emanating from this individual. Are you not concerned that I might be here to assassinate you? The figure inquired, taken aback. Bai Chen retorted, enough with the idle chatter. If you intended to assassinate me, you would have acted long ago. You had countless opportunities to strike. Now, tell me, to which faction do you belong? And what is it that you seek from me? The figure responded, indeed, you are the son of God. Your prowess is remarkable. As for my master, please accompany me. And you shall discover who they are. Upon hearing the words of the other, Bai Chen feigned a shake of his head, yet discreetly cast a glance behind him. He was aware that since his departure, aside from this individual, Yu Guan had been stealthily following him. However, unlike this person, Yu Guan had initially intended to greet him. But upon discovering that this stranger was tailing him, he opted to remain hidden, observing the intentions of the man before him. It was evident that Yu Guan was covertly safeguarding him. With a title Dolua of level 95 as his protector, Bai Chen's safety was likely assured. Contemplating this, Bai Chen nodded and said, I can accompany you. The other, momentarily taken aback by Bai Chen's unexpected agreement, having prepared numerous arguments to persuade him, quickly regained his composure. Excellent. Please follow me. My master will not disappoint you. Acknowledging the man's words with a nod, Bai Chen followed him toward a nearby tavern. Upon arriving, Bai Chen furrowed his brow, distinctly aware that the footsteps within the establishment were remarkably synchronized, entirely unlike the chaotic sounds typically produced by patrons. These footsteps likely belonged to servants or guards, suggesting that the tavern had either been seized or purchased by the individual before him. Please enter, the man instructed. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen stepped inside, with Yu Guan trailing closely behind. Fear was unwarranted. There were no title Doluos present within, and the strongest aura around was merely that of a soul Dolua. Following the man, Bai Chen was led to the largest chamber within. He sensed that only 4 individuals occupied the room. The strongest among them appeared to be a soul Dolua, while the remaining 3 included 2 soul zone and 1 soul saint. Suddenly, Bai Chen deduced the identities of the 2 soul zone. As he pushed open the door, several familiar figures emerged before him. As anticipated, it was Davis and Zhu Zhuan. In addition to the 2, there were 2 elderly men beside them, whose ranks were 79 and 81, seemingly acting as their protectors. Upon seeing Bai Chen's entrance, Davis, who had been indulging in drink, paused and greeted, Hello, Bai Chen. Please take a seat. He gestured toward a nearby spot, and Bai Chen, not one to be impolite, settled down. I am Davis, and I trust you are aware of my status, he continued. Bai Chen replied, Indeed, the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. I wonder what brings you to seek me. Are you attempting to recruit me? Precisely, Davis affirmed. If you are willing to join our Star Luo Empire, I, as the crown prince, assure you that upon my ascension, I shall grant you a princely title. Within the Star Luo Empire, you would stand as one beneath the sovereign, yet above all others. Hearing Davis's proposition, Bai Chen nodded thoughtfully. A most enticing offer. However, I must confess, I harbor little interest in high offices and wealth. Perhaps you could present something that would truly captivate my heart? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, it was evident that Davis was not entirely unprepared, aside from his noble title. He clapped his hands, and shortly thereafter, a servant entered, bearing an object draped in crimson fabric. Despite the covering, Bai Chen recognized the item at a glance. Davis, unveil it, he instructed. The servant then presented the object before Bai Chen, who reached out and lifted the red cloth, revealing a remarkably intact soul bone in the form of a head before him. Chapter 170, Refusal. Davis inquired, So, Bai Chen, are you satisfied with the gift I have prepared? Upon hearing Davis's words, Bai Chen cast a glance at the skull. Skull of the rampaging bear, age, 10. 672 years integrity, 92 compatibility, 67. After examining the attributes of the skull, Bai Chen hesitated momentarily before draping the crimson cloth back over it. Setting aside all else, the spirit hall had treated him well, meeting his needs with commendable efficiency. Moreover, Yu Guan was currently stationed outside, observing. If Bai Chen were to accept this offer, it would amount to a betrayal of the spirit hall. No matter how amicable his relationship with Yu Guan, a traitor would never be tolerated. Davis regarded Bai Chen with an air of confidence, firmly believing that such generous terms would surely entice him. However, Bai Chen pushed the soul bone back in Davis's direction, stating, I am sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot accept your invitation. Without a trace of hesitation, Bai Chen unequivocally rejected Davis. Davis was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly believe that Bai Chen would spurn such lavish offerings. It was common knowledge that this soul bone was exceedingly rare, and it was not often that one encountered a specimen of such high integrity. Davis had invested considerable resources to acquire this bone, and had it been more suited to him, he would have absorbed it himself. The very notion that Bai Chen had declined his proposal was unfathomable. After being rejected, Davis's tone turned icy. Bai Chen, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? I see no valid reason for your refusal. I can offer you another opportunity. In response, Bai Chen shook his head. Prince Davis, do you take me for someone so easily swayed? My previous alliance with the Spirit Hall was born of necessity. Now, I possess strength, and with Yuguan discreetly safeguarding me, I will not yield so readily. Davis's expression hardened completely upon hearing Bai Chen's words. He had extended ample goodwill. Yet Bai Chen remained ungrateful. It was clear that there was no further need for persuasion. Bai Chen then queried, what is it, Prince Davis? Do you intend to take action against me? Davis regarded Bai Chen for a moment, then broke into a smile. Of course not, Bai Chen. My apologies. But I am weary. You may leave now. Bai Chen was taken aback by Davis's response. He had anticipated a more aggressive reaction, yet the prince had restrained himself. Davis was proving to be more formidable than Bai Chen had initially perceived. Unbeknownst to Davis, Yuguan was shadowing Bai Chen. Within the chamber, including the soul saint who had escorted Bai Chen, there was a soul Delaw and 2 soul saints present. Bai Chen was merely a lowly soul king. Should Davis wish it, he could easily dispose of Bai Chen, yet he exhibited restraint. Bai Chen said, then I shall take my leave. With that, he exited. Once Bai Chen had departed, the elder beside Davis remarked, Your Highness, why not? He hesitated, rubbing his neck. Uncle Yu, have you lost your wits? Have you not witnessed Bai Chen's prowess in battle? Do you truly believe we can eliminate him? Upon hearing Davis's words, Uncle Yu appeared somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Davis holding such a high regard for Bai Chen. Uncle Yu replied, Your Highness, no matter how formidable he may be, he is merely a soul king. We will surely be able to detain him. Besides, is Bai Chen truly that powerful? Davis countered, Uncle Yu. Must you always approach matters with such superficiality? If Bai Chen were simply an exceptionally gifted soul king, would I invest such considerable resources to recruit him? It is worth noting that Bai Chen previously engaged in a fierce exchange with Zhao Wujie. The title of the unmoved Ming King Zhao Wujie is one I assume you have heard of, even as a soul emperor. He was capable of breaking free from a siege of soul saints. Now, Zhao Wujie's rank has ascended to that of a high-ranking soul saint. His prowess is undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary soul saint. Yet, Bai Chen managed to suppress him without resorting to his 4th or 5th spirit rings, nor any external spirit bones. Do you not think his strength has reached the level of a soul saint? At this point, Davis glanced at the still pensive Uncle Yu and continued, While it is true that Bai Chen is unlikely to be your match, you must understand, Uncle Yu, that we are in Wuhuan City, not within the confines of our Star Luo Empire. I am still present here, and with the might of the Spirit Hall, they can undoubtedly uncover Bai Chen's presence in our vicinity. For Bai Chen, death is far more desirable than survival today. Should we eliminate Bai Chen, we would inevitably offend the Spirit Hall, and whether we could safely depart from here afterward remains uncertain. However, if Bai Chen survives, perhaps even unscathed, it would be intriguing. Even if Bai Chen has not betrayed us, the Spirit Hall will harbor suspicions. After all, can you genuinely believe that Bai Chen voluntarily joined the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing Davis's words, Uncle Yu suddenly grasped the situation. Are you suggesting that we refrain from killing him? Uncle Yu inquired. Kill. Of course, we must kill him. But the timing is not right. Such a talent, if not utilized by me, must be eradicated. The Spirit Hall's suspicions are merely that, suspicions. It is unlikely they could take any serious action against him, given Bai Chen's evident talent. However, we cannot act now. Wait until nightfall, after I and Zhu Yuna departed from Wuhuan City. At that juncture, Uncle Yu, you may proceed with your plan and then swiftly exit the city. Do you understand? Nodding in acknowledgement, Uncle Yu replied, I understand, Your Highness. Due to Yuguan's departure alongside Bai Chen, he was unaware of their plot against him and continued to covertly safeguard Bai Chen. Indeed, with the influx of visitors to Wuhuan City, should any individuals genuinely seek to assassinate Bai Chen, it would be perilous if he lacked protection. He resolved to discreetly assign someone to protect Bai Chen in the future, but for today, he would personally ensure his safety. Sensing Yuguan's continuous presence behind him, Bai Chen felt a twinge of exasperation. There was little he could do in such circumstances except adhere to his original plan, enjoy a sumptuous feast, and explore the surroundings. Observing Bai Chen's actions, Yuguan smiled, recognizing the youthfulness in him. Indeed, how could he have forgotten this fact? Presently, Bai Chen is merely half a month away from his 14th birthday. His exceptional talent and extraordinary performance have led others to overlook his tender age. Witnessing this scene, Yuguan was reminded that Bai Chen is simply a child on the brink of turning 14. Although Bai Chen has resided in the Spirit Hall for 2 years now, he has not returned home even once. The last time Shueka visited, she appeared so joyful, perhaps out of a longing for home. Reflecting on this, Yuguan sighed. He could not possibly send Bai Chen back. After all, with such immense talent, it is imperative for the Spirit Hall to retain control over such a prodigy. Little did Bai Chen know that while he merely strolled through the streets and indulged in some food, Yu Guan's mind had conjured an elaborate narrative surrounding him. Chapter 171. Frustration upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen indulged in a soothing bath, his thoughts drifting to the expression on Davis's face moments prior. He sensed a hint of malevolence emanating from Davis. If circumstances permitted, it seemed Davis harbored intentions of confrontation, merely awaiting a more opportune moment. Perhaps until their departure from Spirit City. This notion rendered Bai Chen's gaze somewhat colder. While he preferred to avoid conflict, he was acutely aware that should someone provoke him, they would inevitably be marked for retribution. Bai Chen was known for his long memory when it came to grievances, should a feud arise, barring any extraordinary circumstances. He would seek vengeance regardless of the passage of time. Typically, Bai Chen preferred to settle scores promptly, yet given Davis's current status, prudence dictated restraint until the complexities of their interests could be disentangled. After completing his bath, Bai Chen took some time to rest. The following day, he resumed his training in the Black Moon Song Wolf's successive strikes. Soon, the fourth round of the elimination matches arrived, determining which 3 teams would advance. This time, the Spirit Hall's adversary was Thunder Academy. It was uncertain whether Bai Chen's presence in this world had altered events, but the opponents faced by the Spirit Hall diverged significantly from those in his previous life. Upon arriving at the arena, Bai Chen noticed Hu Laina in attendance. "How is it, Sister Nana? What brings you here today?" he inquired. To which Hu Laina responded, "Why can't I come? It's too dull otherwise." Bai Chen replied with a nonchalant "Oh." Observing his indifferent demeanor, Hu Laina's heart sank. This was not how the narrative unfolded in the book she had read, which suggested that treating an overly accommodating male with indifference would evoke feelings of insecurity. Why was Bai Chen different? Alas, it seemed the book had misled her. In the VIP section, Xiaoyu watched Hu Laina's demeanor with a resigned expression, wondering where the enchanting queen he once knew had vanished to. This was certainly not his sister. He had previously advised her that her former self was the most captivating, yet Hu Laina remained unconvinced. If this continued, her subservience before Bai Chen would never reach a conclusion. Yu Tianxin observed Bai Chen, swallowing hard. They had witnessed several matches involving the Spirit Hall, and Bai Chen's prowess was already formidable. Now, with the addition of a Soul King, what did this mean? It seemed they were not to be afforded even a morsel of opportunity. "Bai Chen, let me handle it. You need not interfere," Hu Laina urged. "Why is that?" Bai Chen asked. "I can manage on my own. I wish to experiment with a new attack method," he asserted. "Allow me to savor the experience," he added. "Oh. Very well," Hu Laina conceded. With that, the referee called for the commencement of battle. Bai Chen, as was customary, charged forth, while Thunder Academy, typically in aggressive formation, surprisingly adopted a defensive stance this time. As before, Bai Chen plunged into the enemy ranks, but this time he eschewed his usual terrifying howl, opting instead to unveil a new technique, transforming into a spinning top. Black Moon Song Wolf's successive strikes. In the audience, Feng Xiaotian was rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene before him. "No, this is my Gale Demon Wolf 36 slashes." He had previously observed Bai Chen's Black Moon Song Long's consecutive kills, which were executed with sheer speed and lacked any finesse. However, the current display was distinctly different. Although Bai Chen did not possess wings, and his execution bore some dissimilarity to Feng Xiaotian's Gale Demon Wolf 36 slashes, he similarly harnessed the power of rotation to amplify the skill's potency. It was evident that Bai Chen had learned this technique from him, and the thought clenched Feng Xiaotian's fists in frustration. He could not accept that his signature move had been so easily appropriated. As Bai Chen launched a series of moon blades, the members of Thunder Academy hastily dodged, but unlike Feng Xiaotian, Bai Chen's rotational velocity was significantly greater, implying a much shorter charging time. Furthermore, each moon blade was more potent than the last, and due to his recent training, Bai Chen was now capable of unleashing 32 Black Moon Songlong strikes. The individuals from Thunder Academy were unable to evade this assault, aside from Yu Tianxin, who endured 2 strikes and managed to remain standing. The others were eliminated. Bai Chen glanced at Yu Tianxin and sighed inwardly. Had he not previously employed Terrifying Wail to diminish their attributes and induce confusion, these opponents might have evaded some of his attacks, preventing him from maximizing the damage. Yet, even though Yu Tianxin had only taken 2 hits, his current state was already quite precarious. Observing Yu Tianxin's condition, Bai Chen felt no emotional turmoil and simply delivered a kick, eliminating him as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for securing victory in this match, earning 200 points. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Chen felt quite dissatisfied. He glanced at his teammates behind him. Had it not been for Hu Laina and the others idling, this battle would not have qualified as a team fight. Consequently, even if each of you Tianqin's teammates could only provide Bai Chen with 500 points, the total would exceed this paltry amount. However, there was little he could do. He could not exclude others from participating, for should any mishap occur, Bai Chen would bear the brunt of the blame. After the battle concluded, Hulaina approached him and inquired, Bai Chen, is that Black Moon Songlong consecutive kill your newly crafted soul skill? It was evident that Hulaina recognized the significant evolution of the Black Moon Songlong consecutive kill. Nodding in response, Bai Chen confirmed, indeed, Sister Laina, I learned it from Feng Xiaodian of the Shifeng Academy. Without hesitation, he affirmed her observation. Hulaina was taken aback. After merely watching a few matches, such a unique soul skill had been appropriated. It was indeed alarming. Bai Chen added, it's not as formidable as it seems. Sister Laina, I was simply fortunate to be researching similar skills recently, which made it relatively easy to grasp. Before Hulaina could respond, the two encountered Feng Xiaodian at the door. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Feng Xiaodian approached with an accusatory tone. Bai Chen, was that special move you just used learned from me? Without hesitation, Bai Chen nodded. There was no reason to conceal the truth, as he had indeed learned it from Feng Xiaodian. Feng Xiaodian, ready to continue his interrogation, was nearly infuriated upon witnessing Bai Chen's acknowledgement. Why did you steal my technique? Bai Chen replied, there is no rule stating that this belongs solely to you. You are free to learn from me as well, provided you can manage it. Feng Xiaodian, taken aback by Bai Chen's words, found himself at a loss for words. However, he had no recourse. Bai Chen's techniques were not particularly intricate. Up to this point, Feng Xiaodian had not missed a single one of Bai Chen's battles. To be candid, aside from Bai Chen's astonishingly high attributes and the absence of any cooldowns on his skills, there was little to learn from him. Essentially, Bai Chen had been overpowering his opponents with sheer strength, which made it evident that there was little to emulate in his approach. All one needed was relentless training. At a loss for a retort, Feng Xiaoyan's face turned a deep shade of maroon. Bai Chen patted Feng Xiaodian on the shoulder and said, do not be angry. Anger is detrimental to your health. Poor health leads to illness, and illness requires time to recuperate. In that case, you will fall even further behind me. Witnessing Bai Chen's incessant chattering nearly drove Feng Xiaodian to the brink of exasperation, yet he found himself unable to counter. In short, he was simply furious. Observing Feng Xiaodian puffed up like a pufferfish, seething in silence, Bai Chen grew bored and decided to leave. Feng Xiaodian did not stop him, after all. He could not win an argument with Bai Chen and would only find himself further frustrated. Before long, Hulaina caught up with Bai Chen, who looked puzzled and asked, what is it, Sister Nana? Is there something you need? Hulaina replied, Bai Chen, that Xueku has left. Bai Chen acknowledged, yes. She has returned to the Heavenly Do Empire. Hulaina inquired, what is your relationship with her? Bai Chen responded, Xueku is my fiancée. I hold deep affection for her. Hulaina simply said, oh, before lowering her head and turning away, stating, I just remembered something. I must be going. Bai Chen bid her farewell. All right, goodbye, Sister Nana. With that, Hulaina departed. After leaving, she struck a nearby tree fiercely with her fist, creating a small dent in its trunk. Moments before, she had harbored a glimmer of hope, wondering if Bai Chen would deceive her into believing that he and Xueku were merely friends. If he had been willing to lie, it would have indicated that she still had a chance. But now, it seemed that Bai Chen was genuinely fond of Xueku. Reflecting on this, Hulaina felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Why had she met Bai Chen so late? He was the one she had taken a liking to at first sight. How could she possibly settle for just being friends with him? As Xiaoyu caught sight of Hulaina, he couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time he had witnessed her so enamored with someone. As her brother, he felt a pang of heartache, wishing he could confront Bai Chen, though he knew he was no match for him. After a considerable while, Hulaina finally regained her composure. After all, Bai Chen and Xueku had yet to wed, and she still had a chance. She encouraged herself, reminding herself that there were no insurmountable obstacles, only those who lacked determination. No, I am not the other woman. Seeing Hulaina's spirits lift once more, Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, her ability to self-regulate was quite strong. Meanwhile, Bai Chen returned to the spirit hall, contemplating a long-awaited lottery draw. Having recently triumphed over the Thunder Academy, his points had soared to 700,000. With such a substantial amount, it was only natural to indulge in a bit of luck. He planned to draw around 100,000 points, aiming for 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 172, The Grand Finals Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, earning 7,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, earning 5,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, earning 9,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, obtaining a soul evolution elixir 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, earning 2,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, obtaining soul evolution elixir 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, obtaining soul evolution elixir 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, earning 5,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, earning 4,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the intermediate mysterious lottery, earning 3,000 points. Upon seeing the results of the lottery, Bai Chen felt somewhat satisfied. After all, acquiring 5 soul evolution elixirs ensured he did not incur a loss, and with so many points accumulated, he believed he could try his luck once more today. Half an hour later. Ding. Congratulations. Gazing at the remaining 300,000 points, Bai Chen began to question his life choices. Aside from the initial round where he obtained 5 soul evolution elixirs, the subsequent draws yielded only 3 more elixirs and 2 skill upgrade pills, along with a few miscellaneous items. If he were to succinctly describe this round of the lottery, he would unhesitatingly label it as a gamble gone awry. Indeed, gamblers often meet their demise. Despite suffering numerous losses, why did he continue to indulge in this reckless pursuit? Frustrated, he contemplated broadcasting his next gamble live from the hall of the Spirit Hall. Once the lottery concluded, Bai Chen promptly made his way to the training grounds to commence his practice. With such formidable strength at his disposal, he knew it was not solely due to the system's assistance, but also a reflection of his relentless effort. Until he achieved the rank of Title de Law, Bai Chen could not afford to rest comfortably for a single day. Meanwhile, as Bai Chen began his training, Xiaoyu arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard. Knock. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking sound, Xiao Pei approached the door, opened it, and was greeted by Xiaoyu. Lord Xiaoyu, how may I assist you? I have matters to discuss with Bai Chen. Is he here? Xiaoyu pondered that relying solely on Hu Liena, she would likely never win Bai Chen's affection. Oh, Lord Bai Chen has gone to the training grounds. Still training, is he? Yes. Very well, I understand, Xiaoyu replied before departing. To be honest, he had observed Bai Chen's increasingly obsessive dedication to training. His daily life revolved solely around practice. Even among their illustrious generation, they often took time to rest and enjoy life. As he contemplated this, Xiaoyu made his way toward the training grounds. Black Moon Song Wolf. Consecutive slashes. As Bai Chen continued his practice, he finally executed 36 strikes akin to Feng Shao Tian, instantly leaving countless scars on the training dummies surrounding him. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had been practicing this technique for a week, and within that time, he had not only perfectly replicated it, but had indeed surpassed the original. Bai Chen's progress was remarkably swift. The reason for claiming superiority lay in his release speed, which was significantly quicker than that of Feng Shaotian, completing the task in approximately half the time. While Feng Shaotian executed 18 strikes, Bai Chen had managed to unleash 36 consecutive attacks. Given Bai Chen's current physical condition, 36 strikes were far from his limit. There was still room for enhancement. When Xiaoyu arrived, he happened to observe Bai Chen employing the Black Moon Songlong continuous kill technique. Witnessing the marks left on the surrounding Iron Men, Xiaoyu swallowed hard. The Iron Men were crafted from a special metal, requiring at least Soul Saint level power to inflict damage upon them. Bai Chen's attacks varied in depth, and those Iron Men that had been struck were completely severed, showcasing a level of power more terrifying than his own. Is there something on your mind? Bai Chen suddenly halted and addressed Xiaoyu, who stood not far away. Upon seeing Bai Chen, possessed by the brutal magic wolf and donned with a cold expression, Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable sense of fear toward him. In truth, Bai Chen felt a twinge of irritation towards Xiaoyu. His greatest annoyance was being disturbed during his training, and it was evident that Xiaoyu had transgressed this taboo. And no, nothing. I came here to train, Xiaoyu stammered. Oh, Bai Chen replied, and Xiaoyu resumed his training. It's not that brother can't help you. It's just that Bai Chen is too terrifying, Xiaoyu thought as he departed. Bai Chen continued his training, and soon, the final competition would commence. The remaining 3 teams had been confirmed: the Spirit Hall team, the Shrek Academy team, and the 4 Elements Academy. This outcome mirrored that of the original narrative. To err on the side of caution, the Spirit Hall consented to the merger with the 4 Elements Academy. Days later, during the finals, the 3 teams arrived at the competition venue. Bai Chen observed Xiao Wu among the Shrek Academy contingent, intrigued by her audacity to come here. After all, The finals were rife with title duos. Did she not fear revealing her identity? However, when Bibi Dong and others arrived, their expressions remained unchanged, showing no signs of recognizing Xiaowu. This scene piqued Bai Chen's curiosity. Had Tang San discovered some herb to conceal Xiaowu's aura? If so, it seemed that Xiaowu had already confided in Tang San about her true identity as a soul beast. If Bai Chen's deductions were accurate, this would indeed be the case. On the stage, Bibi Dong surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, "You three teams are the final elite representatives who have emerged from hundreds of esteemed academies. Each of you is a pillar of the continent's future." After delivering a lengthy speech, she finally addressed the crux of the matter. The team that emerges victorious in this competition will be awarded 4 soul bones. With a wave of her hand, 4 soul bones materialized before the assembly. Upon gazing at the 4 soul bones, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. With Bai Chen particularly struck dumb. Was it not supposed to be 3? How had it transformed into 4? Yet, within the span of a heartbeat, Bai Chen regained his composure, realizing that the 4th soul bone was undoubtedly intended for him. Contemplating this, he directed his attention toward the trunk bone. Shadow Wolf trunk bone, age, 55,000 years, integrity, 85% compatibility, 90%. Upon observing the attributes of this soul bone, Bai Chen swallowed hard. Its magnificence was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the 50,000-year-old skull. The fact that Bibi Dong had chosen to present him with such a treasure was truly an overwhelming acknowledgement of his worth. Bibi Dong announced, "These 3 soul bones were personally acquired by the former pope from slain soul beasts, while this trunk bone was inadvertently obtained by me several years ago. All 4 soul bones exceed 10,000 years in age, and both the skull and trunk bone even reach the remarkable age of 50,000 years. I believe you all understand the significance of a soul bone over 10,000 years for a soul master." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the representatives from the 3 academies, including Bai Chen, stared intently at the 4 soul bones. Flandra remarked, "I never expected the Spirit Hall to be so generous as to provide 4 soul bones." Yu Xiaojing countered, "No, these 4 soul bones are clearly meant for the 4 members of the Golden Generation. It is evident that soul bones from the Spirit Hall are not easily obtained." Nodding in agreement, Flandra inquired, "Xiaojing, what do you think are the chances for our little monsters to win the championship this time?" In response, Yu Xiaojing raised a single finger, wavering it before Flandra's eyes. Flandra said, 1%? That seems rather low, but it's better than nothing. Yu Xiaojing clarified, "Flandra, you have misunderstood my point. I meant that there is absolutely no chance at all." Flandra was taken aback. As the discussions continued, representatives from all 3 factions stepped forward for the drawing of lots. And soon the results were revealed. The first contest would pit the Spirit Hall team against the Elemental Academy team, with the victorious team proceeding to face Shrek Academy for the opportunity to compete for the vacant slot in the team battle. Bai Chen was not surprised by this outcome. Over at Shrek Academy, there was an air of celebration, as this result was the best they could have hoped for. Initially, the plan was for the Spirit Hall to concede, allowing the Elemental Academy to face Shrek Academy. However, Bai Chen was unwilling to surrender. His dissent left the other team members at a loss, for within the ranks, he held the ultimate authority. If Bai Chen refused, who would dare to protest? Suddenly, an individual approached the stage to converse with Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the message, Bibi Dong responded, "Really? Yes, Your Holiness. Very well, let us proceed according to Bai Chen's wishes." Upon finishing her words, Bibi Dong observed the state of her team on stage and, with a resigned shake of her head, acknowledged that if Bai Chen did not wish to concede, it was of little consequence. In the face of overwhelming strength, any schemes would prove futile. She decided to adhere to Bai Chen's plan. Should they face defeat, the loss would rest solely on his shoulders. Moreover, even if they were to acquire the 4 soul bones, the Spirit Hall possessed means to reclaim them, as they were merely dealing with a minor academy like Shrek. Meanwhile, having received Bibi Dong's consent, Bai Chen stepped forward with determination. This was an individual battle, and he intended to take on all 7 members of the 4 Elements Academy, eliminating them before turning his attention to Shrek. However, the 4 Elements Academy had just learned that the Spirit Hall would not surrender. Thus, upon Bai Chen and Huo Wu taking the stage, Huo Wu abruptly declared, "Wait, we, the 4 Elements Academy, concede." Upon hearing the announcement of their surrender, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. The opportunity for points had slipped away, frustrating. The Shrek Academy, upon learning of the 4 Elements Academy's concession, felt a pang of dismay, for they would now face the Spirit Hall team unscathed. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaojing also proclaimed, "We, the Shrek Academy, concede as well." With both academies surrendering, the Spirit Hall team would advance without contest, leading to a battle between the 4 Elements Academy and Shrek Academy, with the victor poised to challenge the Spirit Hall for the ultimate championship. Chapter 173, the battle against Shrek Academy among all. Bai Chen was the most dissatisfied with the outcome. Such individual competitions were rare, and this loss amounted to at least 10,000 points, a significant blow. Although he was irate, Bai Chen felt powerless. They surrendered, after all. It was merely 10,000 points. He could endure it. The following day, Shrek Academy and the Four Elements Academy arrived early at the competition venue. Bai Chen and his companions were also present, primarily driven by his desire to observe and learn something new. Of course, he knew he could never master Tang San's Xian Yu Hand or Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, but he was eager to see how the merging of rings was accomplished. Fire Dance would likely employ it. With a sense of anticipation, Bai Chen took his place in the VIP section, only to witness Shrek Academy obliterate the Four Elements Academy with their 7-in-1 spirit fusion technique. Bai Chen sighed in resignation. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Couldn't they save their ultimate moves for dealing with the Spirit Hall? He was desperate to witness the merging of rings. However, no amount of inner lamentation could alter the fact that the match was over. That night, everyone gathered for a conference at the Papal Hall. Upon entering, Bai Chen was greeted by Bibi Dong, who remarked, "Bai Chen, you're here." "Yes," he replied. Bibi Dong continued, "We have just devised a strategy to counter their 7-in-1 spirit fusion technique. When they are channeling their power, you can simply rush in and disrupt them." "Understood." The straightforwardness of the plan appealed to Bai Chen. Indeed, his speed was sufficient to dismantle their formation before they could successfully merge. Bibi Dong added, "Bai Chen, there is another task I wish to assign to you. I hope that during this battle, you can eliminate all 7 of Shrek's monsters." Bai Chen was not surprised by Bibi Dong's words. Although the tournament prohibited killing, the Spirit Hall operated beyond such restrictions. Unless Shrek's 7 monsters surrendered promptly, Bai Chen, with his current strength, could likely dispatch them without difficulty. Yet, Bai Chen hesitated momentarily before responding. After all, Ning Rongrong was among Shrek's 7. Bibi Dong inquired, "What is it, Bai Chen? Do you have an acquaintance among the Shrek 7? Bai Chen nodded. "Teacher. Ning Rongrong is the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader. Even if it were a mistake, it would not reflect well on us to slay her." Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, then conceded, "Indeed, now is not the optimal time to provoke the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Handle it as you see fit." Bai Chen nodded in agreement. He did not harbor particularly deep feelings for Tang San and the others. Admittedly, the simplified version of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow that Tang San had given him had proven somewhat useful when dealing with Qian Yi and those assassins. However, he would leave tomorrow's fate to chance. If Tang San and his companions could not endure and resorted to surrender, there was little he could do. As for Dai Mubai and his associates, their relationship had deteriorated to the utmost degree. If they were to perish, so be it. He no longer cared whether they were the protagonists or not. Ghostly Charm, Nana, Hulaina, Yin, and Evil Moon, should you fail to secure the championship, you shall retreat to the Death Canyon for training. Upon hearing Ghostly Charm's words, Hulaina and the others froze momentarily. Bai Chen, really? Ghostly Charm. Regardless, if you do not clinch the championship, you will be dispatched to a most dreadful place, understood? Bai Chen, hooray. Observing Bai Chen's exuberance, Bibi Dong and the others felt a sense of helplessness. Regardless of victory or defeat, they found themselves at a loss with Bai Chen. With that, everyone returned to rest. The following day marked the day of the grand finals, where the Spirit Hall faced Shrek Academy. Soon, as both teams arrived at the venue, Bai Chen gazed at his opponents and remarked, "We meet again. This time, there shall be no Zhao Wujie to rescue you." Bai Chen directed his words towards Dai Mubai and the others. In response, Dai Mubai met his gaze fearlessly, as if intent on slaying him with mere looks. The referee glanced at both sides and proclaimed, "The match begins." With that, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing instantly unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, while Tang San activated his 8 spider lances. "Bai Chen, are you going all out from the very beginning? Well, that suits me. It shall not be so dull." After both sides empowered their martial souls, neither team rushed forward immediately. Rather, Bai Chen sought to teach Dai Mubai and the others a lesson. While Tang San and his team were overly cautious of Bai Chen, whose 5 soul rings were undeniably terrifying, Bai Chen observed the 8 spider lances behind Tang San with curiosity, eager to compare them to his own giant spirit tail. Contemplating this, a colossal black tail materialized behind Bai Chen. Upon witnessing the tail, which spanned several meters, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Yu Xiaojing also regarded Bai Chen with grave seriousness. Although they were aware that Bai Chen possessed an external soul bone, they had never seen him employ it. He had not anticipated that it would be utilized today in their encounter with Shrek Academy, even before the battle commenced. Bai Chen's enormous giant spirit tail instilled immense pressure upon Tang San and his companions. Swift wind. In an instant, Bai Chen dashed forward. Observing his movement, Ina and the others refrained from rushing in immediately, for Bai Chen had previously warned them that some of his skills did not discriminate between friend and foe. The moment Bai Chen acted, two beams of purple light appeared in Tang San's eyes, his purple extreme magic eyes allowing him to perceive Bai Chen's every motion clearly. He then whispered, "Ghostly shadow mysterious steps." Bang! To his astonishment, Bai Chen's attack missed completely. Ghostly shadow mysterious steps? Intriguing. Tang San, prepare to witness something captivating. Hearing Bai Chen's words, a sense of foreboding washed over Tang San. Shadow steps. With that declaration, Bai Chen instantaneously created 5 clones, his speed surging dramatically, encircling Tang San with 6 Bai Chens. However, a slight disappointment lingered, for Tang San was not deceived by the clones conjured through shadow steps. His purple extreme magic eyes recognized each of Bai Chen's duplicates with clarity. Noticing this, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. Tang San proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. A terrifying shriek pierced the air. Since he could not land a direct hit, he decided to initiate a widespread indiscriminate attack to diminish Tang San's attributes and disrupt his thoughts. Even if Tang San's mental fortitude was several times greater than that of others, facing Bai Chen's fearsome wail directly, he could hardly withstand it. Nearly succumbing to madness on the spot. Bone Spike. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Chen unleashed his Bone Spike, given Tang San's physical prowess. Enduring this strike head-on would likely result in his immediate demise. Chapter 174, Victory achieved the 3rd soul skill. Instantaneous movement. The 4th soul skill. Indomitable golden body. Just as Tang San was about to be struck by Bai Chen, he was suddenly propelled away by Xiao Wu, who, in turn, was met head-on by Bai Chen's bony tail. However, due to the indomitable golden body, Xiao Wu suffered no harm. The reason why Xiao Wu had reached the 40th level was primarily because she had not consumed the Heartbreak Red, but had instead ingested other celestial herbs. Observing this scene, Bai Chen felt somewhat helpless, yet it mattered little. The indomitable golden body could only be utilized thrice, and after that, they would have no means of defense. However, 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and at the very moment the indomitable golden body came to an end, Bai Chen swung a fist towards Xiao Wu. Although she initially crossed her arms to block the attack, the disparity in their strengths was too great, and she was still sent reeling a considerable distance. After Xiao Wu defended against this assault, Tang San regained his senses just in time to witness Xiao Wu being thrust back, causing a profound change in his expression. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Tang San, Bai Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, concern begets chaos. Tang San, being such a perceptive individual, lost his composure the moment Xiao Wu encountered peril. Although Tang San would likely still engage in rational thought, he would undoubtedly focus all subsequent attacks on Bai Chen. The 4th soul skill, Phoenix's Crying Strike. As Bai Chen repelled Xiao Wu, the assaults from the Yuming White Tiger and Ma Hongjun followed in quick succession. Moonblade. In response to their attacks, Bai Chen reacted with alacrity. Bang! Their strikes clashed, resulting in a small explosion. The 2nd soul skill, Parasitic. The 3rd soul skill, Web of Binding. Having just dealt with the attacks of Dai Mubai and the Yuming White Tiger, Tang San's offensive came upon Bai Chen in a relentless barrage. Leaving no opportunity for respite, Bai Chen found himself encircled by a multitude of blue-silver grasses. Witnessing this, Ina felt a moment of concern, yet refrained from intervening. Although they were ostensibly a team, Bai Chen preferred to operate independently, akin to a lone wolf. Which is why the other 6 members of the Wuhuan Temple team did not join the fray, merely observing from the sidelines. Black Moon's Song Wolf kill. Instantly, Tang San's control was dispelled. Bai Chen regained his freedom and noticed that Ina and the others had not come to his aid. He let out a sigh of relief. The reason he had made such a request was to gauge his current strength, to determine how much he needed to exert in order to vanquish the protagonist group. The 4th soul skill, Blue Silver Cage. At the moment Bai Chen broke free, he was ensnared once more by Tang San's soul skill. Upon seeing the cage before him, Bai Chen shattered it with a single punch. Observing this from the sidelines, Yu Xiaojing was momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? Even a soul emperor should struggle against Xiao San's 4th soul skill, yet Bai Chen shattered the blue silver cage with but a single blow. To what extent had his physical prowess ascended? Tang San gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. In his original plan, he anticipated that even if Bai Chen were exceptionally formidable, the blue-silver cage should have been able to withstand Bai Chen's onslaught for at least 2 to 3 seconds. However, the reality was that it barely managed to hold for half a second. Bone spikes. Despite enduring such relentless attacks, Bai Chen's movements remained fluid. Ghostly shadow steps. Bang. Crack. Although Tang San evaded Bai Chen's assault with the ghostly shadow steps, he could not escape the impact of Bai Chen's knee strike. Bai Chen's knee collided with the 8 spider lances, shattering one of the spider legs. The external spirit bone, being an extension of the body, was subjected to immense pain as it broke. Nonetheless, Bolstered by his indomitable will, Tang Sen remained silent, enduring the agony. With the 7 treasures, known for its second ability, Speed, a violet glow enveloped Tang San, instantly augmenting his speed significantly, allowing him to evade Bai Chen's range of attack. Noticing this, Bai Chen swiftly charged towards Ning Rongrong, determined not to allow her to amplify attributes unchecked in this competition. Yet, a strand of blue-silver grass emerged from Ning Rongrong's waist, swiftly pulling her away. Observing this, Bai Chen frowned. Tang San certainly posed a nuisance. Since that was the case, he would have to reveal a fraction of his prowess. 4th soul skill. Magic Wolf Shadow Kill Formation. With this incantation, a formation emerged centered around Tang San, manifesting 11 Bai Chens at each of the 10 corners, including the original. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Bang, bang. 11 strikes ensued, with Tang San using the Haotian hammer to block 6 of them, while the remaining 5 struck true. Due to the effects of Qingyang Gong, Bai Chen's soul power surged into Tang San's body, instantly inflicting 5 immense wounds upon him. Even with Tang San's extraordinary willpower, he could not suppress a couple of muffled groans, as the 8 spider lances behind him were entirely shattered. Their brother. Upon witnessing Tang San's dire state, Xiao could not restrain her exclamation. The Nether White Tiger. Roar. Subsequently, the Nether White Tiger charged recklessly at Bai Chen. Bang. Bai Chen extended both hands, blocking the tiger's charge, and staggered backward slightly. Sensing the tremendous force of the Nether White Tiger, Bai Chen smiled. 5th soul skill. Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation. With this declaration, Bai Chen's body swelled, reaching a height of 2.5 meters. His claws elongated significantly, and his eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light. Realizing the impending danger, Tang Sen inwardly lamented. Mu Bai? Zhu Qing. Be careful. Although Tang Sen promptly warned them, it was already too late. Bai Chen's fist struck the Nether White Tiger's jaw, instantly subduing the beast, and then Bai Chen's bony tail lunged fiercely towards the paralyzed Zhu Zhuqing. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing despairingly shut her eyes, feeling utterly powerless to defend herself. The distance between Xiao Wu and her was insurmountable, rendering her unable to teleport in time to thwart the impending attack. A sickening sound echoed as the bony tail pierced through flesh. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling no immediate anomaly in her body, opened her eyes to discover a broad silhouette shielding her. Mu Bai? Bai Chen gazed at Dai Mu Bai, whose hands were impaled by the bone tail, somewhat surprised. This fellow exhibited a semblance of gallantry, prompting Bai Chen to regard him with newfound respect. Yet, alas, they stood on opposing sides. With a swift motion, Bai Chen extracted the bone tail and, swinging it, prepared to eliminate Dai Mu Bai. 3rd soul skill. Teleportation. 4th soul skill. Invincible Golden Body. A familiar voice resonated, drawing Tang San's attention to Xiao Wu. Farewell. With that, Bai Chen delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Wu's abdomen. A gasp escaped her lips as she coughed up blood, her body gradually succumbing to weakness. In that instant, a purple medicinal herb fell from her. The moment the herb hit the ground, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, while Bai Chen donned a look of realization. Divine Concealment Flower. Effect. Wearing this flower allows one to perfectly obscure their presence. No wonder Xiao Wu remained undetected even after the loss of the Heartbreak Red. It was due to this very reason. On the stage, Bibi Dong and other titled duoyuos, including Yu Guanqing, immediately recognized Xiao Wu's identity. However, they refrained from intervening at once, for the contest was still ongoing, and they were within the confines of the Spirit Hall in Spirit City, with no chance of escape. Suddenly, a shard of the 8 spider lances flew past Bai Chen's face, inflicting a wound upon him. Instantly, the poison from the faceless spider spread through Bai Chen's body. Yet, he appeared unaffected, for the attributes of the heavenly demon body and the bloodthirsty demon wolf rendered his resistance to toxins comparable to that of Tang San, rendering the poison nearly ineffective. Bai Chen shifted his gaze toward Tang San, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before him, claws poised to strike. We concede, exclaimed Yu Xiaojing in haste. However, the plea came too late. Bai Chen's claws had already pierced through Tang San's body. As Bai Chen withdrew his claws, Tang San crumpled to the ground. At this point, it mattered little whether he fought back. Xiao Wu had already been exposed, and today, none from Shrek would escape this place. Therefore, Bai Chen ceased his assault, and Bibi Dong would not hold it against him. Indeed, Bai Chen had accomplished the majority of his mission. Although others remained seemingly unharmed, both Dai Mu Bai and Tang Sen bore irreversible injuries. Should Tang Sen manage to survive this encounter, the possibility of a second awakening of his martial soul might offer him a chance at recovery. However, for Dai Mu Bai, his hands lay incapacitated, having been perfectly pierced by Bai Chen. To call him a shell of his former self would not be an exaggeration. Thus, the Shrek team was decisively vanquished by Bai Chen alone. After Yu Xiaojang's surrender, Bibi Dong stepped forward and proclaimed, I hereby announce that the champion of this year's elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is the Spirit Hall team. This is your reward." With that, BB Dong presented 4 soul bones as prizes. Undoubtedly, these soul bones had already been designated for their rightful owners, Bai Chen, Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu, each receiving one. Although Hulaina and the others had not engaged in battle throughout the competition, Bai Chen had no intention of claiming their soul bones, as they were not particularly suited for him. Ding. Congratulations to the host on achieving victory in this match. You have been awarded 3,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and securing the championship. You have received a reward of 100,000 points and 1 evolvable soul bone, torso bone. Upon hearing the notifications in his mind, Bai Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. With the torso bone now in his possession, he planned to return to the Death Canyon and defeat Fu Jin and his companions, thereby fulfilling BB Dong's assessment task. Chapter 175, The Destruction of the Evil Wolf's Core. As Bai Chen and the others claimed their rewards, BB Dong, Yue Guan, and Gue Mei exchanged glances. BB Dong then commanded, "Take action. Capture her." With that, the surrounding soldiers encircled the Shrek 7. Witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang and the others were taken aback. Yu Xiaojiang inquired, "BB Dong, what is the meaning of this? What do you intend to do to the students of our academy?" In response to Yu Xiaojiang's words, BB Dong chuckled, saying, "What do I intend? Why would I target you? Perhaps you should ask your dear disciple." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang San, who hesitated for a moment before revealing, "Teacher, Xiao Wu is not human." "What?" Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in astonishment. However, they soon came to terms with the revelation. Even if Xiao Wu was not human, she remained their kin and companion, and that connection would not be altered. Subsequently, after a heartfelt exchange between Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu, BB Dong and her group stepped forward. The confrontation between the Golden Iron Triangle and BB Dong's faction ensued. Observing this, Bai Chen felt little interest. He was already aware of the plot and found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. After all, he had become a sworn enemy of the Shrek 7, and aside from his familiarity with Ning Rongrong, he was indifferent to the lives of the others. He almost wished to intervene, yet it was not his place to engage in such a confrontation at this moment. Before long, the Golden Iron Triangle began to falter, with Yu Xiaojiang and his companions severely injured. Bai Chen, gazing skyward, suddenly noticed something. "Is it finally here?" he murmured just as an immense pressure surged from the distance. "Humph, a flower, a little ghost, and a pope dare to lay hands on my son and daughter-in-law." With that, Tang Hao materialized before the crowd. Even Bai Chen felt breathless under the weight of Tang Hao's presence. Subsequently, despite his injuries, Tang Hao rescued everyone from peril. So this is Tang Hao? Observing the tranquility that returned, Bai Chen, despite the brief skirmishes, fully recognized Tang Hao's formidable strength. Even wounded, Tang Hao is far beyond the ordinary title Dolua in power. After Tang Hao departed, members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Shrek Academy, and other institutions exited from the Spirit Hall city. Within the Popus Hall, though they had allowed Xiao Wu and the others to escape, the atmosphere was not overly bleak, after all. Bai Chen and his companions had triumphed in the tournament and received their awards. Nonetheless, BB Dong addressed them, stating, "After absorbing the soul bones, your strength will significantly increase, and the dangers of the Death Canyon will diminish." Yen? Evil Moon? Hulaina? What does this mean? Wasn't it said that only those who lost would go to the Death Canyon for training? Upon perceiving the gazes of the 3 individuals, Yue Guan interjected, "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? It was never stated that your victory absolved you from participation." Indeed, they should have discerned the snares woven into their discourse from the outset. BB Dong remarked, "Bai Chen need not venture forth. The decision to enter the Death Canyon rests solely with him." Following her words, the trio regarded Bai Chen with envious eyes. However, they soon recalled that Bai Chen had lived alone in the Death Canyon for several years, prompting a collective sigh. Perhaps, to Bai Chen, the Death Canyon felt akin to returning home. In truth, it was precisely so. The soul beasts within were endearing, the meat delectable, and the blood could be harnessed for cultivation. Occasionally, a soul bone would manifest, and Bai Chen relished his time spent there. Bai Chen nodded and declared, "I shall retreat to the Death Canyon for a period of cultivation." Without hesitation, BB Dong acquiesced to his request. Subsequently, they allowed Bai Chen and his companions to depart, while the Soul Doyuos remained to deliberate matters concerning Tang Hao. Upon returning to his chamber, Bai Chen retrieved the evolution-capable trunk bone and commenced absorption. In but a mere quarter of an hour, he had fully assimilated it. He then produced the recently acquired 55,000-year trunk bone, alongside the black-bellied forest mantis skull and several other soul bones previously obtained within the Death Canyon. As he surveyed these soul bones, Bai Chen hesitated. The reason for his previous reluctance to absorb them stemmed from their exceedingly low compatibility, none exceeding 60%. After a few moments of contemplation, Bai Chen resolved against absorbing these soul bones, choosing instead to reserve them for his family and companions. For now, he would focus solely on absorbing the trunk bone. With that thought, he began the absorption of the trunk bone awarded by Bibi Dong, and soon an exhilarating sensation enveloped his entire being. The feeling of power surging within him was utterly irresistible, and Bai Chen felt as though he might ascend to the heavens. Gradually, 2 hours elapsed before Bai Chen opened his eyes, having successfully absorbed the bone. True to its nature, the 50,000-year soul bone had elevated him to level 55, propelling him up 2 levels in one go. Just days prior, he had celebrated his 14th birthday. Such rapid advancement could only be considered extraordinary. If this pace continued, he might well transcend into a title Dolua before reaching the age of 20. Pondering this, Bai Chen examined the attributes of the newly acquired soul bone. Trunk bone of the annihilation evil wolf. Age, 50,000 years. Skills, devour, shadow of annihilation. Upon invoking the shadow of annihilation, one can summon a formidable phantasm. Indeed, upon the synthesis of soul bones, their ages would diminish slightly. It was improbable for the combined ages of 2 soul bones to equal the sum of their individual ages. The skill descriptions were succinct. Yet Bai Chen understood precisely the nature of the skills involved. With determination, he resolved to experiment. Shadow of annihilation. After speaking, a colossal wolf-headed apparition wielding a long spear materialized behind Bai Chen. Whatever action Bai Chen performed, the apparition mirrored it, akin to a diminutive version of an ethereal manifestation. Contemplating this, Bai Chen took a 2-day respite at the Spirit Hall. 2 days later, in the Hall of the Pope, Bai Chen addressed Bibi Dong. Teacher, I intend to venture into the Death Canyon. Upon reaching level 60, I wish to depart from the Spirit Hall and embark on my own journey. May I? Upon hearing Bai Chen's request, Bibi Dong hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well, however, I wish to take you to a certain place first. You are unlike others. At level 60, you will undoubtedly be able to pass the trials of that place. Bai Chen discerned that the location Bibi Dong referred to was likely the City of Slaughter, though he feigned slight confusion. Observing Bai Chen's expression, Bibi Dong gently ruffled his hair and inquired, Bai Chen, do you harbor any resentment towards the Spirit Hall? Bai Chen replied, Teacher, why do you ask? Bibi Dong explained, because, initially, we essentially forced you to come with us. Bai Chen shook his head, stating, had grandfather Yueguan not rescued me, I might have perished at the hands of Dugabo. My life was granted by the Spirit Hall. How could I harbor bitterness? His words were sincere. Dugubo's temperament was peculiar. It was entirely possible that he might one day meet an untimely end at Dugubo's hands. Had Yueguan and the others not arrived that day, he would have had no chance to escape. Consequently, if the Spirit Hall were to face adversity in the future, he would undoubtedly lend his aid. Bibi Dong scrutinized Bai Chen for a few moments before conceding. Very well, let us assume your words are truthful. She understood that Bai Chen was not as naive as he appeared. She had previously contemplated designating Bai Chen as the Holy Son, positioning him to compete with Hulaina for the papacy, thereby intertwining Bai Chen's fate with that of the Spirit Hall. However, it was evident that appointing Bai Chen as the Holy Son at this juncture would create the impression that Hulaina had been forsaken by the Pope, rendering her position within the Spirit Hall precarious. As the Pope, Bibi Dong had numerous considerations weighing upon her, leading her to hesitate and ultimately refrain from bestowing the title of Holy Son upon Bai Chen. After all, Hulaina inspired greater trust in Bibi Dong than Bai Chen did. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Bai Chen furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that she did not fully trust him and still harbored considerable doubts. Noticing his silence, Bibi Dong continued, Bai Chen, if in the future your power surpasses the control of the Spirit Hall, what will you do? Bai Chen responded, I do not know, but I will not act against the Spirit Hall. Teacher, what troubles you today? He added, if the Spirit Hall does not trouble me, I will not act against it, and will repay the Spirit Hall for its life-saving grace. Bibi Dong remarked, is that so? Very well, I shall not press you further. That day is still far off. Consider my words today as unspoken. Bai Chen replied with a simple, oh, and then departed. Stepping out of the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen inhaled deeply. Should Bibi Dong choose to confront him, he would be ill-equipped to contend with her. It was imperative for him to hasten his cultivation. If the day arrived when Bibi Dong truly sought to harm him and he had yet to mature, it would indeed be a dire predicament. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen departed the Spirit Hall, heading towards the Death Canyon. As night fell, Bibi Dong sat alone in her chamber, troubled by an overwhelming array of recent events. The resurgence of the Haotian de Law and the complications surrounding Bai Chen weighed heavily on her. Although she yearned to place her trust in Bai Chen, her position rendered it difficult to do so entirely. Lost in contemplation, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the organ Bai Chen had gifted her. And she recalled his earlier words, "If you feel troubled, play a piece." With this in mind, Bibi Dong approached the instrument and began to play. Soon, enchanting melodies flowed from the organ. As the final notes faded, her mood lightened considerably. "Very well, I shall trust you this once, little one." Meanwhile, Bai Chen was nearing the Death Canyon, when suddenly an ominous voice rang out. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Chapter 176. Battle against the Soul de Law. Upon finishing his words, an elderly figure materialized before Bai Chen. Gazing intently at the old man, Bai Chen's expression sharpened. "It's you." "Indeed, it is I." "The old man you did not expect, the Soul de Law, previously seen beside Davis," replied. Bai Chen, however, felt little surprise at the appearance of his adversary. He had long suspected that Davis would take action against him, though he had not anticipated it would occur at such an inopportune location. Bai Chen remarked, "I indeed surmised it would be you, yet I did not foresee that you would choose to act at such an unsuitable time and place." Dragon Moon, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean? Why is now not a fitting moment for confrontation?" Bai Chen, too weary to respond, thought the individual before him must be rather dim-witted. Did he not consider that a tidal de law was stationed nearby, guarding the vicinity of the Death Canyon? The ghost fish de law was currently on watch here. Should he send a distress signal to the spirit hall, the ghost fish de law could arrive in less than a minute. Bai Chen possessed the strength to endure for a minute, and he even contemplated dispatching the Soul de Law himself. Infuriated by Bai Chen's gaze, which he perceived as one of mockery, Dragon Moon's anger flared. His intellect had always been lacking, and he had offended many, were it not for his high cultivation talent. He would have been eliminated long ago and would not have achieved his current status. Thus, he loathed being regarded with such disdainful eyes. Just as Bai Chen was doing now. "You insolent brat! You seek death!" Dragon Moon shouted. "Dragon Shadow Spear, manifest." With that, a long spear entwined with a golden dragon appeared in his grasp, accompanied by 8 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Upon witnessing the spear, Bai Chen's expression hardened. Although the soul ring combination was not optimal, it was still considerable. Moreover, the emergence of the Dragon Shadow Spear brought forth an indescribable pressure, one that signified the full force of a Soul de Lua. In response, Bai Chen hastily invoked his amplification skill. Rice Cake. Manifest. Demon Wolf Domain. Instantly, 5 wolf spirits materialized beside him, and a rice cake-shaped tattoo adorned his body. His attributes surged dramatically, allowing him to withstand the pressure emanating from his opponent. This was a domain. Dragon Moon, astounded at the sight of the 5 wolf spirits, could hardly believe that Bai Chen possessed domain skills. What other secrets was this individual concealing? 5th soul skill. Dragon Abyss. Dragon Moon had no intention of prolonging their exchange. He unleashed a 10,000-year soul skill right from the start, wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications. A serpentine dragon formed from concentrated soul energy surged towards Bai Chen. Shadow Step. Observing this, Bai Chen opted not to confront the attack head-on and instead sought to evade it. However, as expected from a Soul de Loi strike, evasion proved challenging, and Bai Chen's arm was grazed. With a soft gasp, a faint wound was etched upon Bai Chen's arm. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Chen swiftly retreated, relieved to have narrowly evaded the impending danger. Otherwise, he would have experienced considerable discomfort. 5th soul skill. Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation. With that proclamation, Bai Chen's physique suddenly expanded, further enhancing his attributes. 1st soul skill. Frenzied Assault. As he spoke, Bai Chen unleashed a punch towards his adversary, while 5 wolf spirits surged forward in unison. Humph. Trivial technique. Long Yu scoffed disdainfully. The audacity of Bai Chen to employ his 1st soul skill against him was utterly insulting. He promptly brandished his spear, thrusting it forward with the intention of effortlessly neutralizing the assault. However, a resounding impact echoed. Bang! Crack! Bai Chen's fist collided with Long Yu's hand, producing a bone-cracking sound. It was worth noting that Bai Chen's physical prowess was equivalent to that of a soul beast over 60,000 years old, a formidable force that surpassed even the average Soul de Lua. Long Yu, merely an 81st level Soul de Lua, was caught completely off guard by Bai Chen's direct strike. His right hand was instantly shattered, the Dragon Shadow Spear clattering to the ground, while Long Yu's right arm fell limp as if devoid of bones. Ah! Overwhelmed by excruciating pain radiating from his right hand, Long Yu struggled to comprehend how this seemingly insignificant Soul King could possess such immense strength. In a flurry of thoughts, he quickly declared, 7th soul skill. Dragon Shadow True Body. Upon uttering these words, a colossal specter of the Dragon Shadow Spear materialized behind him. Grasping the spear in his left hand, He lunged forward to strike at Bai Chen. 6th soul skill, solitary wind pursuit. Long Yu nearly ground his teeth in determination as he executed this technique, acutely aware that his right hand was nearly rendered useless. Even if it healed, it would undoubtedly bear lasting repercussions, a truth that underscored the significance of a hand to a soul master. His animosity towards Bai Chen reached a boiling point. Witnessing this, Bai Chen promptly responded, Destruction Shadow. In tandem with his declaration, a wolf-headed specter wielding a spear appeared behind him. Black Moon Songwolf Massacre. With that, both Bai Chen and his spectral counterpart began to whirl like a top, brandishing their spears with fervor. A barrage of cross-shaped wind blades surged towards Long Yu. Although many were countered by Long Yu, it was not until the 49th strike, the final combination Bai Chen could muster, that he successfully dismantled his opponent's soul skill. The manifestation of martial soul did not obliterate Bai Chen in an instant, leaving Long Yu grappling with disbelief. 8th soul skill, Dragon King Tremor Spear. Long Yu proclaimed, wielding his spear in his left hand. He executed a series of vigorous circles before thrusting it forward with tremendous force. A massive dragon specter surged towards Bai Chen. As this attack materialized, a cloud obscuring the moon and the night sky began to disperse. Bai Chen naturally took notice of this development. Subsequently, he declared, Moonblade Slash. With that, Bai Chen's right leg began to move in a manner reminiscent of his earlier Black Moon Songwolf Massacre, continuously swinging with purpose. His crescent blade grows more formidable as the moon becomes increasingly luminous. Tonight marks the night of the full moon, which signifies the zenith of his crescent blade's power. Each strike he unleashes now is a successive slash, each more potent than the last. The 8th soul skill of Dragon Moon was resolutely thwarted by Bai Chen. However, in the same breath, Bai Chen felt his body weakening, as if his soul power was on the brink of being entirely drained. This was his first experience of such a sensation. Truly, the soul duelist possessed the ability to push him to this extent. The consumption for Dragon Moon is also substantial. Continuously employing these energy-draining soul skills has begun to take its toll on him. Yet, upon observing Bai Chen's condition, he realized that he currently held the advantage. Chapter 177. Slaying Long Yu. Thus, Long Yu charged forward with the Dragon Shadow Spear in hand. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a distress signal soared into the sky behind Bai Chen. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Long Yu was momentarily taken aback, despite his lack of intelligence. He comprehended that this device Bai Chen had just deployed was a distress signal, a call for assistance when one finds themselves outmatched. Long Yu thought to himself, is he unable to play fair? Nevertheless, he still harbored intentions of eliminating Bai Chen. The martial Soul City was quite a distance away, and it would take time for a tidal Dolua to arrive. Unless fortuitously a Soul Dolua or tidal Dolua happened to be in the vicinity and responded to the signal to rescue Bai Chen. Otherwise, Bai Chen was as good as dead today. Even Bibi Dong could not thwart his resolve. 4th soul skill, Dragon Shadow Thrust. Possession of the Heavenly Demon. As Long Yu charged once more, Bai Chen could no longer afford to hesitate. He activated the Heavenly Demon possession. He had no choice but to act swiftly, lest he be rendered powerless. With that, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanated from Bai Chen, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. 1st soul skill, Frenzied Assault. In no time, Bai Chen intercepted Long Yu's assault. Observing the transformation of Bai Chen, Long Yu found himself at a loss for words. Just how many hidden cards did Bai Chen possess? Why was it that every time he sensed an opportunity to eliminate his foe, Bai Chen always seemed to unveil something new? He felt an inescapable dread, as though Bai Chen would forever elude death. A minute later, the ghost fish Dolua arrived. Ordinarily, even with a distress signal, one would not expect such promptness from the ghost fish. However, the signal Bai Chen had released detonated, revealing the character for Dust. This was Bai Chen's exclusive distress signal, prompting the ghost fish to rush over without hesitation. As Long Yu beheld the tidal Dolua before him, his expression darkened considerably. He now understood why Bai Chen had claimed that this was not an opportune moment or place for an assassination. There was indeed a tidal Dolua nearby. Upon the ghost fish's arrival, Bai Chen dispelled his various transformations, and, feeling his strength wane, nearly collapsed. His soul power had dwindled to a mere 5%, leaving him in a state of severe weakness. Had the ghost fish arrived even a few minutes later, Bai Chen would not have been able to endure. However, in truth, Long Yu was not in much better condition, having expended numerous soul skills and utilized his martial soul's true form. He would soon find himself in a state even more dire than that of Bai Chen once the effects of his martial soul's true form subsided. Realizing the arrival of the ghost fish meant he could no longer slay Bai Chen, Long Yu promptly turned to flee. Witnessing this, the ghost fish declared, 3rd soul skill, Deep Sea Demonic Blade. With a flourish of his hands, the ghost fish Dolua unleashed 2 deep blue water blades that hurtled towards Long Yu. With a sickening sound, Long Yu's legs were severed in an instant. Long Yu's body crumpled to the ground, and the ghost fish rushed over to retrieve him, then inquired, Bai Chen, are you unharmed? Bai Chen shook his head, replying, I am fine, thank you, senior ghost fish. There's no need for thanks. What do you intend to do with him? Upon hearing the words of the ghost fish, Bai Chen replied, naturally, he must be slain. The ghost fish inquired, should we not interrogate him first? Bai Chen dismissed the notion, stating, there is no need. He is the great prince of the Starry Empire. A soldat in the service of Davis. The ghost fish responded, then you may proceed to take action and vent your frustrations. Bai Chen affirmed, very well. Observing their exchange, Long Yu felt a surge of fear as he gazed upon them, realizing that he was likely to meet his end today. Bai Chen brandished a poisonous dagger and advanced towards Long Yu, who hastily pleaded for mercy. No, please don't kill me. Spare my life. Without hesitation, Bai Chen plunged the dagger into Long Yu's throat. Long Yu's pupils dilated momentarily before his eyes gradually closed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying an 81st level soldat. Reward, 150,000 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. It was gratifying to discover that a soldat yielded such a substantial reward, rendering his previous efforts worthwhile. Noticing Bai Chen's weakened state, the ghost fish suggested, you should rest at my place today. We shall officially enter the Death Canyon tomorrow. Bai Chen expressed gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ghost fish. Afterward, Bai Chen spent the night resting at the ghost fish's abode. While the ghost fish promptly informed Bibi Dong of the assassination attempt on Bai Chen, the following morning, Bai Chen awakened early and returned to the Death Canyon. He immediately inspected his cave and sighed in relief upon finding the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower still intact, indicating that no one had intruded. The blood pool still contained a considerable amount of beast blood, sufficient for Bai Chen's cultivation for some time. Next, he aimed to defeat Fu Jin and his companions to complete Bibi Dong's trial task before attending to other matters. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen stripped off his clothes and, after a prolonged absence, entered the blood pool to cultivate the heavenly demon body. The heavenly demon body comprises 9 levels, and he had only reached the 4th. To cultivate it to the 9th level would likely be no less challenging than attaining divinity. 3 hours later, Bai Chen emerged from the blood pool. Each time he cultivated, he consumed 600 pounds of beast blood. For the first time, he sensed that his consumption rate might surpass his ability to acquire more beast blood. Meanwhile, in the Tiando Empire, a Bing had, according to Bai Chen's instructions, established a modest primary soul master academy. Besides gathering orphans, the academy would also enroll some ordinary students to sustain its daily operations. Upon graduation, the orphans would directly join Bai Chen's sect, while the newly admitted students would be given the choice to join, depending on their inclinations. On the other side, the Xinghua Empire had developed similarly to the Tiando Empire. Days later, Bai Chen opened his eyes and strode towards Fu Jin and his group, determined to defeat them and fulfill a task he had undertaken for several years. Meanwhile, Hulaina and her companions had finally entered the Death Canyon and were nearing Fu Jin's territory, anticipating that Bai Chen would encounter them at just the right moment. Half an hour later, Bai Chen unexpectedly encountered Hulaina and her companions at the camp of Fu Jin. Sister Nana, did you enter the Death Canyon today? Bai Chen inquired, to which Hulaina and the others nodded in affirmation. Hulaina asked, Bai Chen, what brings you here? Bai Chen replied, I have come to challenge Fu Jin and his team. He then stated, all right, I believe I am now capable of facing all 10 of you at once. Upon hearing this, Fu Jin and his companions exchanged surprised glances. It seemed evident that Bai Chen had experienced a significant surge in strength during the competition. Otherwise, he would not dare to challenge them all simultaneously. Such a leap was quite extraordinary. With that, Bai Chen and Fu Jin moved to the battlefield, while Hulaina and Xieyu, driven by curiosity, followed closely behind, as both sides activated their martial spirits. The sight of Fu Jin's 60 soul rings left the 3 onlookers astounded, based on their current positioning. It appeared that Bai Chen genuinely intended to take on 10 opponents alone. Fu Jin's team sprang into action. 2 support-type soul masters immediately enhanced their allies. A control-type soul master sought to dominate the battlefield. An agile attacker patrolled the perimeter, while the defensive soul masters stood guard. And the assault type led the charge at the forefront. At a glance, Fu Jin's formation seemed flawless, devoid of any weaknesses. Bai Chen observed this scene from the shadows. Furrowing his brow, this 10-person team was far more formidable than he had anticipated. However, he remained undeterred. Demonic Wolf Domain. Shadow Step, he proclaimed, summoning 5 wolf spirits alongside 6 manifestations of himself. Among them, only one was the true Bai Chen, creating the illusion that he outnumbered them. Watching from the sidelines, Hulaina and her companions frowned in concern. A domain? It appears Bai Chen has yet to reveal his full power during the elite competition at the prestigious Soul Master Academy. They swallowed hard, realizing the depth of his capabilities. In unison, the 5 wolf spirits and 6 Bai Chen manifestations surged forward. Fu Jin's team, lacking the unique perception of Tang Sen with his purple extreme demon eye, could not discern which was Bai Chen's true form, leaving them at a disadvantage. Each could only confront one opponent. Fu Jin swung his blood blade toward one of Bai Chen's avatars, but the avatar deftly evaded the attack. Witnessing this, Fu Jin's brow furrowed. Could Bai Chen's avatars possess combat prowess? If so, defeating him would become far more challenging. Suddenly, a shriek echoed nearby. It was the voice of Lung Feng. Bai Chen had unleashed his full strength in an attack that overwhelmed Lung Feng. In an instant, Bai Chen had dispatched one of the members and swiftly retreated, resuming his covert observation of Fu Jin's movements. Seeing Bai Chen's tactics, Fu Jin wore a bitter smile. It was exceedingly frustrating, for they had no means to counter Bai Chen's method of combat. If Bai Chen were to land a single strike after defeating an opponent, he could continue the battle, granting them a chance to surround him. However, at present, Bai Chen strikes and then retreats, only to launch another assault at a later time, leaving them in utter despair. Observing the intense focus of Fu Jin and his companions, Bai Chen refrains from hasty attacks, choosing instead to comfortably hide behind a stone pillar and rest, patiently awaiting the restoration of his soul power. Simultaneously, he remains vigilant for any signs of weakness from Fu Jin and his team. The moment they reveal even the slightest chink in their armor, Bai Chen will spring forth in an instant. Soon enough, an hour passes, yet Bai Chen remains elusive. Since this confrontation is devoid of time constraints, he can afford to prolong his absence indefinitely. Truth be told, Fu Jin and his companions are currently in considerable distress, but they dare not allow the 2 agile attack-type soul masters to stray too far from them, for should those 2 become isolated, they risk being swiftly overwhelmed by Bai Chen. Chapter 178, Advanced Mysterious Lottery, Advanced Blood Servant, Shadow of Annihilation. As Bai Chen spoke, a spectral figure resembling a wolf-headed man wielding a spear materialized behind him. Observing this apparition, Bai Chen suddenly realized it was a stand-in attack. Indeed, his Shadow of Annihilation bore a striking resemblance to a stand-in. This time, Bai Chen's objective was quite clear. However, he chose to strike while they were mentally fatigued, compounded by his inhuman speed, resulting in the immediate elimination of 2 agile attack-type soul masters. The team of 10 was now reduced to merely 7. Subsequently, Bai Chen withdrew once more. Witnessing this, Fu Jin furrowed his brow. If this continued, they would succumb to a slow demise. They could no longer remain on the defensive. Once Bai Chen's soul power was restored, their defeat would be inevitable. With this in mind, Fu Jin declared, "Hey Wei, Huang Yi, you 2 guard the rear while the 3 of us take the offensive." Clearly, everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. A gamble was their only chance, for if they continued to defend, their fate would be sealed. Bai Chen, observing this scene, smiled. It was to his advantage and would save him some time. As Fu Jin and his companions advanced approximately 30 meters, Bai Chen sprang into action, targeting the support and control-type soul masters at the far rear. Upon witnessing this, Fu Jin urged, "Quick, intercept him." As they prepared to charge towards Bai Chen, a wolf spirit suddenly lunged at them, toppling Fu Jin, with the other 2 falling victim as well. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already reached his destination. Just as He Wei was about to unleash his soul skill, Bai Chen was faster. Bone Tail. The Bone Tail struck He Wei's chin, rendering him unconscious. 6th soul skill, Light of Assistance. 4th soul skill, Vine's Piercing Strike. 6th soul skill, Ghost Slash. Simultaneously, the remaining 3 launched their attacks at Bai Chen. However, it was futile. Their strikes were far too slow to connect. Just as they prepared to launch another assault, Bai Chen swiftly dispatched the support-type soul master with 2 swift strikes before vanishing from the scene once more. On the other side, Fu Jin and his team finally dealt with the wolf spirit, but by the time they returned, Bai Chen had already escaped. As they gazed upon Bai Chen, who appeared like a specter, Hu Lai Na and the others broke into a cold sweat. It was terrifying. Had they faced such a Bai Chen, they would have been defeated long ago. Now only 5 remained on the field. A standard defense could not possibly overcome Bai Chen. Fu Jin, in a moment of desperation, resolved to split into 2 teams to search for him. In an instant, while their guard was down, Bai Chen struck again, defeating one more opponent. An hour later, Fu Jin stared at the claws on his neck and uttered, "You have won, Lord Bai Chen." Upon hearing Fu Jin's words, Bai Chen lowered his claws and replied, "Thank you for your assistance during this time. I may not return. I intend to cultivate in the depths of the Death Canyon." With that, Bai Chen departed. Fu Jin and the others officially returned to complete their mission. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest, the trial of BB Dong. You have been rewarded with 50,000 points and 3 chances for a premium draw. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. A premium draw? He had never participated in one before. It was worth a try. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the premium mysterious draw and obtained 40,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the premium mysterious draw and acquired a high-level blood servant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the premium mysterious draw and received 10 soul evolution potions. Upon hearing the prompts in his mind, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. A high-level blood servant sounded formidable, and with 10 soul evolution potions and 40,000 points, it was quite a rewarding outcome. To be honest, Bai Chen was quite curious about this high-level blood servant. Even the low-level ones were already quite appealing. He wondered what extraordinary figure the high-level blood servant would embody. As he pondered, a slender figure appeared before Bai Chen. The moment he laid eyes on the individual, he found himself unable to look away. Bai Chen struggled to find words to describe the person before him. Terms like the beauty that eclipses the moon or the charm that sinks fish and birds fell short. The only flaw was that the figure's physique was somewhat lacking. Yet it hardly mattered. Beauty was paramount. If he had to encapsulate his feelings in 2 words, aside from exclamations of surprise, Bai Chen could think of nothing else. However, 3 seconds later, his expression froze. Bai Chen coldly inquired, "Why are you male? I was told by a previous blood servant that our male hosts only have female blood servants." Noticing the slight bulge on the figure, Bai Chen voiced his doubt. Upon hearing his words, the male blood servant's cheeks flushed as he replied, "Master, that rule only applies to low and mid-level blood servants. We high-level blood servants are not bound by such limitations. Moreover, as you know, some hosts have particular preferences, which is why we have both male and female options at the high level." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's face darkened for a moment. But he quickly composed himself. A male was indeed more convenient. Living with some females could be rather awkward. Taking a deep breath, Bai Chen asked, "All right, I understand. What is your name?" The blood servant responded, "Master, I do not possess a name. High-level blood servants are nameless. I kindly ask you to grant me one." Bai Chen exclaimed, "I have to name you myself?" After contemplating for a moment, he took a couple of steps closer, examining the figure. Fair-skinned and soft. It was peculiar for a boy to look like this. Then, he remembered his relatives, who had names like Bai Yang and Bai Xing, yet there was no Bai Yu. "I shall name you Bai Yu," he decided. "Thank you for the bestowed name," Bai Yu replied with a hint of joy. Although Bai Chen's naming skills were lackluster, the blood servant was still pleased. While contemplating, Bai Chen decided to check Bai Yu's attributes. Name, Bai Yu. Age, 15 level, 31 martial soul, blood azura, top-tier martial soul, cultivation aptitude, 25. Upon observing Bai Yu's attributes, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Such aptitude was rather impressive. One must possess innate soul power of 9 to attain this level of cultivation potential. Moreover, this individual was merely 15 years old, yet had already reached level 31, boasting a top-tier martial soul. It was noteworthy that both Bing and her companion had reached the age of 20, yet only achieved level 30 with merely intermediate martial souls, rendering them significantly inferior in comparison to Bai Yu. It was somewhat regrettable that Bai Yu was male, as Bai Chen had been genuinely captivated for a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, Bai Chen had no immediate tasks to assign to Bai Yu, so he refrained from further comment. Subsequently, as Bai Chen immersed himself in cultivation, Bai Yu obediently observed him from the side. After a considerable period of time, Bai Chen, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Bai Yu's gaze, remarked, "Bai Yu, if you find yourself with free time, you may engage in cultivation or tidy up the room." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Yu promptly nodded and replied, "Yes, master." He then proceeded to clean the cave. With Bai Yu's departure, Bai Chen finally found solace and continued his own cultivation. Given Bai Yu's age and talent, it was likely that he could become an invaluable aid in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Chen called out to Bai Yu, who was cleaning. "Bai Yu, can your blood servants practice the techniques I am currently cultivating?" Bai Yu, while tidying up, quickly responded, "No, master. The techniques you possess are exclusively designed for you. Only your physique can utilize them. In the entire world, only you can cultivate this technique. Aside from the techniques, everything within the system that you can use is tailored specifically for your constitution. Others cannot utilize them. Even if they attempted, the effects would be minimal, and their progress would be exceedingly slow, perhaps rendering them incapable of mastering it in their lifetime." Upon hearing Bai Yu's explanation, Bai Chen experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder the system had designated a label indicating that only the host could use such techniques. He had mistakenly thought there might be consequences if others attempted to use them, but it was, in fact, designed solely for him. "All right, I have no further inquiries. Once you finish cleaning, come find me outside." "Yes, master," Bai Yu replied respectfully. With that, Bai Chen stepped outside. He intended to cultivate Bai Yu's combat abilities. After all, it would be a shame to let such remarkable talent go unused in battle. Bai Chen planned to dedicate an hour each day to instructing Bai Yu. Soon after, Bai Yu completed his cleaning and emerged, standing respectfully before Bai Chen. Bai Chen said, "First, engage me in a spar. Allow me to assess your combat capabilities." "Yes, master," Bai Yu replied as he summoned his martial soul. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized around him. First soul skill, Ajura possession. With that declaration, Bai Yu charged towards Bai Chen. Upon witnessing the stance of Bai Yu, Bai Chen furrowed his brows, his steps unsteady, and his movements excessively flamboyant, revealing numerous flaws. Is the combat prowess of a high-ranking blood servant truly so lacking? Contemplating this, Bai Chen seized the opponent's fist and swiftly struck Bai Yu's neck. Instantly, Bai Yu collapsed to the ground. "Are you jesting? I demand you engage me with your utmost effort." "Yes." Recognizing the evident irritation in Bai Chen's tone, Bai Yu understood the seriousness of the moment. Without delay, he sprang back to his feet. Third soul skill, Blood Shadow Azura transformation. Upon uttering these words, Bai Yu underwent a profound transformation. The formerly gentle aura evaporated, replaced by a dark, ominous presence that exuded terror, and his movements became markedly more precise. Observing this transformation, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. With a resounding slap, Bai Yu was once again brought to the ground. Very well, when it comes to seriousness, he was no match for Bai Chen. Subsequently, Bai Chen devised a rigorous training regimen for Bai Yu and then immersed himself in his own cultivation. Before long, a month had passed. After spending a month in the Death Valley, the beast blood in the blood pool had significantly diminished. Bai Chen surveyed the situation and concluded that it was time to replenish the beast blood. This time, he resolved to delve deeper into the Death Valley, intending to procure beast blood that was over 10,000 years old. Chapter 179. The 3 Sovereigns of the Death Canyon Noon. At this hour, when the sun blazes its fiercest, the Death Canyon remains shrouded in its usual oppressive gloom. Bai Chen treads cautiously within the canyon, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Despite his formidable strength allowing him to traverse the Death Canyon with relative ease, he knows that complacency could lead to unforeseen perils. Thus, he has prudently left Bai Yu at home, for this place is far too perilous for her. As Bai Chen delves deeper into the canyon, the air grows increasingly tainted, a noxious miasma intertwining with the scent of blood. His enhanced olfactory senses render this odor particularly acute. The stench emanates from all directions, suggesting that multiple slaughters have transpired. It is evident that the most potent scent comes from the depths of the canyon. However, Bai Chen feels no discomfort. Accustomed to the sanguine aroma from his frequent immersions in blood pools, he finds this faint scent somewhat agreeable. Before long, he spots his first target, a 2-pronged salamander. Aged 8,000 years. The creature bears a resemblance to an ordinary salamander, save for its additional spines. An 8,000-year-old spirit beast is a commendable find, and its blood is marginally acceptable. Thus, Bai Chen resolves to capture it. Just as he is about to make his move, an overwhelming aura envelopes him. Suddenly, a massive purple vulture descends, swiftly dispatching the 2-pronged salamander. Witnessing this, Bai Chen turns on his heel and flees. Prior to entering the Death Canyon, Bai Dong had warned him of 3 formidable sovereigns residing within, each boasting a history exceeding 80,000 years, though not quite reaching 100,000. Nevertheless, they are indeed fearsome. She had advised him that should he encounter any of these 3 spirit beasts, he must not hesitate to flee, for none of them could be faced by his current prowess. The purple vulture before him is one of the 3 sovereigns, the venomous vulture, a spirit beast of terrifying strength, surpassing even the man-faced demon spider in quality. Having witnessed its might firsthand, Bai Chen recognizes that he stands no chance against it, prompting his swift retreat. The venomous vulture, having noticed Bai Chen, does not immediately pursue but regards him with a mocking gaze. In truth, a 2-pronged salamander is ample sustenance for the vulture. Yet it revels in the torment of weaker beings like Bai Chen, hence the cruel expression it wears. Bai Chen, perceiving the vulture's demeanor, feels an unsettling dread. Gale force. There is no hope of victory, his only chance for survival lies in flight. As he scurries away, the venomous vulture leisurely ascends into the sky, trailing behind him, relentless in its pursuit. As for the corpse of the 2-headed serpent, it remained indifferent, for the remnants of its essence still lingered in the air. Apart from those 2 creatures, no other spirit beast dared to approach the area in the short term. Noticing the venomous vulture soaring above, Bai Chen hesitated. The ghost fish had previously given him a token. If he were to crush it, the ghost fish would be alerted to his peril and come to his aid. He pondered whether to use it, but as he contemplated, a fearsome aura emanated from directly ahead, causing Bai Chen's complexion to turn pale. Soon, a colossal python emerged not far in front of him, the blue phosphor serpent, one of the 3 monarchs of the Death Canyon. with an age of 85,000 years. It surpassed even the venomous vulture in longevity. Clearly, the venomous vulture and the blue phosphor serpent had also recognized each other, and they instinctively chose to disregard Bai Chen, instead confronting one another. In their eyes, the threat posed by each other far outweighed that of Bai Chen. Furthermore, these two beings harbored animosity. Their relations were notoriously poor. They had nearly perished at each other's hands on several occasions, making any peaceful coexistence highly unlikely. Observing this scene, Bai Chen withdrew the token he had intended to shatter. It appeared he was momentarily safe. With this thought in mind, he stealthily slipped away to the side, leaving the two formidable beings to their standoff. A quarter of an hour later, by a cliff in the Death Canyon, Bai Chen utilized his extraordinary vision to observe the unfolding battle. Unfortunately, the situation did not align with his expectations. Both parties had developed a certain level of intelligence and were no longer inclined to engage in immediate conflict upon meeting. Should they clash, it would only benefit the last remaining monarch. After 2 hours of stalemate, they departed simultaneously. Witnessing this, Bai Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this all? After waiting for 2 hours, he felt somewhat disillusioned. With both monarchs present, he resolved to refrain from venturing deeper into the Death Canyon for the time being. With these three creatures around, the depths of the canyon were far too perilous. As Bai Chen contemplated his departure, he suddenly spotted a towering giant elephant approximately 300 meters ahead. This majestic creature was roughly 5,000 years old. Bai Chen had initially intended to abstain from hunting spirit beasts under 10,000 years. However, encountering two of the three monarchs in the Death Canyon was unfortunate. As nightfall approached, returning to his cave would indeed be safer. Though he held some disdain for the 5,000-year-old spirit beast, he had little choice but to make do. Especially since the giant elephant possessed a considerable amount of blood, which would suffice for his cultivation for a time. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen made his way toward the nearby giant elephant. The foraging giant elephant suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. Spirit beasts possess an acute awareness. And upon feeling this instinctive dread, the giant elephant took flight. Attempting to flee, it is too late. As the bone tail of Bai Chen emerged, it swiftly pierced the brain of the colossal titan. With a resounding crash, the giant fell, and Bai Chen approached to collect its blood and materials. Once the gathering was complete, Bai Chen commenced his return journey. Along the way, he caught the enticing aroma of a savory broth. Bai Yu had prepared dinner. It must be said that while the combat prowess of these blood servants was rather average, their domestic skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Sensing Bai Chen's return, Bai Yu hurried out to greet him. "Master, you have worked hard." Acknowledging her words with a nod, Bai Chen replied, "You have also toiled. And I have something to share. During this period, I shall refrain from delving too deeply into the Death Canyon, thus granting us more time together for your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu eagerly affirmed, "Yes, Master, I understand." After enjoying dinner, Bai Chen proceeded to his training. Half a year later, Bai Chen opened his eyes. Having reached level 56, at last, he had attained this milestone. Following his breakthrough to Spirit King, the soul power required for cultivation had escalated significantly. Despite Bai Chen's remarkable cultivation aptitude of 60, he found himself with limited time for soul power training as he simultaneously practiced the heavenly demon body and the tranquility technique. As his strength gradually increased, the savage aura of the demonic wolf grew increasingly intense, becoming somewhat difficult for him to control. During this time, Bai Chen elevated his tranquility technique to ensure he could maintain clarity of mind during battle. He also acquired several soul bones, enhancing the longevity of his soul bones. Currently, Bai Chen's attributes had undergone considerable transformation compared to before. Name: Bai Chen. Age: 14. Soul power: level 56. Cultivation aptitude: 60, including Qingyang technique 10. Heavenly demon body 2. Martial soul: savage demonic wolf. Martial soul quality: super martial soul. Soul rings: 5. Frenzy charge 620. Black moon song wolf kill 931. Fearful howl 2556. Demonic wolf shadow killing array 10760. Bloodthirsty demonic wolf transformation 41300. Soul bones: 3. Hurricane howling moon wolf right leg bone 39,000. Illusory wolf head bone 7,000. Annihilation evil wolf torso bone 53,000. Giant spirit tail external soul bone. Points: 680,000. Special skills: Divine Eye, Qingyang technique, 3rd layer. Tranquility technique, 3rd layer. Shadow step, 3rd layer. Heavenly demon body, 4th layer. Items: venomous dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, intermediate level upgrade pills X2, martial soul evolution elixir X39, skill upgrade pills X2. Primary soul ring longevity enhancement pills X31, intermediate soul ring longevity enhancement pills X7, divine bestowed soul ring X1 status, enhanced smell, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing. Enhanced heart. During these 6 months, he amassed a substantial number of points, participating in several intermediate mysterious lotteries, resulting in the acquisition of various items, including martial soul evolution elixirs and soul ring longevity enhancement pills. However, these items are of no immediate use to him. For if his first spirit ring were to suddenly transform into a purple hue, he would find himself at a loss to explain such an occurrence to others. Would he dare to tell BB Dong that he discovered a divine legacy in the Death Canyon? Clearly, that would be preposterous. After all, the Death Canyon has been under the dominion of the Spirit Hall for many years, and no evidence of any divine relics has ever been uncovered. How could Bai Chen possibly find something so extraordinary upon his arrival? Thus, Bai Chen resolved to wait until he reached level 60 before embarking on his adventures, at which point he would consume the soul ring enhancement pills. Achieving level 60 is not overly challenging. Bai Chen merely needs to advance 2 more levels before utilizing the enhancement pills to elevate his rank. Due to the nature of these intermediate pills, he is limited to consuming only 2. Furthermore, Bai Chen has another task to accomplish today, assisting Bai Yu in acquiring his 4th spirit ring. Following Bai Chen's absorption of 3 10,000-year spirit bones, which has propelled Bai Yu directly to level 40. Chapter 180, the 5,000-year-old. Let us proceed. Bai Wei. Yes, master. With that, Bai Wei hurriedly followed suit. Although Bai Wei was a year older than Bai Chen, she was significantly shorter in stature. Presently, at merely 14 and a half years of age, Bai Chen had already reached a height of 175 centimeters, which contributed to his increasingly handsome appearance. Though perhaps handsome might be an overstatement, he was still in the blossoming stage of youth. Bai Chen envisioned a future where he would tower at 188 centimeters, a time when he would undoubtedly exude a more masculine charm, a thought that filled his heart with anticipation. On the other hand, Bai Wei, despite being 15 and a half, stood at a meager 150 centimeters, conforming to the standard height of a yodeler. Standing beside Bai Chen, she appeared nearly a head shorter, resembling more of a younger sibling, though to be precise, she bore a resemblance to a younger sister, as her striking features were only slightly inferior to Bai Chen's, and her appearance was decidedly more delicate, to the extent that one might mistake her for a girl. Bai Wei, you haven't ventured far from the cave, have you? Upon hearing Bai Chen's inquiry, Bai Wei nodded. No, master, I have not strayed far from the vicinity of the cave. Good. It seems you have been attentive to my guidance. I should have mentioned the dangers of the Death Canyon earlier. You must have sensed the aura emanating from the soul beasts you've encountered along the way. As we delve deeper, ensure that you remain behind me. In the event of danger, alert me immediately. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood. Master. All right, let us set forth. With that, the two advanced toward the depths of the Death Canyon. Due to the superior constitution of the Blood Servant, Bai Chen had previously assessed Bai Yu's 4th soul ring's age, determining that it should ideally range between 8,000 to 9,000 years, which would likely be Bai Yu's limit. As they gradually ventured deeper into the Death Canyon, Bai Wei cast cautious glances around her. The path was littered with the cleanly gnawed remains of beast bones, causing her to shudder slightly. Despite having traversed the Death Canyon for some time, the closer they approached the depths, the more discomfort she felt in her body. Soon, upon reaching the central region of the Death Canyon, Bai Chen halted their advance. Very well, let us pause here. This area may harbor soul beasts aged between 8,000 to 9,000 years, or even older. Further exploration would significantly increase the likelihood of encountering high-ranking soul beasts. For the sake of caution, it is prudent that we search around this vicinity. Understood, master. Bai Wei readily assented to Bai Chen's words. After their conversation, the two began their search for soul beasts in the vicinity. With Bai Chen's keen eyesight, he quickly spotted the concealed soul beasts around them. However, he held little regard for these creatures, as their ages ranged only between 3,000 to 4,000 years. While some might have been suitable for Bai Yu, their age was far from his limit, making it impossible for Bai Chen to consider such a soul ring for him. As the sun descended, Bai Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that finding an appropriate soul beast for Bai Yu seemed unlikely that day. The soul beasts they encountered either lacked the requisite attributes or did not meet the necessary age criteria, leaving Bai Chen thoroughly dissatisfied. Subsequently, they sought refuge in a relatively safe spot for the night. As darkness enveloped the land, the soul beasts became increasingly active. However, Bai Chen observed once again that none were suitable for Bai Yu. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn the following day, the pair rose, undeterred by the previous day's lack of success, recognizing that it was merely the first day of their journey. They continued their search for suitable soul beasts in the vicinity. Thus, Bai Chen and Bai Yu spent another day in pursuit. It was not until the 3rd day that Bai Chen finally spoke, suggesting they advance further. He noted that while there were some soul beasts aged between 8,000 to 9,000 years, their numbers were still too sparse. He believed that the next section of the Death Canyon would yield a higher concentration of suitable soul beasts. Bai nodded eagerly in response. With that, they ventured deeper into the Death Canyon. Before long, they discovered a fitting soul beast, the blood ape, aged 500 years. Observing the blood ape from a distance, Bai Chen sighed with relief, pleased to have found a suitable creature for Bai. He then addressed Bai, asking for his thoughts on the beast. Bai nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Bai Chen charged toward the blood ape. The creature, sensing the imminent threat, attempted to retaliate. But a soul beast of less than 10,000 years stood no chance against Bai Chen. In a brief struggle, Bai Chen severed the blood ape's limbs and discarded it before Bai. Faced with the helpless creature, Bai felt no sympathy. He swiftly drew his dagger and pierced the beast's brain. A deep purple soul ring materialized above his head, prompting Bai to commence the absorption process. Meanwhile, Bai Chen stood guard, swiftly encountering one formidable soul beast after another. Yet, upon sensing Bai Chen's aura, each of these ancient beasts chose to flee in submission. 3 hours later, Bai was struggling with the absorption process. Bai Chen gazed at her with a hint of concern. Such a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Yet Bai had not completed her task. Perhaps his expectations were excessively high. Nevertheless, now that they had come this far, Bai had no choice but to persevere. Soon, more than 2 hours passed, and Bai's expression began to soften. Observing this transformation, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she was on the verge of successful absorption. After all, she was a high-ranking blood servant. Just then, Bai Chen glanced into the distance and spotted a massive black wolf, estimated to be around 50,000 years old. Upon sighting this formidable creature, a sense of dread washed over him. He instantly recognized the species, the wolf, a soul beast of considerable strength. Each increment of 10,000 years in age granted this beast an additional tail, and the one before him bore 5, unmistakably marking it as a 50,000-year-old soul beast. Under normal circumstances, Bai Chen would never confront such a creature head-on. He would choose to retreat. After all, a 50,000-year-old soul beast was terrifying. In the realm of 10,000-year soul beasts, 50,000 years marked a significant threshold. Reaching this age denoted a top-tier soul beast. Although it was merely a difference of 10,000 years from a 40,000-year-old beast, they were practically two distinct species. However, Bai was still in the midst of absorbing her spirit ring. It appeared she was nearing success, and acquiring such a high-ranking blood servant was no trivial matter. After spending half a year together, Bai Chen had developed a certain bond with her, making it impossible for him to relinquish her easily. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Chen positioned himself protectively in front of Bai. At that moment, the wolf also became aware of their presence. Upon seeing them, it gulped instinctively. It had not encountered humans in quite some time and had once feasted upon them. The memory of their succulent flesh lingered in its mind. Lost in these thoughts, the creature found itself moving unconsciously, closing the distance to Bai Chen in an instant. As Bai Chen noticed the approaching beast, he fully summoned his strength. Rice Cake Possession, 5th Soul Skill, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf, Transformation, Annihilation Shadow, Demon Wolf Domain, Azure Sun Cloak, Frenzied Assault. With a flurry of skills unleashed, the wolf snapped back to its senses, jolted by the sudden surge of power emanating from the human before it. Boom. Bai Chen's attack struck the wolf squarely on the head, causing it to tilt its head in confusion. Though dazed, the creature did not sustain any significant damage. In response, Bai Chen brandished a toxic dagger and a pufferfish venom dagger, simultaneously lunging toward the wolf. Thud. 2 daggers simultaneously pierced the body of the opponent, and the toxins swiftly began to spread within. However, despite the potency of these 2 poisons, it was nearly impossible to kill the ancient, 5,000-year-old. The immense pain brought on by the toxins ignited a surge of fury within the creature. With a deafening roar, the S-body expanded dramatically, and then its 5 tails, reminiscent of the ghouls from Tokyo Ghoul, lunged toward. The tails served as the primary means of attack for them. Thus, upon witnessing the 5 tails charging at him, exercised utmost caution and swiftly began to evade the onslaught. The rapid strikes of the came in quick succession, yet adeptly dodged each one, the impacts creating a cacophony as they struck the ground. 4th Soul Skill, Demon Wolf Shadow Kill Formation. Upon uttering these words, approximately 30 images have materialized around this sight left the creature momentarily bewildered. However, as launched his assault, the quickly regained its composure. About 20 of S attacks were successfully absorbed. Yet over 10 strikes found their mark, resulting in numerous wounds on which began to bleed profusely. Observing this, felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not anticipated an instant kill. Creatures of this caliber had to be worn down gradually. Chapter 181, The Division of External Soul Bones. The left arm of the Abyssal Wolf as the pain surged through its body. The Abyssal Wolf was immediately engulfed in a state of fury. Although some of the wounds inflicted by Bai Chen were trivial, Others were situated in perilous locations, such as the abdomen and the rear. In short, the abyssal wolf was consumed by rage, its critical injuries rendering it nearly irrational. Its 5 tails whipped about like a machine gun, relentlessly assaulting Bai Chen. Shadow Step. Thanks to the Shadow Step technique, the abyssal wolf had yet to land a single strike on Bai Chen. Instead, it found itself continuously drained, suffering new wounds at intervals. On the surface, it appeared that Bai Chen had the upper hand, yet in reality, he had exhausted all skills capable of enhancing his attributes. Each passing second took a significant toll on his soul power, placing him in a state comparable to that of his adversary. The ultimate victor would depend solely on the endurance of both combatants. Half an hour later, Bai Yu successfully completed his absorption. Upon finishing, he beheld Bai Chen in a stalemate with the abyssal wolf, and his heart skipped a beat at the sight. However, he refrained from recklessly intervening. Recognizing his own insignificance as merely a soul master, a mere flick of the abyssal wolf's tail could spell his demise. Acting impulsively would likely only bring trouble to Bai Chen, leaving him powerless to contribute otherwise. Hence, Bai Yu remained stationary, biding his time. Bai Chen, naturally aware of Bai Yu's successful absorption, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon noticing the latter's prudent restraint. At least this fellow was not foolish. The battered abyssal wolf was beginning to waver, yet the memory of its injuries ignited an uncontrollable fury within it. With a furious roar, it charged at Bai Chen once more, though its speed was markedly diminished compared to before. Observing the beast's movements, Bai Chen chuckled to himself. A 50,000-year-old beast was truly underwhelming. It had yet to comprehend its physical state and charged recklessly. How foolish the abyssal wolf was. Nevertheless, Bai Chen did not underestimate his opponent. His own condition was far from ideal, but unlike the abyssal wolf, he possessed clarity about his situation. Thus, when the beast lunged at him, Bai Chen immediately devised a plan of action. Shadow Step. In an instant, Bai Chen evaded the assault with the Shadow Step. Body of the Heavenly Demon. Next, Bai Chen activated the body of the Heavenly Demon, unleashing an astonishing aura of bloodlust from his being. After dodging the abyssal wolf's attack, he plunged his pufferfish poison dagger into the creature's lower abdomen, carving a deep gash that allowed its innards to spill forth. The abyssal wolf staggered a few steps before collapsing, a black soul ring materializing above its head. Witnessing this, Bai Chen released his martial spirit. Then, with a thud, he fell to the ground. Although exhausted, Bai Chen did not forget to utilize the giant spirit's tail, driving it into the abyssal wolf's body to commence the absorption of its essence. In an instant, the colossal tail of the giant spirit began to elongate once more, reaching lengths of 12, 5 meters, 13 meters, and 13, 2 meters, ultimately extending to a magnificent 15 meters before it ceased to grow. Subsequently, Bai Chen's giant spirit tail slowly split in two from the center, transforming into 2 slender yet formidable tails. At this moment, the had yet to be completely absorbed by Bai Chen's tail. Both tails simultaneously penetrated the body of the, causing Bai Chen's giant spirit tail to thicken. However, just as it began to gain girth, it was entirely consumed by Bai Chen. Gazing at the 2 15-meter-long tails behind him, Bai Chen felt a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his tail would undergo such a division. This newfound capability would undoubtedly enhance his lethality in future battles, as the destructive potential of 2 tails far surpassed that of a single one. He pondered whether further splits would occur in the future. Bai Chen meticulously examined his new appendages. These tails were significantly more resilient than before, with comparable strength. Although a 15-meter tail should possess greater power, the division had seemingly diminished its might somewhat. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential, as consuming additional soul beasts would surely restore the tail's strength. Moreover, the had dropped a piece of a 50,000-year-old left arm bone, a delightful surprise indeed. Even for Bai Chen, a soul bone of such antiquity was extraordinary. Should he acquire the left arm bone, it could serve as material for future advancements. At that moment, Bai Yu approached and inquired, "Master, are you unharmed?" Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Chen nodded in affirmation. "I am well. This hall is quite substantial. Let us return. Once we are back, I wish to see your 4th soul skill." "Certainly, master." With that, the two made their way back. Along the journey, Bai Chen examined the attributes of the newly acquired left arm bone. Left arm bone of the age, 50,000 years compatibility, 93 completeness, 42 aside from its low completeness. This bone could indeed be considered an exceptionally fine soul bone. Regrettably, its integrity was rather lacking. At a mere 42. Soon, they returned to the cave, where Bai Chen declared, "Come forth and demonstrate your 4th soul skill." "Yes, master." Upon uttering these words, Bai Yu immediately manifested her martial spirit. Bai Chen was quite pleased to behold Bai Yu's blood-sure martial spirit. It was undeniably striking and resembled a human form. indicating that combat would be quite manageable. Fourth soul skill, Blood Rain. Bai Chen exclaimed, as a tempest of blood began to fall within a radius of approximately 15 meters around her. The area enveloped by this sanguine deluge witnessed the instantaneous withering of all plant life. Coincidentally, a 10-year-old patterned snake found itself within the confines of the blood rain. Upon contact with the crimson droplets, the snake was utterly corroded, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Chen inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sheer terror of the blood rain. This ominous downpour continued for a full 3 minutes before finally ceasing. Bai Chen inquired, "What is the consumption rate of this soul skill?" Bai Chen replied, "Master, this soul skill will consume approximately 30% of my current soul power." Only 30%? Bai Chen expressed surprise at this revelation. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it reasonable, considering it was a soul beast with an astonishing age of 8,500 years. By the way, does this blood rain possess any other characteristics aside from its corrosive nature? At Bai Chen's question, Bai Chen promptly nodded and explained, "Those drenched by the blood rain will enter a state of blood toxin. The more one is exposed to the rain, the more severe the blood toxin state becomes. Individuals in this state will experience a decline in all attributes and will expend greater soul power when using soul skills. Blood toxin, it even has a poisoning effect. Viewed in this light, this skill indeed appears quite formidable." Meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire, Davis sat within his estate, listening to his subordinates' report, nodding in satisfaction. Recently, aside from Long Yu's failed assassination attempt on Bai Chen, all of Davis's endeavors had progressed smoothly. After all, he had not anticipated that the foolish Long Yu would successfully eliminate Bai Chen. He merely approached the endeavor with a mindset of experimentation. Now, witnessing the inevitable failure, which even resulted in Long Yu's demise, Davis could only label him with 2 words, foolish fool. Aside from this incident, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had not returned to the Star Luo Empire. After all, Dai Mubai's hands had been pierced by Bai Chen, rendering them nearly useless. A close combat soul master without functional hands is of little use. Should Dai Mubai attempt to return to the Star Luo Empire now, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate at the hands of Davis. It was improbable that matters would unfold as seamlessly as in the original narrative. Thus, Davis had nearly confirmed his position as the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. Naturally, he felt elated, especially since he had previously suffered defeat against Shrek Academy in their conflicts. Bai Chen had indeed assisted him in resolving a significant predicament. Nevertheless, even so, he had not abandoned the notion of assassinating Bai Chen, for Bai Chen's strength was insurmountable. Given Bai Chen's current rate of growth, he would likely evolve into the legendary 99th level Peerless Dolua. A 99th level Peerless Dolua, merely stating this, one could surmise that attempting to assassinate him would be exceedingly effortless. Even if he surrounded himself with titled Doluos as bodyguards, it would be of no avail. As for courting Bai Chen's allegiance, Davis had entirely abandoned that thought. After all, Bai Chen had witnessed Long Yu's actions against him. It would be impossible for Davis to find any rationale for an alliance. Before long, a soldier hurried over, reporting that a cloaked figure had inexplicably appeared at the door, requesting an audience with him. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Davis seemed to suddenly recall something and promptly instructed, "Quickly, invite him in." Seeing Davis's demeanor, the soldier dared not delay and hurriedly rushed out to convey the message. Subsequently, a figure cloaked in a robe entered the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Davis promptly declared, "Everyone, please leave. Do not allow anyone to approach this place." "Yes, Your Highness," came the reply. With that, the attendants vacated the room, leaving only Davis and the cloaked individual. Once they were alone, Davis immediately stated, "Now that we are undisturbed, you may reveal yourself." Nodding in acknowledgement, the figure swiftly cast aside the cloak, revealing an elderly man with a somewhat benevolent demeanor before Davis. Staring in disbelief at the visage before him, Davis remarked, "So, this is what you truly look like. No wonder your identity has remained concealed all these years." Chapter 182, The Assassination of the Title Dolua. Bai Chen on the brink of death, Davis gazed in astonishment at the benevolent elder before him. It was well known that this venerable figure held significant renown within the Star Luo Empire, reputed as the legendary king of assassins, a title Dolua-level killer. Upon hearing Davis's words, the elder suddenly broke into a chilling smile. "Prince Davis, let us speak of matters at hand. Who is the target of my assassination this time?" In response, Davis replied, "His name is Bai Chen, from the Spirit Hall. I trust you have heard of him." Upon hearing this, the elder nodded, "I am aware. Ever since Bai Chen rose to fame in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, I have indeed recognized him." Davis then produced a small pouch and tossed it to the elder, saying, "This is the deposit. Upon successful completion of the task, I shall provide you with the remainder." The elder, after examining the contents of the pouch and catching sight of the small spider within, nodded in satisfaction. Although he would typically refrain from taking action, especially against a mere child who had yet to reach the Soul Emperor level, Davis's reward was simply too tempting to resist. The Ghost King spider, a rare find even in the black market, coupled with a 10,000-year-old soul bone, was something he greatly desired. Moreover, eliminating Bai Chen posed little challenge for him, thus he readily accepted the task. With that, the elder's figure flickered and vanished. Davis smiled as he watched him depart, feeling confident that he could finally resolve the issue with Bai Chen. It was worth noting that the elder had a remarkable success rate of 99% in his assassinations, having experienced failure only once in his lifetime, and that failure had been in an attempt on the Haoyan Dolaw. After leaving the Star Luo Empire, the elder gazed at the Ghost King spider in his hand, a smirk gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that the seemingly insignificant Bai Chen would warrant such a lucrative reward from Davis, combining the Ghost King spider with the soul bone. What enmity could exist between Bai Chen and Davis? Though curiosity piqued within him, he refrained from inquiring about the motives behind such a hefty price for the assassination of a mere child. It was his principle never to pry into the secrets of his employers, which was precisely why others were willing to pay exorbitantly to enlist his services. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu had officially parted ways. Tang San had begun his training under Tang Hao, but due to the absence of the 50,000-year-old soul bone, his progress in cultivation would likely be considerably slower this time. Days passed, and for reasons unknown, Bai Chen felt an unsettling restlessness, as if something were about to transpire, something he had never experienced before. Pondering this, he stepped out of his cave and gazed at the full moon. A frown etched upon his face. Bai Yu sensed his unease and approached his side, asking, "Master, what troubles you? Are you unable to sleep?" Bai Chen replied, "Yes. I do not know why, but I have been feeling disquieted these past few days, as if something significant is about to occur." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Yu was somewhat taken aback. "Is that so? Then, Master, should we continue to remain in the Death Canyon?" After contemplating her question, Bai Chen replied, "Let us abandon the Death Canyon and return to the Spirit Hall. In comparison to the Death Canyon, the Spirit Hall is significantly safer." Meanwhile, a cloaked figure was making his way from the Spirit Hall towards the Death Canyon. This elderly man was the titled Dolua assassin previously hired by Dai Mubai. He had arrived in Spirit City the day before, yet upon infiltrating the Spirit Hall, he found no trace of Bai Chen. However, this was of little concern, for he soon learned that most of the talented individuals from the Spirit Hall had ventured into the Death Canyon, prompting him to hasten his journey there. Within the Death Canyon, Bai Chen and Bai Yu engaged in conversation for a while, uplifting their spirits, and decided to return to Spirit City the following day, as the atmosphere here was indeed peculiar. The next day, before dawn, Bai Chen awoke to discover that Bai Yu had risen even earlier than he, having already prepared breakfast. In fact, for the past 6 months, Bai Yu had consistently awoken before Bai Chen. There were times when Bai Chen even questioned whether their blood servants required sleep. After having breakfast, as Bai Chen stepped outside, he instinctively retreated a step, shattering the token in his hand. Just as Bai Chen moved away, a cloaked figure wielding a dagger appeared at his previous position, adorned with 9 soul rings of varying hues. The shadow dagger Dolaw was somewhat surprised that Bai Chen, as a soul king, could sense his ambush. It couldn't truly be called a stealth attack, considering he had only just discovered this cave. Otherwise, he would have eliminated Bai Chen the previous night. Nevertheless, this individual was indeed formidable, which explained why Davis was willing to expend such great resources to eliminate him. That last strike could have easily been lethal even to a soul Dolua, yet it was evaded by a mere soul king. He also noticed that Bai Chen had just shattered something. However, this was undoubtedly the perfect moment to assassinate Bai Chen. After all, if he were to withdraw now, Bai Chen would surely be on guard in the future, and opportunities like this were rare. Third soul skill, Shadow Stab. With that, the third soul ring of the shadow dagger lit up, and a dull purple light enveloped the dagger in his hand as it swiftly lunged towards Bai Chen. Shadow Step. Due to the Shadow Step, the attack missed its mark. Nevertheless, the shadow dagger was already aware of Bai Chen's exceptional prowess, so a missed attack was inconsequential. With a flick of his wrist, he repositioned the dagger. Thud. In an instant, the shadow dagger left a wound upon Bai Chen's chest. Despite Bai Chen possessing numerous skills, he was still merely a soul king, and the disparity in strength against an assassin of the title dog caliber was insurmountable. Subsequently, the shadow dagger unleashed a flurry of strikes, each carving a significant gash into Bai Chen. Within a mere 10 seconds, Bai Chen had been reduced to a bloodied figure. Confronted by the formidable title de law, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming pressure and could not help but take a few deep breaths. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Bai let out a sinister chuckle, remarking, You little rascal, your appearance is indeed stunning. If it weren't for my mission to eliminate you, I would have considered capturing you for training. Upon hearing Ing Bai's aged voice, Bai Chen experienced a chill run down his spine. Since arriving on the Dolua continent, he had never felt so humiliated. The old man before him was not only attempting to taunt him verbally, but also relishing in it. However, Bai Chen knew he must remain composed and buy time until Guiyu could arrive to rescue him. Bai Chen retorted defiantly, "Bah, I would rather perish than fall into the clutches of a depraved old man like you." As he spoke, he took 2 steps back, determination etched on his face. Ing Bai, licking his lips, craved a different kind of engagement, yet his mission remained paramount. With that thought, he lunged forward, thrusting his dagger towards Bai Chen's throat. Clang! In an instant, Bai Chen skillfully enveloped himself with the 2 tails of the giant spirit, shielding his body entirely. Ing Bai's dagger struck against the protective tails. To his surprise, he discovered Bai Chen possessed an external soul bone. Seeing the tailbone, Ing Bai was momentarily taken aback. But then a wicked smile spread across his face as he swiftly severed one of Bai Chen's tailbones. Humph! External soul bones are akin to regular bones, once severed. Even Bai Chen could not suppress a grunt of pain. Hearing this sound only fueled Ing Bai's excitement, prompting him to deliberately slice through Bai Chen's remaining tailbone. Master! Witnessing Bai Chen's plight, Baiyu could no longer contain herself and rushed forward. Upon seeing Baiyu, Ing Bai momentarily froze, his eyes widening. Although Baiyu was slightly less enchanting than Bai Chen, she possessed a soft, alluring quality that was irresistibly captivating to someone with his peculiar preferences. Noticing the gaze of Ing Bai, Bai Chen's eyes blazed with fury. He could instinctively sense the old man's thoughts. And this was the angriest he had felt in a long time. He yearned to carve the man before him into 1,000 pieces. Yet he lacked the strength to do so. Die, you bastard. 4th soul skill, Shadow Wolf Assassination Array. As he declared this, Bai Chen poured all his soul power into unleashing 87 of his Super Shadow Wolf Assassination Arrays. Ing Bai was momentarily taken aback by the onslaught, but quickly regained his composure, blocking each of Bai Chen's attacks with ease. As Bai Chen's soul power dwindled, he felt the world spinning around him, struggling to maintain his balance. Seeing Bai Chen's weakened state, Ing Bai swiftly plunged his dagger into Bai Chen's body. Bai Chen's heart was pierced in an instant. Gradually, he slumped to the ground, his breath fading away. Just at that moment, Guiyu Dolua finally arrived and witnessed the scene unfolding before him. Ing Bai, upon seeing Guiyu, paused briefly, fully aware that a tidal Dolua guarded the vicinity of the Death Canyon. But he hadn't anticipated that the formidable figure would be Guiyu. The strength of the ghost fish is comparable to his own, yet it is particularly tenacious. If ensnared by the ghost fish, one could find themselves in peril by the time reinforcements from the spirit hall arrive. Contemplating this, Shadow Dagger cast a reluctant glance at Baiyu before swiftly fleeing. Damn it, don't run. The ghost fish bellowed in fury. However, Shadow Dagger had no intention of heeding the ghost fish's command. There was no way he would refrain from escaping. Observing Shadow Dagger's retreat, the ghost fish found himself at a loss. With Bai Chen in such a dire state, he could not abandon him to pursue the ghost fish. Resolving this in his mind, the ghost fish immediately assessed Bai Chen's injuries, removing his garments. Upon revealing the wounds, the ghost fish's countenance shifted dramatically. Bai Chen bore over 30 wounds of varying severity. Any one of them could prove fatal to an ordinary person. The most grievous was the gaping wound near his heart. Such a significant injury would be insurmountable even for a tidal Dolua. Given such trauma, survival seemed utterly hopeless. Chapter 183. You are awake. Are you all right? To the astonishment of Guiyu, he perceived a faint breath emanating from Bai Chen. Despite sustaining such grave injuries, Bai Chen was still alive. This was due to the extraordinary resilience of his heart, bolstered by the indomitable spirit. Its strength surpassed that of an ordinary person's by several folds. Unless his heart were cleaved in two or crushed entirely, it would be exceedingly difficult for Bai Chen to perish. Upon realizing that Bai Chen had not succumbed, Guiyu immediately sprang into action. What are you standing there for? Come help bandage him. Guiyu called out to Baiyu. Yes. After this exchange, the two swiftly attended to Bai Chen's wounds. Subsequently, Guiyu gently laid Bai Chen back in the cave. Given the severity of Bai Chen's condition, Guiyu was cautious not to move him unnecessarily. You stay here and keep an eye on Bai Chen. I will return to the spirit hall for assistance, Guiyu instructed. Baiyu nodded eagerly. I will take good care of Brother Bai Chen. The term Brother Bai Chen was what Bai Chen had asked Baiyu to call him when she was outside. Seeing Baiyu's demeanor, Guiyu felt a twinge of concern, yet time was of the essence, so he hurried towards the spirit hall. At that moment, within the papal hall, Bibi Dong sat in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. Your Holiness, Lord Guiyu requests an audience, a guard announced abruptly. Raising her gaze, Bibi Dong replied. Let him enter. Yes. With that, Guiyu rushed into the hall. Bibi Dong, unhurried, inquired, Guiyu, what brings you here? Your Holiness. Bai Chen has been ambushed and gravely injured by a titled Delaw in the Death Canyon, and he is on the brink of death. What? Bibi Dong exclaimed. Immediately. The two hurriedly gathered several healing spirit masters and set off towards the Death Canyon. Meanwhile, in the Death Canyon, Bai Yu tirelessly worked to staunch Bai Chen's bleeding. Although Bai Chen was not yet dead, his wounds were numerous and profound. Despite the rudimentary bandaging, blood continued to flow copiously. Approximately half an hour later, Bibi Dong and her entourage finally arrived at the cave. Upon witnessing Bai Chen's dire condition, they urgently exclaimed, "Quick! Begin treatment." "Yes, Your Holiness." Observing Bai Chen's state, a titled Dela-level healing spirit master, accompanied by two soul Dela-level healers, immediately commenced their efforts. Healing Circle. Embody. Ninth Spirit Ability. Healing Divine Light. As he spoke, the titled Dela healer activated his ninth spirit skill, casting a powerful beam of light upon Bai Chen. The grievous wounds on Bai Chen began to mend rapidly, only to reopen again, creating a relentless cycle of healing and tearing. This process endured for a full hour, until the titled Dola's spirit power was utterly depleted. Another soul Dola then took over to continue treating Bai Chen's injuries. Seeing the titled Dola healer withdraw, Bibi Dong urgently asked, "How is it? Is there hope for Bai Chen?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, he promptly replied, "Your Holiness, I am at a loss regarding Bai Chen's condition. His injuries are exceedingly grave. Most individuals would have succumbed by now. Moreover, the wounds were inflicted by a dagger of immense destructive power, rendering them difficult to heal. Strangely, however, Bai Chen's heart appears to be remarkably resilient, far stronger than that of an ordinary person. It is this very heart that has allowed him to survive thus far. As for the possibility of his recovery, I cannot say for certain." Bibi Dong's expression darkened upon hearing this. "I understand. You should focus on recovering your soul power." "Yes, Your Holiness," the titled Deloa replied before departing. Soon after, an increasing number of healing soul masters arrived. After a full day and night of treatment from over a dozen soul saints entitled Dolua, Bai Chen's wounds finally began to heal, ceasing their bleeding. Seeing Bai Chen's injuries stabilize, Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. She then turned her gaze towards Bai Yu and inquired, "I presume you witnessed the entire ordeal. Please tell me how Bai Chen came to be in such a state." Bai Yu hesitated momentarily before responding, "Very well. It happened as follows." In no time, Bai Yu recounted the events of that day in meticulous detail. Upon hearing Bai Yu's account, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. A killer of title Dolua level? With a dagger as their martial spirit and cloaked in a full mantle? As Bai Yu's description unfolded, a figure gradually took shape in Bibi Dong's mind. Only one individual matched these descriptions, the leader of the Dark Falcon organization of the Star Luo Empire, Shadow Dagger. If her conjecture held true, it was highly likely that Shadow Dagger was the one who had assaulted Bai Chen. As for who had commissioned Shadow Dagger, there could be numerous suspects. The Star Luo Empire, various sects, and even the Heavendo Empire could all be potential culprits. However, the most significant suspicion lay with the Star Luo Empire. After all, they had a history of such actions. Previously, they had dispatched a Soul Doloa to assassinate Bai Chen, which had ultimately failed. The possibility of another attempt was quite high, especially considering that Bai Chen had made powerful enemies. Should Bai Chen rise to prominence, he would pose a considerable threat to the Star Luo Empire, making it more prudent for them to eliminate him decisively by sending a top-tier expert capable of overwhelming him before he could unleash his full potential. Yet, even knowing who was behind the attack, Bibi Dong felt helpless against Shadow Dagger due to their elusive nature. The Spirit Hall had attempted to capture Shadow Dagger multiple times in the past, but each endeavor had ended in failure, often resulting in losses for the Spirit Hall. Over time, the difficulty of tracking them down only increased. Finding them only to be unable to eliminate them led to a reluctance to continue the pursuit. However, this time, Bibi Dong was genuinely furious. "Shadow Dagger, it seems you are courting death." Just then, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who had just completed their mission, hurriedly rushed in. Upon entering, Yu Guan exclaimed, "Your Holiness, how is Xiao Chen?" Gue Mei, too, looked anxiously at Bibi Dong. Seeing their worried expressions, Bibi Dong reassured them, "Do not fret. Bai Chen has now emerged from the critical phase." Upon concluding their conversation, the two individuals exhaled in relief. However, Bai Chen remained unconscious, leaving them uncertain of when he would awaken. They decided to approach him cautiously. Despite Bai Chen's condition stabilizing, the blood had yet to be cleaned up. The bloodstains surrounding him attested to the severity of his previous injuries. Upon witnessing this, both Yue Guan and Gue Mei's expressions darkened. Yet they maintained their composure as they quietly exited the area. Subsequently, Gue Mei inquired, Your Holiness, who could have inflicted such harm upon Little Chen? His tone conveyed certainty. He knew Bibi Dong would be aware of the perpetrator. In response, Bibi Dong stated, it was the Shadow Dagger. Yu Guan interjected, the Shadow Dagger Dola, the assassin king of the Star Luo Empire. Bibi Dong confirmed, indeed, if I am not mistaken, this was orchestrated by the royal family of Star Luo, hiring the Shadow Dagger Dola to carry out the assassination. The gravity of her words darkened Yu Guan and Guimei's expressions further, prompting both to prepare to voice their thoughts. However, Bibi Dong interrupted, there's no need to speak, act as you see fit. After exchanging a glance with her, the two nodded and proceeded to leave. Meanwhile, the Shadow Dagger had already departed from Soul Master City, with such grievous injuries compounded by the harm from his soul power and the poison laced on the dagger. Bai Chen was unlikely to endure the ordeal. If he did, he would accept it as fate. A week later, Bai Chen gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he gazed at the beams above him, reflecting for a moment before realizing he was in the Hall of Spirits. Relieved, he marveled at his survival. Glancing down at the bandages that enveloped him with a faint smile. I made it through, old glass. Just you wait. Within 5 years, I shall claim your life. Lost in thought, Bai Chen suddenly noticed Bai Yu resting at the bedside. He reached out to pat her head. Sensing his movement, Bai Yu woke instantly. Her initial confusion dissipating as she recognized Bai Chen's open eyes. Master, she exclaimed. Hush, Bai Chen replied. I'm awake. Bai Yu quickly covered her mouth, whispering, Master. You have finally awakened. Bai Chen asked, what of my teacher? He had previously confided in Bai Yu that Bibi Dong was his mentor. Bai Yu responded, Lady Bibi Dong and the others are occupied with some matters. Oh, please fetch me some water, Bai Chen requested. Certainly, Master. Bai Yu replied before rising to fulfill his request. Meanwhile, Bai Chen pondered the reasons for his survival. Soon, he concluded that it was indeed his indomitable spirit that had saved him. Relieved, he acknowledged that his earlier decision to strengthen his heart with that indomitable spirit had proven fortuitous. Otherwise, he would have truly faced dire consequences. After Bai Yu had poured the water, Bai Chen inquired, by the way, have the teachers discovered the matter of the blood pool? No. Lord Bibi Dong and the others did not venture deep into the cave, so you may rest assured, all is well. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Chen released a sigh of relief. However, even if Bibi Dong and her companions had discovered it, it would not have posed much of a problem, as he had already taken the precaution of removing the blood phoenix and had collected all the blood within, leaving only a large pit, which, of course, was surrounded by numerous bloodstains. Should Bibi Dong and her group stumble upon that blood pool, he would find it rather difficult to provide an explanation. Shortly thereafter, Bibi Dong and her companions approached. Upon seeing Bai Chen awake, they breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Bai Chen, you have finally awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? Chapter 184, Lullaby. Yes, I am fine now, teacher. As Bai Chen spoke, he placed his hand upon his own, relieved to find it still there. For some inexplicable reason, every time he heard phrases like you have awakened, he instinctively thought, congratulations, the surgery was a success. You are now a girl. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Dong reassured him, do not worry, Bai Chen. The one who attempted to assassinate you, the likes of Yu Guan and Guimei, have already gone to pursue him. It has been a week now, and we should receive news soon. Bai Chen inquired, teacher, can you tell me who tried to kill me? Bai Dong replied, we have already uncovered the truth. It was the prince of the Star Luo Empire, hired by Davis. The assassin who targeted you is likely the leader of the Dark Falcon from the Star Luo Empire, known as Shadow Dagger. Shadow Dagger? Upon hearing these words, Bai Chen's expression grew markedly serious. His hatred for Shadow Dagger now eclipsed even that for Davis. One day, he would seek vengeance for this transgression. Lost in thought, a guard suddenly entered, announcing, Your Holiness, Lord Yu Guan and the others have returned. Bai Dong nodded and instructed, allow them to come in. Inform them that Bai Chen has awakened. Yes, Your Holiness. The guard exited, and shortly thereafter, Bai Chen heard hurried footsteps outside. Upon learning that Bai Chen had finally regained consciousness, Yu Guan and Guimei could hardly contain their joy. As two elderly bachelors without family, they had long regarded Bai Chen as their own grandson. How could they not be thrilled at his awakening? With a creak, the door swung open, and in rushed Yu Guan and Guimei. Upon seeing Bai Chen alert, they immediately inquired, Are you all right, little Chen? Grandpa Yu Guan, Grandpa Guimei. I apologize for worrying you. By the way, did you go after the one who attempted to assassinate me? I hope you were not injured. Bai Chen genuinely felt concern for Yu Guan and Guimei. Their kindness towards him was evident. Do not fret, little Chen, Yu Guan reassured him. We are unharmed, however. We did not manage to kill him. We only severed one of his arms, and for that, I feel somewhat remorseful. As he spoke, Yu Guan produced an arm from his soul guide. The moment the arm appeared, Bai Chen recognized it as belonging to the assailant. The scent was unmistakable. Thank you. Grandpa Yu Guan and Grandpa Gue Mei. I am unable to rise. I apologize. Gue Mei interjected. You are too polite, my child. Given the circumstances, there is no need for you to rise. Rest well, and after a while, we will bring him back alive for you to deal with as you see fit. Understood. Bai Chen did not refuse their goodwill. He held no desire to seek vengeance on his own, for he had already considered Yu Guan and Gue Mei as his own kin. In the future, he would repay their kindness by aiding them under Tang San's command. Contemplating his circumstances, Bai Chen resolved to eliminate Tang San and his companions without delay, for he believed they should not be afforded the opportunity to grow stronger. However, he surmised that Tang Hao was still in the state of a title de law, making a confrontation at this juncture rather precarious. Bibi Dong interjected. Enough, Bai Chen. You have only just awakened. Allow Bai Yu to remain here to tend to you. Bai Chen acquiesced. Following this exchange, Bibi Dong and her entourage departed. Meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire, within the city of Star Luo, Ing Bai, dragging his wounded form, finally exhaled in relief after escaping to this location. He glanced at his empty right arm, his eyes brimming with rage. He could scarcely believe that a mere Soul King had provoked the Spirit Hall to dispatch 2 title duoyuos in a frenzied pursuit. Had it not been for his numerous survival tactics, he might have truly fallen victim to Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Simultaneously, to safeguard Bai Chen's safety, the Spirit Hall disseminated the false news of Bai Chen's demise. Furthermore, to ensure Bai Chen could traverse the Spirit Hall freely in the future, Bibi Dong personally bestowed upon him an elder token. After a full month of recuperation, Bai Chen finally rose from his bed, though his injuries had yet to fully heal. Upon standing, Bai Yu promptly approached him. Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating, There is no need to support me. Today, I wish to take a solitary stroll. Very well, Bai Yu replied. With that, Bai Chen ventured out alone. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in any physical activity, and he felt utterly out of sorts. As he exited, Bai Chen donned a complete mask and an ensemble of white attire, distinct from his usual garments, as he needed to conceal his condition. Additionally, at least 3 Soul Saint-level protectors were covertly ensuring his safety. This outing served not only as a leisurely walk, but also as an opportunity for Bai Chen to strategize his future travel routes. Upon achieving level 60, he intended to journey to the City of Slaughter before exploring the continent, as Doloa continent had myriad sights beyond just Sea God Island that awaited his discovery. Remaining in the Spirit City for too long seemed a waste. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen procured a map of the continent and began to meander through the Spirit City. Before long, he stumbled upon a shop selling musical instruments. Drawn in by curiosity, he entered, recalling that it had been ages since he last played the organ. He had been using Yu Xian's organ all this time. It was a rare occasion to peruse other varieties. Upon entering the shop, a squint-eyed proprietor approached Bai Chen immediately. Good sir, how may I assist you? Bai Chen cast him a sidelong glance, perplexed. Might you consider opening your eyes while conversing with others? I assure you, they are already as wide as they can be. Is that so? Very well. Do you have any organs for sale? I would like to see if there are any of superior quality. Organs? Certainly. Please, follow me. As they spoke, the two entered a room that instantly captivated Bai Chen. The space was filled with an array of exquisite organs. May I touch it? Bai Chen inquired. Certainly, came the reply. Bai Chen approached one of the organs, gently caressing its surface, and soon, a melodious tune resonated throughout the room. In that brief moment, the proprietor discerned that Bai Chen possessed a refined understanding of music. After a brief trial, Bai Chen nodded, recognizing the quality of the organ he had just played. It was indeed quite good, though it paled in comparison to those crafted by Yu Xian. While contemplating this, Bai Chen experimented with a few other organs, finding them satisfactory. Yet none reached the heights of Yu Xian's creations. Observing Bai Chen's reactions, the proprietor promptly stated, Please wait a moment. I will fetch something. All right, Bai Chen replied. Soon, the proprietor reappeared with a deep indigo organ, and upon seeing it, Bai Chen felt an undeniable attraction. If he was not mistaken, this organ was fashioned from the legendary wood of the starseed tree. Sir, why not try this organ? The proprietor suggested. Very well, Bai Chen responded, taking the organ into his hands. After a gentle stroke, a soothing melody emanated from the instrument. Enchanted by its exquisite touch, Bai Chen found it hard to stop playing. Only pausing after the melody concluded to ask, How much for this organ? I wish to purchase it. Hesitating momentarily, the proprietor replied, This organ is rather expensive, priced at 5,000 gold soul coins. But, before he could finish, Bai Chen produced a gold coin card and handed it over. The proprietor glanced at the card, swiped it for 5,000 gold soul coins, and returned the card to Bai Chen. Proprietor, what is the name of this organ? Bai Chen inquired. It is called Star Sea, named after its material, was the response. Star C, fitting indeed, Bai Chen mused before departing with the organ. Although its price was steep compared to ordinary organs, Bai Chen understood it was a fair price. The proprietor had not deceived him. Crafted from Star C wood. Prolonged contact with this organ would gradually enhance one's physical constitution, promoting both mental and physical well-being. Additionally, the strings were made from a unique silk spun by special spiders, producing remarkably delicate music that Bai Chen particularly adored. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bai Chen eagerly unveiled the organ. Bai Yu, noticing, hurried over. During their time in the Death Canyon, Bai Chen often played, and Bai Yu had become an ardent admirer of his music. Seeing Bai Chen prepare to play, she rushed to his side. Bai Yu quickly observed the difference in the instrument Bai Chen wielded today. Master, you've changed your instrument, she exclaimed. Yes, I am about to begin, Bai Chen replied. Instantly, Bai Yu readied herself, and Bai Chen commenced his performance. Over the years, he had experimented with various musical styles, but discovered that his original style suited him best. Today, due to the influence of the celestial melody, Bai Chen's spirits soared exceptionally high. Shortly thereafter, while he was immersed in his performance, a sudden notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your music theory level has reached an advanced stage. Reward item, soothing melody. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen paused momentarily, surprised to have attained an advanced level. He had previously reached an intermediate level, at which time the system had also bestowed upon him a musical score filled with numerous compositions. This time, the soothing melody seemed to possess significant potential. Bai Chen abruptly halted, causing Bai Yu to momentarily falter, perplexed by Bai Chen's sudden cessation of play. His recent performance had been more enchanting than ever before, nearly captivating Bai Yu, yet he hesitated to inquire further. Bai Chen examined the properties of the soothing melody. Soothing melody features the most gentle tunes in existence, capable of calming all living beings. The description was succinct, yet it appeared to hold great promise. Bai Chen felt that he would likely find the soothing melody invaluable in the future. I wish to practice this new composition, Bai Chen declared. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that a new piece had emerged? Chapter 185, The Sixth Soul Skill, The Spear of the Ghost God. Having finished speaking, Bai Chen glanced at the score of the calming melody before commencing his performance. According to the calming melody, it was essential to imbue the music with a subtle essence of soul power at one's fingertips. Soon, as the enchanting melody filled the air, Bai Yu initially intended to concentrate, yet inexplicably found himself becoming drowsy after a few verses. Bai Yu, how delightful. Before long, halfway through the piece, a yawn escaped him, and he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, engrossed in his earnest performance, remained oblivious to this occurrence. It was only upon completing the melody that he noticed Bai Yu had fallen asleep. Seeing Bai Yu in such a state, Bai Chen chuckled softly, shook his head, and gently carried Bai Yu to bed, tucking him in snugly before stepping outside. Bai Chen made his way to the bathroom, filling a large tub with hot water, into which he cast a selection of herbs before immersing himself. His body had recovered significantly and had reached a state where a medicinal bath was beneficial. A night passed in silence. The following day, as Bai Chen opened his eyes, he beheld the crystalline waters of the medicinal bath, feeling rejuvenated and nearly fully restored. With this thought in mind, he set off toward the papal hall. Bibi Dong observed Bai Chen's vibrant demeanor from the stage below, surprised by his rapid recovery. However, a hint of concern lingered in her heart. Bai Chen, are you truly returning to the Death Canyon? Do you not wish to rest a while longer? Bai Chen replied, No, master. After today's events, I've realized that my strength is still inadequate. I possess no means of resistance against the tidal Dolua. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Senior Ghost Fish, I would have perished. Thus, I must seize this opportunity to cultivate and enhance my abilities. Very well. Bibi Dong, understanding his intentions, could not refuse. Just be careful, and remember to take Bai Yu with you to look after you. Understood. With that, Bai Chen departed, leaving Bibi Dong to sigh as she watched his retreating figure. His diligence was admirable, and she pondered when he might surpass her, hoping he would remain steadfast in his nature. Upon returning to his room, Bai Chen was taken aback to find Bai Yu still asleep, for he typically awakened even before Bai Chen. It seemed the calming melody had truly exerted its influence. However, Bai Chen refrained from waking Bai Yu forcefully, choosing to let him enjoy this rare opportunity for rest. Before long, Bai Yu stirred, groggily opening his eyes to find himself in Bai Chen's bed. While Bai Chen busied himself with packing, startled, he sprang up. Noticing the commotion, Bai Chen smiled and said, You're awake. Yes, Bai Yu nodded, somewhat sheepishly. Now that you're awake, let's eat something and prepare to depart. Today, we return to the Death Canyon. All right. Upon hearing the phrase Death Canyon, Bai Yu felt a tinge of discontent, for life in the Death Canyon was both monotonous and perilous, not to mention that Bai Chen had sustained injuries there. Nevertheless, Since Bai Chen wished to go, he naturally held no objections. After tidying up their belongings, the two returned to the Death Canyon. Along the way, they fortuitously encountered Hulaina and her companions, who had established their camp even further from Bai Chen's position and were not residing by the stream, as the frequent presence of soul beasts rendered that area excessively hazardous for them. Thus, an entire year elapsed, during which Bai Chen finally ascended to level 58. Given Bai Chen's innate talents, this progress seemed somewhat sluggish. However, he had not solely focused on cultivating his soul power, but had also been honing his celestial demon body, which was still commendable. Contemplating this, Bai Chen prepared the 2 potions for level enhancement he had meticulously set aside and swallowed them. Instantly, a warm sensation coursed through his abdomen. A day later, Bai Chen's level rose to 60. He opened his eyes and examined his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 15 years. Soul power, level 60. Cultivation aptitude, 60, including Qingyong Gong 10. Celestial demon body 2, martial soul, brutal demon wolf. Martial soul quality, super martial soul. Soul rings, 5, frenzied assault 620, black moon song. Wolf kill, 931, fearful howl, 2556. Demon wolf shadow killing array 10760, bloodthirsty demon wolf transformation 41300, soul bones 3, hurricane howl. Moon wolf right leg bone 46,000, illusory wolf skull 10,000. Annihilation evil wolf torso bone 58,000, giant spirit tail external soul bone. Points, 780,000. Special skills, divine eye, Qingyong Gong 3rd layer, tranquility technique 3rd layer, shadow step 3rd layer. Celestial demon body 4th layer. Items, venomous dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, intermediate level upgrade potion 2, martial soul evolution potion 39, skill upgrade potion 2. Beginner soul ring duration enhancement potion 56, intermediate soul ring duration enhancement potion 17, divine bestowed soul ring 1 status, enhanced olfactory sense, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing. Enhanced cardiac function. Upon reviewing his complete attributes and possessions, a subtle smile graced Bai Chen's lips. He was merely 15.5 years old. With just over 3 months remaining until he turned 16, he planned to absorb the divine bestowed soul ring next. He estimated that his level would rise several tiers, and subsequently, with the intent of undertaking practical training, he would consume all the duration enhancement potions for his soul rings, significantly bolstering his strength. As he pondered, Bai Chen took out the divine bestowed soul ring and began the absorption process. Prior to this, he had instructed Bai Yu to guard him. Once everything was in place, the golden orb in his hand shattered instantly, and a white soul ring manifested above his head, swiftly transforming into yellow, purple, and black. After the black hue, the color of the soul ring had not changed for a considerable duration, while Bai Chen's expression gradually twisted in intensity. He was elevating the age of the divine soul ring, which had now reached 50,000 years. At this point, Bai Chen began to feel a sense of pressure. If this continued, he would be unable to attain a 100,000-year soul ring for his 6th soul ring. Lost in thought, Bai Chen fervently accelerated the age of the soul ring. Soon, an hour had elapsed, and he finally came to a halt at 88,000 years, a figure only achieved through surpassing his limits. Although he had not reached the 100,000-year mark, Bai Chen was nonetheless immensely satisfied. 88,000 years surpassed the limits of many titled Dolua's S9 soul rings. Furthermore, Bai Chen could later utilize a substantial amount of soul ring age-enhancing pills to further augment these rings' age. With this in mind, Bai Chen began to absorb the soul ring. Observing the restoration of Bai Chen's demeanor, Bai Yu exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Bai Chen drenched in cold sweat, his youth contorted with tension. Now, seeing him return to normalcy, how could he not feel a sense of ease? However, as days turned into weeks, Bai Chen remained seated. Yet Bai Yu understood that Bai Chen had not perished. He was still alive, which was the best assurance. When a master dies, their blood servant accompanies them in death. The uncertainty of when Bai Chen would awaken concerned Bai Yu, who gazed anxiously at him. Meanwhile, in the Tiando Empire, a small sect named the Holy Wolf Sect quietly emerged. Within this sect, there were no formidable warriors. The highest rank was merely a 34th level soul master. In contrast, in the Xinglua Empire, after being confirmed as the crown prince, Davis began to expand his influence day by day. In the current Xinglua Empire, Davis wielded immense power. With his last rival, Daimubai, having been incapacitated by Bai Chen, no one could now impede his ascent. Additionally, the Shadow Dagger organization, the Dark Falcon, had now allied with Davis. After witnessing the severing of the Shadow Dagger's hand, Davis upheld his promise by first providing the promised soul bone, and then agreeing to assist in finding a physician to see if the severed arm could be reattached. However, no progress had been made thus far. Nevertheless, Davis's charismatic personality had proven compelling enough to attract even formidable beings like the Shadow Dagger. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall was clandestinely preparing for something significant. Soon, after 4 months, Bai Chen awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he exhaled a deep breath, finally having succeeded in absorbing the sixth soul ring, though he was uncertain how much time had passed. Observing the cave, which appeared unchanged, Bai Chen nodded. It seemed not much time had elapsed. His level had surged directly to 63, a remarkable elevation. Yet, for some unknown reason, Bai Chen felt an intense hunger in his belly. However, just after finishing a hunt, Bai Yu was seen dragging the lifeless body of a black tiger towards the cave. Upon noticing that Bai Chen had awakened, Bai Yu paused momentarily before hastening over, exclaiming, "Master, it has been 4 months. You have finally awakened." Bai Chen was taken aback by Bai Yu's words. Had 4 months truly elapsed? Indeed, Master. Upon confirming the passage of time, Bai Chen swiftly accepted this reality, realizing why he felt such hunger. It dawned upon him that he was now 16 years old. He should be ready to venture into the city of slaughter. However, before doing so, Bai Chen needed to test his new soul skill. Sixth soul skill. Ghostly Goddess Spike. At that moment, it seemed as if a spectral deity manifested behind Bai Chen, subsequently appearing behind a nearby boulder, which was then cleaved in two. Ghostly Goddess Spike. Effect. Instantly unleashes tenfold attack power, disregarding defenses below divine level. If the target survives the strike, their attributes will significantly diminish based on their strength. The wounds inflicted by Ghostly Goddess Spike cannot heal unless the power of the ghostly deity is completely eradicated. Chapter 186. Journey to the City of Carnage. Upon witnessing his newfound soul skill, Bai Chen inhaled sharply, awestruck by the terror of the god of Death's Thorn. Indeed, it was worthy of its staggering age of 88,000 years. One could only ponder the extent of its power once Bai Chen elevates the skill to the coveted 100,000-year mark. After concluding his experiment, Bai Chen departed the Death Canyon with Bai Yu and returned to the Spirit Hall. His level had ascended to 63, and his physical prowess surpassed that of an average Soul Dolua. As for whether he had reached the rank of Title Dolua, Bai Chen was uncertain. Upon arrival at the Spirit Hall, he had yet to encounter Bibi Dong, but he did come across Hulaina and her companions. As soon as Hulaina spotted Bai Chen, she hurried over to greet him. "Bai Chen, it has been a while." "Indeed, it has been some time." "Have you concluded your training in the Death Canyon?" Bai Chen inquired. Hulaina shook her head, replying, "Not quite. We were merely summoned back unexpectedly." "I see." Observing the familiarity between them, Yen felt a pang of discomfort, yet he remained powerless, for Hulaina's affections lay with Bai Chen. Xiaoyu, noticing Yen's discontent, sighed. As he genuinely believed Yen was commendable, though regrettably, Laina did not reciprocate his feelings. "Are you on your way to see the teacher?" Hulaina asked. "Yes," Bai Chen affirmed. "Shall we go together then?" "Certainly." With that, the group made their way to the Hall of the Pope. Upon entering, Bibi Dong was somewhat taken aback to see the four of them. "Bai Chen, you emerged from the Death Canyon as well. Has your training concluded?" "Yes, Master. I have successfully advanced to the rank of Soul Emperor," Bai Chen replied, manifesting his martial spirit. Golden, yellow, purple, black, and black. 6 soul rings appeared around Bai Chen, leaving the Golden Generation trio in disbelief. Had Bai Chen truly attained the rank of Soul Emperor? They had pushed themselves to the limits in the Death Canyon, believing that upon their return, they would be only slightly inferior to Bai Chen. Yet, in such a brief span of years, he had surpassed them. A reality they struggled to accept. "Very well, in that case, follow me. Laina, you 3 should seek out Elder Yu Egwan," Bibi Dong commanded. "Yes, Master." Once Hulaina and her companions had departed, Bibi Dong turned to Bai Chen and inquired, "Have you heard of the realm of the God of Slaughter?" "The realm of the God of Slaughter?" Bai Chen feigned surprise. Noting his astonished expression, Bibi Dong nodded and elaborated. "It appears you are aware of what the realm of the God of Slaughter entails. Allow me to share with you that both Tang Hao and I possess the legendary realm of the God of Slaughter." Bai Chen's attention sharpened as he focused intently on Bibi Dong, eager to learn the location of this realm. How could he not be excited? Yet, he maintained an outward facade of shock, as though he were entirely unaware. Subsequently, Bibi Dong remarked, "I can impart to you the method to attain the domain of slaughter. However, whether you choose to pursue it is entirely up to you. If you are reluctant to obtain the domain, that is also acceptable." "Why? Does acquiring the domain of slaughter entail enduring some excruciating experiences?" Bibi Dong proceeded to divulge nearly all the details regarding the City of Carnage to Bai Chen. After she concluded her explanation, Bai Chen hesitated for but a moment before promptly declaring, "I wish to journey to the City of Carnage, Master." Upon hearing Bai Chen's response, Bibi Dong exhibited no semblance of surprise. "Very well, let us depart at once." Bai Chen inquired, "Will you personally accompany me?" Bibi Dong replied, "What else would it be?" Bai Chen responded with a simple "oh." Thus, the two prepared to set off the following day. This time, Bai Chen hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to bring Bai Yu along, placing her within his Song Wolf ring, which was capable of housing living beings. After all, the rice cake often resided there, ensuring they would not be bored. Primarily, Bai Chen believed that remaining in the City of Carnage could pose certain dangers. Having someone to look after him would be advantageous. As for whether Bai Yu would encounter danger, Bai Chen felt confident that she would not remain in his Song Wolf ring indefinitely, as ordinary individuals would rarely have the opportunity to interact with her. On the following day, at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen had arrived early to wait. Yet, Bibi Dong had not yet appeared. He was not anxious. Rather, he was too exhilarated and had risen too early. Before long, Bai Chen spotted a graceful figure approaching him. Seeing Bibi Dong, adorned in casual attire and markedly different from her usual demeanor, Bai Chen found himself momentarily captivated. Bibi Dong noticed the glimmer in Bai Chen's eyes and smiled, asking, "Do I look good?" Bai Chen nodded, responding, "Yes, you look splendid." Bibi Dong inquired further, "And what about normally?" "You look good then too. You have always been beautiful." "Master, is that so, little smooth talker? Then why did you not dare to gaze at me before?" Bai Chen replied, "Your previous attire was quite imposing. It lacked the approachability of now." Bibi Dong quipped, "Oh, so you are implying that I am fierce in my usual demeanor?" Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen affirmatively nodded. "Indeed, you can be rather fierce." Bibi Dong was taken aback. Why does he not follow the script? It was a rare moment when Bibi Dong wished to engage in conversation with Bai Chen, yet now it seemed futile. Observing Bibi Dong's expression, Bai Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Having spent considerable time with her, he understood her character well. Although she presented herself as a formidable queen to the outside world, she was exceptionally kind to those close to her and seldom lost her temper. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong finally asked, "Am I truly that fearsome?" Although her voice was barely above a whisper, Bai Chen's keen senses picked it up. "Well, it's not just fierce. Your aura is quite serious, almost terrifying, you know, master." Bibi Dong, taken aback, decided to refrain from further conversation, leaving Bai Chen to his own devices. A few days later, the two individuals arrived at a rather desolate little town. Upon entering, Bai Chen detected a faint whiff of blood, a scent to which he had grown particularly sensitive due to his frequent immersion in blood pools. Bai Dong, how does it smell?" Bai Chen, "Yes, I can smell it." As they conversed, they made their way into a tavern. Although masked, they nonetheless attracted the attention of the other patrons. Bai Dong, bartender. 2 Bloody Marys, please." The bartender paused momentarily upon hearing Bai Dong's request. "Are you certain?" Bai Dong, "Indeed." Upon hearing her order for 2 Bloody Marys, the surrounding patrons regarded her with keen curiosity. Chapter 187. Entering the City of Slaughter, Bai Chen cast a few glances around, furrowing his brow. These individuals appeared to be merely at levels 30 to 40, a mere assembly of insignificant beings. Before long, 2 glasses of Bloody Mary were presented, drawing the attention of all present, some even whistling at Bibi Dong. As Bai Chen, her disciple, could not remain indifferent to such antics, Bibi Dong, however, displayed no change in demeanor. She placed the Bloody Mary before Bai Chen and instructed, "Drink it." Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen was aware that the drink contained human blood, yet he downed it in one gulp. Having consumed an indeterminate amount while training in the blood pool, this modest taste held little significance for him. Nonetheless, he did not possess a penchant for bloodlust. Observing Bai Chen's swift consumption, Bibi Dong remarked, "That is a glass of human blood." Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Surprised by his reaction, Bibi Dong had anticipated a more pronounced response. "Are you not repulsed?" When she had first tasted the blood and learned of its nature, she nearly retched. Yet Bai Chen seemed utterly unfazed. Was she the one with the abnormality? Seeing her astonishment, Bai Chen explained, "Teacher, due to the nature of my martial spirit, I possess a slight inclination towards blood." Bibi Dong recalled his previous clandestine purchase of beast blood in the black market and the blood pool discovered in the cave. It was all a consequence of his martial spirit. No wonder his prior actions had seemed peculiar. As onlookers witnessed the two actually consuming the Bloody Mary, a chorus of whistles and lewd remarks erupted. Unable to withstand the atmosphere, Bai Chen prepared to act but first glanced at Bibi Dong, who nodded in affirmation. In an instant, Bai Chen's martial spirit manifested. The crowd primarily comprised scoundrels and desperate rogues, and Bai Chen felt no psychological burden as he unleashed his fury. Before one burly man could brace himself, Bai Chen shattered his skull with a single strike. At this moment, the 6 soul rings adorning Bai Chen became apparent to the crowd. Soul Emperor. Their fear was palpable. Yet, amidst the throng, a voice rang out. "Do not fear him. If we kill them, we shall qualify to enter the City of Slaughter." With this rallying cry, The group surged toward Bai Chen as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Witnessing this, Bai Chen cracked his neck and transformed into a shadow, weaving through the mass. Soon, the air was filled with anguished cries, and within 10 minutes, the assembly was utterly decimated by Bai Chen. His mind was inundated with the system's notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. For slaying a level 33 Soul Master, you have earned 430 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 37 Soul Venerable. You have earned 370 points. With a series of deft maneuvers, Bai Chen's points significantly increased. Upon surpassing level 60, every Soul Master below level 50 that Bai Chen vanquished yielded points equivalent to 10 times their level, while those between levels 50 and 63 granted a 20-fold reward. Engaging opponents above level 63 constituted a battle of higher ranks, resulting in additional point bonuses upon their defeat. Presently, within the tavern, aside from Bai Chen and Bibi Dong, only the bartender remained. The bartender regarded Bai Chen with an expression akin to seeing a ghost, as it was his first encounter with a being possessing a fourth soul skill derived from a millennium-old soul ring. Speak, where is the entrance to the City of Slaughter? Bai Chen demanded. Noticing the intensity in Bai Chen's gaze, the bartender glanced at his feet. In an instant, Bai Chen's dagger glimmered, and the bartender fell lifelessly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 47 Soul Master, rewarding the host with 470 points. In his final moments, the bartender stared at Bai Chen in disbelief, never anticipating such a sudden attack. Is the entrance to the City of Slaughter located beneath? Bai Chen mused, casting a glance downward. Suddenly, he exerted force with his right leg, propelling himself into the air, and addressed the ground below. Black Moon Wolf Strike. With that declaration, Bai Chen unleashed a flurry of slashes mid-air, creating a perfectly carved gash in the ground below. Upon completing this feat, he landed gracefully and surveyed the seemingly bottomless chasm before him. Bai Chen swallowed hard. Was he finally about to enter the City of Slaughter? Observing his demeanor, Bibi Dong encouraged, very well, proceed. Yes, master. With that, Bai Chen leaped into the abyss. In the split second of his descent, two tails manifested, embedding themselves into the wall for cushioning, preventing a fatal impact upon landing. However, after a brief fall, Bai Chen touched down on the ground, immediately enveloped by an overwhelming darkness. Yet, undeterred, Bai Chen's divine eye and formidable mental prowess allowed him to perceive his surroundings clearly. He found himself traversing a lengthy corridor, deep in contemplation as he advanced. Approximately 10 minutes later, a chilling voice echoed from the shadows. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. This is the metropolis of hell, a realm saturated with carnage. Here, you may acquire anything your heart desires, the sole cost being your life. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Chen felt an inexplicable wave of melodrama wash over him. Continuing onward, he soon discerned a faint glow ahead, which coalesced into a grand entrance before him. A vague sense informed Bai Chen of a cavalry charge approaching, and before long, a legion of 101 soldiers materialized. Each of the 100 soldiers donned heavy black armor and wielded broadswords, rendering their features indistinguishable, save for the leader, who rode a jet-black steed. You have violated the rules. A chilling voice emanated from the figure before him. What are the rules? Bai Chen inquired, casting a glance at the obsidian city looming behind his opponent. Above this dark metropolis hung a violet moon, perilously low, perhaps a mere 500 meters from the ground. Though he was already aware of the infamous visage of the City of Carnage, this was Bai Chen's inaugural encounter with it, igniting his curiosity. You have defied the rules of the City of Carnage, thus, you must now face punishment. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter. The cold voice declared from directly ahead. Yet, Bai Chen felt no trepidation. The individual before him was, without a doubt, no match for him, rendering it difficult for him to muster any serious engagement. Understood. Come forth, Bai Chen replied nonchalantly. Observing his indifferent demeanor, the opponent's ire seemed to ignite. I am the terrifying knight, Scott. You shall pay for your arrogance. With that, Scott brandished his lance and charged at Bai Chen. In an instant, an intensely frigid aura of malice began to permeate the air. For an ordinary person, the sheer weight of this killing intent would likely induce a state of terror. However, Bai Chen remained unfazed. Aware that soul techniques were prohibited here, he did not panic. Instead, he vanished from sight, instantly reappearing behind Scott. The fearsome knight's steed continued its relentless charge, yet Scott remained oblivious. Mere seconds later, Scott's right arm severed from his body, and he plummeted from his mount. Bai Chen advanced deliberately towards Scott, who, upon noticing Bai Chen's approach, hastily propped himself up with one hand. Wait, hold on. You have passed the test, Scott exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen came to a halt. Scott then retrieved a black, skull-embossed insignia and tossed it to Bai Chen, who caught it effortlessly. A glance at the insignia revealed the number 9,430 inscribed upon it. This is your identification token. With this, you may enter the City of Carnage. At the city gates, someone will escort you, Scott explained. Acknowledging the information, Bai Chen took the token and proceeded toward the entrance of the City of Carnage. Upon arriving at the gates, before he could present his token, a woman clad in black veils approached him. I am your guide. Her voice was melodious, but before she could finish, Bai Chen interrupted. That's enough. I am already aware of the rules of the City of Carnage. You need not accompany me, he stated, turning away as he departed. The veiled woman, observing Bai Chen's retreating figure, chose not to follow. If he required no assistance, she was disinclined to pursue. His fate, whether life or death, was of no concern to her. Upon entering, Bai Chen made his way directly to the heart of the City of Carnage, the infernal arena. Along the way, he encountered several emaciated figures, resembling addicts, wandering aimlessly. Here lies the periphery of the City of Slaughter, a realm where one is spared the immediate threat of death, yet is compelled to surrender 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month. The inhabitants here endure a relentless loss of blood, rendering their pallor a ghastly sight. Upon encountering Bai Chen, the eyes of this motley crew suddenly sparkled with excitement. A new source of Bloody Mary had arrived. They chuckled. Bai Chen, upon hearing their words, paid them no mind. In his eyes, they were but insignificant ants. Soon, Bai Chen ventured into the inner sanctum of the City of Slaughter. The pungent scent of blood assailed him from all directions, and with a swift motion, a dagger materialized in his hand, piercing to his right. With a sickening thud, a figure, an investor standing at a height of around 1.60 meters, was swiftly impaled by Bai Chen. Witnessing this, those who had previously eyed Bai Chen with predatory intent hesitated momentarily, ultimately choosing not to strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 50 Soul King. Awarding the host 500 points. Chapter 188. Surge in points subsequently. Bai Chen produced a container to collect the blood of the assailant and proceeded to sever the opponent's head. He intended to resolve matters at his residence before entering the hellish arena of slaughter. However, scarcely had Bai Chen dealt with one ambusher when another emerged to attack him. This new adversary aimed to strike at Bai Chen's most vulnerable point, igniting an immediate wrath within him. He was still but a fledgling. In an instant, Bai Chen seized the assailant's wrists, thwarting the attack. Yet, the opponent's adaptability was commendable. He skillfully targeted Bai Chen and took a bite. Observing this, Bai Chen thrust his knee forward, forcibly distorting the assailant's face and dislodging 2 teeth amidst a spray of blood. Then, with a surge of strength, Bai Chen wrenched both arms from their sockets, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from the now helpless foe. The cacophony was unbearable. With a decisive kick, Bai Chen shattered the assailant's skull, his fury boiling over. If only he could resurrect this wretch to slay him once more. But with death's finality, there was little left to incite his anger. Contemplating, Bai Chen stepped over the lifeless body. Witnessing this brutal display, those lurking in the shadows hesitated. The force Bai Chen had just unleashed was not something they could contend with. After resolving matters at his residence the following day, Bai Chen entered the hellish slaughter arena to compete. In the City of Slaughter, while soul techniques were restricted, domains and soul bones remained usable. Bai Chen possessed 3 soul bones, including an external attachment, along with the formidable enhancement of the heavenly demon body, which lacked a soul technique. Confronting these foes would be a mere trifle, if Bai Chen could not conquer the trials of the City of Slaughter to attain the domain of the God of Slaughter. He would indeed be deemed worthless. As Bai Chen stepped into the hellish arena, 9 others followed suit. Being a newcomer, the focus of attention shifted away from them. Though these nefarious individuals were accustomed to preying on the weak, the priority in the hellish arena was to eliminate the strongest contender first. Among them was a participant boasting 6 consecutive victories, while many others had only triumphed once or twice. Naturally, defeating the strongest was paramount. Bai Chen assessed their ranks: 5 Soul Kings, 3 Soul Emperors, and 1 Soul Saint. Upon recognizing their levels, Bai Chen's expression darkened. Indeed, the ranks of the powerful were considerable within the City of Slaughter. A Soul King, in the outside world, was already a formidable Soul Master, yet here, in a mere ordinary battle of the hellish arena, 5 Soul Kings, 3 Soul Emperors, and 1 Soul Saint were present. Indeed, humans are prone to arrogance. When endowed with overwhelming power, they often exhibit reckless behavior. This group, although moderately capable, displays a lack of prudence upon entering the City of Carnage. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Achieve your first victory in the Hell's Arena of Slaughter. Reward: 10,000 points. Mysterious drop X1. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen remained expressionless. Regardless of the quest, he intended to secure victory, for defeat equates to death. Without any forewarning, the 10 combatants on the field sprang into action, with 8 rushing towards the Soul Saint. Observing this, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. These individuals dared to seize his experience. No, the kills belonged to him. All 9 must perish by his hand. With this thought, 2 daggers materialized in Bai Chen's hands, and in an instant, 2 Soul Kings fell lifelessly to the ground. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. This masked figure was unexpectedly formidable. The spectators watching the match were equally thrilled by the spectacle. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 53 Soul King. Reward, 1,060 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 56 Soul King. Reward, 120 points. After dispatching the 2, Bai Chen did not relent. He surged towards the Soul Saint. Noticing Bai Chen's advance, the Soul Saint's expression turned disdainful. Did he think that having defeated 2 weaklings made him capable of defeating me? Before he could finish his thought, he felt his vision elevate dramatically. And in the next moment, his head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 75 Soul Saint. Reward, 500 points, mysterious drop X1. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen felt a flicker of joy. After all, the items from the mysterious drops were usually quite remarkable. In the blink of an eye, 3 adversaries lay slain at his feet. The remaining 6 exchanged glances and charged towards Bai Chen simultaneously. Humph. Witnessing this, Bai Chen scoffed. Then vanished in a flash, causing yet another Soul Emperor to meet his demise, completely unscathed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 69 Soul Emperor. Reward, 450 points. Having been mercilessly crushed by Bai Chen, the remaining 5 began to tremble in fear. Yet, Bai Chen had no intention of letting them escape. Minutes later, the battle concluded. Bai Chen collected their blood and heads before vanishing, regrettably noting that none of these 9 possessed soul bones. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest. Reward, 10,000 points, mysterious drop X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Achieve 10 consecutive victories in the Hell's Arena of Slaughter. Reward, 50,000 points. 3 intermediate lottery draws. Hearing the notifications in his mind, Bai Chen felt quite satisfied. Now he possessed 2 mysterious drops. As Bai Chen stepped out of the gates of the hellish slaughterhouse, a multitude of assassins surged towards him in an instant. Unfazed by the onslaught, Bai Chen had anticipated such an ambush following his triumph in battle. A quarter of an hour later, he found himself clutching 9 severed heads, accompanied by a pool of blood. With these trophies in hand, he procured an ample supply of sustenance, preparing to return. The city of slaughter remained perilous. Sustaining his vigor was paramount, for danger lurked at every corner. However, upon turning around, a voluptuous woman adorned in revealing attire, bearing a scar on her face, materialized before him. I just witnessed your match, and I am quite fond of powerful men like you, she purred, leaning provocatively closer. Recognizing the intent behind her approach, Bai Chen deftly sidestepped her advances. He had no desire to linger on someone who had likely been touched by countless others. Her rejection clearly caught her off guard, yet, in a mere moment, Bai Chen had vanished from her sight. Upon returning to his chamber, Bai Chen found himself in a tranquil state. He swiftly activated the 2 mysterious items he had acquired earlier. Ding. Congratulations, host. The mysterious item has been successfully utilized. Reward, 1 evolution potion for martial soul. Ding. Congratulations, host. The mysterious item has been successfully utilized. Reward, 1 intermediate soul ring duration pill. Bai Chen was taken aback. Is this truly it? This is what the mysterious items yielded? A month later. Ding. Congratulations, host. Side quest completed. Reward, 50,000 points, 3 intermediate mysterious lottery chances. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen reviewed his current attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 15 soul power, level 63 cultivation aptitude, 60, including Qingyang skill 10. Tao Ge body 2, martial soul, brutal demon wolf martial soul quality, super martial soul rings, 6, frenzied assault 620, black moon song wolf kill 931, fearful howl 2556. Demon wolf shadow kill array 10760, bloodthirsty demon wolf transformation 41300, ghostly god s stab 88,000, soul bones 3, hurricane howling moon wolf right leg bone 39,000. Illusory wolf skull 7,000, annihilation evil wolf torso bone 53,000, giant spirit tail external soul bone. Points, 1, 380, 000 special skills, divine eye, Qingyang skill, level 3. Tranquil mind technique, level 3, shadow step, level 3, Tao Ge body, level 4, items, venomous dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, 5 intermediate level upgrade pills, 55 martial soul evolution potions, 42 primary soul ring duration enhancement pills, 11 intermediate soul ring duration enhancement pills, 3 intermediate mysterious lottery chances status, enhanced olfactory sense, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing. Enhanced heart upon observing his current balance of points and the quantity of martial soul evolution potions. Bai Chen suddenly felt that evolving his divine martial soul might not be as daunting as he had imagined. It seems that in a short span of time, Bai Chen will be able to gather 200 soul evolution potions, at which point, the evolution of a divine-grade soul will be effortlessly achieved. Bai Chen even finds himself reluctant to leave the City of Slaughter, for it offers an exceptionally lucrative opportunity to accumulate points. Staying here for a few years could potentially lead to a point total surpassing 10 million, especially since this place is filled with high-ranking soul masters. However, the City of Slaughter hosts merely over 9,000 individuals, and eliminating them all would not be an easy task. As he contemplates this, Bai Chen strides towards his home. The men and women surrounding him do not dare to approach or attempt to ambush him. Although Bai Chen has only achieved 10 consecutive victories in the City of Slaughter, this feat has made a lasting impression, as obtaining 10 consecutive wins in a month far exceeds the highest record of the hellish killing fields. Moreover, many among them have witnessed the brutal scenes of Bai Chen's matches. Unlike typical battles, regardless of how formidable his opponents may be they soul saints or soul duos, they appear as mere children before him, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Consequently, due to his terrifying combat prowess, Bai Chen has earned the moniker of a Demon King. Chapter 189, The Sharp Edge 3. Upon returning home, Bai Chen immediately engaged in 3 rounds of intermediate mystical lottery draws. Regrettably, he did not acquire any valuable items. Subsequently, he began to contemplate when he might depart from the City of Slaughter. Recently, he had sensed a dwindling number of participants in the hellish arena. During his initial entry, he had competed on the very same day, yet now, a full 4 days had elapsed since his last participation. Although Bai Chen maintained an impeccable winning streak, it appeared that he would require an entire year to pass the arena's rigorous examination. As he pondered this, a notification chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Achieve 100 consecutive victories in the hellish arena. Reward, 300,000 points and 1 evolved soul bone. The sound of the notification filled Bai Chen with exhilaration. The prospect of acquiring a new soul bone meant he could soon amass the necessary components for his collection. Meanwhile, the King of Slaughter listened intently to the report from the woman shrouded in black veils, downing his Bloody Mary in one gulp. Bai Chen's remarkable performance had indeed captured the King of Slaughter's attention. If what you say is true, then it is highly probable that this Demon King will achieve 100 consecutive victories in the arena, he remarked. The black-veiled woman nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Great King of Slaughter, since his arrival in the City of Slaughter, the Demon King has exhibited an almost invincible prowess. Anyone who approaches within 10 meters of him meets a swift demise. He is exceedingly cautious. The King of Slaughter's expression darkened upon hearing her words. Given the current trajectory, it was only a matter of time before Bai Chen accomplished his 100 victories in the arena. Moreover, the king was acutely aware of Bai Chen's connection to a certain god of slaughter, who had recently visited the City of Slaughter and had been observing Bai Chen from the shadows. The King of Slaughter found it hard to believe that this formidable god would allow his protege to hone his skills in such a perilous environment without a solid assurance of safety. In his mind, the king had already envisioned Bai Chen as a successor to Bibi Dong, which was not far from the truth. After a brief moment of contemplation, the King of Slaughter commanded, in the future, ensure that only the most powerful individuals are assigned to battle alongside the Demon King. Yes, esteemed King of Slaughter, the woman replied before departing. The king, meanwhile, was consumed by troubling thoughts. On Bai Chen's side, feeling exceedingly bored, he summoned both Nian Gao and Bai Yu. Upon arriving in the City of Slaughter, Nian Gao was once again able to merge with Bai Chen, enhancing his strength without any limitations. Bai Chen found himself deliberating whether to elevate Nian Gao's power. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. The points required for such an enhancement were simply too substantial. For the time being, he resolved to focus on evolving his martial soul into a divine-level martial soul. Subsequently, Bai Chen began training Bai Yu's combat skills, as there was little else to pursue in the City of Slaughter. 5 days later, Bai Chen once again set forth towards the infernal arena of slaughter. Along the way, those who glimpsed him hastily dispersed, for none dared to provoke Bai Chen. Upon entering the hellish battleground, he was greeted by a woman clad in black veils. My lord, please hold on. The other competitors shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen offered no reply, instead choosing to sit quietly to the side, closing his eyes in anticipation. Although his demeanor was rather ungracious, the veiled woman remained unfazed. In the City of Bloodshed, madness abounds, and Bai Chen was notably more agreeable compared to many others, who often spoke with contempt. Soon, the participants began to arrive one by one. Bai Chen observed their entrance, his brow furrowing slightly at the sight of one among them, an adversary of level 85. Boasting an astounding winning streak of 29 consecutive matches. In the infernal arena, such a record was nothing short of terrifying. This individual was known by the moniker the Meat Grinder. The presence of both the Meat Grinder and Bai Chen in the same match ensured that the audience would be nearly at capacity. While the King of Slaughter secretly scrutinized the unfolding contest, it would be ideal if the Meat Grinder could eliminate Bai Chen, yet if he failed, it would indicate that Bai Chen's prowess was formidable indeed. As the competitors settled into the arena, they prepared for battle. In an instant, the participants divided into groups, with 4 charging towards Bai Chen and another 4 rushing towards the Meat Grinder. Confronting the 4 assailants, all of whom were Soul Emperors, Bai Chen remained remarkably composed. To him, these ordinary Soul Emperors were hardly a challenge. With a swift flourish of his dual daggers, he severed the head of one Soul Emperor with ease. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have slain a level 64 Soul Emperor. Reward, 3,200 points. In mere minutes, Bai Chen effortlessly dispatched the 4 Soul Emperors. While the Meat Grinder's skirmish was still ongoing, noticing Bai Chen's swift success, the Meat Grinder was taken aback. He had not anticipated Bai Chen's formidable skill, which allowed him to conclude his battle first. Nevertheless, he would not cower before Bai Chen. Seizing the neck of a nearby Soul Emperor, he twisted it with brute force, finally bringing his own fight to an end. He then turned his gaze towards Bai Chen, intent on engaging him in a decisive duel. Bai Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor upon seeing the Meat Grinder. After all, this individual was a level 85 Soul Sage. According to the system's reward structure, defeating him could yield no less than 85,000 points, and the probability of acquiring mysterious drops would be significantly higher than that of lower-ranked Soul Masters. Observing the glint in Bai Chen's eyes, the Meat Grinder was instantly enraged, for he despised being regarded as prey. With that, he brandished his massive wolf-toothed club and swung it towards Bai Chen. In response to the attack, Bai Chen deftly evaded, and with a swift motion of his dagger, he severed the 5 fingers gripping the club before his opponent could react. Even the valiant Contra would find it hard to endure the agony of having a finger severed, let alone the fact that he had lost the finger on his weapon-wielding right hand. Upon hearing his adversary's anguish cries, Bai Chen's dagger ruthlessly pierced through the opponent's throat. With the throat impaled, there remained no glimmer of hope for survival, even for a Contra, particularly given that the dagger was laced with pufferfish poison. After a few moments of painful struggle on the ground, the opponent ceased to move. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing an 85-level Contra. You have been awarded 85,000 points and 1 mysterious item. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. The acquisition of a mysterious item stirred a flicker of anticipation regarding its potential contents. Following his triumph, Bai Chen returned to his abode and proceeded to unveil the recently acquired mysterious item. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing the mysterious item, earning a Sharpness 3 enchantment book. Upon receiving this notification, Bai Chen promptly accessed his backpack, discovering the Sharpness 3 enchantment book nestled within his space. What a remarkable find, a fully leveled enchantment book, indeed formidable. Sharpness 3, effect, taking a typical strong attack-type Soul Master with an advanced martial soul and no soul bones as an example, it ignores 70 level and below Soul Master's defenses. While for those between 70 and 89 levels, it disregards 99 to 70% of their defenses. For Soul Masters between 90 and 99 levels, it neglects 69 to 30% of their defenses. Upon observing the attributes of the Level 3 enchantment book, Bai Chen felt a sense of awe. However, it was somewhat regrettable that these enchantment books could only be applied to system-produced weapons. Otherwise, Bai Chen could have enchanted his martial soul or even his claws and tail, which would have made him nearly invincible. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen affixed the enchantment book to the pufferfish poison dagger. As he placed the book upon the dagger, a few moments later, the dagger radiated a purple glow, and the enchantment book vanished. Following the enchantment, the pufferfish poison dagger exhibited a remarkable transformation. Just lying there, Bai Chen could sense the extraordinary sharpness of the dagger. Contemplating this, he picked up the dagger and pointed its tip toward the ground, releasing his grip. The dagger fell effortlessly, piercing through the marble floor as if encountering no resistance, leaving only the hilt exposed. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Chen felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, the Sharpness 3 enchantment was undeniably powerful. Yet, despite this, Bai Chen remained uncertain about the true extent of the dagger's sharpness, as he lacked any exceptionally hard material for experimentation. Days turned into weeks, and before he knew it, half a year had passed. This marked the 7th month of Bai Chen's sojourn in the City of Slaughter, during which he had achieved a total of 53 victories. Were it not for the infrequent competitions in the hell-killing fields, Bai Chen might have already attained 100 consecutive victories and begun his descent along the path of hell. At present, Bai Chen is engaged in his 54th match, and the spectator stands are filled to capacity. With a resounding thud, Bai Chen shatters the skull of his next opponent, finally securing victory in this brutal contest. Demon King. Demon King. The air is filled with jubilant cheers as the crowd celebrates Bai Chen's triumph. However, he remains unfazed, slowly departing from the arena of carnage. Over the past 6 months, Bai Chen's score has seen a remarkable ascent, now reaching 4,570,000. The number of soul evolution potions has also increased to 73. He intends to procure a sufficient quantity of soul evolution potions as soon as he leaves the City of Slaughter, aiming to elevate his soul to divine level.